I was reborn into high school with my aloof wife, but I was not happy at all, and even deliberately avoided her. In our past life, we were the most envied couple. From school uniforms to wedding dresses, we fell in love for 8 years and entered the hall of marriage. Later, her career also made a breakthrough, and the company even became one of the Fortune Global 500. But she became busier and busier, leaving early and returning late every day. I thought we would grow old together, but slowly I realized that she seemed to have changed. The time we spent alone together became less and less, and she became more and more dominant, always wanting to control me. If I stayed out late drinking with friends and didn't come home, she would come directly to find me and scold me in front of my friends, but I remained silent. When we talked face to face, she also had a domineering and bossy attitude. The two of us always had one chin up and one head down. We agreed to always celebrate each other's birthdays, but when it was my birthday and I prepared dinner for her to come home, she said she was too busy with work and didn't have time. She no longer asks for my opinion on decisions she makes, and I passively accept her dominance. I don't understand how the gentle and lovely girl from the past has turned into the person she is today. I begin to doubt if I did something wrong. Every birthday of hers, I will carefully prepare dinner and gifts for her. She likes to kick the blanket in the middle of the night, and I will cover her up. In order to help her develop the company, I keep drinking and socializing, and my body is getting weaker and weaker under the non-stop toil day and night. She has a habit of stomach trouble. I often cook porridge and deliver meals to her. She always has cold limbs in winter. I can't bear to see her looking pitifully at me. In the end, I always indulge her to reach into my pocket to draw warmth. Warmth. I thought for a long time and couldn't figure out where the problem was, until the day when Shushin Roa and I were preparing to visit our parents in our hometown. I saw her looking tired, so I suggested driving myself, but she bluntly refused and asked me to sit obediently in the passenger seat. What's wrong with driving on mountain roads? When I got my driver's license, you were still playing online games with your friends in the internet cafe. Sit properly. Are you still worried when I'm driving? In the end, I didn't convince her, and she drove onto the road. Unexpectedly, we collided with an oncoming train. Just as we were about to crash, I held Shu Shinro tightly in my arms. I don't know how long it took, but I slowly opened my eyes from the pool of blood, ignoring the excruciating pain in my body. I looked down at Shu Shinro in my arms, only to see her covered in blood, unconscious. Suddenly, a wave of pain surged in my heart. Then I looked out the window at the crowd outside the car trying to rescue us. I begged for help with my last breath. Don't mind me, save my wife first. Later, my vision went black, and my consciousness slowly sank into darkness. But I didn't notice that Shu Shinro's eyes were shedding 2 lines of clear tears. When I woke up again, I found myself reborn in the 2nd year of high school. I saw the class flower Kuchien shyly stuffing a love letter into my hand. Before I could react, she hurriedly left with a pile of homework, but I just smiled faintly, and then looked with interest at the love letter in my hand. Manhwa Kuchien? Forget it. Anyway, my wife before reincarnation was also a school flower. Whether its appearance or other aspects, she outperformed Kuchien by more than 10 streets, but when it comes to the day I met her, it's better to stay away from her. Thinking that she transferred to Ijong in the 3rd year of high school, I rubbed my temples with a headache, recalling the scene before reincarnation in my mind. My heart suddenly ached. I don't know if she was rescued, and if she still remembers herself. Although I have been reborn, I do not want her to face such a predicament with me again. Perhaps the car accident can be avoided, but what about other accidents? Who can guarantee that no other accidents will happen? So this time, I want to stay away from her a little bit. Perhaps by keeping a distance, neither she nor I will experience the same disaster. At this moment, the bell for class rang, a piercing sound that pulled me back from my memories. I saw head teachers in high heels appearing at the classroom door. Behind her, there was a pretty girl in a white hoodie. The homeroom teacher pushed up his glasses and said to the girl behind, "Shu Shinro, just find a seat first. I'll go to the office to get your textbooks." "Thank you, teacher." Shu Shinro sweetly thanked the homeroom teacher. The homeroom teacher nodded and left the classroom again. As soon as the homeroom teacher left, all the boys in the class focused their attention on Shu Shinro, including me. However, unlike the admiration of others, my eyes were filled with blankness, and my brain was completely empty. How could it be her? How did she come to Ijong in advance? I feel like my CPU is about to overheat. At this moment, Shu Shinro slowly turned her head and looked at me, with a faint smile on her lips and a hint of moisture in her eyes. "Chen Chi, I found you." Images from the past flashed through her mind. She remembered that during the car accident, without hesitation, I held her in my arms. Before she completely lost consciousness, she heard me, who was struggling to breathe, shouting, "Don't mind me, save my wife first." At this moment, almost all the boys were hoping that Shu Shinro could be their deskmate. but I was the exception. Because that woman I swore to keep my distance from for the rest of my life. Isn't she the Shushinro in front of me? Wait, she was just looking at herself. Suddenly I came to my senses. Logically speaking, before the 3rd year of high school, Shushinro didn't know me at all. Watching Shushinro, she walked towards me openly. A bad premonition suddenly arose. Shushinro stood in front of me, glanced at me, then smiled at the boy next to me and said, "Hello, can I sit in your seat because my eyesight is not very good?" "Sure, of course you can." The boy shivered and stood up to give his seat to Shushinro, and at that moment, I could no longer remain calm. I coldly said to Shushinro, "There are so many empty seats in the classroom. Why do you have to sit here? Do you want to know?" Shushinro stood beside me, bent down and smiled at me. She lowered her voice and whispered, "I saw you looking at me. I thought you liked me. And coincidentally, I like you too. So can I sit here?" I frowned. In my impression, Shushinro in high school would never be so actively flirtatious. There must be something wrong. But what exactly is it? After my previous deskmate packed up and left, she directly sat next to me, and at this moment, the class teacher handed a pile of textbooks to Shushinro, and then started the class. I sat in my seat pretending to listen, but my eyes slowly scanned Shushinro. I didn't figure out why until the end of class. After class, the monitor Zhang Hao immediately came over to strike up a conversation, wanting to introduce the situation in the class to Shushinro, but was coldly rejected by her. Zhang Hao had no choice but to leave awkwardly. At this moment, Shushinro suddenly turned around and smiled at me, asking, "Am I that good looking? You've been staring at me for a whole class." Chen Shi hurriedly withdrew his gaze and looked out the window. "I didn't look at you," Shushinro disdained. "Che, didn't you see me? Then why are you glancing over here? Is the blackboard hanging in front of the classroom?" "Mr. Chen Chi, students can't lie. As a fellow student, I have the right to teach you basic student ethics. If you want a chant, go find Zhang Hao. He's here to pick you up anyway," Chen Chi said in an unsympathetic manner. "Looking for him? Humph. A little brat. I'm not interested," Shushinro pouted. "He's a brat? Then you." Halfway through his sentence, Chen Chi came to an abrupt halt. Now, he and Shushinro had only just met. Logically, he wouldn't know Shushinro's age and birthday. Not to mention that Zhang Hao was a bit older than both him and Shushinro. So Chen Chi turned his words around. "Seeing that you are also younger than me, Zhang Hao is a bit older than me. Yo, Chen Chi student. You're so smart." Shushinro pursed her lips and laughed. "You guessed right. I am indeed younger than you. So since you're not even interested in him, there's no reason to be so enthusiastic about me. I'm younger than he is. Right now." Chen Chi just wanted to get rid of her as soon as possible. "You're different," Shushinro blurted out. "How am I different?" Chen Chi asked. "You really want to know?" Shushinro leaned over and came closer to Chen Chi, so close that it was as if they could still hear each other's breath. Chen Chi took a deep breath and looked at the face of the girl in front of him. I have to admit, Shushinro was really pretty, even in this era when she was still in high school. Then I'll secretly tell you a secret. You mustn't tell anyone else. Shushinro moved closer to Chen Chi's ear. Chen Chi frowned, then nodded gently. Shushinro said with a serious face, "Chen Chi classmate. Actually, I am your wife in the future." Chen Chi's eyes widened as he looked at Shushinro, and Shushinro's eyes were motionless and very sure. In fact, if she said something like that, at any time, Chen Chi would not believe it. What's a prophecy of the future? Rebirth? Crossing over? Or lying to children? But it's just that he's returned to this era through rebirth. Put. Suddenly, Shushinro covered her mouth and laughed. "Alright, I lied to you. If I also said that we died together and that's why I came back to this era, do you believe me? Actually, it doesn't matter if you don't believe it. But all in all then, you only need to know one thing." "What is it?" Chen Chi couldn't help but look at her with somewhat complicated eyes. Because just now Shushinro mentioned that they had actually died once. That bright red pool of blood was still fresh in Chen Chi's mind even now. Shushinro, like you." Suddenly, Shushinro stood up with her hands on her desk, her tone unquestionable. Chen Chi was silent, and Shushinro also pawed her chin and muttered, "That's right, the current you shouldn't know me yet. You're as simple as a blank sheet of paper. It's normal that you don't know how to respond. However, I will guide you well." This time, Chen Chi was not just silent, but somewhat speechless, listening to Shushinro's meaning. She wanted to go after herself from her student days. How else could one distance oneself from her? However, what Shushinro said to herself gave Chen Chi a thought. Though she's been reborn, too, but one could totally pretend that he wasn't reborn. He didn't know any Shushinro at all. As long as he rejected Shushinro's feelings, then Shushinro wouldn't have what happened with him after that. Ms. Shushinro. Thinking of this, Chen Shi took a deep breath and stood up. Even though I can't understand what you're saying, if you have to talk next to me about things that have nothing to do with learning, I think I can ask the teacher to switch places, Chen Shi said in a cold voice. At this moment, he didn't see the girl in front of him as his wife anymore. Shu Shinro, just a classmate who just transferred over, just happened to be at the same table with him. That's all. Are you sure you don't want to share a table with me? But Chen Shi's cold words not only didn't make Shu Shinro subside a bit. Instead, Shu Xianro still pursed her thin lips and gently tapped her finger twice on his chest. I'll tell you another secret. If you do my boyfriend, you can struggle less for 20 years. No. Is this life don't need to struggle, I promise you. Although Chen Shi knew she was telling the truth. Inexplicable. Chen Shi directly sat in his seat and twisted his head away. No longer bothering with Shu Xianro. Shu Shinro huffed and puffed. Classmate Chen Chi, do you know it's rude to treat your new classmate like that? Chen Chi ignored it. Even if you don't know I'm your future wife. Look at me. I said I like you. Once again. Chen Chi ignored it. I don't believe. I can chase you once, but I can't chase you a second time. Shushino grunted and stopped making a sound. A few minutes later, the bell rang. She really hasn't been looking for me? Chen Chi stole a glance over toward the seat beside him. It turned out to be just a glance, and the two men's eyes met. Shu Shinro raised the corners of her mouth triumphantly. Chen Chi-san, I caught you, didn't I? You were peeking at me. Fortunately, by the time the teacher walked into the classroom, Shu Shinro had also finally collected herself a bit. However, Chen Chi saw that she clearly had the intention of continuing to pester him, and after class, he had to be extremely careful. So the moment class ended, Chen Chi directly got up and left his seat. Shit, old Chen, you're awesome. On the way to rush to the playground to gather, a boy with short, crisp hair tapped Chen Chi on the shoulder from behind. He was Chen Chi's current classmate and dormitory roommate, Zhang Fan. He and Chen Chi had known each other since they were children, and had been on good terms from elementary school to high school. Future, and one of Chen Chi's best friends. What? Chen Chi stopped in his tracks. Our class just came a fried chicken cute girl, and she was so passionate about you. This is still not a cow. However, you and her sitting together is quite a match. Lying talented woman, Zhang Fan said with an envious face. Meh, just what you think. Chen Chi knew that Zhang Fan was talking about Shu Xianro. By the way, I see you guys look like, whether you still know each other before? How come I don't know? Zhang Fan seemed to have discovered a new continent. Not recognizable. Chen Chi naturally wouldn't mention the matter of rebirth. But even though you say that, everyone in the class says you guys are flirting. Zhang Fan muttered in a small voice. Chen Chi froze for a moment and burst into some tears. I didn't realize that my deliberate dislike of Shu Xianro had been misinterpreted as flirting by a bystander like Zhang Fan. You misunderstand. Chen Chi continued to walk towards the playground. It really doesn't matter? Zhang Fan still felt that there was gossip in this. It really doesn't matter. Chen Chi answered very decisively. Even if it doesn't matter, then you can't possibly be immune to a girl like Shu Xianro, right? Are you a man? Zhang Fan was even doubting Chen Chi's orientation now. Without looking back, Chen Chi said, I'm a man, but I'm extremely immune. Pity. Shu Xianro came up and was so enthusiastic about you. It's obvious that she has a crush on you. Otherwise why isn't she talking and laughing with other boys? Such good peach blossom luck. It's too bad not to grasp it. Zhang Fan followed Chen Chi, muttering as he walked. Chen Chi couldn't help but glance at him. Since you're praising her so much, are you trying to chase her? Me? No. I have this self-awareness. How could the other Shu Shinro be interested in me? Zhang Fan waved his hand repeatedly. Chen Chi laughed a little and didn't say anything more. But the next moment, some students were up in arms behind them. Zhang Fan twisted his head and glanced behind him, then quickly patted Chen Chi's shoulder. Look. A girl like Shu Xianro? If I don't chase after her, there are other people chasing after her as well. Don't you see behind you? In an instant, Chen Chi violently turned his head. Shu Xianro and a few girls were walking together, but in front of them, Zhang Hao, the class president of the sophomore class, blocked the way of a few people, and was still scratching his head while saying something in embarrassment. The surrounding students were also cheering for Zhang Hao, and there was even no lack of gossip-loving girls coaxing from the side. I'm afraid that any fool would know that he was hitting on Shu Shinro. Seeing this scene, Chen Ji left chest place, as if seized. Suddenly, Shu Shinro pivoted on her toes and waved him over. Chen Chi student, please come over here. As he said it, he winked at him mischievously. Keep your distance. Minimize your contact with her. Chen Chi thought so, but the legs moved without realizing it. Didn't you ask me what kind of boys I like? Shu Shinro just glanced at Zhang Hao as if she didn't have any expression. But only moments later, Shu Shinro pointed towards Chun-Chi with a smiling face. I like boys like him. On the scene, there was silence. Obviously it was the most lively recess time. The piece where Chun-Chi and Shu Xinro were, as if they were isolated from the world, was terribly quiet. But after the Raven's silence, is that a confession? Does it count? What's the point of counting? She just wanted to express that she doesn't like Zhang Hao, and Shu Shinro just transferred here. How could she suddenly confess? Although Chun-Chi's study and good person also handsome, but Shu Xinro such a girl, how will take the initiative to confess to someone else? Impossible. There was a lot of chatter around the class. Only 3 people continued to be silent. For Zhang Hao, Shu Shinro's words could not be more obvious as a rejection. And in Chen-Chi's eyes, she suddenly said this, will there be another purpose? Of course there's a purpose. Shu Shinro pouted, a smile still spreading at the corners of her mouth. Chen-Chi doesn't recognize himself? It's totally okay. One could totally draw up a boyfriend raising program on him. I'm afraid that no one knew Chen-Chi's character better than her. Don't look to dislike her on the first day you meet her. But Chen-Chi is the kind of character that talks tough when he's a dead duck. As long as one is good to him, he is sure to feel it. Chen-Chi-san, I didn't expect you to really come over. It seems like you still care about me? Shu Shinro deliberately smiled sweetly at Chen-Chi in front of her classmates. However, Chen-Chi just said in a cold voice, I'm just passing by to watch the fun. That doesn't matter. You just heard it anyway. Just love boys like you. Shu Shinro said with a big smile. The surrounding students were talking. If the word Shu Shinro said just now had the suspicion of perfunctory Zhang Hao. So now. Ms. Shu Shinro, you like Chen-Chi? Suddenly, a subtle voice rang through the crowd. And it's a female voice. Danger. Inside, an emergency signal is sent. Shu Shinro immediately looked in the direction from which the voice came. A shy girl was looking at Shu Shinro Chun-Chi with her head lowered. Somewhat shyly. Kuchien student, so you're here too. Chen-Chi brightened up and took the initiative to greet Kuchien, who had just spoken. Recently I've noticed that my language grades have slipped a bit. Can you help me make up for it? Really? Kuchien looked at Chun-Chi in surprise. Well, really? Chen-Chi glanced at Shu Shinro next to him. At this moment, her face was about to be swollen with anger. But I didn't do as well as you on my last monthly exam. As much as I'd like to, I don't have that ability. Do I? Kuchien was obviously a bit torn. She likes Chen-Chi, but there is no way to do Shu Shinro so blatant. But let her tutor Chen-Chi study, and feel that their own results are not as good as Chen-Chi. After all, high school students at that age are still fairly innocent and will say whatever they think. However, what Chen-Chi was concerned about was not Kuchien's reaction. Rather, it's the reaction of Shu Shinro. Seeing her with a look of gritted teeth and fire coming out of her eyes, Chen-Chi then knew that the plan had worked. When it comes to things like chasing guys, a woman's worst natural enemy is equally a woman. If you want to keep her at arm's length, it seems like this would be a good way to do it. But before Chen-Chi could continue to think about it, Shu Shinro said word for word, Mr. Kuchien, don't bother you. I'll help him tutor him in the language. Kuchien looked at Shu Xinro in surprise, and Chen-Chi was stunned. He didn't expect it either. It's surprising that Shu Shinro would say that, and it doesn't just say, Chen-Chi student, come over here. Let's talk about something alone. Shu Shinro clutched Chen-Chi's wrist and pulled it towards the corner of the playground. But as long as Chen-Chi wanted to, Shu Shinro couldn't pull him. After all, there is still a difference in strength between girls and boys. What's more, the reborn Chen-Chi is far more powerful than before. So Chen-Chi stood still for a moment and said, we're going to do radio gymnastics soon. If there's anything, let's talk about it after the exercises. Okay, I'll come over to you after gymnastics. Shu Shinro grunted and turned her head away. Chen-Chi also shrugged his shoulders and walked towards the center of the playground. Old Chen, I've discovered something. When doing exercises, Zhang Fan happened to be behind Chen-Chi. He came over and muttered, I've realized that you and Shu Shinro must not be suitable for a relationship. Of course, Chen-Chi knew it well, right? What kind of person dislikes someone like that on the first day of meeting them? After radio gymnastics, it's time for recess. Chen-Chi had thought about finding Shu Shinro and apologizing. It was his wife, after all, and he did go a little overboard just now. However, this thought was quickly dispelled by Chen-Chi himself. Because Shu Shinro will never be angry for more than 3 seconds. Not to mention, being mad at a high school student. Chen-Chi-san, you're really waiting for me here, aren't you? Just thinking about it, Shu Shinro walked towards him with a smile on her face. Anger? It doesn't exist. Okay. Chen-Chi, however, caught a whiff of intrigue. Something's wrong? Chen-Chi frowned. Shu Shinro's smile intensified. I heard that before I came to the classroom this morning. Kuchien student even sent you a love letter, right? What the hell does she mean? Honestly, Chen-Shi didn't quite understand. But after remembering to keep her distance from Shukinzo, he also then calmly said, "Yes, it's on my desk right now. You want to see it?" The last 3 words. He said that on purpose. "I want to see it? Humph. Since you put it on your desk, you definitely don't care about her love letter, so there's no need for me to read it." Shu Shinro was perceptive. "Then why are you asking about it?" Chen-Chi wondered. "I'm just curious. You obviously don't like Kuchien. Why do you still intentionally get as close to her in front of me?" Shu Shinro looked Chen-Chi up and down. Conclusions were then drawn. "I know, you must like me too. That's why you purposely use this to make me jealous. You're overthinking it." Chen-Chi directly denied it, but in favor of that answer. It was what she really wanted. "Then there's only one other possibility." Shu Shinro slyly stared at Chen-Chi and said, "You are deliberately avoiding me? Rather than not recognizing me?" Chen-Chi's mind buzzed, and there was actually a brief blankness. The meaning of Shu Shinro's words was that she was doubting that she knew her at all? "So here's the question. How do you know me when we haven't met before?" "And yeah, I asked around the class. And it seems like you're excelling a little too much. But I clearly remember that your grades weren't like that at all your senior year." Shuhinzo seems to be talking to himself. However, Chen-Chi's heart tightened as he listened. If Shu Shinro had only hinted at it before. Now, then, it was simply obvious that she suspected that she had been reborn to this point as well. "Mr. Chen-Chi, shouldn't you give me an explanation?" In the end, Shu Shinro stared tightly at Chen-Chi. "You're mistaken." Chen-Chi averted his gaze. But the more this happened, the more Shu Shinro felt that Chen-Chi was vain. "Then tell me why. Even your classmates say that your academic performance has improved rapidly. It's like you're a new person." Shu Shinro's voice was much louder than before. Chen-Chi knows that she really doubts herself. "Academic performance? How are you going to explain that?" Saying that, Shu Shinro took 2 steps closer towards Chen-Chi. "Wait." Suddenly, Chen-Chi thought of an idea. "You suspect that I have problems with my academic performance?" "Right." Shu Shinro said word for word. "I suspect that you must have suddenly remembered that you did these topics a long time ago, and that's why your academic performance has improved so quickly." She bit off the words "suddenly remembered" very hard. If Chen-Chi was truly reborn to the present, he could understand what it meant. "I didn't do it. I'm just reading well and studying hard over the summer." Chen-Chi answered quickly. "Good, don't admit it, do you? I've got it covered." Shu Shinro pointed at the school building and said, "I'm going to give you questions now. If you can do it, I won't question you. How about it?" "Okay." Chen-Chi was waiting for these words from Shu Shinro. "Go." Shu Shinro pulled Chen-Chi's wrist and walked quickly towards the school building. The classroom was empty at recess time. Coming to her own as, Shu Shinro swish on the draft paper to write down an English grammar topic. It was clear to her that Chen-Chi's worst subject was English. And this question is pretty much the hardest English question in high school too. "Just this question. You do it and I'll watch from the side," Shu Shinro said confidently. "I'll start then." Without too much ado, Chen-Chi picked up a pen and quickly wrote down the correct answer on the draft paper. After all, when he was reborn in the rebirth petition, his intelligence was straight to full point. Doing this kind of high school question is a handful. "How come? You really have wicked knowledge?" Seeing the correct answer written out by Chen-Chi, it was instead Shu Shinro who was a bit dumbfounded. "Actually, I've never understood what it is you suspect me of." Chen-Chi pretended to be confused with Shu Shinro. Shu Shinro also froze. Could it be that it's because being reborn is different from what you experienced before you were reborn? Like, it's not out of the question. "It's nothing. I'm just happy for you to see your favorite boy being so good, can't I?" Returning to her senses, Shu Shinro smiled sweetly at Chen-Chi. "Why do you have to like me in particular?" Chen-Chi rubbed his temples with some headaches. "Just like, no reason," Shu Shinro blurted out. She didn't give Chen-Chi any real answers. After all, Chen-Chi had just proved to her that it is true that he was not returned to this age through rebirth like himself. As for why Shu Shinro was chasing after Chen-Chi once again, her own heart was as clear as a mirror. Because before that car accident happened and she completely lost consciousness, she heard Chen-Chi, who was clearly unable to protect himself, was shouting, "Help! Save my wife first." The happiest thing is to have a lifelong partner who values her life more than anything else. Shu Shinro was convinced of this. Even if they met again after being reborn, Chen-Chi was as cold as ice to her. But Shu Shinro never had the thought of giving up. "Right, now that my husband is only 17, it's no wonder he's cold to me. It's me who didn't do the right thing." Suddenly, Shu Shinro seemed to have discovered the root cause of Chen-Chi's indifference towards her. Boys and girls at this time of year are almost always hazy about falling in love. They, for one, seek romance. Confessing in such a direct and frank way as she was doing now, Of course Chun-Chi would find her baffling. When you're 17, you have to go after him the way you would at 17. At the moment, there were two options before her. 1. Paralleling his own approach to chasing Chun-Chi during his senior year of high school. 2. Get advice from the girls around you who are also 17. No. That method of mine is too time-consuming. It's better to get help blah blah blah. In the end, Shu Shinro decided to use the latter. For the remaining 2 classes in the morning, Shu Shinro was thinking carefully about the options for repursuing Chen-Chi. Chen-Chi, on the other hand, couldn't help but wonder a bit in his heart. Why hadn't Shu Shinro talked to herself again for the past 2 classes? However, after the last class of the morning, Shu Shinro then turned her head towards him and smiled sweetly. Let's eat together at noon. Okay? No time, I have something at home at noon. Chen-Chi refused, but Shu Shinro was very pleased. Not bad. There's progress. ? At least you'll tell me the reason for the refusal. Chen-Chi rolled his eyes at her, packed up his desk and left the classroom, and Shu Shinro immediately jogged towards the back table of the classroom. Who to turn to for advice? Of course it's to your former BFF. Little Flower, can I join you for dinner? By the way, let's chat. Shu Shinro didn't act particularly close right off the bat. After all, she didn't just have to start from zero with Chen-Chi, but also with her girlfriends and friends that she had met in the first grade. Good yeah, but how do you know my nickname? Lin Xiaohua looked curiously at Shu Shinru. Shu Shinru said that it was not good. She was so careful or gave a leak, but she quickly found an excuse. Your name is Lin Xiaohua? I thought it was Lin Xiaohua. It's pronounced pretty much the same. Put. Lin Xiaohua was amused by Shu Shinro. Good. Then let's eat together. Operation BFF Raiders. Officially, for this BFF of hers, Shu Shinro possessed an absolutely confident strategy plan. Talk about the hit TV series of 2010 and then make analytical guesses for Lin Xiaohua through the endings of the TV series you've already seen. When she walked to the cafeteria, Lin Xiaohua was already deeply impressed. Classmate Shu Shinru, I feel like we're so chatty. I didn't realize that the dramas I like to watch are the same. Yeah, that's quite a coincidence. The homeroom teacher told me that our accommodations are all in the same dormitory. Shu Shinro continued to draw closer. Really? Then let's watch the show together tonight. Lin Xiaohua said, lowering her voice. I'm telling you, the life teacher will come to check on the dormitory at night. But I have a way to muddle through. I knew you had a lot of ghost ideas. But, alas, I wonder if you can think of something for me. Suddenly, Shu Shinro sighed deliberately. Did you run into any trouble? Lin Xiaohua asked with concern. I'll tell you. Don't tell anyone. Shu Shinro pretended to be mysterious. Go ahead. I'll definitely help you if I can. Lin Xiaohua nodded repeatedly. Shu Shinro hesitated and said, that's it. I like Chen-Chi, but I just don't know how to chase him. He's always ignoring me. What do you think I should do? You've only met for 1 day and you like him? Lin Xiaohua was curious. Love at first sight, you know? The first time I saw him, I felt that he must be my future old. No. It's my future boyfriend. Shu Shinro said firmly. Men chasing women across the mountains. Women chasing men across the mountains. If you take the initiative, it should be very simple. And you are so beautiful. Lin Xiaohua said. But it just doesn't work. I've made it explicit. Shu Shinro sighed. So, pitch in? Talk more about topics that interest him? Lin Xiaohua gives advice. Pitching in? Hearing Lin Xiaohua's opinion, Shu Shinro was stunned for a moment. Originally, this kind of topic was clearly a bonus question for a couple who had been together for 10 years. What Chen-Chi, a sophomore in high school, prefers? She didn't really know. Then just wait for Chen-Chi to come back and sidestep it yourself. Dad, I'm home, back in the old, familiar and somewhat strange house. The house space is small. 1 room, 1 hall, Chen-Chi's bedroom, or separated from the living room. Originally, their family was not rich. When Chen-Chi entered the house, he saw a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard sitting in the living room smoking a cigarette, the ashtray, already stuffed with cigarette butts. Son, will it really work? Chen Xinhua looked at his son with a worried face. He's an ordinary assembly line worker, but this morning, he went to the securities center, also put a full $50,000 into those red and green lines. Chen-Chi nodded his head with incomparable certainty and said, Dad, trust me, after half a year, I guarantee that you'll be able to take out $50,000, and even have money earned. And with the money earned, I'll continue to buy in. Alas, where is money so easy to earn? How many people just get stuck in and lose everything? Chen Xinhua waved his hand, clearly not believing that stocks could make money. But after thinking about it, he also relieved, but also forget about this 50,000. Take it as an investment for you to study well. Dad promised you something. We'll definitely do it. For working families, $50,000 is a lot of money. But again, such families often rely on their children's learning to change their destiny. Because of this, Chen Shi gave the premise of getting to the top of the grade in order to convince Chen Xinhua of his investment. Dad, thank you. Chen Shi nodded sincerely toward his father. Although his original intention was to improve his family's living conditions, it was difficult for an honest man like his own father to be willing to trust investments in securities. Chen Xinhua waved his hand. Go wash your hands and eat first. Well, Chen Shi washed his hands and sat down at the dining table with Chen Xinhua. One meat and one vegetable. No soup. A very simple meal. Son, you want to try stocks? Dad won't stop you. After all, you honored your promise. So even if you lose, it's still money well spent. While eating, Chen Xinhua while lamenting. But you can be a person must not be sloppy. Do not think of drilling the bullseye. Must be down to earth, study well, after graduation to find a good job. No, otherwise you are also on the wrong path. I and your mother is not good to explain. I know Dad. Chen Shi nodded. By the way, the cemetery has been refurbished. Next month on the day of the sacrifice, I'll take you to see your mother. Chen Xinhua's tone was somewhat heavy. Chen Chi's mom died shortly after giving birth to Chen Chi. The reason is that the constitution is not suitable for childbearing, and the hospital at that time, and there is no test to detect the condition of the body. Dad, I want to ask you a question. Chen Chi put down his chopsticks and looked at Chen Xinhua. If you had the chance to regret it, would you let mom give birth to me again? I don't think about that sort of thing. Why? Chen Chi was stunned. Chen Xinhua smiled bitterly and said, because if there was a chance of regret, I wouldn't have let her marry me at all. Chen Chi slowly nodded. Dad, I understand. Back at school at noon, just in time for lunch break. Walking in the classroom, Chen Chi saw quite a few boys from the next class hanging around the entrance of the first class. Ha, she's quite the attention seeker. He laughed softly and shook his head as he walked into the classroom. His seat is where the boys' eyes point to from time to time. However, Chen Chi was clear that he was definitely not the object of their attention. Though it's incredible to see test scores suddenly go from over 100 to the top of the grade. But the new pretty transfer student is obviously getting more attention. They, who are concerned about Shu Shinro, but the only thing that Shu Shinro is concerned about is never. Mr. Chen Chi, you're back? Once Chen Chi sat down in his seat, Shu Shinro turned toward him to greet him. Chen Chi didn't say anything, but took his textbook out and read it. It's not true that he has information about the future of the stock market and futures, but in Chen Xinhua's opinion, reading is the only way out. Even though Chen Chi didn't need to read books at all with his current IQ, he didn't want to disappoint his father. After all, only after experiencing life and death will you care more about the feelings of those closest to you. Father Chen Xinhua's expectation is so. The point of distancing yourself from her, too. But keeping things like distance is never something that can be done by wishful thinking. Ouch. I'm wrong. Okay, I admit it. What I said before about being reborn. Ah, you're my future husband. All made up by me. Shushin Zoe brought her head up. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi couldn't help but glance at her suspiciously as well. She actually actively denied being born again? In fact, through the advice of her best friend Lin Xiaohua, Shu Shinro understood. Since the Chen Shi of this era didn't like to hear her say ridiculous things like being reborn, she wouldn't say anything. The meaning of throwing in the towel, of course, includes avoiding topics that the other person doesn't like to talk about. So when I come to talk to you, can you not be so cold? At least I'm your tablemate, right? Shu Shinro brought her face over, her tone soft. Aha. Chen Shi gently nodded his head. If you have to disguise yourself as a blank sheet of paper in Shushin Zoe, there was no reason for him to reject a soft girl who offered to get close. Right, it's our first day meeting. As a classmate, can I share my favorite things with you? Shu Shinro blinked at Chen Chi. She said this with great skill. As a classmate, not some born-again person, not some future wife, not even his suitors, just classmates. Almost. It had left Chen Chi with no room to rebuff. What is it? Chen Chi asked. Here, a song I especially like to listen to. Shu Shinro took out her cell phone with headphones plugged in from under her desk and handed him an earbud. At this time, she was using a white Nokia N97. Listen to the song? Chen Chi looked at Shu Shinro in disbelief. Then put the headphones on. The sky is green and waiting for the smoke and rain. While I'm waiting for you, green smoke rises millions of miles across the river. The familiar singing voice entered Chen Chi's ears. It's Chocho's Clear Flower Porcelain. It was also a song that he had saved in his playback software up until his car accident. How was it? Does it sound good? I especially like it. Shu Shinro smiled sweetly, a touch of cunning showing in her smile. This is Chan-chi's favorite star and favorite song. If he knew he liked it too, he would surely build up more conversation with himself as well. And at this moment, Chen-chi is also thinking about how to reject Shu Shinran. Suddenly, Shu Shinro was surprised to find that Chen-chi had taken off his headphones. Shu Shinro looked at him suspiciously. Thank you, the song was great. Chen-chi took a deep breath, then pointed to the textbook in front of him. But I have to study. Ha! Shu Shinro's eyes widened exaggeratedly. My family is not very well off, so I have to study hard. After Chen-chi finished speaking, he directly moved his gaze back to the textbook. Only the gradually petrified Shu Shinro was left frozen at a loss for words. The song is great. Shows that he does like it. Study hard. He also stated his reasons, and the truth of that reasoning is perfectly clear to her. I'll be, from now on. Shu Shinro just wanted to say that in the future she would open a company and go public to become one of the top 500 in the country. But the words came out of her mouth and she swallowed them, because Chen-chi didn't seem to like her talking about rebirth and such. After all, to a normal person, a topic like this is pretty ridiculous. Ugh! Shu Shinro let out a long sigh, then got up and took a seat in the back row. Hana! Shu Shinro pulled Lin Xiaohua and whispered. I still failed. He'd rather read his textbook than look at me more. Of course you're going to fail like that. I saw it all. Lin Xiaohua was sitting in the back row of Shu Shinlo and Chen-chi. Ha? Why? Shu Shinzuo was confused. Since Lin Xiaohua said so, is it possible that one's own way of doing things still doesn't quite apply to one's peers at this age? I thought you said you liked him? Lin Xiaohua also lowered her voice to communicate with Shu Shinro. After all, such things as falling in love are expressly forbidden by the school. Shu Shinro nodded repeatedly. Right, and I secretly inquired about what songs he likes to listen to, and at noon I also specially downloaded them for him to listen to. You also just talk about hobbies. There is no practical significance, Lin Xiaohua said. I thought I said to throw in the towel. Then what should I talk to her about? Shu Shinro was puzzled. Ugh, you. Lin Xiaohua had a look of hatred. Let me tell you, what I said about throwing yourself at him is not what you understand. Since you like Chen-chi, then surely you should express that you like him in the content of your chat, shouldn't you? I told you before, Shu Shinro added, and it was just said in the morning when we met. Lin Xiaohua thought for a moment. If a stranger, all of a sudden, comes up to you and says he likes you, what's your reaction? Wouldn't you want to slap him and call him a psychopath? It seems like this is the truth. Shu Shinro nodded slowly. It's as if her best friend, who is 17 years old, is meant to know more about people her own age than she does. Lin Xiaohua said. So yeah, it's too abrupt. You have to be gradual, but you also have to be subtle. Wait, I have to re-answer that question you just asked. Suddenly, Shu Shinro seemed to remember something. What? Lin Xiaohua was stunned. Shu Shinro said solemnly, if that stranger was Chun-chi, I would have agreed. Lin Xiaohua handed Shu Shinro a hopeless look. Shu Shinro continued toward her. Little flower, since you say it's not right for me to do this, what exactly should I do? Well, have you investigated what type of girl he really likes? You see, boys like girls are divided into many types. What imperial sister type? Cute girl type? Enchanting type? And even green tea type? What type does Chen-chi like? Do you know? Of course I know this. As it turns out, that's me. Of course. But this latter sentence, Shu Shinro did not say. I think I heard that he prefers the cuter ones? Shu Shinro said tentatively. Are you sure? Definitely. Shu Shinro nodded. That would be easy. Lin Xiaohua said. Instead of taking the initiative, it's better to be passively teased. You move towards a cute type of girl. Wouldn't that be good? For a while, Shu Shinro was somewhat speechless, although one's own appearance and personality are really of this type. But, why don't you get it? Seeing Shu Xinro's somewhat tangled expression, Lin Xiaohua sighed in a serious tone to this BFF who had a good impression on her since she had just met her. She then said, well boing boing, that's it. Shinro, why don't you say something? Lin Xiaohua waved her hand in front of Shu Shinro. Frozen in thought, Shu Shinro came back to her senses. Are you sure you want me to? Boing? Shushino swallowed hard. Right, didn't you say that Chen-chi-san likes cute type girls? Lin Xiaohua nodded her head and said, I'll try. Shu Shinro rubbed her temples with a bit of a headache. What does calling mean? It's cute. It's adorable. Himself before, he was super good at it, but since taking over my father's company, and after serving as presidentess, she then rarely shows this character anymore. Not that cute girls are bad. Rather, it's her status as president that must hide her truest character. As the top manager of the company, she has to have prestige, but looking back, now, one is not a presidentess. Same as Chun-chi and her bestie Lin Xiaohua by her side. She's just a high school student. Then yourself. What is there to be afraid of? Besides, when I used to chase Chin-Chi myself, it's not like he's ever been cute and pouty with him. Start the afternoon session. Shu Shinro returned to her position beside Chen-Chi. There are 3 classes in the afternoon, plus 2 evening study sessions. Shu Shinro had been propping up her chin the whole time, her eyes looking towards Chen-Chi from time to time. He seemed like a little more handsome than he remembered from high school. But to think that I used to really know him before. It was at a basketball jamboree during the first half of my senior year of high school. He himself wanted to be like a kitten in the crowd watching him play against the boys from the other classes. Then with a glance, he was attracted to Chen-Chi in the crowd. However, when the game was finished, the students of the first class realized that the mineral water prepared in advance was not enough, so they hurriedly bought a bottle of drink over for Chen-Chi themselves. Then again, the two have known each other ever since. Suddenly, Chen-Chi got up and looked at her calmly. "Ha, Chen-Chi-san, is there anything I can help you with?" Shu Shinro returned to her senses. Chen-Chi was looking at himself like this, so maybe he was trying to initiate contact with himself. "Of course there's something I need your help with. How am I supposed to get back to the dorm if you don't get up?" Chen-Chi pointed to Shu Shinro's chair. It was only then that Shu Shinro reacted. "Turns out it's all out of school. Cough cough. That. Chen-Chi student. Do you want to go to the playground to play ball after school?" Shu Shinro hinted towards Chen-Chi. Play ball? Hearing Shu Shinro say this, Chen-Chi also recalled. After all, he used to, almost every day, play basketball after school before going back to his dorm. Just after being reborn, Chen-Chi's mindset is completely different from before. Should be playing for a while before I go back to the dorm, in order to not let Shu Shinro be suspicious. Chen-Chi said so. But basketball, again, is very sensitive to their relationship. Shu Shinro remembers that they met through basketball. Chen-Chi certainly remembers. But what's it to you? Chen-Chi coldly said towards Shu Shinro. Because I can cheer you on from the sidelines if you want to play. Shu Shinro smiled sweetly. Then her thumb and index finger then crossed over her chest. Just like this. Then heart. Pust. If Chen-Chi's perseverance wasn't good enough, he barely managed to hold back a laugh. Although everyone is now 17 years old, but Shu Shinro and him were both reborn back. A female president who's as cold as ice in her company. Here he is saying he wants to see him play and then comparing hearts? It's simply as ridiculous as it gets. But it kinda gave him some familiarity, because Shu Shinro had, in the past, often acted cute and pouty to him like this. "I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean." Chen-Chi glanced toward her finger, then simply left. "Shinju, what are you doing again?" The moment Chen-Chi left the classroom, Lin Xiaohua in the back row came up and pointed at the finger she had placed on her chest. "By the way, what does that mean?" "Nothing, it's just that I failed again." Shu Shinro wanted to cry. It was going pretty well on its own to be cute. But bishop. In 2010, there was a ghost of a bishop. At this point, who knows what bishop means? Blundering, I still haven't adapted myself to the current era. Chen-Chi left and called his nemesis Zhang Fan to go to the playground to play ball together. When Zhang Fan went to the gym to get a basketball, he was still chattering to Chen-Chi. "Old Chen, you finally know how to play ball too. Ha, every time I asked you to play this semester, you didn't come, and I thought you'd been abused by me and given up. Why did you suddenly remember today? There was something before," Chen-Chi casually explained. Then the corner of his mouth curved. "Are you sure you can abuse me? Forgot about the bullfighting one-on-one before school started? I even beat you by 3 in 10 balls." Zhang Fan bragged. "Then how about a rematch today?" Chen-Chi laughed. "Come on, let you attack first. Don't say I'm bullying you." Walking to the playground, Zhang Fan directly threw the basketball to Chen-Chi. As a result, before he could finish his sentence, Chen-Chi stood outside the three-point line and threw. "Shit." Zhang Fan turned around and rubbed his eyes. "So lucky? You'll just have to rely on masked threes. If you have the guts, you can try a sudden one. The rules of bullfighting, the defense can't get out of the three-point line before the offense dribbles the ball." "Okay." Chen-Chi retrieved the basketball. This time, Zhang Fan stared tightly at the basketball in Chen-Chi's hand. Results. Clunk. By the time Zhang Fan regained his senses, Chen-Chi had already made a layup and put the basketball into the basket. "Shit, you kid is open? So fast?" Zhang Fan's eyes widened. "That's just you being distracted yourself," Chen-Chi said indifferently. "Distraction? No way. I obviously stared very tightly. But you and, did I really distracted? Then come again." This time, Chen-Chi didn't use his perverted speed to attack anymore. After all, the speed was so fast that it was completely beyond what a normal person could comprehend. So this time, eat hard with your body. Clunk. The basketball is in the net again. Zhang Fan waved his hands repeatedly. "No more games. No more games. Old Chen, you're too shady. It turns out that you didn't play recently. You went to secretly exercise. It looks thinner than me. But it turns out the strength is so much greater than me. Well, I've been working out all this time. Chenchi smiled faintly, sort of giving a reason for his body to become stronger. But he knew himself well. He's in a physical condition. But he petitioned to pull the full weight before he was reborn. But when this was brought up, Chun-Chi couldn't help but think about it. Also being reborn, could Shu Xinru have gotten certain benefits as well? The next morning, still in the corridor, Chen-Chi ran into Jiang Fan, who was holding a mop, at the classroom door. Although the two of them lived in the same dormitory, they came over half an hour earlier because Jiang Fan had to do the morning cleaning of the classroom today. Yo, old Chen, just in time. Let me tell you something. Jiang Fan mysteriously hooked his finger towards Chun-Chi. What? Chen-Chi went over to ask. That's that deskmate of yours. Shu Xinru came to school today with a sad face. Jiang Fan secretly pointed towards the classroom behind him. What's wrong with her? Chen-Chi almost subconsciously blurted it out, and his brows furrowed in a flash. I don't know. I just saw that you two seem to be quite close. So I told you but, you seem to be quite concerned about others? Jiang Fan snickered and scowled at Chun-Chi. No, I was just curious too. Chen-Chi's face regained its composure. Che, you just pretend. Just now, you obviously looked worried. Do you think I'm blind? Jiang Fan obviously didn't believe it. You think I have to pretend? Chen-Chi asked rhetorically. Seems so. When Jiang Fan thought about it carefully, it seemed to be true. When Shu Xinru first transferred here, she received a lot of attention and gained the favor of a large group of boys in her class. And the result? She fell on her sword and then made a beeline for Chen-Chi. It was almost as if she had written the 5 words that she liked Chen-Chi on her face. If Chen-Chi is interested in targeting Shu Xinru, there was no need for him to cover up at all. Since Chen-Chi doesn't care, then he, Jiang Fan, still cared about eggs. By the way, Lao Chen, I think I was still careless in yesterday's game. We are at noon today. Jiang Fan was about to talk to Chen-Chi about yesterday's basketball. As a result, as soon as he turned around, he realized that Chen-Chi had approached the classroom. Chen-Chi students, you can't just eat bread for breakfast. You have to have milk with it. Once Chen-Chi sat down in his seat, Shu Xinru took a box of Tresor from the drawer and gave it to him. It is Chen-Chi's habit to eat only something for breakfast without a drink to go with it. Chen-Chi knows it, and of course Shu Xinru knows it too. It's always a warm feeling to be cared for. But Chen-Chi would not express his feelings, because he wants to keep his distance from Shu Xinru, pressing on with the events leading up to the rebirth. That crash is likely to be repeated again. However, looking at the expression on Shu Xinru's face, it was obvious that she wasn't very happy. Just like Jiang Fan said, just by looking at her, she felt that she had something on her mind. Chen-Chi thought about it and pushed the milk back. Sorry, I don't dare to drink it. Why don't you dare to drink? Are you still afraid that I will poison you? I wouldn't dare. Shu Xinru pouted and replaced the milk on Chen-Chi's table. Chen-Chi said calmly, with that expression on your face, it's not necessarily true that you want to poison yourself. My expression is obvious. Shu Xinru was alarmed. Chen-Chi was non-committal. It's all written on his face. Shu Xinru could not cry. It's over. It's over. Even you can see that I'm afraid of today's touch test. Are you dreading today's touch test? Chen-Chi even felt a little funny. Yes, I just transferred here yesterday. How would I know that you guys are going to have a touch test right after the monthly exam? Shu Shinzoi slapped a paste on her forehead, clearly a little broken. You're even afraid of the touch test, and you still say you're a reborn? Chen-Chi said coldly. Ugh, I told you I was joking with you. And Shu Xinru said with a straight face. Who says that a reborn person must be able to get good grades, after such a long time? Even if I was reborn, I don't remember the questions from high school, because I am surely a future female president of a company. Every day is too busy to spare time to spend with my favorite husband. As for exams and stuff, was returned to the teacher a long time ago. Shu Xinru was saying this in a hypothetical way. However, Chen-Chi knew that what she said was true. It's just a touch test, not even a monthly test. Chen-Chi shook his head and ignored her. If it's really a monthly exam, it's over. Shu Xinru spoke to Chen-Chi in a very serious tone. Why? Even Chen-Chi, who wanted to keep his distance from her, couldn't help but be curious at the moment. Because I transferred here because I promised my parents that I'd get good grades on the exams. If I do poorly on my first monthly test, they'll make me transfer back. Shu Xinru stated her reasons. Actually, English is okay with math, and she uses the knowledge at work. But other disciplines, that's hard to say. Then I was really hoping you'd do poorly on your monthly test. Chen-Chi shrugged. If Shu Shinro transfers back to her old school because of failing test scores, then they have no contact. It would be very simple for him to distance himself from Shu Shinro. You want to kick me out so badly? Shu Shinro stared into Chen Shi's eyes. Chen Shi shook his head. That's not true. I just want a quieter tablemate. Shu Shinro immediately said. I'm very quiet. I have all the looks you like. After a moment of speechlessness, the corner of Chen Shi's mouth curved. Fine. Then you start now and don't talk. If you don't say it, you don't say it. Shu Shinzoi covered her little mouth and kept quiet. The first class was a touch test in the language, but her mind was not on the test paper at all, but was thinking about Chen Shi beside her. It's not like it's a monthly exam. It doesn't matter to her at all. What she should be thinking about is how to get her husband back in the picture. 10 more minutes to end the exam. Known as the old hag by the students of the first class, Jiang Shuli, the old class, stood on the podium and announced without expression. Shu Shinru looked at the language paper in front of her and felt her head spinning. But time is short and she can only fill out a random. No, this is definitely not going to work. One's head is filled with business knowledge of how to make money. What is written in these textbooks is nothing like heavenly books. Thus, after handing in her paper, Shu Shinro turned to look at Chen Shi. Chen Shi-san, I think I need your help next. Didn't you say, like this? Chen Shi then put his heel finger to his mouth and made a silent gesture. Shu Shinro was stunned at first. Reacting, she was so angry that her hand on the underside of the table pinched and crumpled the skirt that was resting on her tiny, thin legs. So angry. The most pissed off thing was that the person she was pissed off at was still herself. Who let herself be told that she could be quiet? How could one say such nonsense? After huffing and puffing her face, Shu Shinro took out her math book and flipped through it. Math is on the test next class, and it's pretty good for her. She remembered some of the formulas from high school a little less clearly. Though, it's better to hang on to yourself to make your test scores less ugly. The only subjects that are included in the mapping test are language, mathematics and foreign languages. After all the morning exams were finished, Shu Shinro was also relieved. Although the language test flopped, math and English were fine and I felt good about myself. Chun, forget it. Shu Shinro looked at Chen Shi beside her, wanting to speak. Originally, she wanted to ask Chen Shi how he did on the exam, but thinking of the promise he had given Chen Shi, he immediately shut his mouth. But just because she doesn't ask doesn't mean others don't. Mr. Chen Shi, how did you do on your touch test? Ko-chen walked over and shyly asked towards Chen Shi. Shu Shinro had a hard time saying it. Hubby, honey, Chen Shi's classmates. You mustn't pay any attention to her. Love letters have been written. She must be scheming against you. That's all. Chen Shi said casually, while not completely ignoring Ko-chen, as Shu Shinro thought. But the attitude still satisfied Shu Shinro. Oh, then let's go to the cafeteria and match the answers together during dinner. Shall we? Ko-chen was shy and extended an invitation towards Chen Shi. Although it was said to be a pair of answers, the main purpose was to have dinner together. No. This time, Shu Shinro couldn't hold back any longer. She stared intently at Ko-chen and said, Chen Shi's classmates have agreed to have lunch with me. I didn't say that. Chen Shi said coldly from the side. Shokinzo, could this smack in the face have come a little too soon? But really, he can't be allowed to go to dinner with this little goblin. Don't think she was honest in high school, but that's how she pretended to be innocent in college and fooled a lot of guys with her okay looks. She still knew this through her best friend Lin Xiaohua, and even Chen Chi didn't know. Mr. Chen Chi. Then we. Ko-chen blushed and sent another invitation towards Chen Chi. But Chen Chi stood up and waved at Jiang Fan in the back row. Old Jiang, it's time to eat. Coming. Jiang Fan ran over with his ass. TCH, old Chen, you're getting lucky this semester, aren't you? As he walked out of the classroom, Jiang Fan even glanced towards the back enviously. Ko-chen and Shu Xin row. One is recognized by the students of her class as the flower of the class. One is a transfer student who has just arrived and has been adored by countless boys. Such peach blossom luck really made him want to die of envy. Especially Shu Shinro. There are still students from outside the class discussing her individually in the first middle school posting. Many of the students inside replied that they had seen this girl and thought that she was definitely the strongest contender for the first high school flower. Of course, the most numerous ones were still the boys who expressed their intention to pursue Shu Xin Ro. However, a class of students led by Jiang Fan, on the spot to them poured pots of cold water. Don't dream. People come up to be like Chen Shi hooked soul. Cafeteria. Corner. Shu Shinro student. You're not so bad, are you? Lin Xiaohua looked at Shu Shinro, who was sitting beside her. Then look again at the direction Shu Shinro was looking at without blinking her eyes. From the time she finished playing the dishes until now, Shu Shinro had been watching Chen Chi's side. Of course it is. I like him. Shu Shinro did admit it in a big way. Then why didn't you say anything before when Kuchen wanted to match answers with Chen-chi? Kuchen obviously likes Chen-chi. Lin Xiaohua was puzzled. I was trying to talk, but Chen-chi wouldn't let me. Shu Shinro sighed. Ha, he likes Kuchen? Why else would he not let you talk? Lin Xiaohua was even more surprised. In her opinion, it was all Kuchen who took the initiative on Chen-chi. Chen-chi, however, did not show that he was interested in Kuchen. It's not what you think. Shu Shinro told Lin Xiaohua the original story. As a result, once she heard it, Lin Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. Classmate Shu Shinru, you're too funny. What happened to me? Shu Shinro still looked confused. Chen-chi said that he told him to like being quiet. Obviously it's just a trick to get you to stop hitting on him. Think about it. You rarely even talk. How can you still chase him? You actually went along with what he said and agreed. Lin Xiaohua said it in one word. Shu Shinro also slapped her thigh as an afterthought. It seems like it's really like that. Papers for the mapping exams are graded quickly. During the evening study hall, the teacher tallied all the students' grades. So Jiang Shuli, as the class teacher, also has a reason to assess the test papers. The study hall into a formal class. She stood on the podium and pushed down her glasses. This time for the final exam. Special commendation to Chun-Chi from our class. He's still number 1 in the class for the 3 subjects in this exam. Language, 149. Math, 150. English, 148. Only 3 points were deducted for all 3 assignments combined. And the points deducted in language and English are all the points that are routinely deducted on essays. Such an achievement is enough to make all students envious. Keep up the good work. Jiang Shuli asked Chen-Ji to come and collect the test papers and patted his shoulder in encouragement. Thank you, teacher. Chen-Chi nodded and returned to his seat with the test paper. Shu Kinzo sighed. It is reasonable to say that those who are born again are advantaged. But why was her own grades a mess? And Chen-Chi's grades, on the contrary, were much better than she remembered? Next, Jiang Shuli announced the results of the rest of the students and asked them to come and get their papers in order. Ms. Kuchen, you're doing very well in language arts, and a little more in English. Jiang Shuli nodded towards Kuchen, then called Shu Shinru's name. And you want to tutor others in languages? Better mind your own English grades first. As she brushed her shoulders, Shu Shinro grunted lowly towards Kuchen. Before, Kuchen was approaching Chun-Chi under the pretext of wanting him to tutor in the language. And just at this time, Jiang Shuli looked at her with a puzzled face and said, Student Shu Shinru, your math and English scores are okay, but why is the language score only 67? Kuchen couldn't help but snicker. Shu Shinro's face was even more red to her ears. Having just finished mocking that future green tea love rival, how come it's your turn to be embarrassed now? And Kuchen smiled and whispered to her, Student Shu Xin Ro, it seems like your language score doesn't allow you to tutor student Chen-Chi. Green tea. Cousin, how dare you taunt me? Shu Shinro was furious, but after all, we're in a classroom now. She can only hold back her curses even if she wants to. At this time, Jiang Shuli said towards her, however, Shu Shinro's student has just transferred to the school. Did she used to have a different pace from our class? After all, I'm the homeroom teacher of the first class, and the progress of the language class is a bit faster than other subjects. Shu Shinro nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. For the first time, she found the homeroom teacher surprisingly kind. You're going to have to work hard then, Jiang Shuli pondered. Suddenly, she moved her gaze towards Chen-Chi. Chen-Chi student, it just so happens that Shu Shinru is your deskmate. You should help her more in normal times. Chen-Chi's eyes widened. What is this? Teacher's assist? And when Shu Shinro heard her teacher make such an arrangement, she was so happy that she almost didn't jump up in place. But to think that it was now class, and in front of Chen-Chi. Watch your image. Watch your image. Thank you, teacher. Holding down her excitement, Shu Shinro returned to the table and deliberately winked at Chen-Chi. Then looked back at Kuchen was so angry that her anger was written on her face. 2 evening study sessions, all of which were devoted to grading test papers. Jiang Shuli can be said to be experienced, and at the moment the school bell rang, just finished talking about all the selected questions on the test paper, and then announced the dismissal of the school. Mr. Chen-Chi, I'm going to trouble you from now on. Shu Shinro turned around and beautifully pursed her lips towards Chen-Chi. Chen-Chi rolled his eyes. He had guessed that the girl beside him would take this arrangement with her teacher as a token. Just talk about studies, nothing else. Chen-Chi spoke calmly. Good, Mr. Chen-Chi. It just so happens that I don't understand what this verse means. Can you help me out? Shu Shinro moved the test paper to Chen-Chi's side and pointed to a passage on the top. Chen-Chi looked down and was speechless. That line of verse reads, my fair lady, we'll talk about it tomorrow. School's already out for the day. Chen-Chi thought about it, but eventually pushed the textbook back. Get up and leave. Judging from the mapping exam, Shu Shinro should not have gotten any benefits after being reborn. At least one can be sure that the benefit is not in the knowledge. After Chen Qi left, Lin Xiaohua came over and gave a thumbs up towards Shu Shinro. Classmate Shu Shinro, you're really something. You can do this. Shu Shinro laughed beautifully. There's no way. The teacher arranged it. But then again, Chen Qi-san didn't say he liked you. You've got such poor grades. You surely won't understand, Mr. Chen Qi. At this time, Kuchian came over and grunted, and still finished and turned her head away, not even giving Shu Shinro a chance to retort. So what? I still need you to care about my business. Shu Shinro nudged her mouth full of concern. Don't know Chen Qi? Is there any place on Chen Qi's body that she doesn't know? Hannah, we're going back to the dormitory as well. Shukinzo gathered her things and stood up. Well, Lin Xiaohua nodded her head gently and said with some hesitation. Student Shu Shinro, although, I think it's a good thing that you have the opportunity to spend time alone with Chen Qi, but your language grade, it seems like you should really work hard on it. Ugh, who says otherwise? Just thinking about this, Shu Shinro couldn't help but get a headache. With her scores on the touch test, she would really be placed back in her old school by her parents. A month to bring up a 67-point language score? It was simply killing her. Often, it's true that what you fear comes to you. That night, Shu Shinro's mom called her over on the phone. The reason is that the class teacher, Jiang Shuli, has already told her parents about her touch test results, and her dear mother superior, naturally, was very angry. Your father and I have decided that for the monthly exams, if I don't see any progress in your studies, you'll go back to school at home again. Sure enough, himself still knows too much about his own mom and dad's style of dealing with things. So the next day at morning reading, Shu Shinro was lying on her desk. Her head was still dizzy from thinking about it. Achoo! A sneeze came out unawares, and Shu Shinro hastily took a tissue and sucked her nose. Getting up, she went to the back of the classroom to throw paper balls, but the moment she stood up, she realized her legs were a little weak. What a disaster! I haven't got a clue what to do about the monthly exams that I've been taught by my mom to deal with, and now his own little body has a cold. Struggling to get to the back of the classroom, he gave the paper ball into the garbage trash can, but on her way back to her seat, Shushin Zoe paused for a moment. Look! Shu Shinro looks so cute when she sneezes. Alas, don't mention it. If it wasn't for the fact that she had her eye on Chen Qi as soon as she arrived, I would have been so cute that I would have gone ahead and confessed my love. A girl who's generous and cute. I'm completely defenseless. Come on, don't you still think you can't compare to the human Chen Qi in every way? Can't you spare a thought for your table mates? The two boys in the back row, sneaking glances her way, muttered in whispers. Shu Hinru listened with fire. Sneezing and cute? If she could, she'd like to grab those two boys by the neck and say, well, good luck sneezing every day. And good luck sneezing every day for your whole family. Shu Shinro student, do you have a cold? When she returned to her seat and sat down, someone behind Shu Xianro gently pinched her with her fingertips. The moment she heard the voice, she knew it was Lin Xiaohua. Yeah, Hannah, do you have any more tissues? I feel like I don't quite have enough of these. Shu Shinro simply turned around, and it turns out that just as soon as you turn around, there's another. Achoo! Wait, I'll get it for you. Lin Xiaohua hurriedly took out a pack of tissues from her school bag and handed it to Shu Shinro. Shu Shinro heartily exclaimed, thank you Our girlfriends are good, unlike the boys in the class who are so vicious. Ha, you said that I am your BFF? Lin Xiaohua froze. After all, it's only the second day she's known Shu Shinro. Realizing that she had spoken out of turn, Shu Xianro hurriedly rounded off. Ha, yeah. I just think you're exceptionally nice, so I want to take you as my bestie. Thanks, I love you too. Lin Xiaohua smiled, then asked curiously, by the way, what did you just say about the boys in the class? Shu Shinro told Lin Xiaohua what she had heard earlier. Lin Xiaohua couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh after hearing this as well. It's fine. At least others are complimenting you. What kind of person compliments someone for sneezing? Forget it for now. In case Chen Qi comes to class later and sees me in this listless state, it'll be the end. Shu Shinro gently patted her face with her hand so as to refresh herself. After all, in her heart, my own husband is now almost like a blank sheet of paper to myself. If you write a bad impression on a blank sheet of paper, it will be difficult to erase it later. Do you think you'd still be angry if Chen Qi complimented you like those two boys did? Lin Xiaohua thought about it and asked towards her. Shu Shinro didn't even think about it and decisively grunted. Why should I be angry? It's just being cute. I'll like at him on the spot. Ha ha, classmate Shu Shinro, you're too funny too. Lin Xiaohua laughed so hard that tears came to her eyes. And this time, this student, please don't disturb others during morning reading time or I have the right to move you to the back of the room. You control me. Shu Shinro turned her head and stared directly and aggressively at the girl in front of her. Today's morning reading was in language. And naturally it was led by the language representative. Who else but Kuchien could talk to her in such a preachy way? I'm the language class representative. Why can't I control you? Kuchien had a smug look on her face. Tea flavor is strong. I didn't realize she was showing it so early in her sophomore year. Kuchien. I'm the one who approached her to talk. It's none of Shu Xinro's classmates' business. Just let's not talk. Lin Xiaohua rounded off the conversation. Little flower. It's none of your business. The way I see it, she's just having a personal vendetta, trying to break up my classmate Chen Qi and I. Kuchien's little thought was pierced by Shu Xinro. So what if it is? I have the upper hand, Kuchien said smugly. You're trying to reason with me, aren't you? Shu Shinro stood up with great momentum, the aura of the female president, even if only 17 years old is also very domineering, okay? But just when she wanted to have a good theory with green tea. Achoo! A sneeze that knocked the air out of her instantly. Oh, just like you are now. You still reason with me? Kuchien said flirtatiously. Don't you get complacent too early. Shu Shinro pulled a tissue and glared indignantly at Kuchien. Mornings are the best time to study. If you want to argue, don't do it in my spot. Suddenly, an icy voice rang out at the side of the duo. Turning his head to look, it was Chen Qi coming to the classroom. Ah, Chen Qi-san. Sorry to bother you, but why are you a little late today? When Kuchien saw Chen Qi, she almost turned into a good girl's appearance in seconds. Even Lin Xiaohua, who was next to her, couldn't help but mentally spit out. It's too watchful. It's none of your business. Is it? If it's okay, can you get out of the way? I'm going to my seat. Chen Qi coldly glanced at Kuchien. Ah well. Kuchien nodded and left. Shu Xinro beautifully approached towards Chen Qi. Chen Qi classmate. If you let Kuchien leave instead of letting me leave, does it mean that you like me more than her? You're overthinking it. Chen Qi calmly took his seat. Then there has to be a reason. Shu Shinro felt that Chen Qi was being mouthy, but Chen Qi looked at her with a look of a fool. I was trying to get you to leave as well, but isn't your seat right here? By the way, what I said about not yelling includes you, Chen Qi said in a cold tone. I'm not yelling, I have a cold. Ah chirp, you see. Shu Xinro drew out a tissue while speaking aggressively towards Chen Qi. In the past, when she was sick, Chen Qi would be very considerate and take care of him and talk with her. But thinking about the fact that Chen Qi had absolutely no impression of her now, what was he expecting? LOL, when I'm in a bad mood, I really feel bereft when I think of anything. Shu Shinzo sighed and slumped down on her desk to make her dizzy head feel better. But just at that moment, a palm was placed in front of her. Shukinzo lifted her head and inclined her head to look, only to see Chen Qi glancing at her carelessly and saying lightly, take medicine when you have a cold, not when you're arguing with someone. With that, Chen Qi removed his palm. But a packet of 999 cold and flu spirit was left on Shu Shinro's desk. Shu Shinro immediately became agitated, because the familiar green package in front of me is the same medicine I take every time I have a cold. Chen Qi-san, I know the reason why you came to class later than usual. Shu Shinro sat straight up straight. You must have seen me catching a cold and then went to the infirmary to get cold medicine for me, right? Chen Qi was silent, moving his gaze back to his textbook, but that wouldn't affect Shu Shinro's conjecture in the slightest. It must be. Why else would you bring cold medicine over here somehow? You must care about me. Surely. Shu Shinro beautifully left her seat to get some hot water and took the cold medicine down. Seeing Chen Qi's high and cold appearance without saying a word, she laughingly teased. Chen Qi, if you like it, you have to boldly say it. If you want to chase me, it's not like I'm going to refuse. Chen Qi directly rolled his eyes at her. Who wanted to chase who? I'm afraid the class was clear. But, Shu Shinro was absolutely right. The cold medicine given to her was indeed what Chen Qi had asked for in the infirmary after coming to the classroom at the beginning and seeing her sneezing. But he couldn't speak his mind out, just like my own father did to my late mother. If you know that getting along will end in tragedy, it's better to keep your distance from the start. By the way, in order to avoid any misunderstanding on your part, I feel I need to explain. When the class bell rang, Chen Qi spoke towards Shu Xinro. Explain what? Shu Shinro hadn't reacted yet. Chen Qi pointed at Zhang Fan who had just come in from outside the classroom. That packet of medicine just now wasn't for you. It was for him. So after class, you'd better go into the infirmary and get another packet of medicine for him. Shuxinchan raised an eyebrow and looked away. I only saw Zhang Fan returning to the classroom with a depressed face, and when he passed by their seats, he was still chanting, shit, today is also too backbreaking. I didn't hand in my homework and the old witch found out. Not to mention that my body caught a cold. Achoo. Shokinzo. The cold really doesn't feel too good. A whole day dizzy. If not for the sake of Chen Chi is his own table, Shu Shinro would have taken leave to go back to the dormitory to rest. I remember when I used to go to school, it was a case of taking time off at every opportunity. Evening self-study. Shu Shinro pawed her chin and looked slyly at Chen Chi beside her. Look at this handsome face and look at these deep eyes. No matter how many times, it was as if she couldn't get enough of it. If she hadn't had to be busy with her own company before she was reborn, she would have hated to be at home every day getting tired of him. So, being born again seems to be a good thing. There was no need to worry about the company's business, and when he turned his head, he could still see Chen Chi right beside him. Perhaps the only regret was that Chen Chi had no memory of himself at all. To get back together again, she'd have to pursue Chen Chi again like she did before. She won't find it troublesome though. Instead, she's still a little excited to take the leap. Chen Chi student, do you still remember what the homeroom teacher said yesterday? Shu Shinro brought her head over to Chen Chi's side. What? Chen Chi asked. Mr. Zhang says I'm bad at languages, so I want you to help me. Shu Xinro flipped her textbook out and opened it. Chen Chi student, I'll ask you to help me with my homework from now on. No need. Chen Chi shook his head. Why? That's what the homeroom teacher said. Besides, shouldn't classmates help each other? Shu Shinro was anxious. Chen Chi said indifferently. A lot of the points deducted from your paper are because the texts you have to memorize are not memorized. Instead of looking for someone to tutor you in your homework, why don't you try harder to memorize the texts yourself? Shu Shinro was dumbfounded. The problem Chen Chi pointed out was just too spot on. If you don't want to do badly on your monthly exams, be quiet and study. And I don't want to talk to you about anything else. In the end, Chen Chi also coldly said this. Shu Shinro pouted, but still picked up her textbook to recite the text. Although sitting next to Chen Chi ruffled him was a task that had to be performed. But if you don't do well on the monthly exams, then you have to go back to high school back home. The dense text in the textbook is just too sleepy. After watching for a short while, she yawned and plopped down on her desk. I don't know if it's because I can't read or if I'm just not feeling well because I have a cold. Shu Shinro fell asleep straight through her evening study. After falling asleep, she had a dream. In the dream, it was her and Chen Chi, who she hadn't seen in a while, planning to go out for a trip. I'll drive. I've been busy with work before, and we haven't even hung out together in a while, so yeah, just leave the steering wheel to me and sit on the side and enjoy your wife. With such a sentence as a start, Shu Shinro and Chen Chi began to have a small fight over who should drive the car. She was enjoying it. Even if it was just a small thing like driving, as long as it was with Chen Chi, it was the most romantic thing. After a lot of fussing, Chen Chi eventually favored and backed down, giving the driver's seat to Shu Xinro. But immediately afterward, there was that shocking scene. Then the ambulance arrived, collapsed in a pool of blood. Shu Shinro desperately shouted, "Save him, save him." But it seemed like she couldn't scream no matter how much she. Shu Shinro was awakened by a real dream. Fortunately, it was not the scene of a messy car accident in front of us. Instead, it was a peaceful classroom of one. Ahead of her, Kuchen was so angry that she purposely stomped her foot at her and then left angrily. Sick, right? Shu Shinro muttered and rubbed her eyes. Lin Xiaohua walked over and patted her on the shoulder. Classmate Shu Shinro, it's okay you. What happened to me? I fell asleep? Shu Shinro was still in a daze. No, what just happened? Lin Xiaohua laughed. What? Shu Shinzuo was confused. Lin Xiaohua pursed her lips and smiled. Just now Kuchen came over and said she wanted to play with Chen Chi on the weekend. But Chen Chi refused. Oh, no wonder she seemed so angry just now. But why would she be angry at me? Shu Shinro continued to be confused. That's something you don't know. Just now Kuchen wanted to mention the love letter thing to confess to Chen Chi. But Chen Chi's one action directly pissed her off. What did Chen Chi do? Shu Shinro was curious. Touch your shoulder? Lin Xiaohua said mysteriously. On my shoulder. Chen Chi's jacket. Shu Shinro took the clothes down. This thin jacket is clearly what Chen Chi is wearing today. TSK. There's no need to say who Chen Chi likes, right? I knew that Chen Chi student wouldn't like Kuchen. Today I can see through it. It's such a watch. Classmate Shu Shinro, I'm supporting you, at least in my opinion. You're so much more real than her. Lin Xiaohua looked as if she was watching the fun. Thanks. What about Chen Chi? I'd better return the clothes to him. Shu Shinro looked around. Lin Xiaohua looked at Shu Shinro as if she was a fool. You wouldn't be confused, would you? Today is Friday. Of course everyone is packing up and going home. Saying that, Lin Xiaohua muttered again. But it's quite a pity. He cares about you so much. If you go to return his clothes to confess, you might be able to take it. It's a pity that he's probably gone home now too. No, 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 no shame. No shame at all. Shu Shinro's eyes lit up, because Lin Xiaohua reminded her that she could use the reason of returning the clothes to approach Chen Qi. So what if I go home? She knew the way to Chen Qi's house even better than the route back to her own home. Dad, I'm home. When he returned home, Chen Qi saw Chen Xinhua sitting in the living room smoking a cigarette one puff at a time. His face was clouded with worry, as if he had something on his mind. However, the moment Chen Qi entered the room, Chen Xinhua immediately put away his expression. Koike, you're back come, let's eat. Chen Xinhua went to the kitchen to clean up and brought out a pot of noodles. Chen Qi nodded and took out his bowls and chopsticks to serve his father and himself a bowl each. Chen Xinhua picked up and put down the chopsticks, and finally sighed. This, alas, Xiao Qi, it's Dad who's sorry for you. Dad, what are you saying that for all of a sudden? You're my dad. Chen Qi gave a clean smile, but the more this happens, the more ashamed Chen Xinhua is in his heart. Your homeroom teacher called me to tell me about your touch test scores, and Dad would have liked to reward you, but it's been a bit of a stressful time for me at work. In the face of their own more and more understanding, academic performance is also getting better and better, son. Chen Xinhua from the heart of guilt, and as soon as Chen Qi thought about this point in time, he immediately knew what his father was thinking. Dad, do you believe what I said? Chen Xinhua looked at Chen Qi in confusion. Chen Qi said solemnly, Dad, it's normal to have personnel transfers at work. How did you know? Chen Xinhua was surprised. Chen Qi laughed calmly. Guess so. I see that you've been troubled. Dad, it should be something at work, right? There have been rumors of widespread layoffs at the factory lately, and I don't know if it will fall on my head. Alas, Chen Xinhua sighed. Chen Qi's mom left early, and naturally the family's expenses fell on his shoulders alone. Dad, you have to look on the bright side of everything. You're an old employee of the factory. Even if there's going to be a change, why can't it be a change in promotion? Chen Qi laughed. Chen Xinhua was stunned for a moment, then smiled as well. Oh, Xiao Qi, I didn't expect you can even comfort me. Come. Let's eat the noodles quickly. It won't taste good when it gets cold later. Chen Qi nodded and buried his head to exhale the noodles. Regarding Chen Xinhua's worries, he could only comfort him up to this point. Although he knew that Chen Xinhua would be promoted because of this staff change in the factory, what was more important for Chen Xinhua to consider was whether he would be laid off. After all, this family is supported by him alone. If he falls, then this family is really finished. Saturday morning, it was rustling and drizzling outside. Chen Xinhua went out early to work overtime at the factory, and Chen Qi was just reading a book in his room to pass the time. Duck. It was almost noon when there was a knock on the door outside. Chen Qi walked over and opened the door. Chen Qi-san. At the door was a girl in a white t-shirt and skinny jeans. The girl's figure was very good, and the lines outlined by her jeans even made Chen Qi couldn't help but look twice more. And the big brown bear cute print on the bodysuit matches the girl's temperament at this age, with a thin jacket over it. The girl smiled sweetly at him. Thank you for the clothes. I didn't realize that you cared so much about me during the late study session yesterday. You don't have an umbrella? However, Chen Qi noticed that after Shu Xianro handed her the clothes, she was just empty-handed. And now the rain seems to be trending towards heavier. Right, Chen Qi-san. I was just spitting out how fast the light rain turned into heavy rain became when I even went upstairs. Or maybe I was just too unlucky. But don't worry, I didn't get your clothes wet, Shu Shinro said hurriedly. Chen Qi pinched the clothes in his hand, and indeed there were no water stains. But then look up at the girl's hair. Is it stupid? It's obviously just a dress. You'd rather get wet yourself than let it get wet? Come in. Chen Qi glanced at Shu Xianro before walking into the restroom. Come on, what are you up to? Shu Shinro ran after her familiarly, though the house had aged well in her memory. But every corner of this place, she remembers. Here, rub it. Chen Qi carried a towel and hot water to Shu Xianro. Yeah, thank you, Chen Qi-san. The girl smiled sweetly and happily. But then it was. You can go. Chen Qi found an umbrella from somewhere and placed it in front of Shu Xianro. Shu Shinro hadn't reacted yet. If you're here to return my clothes, then you can leave now, Chen Qi said with an expressionless face. Shu Shinro nudged her mouth. Why? Don't you want to leave me to sit in your house for a while? Have you come to sit down less often? Chen Qi didn't say this out loud, but just said lightly, my father isn't home. It's not a good influence, and I have something to do. Shu Shinro simply waved her hand. What's the bad influence? I don't care. What are you afraid of? Don't worry. You do your thing. I definitely won't bother you. I'm a good boy. Since Shu Shinro had said so, Chen Qi couldn't force her to leave. Otherwise it would be too pretentious. By the way, how did you find my house? Suddenly, Chen-chi remembered a very crucial question. If he didn't ask Shu Shinro this way, Shu Shinro would have reason to suspect him again. Asked there are so many students in the class, but don't ask me who said it. I won't tell you. I'm very principled. Shu Shinro had already thought of an excuse a long time ago. I read. Chen-chi had no intention of continuing to ignore Shu Shinro. Since you have to keep your distance, you must not have too much contact, and he had all but decided to hide the matter of rebirth from Shu Shinro. That too much time together was also easily detected by Shu Shinro. Yeah, you read. I'll watch you. Without blushing, Shu Shinro followed Chen-chi to his room. Just as Chen-chi wanted to take out his textbook from his book bag, he hesitated for a moment. It's true that you didn't have bad grades before, but you didn't have to work so hard every day. Since I'm going to be playing a high school student of that age, reading a textbook would be too fake. So after thinking about it, Chen-chi went to the living room and brought over a magazine. This is what Chen Xinhua got back from the factory. The cover is wrinkled. It should have been turned over many times. Flipping open the magazine and sitting on the chair, Chen-chi didn't care about Shu Shinro anymore. But after being quiet for a short while, Shu Shinro opened her eyes wide and looked at Chen-chi in an exaggerated manner. Chen-chi student, you're looking at this It's just killing time. I can watch whatever I want. It's not a bad thing to learn more about something of interest, Chen-chi said casually. Shu Shinro pointed to the cover with a complicated face. But why do you understand this Could it be that you have problems in that area? Chen-chi finally realized that something seemed to be wrong. Close the magazine together and go to see the cover position pointed by Shu Shinro. It was a few big words, caring for men's health. Experts explain to you. Mr. Chen-chi, why do you understand this? Do you have a problem? Shu Shinro was doing her best to hold back her laughter, although she knew that everything was fine with Chen-chi. But it's surprisingly interesting to watch my own husband go through these articles at this age. It's just an advertisement. What's in it has nothing to do with it. Chen-chi rolled his eyes at her, questioning that you have a problem? I'm afraid that besides himself, only Shu Shinro knows whether he has a problem or not. But he could have used the opportunity to say, if you think I'm sick, you can leave. I'm just kidding. I'm not going home right now. I'm here now. And as the host family, you're not even going to keep me? Shu Shinro simply sat next to Chen-chi and read the magazine with him, smelling the scent of the girl beside him. Chen-chi tried his best to calm himself. A man and a woman alone in a room. What's scary in such conditions is not that something will happen. Rather, it's knowing that even if an accident occurs, it's expected that the other person will act as if nothing happened. If he and Shu Shinro had simply returned to this era without a car accident, much less experiencing life and death, then Chen-chi wouldn't mind in the slightest to relive the warmth and romance of his student days with her. But the fact that they were reborn that way. Suddenly, Chen-chi felt a weight on his shoulders. What are you doing? He immediately turned sideways to the girl who had unknowingly placed her little head on his shoulder. I have bad eyes, so I can read the magazine this way, can't I? Shu Shinro pursed her lips and laughed lightly. No. Chen-chi refused outright and said with a firm voice. If you want to see it, watch it yourself. After saying that, Chen-chi directly placed the magazine on Shu Shinro's side. Shu Shinro pursed her lips a little unhappily. She did want to see it, but she wanted to see Chen-chi, not some magazine. But, when she saw that there were even horoscopes and palmistry gossip in the magazine, she couldn't help but plan. Chen-chi-san, let me ask you something. What? Chen-chi frowned. What's this girl up to now? I'm not going to eat you. Why are you so far away from me? Quickly, come here, look here. Shu Shinro couldn't wait to wave her hand towards Chen-chi. What's going on here again? Chen-chi patted over to look. I think you were reading this page of the magazine just now, weren't you? Shu Shinro asked. Aha. Chen-chi nodded perfunctorily. In fact, he hadn't bothered to read the magazine just now, but was thinking about how to get Shu Shinro to leave. Well, do you want to try it? I'm very well researched, Shu Shinzo said in her heart. Chance, you're very knowledgeable about what? Chen-chi was a little confused. It's just horoscopes and stuff. Oops, it's just fortune telling anyway. I actually know a lot about it. Shu Shinro shook her head and looked like a fortune teller. In fact, she was inspired when she saw the page of the magazine. The reason she thinks Chen-chi is ignoring her right now, it was that he himself had not approached him in the manner of his age. And what do you like to do at that age? Horoscopes were definitely a hot topic back in the day, although we all know these things are fake. But there are still many students who are secretly delighted by the fact that they learn that they match the horoscope of their favorite person, or that their 8 characters are compatible. You still know this? Chen-chi looked at Shu Shinro with a suspicious face. How come he didn't remember that Shu Shinro had this skill? Don't believe me? If you don't believe me, Give me your hand and I'll read your fortune. Shu Shinro directly placed Chen Shi's hand in her own. So warm, the familiarity is back. She secretly enjoyed it in her mind, because it was definitely a memorable moment. After returning to her high school days, she had her first hand-to-hand contact with Chen Shi. You call that fortune-telling? Chen Shi looked at Shu Shinro with a speechless expression. Just look at the way she moves. What kind of fortune-telling involves taking one's hand in one's hand and stroking it like a small animal? And look up at the look on her face. That flamboyant look was so close to drooling. Ah, yeah, you don't understand. That's what real fortune-telling is all about. Being discovered by Chen Shi that something was wrong. Shu Shinro panicked for a short while, but thinking that Chen Shi was just a high school student, it should be okay to just fool around, right? It takes careful sensing to accurately calculate your fortune, Shu Shinro said seriously. Meh. Chen Shi smiled gently. So what did you figure out? Well, I sensed from your palm that your previous peach blossom luck was actually not so good, Shu Shinro said after thinking about it. If it's not good, it's not good. Chen Shi fell back on an expression of indifference. Don't be a broken man, I'm talking about before. Not now. Shu Shinro pretended to be a god and used her fingers to gesture wildly in Chen Shi's hand. Look, this great immortal has done the math for you. Your peach blossom luck is continuing to go up in the past 2 days. How do you go high? Shu Shinro's serious demeanor almost didn't make Chen Shi laugh, but he forced himself to hold back. Think about it. Did you just meet any girl in the past 2 days? Palmistry is saying that this girl will be your destiny. Shu Shinro analyzed as if she had a reasoned argument. As soon as he heard this, Chen Shi knew what she wanted to say, so he asked lightly, you don't want to say that the girl who is destined to be you? Clever, Chen Shi-san. Worthy of being the top of the grade, even guessed this. Shu Shinro snapped her fingers and came over to say softly, look, even the palmistry said so, and I happen to be chasing you. Why don't you just follow it? Chen Shi rolled his eyes. He had wanted to refuse, to distance himself from Shu Shinro, but seeing her, who even after being reborn, kept her first feelings for her, was a bit too much. Click. At this time, the sound of the door opening came from outside. It's Chen Shi's father. Chen Xinhua is home. Chen Shi's old house wasn't big by nature. The living room and the doorway are just connected. That's why Chen Shi and Shu Xianro looked up to see Chen Xianhua who had entered the room, and Chen Xinhua can naturally see them. Hello uncle. Shu Shinro stood up and politely greeted Chen Xinhua. She is? Chen Xinhua was stunned. After a half-day's work at the factory, how come my son brought a girl to the house? Hello uncle. I'm Chen Shi's classmate and his classmate. My name is Shu Shinro. Shu Shinro introduced herself to Chen Xinhua in a generous manner. Oh, Shu-san. Chen Xinhua nodded, but his brows furrowed slightly. The girl at the table, the relationship, it's sensitive. After all, high school is a time of high incidence of early love, and his own son's grades are so much better. In case if he suddenly falls in love early. You came to see Chen Shi for something? Chen Xinhua didn't jump to conclusions, but decided to look at the situation first. Aha, uncle. I came to return his clothes. I fell asleep in the classroom during Friday night study hall, and Chen Shi's classmate hitched his clothes to me. Shu Shinro said beautifully. And clothes? Hearing her say this, Chen Xinhua's frown deepened. Not good. This kind of intimate behavior looks like something that could be done between ordinary classmates? Absolutely not. But what Chen Xinhua was thinking, Shu Shinro could naturally guess. Uncle, don't get me wrong. It's actually because Mr. Zhang asked Chen Shi to tutor me in the language, so I came over here specifically to thank him. In fact, in school, we just talk about studying. So it is. Chen Xinhua sighed in relief. After all, for a parent, the words arranged by the teacher are the most reassuring. It just so happens that it's lunchtime. Do you want to stay for a meal? Chen Xinhua's tone lightened up a bit. No. I stayed at Chen Shi's classmate's house for a little while longer because it was raining outside, and now the rain seems to have stopped, so I should go home too. Shu Shinro glanced twice towards the window. The rain was much lighter than before. Then, well, Xiao Qi, see your classmate off. Chen Xinhua nodded his head towards Chen Shi. Good. Chen Shi sent Shu Shinro downstairs. Shu Shinro winked at him. How about it, Chen Shi student? I shouldn't make uncle misunderstand anything by saying this, right? Chen Shi said in a good-natured manner. It had nothing to do with me in the first place. How it doesn't matter, even though I'm the one who chased you. But the palm readings I calculated won't lie. Shu Shinro perked up and said, Mr. Chen Chi, it's better to believe in something than nothing. You must cherish the girl who is destined for you. I'm going home. Chen Chi directly turned around and left. Shu Shinro smiled and hurriedly jogged towards the road as well. However, as he walked into the building, Chen Chi looked back towards the back. In his eyes, There was a complex wave of emotion beyond the girl's back. He knew full well that that girl still liked him even after being reborn, but in order for the tragedy not to happen again, he had to keep his distance. This ambivalence makes him feel bad too. Back home, Chenxi sat at the dinner table with Chen Xinhua. Dad came home with some corned beef to celebrate your good grades on your touch exams. Chen Xinhua smiled and added a slice of beef to Chen Qi's bowl. However, Chenxi did not move his chopsticks. Xiao Qi, what are you thinking about? Chen Xinhua asked suspiciously. Dad, I want to ask you something. After thinking about it, Chenxi looked up at his father. Well, you ask. Chen Xinhua nodded. Last time you said that you wouldn't even marry Mom if you had the chance to do it all over again. But, since you and Mom know the consequences of having me, isn't it just a matter of not having me? Chenxi felt that the matter of his own parents could actually be a good substitute for his own feelings with Shu Xianro. Oh, the reasoning is that right? Chen Xinhua froze for a moment, then laughed. If there is a chance to start over, we can minimize such a chance. But who can guarantee that the same thing won't happen with even a smaller chance? After a moment's pause, Chen Xinhua's complexion became a little complicated. In fact, there is a chance to start over again. What I want to do is to silently watch her by her side. Watch her, everything is good. Not letting people hurt her is enough. Even if she may not understand me, will hate me. Unfortunately, I don't have this opportunity. Dad, I'm sorry. Chenxi felt that he had stirred up Chen Xinhua's sadness. Chen Xinhua waved his hand and said, It's fine. Remember to go with me to see Mom when the time comes. Aha. Monday, early reading. Chen Qi-san, help me. Chenxi had just entered the classroom when he heard Shu Xinro call out his name. The language text is so hard. I can't even memorize it. A wail went up from Shu Xinro. It's okay to let her handle company contracts. Literature? That's tough. But it's impossible not to memorize it. If she doesn't do well on her monthly exams, she'll be forced to transfer back to another school. Shu Xinro student, just try to memorize the text yourself. It's useless for others to help. Ku Qian, who was leading the reading, came over and said, What do you care? I'm asking Mr. Chenxi to help me. I'm not asking you to. Shu Xinro pouted unhappily. Ku Qian said, I'm the language class representative, and anything related to language, of course I can manage. Let's do it this way. In order to help you improve your language grade, copy the literary text you studied last week 5 times. Shu Xinro directly upvoted. 5 times? No way. I'm giving you good advice. Ku Qian grunted. The tit for tat very obvious. Okay. At this time, Chenxi walked over and glanced at Ku Qian and said, Teacher Jiang is asking me to tutor her. Not you. Ha? Ku Qian did not expect that Chenxi would say this, but Chenxi's words made Shu Xinro almost fail to jump up from her seat in excitement. What is this? It's a blatant declaration of sovereignty. Chenxi-san, you're too manly too. What I'm going to do is just be quietly by her side and watch her and see that she's alright. And then, not letting anyone hurt her was enough. This is what Chen Xinhua told him. It's also what Chenxi is doing right now. Defeated. Ku Qian deflated in the aisle, holding her language book high over her face as if to hide her embarrassment. On the other hand, Shu Xianro looked like she had won a great victory, and her heart was happy. Chenxi-san, were you protecting me just now? Sitting down again. Shu Xinro looked towards Chenxi with a smiling face. Chenxi glanced at her and said lightly, I'm just being honest. But the girl seemed more pleased. Right, it's just the truth. I know how to protect my wife. I get it. Chenxi was speechless. He then flipped open Shu Xinro's language book, the one he had been studying last week. Here, watch this. What are you looking at this for? Shu Xinzo grunted. Chenxi said slowly, I think what Ku Qian just said 5 times is not quite enough. At least 10 times should be copied to memorize it. Shu Xinro looked like she wanted to cry. Copying the text 10 times is too much. Mr. Chenxi, isn't this too much? Shu Xianro looked at Chenxi with bawling eyes, and her petite tone was so close to outright wooing. She knew that Chenxi had never been resistant to her pampering. However, Chenxi had long since recognized her intentions, and the corner of his mouth curved. If you don't want a copy, that's fine. I'll tell Mr. Jiang that you're not willing to accept my tutoring, and casually let you change your position. As soon as Shu Xinro heard this, she quickly changed her mind and said, Copy. I'll copy it now, let alone 10 times. 20 times I'll finish copying it. Well, the literary text is really a nice meaningful text. Jiang Fan came over to find Chenxi to go to the playground with him. Jiang Fan student. Shu Xinro stood up and said towards him, You're the P.E. member of the class, aren't you? Yeah, you looking for me? Although Jiang Fan was answering Shu Xinro's question, his eyes fell on Chenxi. In theory, shouldn't Shu Xinro be looking for him? Can I just stay in class while I do my exercises? What Shu Shinro wanted was to take advantage of the time for gymnastics to finish copying the literary text. This, Zhang Fan sneaked a glance toward Chen Qi. Shu Shinro continued, "You're the P.E. member, as long as you say it's okay, then I can stay in the classroom. The reason is this reason, but can it be? Chen Qi, do you think it can be?" Zhang Fan still wanted to hear Chen Qi's opinion. After all, Shu Shinro was interested in her good brother. Chen Qi said calmly, "Doing exercises is exercising, so why stay in the classroom?" "Oh, that can't be helped." "No." Zhang Fan shrugged. Shu Shinro deflated her mouth and sighed quietly. If it was just what Zhang Fan said, she might have found another excuse. But the person who preferred not to let her stay in the classroom was Chen Qi. If you miss such a great opportunity to copy the text at recess, you'll have to save it for lunchtime. So when everyone else went to the cafeteria, Shu Shinro was still sitting in her seat copying the literature. "Classmate Shu Shinro, you're not going to eat, are you? Copying books?" Lin Xiaohua curiously came over from the back seat to see how she was doing. "Yeah, that's definitely going to be on the monthly test this month." Shu Shinro's head hurts when she thinks about the exam. "You're trying so hard?" Lin Xiaohua questioned. "You know, last week in the dorm, she could tell what kind of personality this newfound BFF had. Usually in the dormitory, Lin Xiaohua would sneakily watch the TV series she downloaded from home over the weekend. As a result, the first day Shu Shinro just stayed in. She not only watched it with her, but also recommended so many popular idol dramas of the moment to her. It stands to reason that she should be more playful than she is. "It can't be helped. It was Chen Qi who made me copy it." Shu Shinro drooped her head. "Chen Qi?" Lin Xiaohua pondered. Quiet for a moment. She came over to Shu Shinro and asked softly, "Have you told Chen Qi's classmates that you might transfer away if you do poorly on your monthly exams?" This matter, of course, Shu Shinro had also mentioned it to her good girlfriend. Said. Shu Shinro nodded and sighed quietly. "He also said at that time that he couldn't wait for me to do poorly on the exams and then transfer away, so that no one would be around to bother him." But Lin Xiaohua covered her mouth and laughed instead after hearing her say that. "Little flower, are you sisterly enough to hear me being disliked by Chen Qi and still laugh?" Shu Xianro huffed and puffed. Lin Xiaohua then subsided and waved her hand. No, that's not what I'm laughing about. I'm laughing because I'm happy for you." "Happy for me? And you said you weren't being sarcastic." Shu Shinro blankly glanced at her without any good humor. Lin Xiaohua said seriously, "What I said is true. Didn't it ever occur to you that he was being tongue-tied at the time? What makes him want you to turn away?" Shu Shinro was puzzled. "But he really dislikes me. That time I did not say that. He told me to be quiet. I only almost half a day did not speak. That's the reason. Talk is just lip service. Only actions are real," Lin Xiaohua said. "Action? What action?" Shu Shinzuo was confused. "Nah, that's the best action of all." Lin Xiaohua tapped Shu Shinro's textbook with her finger. "Didn't he ask you to copy the literary text so that you could bring up your language grades? If he really wanted you to transfer away, he would still be thinking about your grades? That seems to be true." It dawned on Shu Shinro. "How come I didn't think of that reason myself? It seems that it's better to know your peers better than your peers." "Thank you, Hannah. I'm suddenly more motivated about copying prose." Shu Shinro took a deep breath and lifted her pen to continue copying. But after a few seconds, she reared her head back to look at Lin Xiaohua. "Right, little flower, please help me pack a box of lunch and come back. I need to hurry up and finish Chen Qi's mission." "Thank you, old Chen. Let me tell you something. You have to help a brother." In the cafeteria, after Zhang Fan and Chen Qi finished their meal, Zhang Fan came over thievishly. "What for?" Chen Qi glanced at him. "Next week's basketball game. There aren't many players in our class, so if we can't even get the starting five together, I'll be unseated by the old hag as the P.E. committee member, right?" Zhang Fan looked at him with a prayerful gaze. Chen Qi was puzzled. "I remember last semester there weren't quite a lot of people attending?" "Not this time." Zhang Fan broke his fingers and said, "I'll do the math with you. What is this school sports meeting like?" "At the end of the month, there's this month's monthly exam, right? The basketball game is just a week before the monthly exam. At least our first high school is a key high school. Everyone must be focused on their studies, so not many people will sign up for the basketball games. And Zhang Fan continued, after the monthly exams, rest for 2 days, and fucking athletic games, the physical education teacher, for convenience, let me be responsible for the registration of the basketball games, and the registration of the athletic games was given to that guy Zhang Hao. By the time everyone is done with their exams, there will definitely be a lot of people registering at his place." After a pause, Zhang Fan swallowed, his expression embarrassed. "If the students who enroll with me are not as active as those who enroll with Zhang Hao, Isn't this a contrast right out of the gate? So I found you, Jiang Fan said. Fighting with me 2 days ago was so bullish. Not to mention enrollment. Getting a good grade is not a problem, and your academic performance is good. I don't have to worry about affecting your studies, right? While saying that, Jiang Fan also scowled at Chen Qi. Okay, just put my name in. Chen Qi was indifferent. Brother, you're the real brother. Jiang Fan directly gave Chen Qi a bear hug and patted his shoulder. Okay, is it disgusting? Chen Qi rolled his eyes in a good-natured manner, while his gaze glanced towards the cafeteria's surroundings. Let me ask you a question too. You tell me. I'm trusting you with my reputation as a sports commissioner. Ask me anything. Jiang Fan was moved to tears. Chen Qi asked. From the cafeteria until now, have you seen Xu Xinrou? Jiang Fan also looked around the cafeteria everywhere for a couple of moments. It seems like there really isn't. Probably went to eat outside the school? In the eyes of others, it does seem possible. But Chen Qi knew that Xu Xinrou did not have this habit. And judging by the way she was now itching to implement a parenting program on herself, he ate in the cafeteria himself, and she would certainly come to the cafeteria if she wanted to eat. Not seeing her in the cafeteria means she likely didn't leave the classroom at all. Could it be that you didn't come down to dinner to copy the text? Chen Qi frowned and muttered softly. Suddenly, Jiang Fan came over thievishly. Wait, old Chen, you care so much about Xu Xinrou. It can't be that you two really have gossip? No, Chen Qi replied calmly. Then you care if people have eaten or not. Well, I'm talkative. I won't say anything. Halfway through his words, after being glared at by Chen Qi, Jiang Fan had the sense to keep his mouth shut. Who let himself be begged now? Pack a box of lunch for me to take back to class. Chen Qi took out his meal card and gave it to Jiang Fan. You didn't get enough to eat? Or did you bring it for Xu Xinrou? Jiang Fan felt that the flavor of this gossip was getting stronger. For Xu Xinrou, Chen Qi didn't digress this time. Ha, I knew it. A girl like Xu Xinrou? Where would you be able to say no? That's why your relationship now is. He. Jiang Fan looked as if he had seen through everything. However, Chen Qi just calmly took a sip of soup and said lightly, classmate. After all, the odds are that she didn't come to the cafeteria to eat because of the task I set out, so it's reasonable to bring a meal for her. Tasks? What kind of task did you give her? Could it be one of those? Master tasks? Jiang Fan's brain flashed through some unhealthy content rapidly. Fuck off. Chen Qi gave her a blank look. It's the homeroom teacher who asked me to help her with language tutoring. So I made her copy the Mandarin text she learned last week 10 times. Then, back to the classroom. Chen Qi's gaze directly landed on Xu Xinrou's position. The result was just in time to see Xu Xinrou slapping her pen on the table and stretching like a little lazy cat. Finally finished copying. You copied from the end of class? Chen Qi returned to his seat and casually asked towards the side. Yeah, 10 times. You check it. It's all copied. Xu Xinrou pushed the workbook to Chen Qi's side. Chen Qi glanced toward the workbook and ended up barely laughing. Did you write this? Yeah. Ha, you write like you're dancing. That can't be helped. Xu Xinrou justifiably nuzzled. But I'm not bad at writing my own name. Am I? Not bad. Chen Qi nodded his head. In fact, he knew the reason why Xu Xinrou couldn't write well. In the future, everyone will be typing on their cell phones and computers. So who has nothing to do but write and draw on paper with a pen? Of course, Xu Xinrou is okay with writing names. Naturally, because she has tons of contracts to sign every day. Gollum. A rattling sound came from her stomach, and Xu Xinrou rested her chin on her desk, looking slyly in the direction of the classroom door. Why hasn't that girl Little Flower come back yet? She's starving to death herself, without enough to eat. Where is the strength to tease Chen Qi? Suddenly, a smell of rice wafted from not far ahead. Xu Xinrou excitedly looked up to see, but she didn't see Lin Xiaohua. Instead, she saw Jiang Fan who was carrying a packing box. Disappointment. However, at this time, Jiang Fan stopped in front of her position and placed the packing box in front of her. Student Xu Xinrou, your meal. Ha, mine? Xu Xinrou looked at Jiang Fan with a surprised face. In her impression, Jiang Fan was Chen Qi's good brother. What does he mean by bringing himself food? Don't get me wrong. The guy told me to bring it. Jiang Fan hurriedly pointed at Chen Qi on the other side in order to clear his name. Chen Qi-san asked you to bring it to me? Xu Xinrou did a double take. I'm done with my mission. Ask him anything. Jiang Fan pulled out his legs and ran, while Xu Xinrou turned her head with pursed lips and a smile. Classmate Chen Qi, you're so nice to me. You even let your classmates bring me food. After all, I'm the one who made you copy the text, and seeing as you didn't go to the cafeteria, I brought your meal back for you. Excuses. Chen Qi had thought of them long ago. He also spread his hands toward Shuxinu and said, Okay, you can give me the money for the meal. $10. Ha, Shu Shinro's eyes widened. Ha, it's not like we have anything to do with each other. It's just out of being at the same table. Did you think I invited you? Chen Shi's words were even said in a somewhat insensitive manner. Good blah, just as long as you brought it anyway. Shu Xinru greatly touched out $10 and put it into Chen Shi's hand. Take this opportunity to also touch Chen Shi's hand. Make a lot of money. Next time it's best to get someone else to bring the food. I don't like doing that. When Shu Shinro was at her most excited, Chen Shi directly splashed her with a pot of cold water. Protect her, care for her, whatever, but only if you keep your distance from her. Not having experienced that pool of blood firsthand, it's hard to appreciate the complexities and kinks within him. It was gasping for the last moments of life, watching the powerlessness of watching your favorite people pass away from life. But the meal you brought tastes better. Shu Shinro opened the packing box. Fragrant white rice with fried green vegetables and shredded potato meat. When I used to be in the school cafeteria myself, my favorite food was shredded potatoes and meat. And, Chen Chi-san, you happen to get my favorite dish for me. Don't you think it's fate? Shu Shinru twisted a small handful of shredded potatoes with her chopsticks and put them into her mouth. Chen Chi reminded. It was Jiang Fan who bought it. Oh, also, Shu Shinru stuck out her tongue. Luckily Jiang Fan already knew the seat. Otherwise you're flirting with the wrong person. However, in reality, Jiang Fan had also followed the request that Chen Chi had said and went to help Shu Xianro buy back the meal. Soon, Lin Xiaohua also returned to the classroom with her packing box. When she saw Shu Shinro, who was wolfing down her food, she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. She thought for a moment, and instead of giving her the meal directly, she returned to her seat and turned toward Shu Shinru in front of her and gave her back a handful of fingers. Shu Xianro turned around and Lin Xiaohua asked suspiciously, Classmate Shu Xianro, you bought the meal? Well, this sort of. Didn't you ask me to bring it for you? Why did you buy an extra one for yourself? Lin Xiaohua was puzzled. Let me tell you, it was Chen Chi's classmate who bought it for me. Shu Shinro quietly pointed at Chen Chi beside her. He bought it for you? Lin Xiaohua was surprised. Didn't expect it. Did you? Didn't expect it is right, because I didn't expect it either. Shu Shinru said beautifully. But, I remember that his attitude toward you is not quite cold, and from what you've told me, it's like he's not close to women. How did he suddenly become like this? Lin Xiaohua was puzzled. Whoever said this well. Guess it's because he feels a little heartbroken for letting me copy the literary text 10 times? Shu Shinro guessed. No way. If you don't like you, why are you heartbroken? Lin Xiaohua shook her head, feeling a bit incomprehensible. Could it be that Chen Chi actually likes you, but he just doesn't say so? That's impossible. I'm self-aware, Shu Shinro said. And although he helped me to bring the meal, but actually still indifferent to me. Really? Lin Xiaohua asked suspiciously. You're helping a girl with her food and you're still cold to her? It's simply incomprehensible. Don't believe me? If you don't believe me, look. Shu Shinro turned around and patted Chen Chi's shoulder. Chen Chi student, how about we have dinner together tonight? Not interested, Chen Chi simply said, not forgetting to dislike. Next time before you speak, wipe your mouth clean first. Shu Xianro fished out a paper towel to wipe the grease from the side of her mouth and shrugged her shoulders towards Lin Xiaohua behind her. Lin Xiaohua nodded thoughtfully, as if it was really what Shu Shinro said. In fact, Shu Shinro was also puzzled about Chen Chi's attitude towards herself. Could it be that Chen Chi, who was a sophomore in high school at the time, was so unattractive to women? Ask yourself. She's really taken the initiative already. But Chen Chi didn't make a half-hearted statement. If she didn't know that she was able to successfully take Chen Chi down in her senior year, Shu Shinro even wondered if he had problems with his orientation. When she went back to the dormitory to rest at night, Shu Shinro told Lin Xiaohua about this doubt. Chen Chi is a sophomore and so is Lin Xiaohua. Or the previous idea of being the same age and definitely knowing more about your peers. Ms. Shu Shinro, I feel that you may have some misunderstandings about the initiative. After hearing Shu Shinro's question, Lin Xiaohua shook her head helplessly. Did I not initiate enough? Shu Shinzo asked. You don't call that initiating, you call that scaring. Lin Xiaohua exaggeratedly said. Look at you. Even if you confessed on the first day of meeting, on the weekend you specifically inquired about someone's address and went to his home. What girl would do that? Because I like him, is that not right? Shu Shinro was puzzled. Of course it's not right. You fell in love with Chen Chi at first sight. And Chen Chi didn't fall in love with you at first sight. Lin Xiaohua spoke head-on. When a girl chases a boy, she should be subtle and reserved, to express your liking for him without saying anything. Let him feel your feelings. But, what exactly should I do? Shu Shinro couldn't feel the direction. This kind of thing is to be analyzed on a case-by-case basis. So here's the deal. For the sake of being bosom friends, I'll give you all my treasures. Lin Xiaohua waved at Shu Shinru, then carried her own school bag over. What collection? Shu Shinru curiously looked over towards Lin Xiaohua's book bag. Soon after, Lin Xiaohua took something out. This is it. Watch and learn more. Looking at the white and pink book cover in Lin Xiaohua's hand, Shu Shinru knew what it was. Are you sure? You want me to watch and learn this? Shu Shinru pointed to the first book in a pile of romance novels. On the cover, there were a few big words, night and day joy. High-cooled schoolmaster fell in love with me. What's wrong with this one? So many of my classmates have asked to borrow it. Lin Xiaohua put a pile of books in front of Shu Shinru. Now I'm lending them to you. Take them and learn them well. The fact that so many people are reading them means that some of the things in them are really worth learning from. Shu Shinru swallowed hard, but finally nodded her head. Then, I try? Early reading the next day, Shu Shinru came to the classroom early. The first time she waited for Chen Qi to walk into the classroom. She hurriedly gathered her emotions and passed a winning look towards Lin Xiaohua behind her. Cheer up! Lin Xiaohua cheered for her best friend in the back seat. And at this time, Chen Qi walked over. Shu Shinru calmly greeted him. Good morning, Mr. Chen Qi. Aha! Chen Qi nodded, but that was all. Chen Qi-san, I want to apologize to you. Turning her head, Shu Shinru said seriously. Apologize? Chen Qi was stunned for a moment. The first thought in my mind turned out to be, is this girl trying to do something again? Shu Shinru nodded heavily. Aha! I'm sorry. When we first met, I was too abrupt and made you have a bad impression of me. But there's actually a reason why I fell in love with you at first sight, Shu Shinru said in a hurry. Reason? Chen Qi was confused. Because you look like one of my relatives, Shu Shinru said firmly. Who? Chen Qi couldn't help but be curious. Shushin softened her chin. My father's son-in-law. Not to mention Chen Qi being embarrassed. Even Lin Xiaohua in the backseat couldn't help but slap herself on the head. I'm going to the restroom. Chen Qi left straight away. How about it? Little flower? This is a line from a novel. Shu Shinru excitedly inquired about the results. People are embarrassed by you. What do you think? Lin Xiaohua had a hateful expression. My good girlfriend. I want you to look at the high and cold schoolmaster, not the domineering president. MS. Shu Shinru. At that moment, the language class representative, Ku Qian, came over toward them. What for? Both Shu Shinru and Lin Xiaohua were clearly indifferent to her. Ku Qian stared at Shu Xianru's eyes and said, should we make a bet? About Chen Qi? Why would I bet against you? Once she heard that it was related to Chen Qi, Shu Shinru pouted unhappily. About Chen Qi? Any bets? Chen Qi was supposed to be hers. Wait, Shu Shinru student, come here. At that moment, Lin Xiaohua waved at Shu Shinru. What? Shukinzo patted over. Lin Xiaohua attached herself to her ear and muttered. Remove the obstacles, and then the suitors will be just you. The water will flow slowly, and the iron mortar will be sharpened into a needle. There's still that? Shu Shinru was puzzled. When you're the only suitor left on Chen Qi's side, does he have a choice then? Lin Xiaohua laughed. Makes sense. As soon as she heard this, Shu Shinru sat up straight and said towards Ku Qian. Okay, you first say how to bet and what to bet. Have you seen Mr. Jiang Fan? Ku Qian pointed to the back seat, where Jiang Fan, who was wandering between the seats of various classmates. He had to fill the roster as quickly as possible because of the basketball tournament signups. Ku Qian said. I've asked Jiang Fan, and he said that Chen Qi's classmates will also participate in the basketball game. And that's the premise of our bet. You go on. Shushin Zoe nodded her head. Since Chen Qi's classmates are going to participate in playing basketball is very tiring, they will definitely drink water when they are tired. Yeah, what's going on? Then we'll bet on who Chen Qi's classmates will drink the water given to him. Ku Qian spelled out the terms of the bet. Yeah, Shu Shinru balked. Then what if you lose? If I lose I'll stop chasing after Mr. Chen Qi and stay far away from him. And the same goes for you, Ku Qian said. At this time, Lin Xiaohua realized that something was wrong and tried to remind her best friend, classmate Shu Shinru. I promise. As a result, before she could finish her sentence, Shu Shinru agreed in a single breath. It's a deal. If you break the contract, I'll give the recording to Mr. Chen Qi, so he'll know that you're a man of your word. Suddenly, Ku Qian touched a Samsung cell phone from under the book in her hand. Then, turning his head away, Che, and recording? Sure is green tea. Poof. Shu Shinru was dismissive. And at this time, Lin Xiaohua said breathlessly from the side, classmate Shu Shinru, why did you really agree to it? What's in it? I'm a very confident person. Even if Chen Qi doesn't have feelings for me, then he won't have feelings for her. His vision won't be that bad. Shu Shinru was full of confidence. That's not what I'm talking about. Rather, Kuchen has played a trick on you, Lin Xiaohua said hurriedly. Ha, what kind of mind games did she play? Xu Xinro was stunned. Lin Xiaohua pointed toward Kuchen's seat side. Look whoever loses, whoever stays away from Chun Chi. She sits on the other side of the row several vertical rows away. And you're Chen Chi's tablemate. Who do you think suffers from playing this bet? Shuk Xinruo instantly sent a response over. More than a loss? It's a loss. A bloody loss. Right? When class was almost over, Chen Chi came back from outside. Remember, it's about teasing a high-cooled schoolmarm, not a bully president. Also, even if you only read about the bully president, don't think of yourself as the bully president. Lin Xiaohua hurriedly reminded her best friend before Chen Chi came over. Oh, I remember. Think of the words Xu Xinro pondered. And the moment Chen Chi came over, she propped up her chin, her bright eyes falling on him. What are you looking at me for? Chen Chi just glanced lightly. Xu Xinro grunted. Of course I want to see you. Who made you not even take the initiative to pay attention to me? So annoying. Think I'm annoying? Then don't look at me. Chen Chi organizes the books for the upcoming class. No, it's because it's annoying to watch. Xu Xinro came over and said softly, because you're obnoxious is delightful and never tiresome to look at. Chun Chi. As the 4 morning sessions begin one by one and then end in turn. When Jiang Fan greeted Chun Chi and went to the cafeteria to eat, he also told him something. Let's go practice a bit of ball practice during lunch break. I'm sure, with such a perverted strength as you have now, you'll be able to win against Class 6. Class 6, their rival in basketball. Okay, Chen Chi casually agreed. He already knew how to play basketball, plus the physical condition he gained after being reborn. It's not really hard to win against an opponent with the intensity of a game like high school. Training with her classmates was just a show to keep Xu Xinro from suspecting herself. Jiang Fan, yo, Chen Chi, you're here too. Shortly after sitting down in the cafeteria, a boy with an inch-long head came over with a tray of food and took a seat across from the two of them. He is Zhang Hao, the class president of the first class, and when Xu Xinro first transferred here, he even confessed to her. Aha, Chen Chi just faintly answered. I heard you were in the basketball tournament too, but I thought you didn't touch basketball this semester? Why did you suddenly remember to compete? Zhang Hao deliberately said towards him. This is about the honor of the class, so I advise you not to try to be strong. On the surface, Zhang Hao was talking about basketball. However, Chen Chi knew that Zhang Hao must be targeting himself like this because of Xu Xinro. Other people couldn't see it, but he, an adult whose heart had long exceeded the age of 17, definitely wouldn't fail to understand Zhang Hao's meaning. And he knows it himself. Usually in the classroom, Xu Xinro, so active leaning over, has long been in the classroom. Students noticed that their relationship is not quite the same. However, there was no need for Chen Chi to retort at all. Jiang Fan then helped him by saying, Zhang Hao, what are you talking about? I'm telling you, Chen Chi's ball skills are even better now than before. It's easy to abuse you. Abuse me? Zhang Hao deliberately raised his eyebrows towards Chen Chi. How about going for a couple of bullfights after dinner? Don't just play cool in front of the girls. Okay. Chun Chi agreed without even thinking about it. He is to tell Zhang Hao, not anyone, are qualified to tease their wives. 3 digressions. 1. About the update, 5 chapters per day. 3 chapters before 8 p.m. 2. Regarding Chen Chi's reason for rejecting Xu Xinro, some people think that if they don't drive and someone else drives, then the incident won't happen. But people are actually very alert and sensitive after something like this happens. Plus, Chen Chi's father said that if he could do it all over again, he would have done the same thing as Chen Chi, which is why Chen Chi felt he did the right thing and stuck to it. But rest assured, Chen Chi's attitude is bound to change, and very soon, it won't deliberately whet everyone's appetite. 3. Then why didn't Xu Xinro stay away from Chen Chi, but took the initiative to approach? Wouldn't she have the same idea as Chen Chi? Of course she does, but why do so? Has to do with the main line, just don't dramatize it. Some people might think it drags to write it that way, but I wanted to write a full-bodied relationship, not sugar for the sake of sugar. Finally, silver votes. Can you vote? It's 6th on the new book list now, and it's guaranteed to add more if it makes the top 5. Bang, 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 kowtow. Lunch break after dinner, playground. Jiang Fan helped go to the gym room and borrowed a basketball over, greeting all the students around him to make way. They were going to play a bullfight first. And as soon as these students heard that there was something as exciting as a bullfight, they immediately became curious and went to the side to watch the fight. On the basketball court, there are any disputes that can be solved with 1v1 one-on-one bullfighting. Walking to the middle of the venue, Zhang Hao glanced toward Jiang Fan, but his gaze was fixed on Chen Chi provocatively. Jiang Fan, you and Chen Chi are quite close. Do you think I should give him some face? Isn't that the tall center from the first class? Who's he going to fight one-on-one? It's that Chen Chi. He's quite handsome. And he even came first in his grade on the monthly exam last month. And a lot of girls are talking about him in the posting bar. I've heard that he seems to be gossiping with that super cute Shu Shinro from first class? TSK. That's no wonder. Didn't Zhang Hao even confess to Shu Shinro in public? It was just rejected. After some discussion, the eating students around them came to a conclusion. It turns out that this is only bullfighting. One-upmanship is an emotional dispute. But melons like this are fun to eat. Okay, don't talk big. You win him first. Zhang Fan glanced toward Zhang Hao without any good humor. This guy, talking as if he could really beat Chen Chi. You know, he was able to become the sports committee member. In addition to being good at sports, his basketball skills were the best in the class. And the result? Last week it was straight up 9-1 by Chen Chi. And the goal he scored was still Chen Chi's hands in his pockets, blatantly letting in water for his. But he wasn't ashamed at all, because he could feel in the confrontation that his brother's body, now, was really powerful. Let's put you on offense first, so as not to delay anyone. Whoever scores the first 5 goals wins. Zhang Hao contemptuously threw the ball to Chen Chi. Okay. Chen Chi didn't treat him politely and directly took the ball into his hands. Subsequently, clunk. What's the situation? Before anyone could react, the basketball swiped the net and went in the frame. How many does that 3 count? Chen Chi, standing outside the 3-point line, remained in his shooting stance. Shooting accuracy is all about body coordination, and Chen Chi's physical attributes, but all points full. At this moment, the surrounding students and Zhang Hao all had a stunned expression. The only one who reacted normally was perhaps Zhang Fan. Instead of being surprised, he was secretly snickering and snickering. You're all looking stupid, aren't you? That's right, because I had the same fucking reaction. This, you playing dirty while I'm not looking? Returning to his senses, Zhang Hao glared at Chen Chi. If you're not convinced, you can ask for a do-over. And it just so happens that you didn't say how many 3-pointers count. Chen Chi said lightly. Count 2, but you don't have to do it all over again. I don't believe you've hoodwinked one and you can hoodwink the second. Zhang Hao pulls back and opens his arms to start defending Chen Chi. As a result, Chen Chi threw his hand in faith. Another goal? Still 3 points? The surrounding students were looking at Chen Chi like he was a monster. How come it's so accurate? Zhang Hao couldn't help but start to doubt life as well. In a 1v1 brawl, the defense can't get out of the 3-point line until the other team is shooting and dribbling. I just don't believe it. Last ball. Won't let you. Zhang Hao picked up the ball and slammed it hard towards Chen Chi, but it was easily caught by Chen Chi. Don't worry, I won't let you either. With that, Chen Chi jumped straight up and shot. Let's see if I don't cover you down. Zhang Hao jumped up high, his palm almost sealing onto Chen Chi's face. However, Zhang Fan had discovered a detail. This Zhang Hao guy actually stepped on the 3-point line and jumped. It's against the rules of 1v1 singles. Zhang Hao, are you unable to play? Halfway through his sentence, Zhang Fan swallowed back the rest of his words hard. This was because Chen Chi directly tilted his body towards the back, making Zhang Hao's palm unable to reach it at all. The backward shot is a technique that so many professional players specialize in. Swish! With the crisp sound of the basketball going into the net, Zhang Hao directly froze in place, muttering softly, 3 threes, how is it possible? Hit 5 balls solo and 3 counts as 2. Not only did Chen Chi win him, he even got one more. And at this time, Chen Chi couldn't help but give him a puzzled look. Wasn't it you who said that you wouldn't delay everyone? I'm going back to class. Chen Chi glanced at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan waved his hand at Chen Chi while gloating at Zhang Hao. Okay, you go back first. Brother, I'll stay here to comfort our class president. Walk into the school building. At the corner of the stairs a clattering footstep stopped very sharply. Chen Chi-san. You're back? As soon as Shu Shinro saw Chen Chi, she immediately stopped her footsteps. What are you in such a hurry for? Chen Chi frowned. Didn't I hear from the class that you're playing basketball one-on-one with Zhang Hao? I want to go and take a look. Shu Shinro jumped at the chance. But look at Chen Chi have appeared here. Are you guys done fighting now? Chen Chi nodded and walked towards the second floor. Shu Shinro hurriedly followed beside her. Then surely you won, blah? I knew it. You'll win for sure. Shu Shinro pursed her lips and smiled. Chen Chi student. I didn't expect you to play basketball one-on-one with Zhang Hao for me. Not for you. Chen Chi corrected. Shu Shinro's small mouth pouted. Liar, you clearly know that Zhang Hao confessed to me on the first day. Shu Shinro tilted her head and analyzed. So that must be it. Then why did you go and fight him one-on-one? It must be because you're jealous, right? After all, the evil dragon is plotting against the princess. And the prince will definitely sacrifice his life to save the princess. And you are that prince. It must be, but don't worry. I don't like anyone but you. You seem to be idle? Suddenly, Chen-Chi stopped in his tracks. Ha, what, was I right? Shu Shinro circled around Chen-Chi. Chen-Chi smiled bashfully. If you want to be really idle, copy the literary texts you learned this week 10 more times during the evening study hall. Shokinzo. In less than half a day's time, the fact that Chen-Chi won Zhang Hao in one-on-one basketball quickly spread, especially in the sophomore class. Everyone had originally felt that Chen-Chi and Shu Xianro were getting close. Chen-Chi once again won Zhang Hao, who confessed his love to Shu Shinro on the first day. And naturally the gossip about the two people was discussed a lot. But discussion was discussion. Yet no one would say they were in a relationship. Even though Shu Shinro fell on her first day and took the initiative to find Chen-Chi. But the reaction from Chen-Chi's side is too inscrutable. Morning greetings? He lovingly took out his textbook and began his morning reading. Talking? Great. Then he'd like to talk about the literary language he'd just learned. A dinner date? Seeing that you're so free, it shouldn't matter if you go copy the language 10 times, right? The group of boys in the first class saw Chen-Chi treating Shu Xianro like this. They really wanted to get in front of Shu Shinro and wail. Don't just focus on the Chen-Chi in front of you. Look at us too. Of course, there were a few boys that went to righteously accuse Chen-Chi of being too cold towards Shu Xianro. They couldn't stand to watch. But it turned out that Chen-Chi hadn't reacted much yet, and Shu Shinro was instead more anxious than him. This is how she replied. What do you care about us? I'm happy with whatever he does to me. The crowd was in tears on the spot. Why did you have to go and be a lickspittle when you could have been a goddess? But only Shu Shinro herself knew better. Everyone else is so enthusiastic because of their looks. Chen-Chi, on the other hand, was the one who was able to hold concern for her when he couldn't even care for himself. The line about saving her first in the pool of blood is the most romantic love story she's ever heard. Time passes quickly. After a busy week, it was time for basketball. The race, which is after the noon lunch break and into the afternoon. After finishing her meal in the cafeteria, Shu Shinro jogged over to Chen-Chi, who had long been staring at her. Chen-Chi, you must cheer for the basketball game today. I'll be cheering for you from the sidelines. And only for you. You seem to have a lot of time on your hands? Chen-Chi raised an eyebrow. Last week, without waiting for Chen-Chi to finish his sentence, Shu Shinro complained quietly. Don't you like to make me copy the literature and then detach me? But I won't go. I won't go. Then let's go. Chen-Chi greeted Jiang Fan, who had just finished eating, and got up together. Then I'm going to follow you. Shu Shinro followed closely behind. However, at this time, Jiang Fan turned his head and coughed awkwardly. Cough. Classmate Shu Shinro. We are going to the gym to change our jerseys. Isn't it a bit inconvenient? Inconvenient? What's inconvenient? Which part of Chen-Chi's body has she not seen? If it wasn't for the fact that Chen-Chi didn't have any semblance of an impression of himself, his feelings for himself could only be cultivated from scratch. She couldn't wait to pounce on Chen-Chi straight away. Okay then, but I'll be around to cheer. Shucks, and Sue stopped and nodded her head. Ha! Thank you guys, cheering for our class. Jiang Fan said politely. Shu Shinro looked at him suspiciously. What are you thinking? I'm only cheering for Chen-Chi. Jiang Fan. Seeing Jiang Fan and Chen-Chi leave the cafeteria together, Shu Shinro also went back to her position to clean up her remaining plates. Classmate Shu Shinro, were you sent back by Chen-Chi again on the grounds of copying the literature? Lin Xiahua, who was next to him, didn't follow him over, but she also guessed what was going on. Ugh! As soon as this was mentioned, Shu Shinro couldn't help but sigh. If a piece of literature counts as a love letter, I've already written him almost 100. Put. Lin Xiahua was amused by Shu Shinro. Shu Shinro huffed and puffed. Little flower. You're still laughing. What did you tell me in the beginning? A man chasing a woman is separated by a mountain. A woman chasing a man is separated by a veil? How come Chen-Chi and I haven't made any progress at all? That's the truth. I'm right. Lin Xiahua looked up at the sky and said innocently. But who let you and Chen-Chi be separated by a layer of iron sand net? Okay, I'm kidding. As her best friend, Lin Xiahua ended up consoling towards her. Although Chen-Chi is still as cold to you as before, but at least you have more time together, don't you? It seems to be. As well. Shu Shinro thought carefully, though Chen-Chi let her copy the prose from time to time. But since he was the one who had asked him to copy it, he couldn't help but talk to himself. This, compared to Kuqian, who had perhaps not had the chance to speak to Chen-Chi for the entire day, seemed to be much better indeed. By the way, if you make a bet with Kuqian today, don't lose. Lin Xiahua cheered for Shu Shinro. Don't worry, no one understands Chen-Chi better than I do. Shu Shinro was full of confidence. What are they betting on? The bet is to bring water to Chenchi and see whose Chenchi drinks. According to a normal person's thinking, he must have picked his favorite drink to drink. What does Chenchi like to drink? She simply knew it too well. Fast forward to the official start of the basketball game. One after another, the students came together in the direction of the playground. Kochien and Xuxianro were both in the first class. It was simply too easy for the two to find each other. So it wasn't long before Kochien came over with a bottle of sports drink. She playfully glanced towards the water bottle in Shu Shinru's hand and said with some amusement, "You bought this? Sure Chun-Chi will drink from you?" Of course, Shu Shinro remained confident. "Che, sports drink or mineral water? Any fool knows which one is a bit better," Kochien said with disdain. Shu Shinro grunted. "Is that so? Then later on when Chen-Chi drinks my water, you have to be willing to bet." Kochien sneered. "Whoever doesn't give in is a puppy. Here, I got it on tape." At this time, Lin Xiaohua next to her touched her cell phone out. "Recording?" Kochien was stunned for a moment. "You played your heart out first, so don't blame us for doing the same to you," Lin Xiaohua said helpfully. "Whatever, I'm not going to lose anyway." Kochien also spoke with immense confidence. She had her own elaborate plan about this bet. "Here it comes, they're coming out." Next to the playground, I don't know who yelled, and the students from Class 1 and Class 6 who were going to play basketball came out of the gym. "Class 6, go for it." Across the playground, the girls of Class 6 began to lead the build-up, and on the side of Class 1, naturally, they wouldn't show any weakness. "Go Class 1. Honey, come on." What's with the weird stuff mixed in with all the cheering? Everyone looked over in the direction the voice came from, including Kochien. Then again, everyone couldn't help but be a little curious. "Who is the husband?" she called out. "Sorry, yelling habit." Shu Shinro fell back to admit it, putting her hands to her mouth. "Chen-Chi student. Go for it." Even Lin Xiaohua couldn't help but spit out her own best friend. "Classmate Shu Shinro, I don't know if you can win this bet, but if it's a competition of who has thick skin, you'll definitely win." After a brief warm-up, the physical education teacher blew the whistle and told the students of Class 1 and Class 6 to gather and the match would begin immediately. Zhang Hao walked over and whispered towards Chen-Chi. "Chen-Chi, you defend against Sun Lei from Class 6. You're both small forwards and you're right opposite each other, but you have to be careful. He's a smart guy with a strong body, and he's also the captain of Class 6. Though losing to Chun-Chi in single combat made him very upset, but now that the honor of the class was at stake, it was natural to be united. As for what Zhang Hao said about Sun Lei, it was a boy in Class 6 with a face that looked like a monkey. "What are you guys discussing? Listen to me. I'm the P.E. member and I already have tactics." Zhang Fan gathered the 5 people from the first class together. "What tactics do you want to play?" Zhang Hao asked uneasily. "It's simple. Give me the ball after serving and I'll pass it to Chen-Chi," Zhang Fan said, but after a short interval. "And then what?" someone couldn't help but ask. Zhang Fan rolled his eyes. "It's all fucking given to Chen-Chi. So then what the hell?" The crowd was speechless, but they also knew about Chen-Chi's one-on-one win against Zhang Hao. The first squad discusses the play and takes up positions at center field. On the other hand, the 6th class side also quickly finished their discussion and got ready for the kickoff. Whistle, jump ball. Class 1 gets the ball and takes the lead on offense. Zhang Fan executed his tactics without hesitation. To Chen-Chi. Chen-Chi had long been ready at the 3-point line. Catch the ball. Jump. Shoot. A 1-2. 3-point play. So cool. The girls around them, whether they were from Class 1 or Class 6, had all gotten misty-eyed. Even Lin Xiaohua couldn't help but tease. "Classmate Shu Shinro, if you didn't like Chen-Chi, I'd want to chase after him." Shu Shinro, who was still cheering for Chen-Chi's goal, immediately lost her composure upon hearing this. She held up 2 little paws and grunted in a milky, fierce manner at her BFF. "No, but I just made a joke. Are you that nervous?" Lin Xiaohua thought it was kind of fun to tease Shu Shinru, especially in regards to Chen-Chi. She seems particularly sensitive. "Chen-Chi is my favorite boy. No one is allowed to steal him. I'm serious. Super fierce." Shu Shinru raised both her paws in a milky and fierce manner. Lin Xiaohua laughed so hard that she was about to turn off. Okay, but you'd better think about how to catch up with others. This basketball game, from the very beginning, was in a lopsided situation because of Chen-Chi's presence. However, Chen-Chi did not play by himself in a big way, and when he saw that his teammates were open, he would accurately pass the ball to his teammates. As for Zhang Hao, who was a teammate, his heart was a bit complicated. He got 10 points and all of them were passed on to him by Chen-Chi. Only those who had received the pass from Chen-Chi knew how aptly Chen-Chi had passed the ball. If the one-on-one didn't convince him of Chen-Chi, then this time as a teammate. Instead, he was convinced. At halftime, the physical education teacher who was the referee naturally noticed Chun-Chi. They discussed whether or not to poach Chun-Chi into the class of sports students. As a result, there was a physical education teacher who knew about Chun-Chi and directly waved his hand. Dig? He's near perfect grade 1. Even if you dig him out, the principal will carry him back. So the idea was put to rest. The second half began and it didn't take long for Class 1 to lead Class 6 by almost 20 points. The time that followed naturally turned into garbage time. This is still a fight. As the captain of the 6th class, Sun Lei's mind directly exploded. Obviously they in Class 1 were still playing back and forth at the senior basketball games. How come the gap has gotten so big now? Especially that Chun-Chi. He hadn't paid any attention to him in his senior year itself, and as a result of this match, he looked like he was on a roll. With his mind in turmoil, he fumbled the ball as he dribbled across half-court. The basketball surprisingly came off and headed out of bounds. Sunray rushed over to save the ball. Luckily, he regained possession of the basketball as his feet were just inside the out-of-bounds line. But, go for it, Chen-Chi-san. In front of him, a girl who couldn't help but make him gulp several times in a row was cheering for Chen-Chi. Basketball is on and there are such pretty girls to chase. Sun Lei is really, the more he thinks about it, the more unbalanced he is in his heart. But the girl was right in front of her that wasn't. That's when he had an idea. The game is definitely lost anyway, so might as well. Following the direction where the basketball flew out before, Sun Lei intentionally made an unsteady appearance and directly fell towards where Shu Shinro was standing. Shu Shinro was too late to react. It looked like Sun Lei was about to pounce on her, but Sun Lei felt his arm being viciously clutched. Play well if you want to play. Chen-Chi spoke gently. From the time Sun Lei maintained his balance to the time he suddenly lost his balance, he had long since seen what his opponent was playing at. The whistle blows, however, and the referee signals Chun-Chi for a pulling foul. Sun Lei glared at Chun-Chi. An out-of-bounds ball was just a ball. It couldn't affect the game at all. The game continues. Lin Xiaohua laughed and patted Shu Shinro's shoulder. It seems like you and Chen-Chi seem to be making progress. What's wrong? Shu Shinro was still in shock. Just now, she thought Sun Lei was about to pounce with a basketball. Didn't Sun Lei from Class 6 almost pounce on you just now? As a result, Chen-Chi didn't care about the foul and directly pulled him down. Lin Xiaohua spoke towards her about what had just happened. And bystanders know better. I see Sun Lei's posture seems like he deliberately lunged towards you. Really? Shu Shinro instantly had a smile on her face. That is to say, Chen-Chi doesn't want me to be taken advantage of by other boys? That's it. Lin Xiaohua nodded. Shu Shinro pursed her lips and smiled as she looked at the sweaty boy on the court. Sure enough, the one who spoils himself the most has to be his husband. Even if he wasn't into you with his actions just now, he should have had a crush on you. Lin Xiaohua analyzed. So your bet with Kuchien should be 9 out of 10. That's for sure. Shu Shinro beautifully gripped the mineral water in her hand. Why would you send mineral water? She has a deep memory fragment. At the time, she worked late and came home late. And in order to go home quickly and see Chen-Chi, she got off the bus and ran. And as she ran home in a sweat, pulling out a can of Fat House Happy Water from the refrigerator to drink it comfortably, Chen-Chi pulled her wrist. Too many drinks are bad for your teeth. Drink this. I bought some for the house today. Chen-Chi took out a bottle of mineral water from the other side of the refrigerator. At that time, Shu Shinro didn't listen, and ended up with a real toothache a week later. From that time on, she replaced all the Fat Happy Water in the house with mineral water. With the sound of the whistle, the basketball game between the sophomore class and the sophomore class officially came to an end. Chen-Chi. The students of the first class swarmed towards Chun-Chi and Zhangfan's side, because anyone who knew a little bit about basketball knew that it was Chun-Chi who helped their class take the victory. Shu Shinro classmate, your vision can be really good, but well, look at Chen-Chi's current situation. It seems to be very dangerous. Lin Xiaohua flirted towards Shu Shinro, and Shu Shinro was feeling a little stressed out. So many girls, so many burning eyes. Honey, you've got to hold yourself together. Okay, class 6 is just SOSO. Everyone pack up and get ready for dismissal. Don't let the old class come and scold me then. Zhang Fan, who was the sports committee member, naturally had to maintain order at the scene. After all, Jiang Shuli, nicknamed the old hag, had never been a very good-tempered teacher. The crowd, slightly dispersed. Quickly, go, chance, Lin Xiaohua shouted in a hurry. To what? Shu Shinro hadn't reacted yet. Delivering water. Although Chun-Chi seems to be interested in you, but if you don't even go over there, then how can he still drink your water? If you want to win the lottery, you have to buy lottery tickets too. Shu Shinro was speechless. However, it makes perfect sense. For Chen-Chi, who doesn't know she's his future wife. It must just be like normal. Drinking water? Who cares who sent it? After a lot of exercise, you'll drink water from anyone who sends it. If Kuchien snatched it first, wouldn't he lose? No way. I'm going to give it to him now. Shu Shinro took the mineral water and tried to push her way towards the pile of people. Ms. Shu Shinro. Suddenly, a stern voice sounded from the back of his head. Shu Shinro was stunned for a moment and turned around. Mr. Jiang, you looking for me? Aha. Jiang Shuli pushed down her glasses and said, I heard Kuchien's classmates say that your language grade doesn't seem to have improved, and she kindly suggested that I help you make a weekend revision plan, which I think is great. Kindness? Where's the kindness in that? It's simply a deliberate attempt to stall the classroom teacher. So angry that she resorted to that. Mr. Jiang, but can I wait a while now? Shu Shinro glanced towards Chen Chi's side. It was discovered that Chen Chi and Jiang Fan had walked out from the crowd while Kuchen greeted them. Now what's your emergency? Jiang Shuli asked suspiciously, but it was just such a simple question. But it stumped Shu Shinro. There's no way she's gonna talk to the homeroom teacher. She's in a hurry to get Chen Chi some water, right? This definitely has a tendency of early love in the eyes of the class teacher and parents. If Jiang Shuli makes a call to inform her parents, I'm afraid she won't have to wait until next week's monthly exams to be forced to change schools. And by this time, Kuchen had already made her way through the crowd to Chen Chi and the others. Drinks for you, Mr. Chen Chi. Kuchen handed the drink to Chen Chi with a shy look. Who? There was an uproar all around. Girls bring water to boys. Gee, no at all. For me? Chen Chi took the drink. Well, just now I've been watching Chen Chi play from the sidelines, and I even cheered for you. Kuchen whispered softly. Thanks. Chen Chi nodded. Kuchien's heart was happy. At the moment, Chen Chi only had the drink she had sent over in his hands. In other words, as long as Chen Chi unscrewed the cap of the bottle and drank it, she won over Shu Xin. But, sorry, I'm not thirsty. Jiang Fan, are you thirsty? You drink if you're thirsty. Chen Chi directly rejected Kuchen and threw the drink to Jiang Fan. Of course I'm thirsty. It's killing me. Jiang Fan unscrewed the cap of the bottle and poured the drink into his mouth with a single bone. Kuchen froze in place looking stupid. What's going on? She was puzzled, but Chen Chi did not lie to her, because his body functions were so strong now. A basketball game between high school students wasn't enough to make him so tired that he was tempted to drink water. Of course, it's not impossible to drink something like water, even though Chen Chi didn't know about the bet between the two girls, but he knew that if Shu Shinro saw him drinking Kuchen's drink, he was sure to be sad. Ha! Suddenly, Lin Xiahua ran all the way from the other side panting with a bottle of mineral water. What are you doing over here? Kuchen frowned slightly. If she remembered correctly, Lin Xiahua was Shu Shinro's best friend. Of course I came over to help classmate Shu Shinro bring water to Chen Chi. Lin Xiahua raised the mineral water bottle high and said towards Chen Chi. Chen Chi, this is what classmate Shu Shinro bought for you. Her? Chen Chi swept toward the outside of the crowd without thinking. Soon, he found Shu Shinru who was receiving chatter in front of Jiang Shuli and looking towards him with bated breath. However, Shu Shinro seemed to have finally listened to Jiang Shuli finish her speech, and after bowing towards her, she trotted over towards Chen Chi's side. Coming. Shu Shinro, give it to Chen Chi yourself. Lin Xiahua returned the mineral water to Shu Shinro. Originally, what she thought was that anyway. Shu Shinro bet with Kuchen on whose water Chen Chi would drink, and didn't say that she would personally give it to Chen Chi. That's why she was thinking of giving her BFF an assist. Hannah, thanks. Shu Shinro nodded toward Lin Xiahua, then looked at Kuchen and Chen Chi next to her vigilantly. You gave Chen Chi water to drink? Chen Chi student. You drank her drink? What? Kirchner's drink? Here it is. I drained it in one gulp. Jiang Fan raised the empty bottle in his hand and even burped in the process. As for Kuchen, she said with a dark face, Mr. Chen Chi said he wasn't thirsty, and I didn't win, so you can't win either. Not thirsty? How can you not be thirsty after playing basketball? Shu Shinro walked directly to Chen Chi's side and handed over the water. Chen Chi student, I'm sending you water. You must be very tired after just playing the match, right? The second half was garbage time and I was on a break a long time ago. Chen Chi replied, although he had already heard that Shu Shinro seemed to have made some kind of bet with Kuchen. However, he wanted to tease Shu Shinro. So if you're not thirsty, Shu Shinro's bright eyes began to roll around to think of a solution. Right, you must be talking a lot now. Why don't you moisturize your throat with water? Your throat is very dry, so you must drink more water. Drinking more water is good for your health and can replenish your body functions in time. It's also good for blood circulation. Shu Shinro used almost all the knowledge she had learned in her life. There was only one purpose, and that was to make Chen Chi take a sip of the mineral water she had given him. At that moment, Shu Shinro's hand holding the mineral water suddenly became light. Chen Qi unscrewed the cap of the bottle and said indifferently, although I'm not thirsty, but after seeing you talk so much, I'm a little thirsty from listening to you. That's okay? Kuchian's eyes widened beside her. This is considered cheating, isn't it? But where exactly does it lie? She can't say. Just when Kuchian wanted to say something, Lin Xiaohua came over and reminded in a small voice. Student Kuchian, willing to bet is not enough. But I have a recording in my cell phone. Mr. Chen Qi, I didn't think you'd actually drink the mineral water I gave you. When she returned to the classroom, Shu Shinro smiled and turned sideways, facing Chen Qi. It's just a sip of water. Is there a problem? Chen Qi calmly asked. Shu Shinro brought her head a little closer. Then why didn't you drink the drink Kuchian gave you? So, you kind of like me, right? If that's what you think, then I'm not drinking this water. Chen Qi directly moved the mineral water to the side. Don't. All in all, I'm happy, Shu Shinru said beautifully. Instead of having time to be happy, we should be thinking about what we're going to do in the next couple days. Chen Qi said calmly. Then I'm not happy. Shu Shinru instantly turned into a bereaved look, but she didn't do it on purpose. It was real bereavement. After the weekend, it's time for this month's monthly exam, but after a short silence, Shu Shinru couldn't wait to turn her head again. Mr. Chen Qi, why don't you help me tutor me in languages this weekend? Come to my home? No go. Chen Qi decisively refused. To her house? God knows what this girl will do. Just in case things don't end well if the moths fly into the flame. Oh, that's good blah blah. Shu Shinro didn't say anything else, because she knew that tomorrow, Saturday, was a very special day, waiting for the school bell to ring. One by one, students leave the classroom and head back to their dorms to pack up and go home. When it was close to 8 o'clock, Chen Qi returned home. He saw Chen Xinhua busy in the living room with little space, organizing many things. There were scented candles, paper money, fruit, flowers. By the way, Qi, Dad wants to tell you something. Chen Xinhua greeted Chen Qi over, carrying a bag of supplies ready for grave sweeping. Tomorrow you carry some over first. I may have to arrive later. You also know, the factory because of layoffs. I have to take the initiative to work overtime and perform well. I know Dad. Chen Qi Pad nodded. Well, I don't know if, after the cemetery is remodeled, you, Mom still live not get used to, said Chen Xinhua lit up a cigarette and took a deep breath. 9 o'clock the next morning. Chen Qi washed up and realized that Chen Xinhua was no longer at home. He picked up the things Chen Xinhua had explained and went out. Seeing that it was drizzling outside, Chen Qi brought his umbrella along. At the side of the road, stopped a cab and got in. Chen Qi said, Willowbank Cemetery. Okay. The cabbie slammed his foot down on the gas and sped forward, but looking at the rain on the windshield wipers, Chen Qi thought of something. He said toward the cab master, Master, take the bridge from the development area. The cab driver was puzzled. The bridge? Going from the bridge is a detour. Are you sure? I've been in Willow City for more than 30 years. Going to Willowbank Cemetery would definitely be closer by using the tunnel. That said, he was also wondering, what's with all the passengers asking for a detour? Well, but the turnoff outside the tunnel is prone to traffic jams, and I want to get there quickly. Chen Qi gave a sensible reason. So that's it. Then, since the other party had said so, he didn't mind charging a little more. However, in reality, Chen Qi was remembering that when he went to the Willowbank Cemetery at that time, he encountered a car accident at the entrance of the tunnel and was delayed for a long time before arriving. But after a detour, he reached his destination near 10 o'clock. Walking into the cemetery, I passed a headstone. He didn't bother looking around, but walked over in a familiar direction and stopped. This tombstone in front of me is engraved with these words, Tomb of Li Jingfang, husband, Chen Xinhua, son, Chen Qi. Chen Qi squatted down and arranged the fruits in the cloth bag first, then picked up the joss stick and lit it. Mom, I'm coming. Chen Qi took a deep breath and held the joss stick in the center with both hands, then closed his eyes and knelt in front of the tombstone. Although his mother left him the moment he was born, Chen Qi didn't even have the slightest impression of his own mother. But blood is thicker than water. Family love and mother's love is definitely the greatest feelings in the world. Silence, feeling the slow fall of raindrops and the gentle blowing of the breeze. Only after a long time did Chen Qi insert the incense and candles in front of the tombstone, then kowtowed 3 times. Koike, I'm coming. Behind his head was Chen Xinhua's voice with a somewhat heavy tone. After all, in such a place, anyone can't help but feel sad. Not to mention, the one who lives here is the love of his life. Qi, get up. I'll talk to your mom for a while. Chen Xinhua patted Chen Ji's shoulder. Chen Qi nodded and stood up. However, when he made room for Chen Xinhua, he realized that his father was followed by a girl in a long black dress, holding a bouquet of white chrysanthemums. Chen Qi frowned. Why are you here? It just so happened that I took a cab past your house. And it just so happened that my uncle went out. And then it just so happened that I stopped by here. So they came together, Shu Shinro said easily. Then you happened to buy this bouquet of flowers as well? Chen Qi glanced at the chrysanthemums in her arms. That's not true. They sell them at the door, Shu Shinro said, handing the bouquet in her hand to Chen Qi. Give it to auntie for me? Chen Qi hesitated for a moment, but then nodded and placed the flowers next to the tombstone. Although Shu Shinro didn't say, but he also knew in his heart. Since he could remember the car accident at the tunnel entrance, Shu Shinro must have remembered it as well. What's more, it wasn't the first time she had accompanied herself to Willowbank Cemetery on the day of her mother's sacrifice. After a moment of silence, only to hear Chen Xinhua speak sometimes clearly and sometimes vaguely in front of the tombstone. Jingfeng, Xiaoqi has grown up, and he is also excellent in his studies. I will work hard and send him to college to have a good future. The tone was a little choked and not very audible. At this time, Shu Shinro pulled Chen Qi's sleeve. Chen Qi student, can you come over for a moment? Chen Qi walked to the side with Shu Xinro. When I was in the cab, my uncle told me something. Shu Shinro looked at Chen Qi solemnly. What is it? Chen Qi asked calmly. He said, if he had the chance to do it all over again, he would definitely not look for his aunt and stay far away from her. If not far away from her, then just protect her silently. But, I don't think that's actually right. Shu Shinro's face was serious, because she is the one who experienced death and was reborn into this age. That's why she's far more sensitive than others regarding rebirth regrets. Why? Chen Qi wanted to know why, but he didn't reveal any hint of emotion from his eyes. Though what he was doing was what Chen Xinhua wanted to do. The difference is only that Chen Xinhua didn't get that chance, and he, in turn, was luckier than his own father. For a change, Shu Shinro nodded down with certainty. Uncle only said that if he came back. Then never thought about what your mother would do if she came back? I think she'll still like uncle. For sure. Shu Shinro's tone, very resolute. Chen Qi's heart trembled as he tried his best to keep his composure and asked, aren't you afraid that the same thing will happen? Afraid? It's me, I'm afraid too. But what's the use of being afraid? Shu Shinro sneaked a glance at Chen Qi. Anyway, if there's a boy that I really like, who encounters this kind of thing and I have a chance to start over, I'll still chase after him. As for this kind of thing occurring, we can totally change it through our known information. Change is only reducing the chances, not a certainty. Chen Qi said indifferently. Well, who's to say? Shu Shinro said, full of concern. Just try your best, isn't it? Originally so like each other. Why should be afraid to be together because of fear? The last sentence left Chen Qi with mixed feelings in his heart. What's the point of starting over if I don't even have the courage to be with him? It would be better for me to die. Shu Xianro sniffled and looked at Chen Ji's eyes a little blurry. Anyway, I will try no matter what. Although you're right that this will just reduce the chances. But if I don't try, who knows in the future? I'm not willing to watch the boy I like be with another girl. In fact, I'd hate to see you with another guy, even if it's just to be teased. With such a sentence, Chen Qi ended up not saying it. It's just hypothetical. Chen Qi handed Shu Shinru a tissue. At this time, Chen Xinhua stood up, and Chen Qi walked towards him. Qi, we should go, Chen Xinhua said in a deep voice, and then expressed his gratitude towards Shu Shinro. Little Shu student. Thank you. Just now the cab master said that there seems to be an accident on the other side of the tunnel, and if you didn't just happen to come over, maybe I wouldn't have arrived by now. Uncle, you're welcome, I just happened to be passing by, Shu Shinro said as she wiped her eyes. Dad, why don't we come back to see Mom next year? Chen Qi said towards Chen Xinhua. Good, it just so happens that I have to go to the factory in the afternoon as well, so I won't be able to stay with her much longer. Chen Xinhua nodded. The three left Willowbank Cemetery together. The light rain was still pattering, just as it had come. However, in Chen Qi's heart, there was one more thought than before. Starting over, who knows what will happen in the future. So, should he try it too? Outside the cemetery, there tends to be few people coming through, except on holidays like Qingming. After waiting for a while, there was only one cab coming. Because of Shu Shinro's help, Chen Xinhua wanted her to get in the car and go first, but Shu Shinro guffawed and gave in, saying, Uncle, it's better for you to go first. I'm not in a hurry. Just take a taxi somewhere else. Well then, I'll go to work first. Qi, I might be home late tonight, so you'll be home by yourself with scrambled eggs and rice or something. Okay, Dad. After the explanation, Chen Xinhua got on the car and left. Chen Qi-san, why don't we walk over to the station and take a taxi? Shinro turned toward Chen-chi with a smile on her face. Aha! Chen-chi nodded and walked along the highway with Shinro. That's great! Shinro put her hands behind the back of her black skirt and greatly inclined her head to look at Chen-chi. Walking with your favorite person in the season of light rain is absolutely the best thing ever. Such an opportunity was very rare for Shinro. No job, no contract, just Chen-chi. Drinking water or not? Passing a small supermarket, Chen-chi stopped in his tracks. Shuxinro first froze, then happily smiled sweetly. Yes, you treat me? After being reborn, it seemed like this was the first time Chen-chi had taken the initiative towards her. Aha! Chen-chi nodded. Shinro's eyelashes fluttered slightly. It can't be that you suddenly figured out that you're going to accept my advances. Chen-chi-san, right? You're overthinking it. I'm just thanking you for my dad. What's to drink? Putting away the umbrella, Chen-chi walked into the supermarket and subconsciously had to get the Fat House Happy Water, because he knew that the girls around him liked to drink it. However, Shinro immediately put away her umbrella and came in. Mineral water is fine. Mineral water? Chen-chi raised an eyebrow, but still took 2 bottles of mineral water and paid the owner. Is that weird? Because someone told me that Fat Happy Water is good to drink, but it's bad for your teeth. Shinro explained from the sidelines. You're afraid of a toothache? Chen-chi asked in a pretense of ignorance. Of course I'm afraid. As the saying goes, a toothache isn't a disease. It hurts like hell. I've had one once before, and it almost killed me. Shinro still had palpitations. Here, Chen-chi handed one of the bottles of water to Shinro. Thanks. Shinro took it. Chen-chi took a sip, but realized that she hadn't even unscrewed the cap. This is the first gift Chen-chi's classmates have ever given me. I have to treasure it. It'll be so sweet when I take it out later, Shinro said, preparing to put the mineral water into the small leather bag that was slung over her shoulder. The only thing that can be stored for a long time is wine. Mineral water will just get maggots if it sits for a long time. Shinro's collection shook, and she almost didn't throw the mineral water directly on the ground. Yeah, Chen-chi-san. You're disgusting. Disgusting, you're still following me. Chen-chi opened his umbrella and prepared to leave. Ugh, it can't be helped. Who made me like you? Unfortunately, no matter how much I chase you, you just won't say yes. Shinro let out a long, quiet sigh and followed out of the supermarket. She subconsciously wanted to open her umbrella, but when she saw that Chen-chi had already put up his umbrella, she simply moved over. But it doesn't matter. No matter how much you reject me, I'm just going to follow you. There is very little room under an umbrella, but it allows 2 people to get closer together. Chen-chi students, you say, me chasing you did not say yes even so. Why could Chen chasing you? You also ignore Actually, Shinro was puzzled by this question. By all rights, this age of 17 should be the time in adolescence when you want to fall in love the most. You've seen the conditions of my family, fall in love and whatnot, before going to college. Chen-ji made a very reasonable excuse. Oh, so when I wait for you to go to college, are you agreeing to be my boyfriend? It was as if Shinro had found a breakthrough. When I get to college? Chen-chi froze for a moment. He didn't expect Shinro to say such a sentence. Right, anyway, I've decided on you. As long as you can promise me to be your girlfriend, I can wait as long as it takes. Shinro spoke firmly. Meh, whatever. This time, Chen-chi didn't reject her directly, but gave an ambiguous answer, because he was also torn in his mind. Is it true that if one tries to change, the day wouldn't have happened? You promised. You promised. Suddenly, Shinro bounced and jumped in front of Chen-chi. What did I promise? Chen-chi snapped back. You promised me to chase you. Just now you said. Whatever. Shinro's little face turned red with excitement. I don't listen to me. I don't listen to you. Anyway, you just said no backtracking. Chen-chi didn't even have a chance to change his mind. However, Chen-chi hadn't wanted to retort in the first place. He said calmly, but anyway, that's not what you should be thinking about right now. What's that? In my heart, you're the most important thing to me. Shunshinzwa clenched her small fists at the edge of her skirt. This was all the point of her rebirth. Chen-chi said gently, after the weekend, it's the monthly exam. Shokinzo, monthly exam. If you fail, you will be sent back to your previous school. QAQ, God forbid, take a language test on bedtime or something. Thinking about her language score, Shinro felt like her head was just a little bit short. She'd hate to replace all the business knowledge in her head with high school language if she could. What's the point of knowing how to manage a company now? Is she going to tell her parents that there's no future in running a cell phone company? So they might as well close down and start a tech company? I'm afraid that her parents will not treat Shinro as an unfilial daughter, but will also throw her into a mental hospital. Alas, then I'll have to go back and review right away. Chen-chi-san, Why don't we take a car? Shu Shinro looked blearily at Chun-Chi just as a cab displaying an empty car drove by. No time, get yourself back. Chun-Chi pulled the car over. I won't leave until you send me home. Shu Shinro deliberately pouted. However, Chun-Chi asked without moving his face. Sure you don't want to go? Aha! Shu Shinro replied forcefully. Okay, I'll go then. Monday morning. When I arrived at the classroom, all the students' desks had been pulled apart a distance apart. After all, monthly exams are not touch tests. They are exams that the entire grade level starts together and will tally the rankings. It's over. It's over. A language test in the first class. It's killing me. Shukinzo sat in his seat nervously pinching the sleeve of his coat. Originally, she was prepared to improvise, taking advantage of the end of each exam to flip through the book and memorize a little bit. But coming up with a language test was like killing her. Shu Shinro student, are you alright? Looking at her best friend who was about to freak out at the front table, Lin Xiahua asked in a whisper from behind. Shu Shinro had a bright idea. Little flower, how's your language grade? I seem to remember that it's not too bad. What for? You don't want to. Lin Xiahua looked around cautiously, then said with a mouthful, cheating, right? There's no way around it. Just once. Once. Shu Shinro begged bitterly, though she was also aware that even if she succeeded in cheating, she could only muddle through for a while, not for a lifetime. Sooner or later, when the next monthly test scores come out, she's going to show her true colors. But this monthly exam is really important. I couldn't help you even if I wanted to. Lin Xiahua pointed to Shu Shinro's desk. Look, you are the front desk. I am the back desk. I threw a note the teacher can see at a glance. And you can't turn your head to look at my test paper, right? This. For a while, Shu Shinro was in trouble. I didn't realize that this seat she had chosen of her own accord had become a liability instead. So angry. How am I going to find a classmate with a good position and good grades? Shukinzo hooked on his own forehead. Actually, you don't need to ask me if you really want to cheat, don't you have a better choice? Saying that, Lin Xiahua nudged towards Chun-Chi's side. By this time, Chun-Chi had already packed up the books on the table and was ready for the exam. Shu Shinro was stunned for a moment. Great academics and a convenient location. Isn't it Chun-Chi who was talking about it? Yeah. Shu Hinru was instantly energized. Ahem. But just at this time, Jiang Shuli cleared her throat. Everyone take this monthly exam seriously. Jiang Shuli said in a tone that was not to be questioned. If I find anyone playing smart, don't blame me for reporting them for expulsion. And anyone who cooperates in cheating, the same treatment. The words that had just reached her mouth were swallowed hard by Shu Shinro. But is there any other way without cheating? Without waiting for her to think about it much, the class bell rang. Jiang Shuli also picked up the papers on the podium and began to distribute them. Shu Shinro took a deep breath. Now, she could only hope that her dreams would come true and that the questions on her test papers were really bedazzled or something. But often there is a gap between dreams and reality. Just look at the first multiple choice question. 1. The next line of The dog barks in the deep alley is A. Red leaves are scarce in cold weather. B. The night is quiet and the spring mountains are empty. C. The cock crows in the mulberry tree. D. Tigers and wolves spying on the central plains. Shu Shinro fell into deep thought. She then proceeded to write down a thoughtful answer on her test paper. D. D. Definitely D. The first half of the sentence has a dog, which is considered one animal. There are two animals in answer D. It's called naming the main character. Shu Shinro analyzed it so in her heart, shaking his head. It seemed to make more sense the more he thought about it. But, why does this reasoning not believe itself? It's better to sit on the mimeograph for a while. Shu Shinro directly turned the test paper over. Fortunately, all of the literary texts that she had learned this month, Chen-Chi had made her copy at least 10 times. She felt a little bit of kinship when she saw the familiar words. Then, again, reading comprehension follows the essay. 15 minutes until the end of the test. Finish up and check. After a long time, Jiang Shuli issued a reminder. Shu Shinru looked at the multiple choice question at the very beginning with a lifeless expression. It's a 30-point multiple choice question. So you can't just guess, right? Is it going to be that move? Shu Xianro recalled the old catchphrase that had impressed her so much that back then it was known as a must-have for school dropouts. 3 longs and 1 short to choose 1 short. 3 short and 1 long to choose 1 long. 2 longs and 2 shorts. Option B. And unevenness. Option C. But, this kind of catchphrase is known as a schoolboy catchphrase, so it's obviously not reliable. Slap. Just when she was so worried that she didn't know what to do. Something seems to have fallen to the ground around me. Shu Hinru looked over cautiously. It's draft paper. And to keep draft paper from getting flung around, there was also a signature pen pressed into the top with special care. The most important thing was that this draft paper which fell between himself and Chen-Chi. He dropped his draft paper? But why doesn't he go pick it up? Shu Shinro was puzzled. At this moment, Chen-Chi was sitting motionlessly in his seat, as if he was not moved by anything. He didn't notice? It's a small voice, though, but he heard it himself. There's no reason why he didn't realize it. Does it mean that the questions are being taken too seriously? Well, it's possible. And then she thought, on the draft paper, would the answers from the test paper remain? In the last monthly exam and the touch test, Chen-Chi's grades were number 1 in his grade. If I could copy his test paper, what was the worry about my own language grade? But how should I pick it up? If you bend over so much, surely the homeroom teacher will find out, right? The draft paper on your own desk is a good solution. Just hide it under the test paper and pretend it's your own, as it is now. But draft paper to put your name on it, too. If the homeroom teacher found out, wouldn't she still be caught cheating? No. This must not work. Shu Shinro shook her head back and forth. Jiang Shuli said it before. When cheating is discovered, not only is the person who cheated penalized, but the student who helped cheat receives the same sanction. She was expelled and was able to go back to her old school. Big deal. Inherit the family's cell phone company and get back to being the female president of her former life. But what if Chen-Chi drops out? Chen-Chi at this time, the family is not very good. MS. Shu Shinro, what are you shaking your head for? Suddenly, the sharp-eyed Jiang Shuli noticed Shu Shinro's movements. Ah me, taken aback. She didn't even know how to respond. Mr. Jiang. And just at this time, Chen-Chi suddenly raised his hand. Mr. Chen-Chi, do you have any questions? Jiang Shuli's tone softened. After all, Chen-Chi was the student who had made the most progress this semester. No teacher, ever, hates a good student. You forgot to send me draft paper. Chen-Chi said calmly. Yeah, let's see. Jiang Shuli came over with a piece of draft paper. A quick look at Chen-Chi's seat. And there really wasn't any draft paper. But what is it? Jiang Shuli bent down and picked up the draft paper on the floor. It's over. Now I'm not even qualified to dwell on it. Shu Shinro despaired. Teachers are picking up their draft paper. Then why is she copying? Student Shu Shinro, you're too careless. Suddenly, Jiang Shuli picked up the draft paper and looked at it before slapping it on Shu Shinro's desk. Ha, I'm not careful? Shu Shinro didn't even react. You don't even know that your draft paper fell on the floor. Look at you. The multiple choice questions are written on the draft paper, not on the test paper yet, right? If this were a college entrance exam, you'd have to hand in the paper when time was up, and you wouldn't even have time to fill in the answers when you realized it. Jiang Shuli lectured while urging towards Shu Shinro. What are you still waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and write the answers on the test paper? Ah, well. Shu Shinro trembled as she brought the draft paper over. A quick glance upward showed that there were indeed multiple choice answers. A, B, C, and D, even with serial numbers next to them. But how could Ms. Jiang think that the draft paper was her own? Curious, Shu Shinro looked toward the top of the draft paper. This is the place where students write their names. Name, Shu Shinroe. Seeing such words, Shu Shinro's jaw dropped to the ground. Could it be that, because the questions were so difficult, God couldn't look away and let her be reborn again in a flash? And this answer is what being born again leaves you with. Impossible. Just now one's consciousness was clearly clear. And Shu Shinro recognized the handwriting on. Humph, I see. So that's it. Recalling that Chen-Chi had just raised his hand for Jiang Shuli to go to his seat. Then again, Jiang Shuli found the draft paper on the floor. Shu Shinro understood everything. This cheating was clearly designed by Chen-Chi on purpose. Tough talker, and said he didn't care about me, and said he didn't like me, and even copied the answers for me. He must not want me to change schools. Pursing her lips with a smile that was hard to hide, Shu Shinro quickly copied the answers from the draft paper onto the test paper. At the moment the bell rang, Jiang Shuli also announced towards the class, the exam is over. Hand in your papers, prepare well. Look at your math books in the aisle and prepare your formulas. You'll be taking the test later. One by one, students place their papers on the podium and leave the classroom. Chen-Chi was the first to hand in his papers and the first to leave. And Shu Shinro, after pressing her excitement to hand in her papers and leave the classroom, she couldn't hold back her inner excitement any longer. Chen-Chi-san, wait for me. What for? Chen-Chi glanced at her and leaned his back against the wall, taking the notebook out of his hand. Shu Shinro moved in front of Chen-Chi, so close that she could feel his breath. Chen-Chi looked up and frowned. That. I ask you, just in case. Shu Shinro looked around to see if any of her classmates or teachers had passed by. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, only then did Shu Shinro continue. That piece of draft paper. Did you intentionally copy it for me? No. Chen-Chi directly denied it. Che, you can't fool me. Shu Shinro analyzed head-on. You wrote my name on the draft paper, and then you stumped Ms. Zhang over to make her take the initiative to give me the draft paper filled with answers. You said that it wasn't you who intentionally let me copy it. Or what? You must have planned it from the start. Why would I be bored planning this? Chen-Chi moved his gaze to his laptop. Because I said I transferred to another school if I failed the exam. Shu Shinro looked at her blearily and said, if I transfer to another school, there will be no one to talk to you. Just the right amount of quiet. Chen-Chi didn't raise his head. Then, no one will give you milk for breakfast. I wouldn't have liked to drink it. That. Anyway, you must have set it up on purpose. Shu Shinro looked at Chen-Chi with a puff of air. It's obvious that he's done it all. So how come he just won't admit it? Is it really that hard to say I like you? Well, since you said that, I'll be honest with you. Suddenly, Chen-Chi closed his notebook. Shu Shinro's heart thumped. Could it be that Chen-Chi finally couldn't help but show his cards to himself? Even though it's your own husband. But start from scratch and start over to cultivate emotional success. It's also very fulfilling. But just at this time, Chen-Chi shouted toward the center of the aisle. Old Jiang, come over here. Jiang Fan, who was in the middle of the crowd with a dejected face, looked over in surprise. Shu Shinro couldn't help but be stunned. What did the two of them have to do with Jiang Fan? Old Chen, you're looking for me? Jiang Fan came over with a puzzled look on his face. Let me ask you, Lao Jiang, before the exam, did you say that you wanted to copy my test paper? Chen-Chi asked. Jiang Fan slapped his head and suddenly remembered. Yeah, old Chen, I'll go on. Fine, just know that. Chen-Chi cut him off. Then, turning his head, he glanced at Shu Shinro. Any more questions? Shu Shinro pursed her lips and puckered her face. Then how can I explain my name? I didn't write my name to prevent detection. And who would be stupid enough to cheat and write their name on draft paper? Chen-Chi asked rhetorically. Then it shouldn't be written about me either. Shu Shinro still didn't believe it. But how should I explain to the teacher about a piece of draft paper with answers written all over it? You should have also seen that the answers written on that draft paper are very standardized. Chen-Chi continued. It's pretty standard. Shu Shinro had to admit this as well, because even the serial number of the title is labeled. If the student is not in the habit of doing this, the teacher will see at a glance that this is an attempt to pass on the answer. Wouldn't that be easy? I have to find someone to take the blame, right? You're going to be punished if you're found out. So I thought of you. It just so happens that the draft paper was picked up by you, Chen-Chi said gently. Shu Shinro, on the other hand, was dumbfounded and froze in place. The original. Writing your own name isn't even about giving yourself answers. It's about wanting to take the fall? Abominable. I'm pissed off. Why are you making me take the fall for this? Do you realize that if you get caught you'll be expelled from school? Shu Shinro's eyes were red with anger. I know. But didn't you say that you were bad at languages and that you'd be dropped from school if you did poorly again? It's just as well that you're dropping out of school anyway. Chen-Chi shrugged. Chen-Chi-san, you big dummy. Shu Shinro turned around and jogged towards the restroom, covering her face. This time, she really cried. She could stand to have Cochrane bossing her around. It's okay to put up with people saying she's not good at languages. But, Chen-Chi wants to drive himself away so badly. So much for wanting to keep her away. She really. Take it. Receive. No. 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 No more. Old Chen. What did you do? Why did you make her cry? Jiang Fan looked at Chen-Chi with a puzzled expression. Chen-Chi took a deep breath. It's nothing. Jiang Fan patted his head and suddenly remembered something. Right. What do you mean when you asked me just now if I wanted to copy your test paper? Didn't I ask you every time I took an exam? Which time did you promise? Not enough of a brother. Chen-Chi smiled bashfully. Next time for sure. Ghosts will believe you. Jiang Fan breathlessly rolled his eyes at him. 10 minutes later, the students returned to the classroom. Chen-Chi also sat down in his seat. Chen-Chi-san. Soon. Shu Shinro also came back, but there was no longer any change in her eye sockets. And even her expression didn't seem angry at all. Chen-Chi smiled. He sheds how to do. Naturally clear Shu Shinro's character. I was wrong just now. I'm not mad at you. Actually, if you think about it, this is a kind of fate. Shu Shinro sat down and then chatted with Chen-Chi. She said with her head in her hands, Look you happened to write my name, and happened to be picked up by me, and also let me cope with the language test. The probability is that I will not be expelled from the school. You say, does it mean that God wants us to be together? Isn't it right, isn't it? It's just that what Chen-Chi didn't expect. This girl can be optimistic to this extent. Look, if you don't even say anything, you must be acquiescing to our destiny. Shu Shinro beautifully pouted her small mouth. Besides, you have promised that I can chase you, so I am not angry at all. Then you weren't scolding me just now? Chen-chi asked back. Who said it was called cursing? Shu Shinro retorted. Hitting is kissing and scolding is loving. And fool is an intimate term between couples. Everyone else is a fool coming and going as a fool. You said it. I don't know. Chen-chi replied coldly. Until his heart tells him a definitive answer, he wouldn't rashly allow himself to get close to Shu Shinro, even if this girl teases herself as already teased so obviously. No, it's okay if you don't know. Shu Shinro's little eyes turned wisely. But I've called you a fool. That means I've expressed my love to you. So to be fair, it's going to be your turn to hit me. Question mark. Chen-chi had a question mark on his face and brainstormed a star. But you can't give it up. Shu Xin-ro hurriedly added. And you don't know that hitting is kissing and scolding is loving. So let's be direct. I'll take a loss and let you kiss me. How about it? Seeing that the girl had brought her white face over, Chen-chi's eyebrows couldn't help but tremble slightly. But soon, he regained his composure. You're like that with other people, too? No way. Shu Shinro propped her hands on the table as if she was afraid that Chen-chi would misunderstand. I'm only this nice to you, blah. Chen-chi thought for a moment and said, just a reminder, there's a math test coming up, and you didn't necessarily memorize the formulas you learned last week. Che, I still need to memorize formulas. Shu Shinro sat down with a pout and silently spat, but in her heart she was thinking that her husband, now, was really a blank sheet of paper. But this blank sheet of paper looked more wonderful to her than any scroll. He is handsome, loves to study and knows that his family is struggling to make an effort. Simply a standard good guy embryo. No wonder. He will spoil himself so much in the future. Thinking about it, Shu Shinro couldn't help but exclaim. Chen-chi student. I think you must have a story for being so outstanding. What story? Chen-chi asked casually. Shu Shinro nodded her head and said, any girl has no resistance to a guy like you, so yeah. The girl who was able to chase you down in her last life must have been a fairy too. Compliment yourself? Chen-chi laughed in his heart, but didn't break it down. As the bell rang, the math test, the English test, and all the other subjects finished their exams one after another. Zhang Shuli also greatly gave the whole class a vacation, approving that they could return to the dormitory early to rest. And because the language test was finally dealt with, Shu Shinro was happily giggling in the dormitory. No way Xiao Shu, looking at this look of a philandering smile, is thinking about your family Chun-chi again? In the dormitory, Shen Qin, who was in the same class, couldn't help but snicker. She wasn't in the first class, but had been retained down from her senior year. That's why they were assigned to be in the same dormitory as Shu Shinro and the others. Because she was a year older than her classmates, she preferred to be called little. Right, it's just that I miss my family Chun-chi. What's wrong? I just want to. Shu Shinro pouted prettily. It's a shame that Chun-chi doesn't have a cell phone right now. Otherwise let the friends and girlfriends of this era what is called phone rule. Come on you, Lin Xiaohua said without any good humor. How did Chun-chi become your family's? Speak as if people have accepted your confession. Although it's not a complete acceptance, it's still a half acceptance, Shu Xin's was said. Half? What's that supposed to mean? Shin Qin and Lin Xiaohua both looked at her curiously. Because he gave me permission to chase him. Shu Shinro dryly stated her reason. But there's one more thing. His own language test scores are the reason for his peace of mind. Although the process may not be what you think it is, but it always ends well. In other words, one could completely understand that Chen-chi didn't want her to transfer to another school, and that was why he threw the draft paper on the ground. As for whether to throw it to Jiang Fan or to himself, who cares so much? Shu, are you sick? Shin Qin went over and touched Shu Shinro's forehead. I'm fine. How can I be sick? Shu Shinro moved her hand away in a hurry. Chun-chi just agreed to you chasing him, and you reacted so strongly, just like that? Shin Qin learned to giggle in a dumbfounded manner. Shu Shinro immediately went over and patted her shoulder. Go go go. You mimic like you have Alzheimer's, which I am so stupid. Yeah, you're not stupid and you're quite pretty. Not only your class, even our third class has a lot of boys sneaking out of class to go to the general classroom to look at you. Saying that, Shin Qin shrugged. But what's the use? Still not Chen-chi's licking dog. Maybe have been raised as a fish and don't even know it. Fish farming? No way. Shu Shinro shook her head. How is it impossible? The scumbag's tactics with girls have always been to try and keep things ambiguous. Shin Qin analyzed. Although you are beautiful, Chen-chi has attracted a lot of attention from girls in school. How do you know he hasn't been good with other girls? Because I trust him and I know him. Shu Xianro spoke with a straight face, and patted her small chest in the process. Besides, I'm his only suitor. It's meaningless for you to say that. How do you know if you're some so-called soul suitor? Shin Qin expressed his skepticism. Because he said so. Fine, Then you wait. I'm going to prove to you how ridiculous you are as the sole suitor. Little flower. You come with me. Shin greeted Lin Xiaohua and left the dormitory together. What are you guys doing? Shu Shinro. Shin smiled mysteriously. You'll know later. We are going to help you verify how cheap the so-called sole suitor is. She bit down on the word only extremely hard before leaving the dormitory with Lin Xiaohua. 10 minutes or so later, though, the two were back again. The expressions on the duo's faces, however, were very different from when they left. What did you guys do? Shu Shinro wondered. Shin gave Shu Shinro a sly look, then buried her head under the pillow without speaking. And Lin Xiaohua giggled nonstop. Shu Shinro classmate. She can't do it to Qin Shi. It's so funny. What the hell? As soon as Shu Shinro heard Chen Shi mentioned, she became even more eager to find out what was going on. After laughing again for a while, Lin Xiaohua organized her expression and said, she said that she helped you test how ridiculous the identity of the sole suitor is. So she went to find Chen Shi and threatened to be the suitor. And she even asked me to record it on my cell phone, so that she could play it for you when the time comes. Then what did Chen Shi say? Shu Shinro grew more and more curious. You, hear for yourself. Lin Xiaohua handed her cell phone to Shu Shinro. Shu Shinro directly clicked on the recording file. Once it came up, it was Shin's voice. Hey, Chen Shi, I want to be your suitor. How about it? This was followed by Chen Shi's lighthearted tone. Sorry, I can't fit my suitor here like a parking space. Turn it off quickly. People are embarrassed. Shin directly broke the defense. Lin Xiaohua laughed again. Chen Shi is just too funny. It's obvious that Shin has been losing weight lately. But as a result, Chen Shi said nothing else but that she couldn't sit down. That's not saying she's fat. Shu Xinro laughed along with her. But instead of wanting to find things funny like Lin Xiaohua did, she laughed happily. Why can't you sit down? In addition to being too fat, it's also possible that someone else is in the position. And that person is himself. At this time, Shu Shinro's cell phone rang. Open my cell phone to see the caller ID, Mother Superior. It's normal for your own mom to call after an exam, especially since he was reborn. His grades not only didn't improve, but went down. It is simply too normal for parents in the world to be concerned about their children's grades. The worse it is, then the more you care. It was just that Shu Shinro herself was helpless. After so many years of graduation, the knowledge in my head has long been replaced with finance and management. Learning? It's not even as good as Ben's own self from this era. Mom, why are you calling all of a sudden? Shu Shinro put the call through, asking knowingly. A cold laugh came from the cell phone. Why am I calling you? Girls still don't know. I'm telling you, if you still fail in language, just come back to school honestly. Just so your dad and I can teach you about managing a company. After saying that, Shu Shinro's mother even paused. Right, don't you talk to me about rebirth and crossing over? I think you're just the result of watching too many romance novels and idol dramas nowadays. Shu Shinro is the one who had a showdown with her parents. But this kind of thing, you have to have someone to believe it when you say it. If you don't even trust your own mom and dad, how can anyone else? So in order to transfer to No. 1 middle school, Shu Shinro was softly pouting and threatening to lock the door and go on hunger strike. It was so hard to finally transfer here. How could she just go back? What's more, she now has a pretty good reason. So, Shu Shinro faced her mom's questioning, as if she was not in a hurry at all. Mom, if my grades improve, I can always stay in the first middle school, right? Your grades are improving? You'd be lucky if you didn't regress since the semester started. Shukinzo's mother spat on the other end of the phone. Humph, you just don't believe in your own daughter's strength. Shu Shinro huffed, but at the same time, an idea popped into her head. By the way, Mom, do you know why I'm confident about this monthly exam? Shu Shinro's words changed. Why? I feel like I'm going to improve because my teacher asked an exceptionally good student in my class to tutor me in my studies. Take this opportunity to pull Chen Shi out. He was his parents' son-in-law anyway, so he would have to get to know him sooner or later. There is such a thing? Hearing Shu Shinro say this, Shu Shinro's mother also hesitated a bit. Could it be that his daughter's grades had really improved in just under a month? You'll know by then. Anyway, there's a parent-teacher conference after the monthly exams. I'm hanging up now. I'm going to bed. Shu Shinro directly hung up the phone. In case your mom wants to quiz you on your language skills, wouldn't she be exposed? The next day at noon. Old Chen, you're bull. You're really bull X. When he returned to the classroom after eating from the cafeteria, Zhang Fan surrounded Chen Shi and praised him. The students in the class, too, were casting envious glances at him. Language, math, and English, plus science. A total of 750 total points. Hard by Chen Shi exam 746. The 4 points deducted were, like the last monthly exam, routine deductions on essays. If one exam is a coincidence, so 2 or 3 times, it can't be so coincidental that it's the same score every time, can it? Chen-Chi, you're so ruthless. You took first place in your grade this time. Zhang Hao also came over and flattered. He had admired Chen-Chi since the last basketball game. After all, most high school students at that age are still very innocent. Although Zhang Hao liked Xu Xinrou, Chen-Chi's skills in basketball, as well as his academic achievements, had completely conquered him. First in the grade? Probably. By the way, have the report cards for the students in the class come out yet? Chen-Chi asked toward Zhang Hao. In fact, the results of the monthly exams are posted on the bulletin board at the end of the corridor of the school building at the first opportunity. However, since the results had just come out and there were too many students who went to see their results, Chen-Chi didn't squeeze into the pile with Zhang Fan to join in the fun, and he heard his scores from those students. After all, 2 consecutive monthly exams to the top of the grade, and still so close to a perfect score, was enough to make too many people envious and jealous. Why are you looking at this? You must be the first in our class, Zhang Hao asked in bewilderment. Chen-Chi glanced at the empty seat beside him and said casually, I'll just take a look around. That's true, but the class report card came out also at the homeroom teacher's place before it came to me, and I don't have it now. Zhang Hao spread his hands helplessly, then returned to his seat. Old Chen, I really feel like you're on a roll this semester. Basketball is harder than before. Not to mention that your grades are so good. Alas, I don't know how many young girls have succumbed to your pants. Zhang Fan left with a look of emotion on his face, and Chen-Chi stretched out and plopped down on his desk to prepare for his lunch break. But, why isn't she back yet? Chen-Chi-san. As he was thinking, a crisp voice came from the classroom door. Chen-Chi didn't need to turn around to know who was calling him. Chen-Chi-san. I'm calling you. Soon a hand tapped him on the shoulder. What for? Chen-Chi sat up straight and glanced at the girl's expression. Xu Xianro hung a surfeit of moving smiles. Nothing, just good news for you. Xu Xinrou sat down next to Chen-Chi. Got 120 in language. Surprised? That's good news for you. None of my business. Chen-Chi said with a sense of uncaring. Xu Xinrou said with a big smile. Of course it's none of your business, so you can have your way. I don't have to transfer to another school, so I can attend classes with you. Chen-Chi rolled his eyes. If you can take the test like this once, can you take it like this a second time? I won't do the same thing a second time. How did Xu Xinrou score 120 points on the exam? Chen-Chi had a better idea than she did in her heart. You finally admit it. Suddenly, Xu Xinrou slapped the table. What did I admit? Chen-Chi asked. You admit. Xu Xinrou lowered her head and said very close to Chen-Chi's ear. That piece of draft paper. It's obvious that you deliberately showed it to me. Why do you say that? Because Chen-Chi had just said that he wouldn't do the same thing twice. Wouldn't the implication of that be that he did it on purpose the first time? Whether it's for you or not, you won't be able to take exams this way again. Chen-Chi said coldly, not bothering to explain, because he knows that paper can't hold fire. While he could explain, there was no need for that. After all, the best way to determine whether or not that piece of draft paper was given to Xu Xianro by herself was to ask Zhang Fan to determine the truth. If Xu Xinrou wanted to confirm the truth of this matter, it was really simple. So what to do? I'm not good at languages and you're first in your grade. Well, what can I do? Xu Xinrou propped her hands on her desk and cupped her chin. The eyes that looked at Chen-Chi always seemed to be filled with cleanliness and brightness, but the smile at the corner of her mouth gave Chen-Chi the illusion that he was like a lamb to the slaughter. Or really, like the homeroom teacher said, you can tutor me in languages. Xu Xinrou said, as the saying goes, if you're so good at studying, if you help me, my grades will naturally get better too. Trying to copy the literature? Chen-Chi knew that Xu Xinrou was deliberately teasing herself, but he would not take the bait. Copy. You can copy it, but it's not good enough to just copy the language. Xu Xinrou said directly. Near Zhu is mainly near, that's why I want you to tutor me hand in hand. It doesn't really matter if you tutor or not, but hand-holding is a must. Chen-Chi rolled his eyes at her and simply stopped paying attention to her. In the middle of the day, taking advantage of the lunch break, Zhang Shuli came to the classroom to announce the results of this monthly examination. For this monthly test, she focused on 2 people. One of them, naturally, was Chen-Chi, who had tested first in his grade for 2 consecutive monthly exams. The other person is Xu Xinrou, who has improved her language scores very significantly. It seems that in the mapping exam, Xu Xinrou's student did do poorly because of the different progress. Keep up the good work in the future. Xu Lijiang said so. Thank you, teacher. Xu Xinrou stood up and smiled sweetly. Of course. And thank you, Chen-Chi students. Boom. The class up exploded with a buzz in their heads when they heard such a sentence. How dare she openly show her love in front of the homeroom teacher? She's got too much guts. Everyone knew that her relationship with Chun-Chi must not be normal, but they didn't expect that Shu Shinru would show it in front of the homeroom teacher who was known as the old hag. But that wasn't what surprised them the most. Even more exaggeratedly, Jiang Shuli also nodded her head towards Shu Shinru and said, "Well, being able to progress so fast should not be separated from Chun-Chi's classmates' help either. I think we can all learn from Chun-Chi and Shu Shinru, and help each other more in their studies." Crowd. Shu Shinru sat down happily and said quietly towards Chun-Chi, "Chen-Chi student, the homeroom teacher is using us as a role model. Do you know what this is called?" "What's it called?" Chen-Chi asked. "It's called a model couple." The academic results of all were then announced. Shu Shinru's total score was 581 points. For an ordinary student, a score close to 600 points was actually quite good. And this time, it was the best score she had ever gotten since she was reborn. The results were announced. Then naturally the afternoon session became a marking of papers. However, during the evening study hall, Jiang Shuli informed everyone that there would be a parent-teacher conference on Friday in response to the results of the 2 monthly exams. She'll be calling and telling everyone's parents one by one over the next 2 days. Class dismissed. PTA. This is a public execution. Students such as those who had done relatively poorly on the exams like Zhang Fan began to wail. The students with good grades, on the contrary, had smiles on their faces. After all, good grades were a reward in front of their parents. However, Chen-Chi had a look of complete indifference. After all, with his current level of intelligence, coping with dealing with high school exams was just too easy. "Mr. Chen-Chi, you did so well on the exam. Why don't you seem to be happy at all?" Shu Shinru noticed that the look on Chen-Chi's face was obviously a bit different from the others. Chen-Chi was stunned for a moment and immediately said, "It's not like it's the final exam or the college entrance exam. That's the most important exam. The reasoning, it makes sense. But it's time to manage your emotions yourself, or at least be as joyful as the students around you. Otherwise," with Shu Shinru beside him, he might have realized that he was also reborn into this era. Wow, but after all, if you did so well on the exam, then you should be happy. Fortunately, Shu Shinru didn't feel there was anything wrong. After thinking about it, she said, "How about we don't go to the cafeteria at night and eat outside the school? I'll treat you. Consider it my thanks to you." "No go." Chen-Chi directly got up and prepared to leave. "Mr. Chen-Chi, can't you just promise me for once? At least you said I'm your suitor." Shu Shinru nuzzled a little unhappily. "Then you can opt out. I don't need someone to chase." Chen-Chi said so and walked towards the outside of the classroom. "Quit? How is that possible? If you don't eat it, I'll eat it with someone else." Shu Shinru stomped her foot in exasperation and followed and walked out of the classroom as well. Shu Shinru classmate. Can I buy you a meal?" And just at that moment, a boy from an outside class appeared in front of the duo. The boy had a slanted bangs and looked a little handsome. Chen-Chi frowned. "Just now, Shu Shinru said that she's going to have dinner with someone else? Ha, you." Shu Shinru was a bit speechless at once. Just now when she said she was eating with someone else, that someone else was referring to Lin Xiaohua. How could she not have expected that someone would actually come to have dinner with her? Is such a coincidence. Afraid that Chun-Ji will not misunderstand it? "Mr. Chen-Chi, I don't actually have." Shu Shinru was thinking about how to explain to Chen-Chi, but things like coincidence are definitely the hardest to explain away. As it turned out, she hadn't even waited for her to wisp up the wording she was going to use to explain. Chen-Chi glanced at her right next to her and said coldly, "Didn't you say that you were going to treat me to dinner?" "Ha, yeah, but didn't you say?" Shu Shinru didn't react for a while. "Then go back to your dorm and put your book bag away. Then meet me at the playground." Chen-Chi left after dropping a sentence. Classmate Shu Shinru. You asked a boy out to dinner?" Classmate Shu Shinru? The boy who wanted to ask Shu Xanro out was obviously misinformed and didn't know about Shu Xanro chasing Chen-Chi yet. And at this time, Shu Shinru froze for a while before reacting. "Aha, yeah, I asked out a boy I like," Shu Shinru said with a generous voice. The boy was outright speechless. Originally, he felt that inviting Shu Shinru for dinner to express his liking was already not too euphemistic a way. As a result, Shu Shinru spoke directly. "Not to him, though. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving." Shu Shinru pursed her lips and walked directly in the direction of the downstairs. "Couldn't even help humming as I headed back to my dorm." Chen-Chi agreeing to have dinner with herself was definitely an epic step forward, and a chance for her to be heavenly good. "Shu, did you do well on your monthly exam?" As soon as she returned to the dormitory, Shinshin found Shu Shinru with a happy and satisfied face. "Aha, but there's another reason," Shu Shinru admitted with a big smile. "What else?" Shinshin was curious. "How about Chun-Chi promising to have dinner with me tonight?" Shu Shinru hated to show off to everyone she knew around her. "See, that's the beauty of being the only suitor. No way? A straight man of steel like Chen-Chi would agree to eat with you? Shin-Chin's eyes widened at once. You know, yesterday, when she went to help Shu Shinro prove how ridiculous it was to be the only suitor, she deliberately flirted with Chen-Ji. What happened to Chen-Chi? Telling her to her face that she's too fat is like poking a girl right in the face. This kind of boy, would he be a scum? In saying that, he doesn't deserve to be a scumbag, because among guys, what gives girls more headaches is not liking a scumbag, but a straight guy. The scumbag will at least be gentle with the girl and say romantic things, but a straight man is like a plate of steel. No matter how much he shows kindness, he will dislike it. So after seeing Chen-Chi's straight male attributes, Shin-Chin knew how difficult it was to ask Chen-Chi out for dinner together. Anyway, he promised. Shin-Chin, do you think this little dress looks good? Shu Shinro turned out a white pleated skirt. Well, it looks good. That's it then. Shu Shinro changed her clothes. Ms. Shu Shinro, what are you doing? Soon, Lin Xiaohua also returned. However, she noticed that Shu Shinro had obviously changed her clothes and was dressed up. After having dinner with Chen-Chi. Right. Tell me quickly, how do you confess to a boy over dinner and make it impossible for him to say no? Shu Shinro hurriedly came over to ask Lin Xiaohua. Chen-Chi would actually eat with you? Lin Xiaohua was also taken aback. Yeah, why do you all feel so surprised? Is it because I'm the only suitor who doesn't deserve it? Shu Shinro said with a deliberate exasperation. That's not true. It's normal if it's a different boy, but if it's Chen-Chi, then it's abnormal. Lin Xiaohua carefully analyzed. +1. Shin-Chin nodded deeply as well. Which is, right. You haven't given me any tips yet. Shu Shinro asked towards Lin Xiaohua. Oh, this thing are able to sit down and eat together? Of course, there is any intimate action to do without physical friction. Where is the spark of love? Lin Xiaohua said it all. So, Shu Shinro nodded slowly, pondering. Shu, you don't really believe that, do you? Shin-Chin looked at Shu Shinro with a puzzled expression. What's the problem? Shu Shinro asked rhetorically. Shin-Chin said. Shaolin has never been in love. You're letting someone who's never been in love teach you about love? Lin Xiaohua was instantly unconvinced. But I've read a lot of romance novels and idol dramas. If I haven't been in the field, I still don't know how to talk about things on paper. Look at how stable Shu Shinro's relationship with Chen-Chi is now. It's definitely due to me. Ms. Shu Shinro, say something for me. Lin Xiaohua turned her head to look at Shu Shinro. All that was heard was a slamming of the door. Shin-Chin couldn't help but laugh. She's in a hurry to date Chen-Chi, and she still has the time to speak for you? Ugh, I can't believe I've made a girlfriend who forgets her friends when she sees them. Lin Xiaohua sighed long and hard. A look of careless friendships. First high school, playground. Mr. Chen-Chi, I'm coming. After finding Chen-Chi, Shu Xianro hurriedly trotted over to him just da-da-da-da. Stopping in front of Chen-Chi, she took 2 breaths. What are we going to eat? The originally beautiful Shu Xianro, after being so slightly dressed up, seemed to have become more durable as well. Even Chen-Chi couldn't help but look at her twice more. However, he would not express it. Instead he calmly said, You're asking me? Who else would I ask if not you? Shu Shinro was a bit confused. I thought you were asking about that other person you asked out. Chen-Chi said with an expressionless face. It's not what you think. It was a coincidence. A coincidence. I don't know him at all. You must believe me. Shu Xianro collapsed. Chen-Ji couldn't have really misunderstood, right? Seeing that the little girl was about to burst into tears in a hurry, Chen-Chi didn't intend to tease her anymore. Then just eat whatever you want. Aha! Shu Shinro nodded her head repeatedly and left the school with Chen-Chi. The first form has a 1.5-hour leaving time at noon and a 2-hour leaving time in the evening because of the residential system. However, you must return to school at the end of the day or you will be registered by the janitor for disciplinary action. What's good to eat? Shu Shinro looked down the busy street. There were quite a few restaurants in front of the school. Only the one she remembered eating with Chen-Chi for the first time wasn't open yet. That restaurant. Or Chen-Chi took her there. If you don't have an idea, then I'll just take you somewhere. Chen-Chi turned a corner in an alley. Yeah, but, you sure you want to go from here? Shu Shinro followed cautiously into the room. In the gradually dimming sky, the cold alley surprisingly looked a little scary. Yeah, why do I feel a bit eerie? There's no danger, is there? Shu Shinro said subconsciously. Afraid of running into bad people? Chen-Chi teased. Then of course I'm not afraid. Shu Shinro answered decisively. After all, there's not even many people here. And if you meet a bad guy, that bad guy will be you. Are you that unafraid of me? Chen-Chi smiled bashfully. Why should I be afraid of you? If you're going to rob me of my sex, I'm sure I won't resist. In fact, Shu Shinro was hiding one more sentence. I'm afraid that you're afraid to do that at your age. But is there really a restaurant here? Shu Shinro looked around. Ouch. Suddenly, Chen Shi stopped in his tracks, and Shu Xianro crashed headfirst into his back. Arrived. Arrived? Shu Shinro rubbed her forehead and poked her head out to look toward the front. A small, rundown restaurant that seems to be patronized by only a handful of the surrounding residents. And there were only 4 employees in the restaurant, including the owner. And by the looks of them, it's obvious that they're a family-run kind of small restaurant. As for the decor, not to mention that the floors are concrete and the walls are not yet wallpapered. Even the signboard hanging above the entrance was askew, as if it was about to fall down at any moment. But when Shu Shinro saw the name on the sign, Shu Shinro was astonished. Chen Chi student. I didn't expect you to bring me here. On the red signboard, there were 4 big words, Chow's restaurant. But this restaurant, wasn't it the same restaurant where Chen Chi had taken himself to eat on his first date back then? How did it come to be open here? The girl beside her was full of emotion. For the first time, many people are impressed and memorized. What's more, this was the restaurant where she and Chen Chi had their first meal. Let's go eat here then. The food is delicious. Shu Shinro turned her head to look at Chen Chi. Chen Chi nodded his head, and although he knew, he still asked as if he didn't know. You've been here? This was here once, but it's been a long time. Shu Shinro nodded. I ate here my freshman year of high school. It's a smaller place, but it's pretty good. Chen Chi also explained why he had brought Shu Shinro here. After all, the matter of being reborn was something he intended to hide. Yo, 2 students. What do you guys want to eat? Shu Xianro and Chen Chi walked into the restaurant together, and the owner immediately brought over a menu. The menu was a sheet of paper laminated in a plastic wrap. The simple kind. Purple cabbage soup, braised eggplant, and a shredded potato with meat. Without even looking at the menu, Shu Shinro skillfully asked the owner for the dish she wanted to eat. Good. Wait a moment. Have some tea first. The boss poured 2 cups of tea for the 2 of them respectively before going to greet the people to fry the food. Shu Shinro sipped her tea and looked at Chen Chi, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table. With a smile on her face, Chen Chi student, would you say that we are, now, considered to be on a date? Doesn't count. Chen Chi said decisively. Why, you're the one who agreed to me chasing you. So we sitting down to dinner together isn't even a date? Shu Shinro retorted. It's just a meal together. It's normal, Chen Chi said in a deep voice. Shu Xianro pouted. Don't think I'm one of those 16 or 17-year-old girls. I'm telling you, when boys and girls eat alone together, they're dating. So, Chen Chi also lightly sipped his tea. In fact, he had already made a decision in his heart when he decided to come here for dinner with Shu Shinro today. Though I don't know if Shu Shinro's reasoning of trying it anyway works or not. But if we don't try, I'm afraid there will never be an answer. Especially, at the end of the school day today, a boy asked Shu Shinro to have dinner with him. Chen Chi was pretty sure that at that time he was in a mood where he absolutely didn't want to see Shu Xianro getting close to another boy. So it's normal that you don't understand. Who made you never fall in love? Shikinzo stuck her tongue out. After all, her husband's current relationship history is still a blank slate? And Chen Chi also glanced at her, secretly thinking, if not reborn, as if this age you have talked about the same? Suddenly, Shu Shinro quietly came over and snickered. Chen Chi students. In fact, it's okay if you haven't talked about it, because you can find a girl to talk about it and try it out. You want to say, like looking for you? Chen Chi raised an eyebrow. Shu Shinro nodded her head repeatedly. 2 students. The soup is here. The owner served the soup first. Shu Shinro immediately helped herself and Chen Chi each get a bowl. Chen Chi-san, you really don't want to think about it? Shu Shinro continued to pursue. There's no need. Chen Chi said calmly, it's not necessary to fall in love to know what it's like to fall in love. Che, do you still fall in love on paper? You're not a little flower. Shu Shinro nuzzled her mouth and instantly remembered what Lin Xiaohua had said on paper before leaving the dormitory. However, with regards to Chen Chi's refusal, Shu Shinro seemed to feel that she had also become accustomed to it. In the face of completely do not want to fall in love, pure as a blank sheet of paper like Chen Chi, really difficult to strategy. It's not on paper either. It's just that you can think differently. Chen Chi corrected. Yes. The schoolteacher's thoughts are just so much more. Shu Shinro deliberately spat out a dark comment, then sighed out. Alas, I don't know. What's the difference between me, the sole suitor, and the others? Actually, for falling in love, I am still a little curious. Chen Chi took a sip of soup. Really? Shu Shinro's eyes lit up. Did Chen Chi mean that he wanted to fall in love? That's fine. The girl who was closest to Chen Chi now was herself. Who wants to fall in love first? Is it even a guess? Chen Chi-san, Have you suddenly changed your mind and want to fall in love with me? Shu Shinro fell to speaking her thoughts out. Don't want to. Well, another merciless rejection. Long since immune to Shu Shinro. But you can teach me. Suddenly, Chen Chi's words changed. Teach you? What do you mean? Shukinzo was confused for a moment. I'll teach you the language. You teach me how to fall in love. And we'll call it even. Chen Chi's heart couldn't help but tremble along with him when he spoke these words, though it was his own wife he was dealing with. But after saying those words back at 17, it still sends some waves through him. The first step in the attempt, he finally took. Mr. Chen Chi, did I hear you right? Are you saying that? Let me teach you to fall in love? Shu Shinro scratched her ears. She was really afraid that she had just wandered off and misheard. Not talking about a relationship with myself, though, but if she is allowed to teach Chen Chi, then it is not far from victory. Well, you taught me. Is there a problem? Chen Chi was calm and acted really as if he was an incomparably simple little boy, and Shu Shinro didn't care what the reactions of the others in the restaurant were, and immediately said, there's no problem. No problem. If there's a problem, it's my brain that's wrong. Well, it's good that there's no problem. Chen Chi nodded, but didn't say anything more. Ahem. Then since Mr. Shu is the one teaching you, then Chen Chi student must listen to my request. Shu Shinro pretended to cough twice in a serious manner. Since I'm teaching you to fall in love, I must have a teaching subject who falls in love, right? Then, for the sake of the overall situation, this teacher will beg to be your teaching subject. It's just as well that I'm your only suitor. This arrangement is also fair and reasonable, right? Shu Xianro spoke in a single line, as if she was talking about her feelings with an innocent little boy who knew nothing about feelings. Even Chen Chi, looking at her current appearance, was struggling to hold it in before he didn't burst out laughing. Class, your food is served. And this time, the owner served both the shredded potato and meat and the braised eggplant. Shu Shinro's small eyes rolled. Student Chen Chi, it's not too late. Let's start the first lesson. Okay, go ahead. Chen Chi said easily. Boy and girl friends in love. Must be intimate, like eating. Shu Shinro stood up and brought Chen Chi's bowl over. If you love nori soup, you must ask me to serve it for you. Well, what else? Chen Chi took the bowl and took a sip. Shu Shinro picked up another section of eggplant with her chopsticks and stretched it towards Chen Chi. And then, for example, you like to eat braised eggplant? Open your mouth wide. Chen Chi directly blanked her. Are you teaching a 3-year-old? It's just a demonstration. Anyway, if your girlfriend treats you well, you must accept it. Shu Shinro made a summary. What should I do then? Chen Chi asked. You can learn how I do it. For example, I like shredded potatoes and meat, so you clip some over. Shikinzo pointed to the plate. Chen Ji pushed the shredded potato and meat in front of Shu Xianro. Shu Shinro immediately moved the bowl away and said seriously, stop, you can't throw the bowl. What then? Chen Chi hung his hand in midair. Geez, I've shown you how to do it, stretch it out. This time, instead of asking Chen Chi to open his mouth wide, Shu Shinro ate the shredded potatoes Chen Chi was holding with his chopsticks in one bite by herself. Well, that's very true. Shu Shinzo chewed her vegetables beautifully. The dish Chen Chi gave her with his chopsticks smelled so good. How about we eat like this for dinner today then? You feed me and I feed you? Shukinzo made a suggestion. You teach me. Your call. Chen Chi did not refuse. Good. Then it's decided. Mr. Chen Chi, you have to eat more. Shu Shinro kept on giving Chen Chi dishes. And every time he pinched a dish, he pinched Chen Chi's favorite, because it's like Chen Chi knows she likes shredded potatoes and meat. She deliberately ordered braised eggplant. Naturally knowing that Chen Chi liked it, started eating at 8 o'clock and ate until almost 9. Although Shu Shinro's stomach was already bulging with food, but she still wants to eat. It doesn't really matter if the food is good or not, as long as it's what Chen Chi feeds her. Boss, we want extra food. Shu Shinro greeted the boss. There's more food to add. The owner nervously scratched his meat, his eyes glancing at the time. As a restaurant that specializes in home-cooked food, 9 o'clock is pretty late. You didn't eat enough? Chen Chi asked. I'm full but I just want to eat. Shu Shinro said sweetly. No food then. Check. Chen Chi said towards the owner. Well, thanks, classmate. A total of $27. The boss was counting the menu while explaining. It's actually not that I don't want to receive you guys. It's that my mother-in-law wants to make the restaurant bigger and rent a storefront in front of the first middle school. So I've been busy with a lot of chores at night lately. Sorry about that. So that's how it is. It dawned on Shu Shinro. No wonder she was under the impression that Chow's should be across the street from the school entrance. Not here. Turns out it was when she used to transfer over that the cafeteria moved out. Well then blah blah. I'll do as you say. Shu Shinro came to Chen Chi's ear. male and female friends, we have to respect each other, and it's not about who listens to who. So do you listen to me? Suddenly, Chen-Chi asked coldly. Shu Shinro was stunned for a moment. In the back of my mind, I can't help but recall the red and blood-filled clip. If she listened to Chen-Chi, she didn't drive herself, but gave the driver's seat to Chen-Chi. Perhaps they wouldn't have made that tragedy. I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you in everything. Shu Shinro's expression was firm. Ha, don't take it seriously. I'm just asking off the top of my head. With that, Chen-Chi paid the money. Mr. Chen-Chi, it was agreed that I would treat you to dinner, Shu Shinro said in a hurry. So who pays when a boyfriend and girlfriend go out to eat? Chen-Chi asked. Wow. Shu Shinro obediently took 2 steps back. When the bill was settled, the 2 men left the restaurant. At this moment, it was completely dark. Shu Shinro, like most girls, was quite afraid of the dark, and all the way out, she clutched Chen-Chi's clothes. Aha, Chen-Chi student. You've done very well. You know how to protect your girlfriend. Walking out of the alley, Shu Shinro had a relieved look on her face. Since we've finished eating, it's time to go back to school, Chen-Chi said indifferently. Okay, but, Chen-Chi students, I have a question that I haven't asked just now for fear of ruining the atmosphere. Shu Shinro thought for a moment, but finally let the words out. You ask. Chen-Chi nodded. That's why you suddenly remembered to ask me to teach you about relationships. Ha? Shu Shinro looked at Chen-Chi curiously, though she felt that if she had this condition, it would undoubtedly create the perfect conditions for her to re-raid Chen-Chi. But why would Chen-Chi take the initiative to bring this up? She can't figure it out. Fortunately, Chen-Chi had already thought of an excuse, because you said I've never been in love and don't understand. So I just want to learn. Is there a problem? Aha, then I'll be sure to teach you well. Shu Shinro quickly nodded. But we can't go back to the dormitory yet. Why? Chen-Chi asked. Shu Shinro rightfully said, because after dinner, the girlfriend wants to drink milk tea, and the boyfriend has to accompany her. So at Shu Shinro's request, the 2 of them went to a milk tea store across the street from the school entrance. Ordering 2 chocolate-flavored milk teas, they sat down in the store's chairs. That's great, Shu Shinzwa thought quietly while she was pinching the straw. With such a chance to teach Chen-Chi about love, wouldn't you be able to date Chen-Chi whenever you want? There are very valid reasons for wanting to do anything with him. And at this time, on the other side of the street, there was a man hurrying back from the direction of the internet cafe towards the school. Since you can leave school for 2 hours during dinner time, aside from the students who actually go outside the school to eat, it's the students who sneak off to internet cafes to play games that make up the majority of the students. And among them, Jiang Fan was one of them. Getting flipped for 5 kills is so infuriating. Jiang Fan was still muttering about the game, but as he took out his school card and prepared to go back to school, he looked up to see a scene of disbelief. What's the situation? Jiang Fan rubbed his eyes vigorously. Across the street, Chen-Chi was surprisingly sitting in the milk tea store with Shu Xin-ro. Didn't that guy claim that he didn't like people? But then look at the present. Shu Shinro stretched her neck over and used Chen-Chi's straw to take a sip of the milk tea in Chen-Chi's hand. Shit! Jiang Fan swallowed hard. In that moment just now, it was as if someone had fed him a mouthful of something. A handful. A handful. The handful is here. Shu Xin-ro directly used the sucking habit to suck up the pearls in the milk teacup. Childish or not, Chen-Chi gave her a breathless blank look. Even if it's not the age it was before I was reborn, this action of Shu Xin-ro's is still very childish even if it is placed at the age of 17. Right? Where's the childishness, Mr. Chen-Chi? It's obvious that you're not listening to the class properly. Shu Shinro crossed her arms and put on a serious face. It's called a girl taking the initiative to be intimate with you. How can you say she's childish? So what am I supposed to say? Chen-Chi looked at the innocent-faced girl in front of him with considerable interest. For a moment, he felt that it was quite good to be able to see Shu Shinro reborn, unpacking work, unplugging from the busyness of life, and getting back to the way she was meant to be. You're supposed to say, oh, baby, you're just adorable. I'm adorable by you. Put. Chen-Chi didn't hold back his laughter. Shu Shinro also giggled and laughed along with her. Chen-Chi, now you know that falling in love is actually very enjoyable, right? So, don't think about studying all day long. Your future work will have nothing to do with your studies. Ha, so what kind of job do you think I'll have in the future? Chen-Chi asked. Shu Shinro was stunned for a moment, and after thinking about it, she said with longing in her eyes, your job in the future will be to accompany me around the world. Traveling around the world. That was the dream Shu Shinro told him about the day she graduated from high school. She said that after college, she wanted to travel the world with him. When she comes back from traveling around the world, she's going to have a baby with him. She said that the child had to be a girl and even had a name in mind. Chen Ran. Warbler, ran. But what makes a dream just a dream is that it's too idealized. In fact, Shu Shinro accepted her parents' cell phone company her senior year, and in her first year out of college, she overthrew the cell phone company, started her own tech company, and made it into the top 500 in the country. Where does a female president of such a giant company have any time to travel the world? Even dreaming wasn't enough time for her to wander around Willow City. 2 cups of milk tea, quickly finished, but when Chen Qi wanted to pay, it was a bit awkward to touch his wallet. After all, his current family situation, Chen Xinhua can give him pocket money is not much. Put into the futures of the money is also temporarily no harvest. Want to get his first bucket of money after rebirth? Still have to hold out for 2 or 3 months. I'll do it. You bought your girlfriend dinner. Your girlfriend bought you milk tea. So it's even. Before Chen Qi could even feel the change out, Shu Shinro saw Chen Qi's embarrassment and took the initiative to pull out the change and give it to the milk tea store clerk. Adolescent boys can be very sensitive. She didn't want to feel inferior in front of herself because Chen Qi couldn't set the money. That wouldn't be good for any of them to get along in the future. There are still 10 minutes left before the 10 o'clock closing time. Shuxinwai and Chen Qi stopped at the fork in the dormitory path. Mr. Chen Qi, it's time to part ways. Do you know what to say? Shu Shinro asked with a smiling face. Goodbye. Chen Qi said calmly. Nope, that's for a friend. And you can't just give a perfunctory goodbye if you think of me as a girlfriend now. Shu Shinro hastened to make a correction. Then what do you want me to say? Chen Qi raised an eyebrow. Shu Shinro covered her chest with one hand and said with deep emotion. You should have said, oh my baby, wish you good dreams. We'll meet in our dreams. Back in the dormitory, Lin Xiaohua and Shen Qin had already finished washing up and were ready to sleep. Seeing that Shu Shinro came back so late, they all couldn't help but ask her what she had gone to do. Shu Shinro said smilingly, of course it's a date with Chen Qi, but the two of them clearly didn't believe it. A straight man of steel like Chen Qi would date? Forget it. On Chen Qi's side, Jiang Fan tapped his shoulder meaningfully. Brother, I didn't think you were really a heifer squatting in a chicken nest. Chen Qi gave him a blank look. Speak human. A deep hide. The next morning, Chen Qi routinely buys a loaf of bread and enters the classroom. Today, however, Shu Shinro came even earlier than him. Mr. Chen Qi, your milk. Shuvra put the milk on Chen Qi's desk. From the first day she transferred here, she would help Chen Qi bring a box of Tresor every day. Though, Chen Qi are not even look at it, and then take advantage of the end of the class to throw the milk into her drawer. Originally, Chen Qi was prepared to do the same this time, but after thinking that he'd decided to start trying it all yesterday, he took it anyway and stuck the straw in. Thanks. You're welcome, because it's not exactly ready for you. I'm going to drink it again, Shu Shinro said, shaking her head. What? Just a carton of milk for 2? Received Shu Shinro also do not know where to feel out a straw. Hard with Chen Qi's habit of squeezing together. 1 straw whole, 2 straws? Just as Chen Qi seemed to be about to say something, Shu Shinro jumped ahead and said, don't ask. Asking is teaching. You learn. However, when Lin Xiaohua, who was at the back table, saw such a scene, she directly opened her mouth into an O shape. How did the two of them end up like this after one night? It can't be, can it? Is it because of this? Lin Xiaohua suddenly remembered that Shu Shinro returned to the dormitory very late yesterday, though I don't know what happened between them last night, but it definitely has something to do with it. Even, it's likely to be raw. Don't be surprised, little flower. The two of them were like this yesterday. At this time, Jiang Fan walked over. You know the inside story? Lin Xiaohua curiously turned her head to look at Jiang Fan. Chen Qi and Jiang Fan were on good terms, so he might actually know. Me, I know shit. Jiang Fan gave her a blank look. Yesterday when I returned to school from the internet cafe, I saw them sitting together drinking milk tea. Drinking milk tea. That's not as much of a stretch as it is now, is it? Lin Xiaohua pointed at Shu Shinru, who finally took off her habit with a satisfied face. Jiang Fan shook his head. It's not that exaggerated? So what if Shu Shinro used Chen Qi's straw? Lin Xiaohua. She decided to wait. Did she really confess her love for Chen Qi successfully? After quickly sharing the milk with Chen Qi, Shu Xianro hurriedly pretended to take out her books for early reading. Although the action just now was easily detected by the homeroom teacher, as long as it was fast enough, the homeroom teacher couldn't get the evidence. Before 8 o'clock, Zhang Shuli came to the classroom early. She cleared her throat and announced, Sports Day is postponed until next week because of the weather, but parent-teacher conferences are routinely held this Friday. After Jiang Shuli finished, she let everyone pick up their books for class. And Shu Shinro also turned around the moment Jiang Shuli left, facing Chen Qi. Finally, after being reborn, one can appreciate and admire one's husband in a bright way. And a husband who is as clean as a sheet of white paper. What are you looking at me for? Chen Shi glanced at him. Because you're good looking. Shu Shinro grunted and paused, realizing that Chen Shi didn't seem to have any reaction. Even her eyes fell on the text that Jiang Shuli had just finished speaking. Shu Shinro said with dissatisfaction. Hey, Mr. Chen Chi, you should have said that you look good too. Well, you look good too. Chen Chi nodded. Then turn around and look at it. At this moment, Shu Shinro's shoulder was gently tapped. Hana? Shu Shinro looked at Lin Xiaohua in surprise. Lin Xiaohua pointed to the outside of the classroom. Classmate Shu Shinru, shall we go out for a bit? Okay. Shikinzo got up straight away. Before leaving, he also said towards Chen Chi, Chen Chi student, don't miss me. I'll be right back. Why did Lin Xiaohua feel more and more as if Shu Shinro had really started dating Chen Chi? So at the end of the corridor, Lin Xiaohua will this no longer be able to hold back the doubts of the heart. You confessed successfully. And Chen Chi students together? How could it? He's the one who won't say yes to me. Shu Shinro said without thinking. So what's going on with you, guys? Lin Xiaohua made a gesture of pinching a straw. Oh, you mean this? Shu Shinrui gently tapped her chin with her finger. Actually, I have to thank you. I'll treat you to a delicious meal on Friday. Yummy? Good. Wait. You and Chen Chi's matter. It still has something to do with me? Lin Xiaohua was puzzled. Shu Shinro continued. Didn't you tell Shin that the relationship reference you gave me was on paper? Yeah, but what does it have to do with you and Chen Chi? Lin Xiaohua was confused. I was just talking to him at dinner yesterday, saying that he doesn't know how to be in a relationship. As a result, guess what? Shu Shinro deliberately sold a lie. Lin Xiaohua thought carefully about Chen Chi's character, then said, he punched you? Shu Shinro gave Lin Xiaohua a sly blank look. He's not going to beat me up. Let me tell you. He actually took the initiative to say that he wants me to teach him about relationships. He asked me to be his relationship teacher. Wow. That's not. I get it. You're taking this opportunity to get close to Chen Chi, right? Lin Xiaohua reacted at once. Brilliant. Shu Shinro smiled triumphantly. But why would he make such a request? Lin Xiaohua was still a bit puzzled. Shu Shinro is to feel nothing strange. He is not a good academic performance, and is our school bully. Since it is a bully, of course, everything wants to learn, including love. Besides, you don't see him look like he is not close to women. In fact, is that he is reserved. At this age, who wouldn't want to fall in love? So it is. Lin Xiaohua also agreed with Shu Shinro's idea, but she still couldn't help but spit out. It's not good to use reserve on boys, right? That's what it means anyway. After a day of lessons, in general, Shu Shinro was still very satisfied with this way of teaching love. As long as it wasn't too much, Chen Chi wouldn't refuse anything she asked him to do. For example, using his pen for homework, memorizing formulas and texts to be memorized for him first. But there are drawbacks to this approach. Because of being at school, it's not very convenient to go to the cafeteria together, or to ask Chen Chi to go for a walk in the playground. And Chen Chi's excuse is still very reasonable. What if the teacher sees it? At that time, Shu Shinro could not help but think, all old married couple, still afraid of what teacher Finally, wait for the evening study hall. Jiang Shuli and other various sophomore class teachers were all called to a meeting by the grade-level director. Evening self-study is managed by class president Zhang Hao sitting on the podium to manage the order. Mr. Chen Chi, there's no teacher now, is there? Shu Shinru turned her body sideways towards Chen Chi's side. And what are you going to teach me? Chen Chi asked directly. He knew, of course, that the girl was simply using the argument of teaching him about relationships to tease him. Well, let's see. This class, it's critical. Shu Shinro said seriously. Don't we have a parent-teacher conference on Friday? Do you know what this should be called when put between a couple? Meet the parents? Chen Chi blurted out. Chen Chi-san, you're too smart too. Chen Chi gave her a blank look. Suddenly, how did he feel that this girl was treating herself not as a 17-year-old, but as a 7-year-old? Okay, it's late night study. Your teaching time is over. Chen Chi sat up straight. What do you mean? Shu Shinro didn't understand. Chen Chi said lightly. As I said, you tutor me in romance. I'll tutor you in language. The homeroom teacher is asking me to help you with your tutoring during the evening study hall. Then, how are you going to help me make up for it? Shu Shinro swallowed nervously. Seeing as how you're so enthusiastic about helping me with tutoring, then I'm going to be twice as enthusiastic. Really? Shu Shinro was pleasantly surprised. However, Chen Chi's mouth curved. Well, the literary text taught today, 20 times, by doubling down on enthusiasm, it turns out to mean copying the text. So angry. But Shu Shinro was far from expecting that the most exasperating thing was not copying the literature. Even after school, when she thought she could finally ask Chen Chi to go out to eat outside the school again, Chen Qi directly threw her a language tutorial. The page I folded up. Do all of it? You have to check it tomorrow. Ha, are you assigning me homework? Shu Shinro was dumbfounded. Well, if you can't finish it, you shouldn't teach me about relationships. Just mind your own business first. Chen Qi said indifferently. Okay, I'll do. Shu Shinro said feebly. This threat, for her, is fatal. Ugh. When she returned to the dormitory, Shu Shinro let out a long sigh. Shu, why were you so full of happiness and the sour smell of love yesterday? Why are you hanging your head today? Shenqin asked curiously. Hush, Shenqin. Shu Xianro, she has something serious to do. Lin Xiaohua compared a finger up to her mouth. Business? Shenqin looked at Shu Shinro. Then, she was seen taking out the tutorial book that Chen Qi had given her with a complicated look on her face. No way, she even bought a tutorial? Shenqin's eyes widened. You know, from the time Shu Shinro transferred over to now, every time she did her homework, she looked sad. How is it that now, instead, you're actively increasing your homework? That's what Chen Qi set up for her. Lin Xiaohua muttered in a small voice. Oh, I see. Shenqin nodded. Suddenly dazed, she walked over and patted Shu Xianro's shoulder and said in a serious tone, Xiao Shu, don't be so bitter. Chen Qi's book, plus your handwriting, that's the crystallization of your love. Shokinzo, everyone else's love child is a child and she's a reference book? Friday morning, each and every one of the sophomore class was in tears. After all, there's a parent-teacher conference coming up this afternoon. Poor grades, surely, are more worried about grades than parental criticism. The ones with good grades are also worried about being told off by the homeroom teacher for having a bad day in class during the week. I'm afraid that in the entire class, Chen Qi was the only one who looked calm and relaxed. So nervous, Mr. Chen Qi, are you nervous? Even Shu Xianro's hands were already trembling with her small fists clenched. Why are you so nervous? Chen Qi glanced at her, but didn't say anything. It's the same rebirth. Why is there such a big difference between people? Can't you be as calm as he is? It doesn't help to be nervous. The grades and the performance, it's all on the board. Chen Qi spoke gently. Gee, it's not like I'm nervous about this. Shu Shinro said excitedly. I'm nervous that you haven't finished my little love class yet. What about meeting your future in-laws? Chen Qi pursed his lips. This girl, how is it that after being reborn, she went from being a sensible, high-flying female president, back to her high school neurotic self? What's scary always comes. This morning's lesson seemed to end unusually quickly. Lunch break is when the parents of the various students come to school. Almost everyone was waiting in the doorway of the classroom in a disciplined manner. As for whether it's a reward after a parent-teacher conference, or a mixed doubles when you get home for the weekend, it's hard to say. Soon, Chen Xinhua walked out from the crowd. He patted Chen Qi's shoulder and said, Little Qi, Mr. Zhang texted me to tell me that you did well on the monthly exam this time. Well, it's okay, I'll keep trying, Dad. Chen Qi nodded. Not bad at all. Chen Qi seemed to be preparing something, obviously carrying something on his mind. Dad, is there something else you want to tell me? Chen Qi asked suspiciously. Well, you see, you go to high school, are living in school, usually in school there is not a cell phone. In case there is any emergency, you are not convenient to call home. So, Chen Xinhua pulled out from his pants bag for a while, then fished out a black-cased Meizu phone. Chen Qi had an impression of it, and in this day and age the price was a full $2,500. Already, it's equivalent to Chen Xinhua's salary for most of the month. Thinking about the current situation of the family, Chen Qi couldn't help but sigh. Dad, you don't have to waste the money. I know what to do when I have an emergency. Other students have it. Why can't you have it? Take it. It's from your dad. The cell phone card has been put in. Memorize the number and remember to put my cell phone number in. Chen Xinhua directly shoved his cell phone into Chen Qi's bag. Good. Chen Qi nodded with some emotion. Actually, it doesn't matter if it's now after rebirth, or before rebirth. Chen Xinhua had never been like this to him, and that Chen Qi knew the reason for it. That's guilt over Chen Qi growing up without a mother. Chen Qi took a deep breath and said, Dad, don't worry. After the gains from the future's side come down, our family will get better. I promise. Harm, that thing. I'll take it as a reward for your progress this semester. And you don't think about it. Studying hard is the most important thing. Do you know? Chen Xinhua is still the same as before. Does not believe in future's stock market and other things. Yes, Chen Qi replied with incomparable conviction. Hello, uncle. And at this time, Shu Shinro also popped out from the classroom and greeted Chen Xinhua. Ha, it's Shu-san. I didn't even get a chance to thank you last time. Chen Xinhua greeted her as well. It's fine, Chen Qi. my classmate and I are at the same table. And he's been helping me properly with my language tutoring for the past 2 days. I owe my language grade on this monthly exam to him. Shu Shinro said with a big smile. Classmates are supposed to help each other. If Xiaoqi doesn't understand something, I'll also trouble you to teach him, Chen Xinhua said with a smile. Aha! Shu Shinru nodded her head and said, what don't you understand? Study-wise, where did Chun Chi not understand anything? But well, in terms of falling in love, he is teaching him. I'll go in first. You guys talk. Chen Xinhua walked into the classroom, and Shu Shinro immediately came over. Chen Chi student. Save my cell phone number. She couldn't wait to fumble her cell phone out. After Chen Chi first entered Chen Xinhua's number, he subconsciously had to lose Shu Shinrua's cell phone number before Shu Shinrua could read the number. But luckily he reacted in time. Read it. Chen Chi said. 137. Wait. After watching Chun Chi enter his cell phone number correctly, Shu Shinro immediately stopped him. What? Chen Chi was puzzled. How can you just note my name? Shu Shinro said unhappily. So what should I note? The corner of Chun Chi's mouth curved, and he instantly understood what this girl was up to. Shu Xianro said with her head in her hands. How many times have I told you that you have to treat me as your girlfriend? Who would note their girlfriend's name? You should write baby, darling, dear, wife. Okay, last one then. Chen Chi nodded. Really? Shu Shinro's eyes lit up. Wife. Haven't heard him call out that title in a long time. But when she looked down to see the words Chen Chi had entered in the memo, wife, mother-in-law, Shu Shinro instantly freaked out. Was she that old? She was about to grab Chen Chi's cell phone on the spot, and had to delete the second word mother-in-law. Zoe, girly girl, what are you doing? At that moment, an icy female voice came from behind them. Shu Shinro's body tightened and she slowly turned her head. Mom, where did I do that? I didn't do anything. Shu Shinro looked around sheepishly. After all, in her own mother's eyes, she was still just a blossoming girl in her 17th year. He had just gotten so close to Chen Chi. It would be over if she saw something. But, Shu Shinro's mom's gaze, however, landed on Chen Chi with precision. She is not a fool. Her own daughter is so close to the boys in school. 80% is out of the question. However, at this time, Chen Chi stepped forward and calmly said, hello auntie, I think, you guys can help Shu Shinru's classmates with their studies. Study? Shu Shinro's mom was stunned for a moment. She didn't think that the boy would be able to talk to himself so calmly. Like, he doesn't have a heart at all? This gave her the illusion that she had just gotten sidetracked? Your own daughter has no tendency to fall in love early at all? Otherwise, why is this boy suddenly talking about studying? Yes. Chen Chi nodded and said, Mr. Zhang asked me to help tutor Shu Shinru's classmates in language, so I think I should tell you a little bit about what she needs to improve. Zoe is talking about you. Shu Shinro's mother's expression gradually eased. After all, Jiang Shuli had sent her a text message about Shu Shinru's results in this exam before. She wasn't blind and could see the progress Shu Shinro had made in her language grades. So if any of your classmates really did help their daughters bring up their academic performance, then she is also ready to thank people properly today. By the way, just now you said that Xiao Rou's grades can still be improved? Shu Shinro's mom asked. Aha. Chen Chi said calmly. Although student Shu Shinru scored 120 points this time, most of the questions were organized by me for her, so it should be considered an overachievement. If she still wants to score this high on the next monthly exam, and the following exams, she'll have to work harder to do so. Nice. Next to her, Shu Shinro's eyes lit up. How come she never realized before that her husband was so smart when he was a kid? Explaining the performance of this monthly exam with overachievement. Wouldn't it make sense to do a little worse on future monthly exams even if you can't cheat? So that's how it is. This student. Thank you so much then. Shu Shinro's mom smiled a bit and said politely. By the way, just now you said that there are still areas where she can improve? Then what should I do as her mom? Get her more tutors. That's what I just listed on my phone. Chen Chi handed his cell phone to Shu Xianro's mom to see. The comprehensive organization of compulsory memorization of texts, the list of compulsory ancient texts, and the complete interpretation of textbooks. These, all of them, are must-have reference books for this day and age. Well, I'll have her get it after the parent-teacher conference. Seeing the text on Chen Chi's cell phone, Shu Shinro's mom relaxed again. I just saw my own daughter leaning a little close with him, and it seemed to be the one holding the cell phone. So, they were discussing their studies. By the way, this student, I haven't asked you what your name is yet. Even though it was the teacher who arranged for you to tutor Xiao Rou, it's still thanks to you that she was able to do so well on the exam. Shu Shinro's mom asked towards Chun Chi. Mom, his name is Chen Chi. Shu Shinro couldn't wait to come over and introduce it. Others don't know, but she knows it all too well. Do you really think this is just your mom meeting one of your classmates? It was her own mother meeting her future son-in-law and her husband meeting his future mother-in-law. Then, Chen Chi's grades should be pretty good, right? Shu Shinro's mom asked casually. Mom, if there are no surprises, Mr. Jian will announce Mr. Chen Chi's grades at the parent-teacher conference because his grades are just too sick. Yeah, then I'm kinda curious. Shu Xianro's mom nodded and said as she walked, then I'll go in first. Xiaoro, your nervous temper give me some restraint. People Chen Chi students are helping you with your studies. Aha! Witness your own mother leaving. Shu Shinru breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time glanced twice towards Chen Chi. You can Chen Chi student. This can even fool my mom? Snub? Why do you say that? Chen Chi asked calmly. Because when my mom came over earlier, she obviously thought we were having relationship problems. Shu Shinro said seriously. Student Chen Chi, early love can't be discovered by your parents. Otherwise the consequences will be very serious. I didn't fall in love early. Why are you telling me that? Chen Chi said calmly. A hint of disappointment flashed through Shu Xianro's small eyes, but she immediately explained. But I'm likely to be misunderstood if I give you a love lesson. That's why it's pretty good that you're fooling my mom like this. She only knows how to look at my academic performance. Chen Chi looked down and pressed his cell phone. Shu Shinro was about to curiously come over to look. Chen Chi then raised his head towards her and said, Sorry, I didn't snub auntie. I have a plan for how much of these reference books I want you to do each day. Shikinzo looked toward his cell phone, but it was just one look that made her eyes widen. Doing problems and copying texts almost amounts to twice as much homework as usual. After being stunned for a long time, Shu Shinro moved her gaze towards Chen Chi and said in a somewhat complicated manner, Fellow student Chen Chi, I want to make sure of one thing. You say, I said to let you treat me as your girlfriend. Did you listen to me or not? Shu Shinro asked calmly. It's okay. I'll do whatever you want me to do, but only if none of this is true. Chen Chi answered easily. Good, it doesn't matter if it's true or not, but since you have me as a girlfriend dash. After changing her breath, Shu Shinro then broke down and howled. Then what are you doing assigning me so many subjects? Do you have wife abuse tendency? Parent-teacher conferences, soon to begin. Chen Xinhua sat in Chen Ji's seat, a little fidgety. On-sun tops grade again. By all accounts, this is something to be happy about. It's the same way Chen Chi felt flattered when he came to the parent-teacher conference after he got first in his grade for the first time this semester. But this time, something was not right in his heart. Other students, when they do well in exams, parents give their children good rewards. But what about yourself? A cell phone. This would have been just a must-have for high school students these days. Just listen to what a girl's mom at the back table is calling about. Hubby, Little Flower did pretty well on her exams this time. If she keeps up her final exams as well, how about we take her on a trip abroad during winter vacation? Traveling abroad. Chen Xinhua sighed. Now that he was at risk of being laid off himself, where would he find the time to take Chen Chi on an overseas trip? Even if I had the time, I don't have the money. Duck duck duck. The sound of high heels came. A young dressed woman sat down next to him. You can tell from the way she walks and the way she speaks and acts that she is a middle-aged woman with class. And she sat down directly in the seat next to Chen Xinhua and took the initiative to greet him. Hello, this parent, you're Chen Chi's father, right? You know me? Chen Xinhua's tone was a bit unconfident, because judging from the way the other person was dressed, there was a wealthy family anyhow. It was actually my daughter who knew your son, and as her mother, I'd like to thank you and Chen Chi's classmates on behalf of Xiaoro. Shu Shinro's mom said it politely. Maybe it's because the other guy isn't carrying a rack, either. Chen Xinhua also relaxed slightly. So it's Xiao Shu's classmate's mother. Hello, I'm Chen Chi's father. Chen Xinhua. Cozy Orchid. Shu Xianro's mom laughed. Big brother Chen should be older than me, right? Just call me Little Wen. After a brief greeting, Chen Xinhua and Xinhuanlan just chatted about the two children's studies. However, Xinlan had heard that Chen Chi's academic performance had improved by leaps and bounds from this semester. She then couldn't help but think in her heart that it was no wonder that Chen Chi was able to help her own daughter do well in her exams. Progressing students certainly know best what to do to make progress. Letting Chen Chi tutor Shu Shinro's studies might be more effective than some outside cram schools. Can we get Chen Chi to tutor Shu Shinro when he's free? It didn't take long for Jiang Shuli to walk up to the podium and announce the start of the parent-teacher conference. Undoubtedly, Chen Chi, as the number one in his grade, was definitely the prime target for compliments. And Xinhuanlan was instantly dazed after hearing that she knew Chen Chi's results. No wonder when she just asked Shu Shinro about Chen Chi's performance, Shu Shinro directly used the word pervert to describe it. 746. It's almost like they're going after the national high school seniors. Though Jiang Shuli then complimented Xu Xinruo's progress as well. But instead, she didn't care too much about her daughter's grades, until after the parent-teacher conference. Brother Chen. When Xinlan turned her head and looked solemnly at Chen Xinhua. What happened to this? Chen Xinhua froze for a moment. Can we have dinner together tonight? Bring the two kids along. As a way for Ro and I to thank Mr. Chen Qi. When Xinlan's words were spoken with unparalleled certainty. You are also too polite. Even when Chen Xinhua wanted to shrug it off, he didn't know what a good excuse to make. No, it's not polite. I don't like to be indebted to others. If you refuse our invitation, I would rather think that Brother Chen is not thinking that letting Chen Qi tutor Xiaorou in his studies will affect his grades. Wen Shenlin put the words directly on the table. And Chen Xinhua is not good to refuse anything, then. Well, thank you, Brother Chen. I'll see you at the Willowbank Grand Hotel then. When Xinlan gave an address and nodded to take the lead in leaving the classroom, Chen Xinhua thought about it and left through the back door of the classroom. Mom, you're not going to kick me out now, are you? Xu Xinruo, who had long been waiting at the door, immediately came over. What about Mr. Chen Qi? When Xinlan asked rhetorically, Xu Xinruo was stunned for a moment. Could it be that her own mother had found out about her getting close to Chen Qi? It shouldn't. Forget it, it's the same if you tell Chen Qi-san later. When Xinlan muttered, after school, go to the Willowbank Grand Hotel to have a meal. Chen Qi and his father will be there. You'll be a good boy then. No unreasonable behavior. Inviting Chen Qi and Chen Qi's father to dinner? Xu Xinruo didn't react for a moment. Well, Mom told you, don't tell anyone. When Xinlan attached her ear next to Xu Xinruo and said, I'll go back and discuss with your father to see how to get Chen Qi's classmates to tutor you in your homework all the time. So this meal is about your studies. Really? Xu Xinruo was pleasantly surprised. I'm ready to let Chen Qi tutor her for a long time. The transferring of schools, naturally, is out of the question. I'm going to go back and call your dad first, so you and Chen Qi can come straight over after school. When Xinlan dropped a sentence and left, and at the back door of the classroom, Chen Xinhua also told Chen Ji about having dinner together in the evening. After the explanation, he also went home first. On Friday afternoons, there is no evening study, but after the parent-teacher conference there is still time for a class. Zhang Shuli simply let the students study on their own. After school, Chen Qi got up and left. Chen Qi-san, aren't we going to have dinner together tonight? Let's go together. Why did you go by yourself first? Xu Xinruo immediately followed from behind. Not going back to the dormitory to pack your clothes? Chen Qi glanced at her. Xu Xinruo drifted off. Oh, that's right too. Then I'll see you in front of the school. Almost 10 minutes later, Xu Xinruo packed up her things and rushed out of the dormitory. At the location of the school entrance, the first thing he saw was Chen Qi. He was looking down at his cell phone. Mr. Chen Qi, I've kept you waiting. Xu Xinruo ran over excitedly. Chen Qi immediately put his cell phone away, because just now he was looking at futures returns. In his mind's eye, these shares of futures he had bought would grow slowly over the course of the 6 months. Looking at the trends on the site, it does look like it's going in the direction he wants it to. Then at the end of January next year there should also be a peak and the best opportunity to sell. But these things, he could never let Xu Xinruo see. It was because Chen Qi knew very well that without the ability gained by petitioning after being reborn, Xu Xinruo's business acumen was far superior to his. If she saw it, she couldn't help but suspect herself. But right now, Chen Qi was not fully confident to showdown with her. If it's still the same as the last time we were together, is the end result really something that can be avoided if you want to? Let's go across the street and get a cab. There are more cabs there. Xu Xinruo pointed across the street, but Chen Qi shook his head. Take a taxi yourself. I'll just take the bus. Because of inviting Xu Xinruo to dinner this week, plus living expenses, the change in his bag was no longer enough to pay for a taxi. Xu Xinruo froze for a moment, then walked over to Chen Qi. Then I'll join you. She was well aware that Chen Qi's current family situation wasn't very good yet. The two went to the station near the school and waited for the bus. In order to pass the time, Xu Xinruo chatted with Chen Qi one sentence at a time. Talk about what? Talking to her about how to talk about this whole relationship thing. Of course, this was, by far, the most useful way for her to cultivate a relationship with Chen Qi. Chen Qi student, now that you have a cell phone, do you know what to do when you're in a relationship if both parties are not together? Xu Xinruo asked. Getting through to you? Chen Qi asked. Not quite right. Xu Xin's shook her head, but she was still relieved. At least, Chen Qi didn't say call his girlfriend, but himself. In other words, it was likely that in Chen Qi's subconscious mind, he had already become his girlfriend. Then, Xu Xinro said, In addition to calling, texting is also possible. Let me test you again. Texting at night is sending good night. What is it in the morning? Good morning? Chen-chi subconsciously asked. Shu Shinro immediately corrected. Wrong, you can't text in the morning. You have to call. Why? Chen-chi was confused. Because the first call in the morning has to be to the other person. And then huffing and puffing towards the phone. Like this. Shukinzo took out her cell phone and blew into the area of the microphone. Know what I'm doing? Chen-chi raised his eyebrows. Isn't it just blowing? It's called a day's work, and all I care about is you. I didn't have to wait long for the number 11 bus to the Willowbank Grand Hotel to arrive. Chen-chi and Shu Shinro immediately followed the crowd and squeezed up. The route of bus number 11 goes through a total of 3 schools in Willow City. And no, one middle school is the last one on the route. So before they could even get on the train, there were no seats left in the compartment. And even standing room was a bit scarce. It's so hot. Shukinzo fanned herself with the palm of her hand. Chen-chi swept around the compartment. Come this way. Saying that, Chen-chi squeezed through the crowd and made way for Shu Xan-ro in front to the door of the car where she got off. When the car started, a cool breeze blew through the cracks in the doors. It's much better here. Shu Shinro nodded her head contentedly, then turned to look at Chen-chi and said, Thank you, Chen-chi student. You've made a lot of progress now. Chen-chi asked. What progress? Of course you know how to take care of your girlfriend when you ride the bus. Shu Shinro pursed her lips beautifully, curving her mouth with a hint of a smile. When she used to be a senior in high school, every Friday she just rode the bus home with Chen-chi. However, because Chen-chi's home was closer to the school, every time he dropped her off, Chen-chi had to transfer again before he could do so. Don't you usually take a taxi home? Chen-chi asked coldly. Yeah, but taking a taxi home isn't as good as taking the bus. Shu Shinro pouted. That image from my senior year of high school came quickly to mind. That time when they took the bus home together, there was only one seat. Chen-chi gave her his seat, but she couldn't bear to see Chen-chi standing. So she, who was still shy at the time, carefully made a suggestion towards Chen-chi. That would be for Chen-chi to sit on the seat while he sits on his lap. She remembered that at that time, whether it was herself or Chen-chi, her face was flushed, as if she was doing something unseemly. It definitely counted as a very close encounter for them at that time. So it doesn't matter if you take the bus or not. What matters is the chance to have a close encounter with Chen-chi. Only, the current Chen-chi should not allow her to do so. Shu Shinro thought with a bit of a headache. I don't know why, but it's clear that I only met Chen-chi a year in advance. Chen-chi's attitude towards her was as if she was a different person. It was really as cold as it could be. If it wasn't for this whole teaching him to fall in love thing. Every time she tried to find Chen-chi to cultivate her feelings, she was mercilessly disliked by Chen-chi. So angry. Suddenly, as it rounded the corner, the whole carriage swayed at a slight angle. Pulling on the handrail, Shu Shinro didn't stand still and leaned back a bit as she swayed back. Boo! Bumping into a sturdy chest, Shu Shinro glanced towards the back. It turned out to be Chen-chi who had been standing behind her the whole time, very close to her. Suddenly, Shu Shinro had a plan. She purposely yawned and said with some fatigue, Chen-chi student, do you feel sleepy? Are you sleepy? Chen-chi frowned. He remembered very well that Shu Shinro had a problem with sleepiness when taking transportation. Whenever she traveled for business, she would call herself alone. The purpose of this is to be able to wake her up before she gets off the bus or plane. Yes, and there is no seat. Chen-chi students, lend your shoulder. Shu Shinro rubbed her eyes, and without waiting for Chen-chi to agree, she leaned her head on Chen-chi's shoulder with a sleepy look. The girl's performance was so realistic that even Chen-chi didn't see anything wrong. Because Shu Shinro was supposed to be acting in her own color. The girl's hair rested on Chen-chi's shoulders along with her little head. A few knotty strands of hair touched Chen-chi's face. Even with just normal breathing, Chen-chi could smell a fresh fragrance. It's the smell of shampoo, mixed with the aroma of a girl's body. Without realizing it, he looked down at Shu Shinro's lazy face. At the moment, she had closed her eyes with a face of peaceful enjoyment. Even if it feels like you're not born again, but are actually 17 years old as an age. She was all relieved to have it all to herself. Chen-chi couldn't help but think of his situation with Shu Shinro. Obviously both are reborn back into this era. Shu Shinro was so forward and fearless in her feelings, but he had been careful and hesitant. At first, he didn't even know if he should approach Shu Shinro. It was clearly all in the spirit of trying to get along and see if we could avoid that embarrassment. Instead, he acted like an overwhelmed girl. As a man, since he is sure that he likes this girl, why are you afraid to admit it? At this moment, Chen-chi made up his mind. Suddenly, in another overcurved position, Shu Shinro's hands went directly onto his shoulders. A pair of clear eyes opened wide, forming a stare with Chen-chi's. Chen-chi took a deep breath and whispered, actually, I'm not 17 either. Cut it out. What made Chen Chi a bit surprised was, obviously he wanted to show his hand. Shu Xi in row, however, pouted with a red face and an exasperated look. If you find out that I'm trying to mooch off of you and am pretending to be sleepy, just say so. It's not like I'm not going to admit it. Shu Shinro looked like a conspiracy was recognized in hard mouth. Still have to say that you are not 17 years old. Tell you you even if you are 16, 15, 14 years old. Even if you go to kindergarten, I have to mooch you. What? Chen Chi was a bit dumbfounded. What kind of brainwave is this? Alas, Chen Chi-san, I actually didn't mean to mooch off of you. On second thought, Shu Shinro thought that it didn't seem right for her to say that. I'm just grooming and training you as your relationship teacher. After changing her words, she analyzed in a logical way. If a girl is close to you, even if you can't respond to her naturally, you can still go along with her. But I also understand you. You've never been in a relationship before. It's normal to be nervous and look for ridiculous excuses like age. Chen Chi cried and laughed. So she didn't even understand the statement that she wasn't 17 as being born again? Meh. Chen Chi couldn't help but laugh. It seemed as if the girl was enjoying recultivating her relationship with herself, so he couldn't help but tease Shu Shinro as well. So, any girl gets close to me, I have to respond to her. No, 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 that's a definite no. Shu Shinro hastily shook her head. It has to be a girl you like, such as, like me. Almost half an hour or so later, bus number 11 stopped at the stop near the Willowbank Grand Hotel. Shucks and Y and Chen Chi got off one after another, and the hotel was not far from the station. Walking into the restaurant, Shu Shinro turned her head to look at Chen Chi. Chen Chi student, are you nervous? Why are you nervous? Chen Chi asked. Because it's both of our parents interviewing us, and it could very well be the one that decides our life's work. Shu Shinro put on a serious face. Chen Chi rolled his eyes at her. Do you think it's possible? Oops, I'm practicing with you what to do when I meet my girlfriend's parents later. Shu Shinro said. Life is like a dress rehearsal, and there aren't many opportunities like this. Don't be so nervous that you say you're not 17 or something like that. I'm afraid I'm not the one who has to be nervous, right? Chen Chi laughed a little. Shushin Zoe was confused. What do you mean? Find them first. Chen Chi pointed at the counter. Inquiring about the box that Cozy Orchid had booked, the waiter led the duo over. Pushing open the door of the box, Chen Xinhua was already sitting on the seat of the box, hands folded between his legs, looking a little nervous. And on the other side, not only was there Shexinruo's mother, Xinlan, but even her father had come over. But on the dining room table in front of her parents, there was also a pile of, Xiaro, you're here, look at these reference books. They're all the ones that Chen Chi's classmates said you have to read. Remember to bring them to school next week. Wenxinlin got up and greeted him. Shu Shinro hated to just headbutt herself with the cold tofu on the dining table. Aren't you killing yourself with so many reference books? At this time, Chen Chi took the initiative to step forward. Auntie, I can actually assign some homework on this to Shu Shinru's classmates over the weekend. Shokinzo. Chen Chi then made it to the side of Chen Xinhua, and Shu Shinro was sitting in the middle of her own parents. Come on. First of all, thank Chen Chi for tutoring Xiaoro. As Xiaoro's mom, I express my gratitude. Wenxinlin got up with his drink. Then Xinlan's father followed suit and raised his glass. Everyone clinks their glasses one after another to start this meal. Invite Chen Ji and Chen Xinhua over for dinner specifically, mainly because of the academic performance of the two children. So the chat, of course, had to do with studying. Mr. and Mrs. When Xinlan had always been courteous to Chen Xi, stating that they liked motivated children. Originally, Shu Shinro was still feeling head over heels about this kind of boring meal, but she was secretly relieved to hear her mom and dad say that, because she was afraid that after she came back from her rebirth, the time she met Chen Chi had changed, and her parents' attitude towards Chen Chi had also changed. But now it seems as if it's quite satisfactory. It seems like it's a good thing for Chen Chi to become a school bully. It's just low emotional intelligence, obviously a warm man, but now he's turned straight. The two families sat down to dinner in a very harmonious atmosphere, but Cozy Orchid wanted to do more than simply thank. After a brief meal, she testily stated her purpose. Brother Chen, and Chen Chi's classmates. In fact, right, when parents, of course, they all want their children's academic performance to become excellent as well. When Xinlan embarrassedly rubbed her hands and said, so I think since the two children are classmates and at the same table, it's convenient to help each other. So can I ask Chen Chi students to take more time to help Xiaoro? Shu Shinro's father added. If you think it's too much of an impact on Chen Chi's studies, then forget it. We're just asking. Aha! When Xinlan nodded, Chen Xinhua looked at Chen Chi with some hesitation and whispered, this, Chi, You make up your own mind. Actually, I'm already tutoring her in the language every day as requested by the class teacher. Chen Qi said calmly. No, 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 Auntie didn't mean that. When Xinlan hastily shook her head. Auntie means, if winter vacation, summer vacation. These times? No. Chen Qi outright refused. When Xinlan and Xu Xinruo's father's hearts tightened. Chen Qi continued, because after vacation, I'm going to work as a summer and winter vacationer. Part-time job? When Xinlan and Xu Xinruo's father looked at each other. Then they laughed. If that was what Chen Qi was concerned about, then things would become very simple. I'm sorry, you too. Things are a little less than perfect at our house. That's why Koike had this idea. Chen Xinhua got up and smiled at Xu Xinruo's parents. The other man, he thought, was mocking. After all, to be able to invite them to a restaurant of this caliber, the family must be in good condition. And when I met Xu Xinruo's parents when I came over, they still drove here. Uncle, you're mistaken. At this time, Xu Xinruo got up and said, what my parents mean is that if Chen Qi students want to work a winter vacation job during this winter vacation, then it won't conflict with tutoring me in my studies at all. Why? Chen Xinhua was stunned. Actually, it's like this. What about our family? We run a pretty good cell phone company. When Xinlan explained, actually, there are quite a few fresh graduates who come to our company every year, and there are also high school summer and winter vacationers. So if it's possible, how about coming to our family company? I'll think about it. Chen Qi didn't immediately agree. Okay, Auntie will give you the phone number. If you want to come and work during the winter vacation, we are always welcome. When Xinlan gave Chen Qi her cell phone number, Xu Xinruo smiled prettily from the side. Originally she was worried that with the way Chen Qi was treating her right now, how can I get him to be with me even when he is on vacation? But now, there was no need to worry at all. Dad and Mom's assists are still very crucial. Of course, they don't know that their own daughter has such ideas about Chen Qi. After dinner, it was almost 8 o'clock. Xu Xinruo followed her parents home, while Chen Xinhua and Chen Qi also returned home. Xiao Qi, I bought some hanging noodles at home. I'm going to work overtime at the factory over the weekend, so I might not be home. So you can put down some noodles and eat them. Chen Xinhua explained towards Chen Qi. Good. Chen Qi nodded. Forget it. Chen Xinhua gritted his teeth, took out $100 bill and handed it to Chen Qi. Xiao Qi, you take it down to the restaurant. You are now the time to grow your body. You cannot aggravate. You, Dad. Chen Qi sighed. Of course he knew what his father was thinking. Money isn't everything in this society, but without it, it's hard to do anything by an inch. That's why during the rebirth petition, Chen Qi specifically asked for a wish to make money. Back in his room, Chen Qi touched his cell phone out to look at the futures market. With the exception of the few stocks he had bought, the situation with the rest of the futures was going the way he had expected. Now all he has to do is wait for the big harvest next January. Ding! The text message beep sounded. Open it up. From, Granny, Mr. Chen Qi. Have you slept yet? Now start distance learning. Girlfriend texted you. What should you reply? Chen Qi thought for a moment and replied. The phone bill is not much. Please add the penguin number. Xu Xinruo didn't even ask Chen Qi and directly added the penguin number that she had memorized so well. Because Chen Qi's penguin number was the only form of entertainment she used to have in the company. When she's not doing anything, she logs on to Chen Qi's penguin number to play the future of an explosive handgame, Bronze Glory. As for her own number, has long been blocked by the game company. Reason, suspected actor, intentionally giving away heads. The system made a ban. At that time, Xu Xinruo almost didn't explode her lungs. What does it mean to be an actor? She herself was just a drop in the ocean. Okay, Chen Qi-san. After adding Chen Qi's penguin number as a friend, she said hello and sent a heart over. Something's up. Chen Qi replied. How about a weekend out? See a movie? Go shopping? Go to an amusement park? These are all key items to teach you. Xu Xinruo jumped at the chance. Chen Qi raised an eyebrow. Did you finish the weekend homework you were assigned today? After a string of ellipses, Xu Xinruo let out a sighing expression. Good blah. Then I'll be nesting at home for the weekend. Ooh, who made me like you? Of course everything is at your disposal. Chen Qi replied. It's not good to just stay at home. You need to exercise. For example, I'm going to sign up for the athletic meet next week. Then I'll sign up too. Xu Xinruo immediately replied. How about we sign up for a relay race? If you're the one who gives me the baton, I might be able to run to break the world record. Looking at the content sent out on her cell phone, Xu Xinruo's mind began to fantasize. The playground, the track. The boy in the sun handed her the baton. She misplaced her grip on the baton and tightened her grip directly on the boy's hand. So they ran together, hand in hand, down the track in front of the whole school. It had been a long Long time since I had experienced this kind of student romance myself. Question mark. What interrupted her reverie was a question mark sent by Chen Qi. Immediately afterward, Shu Shinro saw Chen Qi send over. Aren't the relays separate for men and women? I think that the audience is better for me. On Monday morning, Shu Shinro came to her seat and handed Chen Qi a drink of milk. It was as if the action had been incorporated into her life. Good morning, Chen Qi-san. She snorted sweetly. Chen Qi glanced at her. Finished with the questions? Of course it's done. Shu Shinro rummaged through the reference books in her book bag and handed them to Chen Qi, while also complaining, just for the sake of doing this, I didn't watch any of the TV series that Little Flower recommended to me. Chen Qi casually flipped through the questions, and the questions were indeed all done. As for being right, I'll take a look at it for you tonight at night study hall. Chen Qi returned the reference book to Shu Shinro. Right, Chen Qi-san. Shu Shinro suddenly remembered something. Since you can assign me homework, then as your love teacher, should I also assign you homework? At that moment, Chen Qi had a bad feeling in his heart. This way, Shu Shinro had a flash of inspiration. I'll take you to my parents' company this weekend, just so you can decide if you want to work during winter vacation. How about it? Just this? Chen Qi was skeptical. To be honest, it's a bit uncharacteristic of Shu Shinro. Yeah, that's it. My homework is a breeze. Unlike someone ugh. Shu Shinro sighed quietly, but she had thought carefully about this assignment. Going to her parents' company for the weekend got her a date with Chen Qi over the holidays and a reason to put off that pile of weekend homework. It's just not perfect. When you think about it, you're too smart for your own good. Chen Qi-san. At this time, Zhang Hao, the class president of the first class, came to Chen Qi, holding a notebook with the names of some of his classmates written on it. Something wrong? Chen Qi looked up. Here's the thing. Isn't Friday the track meet? I thought you'd like to attend? When he said this, Zhang Hao even touched his nose a little awkwardly. After all, it was obvious to all in the class how close Chen Qi and Shu Xianro were now, and he even courted Shu Shinro on the first day she arrived. By all accounts, the two are definitely unapologetically in love. They even had a 1v1 basketball one-on-one for this, but it was because of that basketball one-shot, and the fact that Chen Qi led Class 1 to win against Class 6 afterward. Zhang Hao was also completely convinced of Chen Qi, a love interest who has better grades than he does and is better than he is at basketball. His best skill. What other qualifications did he have to be the opponent? Of course, this was not a reason for Zhang Hao to give up pursuing Shu Shinro. The most critical still, everyone knows that Shu Shinro is completely chasing Chen Qi backwards, but Chen Qi didn't mind this kind of thing too much. It's human nature for boys of any age to fall in love with pretty girls when they see them. Moreover, he didn't think that Zhang Hao could snatch the reborn Shu Shinru, so after scanning the notebook, Chen Qi asked, "You're short of people here?" "Oh, yeah, after all, we just had a parent-teacher conference, so I guess everyone is a little stressed about studying," Zhang Hao said with a bitter smile. "Look, especially for a group event like a relay race, which requires 4 people, only 2 people have signed up so far." Chen Qi swept a glance, and the only 2 names on the notebook were Zhang Hao and Zhang Fan. "Sign me up for one." With that, Chen Qi pointed to the location of the laptop relay. "Good Lu, Chen Qi students. Thank you Before what misunderstanding don't put on the heart. Have the opportunity one invite you to dinner," Zhang Hao said boldly. Chen Qi nodded, but didn't say anything. Ahem. That. Zhang Hao carefully glanced at Shu Shinru. "Shu Shinru student, do you want to enroll in one as well?" Almost at the same time, Shu Shinru and Chen Qi landed their gazes on him. At this instant, it was as if Zhang Hao felt as if there was a knife flying over to the left and right of his chest. Don't get me wrong. I'm just short because the women's relay side is short too." Zhang Hao's cold sweat came down, and he hurriedly explained. "And, classmate Shu Shinro, I was the one who took a chance before. I'm sorry, you made the right decision in rejecting me." As soon as these words came out, the stern gaze from Chen Qi's side disappeared. However, Shu Shinro still pouted a little unhappily. "Forget it, I don't have any sports cells." "Oh, so," Zhang Hao placed his notebook on Chen Qi's desk and then swept toward the classroom. "Who to call next? Women's relay can be one short." "Wait." Just at this time, Shu Shinro took the notebook over with one hand and took a fierce look toward the top. "What?" Zhang Hao looked at Shu Shinro in a daze. "Enrollment, relay for life. I'm in." It hadn't even been 5 minutes before Shu Shinro changed her mind. "Really? MS. Shu Shinro, are you sure you want to participate in the women's relay?" Zhang Hao was surprised. His task, of course, was to bring the numbers together. "Well, I'm sure." Shu Shinro nodded firmly. "Not to be doubted." Okay, thank you Oh. and Chen Chi's students. Zhang Hao put away his notebook and dropped a sentence before leaving. I wish you 100 years of good luck. Chen Chi. Ha, Chen Chi-san. How come it seems like everyone in the class thinks we're in love? Xu Xinruo pursed her thin lips slightly and turned her head to look at Chen Chi. Chen Chi directly blanked her. Like she's taking some kind of little relationship class on herself. I'll be damned if anyone doesn't think of them as boyfriend and girlfriend. Why did you suddenly remember to participate in the relay race? Chen Chi asked. Humph. Of course she's in it. I just want to prove that if she can, I can too. Xu Xinruo, don't want to lose to anyone. Xu Xinruo nudged her mouth, and out of the corner of her eye, she landed on Ku Qian's position. Noon. Dinner. Shuxinwei and Lin Xiaohua went to the cafeteria together. While waiting in line for her meal, Lin Xiaohua curiously asked Xu Xinruo about the progress of her pursuit of Chen Chi. Xu Xinruo said with a big smile, the current progress made her very satisfied. However, after Lin Xiaohua thought about it, she said with some concern, Student Xu Xinruo, if Chen Chi knew that you were approaching him, in this way would he be angry with you? Don't worry, it won't. He has no love cells. How could he possibly notice? Xu Xinruo said. Besides, I'm not exactly cheating on him. I was also teaching him how to fall in love. Lin Xiaohua was speechless. You're teaching him how to fall in love with you. It's okay to say that. Xu Xinruo smiled sweetly. Lin Xiaohua spat. Classmate Xu Xinruo, your skin is too thick. Xu Xinruo was indifferent. That doesn't matter. As long as I can chase him. It doesn't matter if you say my skin is thicker than a steel plate. Lin Xiaohua. But just at this time, a girl who was in front of them in line turned her head. So you're so close to Chen Chi because of this? For a moment, Xu Xinruo and Lin Xiaohua both froze. Because this girl is Ku Qian. Have a nice lunch. Ku Qian smiled bashfully towards Xu Xianruo, who was originally all about to line up at the window to fight for her meal, but she actually directly walked out of the line. What are you waiting for? Go after them. Lin Xiaohua anxiously said towards Xu Xinruo. She must have gone to tell Chen Chi. If Chen Chi knew that you were deliberately setting him up. What a mess. But Xu Xinruo stood still and didn't move. You're still but what? Lin Xiaohua was already anxious out of fire for her best friend. I did do that I don't know how to explain it. Xu Xinruo gently lowered her head. She can't find a way to explain this kind of self-awareness. But you're so close to Chen Chi. Surely he would trust you. Lin Xiaohua said again. You really think we're close, don't you? Xu Xinruo raised her head and looked at her best friend, pursed her lips and said, but didn't I get Chen Chi to get along with me only through a setup? Lin Xiaohua froze for a moment. It seems like what Xu Xinruo said is okay. Chen Chi, who rejected the much heralded Xu Xinruo on the first day. Would you really trust Xu Xinruo over Ku Qian in such a matter? Not really. There. Suddenly, Lin Xiaohua's eyes lit up. Student Xu Xinruo, aren't you not confident that Chen Chi will believe you or not? I have an idea. What way? Xu Xinruo asked curiously. Sidekick. Lin Xiaohua winked at her. Chen Chi's best friend is Zhang Fan. Won't I just pull him over and ask him? Can it really work? Xu Xinruo was a little worried. Don't worry about it. At least we'll be able to know exactly what Chen Chi's attitude towards you is. What if, in case, he doesn't actually care about such things? Lin Xiaohua spoke optimistically towards Xu Xinruo. Xu Xinruo nodded thoughtfully. In fact, she thought at first that Ku Qian would be very serious if she told the truth about what happened. It's because she subconsciously feels that cheating on someone's feelings is a shameful act. Despite the fact that she herself was reborn, despite the fact that she knew that even if she had been given the chance to have her husband chosen again, that man would still be Chen Chi. But, these seemingly good reasons are known only to her. Noon. After the fight. This was the first time since transferring to Lu Shino, one middle school that Xu Xianruo had deliberately picked a seat further away from Chen Chi. It was also the first time she didn't go sneaking a peek at Chen Chi during dinner. By this time, I guess Ku Qian had already finished the matter in front of Chen Chi. Right? Good to know. If I had known I would have chased Ku Qian over there with me. Maybe even a few words of defense to make the black look white. At this moment, even Xu Xinruo herself felt that she was a little too afflicted. But the wood is gone. She could only follow Lin Xiaohua's words and look for Jiang Fan to test the waters first. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The students in the cafeteria had already left one after another. I'll get Jiang Fan to come over. Lin Xiaohua got up and left. Shikinzo was so nervous that she was fiddling with her fingers, because she really doesn't know what to do. Little flower, why are you pulling me over in such a hurry? I have to go play soccer. There's no room for me later. Soon. Jiang Fan's complaining voice came over. Xu Xinruo immediately looked up, only to see Lin Xiaohua huffing and puffing as she clutched Jiang Fan over. Jiang Fan, classmate Xu Xinruo and I have something particularly important to ask you. You must answer before you leave. Lin Xiaohua's tone was strong. What problem? Jiang Fan was puzzled. I'll ask them one by one first. Lin Xiaohua pulled Jiang Fan to sit down across from Xu Xinru. Did Kuqian go to find Chun Qi just now? Go on, but how do you guys know? Jiang Fan asked curiously. Do you know what Kuqian talked to Chun Qi about? Lin Xiaohua continued to pursue the question. A whole lot. I was playing with my cell phone at the time, and I used Chen Qi's number because I had to sign up for a website account. Jiang Fan recalled. Lin Xiaohua directly kicked him in the calf. Who cares about you? I'm asking them. Suddenly, Jiang Fan slapped his forehead and jerked his head up to look at Xu Xinru. Oh right, classmate Xu Xinru. They even chatted about you. Ha? Xu Xinru worried. In that case, it must have been told to Chun Qi by Kuqian. Then what was Chun Qi's reaction? Lin Xiaohua hurriedly pursued the question. His face was ugly. Jiang Fan had a palpitating look on his face. Lin Xiaohua and Xu Xinru looked at each other. Even Jiang Fan was scared to this extent, so it was obvious how angry Chen Qi was. Xu Xinru student, why don't we take the afternoon off? Lin Xiaohua carefully said towards Xu Xinru. But, don't I go to class all the time? Xu Xinru knew that escaping would not solve the problem. But now Chen Qi is angry. Lin Xiaohua was halfway through her sentence and didn't know how to comfort her best friend. How about I pinch the end of lunch break and go back to class? Xu Xinru asked tentatively. Yes, Lin Xiaohua nodded. Can I go now? Both ants can't even fight for long. Jiang Fan was still anxious about playing basketball. Roll on, roll on. Lin Xiaohua waved her hand at him in disgust. The question now is what to do when Xu Xinru returns to the classroom. Stay in the cafeteria until the class bell rings at the end of the lunch break. Both girls were quiet and didn't speak, but with the afternoon session about to begin, they could only go back to class honestly. The moment you walk into the classroom, Xu Xinru even felt like what she felt when she stepped into the ghost gate after a car accident. If Chen Qi hated her completely, what was the difference between that and dying again? But she could only move forward, toward Chen Qi's side, her own seat. Finally, get to your seat and sit down. Xu Xinru lowered her head and carefully went to look at Chen Qi. As a result, he suddenly realized that Chen Qi was actually looking at him as well. What a serious look. He's really angry. What should I do if I'm questioned? How can you chase him if he ignores you in the future? She didn't want to find out later in the future that the girl beside Chen Qi wasn't herself. That's your answer? Suddenly, Chen Qi said coldly. Xu Xinru was so aggravated that her tears were coming down. What to say? She really doesn't know. Chen Qi continued. The topics assigned to you over the weekend are not for you to just finish them, but for you to do them seriously. For example, this reading comprehension. There is obviously an example text. Why don't you refer to it to do the questions? A weekend project? Upon hearing Chen Qi's words, Xu Xinru couldn't help but raise her head in a daze. Facing towards Chen Qi, his face was full of doubt. If it's not a subject, what do you think it is? Chen Qi calmly asked. Since the homeroom teacher and your mom both asked me to tutor you in the language, then you have to do it seriously as well. With this kind of perfunctory attitude, how else can I tutor you? Because Kuqian told Chen Qi about herself. Chen Qi used his homework to lash out at himself? It shouldn't be. According to Chen Qi's temperament, shouldn't it be direct cold violence? Doubtful. Really doubtful. Obviously her own husband. She was surprisingly a little puzzled by Chen Qi. Chen Qi-san, the reason you're angry is really that I didn't do my homework well, and not because of anything else? After thinking about it, Xu Xinru decided that it would be better to ask directly. Because of something else? Chen Qi raised an eyebrow. What else could I be angry about? Besides, if you don't work hard, that's your business. I'm not angry. Clueless. Continue to be clueless. Did Kuqian not tell Chen Qi? That's not true. Jiang Fan all but said he heard it with his own ears next to him. Could it be that Kuqian didn't stab herself in the back? No. With her character? I'm afraid she can't wait to get how many handles she has. But why didn't Chen Qi say anything about it? Then I can say it explicitly. Xu Xinru gathered her courage and stole a glance at Chen Qi. What exactly do you want to say? Chen Qi replied calmly. It's that thing Kuqian told you. You really aren't angry? This time, Xu Xinru made it a little more clear. And Chen Qi said, you mean, she told me that you were actually setting me up by giving me relationship lessons? Yeah. Xu Xinru nodded repeatedly. This matter. You really did not get angry? Why should I be angry? Chen Qi asked directly in return, without even the slightest hesitation. Don't. You think that I am cheating your feelings? Xu Xinru was a bit dumbfounded. You really think so? Chen Qi asked again. No. I promise. Even though I'm setting you up, I'm definitely not cheating on your feelings. I swear. Shuksinruo hastily stretched out 4 fingers and raised them to the side of her little head. It's none of my business if you swear or not, and besides, what makes you think I'll be angry? Chenchi asked gently. After all I lied to you Shu Shinro said carefully. You lied to me? Chenchi pretended to be puzzled. Could it be that the person who asked you to help me with my relationship lessons was not myself? A single sentence seemed to make Shu Shinro snap out of it. Yeah, at the time, while eating at Chao's, it was clearly Chen Shi himself who took the initiative to ask for it. If she's lying to Chen Shi, then what is Chen Shi, an accomplice? What kind of person helps a murderer kill himself? But I'm setting you up You're really not mad at me? Putting aside the deception and the condescension factor, Shu Shinro was ready to ask for clarification. It doesn't matter if it's a setup or not. I think it's okay anyway, Chen Shi said indifferently. Really? Shu Shinro happily revealed a smile. At least it was fun. Fun? Shu Shinro question mark face. Like this text message I got Sunday morning. For example, Chen Shi took out his cell phone to open the text message and read. You said that you forgot to tell me last night. In fact, you cannot say good night before going to bed. If it is the summer to see the stars, it is best to say this sentence. And then I asked you to say what words. Aha! You said I could ask you what the difference is between the stars and me. So what did I say? Shu Shinro smiled sweetly. The stars are in the sky and I am in your heart. Right, look how great I taught you, Shu Shinro said beautifully. Chen Shi rolled his eyes. If you think it's funny, I'll come up with another topic to test you. Shu Shinro seemed to have gotten interested. You say. Chen Shi nodded. In amusement parks, what's the spinning thing called that you can ride up and around? Shu Shinro asked. Trojan horse? Mua. In this instant, Chen Shi was almost embarrassed by her and fainted. Of course, the one who had the hardest time was Lin Xiaohua, who was secretly listening to her best friend and Chen Shi's conversation in the back row. Originally, she thought that Shu Shinro would collide with Chen Shi's volcano on Earth when she came back, and was still worried about her best friend. But now what? Why are these two even playing with earthy emotions? I'm afraid those in school who are actually in love aren't as sour as these two. At least everyone else knows at school and to keep it in check. But look at those two in front. Why are they flirting like an old married couple? Not long after, Zhang Fan returned to the classroom out of breath. He walked over and said towards Chen Shi, Old Chen, accompany me to play ball after the evening study. Damn, that team of seniors is too fierce. I was abused for a whole noon. No time. Chen Shi directly refused. Zhang Fan said unwillingly, then when you're free, you must help your brother abuse back. Want me to be sure? Chen Shi responded faintly. What good deed did you do today that you want me to remind you of? Don't. I was being careless. You pretend I didn't do anything. Zhang Fan returned to his seat in a puff of smoke, as if he was afraid that Chen Shi would question him. And at this time, Lin Xiaohua also hurriedly stuck her head out and went to Shu Shinru's ear to remind her. Student Shu Shinru, you haven't finished asking Zhang Fan said that at that time, Chen Shi's face looked very bad. Oh, yeah, Shu Shinru nodded and came over to Chen Shi. And Chen Shi was already fiddling with his cell phone with his head down. Mr. Chen Shi, I still have a question for you, Shu Shinru asked. This time, she sounded much more relaxed, at least looking at Chen Shi's reaction just now. He really wasn't angry. Speak. Chen Shi opened the space. That is, I heard Zhang Fan say that after Kuqian told you about that incident, your face looked very bad? It seems like you're very angry? Shu Shinru asked. Your face wouldn't be any better if you encountered such a thing, Chen Shi said. While talking, he held down his cell phone as if he was busy with something. What is it? Shu Shinru's little heart thumped. Could it be that just now, it was all deliberately pretended by Chen Shi? At that point, he was registering a website account on my cell phone, using my penguin number. And then, Shu Shinru was confused. By this kind of thing, you don't mean the fact that you set him up? At this time, Chen Shi also turned his cell phone screen around to face her with a black face and said breathlessly, then my penguin number became like this, and I haven't finished deleting it until now. As soon as she saw the content on the screen, Shu Shinru PFF burst out laughing, almost making her lose her breath. Just look at what the OP is about. Today at noon, 12:39 p.m., M. said, the world's largest online casino is online. Sexy lotteries. Online dealers. At the bottom, there's a picture of a hot babe. Classes will be held as usual in the afternoon. Shu Shinru's mood was obviously much better than it was at noon, and after realizing that Chen Shi seemed to have responded well to his little love class, she began to work out a new plan in her mind again. For example, this weekend, it might be a good opportunity to check in with your own mom and dad's company to see what's going on. However, shouldn't he do something at school to make Chen Shi and himself a little closer and intimate? In the evening self-study, While Shu Shinro was thinking, she suddenly felt a sharp gaze at her side. Are you done with these language questions? Chen Shi flipped her reference book to one of the pages, the subject he had left for Shu Shinro today. But for now, the OP's title is still blank. This. I'll do it right away. Shu Shinro returned to her senses. She couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the jumble of titles. Right now, her status is still that of a student. Since you are a student, improving your academic performance is an aspect that cannot be abandoned. The most crucial thing is that the chances of her spending time with Chen Shi are also related to her studies. Several consecutive days of classes passed. Chen Shi helped Shu Shinru tutor her in language every night during self-study, though he himself could have just pretended to read the book and then scored well on the test through his intellectually full advantage. But not Shu Shinro. She had to rely on her own ability to get good grades to deal with her teachers and parents. But apart from studying, Shu Shinro did pester him every day with earthy words of love or hints of going out of school together for dinner dates or whatever. Day after day the pursuit of the attack not only did not weaken, but also more and more violent in general. If he hadn't been settled enough, or if he had been replaced with someone who actually lived in this time, I'm afraid Shu Shinro would have been taken down long ago. But there's been one noticeable change for them in the last few days. That means Ku Qian comes to see Chen Shi less often. Even when she saw Chen Shi passing by, Ku Qian would unconsciously take 2 steps back and would not dare to look at Chen Shi. Because that day when she told Chen Shi that Shu Shinro was setting her up, Chen Shixian only faintly answered her with 3 words. And then? At that time, Ku Qian was a little strange. She set you up, don't you get angry? Chen Shi continued. First of all, I initiated this matter. Secondly, more than this, it's the fact that some people are bad-mouthing people behind their backs that makes me more angry. When she finished speaking, Ku Qian also realized that Chen Shi was looking at herself with a very calm, but ferocious gaze within that calmness. At that moment, she was really a little afraid of Chen Shi. On Friday, the field day organized by the school came. For the entire day, the first grade did not have to attend classes from freshman to senior grades. The entire school converged on the playground to watch the sports events. The team program, which is held in the evening, is the final program. After all, teachers and school leaders know that more than individual honors, students care about collective honors. The heavy hitters are in the back. For sure. Chen Shi student, have you signed up for the individual program yet? Shortly after the start of the games, Shu Shinro quietly went to join Chen Shi. As long as it was a group activity like this, she would run to Chen Shi's side whenever she had the chance. No, Chen Shi replied dryly. What a coincidence. I don't have one either. We're so lucky too. Both only signed up for the relay, Shu Shinro said with some small excitement. Chen Shi gave her a blank look. She didn't sign up. Wasn't it because she was too lazy for her own good? What are you going to see? Shu Shinro followed Chen Shi to a corner of the playground. Look at Jiang Fan's long jump. Chen Shi said. Ooh, then how about we go see Little Flower's long run later too? Shu Shinro asked. She signed up for long distance running? Chen Shi was surprised. Yeah, 1500 meters. Shu Shinro was a little scared even as she spoke. If we let her run 1500 meters, we might as well just kill her. Then why don't you learn from others who work out? Chen Shi laughed. She didn't want to. Okay. Shu Xianro shook her head and explained. Little Flower said that it was her mom who let her participate. Her mom also snubbed her saying something about running at 2000 meters in one breath that year without taking a breath. And as a result she signed up for 1500 meters. Chen Shi couldn't help but sweat. But it's not unusual for parents to encourage their children to exercise more. As for whether those 2 kilometers were bragged about by the parents, that remains to be seen. As an audience member, Shu Shinlo and Chen Shi were still very relaxed. Looking east and looking west is like watching a spectacle. Soon, Jiang Fan's long jump results came out. Took second place out of the entire sophomore class. Damn. If I hadn't landed Fartrum first on the last jump, first place would have been mine. Jiang Fan was still cursing and complaining when he came to Chen Shi's side of the table. What are you guys watching? Hannah's long run? Jiang Fan came over to the other side of Chen Shi. Yes, at least it's my bestie, so I'm concerned about it. Shu Xianro nodded her head. What about you? Also your BFF? Jiang Fan turned his head to look at Chen Shi. Just look around, Chen Shi said calmly. Jiang Fan nudged his mouth suspiciously, then waved at Shu Shinru behind Chen Shi's back. What for? Shu Shinru curiously came over. Jiang Fan lowered his voice and said, I think, this guy is just being tough-talking. He obviously saw that you were concerned about Little Flower's long-distance running. That's why he followed you here. You feel the same way. It seems I'm not the only one who feels this way. Shu Shinro beautifully pursed her lips and smiled. Jiang Fan secretly encouraged. Go for it, Shu. I'm still very optimistic about you taking down my buddy. Shu Shinro said meaningfully. Then, Mr. Jung Fan, why did you come over to watch Little Flower's long run? While speaking, Shu Shinro also glanced towards Lin Xiaohua who was preparing at the starting line. Jung Fan coughed dryly and hurriedly said, "Cough, of course I'm accompanying my brother. Hannah, go for it." The moment the starting gun went off, Shu Shinro then put her hands on her mouth and shouted at her BFF. One lap of the playground in the first middle school was a full 500 meters, so all the students who participated in the competition had to run 3 full laps before they were considered done. And while 1500 meters isn't too long for a high school student to run, it's definitely not too short either. If you come up with a one-breath sprint, your stamina will definitely be overwhelmed at the back. But if you start out slow, there's the added pressure of being left behind. Fortunately, Lin Xiaohua was in fairly good control, in a more centered position, not too fast, not too slow. However, in the second half of the second lap, those students who came up and ran forward desperately were feeling a bit exhausted. Instead, the students, who had seemed unhurried at first, began to slowly catch up. "Hannah, come on, you're almost in the top 3. Shu Shinro shouted with particular vigor from the sidelines, and Chen Qi, who was next to her, couldn't help but turn his head to glance at her. If you put academic performance aside, Shu Shinro seems to be enjoying being back as a student and fitting in nicely. No corporate minutiae or life worries. Everything, it's back to the way it was. In the end, Lin Xiaohua finished third in their group. The first and second runners were both sports students, and it was to be expected that Lin Xiaohua had never run. Come on, let's get over there." Shu Shinro, who had waited for the focus early, immediately ran over to assist Lin Xiaohua. After Lin Xiaohua arrived at the focus line, it also seemed as if she was deflated on one side, waving her hand repeatedly. "Fellow student Shu Shinro, I regret it. I really believed my mom's bullshit." "What's wrong?" Shikinzo asked. "I bet she hasn't run more than 2000 meters. I feel like my bones are falling apart from running these 1500 meters. After saying that, Lin Xiaohua sat down directly on the ground. After running the entire 1500 meters, all she wanted to do now was sit down and rest. "Little Flower, drink some water." Zhang Fan took a bottle of sports drink and handed it over. Without saying a word, Lin Xiaohua directly unscrewed the bottle cap and poured it down. "I ended up choking on it before I took 2 sips. Little Flower, drink slowly. Don't be too hasty." Shu Shinro patted Lin Xiaohua's back and said towards Zhang Fan, "Zhang Fan, what's your hurry? You can't drink water too fast after strenuous exercise." "Oh, that's right too." Zhang Fan nodded. "Little Flower, it seems like Zhang Fan has some interest in you?" Shu Shinro said quietly towards Lin Xiaohua. "Him? Don't you talk nonsense. Don't think that because he's Chun Chi's best friend, you're going to introduce him to your girlfriends." Lin Xiaohua had a wary look on her face. "I'm just saying have fun. Whatever." Shu Xianro smiled a little, and after Lin Xiaohua rested and helped her to sit in her seat, she resumed next to Chen Qi. "Chen Qi-san, I suddenly have some regrets." "What do you regret?" Chen Qi asked. "I regret that I didn't run 1500 meters. If I was so tired from running, you'd care about me like Zhang Fan cares about Little Flower, right?" Shu Shinro pursed her lips and smiled. "Nope," Chen Qi replied decisively. "Why?" Shu Shinro didn't believe it. Chen Qi said calmly, "Because there were only 2 groups of students running 1500 meters. The group before that was at the same time as the long jump. I should have been watching Zhang Fan long jump at that time." Shu Shinro said angrily, "Other people are more interested in color than in friends. But you're good. You're even more interested in friends than in color." Throughout the morning plus the afternoon, the tournament program was pretty much over. The best result of the first class was the second place in the long jump of Zhang Fan, the sports committee member. After all, Class 1 is the key class in the school, and what the students are supposed to excel at is not sports, but test scores. So the vast majority of the awards go to the specialty classes that have athletic students. But the next team project was a different story. For example, in relay races, each class has to send 4 people, even if there are athletic students in the school's special classes. But in case the other 3 are not good at running, they will not be as good as the other classes instead. After all, the specialty classes don't just have sports, but also music and dance, among other things. Leading off was the men's 400-meter relay. "Go for it, Chen Qi-san." Shu Shinro followed Chen Qi as he headed to the starting line to give him a boost. The students of the first class had been surprised by this for a long time. It was the boys from the other classes who came over with sideways glances. This was a blatant romance in school? But some kind students came over and warned. "Cold knowledge, I heard from a class of students that the 2 of them are not in a relationship. So what's going on here? It's rumored that it's Shu Shinro who's after Chen Qi." "Girls chasing boys?" "Yes." The starting gun went off. Chen Qi was running the first baton, and at the start, he was ahead of the rest of the class. Throughout the entire 100-meter run that was his, he shook off the last place by almost a third of a mile. Beautiful. Jiang Fan, who was waiting in the fourth batting area, called for Chen Qi. With such a large margin, it's usually a good bet to win the title. However, when Chen Qi handed over the baton, the second and third class 1 students were not as exaggerated as Chen Qi. The good thing was that Chen Qi had built up a relatively large advantage, and they just needed to maintain that advantage or not get caught up too much. So taking first place in the group was definitely not a problem. Finally, it was Jiang Fan's turn for the last baton. However, looking at the gap between the rest of the classes and their first class, Jiang Fan, who was clearly running the last baton, surprisingly didn't even have any motivation left, because the advantage that Chen Qi established at the beginning was just too big. Big enough that he didn't even have to run too hard to reach the finish line first. This first place was clearly the first place achieved by a class in the games. But Jiang Fan unexpectedly had a feeling of tastelessness. Damn, Chen Qi, I should have let you sign up for more events. This running ability of yours. How to say that the sprint events can be taken all the way. After the match, Jiang Fan was the first to find Chen Qi and spit on him. As a result, before Chen Qi could say anything, Xu Xinruo said with dissatisfaction from the side, "That won't do. What if it tires Chen Qi out? Do you think people are made of machinery? Harm. I'm not just kidding. See how nervous you are. He's not your boyfriend yet." Jiang Fan muttered in a small voice. "What did you say? Believe it or not, I'll badmouth you to little flower." Xu Xinruo was directly broken by Jiang Fan's last sentence. Jiang Fan shivered. I was wrong. Auntie, you and Chen Qi are simply a match made in heaven. Humph. Xu Xinruo raised her small fists in a threatening gesture. But she did have another idea in mind. Since he knows that Jiang Fan likes his best friend, maybe he can also get Jiang Fan to help himself chase Chen Qi? With the completion of the men's relay in both divisions, the results of all classes have been tabulated. After Jiang Fan asked for the results from the physical education teacher's side, he immediately ran towards Chen Qi's side in excitement. Old Chen, we took first place, not first in the group, but first in the grade. Jiang Fan shouted excitedly. Oh, Chen Qi got up. Oh, holy shit, old Chen, at least it's thanks to you that you got first place. Aren't you happy at all? Jiang Fan was puzzled. Let's see it first. With that, Chen Qi left his seat. What are you looking at? Oh, I know. Jiang Fan followed Chen Qi. Going to watch the women's relay? Aha. Chen Qi nodded. Jiang Fan spat out. You're going to see the person Xu Xinruo. Just checking to see how the girls in my own class are running. Chen Qi said gently. Yes. Jiang Fan echoed. But in his heart, he thought, I really let Xu Xinruo get it right. This brother of his own. His mouth is harder than a dead duck. Obviously so obvious to see people Xu Xinruo running. Just don't admit it. I hope you don't hold our class back. We were third in the class our freshman year. Kochian specifically went to Xu Xinruo's side to drop a line. Xu Xinruo said unconvincingly, it's you who should not drag your feet. Cochrane didn't say anything else and went back to batting second. And Xu Xinruo runs. Is the third batting? Looking at Kochian's back, Xu Xinruo thought in her heart. Not only must she not slow down the class, she must run faster than Kochian. What kind of person loses to an imposter? A wife to a mistress? Competition between love rivals. That must exist every moment. The starting gun went off. The girls running first in each class got off to a fast start and ran. At the time of receiving the second strike, the first class was temporarily second, which is a bit of a lead. But when Kochian took off, the rest of the class began to catch up. Third, fourth, this round, surprisingly, dropped a full 2 spots. And you say you're afraid I'll drag my feet. Look how I've countered. Xu Xinruo thought to herself, already in a ready position to receive the baton. But just as she stepped out on her front foot, ready to sprint, her legs went a little weak. No? Xu Xinruo froze. She knew exactly what kind of reaction it was. At such a critical moment, she actually came to relatives. What are you waiting for? Run. And by this time, Kochian had delivered the baton to her. Xu Xinruo hesitated. For the past few days, she had been thinking about things about Chen Qi. Thinking about it, I even forgot about the days I have to remember each month. Turns out it happened today. Forget it. Just grit your teeth and run. Xinruo's heart crossed. She gripped the baton and ran forward. Something doesn't seem right about her expression. Jiang Fan turned his head to look at Chen Qi in confusion. And Chen Qi also frowned at this time. Doing a bit of date math. It looks like today is. She's crazy? Chen Qi hurried towards running over there. Ha, old Chen. Why are you running over there in such a hurry? Jiang Fan followed from behind in disbelief. And just at that moment, there was a gasp from all the students watching the relay race. What the hell? What happened? Quite a few people stood up and peered over toward the runway, because Shu Shinro fell to the ground with weak legs after running 2 steps. She wanted to get up and keep running, but she couldn't make any strength at all. Looking at so many people staring at themselves, Shu Shinro really wanted to die. Do you want to be so embarrassed? How can it be coincidental enough to happen on a day when you bump into a visiting relative on this side of the games? Shu Shinro, what are you doing? Get up and keep running. Kuchien came over and said with righteous indignation. Can't you see how far behind we are? You can't get a place, but you still have to run the whole race. It's just a relay race. Don't be so pretentious. But Shu Shinro did not respond to her. Just hands over his stomach, sizzling and sucking in cool air from the pain. Tummy, it hurts. Don't you dare blame me. I just gave you the baton and you fell on your own. You're the one who made our class lose places. Considering that Shu Xianro hadn't been up and running for long before she collapsed on the ground, Kuchen hurriedly brushed aside what she had done with her. Fuck off. And just at this time, an icy voice came from behind. Ha! Kuchen looked in disbelief at the boys who were quickly running to this side of the runway. In her impression, Chen Shi has never been calm and self-contained. Not a good smiler, but also not the kind to scold people. But just now, she clearly heard Chen Shi say dirty words towards herself. Get out of the way. Chen Shi directly squeezed Kuchen, who was standing beside Shu Xianro, to one side. After that, he squatted down and picked up Shu Shinro, who was lying on the ground, with both hands. For a while, the whole school was abuzz. Boys hugging girls, or a princess hug. Lin Xiahua, who was rushing this way, stood directly next to him in a dumbfounded manner. Just now, she was thinking of rushing over to help her BFF. While it was true that running 1500 meters was exhausting, you can't just watch your BFF fall on the track, can you? And her face, it was really ugly. Looks like we're redundant? And at this time, Xin Qin came over and tapped Lin Xiaohua's shoulder. Lin Xiahua nodded with incomparable approval. Who says otherwise? Xin Qin shrugged his shoulders breathlessly and said, it seems that student Xiao Shu doesn't need us at all. You see, we even cared for nothing. That's just it. Waste of feelings. Lin Xiahua also stomped her foot indignantly. Just look at what Shu Shinro, who was picked up by Qin Shi, was doing. A pair of almond eyes glittered with luster as they dropped their gaze on Qin Shi without looking away. This girl, simply enjoying the moment, I guess. Along the way, Shu Shinro was just as Lin Xiahua had said. She was enjoying the moment. The firm chest, the heartbeat that was so close, the rapid breathing, and the smell of warm sunshine on him. It was as if, for a moment, they were that close-knit couple again. In the midst of the bumps, Shu Shinro's insides couldn't help but set off a ripple. Himself, at last, he was getting closer to his goal. He hugged himself and had a very concerned and nervous face. If that's not liking, what is? But, I didn't realize that Chen Shi was so bad in his sophomore year. Obviously liked himself. Obviously watched himself at all times. But he just had a stiff upper lip and wouldn't admit it. It felt as if she had been thrown into the line dividing fire from ice. There were times when she was even shocked by Chen Shi's indifference towards herself. And there were times when she could feel Chen Shi's blazing affection. Is he so shy at that time? He didn't want to say it even though he obviously liked it. Shu Shinro pursed her lips in thought. But even if Chen Shi didn't say anything, she could clearly feel Chen Shi's relationship at this moment. Because when he entered the infirmary of the first school, he rushed in. Doctor, please take a look at her. She suddenly fell down with difficulty while running. Chen Shi spoke anxiously towards the female physician who was nearly 50 years old. The doctor frowned. It's just a fall. What's the need to be so nervous? More than a fall. Chen Shi immediately shook his head and said seriously, it's a period. And it's during a run. Shu Shinro had told him before, when a girl is on her period, it is essential that she does not exercise strenuously. He even remembers Shu Shinro's original words. That was said on a climbing tour. Hubby, I'll tell you about it. If a girl is on her period, then she must not exercise strenuously. Otherwise, the pain will be lengthened in the light case, and in the serious case, the parts will be broken. You're willing to let your wife's parts break? Thus, at that time, Chen Qi directly carried Shu Shinro on his back, and rigidly climbed the entire high mountain on his back. Running for your period? Show me. As soon as he heard Chen Qi say that, the doctor really got serious as well. But Shu Shinro looked at Chen Qi in confusion. How did he know the time of his regular vacation at this time? Wait, you get out first. The female doctor lifted up Shu Xianro's clothes, and just as she touched the corner, she turned her head towards Chen Qi. After all, Chen Qi was a boy and Shu Shinro was a girl. Shu Shinro pursed her lips. Doctor, actually he doesn't have to. Okay, I'm going out. Chen Qi took a deep breath, nodded to the door, and brought it with him, listening carefully to the conversation inside. The female doctor was asking Shu Shinro where the pain was, and seemed to be asking about several places in a row, until finally, the female doctor called out, "It's okay, come on in." Chen Shi broke through the door and immediately asked, "Doctor, how is she?" "It's okay." It's a good thing she stopped in time and didn't try to finish the run. Otherwise, that could have had some really serious consequences, the female doctor said seriously. Chen Shi sighed in relief. As long as nothing happens, that's fine. In fact, after that car accident, the reason why Chen Shi's first thought when he was reborn was to stay away from Shu Xianro was because he was afraid that Shu Xianro would follow him and have another accident. Maybe the car accident could have been avoided by the experience of being born again. But what if it was something else? After having witnessed the moment his favorite girl fell in a pool of blood, he truly understood what heartache felt like. At that time, he even felt that seeing Shu Shinro slowly close her eyes was harder than the end of his own life. "You take her next door to rest. There are beds over there. Let the little girl lie down a little longer." The doctor waved his hand and pointed to the next room. "Thank you, doctor." After Chen Shi nodded, he had wanted to hug Shu Xianro over again. However, Shu Shinro persisted and braced herself, attaching herself to Chen Shi's ear. "The doctor is still there. It'll be bad if the homeroom teacher finds out." Chen Shi cried and laughed as he nodded his head, placing her thin arm on his shoulder and assisting her to walk to the next bed to lie down. "How does it feel?" Chen Shi asked with concern. "Well, it's okay. It's just the normal period kind of hard." Shikinzo stuck her tongue out. "Okay, you wait." Chen Shi turned around and used a paper cup to catch a cup of hot water in front of the water fountain. He even took a sip of his own to try and get the temperature right. "Drink a little first." Chen Shi handed a paper cup to Shu Xianro. "Drink lots of hot water. It's a terrier, but it works extraordinarily well when a girl is on her period." "Thank you, Chen Shi-san." Shu Shinro gulped a mouthful of water before placing the paper cup to the side. She smiled sweetly. "I see you just took a sip too. Try the temperature." Chen Shi nodded. "Then do we count as indirect kissing?" Shu Shinro pursed her thin lips and laughed lightly. Chen Shi gave her a blank look. "Doesn't count." "Why?" "Because I drink the other side." Chen Shi pointed to the paper cup. "Then I'll drink on my side too." Shu Shinro immediately picked up the paper cup again and took a sip of water. After drinking it, he even took a breath and looked satisfied. It was as if even plain water had become sweetened by drinking it again from the place where Chen Shi had drunk it. "Did you bring any tampons?" "I'll go get them for you," Chen Shi asked. "Well, is in the dorm. I'll send a text to Hannah. Get her to help." After thinking about it, Shu Shinro fumbled for her cell phone and pressed it a few times. Soon, she put the phone aside and looked at Chen Shi suspiciously. "What?" Chen Shi asked. Shu Shinrue asked. "Chen Shi-san, how did you know that I'm on my period today?" Chen Shi was stunned. Indeed, after the rebirth, if he is this time himself, it is right that he should not know the time of Shu Shinro's regular vacation. "Humph, I saw through you, didn't I?" Shu Xianro pouted, revealing a smile that seemed to see through everything. "Ha, well, since you can see that, it's okay." At that moment, Chen Shi smiled frankly. In fact, when he was on the bus last time, he was ready to showdown with Shu Shinro. As a result, this girl did not believe it, and had to interpret his sentence as a diversion. Chen Shi continued, "In fact, I also told you a long time ago." "Liar, you didn't even say that. You just secretly looked at my space. Admit it or not." Shu Shinro raised her voice. "Peeking into space?" Hearing these words, Chen Shi was somewhat stunned instead. "Yeah, last month and the month before that. I posted in my space about having my period and it hurting me to death. When you look at the time, it's not exactly these 2 days this month," Shu Shinro said, pursing her lips. "But well, Chen Shi student, I'm still very pleased that you actually know how to care about my regular vacation." Chen Shi opened his mouth to say something, but surprisingly found himself speechless. "It seems that you're still paying attention when I give you lessons." Shu Shinro nodded her head slightly and said, "Caring for one's girlfriend is indeed an important part. It's the same as a girlfriend caring about her boyfriend as well." "Nope." Chen Shi shook his head. "Ha, how is it wrong?" Shu Shinro was confused. Chen Shi said lightly, "You're talking about caring about your girlfriend. While I care about you because I want you to care about caring about your language grades as well." Shu Shinro pursed her lips for a moment. So speechless. I can't believe he's talking about academic performance at this point. Though, yes, one's own little love class did come in exchange for tutoring one's own language with him. "Mr. Chen Chi, could it be that you're going to assign me a lot more homework today?" Shu Shinro sighed helplessly. "I don't need it for the next 2 days. Let's continue next week." Chen Chi loosened his lips. "That's good." Shu Shinro was temporarily relieved. "But, Mr. Chen Chi, there's something I'd like to be sure of." Suddenly, Shu Shinru's gaze towards Chen Qi became firm. Say, Chen Qi answered briefly. You said, you ran over in such a hurry today, and gave me a princess hug, and even just cared about me. So do you like me? Shu Shinru blinked curiously at Chen Qi. In fact, she really wanted to know the answer to that. This is like a blank sheet of paper in front of their own husband. In the end there is no heart to her. If I say that it's because you're at my desk, do you believe me? Chen Qi thought about it and asked rhetorically. Unbelievable. Shu Xianro directly rejected. There is no one who cares about the same table to this extent. I think, you just like me. You just like me. If you really don't like me, your first thought should be to stay away from me. After all, I'm pestering you so much. The last sentence made Chen Qi's heart feel as if it had seized. In fact, during the time when he had just been reborn, his idea was to stay far away from Shu Shinru. Not implicated. Not connected. Actually, wanting to be far away from someone doesn't necessarily mean that you don't like it, Chen Qi said in a deep voice. Why? Shu Shinru was puzzled. Nothing, my dad said. Chen Qi smiled and shook his head. He said that if he was given a chance to start over, he would stay far away from my mother, and at most, just look at her from afar and then protect him. I know, but I told you, it's not right to think like that, Shu Xianro hurriedly said. If you like someone, no matter how many times you start over, you should be with him. Besides, what kind of things can't be changed? If we don't try, who knows what the outcome will be? Chen Qi didn't say anything, just slowly nodded his head. Look, just like I like you, even though I say I'm being your relationship teacher, if you use what I'm teaching you on another girl, it's definitely not going to work, because I wouldn't feel comfortable giving my man to another woman. In the last sentence, Shu Shinru spoke with incomparable firmness. Even Chen Qi couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, because for a change, if one keeps a distance from Shu Shinru, do you really feel comfortable leaving her in the hands of another man? No, absolutely not. Ahem, Chen Qi-san, don't take it to heart. After all, I'm not like your father. He's making the assumption that he's starting over, and you and I are only just getting started. I'm just substituting into the role. Saying that, Shu Shinru flashed a sweet smile towards Chen Qi. She knew that Chen Qi didn't like to hear about ridiculous things like rebirth, though she said what was true in her heart. But in order to cater to Chen Qi, she could only change her words. Meh. Suddenly, Chen Qi let out a light laugh. What are you laughing at? Shu Shinru was puzzled. I'm laughing. If you won't let me use those things you taught me on other girls, then wouldn't it only work on you? Chen Qi asked. That's for sure. Shu Xianro pouted and said. I'm telling you, in the future, you are definitely going to be my boyfriend. I promise. Later? Chen Qi asked. Of course, I'm very confident. Shu Shinzwa clenched her small fists. Her own man. How many times she was reborn? That was also her own. So, if you think of me as your boyfriend, what do you want me to do now? Chen Qi asked calmly. While saying that, he was also thinking in his mind. Since both of them intend to keep trying their feelings for each other after being reborn, it's good to give her some confidence. And at the same time, Shu Shinru was pondering in her heart. When Chen Qi asked that, was he asking for advice on his relationship lessons? Quite possibly. Just the right time to sneak up on him. Thinking quietly in her heart, Shu Shinru had a bright idea. Ahem. Chen Qi student. Then I'll teach you now I'm your girlfriend, right? Aha. Chen Qi nodded and added. But hypothetically. Okay. Hypothetical is hypothetical. Shu Xianro waved her hand. Then assuming that you, as my boyfriend, what should you do when your girlfriend is on her period? Other than pouring hot water for me? I don't know. Chen Qi directly played dumb. Come on. I'll teach you. Shu Shinru took Chen Qi's hand and placed it on her stomach and rubbed it. Remember, doing this is able to alleviate the pain brought about by the menstrual period. Chen Qi nodded his head and gently rubbed the girl's small stomach. Not a lot of bulk, but soft and cozy. And Shu Shinru also drooped her eyelids slightly, enjoying this moment of tenderness. Whoa! And just at that moment, the door outside was opened. Almost at the same time, Chen Qi and Shu Shinru looked towards the door. Lin Xiaohua covered her mouth and exclaimed. You guys got it on? Hannah, keep your voice down. Shu Shinru immediately gave Lin Xiaohua a wink. The doctor is right next to her, and it's probably not a big deal if she hears it. But just in case if the homeroom teacher finds out, that inevitably leads to thoughts in the direction of early love. And, not to mention the fact that he was now quietly mooching towards Chen Qi. Just the scene where Chen Qi princess hugged her in the playground alone might not even be easy to explain. No, classmate Shu Shinru, what's going on between you and Chen Qi? Are you guys together? He's also concerned about you. Lin Xiaohua walked in and looked at the two with a curious expression. Just a concern from the same table. Almost, the two answered in unison. But right after the words were uttered, Shu Shinro was trying her best to hold in her laughter. It seems, I didn't expect that this excuse that Chen Shi had said before would now be said by his own mouth. Yeah, with you guys like this, who's going to believe it? Lin Xiaohua looked at the two men suspiciously. In the end, it was Shu Shinro who said, little flower, if Chen Shi is really with me, I won't admit it in a big way. Lin Xiaohua thought about it for a moment, and it seemed to be true. After all, in the same age to chase, she has not seen who chase others have Shu Shinro so active obsessive. But, Chen Chi, do you like classmate Shu Xinro? Otherwise, why were you the one who brought her to the infirmary? And the whole school saw you hugging her on the track. Lin Xiaohua's words changed, and she took the initiative to deliver an assist to her good girlfriend. And Chen Chi just said lightly, as I said just now, it's just a concern between the same table. Lin Xiaohua nudged her mouth, obviously not believing it. And, let me remind you of one thing, this kind of topic, it's best not to talk about it now. Chen Chi said calmly. Why? Lin Xiaohua hadn't reacted yet, but Shu Shinro knew what Chen Chi wanted to say. She pulled Lin Xiaohua's coat and said, if the homeroom teacher finds out, MS. Shu Shinro. And just at that moment, a voice came again from the door. The voice, though, was recognized by all three present. It's the homeroom teacher of the sophomore class, Jiang Shuli, known as the witch. For a while, Shu Shinro's heart was hanging in her throat. Lin Xiaohua also couldn't help but be nervous for her bestie. After all, it's like she just said. The whole school saw Chen Chi carry Shu Xinro back in a princess hug on the runway. So as their homeroom teacher, Shirley Chang, even if you didn't see it at the time, you should be aware of the situation by now. Will she, then, question them about it? Stepping on the sound of crisp high heels, Jiang Shuli walked into the hospital room. She patiently glanced around towards Shu Shinru, who was lying on the hospital bed, and then asked with concern, fellow student Shu Shinru, how are you feeling right now? Okay. Shu Shinro slowly nodded her head, but inside she was nervous. After all, with her best friend, she could muddle through with the excuse that she was taking a relationship class. But when it comes to Jiang Shuli, should we use this reason too? Estimated that if you really say this, I'm afraid that your parents will immediately be Jiang Shuli called over. It's okay. Jiang Shuli slowly nodded her head and turned her head to look at Chen Chi. Chen Chi, well done. A classmate had an unforeseen situation and knew to bring him to the infirmary immediately. To Lin Xiaohua's and Shu Shinro's surprise, Jiang Shuli didn't cross-examine about the princess hug, though a move like that was very curious to everyone about their relationship. But Sally Chang didn't seem to have any intention of mentioning it. After all, it's a classmate of ours, and it's also my deskmate. Chen Chi nodded. Well, classmates should, indeed, help each other. Jiang Shuli's gaze absently swept around the faces of the duo of Chen Chi and Shu Shinru. It's not like she doesn't know what it means when a guy openly uses a princess hug on a girl. Actually, it's just that she didn't say anything about it, and had her own reasons for doing so. Although Willow City First High School is ordered to prohibit the students from having early love affairs, but Chen Chi's grades are the first in the whole grade for 2 consecutive monthly exams. If it stays up, it's likely to make a run at the top spot on the high school exams. If you misunderstand him at this point in time, it affects his state of mind and will inevitably involve learning as well. And then, there is the aspect of Shu Shinro. Then she just transferred over for the first month. Her language scores have definitely improved. The help of Chen Chi was definitely indispensable in this. Early love is prohibited mainly to prevent academic performance from slipping. But if academic performance is not progressing, but regressing, is there any need for a ban then? Besides, it's not like she has any hard evidence. Turning a blind eye is probably the best thing to do. Not stopping it, though, doesn't mean it will be supported. Jiang Shuli found a reason to sidetrack Chen Chi. Chen Chi, you go to the playground to represent our class to receive the awards for the relay race. Just let Lin Xiaohua take care of Shu Shinro's side. Okay. Chen Chi nodded and turned his head to walk out of the hospital room. And Jiang Shuli also left after asking about Shu Shinro's physical condition. Classmate Shu Shinro, you're too lucky too. Once the homeroom teacher left, Lin Xiaohua picked a thumbs up towards Shu Shinro. How lucky am I? Running in the middle of your period. You want that to happen to you too? Although the words were said, the corners of Shu Shinro's mouth were always flushed with smiles. Come on you. Lin Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh and joked. Chen Chi gave you a princess hug in front of so many people, and I just saw him rubbing your stomach when I came in. So don't tell me you're not happy. Of course I'm happy. Shu Shinro pursed her lips and smiled. Isn't this the right way for me to chase him? Indeed. Lin Xiaohua nodded slowly. At first, she was indeed surprised by the scene of Chen Chi rubbing Shu Xinro's stomach. But come to think of it, if his best friend asked him to do so under the pretext of giving Chun-Chi a lesson, seems to make sense. But it's not like Chun-Chi has agreed to be your boyfriend yet. You won't feel like letting him take advantage of you? Lin Xiaohua asked in a small voice. Shu Shinro said disdainfully. He took advantage of me? It's obviously me taking advantage of him. Lin Xiaohua. The brain circuits of her own best friend seemed to be beyond her comprehension. With the end of the games, all classes returned to their classrooms. The homeroom teacher of each class also briefly left homework for the weekend and then announced the end of school. After Shu Shinro rested for a while, she also returned to the classroom to pack up her things with Lin Xiaohua's support. The clothes that were kept in the dormitory and were to be brought home were also brought over with the help of Lin Xiaohua. Come on, I'll take you home today. Lin Xiaohua left with Shu Shinro. In fact, when she returned to the classroom, Shu Shinro swept a glance at Chun-Chi's seat. He seems to be gone. Thank you, Hannah. It's true that you're my best BFF. Shu Shinro walked out of the school building with Lin Xiaohua in her company. Lin Xiaohua also smiled and said, "That's for sure. Look at Chun-Chi. The man is nowhere to be found. That's why, when men are unreliable, you still need to rely on your girlfriends." Agreed. Shu Shinro was convinced, but in her heart, she was actually still thinking about Chun-Chi. Walk out the door of the school. Shu Shinro's eyes immediately looked around. There it is. Across the street, next to the milk tea store, Chen-Ji is standing there with his backpack. Besides, he's the only one who's easy to find. Shu Shinro thought for a moment and said, "Little flower, do you want to drink milk tea? I'll treat you." "Ha, forget it, drinking milk tea is easy to get fat." Lin Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. Shu Shinro carefully recalled her own best friend's hobby attributes. "There, how about adding a piece of cupcake from the milk tea store?" Shu Shinro continued to seduce. "Yeah." This time, Lin Xiaohua really couldn't hold back, because Shu Xianro knew that this BFF of hers had loved cakes and other desserts since she was a child. "Okay, let's go over there then." Shu Shinro finally succeeded in fooling her best friend. But after crossing the street, "Ha, isn't that Chen-Chi?" Lin Xiaohua pointed towards a backside next to the milk tea store. "Aha, that's him." Shu Shinro immediately walked over. Lin Xiaohua was bewildered. "Didn't we agree to treat ourselves to milk tea and cake? Chen-Chi-san." Shu Shinro patted Chen-Chi's shoulder. Chen-Chi turned around and locked the screen of his cell phone with the securities page open at the first opportunity. "What are you standing here for? Waiting for me?" Shu Shinro asked deliberately. "Well, it's waiting for you." Chen-Chi nodded. "Really?" Shu Shinro was pleasantly surprised. "You didn't teach it?" Chen-Chi asked rhetorically. "Me?" Shu Shinro hadn't reacted yet. "If it was a relationship, I would have waited for you and walked you home, right?" Chen-Chi said calmly. "So it is." Shu Shinro suddenly realized, and also nodded with a pleased face, praising towards Chen-Chi. "Not bad, Chen-Chi student. You can even cite one to reflect 3. But it looks like someone already sent you home?" Chen-Chi glanced towards Lin Xiaohua behind her. In fact, the reason he was waiting here for Shu Shinro was indeed because he was not comfortable with Shu Shinro going home alone. After all, a girl can't be too physically active when she's on her period, and coming home on Friday with a full week's change of clothes. Shu Xianro turned around and greeted Lin Xiaohua. "Little flower, didn't you say you wanted to drink milk tea?" "I won't drink it, mister. Chen-Chi is sending me home." Lin Xiaohua had a head full of questions. "Chen-Chi-san, then let's go now." Shu Shinro urged Chen-Chi to leave, and Chen-Chi took Shu Xianro's luggage and followed her towards the front. It wasn't until she looked at the backs of the two people who were making love to each other that Lin Xiaohua finally came back to her senses. At that moment, she burst into tears. "Fellow student Shu Shinro, you're too much of a woman to forget your friends," said best BFF. "Say goodbye to men who can't be trusted? You said you'd still have to rely on your girlfriends? It's all bullshit." Of course, what made Lin Xiaohua most indignant was, Shu Shinro clearly said that she would treat herself to milk tea and cake. On the side of the road, Shu Shinro stopped a cab and said the address and then sat in the back seat with Chen-Ji. "Your house is so far from the school?" Chen-Chi asked knowingly. "Yeah." Shu Shinro nodded her head and turned her head with a smile on her face and asked, "If I say that I transferred to first middle school for you, do you believe me?" "Faith." Chen-Chi nodded. Shu Xianro pursed her thin lips. She didn't expect Chen-Chi to say this. "You actually believe that? I thought you said to believe anything your girlfriend says?" Chen-Chi gave a very reasonable excuse. "But really, it's because when a girl is on her period, she also tends to be in a bad mood. Catering to her was a way to make Shu Shinro slightly happier." "Not bad, not bad." Shu Shinro nodded her head repeatedly. "Student Chen-Chi, I feel that you are really smart today. Usually wooden and mute, but today it's as if you've gotten the hang of it." Chen-Chi was somewhat speechless. What kind of a compliment is that? But if I knew ahead of time that you were attending Willow City First High School, then the reason I transferred here was definitely because of you. Shukinzo changed her tone and used a hypothetical. But Chen-Chi knows that this should be the real reason why she transferred to the first high school. Chen-Chi-san, where are we meeting tomorrow? Suddenly, Shu Shinro asked. Didn't you say before that you were going to check out my parents' cell phone company? If you want a winter vacation job, you can work at my family's company. Just go to the entrance of your neighborhood. Chen-Chi nodded. Okay, it just so happens that my house is also close to the company. You have to call me when you come over. We'll be together. Shu Xinro smiled sweetly. You're going too? Chen-Chi asked rhetorically. Of course, Shu Xinro said with a straight face. If you're going to go to my parents' company to work as a winter vacationer, I'm sure I'll go too. Not only can I stay with you for a while longer, but I can also snag more pocket money. 2 birds with 1 stone. Should I refuse then? Chen-Chi said coldly. Why? Shu Shinro wondered. In your words, shouldn't male and female friends care about each other? Chen-Chi asked. Yeah, but does have anything to do with the 2 things? Shu Shinzuo was confused. If I'm your boyfriend in your hypothetical, then I shouldn't want to see my girlfriend going to work as well. After all, working is tiring. Chen-Chi said. Put. Shu Shinro couldn't help but smile once she heard this, patting Chen-Chi's thighs repeatedly with her palms and saying, Student Chen-Chi, I like today's you too much, isn't it? The little mouth is like honey. Even she had the illusion that she had already succeeded in raiding her white paper husband. Soon, the cab arrived at a neighborhood called Watershade Gardens. Here it is. Shushin softly and Chen-Chi got out of the car. When she walked to the entrance of the neighborhood, Shu Shinro took the things from Chen-Chi. Just go here, or else my parents will see it, and that will be the end of it. Why? Because they might think we're both in love early. That's why it's important to avoid suspicion, Shu Xinro said, and nodded her head heavily. That's because you fell in love early, and I didn't. Chen-Chi shrugged. But my early crush was on you, so you're trapped too. Shukinzo used a business-specific term. I'll go then. Chen-Chi turned around. Wait. Shu Shinro hurriedly ran to Chen-Chi to stop him. Student Chen-Chi, you still have 1 more lesson left for you. What class? That's. You did so well today and made your girlfriend happy. So, do you know what kind of reward I would give you if I were your girlfriend? Shu Shinro pursed her lips and stole a glance towards Chen-Chi, because this time, she was going to play a bigger set with Chen-Chi. What reward are you going to give me? Chen-Chi calmly asked. You close your eyes first. Close your eyes? Chen-Chi raised an eyebrow. Isn't this routine a little too old-fashioned? However, although he knew what Shihinru was going to do, still, he said nothing and did as he was told. No peeking. Shu Shinro vigilantly waved her hand in front of Chen-Chi's eyes. He didn't react in any way. Shu Shinro took a deep breath. The first kiss in his last life was Chen-Chi's initiative to kiss himself. Then this time, take the initiative yourself. Muah. With a wet, soft touch beside the cheek. Chen-Chi opened his eyes. Before his eyes, the girl was already several steps away from him and waved at him. Chen-Chi-san, I'm going home first. After saying that, Shu Shinro turned around and jogged towards the neighborhood. At this moment, she actually felt her face getting a little hot, and even the position of her chest was thumping. Although it was an old married couple, and anything more intimate, they had already done, but the object of the kiss was a blank sheet of paper. Chen-Chi, the experience, surprisingly, gave her a little thrill, and Chen-Chi stood in front of the cell for a while, stunned. Then, with his hand, he touched the kissed side of his cheek. Meh. After smiling blandly, Chen-Chi turned around and left, going home. Koike, come on, let's celebrate as a couple. At the first moment Chen-Chi opened the door and entered the house. Chen Xinhua then greeted Chen-Chi and sat down at the dining table. On the table, there were a number of marinara and hearty dishes, and Chen Xinhua's expression told him that he was happy now. Thinking carefully about the time, Chen-Chi knew what had happened. Still, he purposely asked, Dad, something happy happened? Borrow your auspicious words. Your father became a team leader. How to say is also a leader is not it? Chen Xinhua couldn't stop smiling. After all, there is a lot of stress in life for him. Chen-Chi's mother died early, and he was the one who brought Chen-Chi up from a young age. And as Chen-Chi gets older, he naturally spends more and more money, especially now that Chen-Chi is doing well in school. If you don't reward your children with something, he's a little over the top himself, but everything is better now. Not only was he not laid off from the plant during this widespread layoff, instead, it was because the leader of their assembly line team was laid off, leaving him to take the position. Naturally, his salary has increased somewhat. Congratulations, Dad. I believe that sooner or later, our family will become better, Chen-Chi said with a smile. Well, yeah, I'm also looking forward to future promotions. Chen Xinhua looked out the window, his eyes a little dazed. In fact, if your mother is still around, she will definitely be happy because of this. Well, Chen Shi nodded silently. He knew that his dad had never let go of his mother. It was the same in his last life. No matter how much he tried to persuade him, Chen Xinhua never bothered to think about a second marriage. Though I don't know how my parents got together, but he was sure that they both loved each other very much. After a moment of silence, Chen Shi spoke. Dad, there's actually something I want to talk to you about. Well, go ahead. Chen Xinhua looked back. Last time you told me that if you were given the chance to do it all over again, you would definitely not go near my mom? Of course, otherwise, wouldn't that harm her? Chen Xinhua answered decisively. But did it ever occur to you that my mom would be devastated by your active estrangement? If you both still love each other, why don't you get back together again? But getting back together again, I'm afraid. How do you know if you don't try? When Chen Xinhua was halfway through his sentence, he was interrupted by Chen Shi. Give it a try. In case you can change the outcome? My mom, if she knew that you were choosing anew, she wouldn't be relieved to let you be with another woman, right? Just like you surely don't feel at ease with her being with someone else either. At this point, Chen Xinhua fell silent, because Chen Shi knew very well that his father's thoughts were actually the same as his own before, and what he said was actually what Shu Shinro told him. But where's the chance for me to start over? Chen Xinhua shook his head with a bitter smile. Dad, my mom's been gone for over a decade, and it's about time you let it go. Chen Shi put down his chopsticks and said towards him seriously. What do you mean? Chen Xinhua was stunned. Since you can't start over, it would break my mom's heart if she knew you hadn't let her go by now. Chen Shi persuaded. Dad, you can actually think about finding a companion. A sentence that made Chen Xinhua's body tremble. But after a long time, he laughed. Your kid has really grown up. All started thinking about your father's love life? I'm just saying a suggestion. After all, anything, you have to be brave. With these words, Chen Shi spoke with incomparable firmness. The courage to try was what Shu Shinro told him. Also what he is, right now, doing. I'll try. Let's eat first. Chen Xinhua nodded slowly. But after dinner, Chen Xinhua thought that this is not right. Brat, you're still preaching to your father. Chen Xinhua jokingly patted Chen Ji's head. Chen Shi smiled and didn't say anything. His own father, because he can't regret it, can only move on. So choosing a new partner is the best thing to try. And he, who had this chance to regret it? Then in this life, he also has only one woman. Back in his room, Chen Shi fumbled for his cell phone. Chen Shi-san, I'm home. In or out, in or out? I've finished my meal. Return my message, Chen Shi student. Don't ignore me. QAQ. Sure enough, the chat box on Penguin was full of messages from Shu Shinro. Just finished dinner. Chen Shi replied calmly. As a result, not 2 seconds later, Shu Shinro continued to send a message over. How does it feel? Today is my first kiss. My first kiss was given to you. You have to be responsible for me. Chen Shi couldn't help but laugh and pressed his cell phone to reply. This is considered a first kiss? Ha, doesn't it count? Shu Shinro was puzzled. Chen Shi raised his eyebrows and after pondering for a while, he replied, doesn't kissing always involve mouth to mouth? Shu Shinru sent a surprised emoji over. As she sent the message over, she also thought about it. Don't say mouth to mouth. Even stick your tongue out. Why do you only kiss your own face? Wasn't that because I had to take care of Chen Shi's inexperience and shyness for the first time? It would be a big deal if I scared him and thought I was a very frivolous girl. But since Chen Shi is now saying this, she is not polite. Mr. Chen Shi, although your idea is bold, but I can read the book. After sending over such a message, Chen Shi closed the Penguin software. Instead of reading a book, though, he went to a securities website to watch the trends. As for Shu Shinro on the other side, she instead looked at the screen and pouted before taking out her reference book and reading it. As the saying goes, both come and go. Since she had gone back to her student days, it seemed fine to take being a student seriously. What's more, she wanted to do well on the next monthly exam, because from the last time we ate, she could tell her parents wanted Chen Shi to tutor her in her studies. Then in the future, when you're with Chen Shi, doesn't it become a matter of course? Using studying as a front is the absolute best excuse. After reading the book for a while, though, she came out with a quiet sigh. As a born-again, she was able to transport the knowledge of math and English that she had used at work to the exam. But the language, who has nothing to do with memorizing texts they learned as students. It's still fun to talk to Chen Shi. Shu Shinru pondered, and at 10:30 p.m., she once again sent a message over to Chen Shi. Not in. No, that's a message from the ghost back there. Shu Shinro was so angry that her little face bulged, and then quickly tapped the words. How about I wear this tomorrow? A text with an accompanying image file. Penguin software, at this time, could not send photos directly. They had to be transferred by way of files. Hearing his cell phone ringing, Chen-Chi opened the chat box and glanced at it. The girl above is in her room, wearing a crisp white skirt and black bodycon. He frowned and sent the message. The skirt is too short. Seeing such a message, Shu Shinro couldn't help but freeze for a moment. She remembered that Chen-Chi had told her the same thing when she first started college. Seems like back in the day she was in a club activity and had to perform on stage. Then in the club, there was another boy who liked him, so Chen-Chi wouldn't let her wear short skirts. Oh, I'll change into a maxi dress then. Shu Shinro pursed her lips and added her reply. I understand, boys are possessive. After all, who wants people looking at their favorite girls all the time? It's just because of your regular vacation. Chen-Chi responded. It's okay, I care anyway. No, it's because it's too much effort to hold you and too lazy to hold you a second time. Nonsense. You're obviously very thin and light yourself. Okay? The next afternoon, after lunch, Chen-Chi went out. Since Shu Shinro's parents want him to work for a cell phone company, and he wouldn't mind trying to try, because until you get gains on the stock market side, he did need some means of making money too. And, of course, most importantly, to give him and Schindler a reason to spend winter break together, took the bus to the entrance of Shu Shinro's neighborhood, then sent her a text message. Almost 10 minutes or so later, Shu Shinro came trotting over wearing a long light blue dress. Well, I changed into a long dress, as you requested. Nice, isn't it? She asked as she came up to Chen-Chi. It was as if she was urging Chen-Chi to compliment her quickly. It's not too bad. Chen-Chi glanced at it. Can't say it's still coming together. Shu Xinro was serious. If you want to treat me as your girlfriend, you should say that I'm even prettier today than before. That means you were ugly before? Chen-Chi deliberately teased her. Shu Xinro hurriedly said. Which is not. I mean for you to praise me for being more beautiful today. Of course, usually also very beautiful good blah. Sorry, didn't see it. Chen-Chi shrugged his shoulders. Forget it, take your time. Shu Shinro had a look of hatred on her face, but when he thought about the fact that Chen-Chi hadn't even been in a relationship right now, then he wasn't to blame for being blind. Walk there? Chen-Chi asked for the company's address, even though he knew. Aha, I told you, it's not far. Shu Shinro led the way. The two walked down the street, attracting a lot of side glances from bystanders. After all, the girl is pretty and the boy is sunny and handsome. They walked together and everyone thought that these two high schoolers were so natural and compatible. What are my aunt and uncle going to make me do? Chen-Chi asked as he walked. Shu Shinro said. Well, they are asking me to take you over to the sales department. I think it is selling cell phones. Chen-Chi nodded. The tech department. He certainly couldn't go there as a high school student. Even if he knew a little bit about it, Shu Shinro's parents wouldn't feel comfortable giving him this kind of work. And the bar for a sales job selling cell phones is pretty low. Anything to get the phone sold. Crossed two stoplights midway through. Come to a good-sized storefront. The sign on the top reads Bank Cell Phone Store in big letters. 2010 was actually a very sensitive year for the cell phone market. From the beginning of the 20th century, a number of cellular phone companies have sprung up in the country. After a decade of development, the market has come to a state of relative saturation. And it was another year in which a foreign cell phone company rose to prominence and kind of really defined the concept of the smartphone. So in the next few years, that foreign cell phone company will have a huge impact on the domestic cell phone market and even reshuffle the cards. This was also one of the reasons why, after inheriting the family business, Shu Shinro directly sold the cell phone company and then created a technology company instead. Yo, Mr. Chen-Chi is here. Come in, come in. At the entrance of the store, Shinhuanlan greeted Chen-Chi warmly. I guess Shu Shinro also informed her mom in advance. Student Chen-Chi, you're here to see the part-time positions for winter and summer vacations on our side, right? When Shinlan asked as she opened the door. Aha. Chen-Chi nodded. Xiaro, you and Chen-Chi's classmates both come over here. When Shinlan led the duo into the inside of the store, it went straight around the sales counter to a room in the back room. The room was almost 60 square feet, and there were only 5 or 6 employees working on it. This room is what our store uses to repair cell phones. But on the software side, when Shinlan introduced, because our cell phone company uses the Symbian system, Nokia knows, right? It's the other company that authorized us. Well, what do I need to do then? Chen-Chi asked. Here, look here. When Shinlan opened a computer and operated it, look here, is the software for reinstalling the system? Your task is, if there is a problem with a customer's cell phone system, you will give him a rebrush of the system. How about it? Isn't it very simple? Just do this? more than simple. Even Chen Shi felt that it was too simple. Well, that's all you have to do. Any other software problems will be taken care of by them. When Xinlan pointed to the employees in the room, only then did Chen Shi gradually understand what Zin Hoenlin meant. Simple jobs are given to him, and for complex jobs, they are handled by regular employees. That would leave those employees time and give him something to do. If you want to come work for Auntie during winter vacation, how about Auntie give you 4,000 a month? When Xinlan compared four fingers towards Chen Shi, so much, Chen Shi couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Though he could understand the simple job that Cozy Orchid had given him. But, isn't such a simple job a bit of a mismatch for a $4,000 salary? Auntie, I have no problem doing this if a guest comes and needs to reflash the system. But what should I do in case there are no guests? Chen Shi thought that Xinlan might have some other arrangement. Well, that's certainly a problem. When Xinlan slowly nodded her head and said, actually, not many people come to brush the system every day. So shouldn't we find something to do the rest of the time? Only after hearing this did Chen Shi feel that her arrangement was slightly more reasonable. Otherwise in this day and age casually swiping a system to make a $4,000 paycheck is outrageous by any stretch of the imagination. How about this? When Xinlan beckoned towards Xu Xinru, Xiao Rou, how about you come to the store to help out during your winter vacation, and do the same thing as Chen Shi? Ha, I'm coming too? Xu Xinru was first stunned, then filled with surprise. Originally, she was wondering how she was going to mention this to her own mom. After all, Chen Shi came to work, and she volunteered to do the same. It's easy to make one's parents suspicious of the relationship between the two of them. If they are seen to be in early love, the consequences can be very serious. Not anymore, though, now that Cozy Orchid had taken the initiative to bring it up. Anyway, you don't have anything to do during your winter vacation. This is kind of a task that your father and I have arranged for you. After all, you are also 17 years old. You should know how hard it is to make money. So this time, you're not allowed to refuse. Do you know? As if she was afraid that Xu Xinru would be lazy and not come. Xin Huanlan also immediately added a sentence. But, she was completely unaware of what was going through Xu Xinru's mind at this moment. Denial? Only a fool would refuse. Yeah, Xu Xinru looked around curiously. It just so happens that I want to experience it too. Well, that's more like it. When Xinlan nodded with satisfaction, then whispered towards Chen Shi. Chen Shi student, my family Shiro studies. I'm counting on you for the winter vacation. Her studies? Chen Shi raised an eyebrow. Well, actually, Xiaoro her father and I are hoping that you can tutor her more while working part-time. It just so happens that this job is also easy, isn't it? When Xinlan explained a sentence. Ha! Chen Shi nodded in tears and laughter. It turns out that Zin Hoenlin let him come here to work or for the sake of his own daughter. But this was sort of expected by Chen Shi. After all, when they sat down to eat together before, Xinlan had expressed her intention of wanting to tutor Xu Xinru in her studies during her summer and winter vacations as well. Well, that's it then, Mr. Chen Chi. What about you today? If you don't have anything to do, just hang out at the store a bit more first. Come back here during winter vacation then, and if it's suitable, work for us as a winter vacation job. When Xinlan nodded contentedly, and immediately found an employee to demonstrate the process of brushing the system to Chen Shi. But Xu Xinru heard another layer of meaning in her own mother's words. Mom, can I ask you a question? Xu Xinru quietly pulled Lan Wenxinlai's sleeve. What's wrong? Wenxinlan asked. You said, if it's appropriate before letting Chen Shi come over to work part-time. So what do you mean it's not appropriate? Xu Xinru asked with some urgency. After all, if this matter came to fruition, one would be able to stay with Chen Shi every day during the winter vacation. Do you know why I asked Chen Shi to come over and work part-time? When Xinlan asked rhetorically. Well, Shuxinru I tapped her chin twice with her fingers. I think I want him to tutor me on my language grades, right? After all, the fact that he was able to do so well in the last monthly exam was because of Chen Shi's help in the minds of his own parents and even his homeroom teacher. Only Chen Shi and herself know. Actually, I cheated to answer the last monthly language test. Exactly. When Xinlan simply admitted. However, it's not certain if your last monthly exam was Chen Shi's help or not. Ha, why? It's really him who tutored me in language. Didn't the homeroom teacher say so? Xu Xinru said with some anxiety. I know, but one test. Who knows if you girls got a lot of questions right? When Xinlan rolled her eyes at her. So if your grades keep going up, having Chen Shi tutor you in your studies will definitely help you. But if there's no significant progress, I think it's more prudent to enroll in a cram school. Xu Xinru felt a little dizzy in her head, and her eyes even became black. It's true that what you fear comes to you. Like Chen Shi said before, it's impossible to use the same cheating tactic a second time, right? But if you don't do well on the next monthly test, Then the reason why her grades improved because of Chun-Chi's tutoring. It won't just be dismantled? Mom, then how much do you think my grades will improve to be considered progress? Shu Shinro asked tentatively. Since you asked, I'm going to set a little goal for you. When Shinlan counted after careful thought, how about final exams? Top 80 in the grade? Shu Shinro fainted again. Even if you cheated on the last monthly exam, she also ranked just over 120 in her grade overall. Want to improve by 40 places? It must be your own old mom who's gone crazy. The hope that the daughter will become a phoenix has to be combined with the reality as well. You can't just stare at a chick and expect it to become with a fiery phoenix, can you? Stayed a little longer in the company of Shu Shinro's family. There are store employees to guide you. Plus painting this system isn't supposed to be a complicated job. Chun-Chi also counts on early familiarization with the part-time job he'll be doing over winter break. It was almost 5 o'clock when Chun-Chi said it was time to go home. When Shinlan nodded and said, "Okay, Xiao Ro, go see off Mr. Chen-Chi. I'm going to take a look at the other side of the company." Just waiting for that, Shu Shinro immediately perked up. Accomplishments or not, that's for later. After all, Chen-Chi is with himself right now. This is the kind of opportunity that absolutely must be seized. The two left the office together. Without taking 2 steps, Shu Shinro began to spit out. "Classmate Chen-Chi, do you know what my mom just said to me? She actually told me that I have to get within 80 in my grade for the final exam." "Ha, isn't that nice?" Chen-Chi laughed. "Good what last time I cheated only 120 or so. 80. That's not going to kill me." Shu Shinro had a look of despair on her face. If the test is not good, try hard. If the effort is not good, again, then take your time. There will always be progress. Chen-Chi said. Shu Shinro firmly shook her head. No. This is about our lifelong happiness, alright? My mom said that if I don't get this rank, she'll let me enroll in a tutorial class during the winter vacation instead of working with you at the company. She also didn't expect that her lifelong happiness after being reborn could be tied to her academic performance. So what are you going to do? Still cheat? Chen-Chi glanced at her. Shu Shinro let out a long sigh. Alas, cheating shouldn't be possible. The final exam is going to be on camera, and the kind of method used before is too easy to be discovered. Let me think about it. What else can be done? After a moment of silence, Shu Shinro said with a sobbing voice, "It seems like the only thing left really is to study hard. Then if you encounter something you don't understand, just ask me directly during the evening study hall." Chen-Chi said gently. "Of course, if I don't ask you, who do I ask?" Shu Shinro smiled sweetly. "While the pressure is on in terms of grades, but at least you can get along with Chen-Chi in the process of improving your academic performance. By the way, Chen-Chi-san, how about I treat you to dinner today, as a thank you for yesterday?" As if she was afraid of Chen-Chi's refusal, Shu Shinro directly brought up yesterday's incident as a front. "No, I'll eat at home." Chen-Chi shook his head. "That won't work," Shu Shinro quickly said. "I've asked Jiang Fan and Little Flower to come out. It's estimated that they'll be here soon. Let's just think of it as a friend get-together." Jiang Fan came over too? Chen-Chi was puzzled. Although Shu Shinrua and Lin Xiaohua's relationship is good, but how did she call out Jiang Fan? That's out of your hands. They went out 10 minutes ago anyway. Don't believe me. Shu Shinro opened the Penguin's chat software and flipped it out to show Chen-Chi. Although she didn't have Jiang Fan's Penguin number, Jiang Fan was also in the class group. As for the reason for letting Jiang Fan out, it was simple. She directly told Jiang Fan that Lin Xiaohua would also come, and by the way, she could set them up. When such a sentence was sent over, Jiang Fan almost didn't think about it, and returned Shu Shinro's sentence on the spot. "I've already gone out. At least Jiang Fan is your friend." "I see. Jiang Fan must be interested in Little Flower. Shouldn't we, as their friends, help out?" Shu Shinro blinked twice at Chen-Chi. "That's fine." Chen-Chi hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. It was because after the future university graduation, Jiang Fan had shown down with him about his crush on Lin Xiaohua, and something about only blaming yourself for being too chicken to confess at the time. It's really too late for regrets. Since Chen-Chi now has this chance to be reborn, maybe he can help his good buddy make up for it. Make an appointment to meet at the station. Not long after, Lin Xiaohua and Jiang Fan both came over. "What are we going to eat? Ms. Shu Shinro, don't you water me down like that time on Friday." Even though a whole day had passed, Lin Xiaohua was still grumbling about yesterday's milk tea and cupcakes. "Don't worry. I can water you once and I can water you twice," Shu Xinro said. Also, Lin Xiaohua glanced towards Chen-Chi. "After all, you can't possibly water Chen-Chi, right? I know a new Chinese restaurant nearby. Let's eat there." Shu Shinru pulled Lin Xiaohua to lead the way in front. Lin Xiaohua pretended to sigh. "Sure enough, girlfriends are still no match for dogmen. Hey, Old Chen. So you're here too. That means you were together before Little Flower and I arrived? Jiang Fan, who was walking behind, also came over to Chun Chi's side and started gossiping. Well, went to her family's company to take a look. Maybe I'll go to a winter vacation job during winter vacation. Chen Chi said so. Part-time job? TSK? It wouldn't be an internship boyfriend, would it? Jiang Fan teased with a raised eyebrow. Chen Chi smiled bashfully. Why I came over. I know in my heart, but it's some people that are really rushing towards the girls, right? Hey. Jiang Fan thievishly rubbed his hands and said, Lao Chun, not to hide you I feel that I may be on the small flower really some meaning. Anyway, it is that she is also beautiful. The character is also not bad. Chen Chi nodded. After all, he had long known that Jiang Fan was secretly in love with Lin Xiaohua, and it was no surprise to hear him say that. In fact, that's how relationships work when you're a student. Everyone is in the same class, one classroom. It's inevitable that you'll be attracted to the opposite sex who feels good about you in the long run. Then why don't you just tell her? Chen Chi asked. Jiang Fan lowered his voice and said, Don't dare. Do you think I'm Shu Shinro? Coming up and telling you that I like you? Chen Chi looked at him with a strange gaze. Afraid of being rejected? Chen Chi was somewhat curious about this question, because he hadn't asked Jiang Fan in his last life. There's a little bit of that reason, but mostly, I guess, it's because the gap is a little big. Jiang Fan cried and said, Look, why does Shu Shinro dare to come up and confess to you? Her family owns a company. At least she is considered a rich girl, right? Aha. Chen Chi nodded. But I'm telling you, Little Flower's family isn't easy either. Jiang Fan sneakily said, I just specifically looked through her space a few days ago. Her family lives in a large villa, and there are photos of her traveling to various countries since she was a child. Tell me, can this be an average family? Chen Chi cried and laughed. So you were discouraged? Jiang Fan nodded his head deeply. Yes, after all, a man has no confidence without strength. Chen Chi nodded slowly. This reasoning that Jiang Fan had spoken out, he actually still agreed with it. That's one of the reasons why he petitioned in his rebirth and wants to earn his own money in this life. When they arrived at the restaurant, after Shu Shinro asked for a few signature dishes, the four of them chatted while waiting for their food, which was a happy experience. However, after looking at Chun Chi, and then at Shu Xianro, Lin Xiaohua couldn't help but ask in a puzzled manner, By the way Chun Chi, Shu Xianro's classmate has been chasing after you for so long, do you like her or not? In an instant, Jiang Fan also looked at the two of them curiously, and Shu Shinro didn't expect that her best friend would help herself to ask such a sensitive question. You know, there are window papers that, once pierced, are not so easy to recover from. Although she took advantage of Chun Chi by using the excuse of a small class on love, but whether he liked himself or not, Shu Shinro still had no idea in her heart. Even she thought that it seemed good if she could give Chun Chi a little lesson in love for the rest of her life, but she was, in fact, a little curious as to how the results were going to turn out these days. Haven't thought about it. After college, Chen Chi didn't give a specific answer. Why wait for college? Lin Xiaohua was curious. Not only her, Shu Xinwei and Jiang Fan were also puzzled. Nowadays, there are a lot of students in school who are in love. If you're going to fall in love, you definitely have to be nice to the other person. That's what she taught me. Chen Chi looked at Shu Xianro. But, what does this have to do with going to college? Shu Shinzuo was confused. Chen Chi said, getting into a better school and having a decent job position qualifies you to talk about each other well, doesn't it? So if you really want to fall in love, wait until you go to college. In fact, Chen Chi did not want to come back again in this life, but also to keep Shu Shinro busy working. After being together for such a period of time, he would prefer to see Shu Xianro every day as carefree as she was now. Since he chose to try this relationship again, he definitely wanted to give her a better. It was just that Shu Shinro was a bit tearful. I didn't realize that the culprit who made Chen Chi firmly believe in this belief of falling in love in college was herself. But since Chen Chi had said so, Shu Shinro gritted her teeth and thought that it was actually nothing. It's only 2 years. One can afford to wait. There's just one more very critical issue with. Shu Shinro looked up at Chen Chi. Then if I chase you to college, can you be my boyfriend? Actually, I don't seem to have a choice. Chen Chi shrugged. Jiang Fan and Lin Xiaohua continuously clueless. What do you mean? You don't have a choice? Chen Chi and Shu Xianro, any of them? There are also many people chasing after them in school, right? Shu Shinro, not to mention, had just transferred to the first middle school and attracted the attention of so many students. Chen Chi, on the other hand, had started the semester with his entire demeanor looking like it had completely changed. It's become more attractive to girls, not to mention others, is a class of former class flower Kuchien. She has taken the initiative to Chun Chi wrote a love letter. Although Lin Xiaohua felt bad for the girl Kuqian, she still recognized her looks very much. That. It's those two. How come there's no choice? Okay bah. Then I know. As a result, what made Jiang Fan and Lin Xiaohua even more surprised was that Xu Xinruo nodded as if she was satisfied. At the corners of his mouth, there was still a gorgeous smile, because she knew what Chen Qi meant by that after a little thought. On Friday, she talked to Chen Qi. The same ways that taught him to fall in love could only be used on her, for a boy who's never been in love. But there's no choice. Hello, here are your dishes. At that moment, the waiter brought the food to the table for four. Jiang Fan blinked twice at Xu Xinru. It's already time to eat. Help set up the time. Should always think about it, right? As a result, Xu Xinru picked up her chopsticks and put some dishes into Chen Qi's bowl. Chen Qi-san, you try it first. After putting down her chopsticks, she also deliberately smiled and said towards Chen Qi, remember how I taught you, right? You don't teach like that, do you? Chen Qi said calmly. Then demonstrate it to me once, Xu Xinru said with a smiling face. Chen Qi nodded and similarly held out a pinch of vegetables to Xu Xianruo's side. Oh wow! Xu Xinru directly ate the dish in one bite, not even giving Chen Qi a chance to put the dish in the bowl. Jiang Fan? You said you'd set yourself up with Lin Xiaohua? What are you guys doing? Student Xu Xinru, is this how you usually teach Chen Qi? Lin Xiaohua even looked at Xu Xinru with a puzzled expression. Yeah, when you're in love, you have to be intimate, Xu Xinru said with her head in her hands. Look how seriously I teach. I myself was sweetened by the dishes that Chen Qi's classmates twisted over. Lin Xiaohua. And that is just the beginning. They were eating in this manner when almost every course was served later. Lin Xiaohua and Jiang Fan couldn't help but look at each other. How do they have a feeling that they have been tricked out to be killed by these two guys as dogs? Classmate Xu Xinru, right, and you old Chen. So after eating, Jiang Fan said indignantly, in the future, as long as the two of you sit down to eat together, I'll come again. I'm a dog. Yes? Xu Xinru smiled and said, actually, I forgot about what I told you before, so I was still going to save it for next time. Jiang Fan, woof? It was almost 7 o'clock even after dinner. It was also slowly getting dark. The station was nearby. Jiang Fan and Chen Qi left one after another, while Lin Xiaohua said that she wanted to go to Xu Xinruo's house to play for a while, so she didn't intend to go home immediately. Ms. Xu Xinru, you're not right. You and Chen Qi are very wrong. Upon arriving at Xu Xianruo's house, Lin Xiaohua then finally said the words she had been holding back for a long time. Where are we wrong? Xu Xinru fell back on her words. You and Chen Qi are already like this. Lin Xiaohua learned the posture of holding chopsticks and stretched her hand out in front of Xu Xinru. Isn't this what you call being in love? And, earlier, when you tried to get Chen Qi to state his position, what Chen Qi said was like a riddle, but you seem to be able to understand it? Oh, you mean this? After thinking about it, Xu Xinru said, simply put it is that Chen Qi's classmates promised me that they would treat me as their girlfriend. Lin Xiaohua pondered for a while and said, that means, you're now the equivalent of his intern girlfriend? Pretty much. Anyway, there's only one intern girlfriend like me, so when he considers a relationship, then wouldn't I be the logical choice? So yeah, that's what he meant when he said he didn't have a choice. Xu Xinru said beautifully. Lin Xiaohua slowly nodded. That's so, but isn't 2 years too long? Not for long. Anyway, Chen Qi has taken a stand. He'll be taken down by me sooner or later. Xu Xinru was still very confident in herself. The start of a new week. Within a few days of taking the class, Xu Xinru realized that something was wrong. It seemed like from this week onwards, whenever it was Zhang Shuli's class, she would pay attention to her and Chen Qi's side from time to time. And that look was weird. It was as if she was on guard and precaution for something. And every now and then, she would jerk her up to answer questions. Before last week, Zhang Shuli definitely hadn't taken care of her this much. But from the beginning of this week, it was as if she had become the target of Zhang Shuli's focus. All the time, 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 all the time to pay attention to their own movements. Mr. Chen Qi, do you think, could it be that Mr. Zhang found out about our early love? Finally, Xu Xinru couldn't help but tell Chen Qi about this discovery of hers. After all, on Friday, Chen Qi had picked her up in a princess hug in front of the entire school's teachers and classmates. First of all, we didn't fall in love early. I said it would be college time before we fall in love. Chen Qi corrected. Fine, fine, but what if she misunderstands? Xu Xinru asked again. After all, Jiang Shuli would never believe this kind of talk from Chen Qi. Secondly, it's normal for her to look at you this way. After all, judging from the results of the last monthly exam, you've improved quickly, Chen Qi said lightly. Oh, I see, you mean, because I'm improving fast, she's focusing on me and treating me as an honor student? But that's not right either. Then how come she rarely whips you up to answer questions? Shu Shinro was puzzled. If you can make a test paper like this, she won't whip you up to answer questions. Chen Shi turned the day's workbook over. All homework, all bright red with red ticks. Then forget it. Shu Shinro stuck out her tongue, but she was very self-aware. After thinking about it, she took the initiative to say towards Chen Shi. Then Chen Shi student, you can help me with my studies. I'll definitely work hard. So proactive this time? Chen Shi raised an eyebrow. Of course, I can't go to college in a different city from you after I've managed to catch up with you. Shu Shinro flipped open her workbook and jumped in with a fist. Although she doesn't like memorizing texts, if it involves Chen Shi, it's the best motivation she has. And at this time, Zhang Shuli passed by the outside of the classroom. When she stopped in the doorway at the sight of Shu Shinro approaching Chen Shi to initiate a conversation, she frowned slightly. However, when she saw Shu Shinro flip through her textbook, she slowly relaxed her brows and continued to leave. December's monthly exam test is upon us. In this month, Shu Shinro but every evening self-study was following Chen Shi trying to review the language. In fact, for her, the review was the same with or without Chen Shi's help. After all, she'd been through this time in high school, and all she had to do was just reuse the same review method she'd used before. However, she didn't say it out loud, just simply wanting to have more opportunities to spend time with Chen Shi. How's the review going? On the morning of the exam, after Chen Shi came to the classroom, he asked towards Shu Shinru with some uneasiness. Well, is very confident. Shu Shin softly patted and nodded. This month I've even been dreaming of holding a language book and gnawing on it, so it should be no problem. After hard work, she is still very confident in herself. Chen Shi nodded slowly. Show me yesterday's language homework. Yes. Shu Shinru handed Chen Ji the workbook. Chen Shi looked at it carefully page by page. Chen Chi-san, it seems like you're also concerned about this monthly exam of mine? Shu Hinro cautiously came up. Chen Shi cares about himself as soon as he enters the classroom, despite his academic performance. But that's proof that he's becoming more and more important in his mind. Well, because you have to do better than the last monthly exam to do so. Chen Shi nodded his head. Looks like I guessed right. Shu Xianro looked at him and blinked twice. You must be afraid that my studies won't improve and then we won't be able to be together during the winter vacation, right? Don't worry about it. In order for us to spend the winter vacation together, I'm also working very hard. Chen Shi glanced up at her. You're thinking wrong. Ha! Shu Shinro was stunned. Chen Shi said indifferently, if you didn't do as well as you did on the last monthly exam, the homeroom teacher might suspect you of cheating. And if she's digging deeper into the cheating matter, then I'll have to suffer along with her. Shu Xianro was speechless. It turned out that he cared about his academic performance only because of himself. After going through Shukinzo's homework from yesterday and the other day, Chen Shi realized that her language was indeed improving. After all, Shu Shinro is also a reborn person, revisiting what has already been learned. It's still a lot easier to learn than a real schmuck, but if you want to show in her that you are getting better every time you learn, she's still not enough at this current level. After all, the last monthly exam, Shu Shinro copied his answers. Well, isn't my progress obvious? Watching Chen Shi close her workbook, Shu Shinro couldn't wait to ask about the results of her efforts this month. Not bad. Chen Shi nodded and said, however, if you compare it to your last monthly exam, it should still be a bit worse. Ha, it can't be, can it? I worked so hard on this monthly exam. Shu Shinro pouted her little mouth, obviously not very satisfied with this answer. Chen Shi said calmly, but how you did on your last monthly exam, you know yourself. Well, Shu Shinro fell into deep thought. At this time, she also reacted to the fact that her last monthly exam was simply copied from Chen Chi's answers. Otherwise, with her own ability, she would never be able to get all the multiple choice questions right. What about it? There's an exam coming up. Shu Shinro looked around sheepishly. The classroom desks have now been pulled apart and set up to look like an exam room. It's definitely too late for a temporary fix. So be it. Chen Chi came up with a solution. A tentative way to get the teacher to talk to Shu Shinro's parents and believe that Shu Shinro is making progress by studying with herself. He continued, when you take the language test later, you try not to use the draft paper. There aren't many chances to use the draft paper for language in the first place. And then write my name on the draft paper. Ha, why? Shu Hinru was puzzled. Just do as you're told. Chen Chi didn't explain too much, because at this time, Zhang Shuli has walked into the classroom. The homeroom teacher came in and the classroom was immediately quiet. The exams will start soon, so all do better. The grade on this monthly exam depends on how much homework you have for New Year's Day vacation. A sentence that caused many students in the class to wail silently in their hearts. It was hard to wait for a vacation with 3 days, but it turned out that there was such a test right before the vacation. Think of all the May days and national days that also fall on the first day of each month. As students, they even suspect that the dates of these holidays are set by their teachers. Why else would the monthly exams coincide with these holidays so coincidentally? The class bell rang and Jiang Shuli handed out all the test papers. After thinking about it, Shu Shinro still wrote down his name on the draft paper as Chun-Shi said. But, by doing so, could it be that Chun-Shi wanted to use the same method as last time again? Shu Shinro raised her head to look at Chun-Shi beside her, but he didn't seem to pay any attention to himself at all, burying his head and working on his own paper. No way, after reviewing for a whole month, I don't believe I really can't do well on the exam. I'm also the president of a management company, right? With this in mind, Shu Shinro moved her gaze back and lowered her head to look at the questions on the test paper. But after half an hour has passed, Shu Shinro wanted to cry. It's obvious that I've been working so hard for a month, but why do I still not know so many questions? Skip the questions you won't know, then finish the reading comprehension and essay, and it's almost time to turn in your paper. Shu Shinro raised her head and looked blearily over at Chun-Shi. Chun-Shi students, honey, hubby, save. At this moment, she was waiting for Chun-Shi to throw the draft paper on the ground once again. But, time's up, turn in your papers. With the bell ringing, Jiang Shuli announced from the podium. However, this time, Chun-Shi did not throw the draft paper to the ground till the end. And there were a lot of questions in the paper she turned in that she didn't even know how to guess. The multiple choice questions that she didn't know were fine, and she was able to deal with them with her schoolyard mnemonic. But fill in the blanks. Shu Shinro would really only be able to blank out the questions on the test paper. The moment the test papers and draft papers were put away by the homeroom teacher, Shu Shinro's heart was in despair. In case you get a worse grade this time than you did on last month's monthly test, wouldn't all her progress, then, be demolished? Chun-Shi-san. Finally, after handing in her test papers, Shu Shinro couldn't help but find Chun-Shi. What the hell am I supposed to do now? I realized that there are still so many questions on the paper that I don't know. At this time, Shu Shinro also finally realized her problem. Although a month of revision has improved her language scores, but it definitely hadn't progressed to the point that Chun-Shi had. In other words, the results of this exam are down. Her language score is bound to be worse than the last monthly test. So would Chun-Shi, as the school bully and the top of his grade, have a solution? So, Shu Shinro found him in the first place. Not normal? Chun-Shi glanced at her. You don't really think you can get a good rank on the exams just by casually working hard for a month? Shu Shinro pursed her lips. Moral, indeed, is this. What about that? Shu Shinro said worriedly. If I don't do well in the exam, the homeroom teacher and my mom will definitely ask me why. That too wouldn't be. Chun-Shi said easily. Why? Shikinzo asked. Chun-Shi said calmly. At most, they'll just say that you're sloppy. Not that you haven't made any progress. Shu Shinzo was puzzled. What does this mean? All in all, the exams after that are just one monthly exam and the final exam. Chun-Shi said. For this exam, I can make sure that they recognize your progress, but I can't say the same for the next 2 exams, so you'll have to keep working hard. Really? Shu Shinro was skeptical. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Chun-Shi turned around and left the classroom. Shu Shinro froze in her seat for a long time, then muttered. Whatever, I believe whatever Chun-Shi says. Before the second trip to the exam comes, Chen-Ji went to Jiang Shuli's office. It just so happened that Jiang Shuli had just placed the collected test papers on her desk and was ready to correct them. Chen-Chi-san? After realizing that Chun-Shi had come over, Jiang Shuli immediately paid attention. After all, Chen-Chi was the student who had made the most progress in the entire school this semester, and was even the top student in his grade for the current exams. As his homeroom teacher, Jiang Shuli had great expectations for Chun-Chi. Hello teacher, I would like to ask you a language question. Chen-Chi said. Language problems? Jiang Shuli froze slightly. Obviously Chun-Chi's first 2 monthly exams, language deductions are only essay, and he usually completes his homework excellently, without a single mistake. What other problems will he encounter in language learning? Teacher, after all, I'm still a student. Isn't it normal to encounter problems? Chen-Chi laughed. Oh, yeah, that too. Jiang Shuli nodded. Like Chen-Chi said, although he had a talent for learning, he was a student after all. It is certainly normal for a student to have difficulty in his or her studies. However, Mr. Jiang, the test papers haven't been graded yet, so can I ask about the questions on the test papers? Chen-Chi asked. Sure, as long as you don't change the answer. Jiang Shuli nodded. Here's the thing. I'm not sure I got it right on the last reading comprehension. Can I get my paper out for you? Well, you find it. Jiang Shuli patted the pile of test papers. With the class teacher's approval, Chen Shi also felt relieved and boldly looked for the test papers on the side. But he was looking for a test paper. Not just his own, but Shu Shinro's as well. That's it. After finding the 2 test papers, Chen Shi quietly put Shu Shinru's test paper to the place where his own test paper stayed before, and then took out his own test paper. My understanding is that the last question is supposed to illuminate the central theme, and that's how I answered it. But I just thought, again, it kind of seems like it echoes the first and last paragraphs of the essay. Chen Shi pointed at the test paper toward Jiang Shuli and asked, "So that's what you're asking?" Jiang Shuli nodded. "Chen Shi, you're right. The correct answer to this question is indeed naming the central theme. Although it seems similar to the first paragraph, when placed in the context of the article, the first paragraph serves more as a lead-in to what follows." She patiently explained the problem to Chen Shi. Chen Shi nodded his head thoughtfully, with a look of listening attentively. "Chen Shi-san, do you know why now?" Finally, Jiang Shuli looked at Chen Shi. "I understand. Thank you, teacher." Chen Shi nodded. "Oh, not bad for the most improved student. Even if you answered the question correctly, you would still come and ask me." "Not bad, not bad." Jiang Shuli nodded at Chen Shi with relief, then pointed at the test paper and said, "You put the test paper back again." "Right. Remember to put it in the same place as before. After all, the draft paper and the test paper are put together." "Aha." Chen Shi nodded and put the test paper back in place. He did, however, place his own test paper, where Shu Shinro's test paper had stayed before. In other words, underneath Shu Shinro's test paper was Chen Shi's draft paper, and below Chen Shi's test paper was Shu Shinro's draft paper. "Teacher, I'm going on to the test," Chen Shi said towards Jiang Shuli. Jiang Shuli nodded, not forgetting to cheer him up. "Chen Shi student, keep up the good work. Don't be pressured. Just do your best." She was afraid that 2 consecutive good grades of first in her grade would put pressure on Chen Shi. Many students who make rapid progress do not perform well in subsequent exams because of this pressure. Then after seeing your results, you question whether your previous progress was a lucky stroke of luck in getting it right, and you fall flat on your face. "Don't worry, teacher. I'll do my best." Chen Shi nodded his head calmly and turned his head to leave the classroom. Jiang Shuli looked at Chen Shi's back and nodded with satisfaction. Strive to ask good questions and have a calm personality. Chen Shi was simply the perfect honor student in her mind. Subsequent exams, one after the other, were concluded. The whole day of exams was a relief for all the students, and Sally Chang has arranged for everyone to have their own study sessions. She, along with the subject teachers, will have the papers corrected over the course of 2 days, today and tomorrow. "Mr. Chen Shi, I suddenly thought of an idea." On the evening study hall, Shu Shinro turned her head to look at Chen Shi. "What way?" Chen Shi asked. Shu Shinro touched the cell phone from underneath. "I'm not the language test is likely to fail the exam well. Do you think if I take out the cell phone card, my mother will not be able to scold me?" Chen Shi blankly glanced at her. "Instead of dwelling on the results of this monthly exam all the time, why don't you think about what to do for the next monthly exam? Also, can I just say that I misplayed this test?" Shu Shinro is already making excuses. "Aha." Chen Shi nodded. "Alright, but, Chen Shi student, do you have time the day after tomorrow? It happens to be Saturday, and the next day is New Year's Day." Shu Shinro asked towards Chen Shi with excitement. "Sunday is New Year's Day. What are you asking about Saturday?" Chen Shi asked. "New Year's Eve together." "Of course, how about it? Do you want us to join you? You shouldn't have any plans, right?" Shu Shinro looked at Chen Shi with bated breath. "What if I say there is?" Chen Shi raised an eyebrow. "I don't believe it. If you have an arrangement, I'll go to your house and see what your arrangement really is. I know your home address anyway." Shukinzo grunted. "So what are you going to do?" Chen Shi asked. "I'm going to take you somewhere. How about it? That place is really beautiful for New Year's Eve." Shu Shinro could no longer hold back her inner excitement. Because it's such a special time as the New Year's Eve, the first image that came to her mind was the first time she and Chen Shi crossed over. That place? It was actually Chen Shi who took her there. "I'm going to eat dinner at home." Chen Shi didn't agree, but he didn't refuse either, because he also guessed that Shu Shinro wanted to go somewhere with him. "That's just right." Shu Shinro pursed her lips and laughed. "That place just has to go at night to be beautiful." As she said that, she also winked mysteriously at Chen Shi. Chen Shi stifled a laugh. "Playing mysterious? Don't forget, that's the place you took her to in the first place." The next day in class, the teachers of each subject announced the grades of the students in the class. Although it was not posted on the notice board in time for the rankings to be tallied, but just by looking at the scores, you can guess what place you're probably in. And Shu Shinro, as a result, was nervous for the whole morning. She did pretty well on all of these tests, despite the announced grades. After all, she was coping quite well with these subjects except for languages. Getting a moderate to good grade wasn't hard for her. But here's the thing. There was no language class in the morning and she didn't really know what her language grade was. It's like knowing someone will shoot me dead, but he just won't shoot me and has to find a way to torture me. During the meal, this was how Xu Xinruo spat at Lin Xiaohua. Torture? How do you torture? Lin Xiaohua asked curiously. Xu Xinruo glanced at her best friend. Isn't this brain circuit of your own BFF a bit abnormal? Little flower. This is about whether or not I can be with Chun-Chi during winter vacation. Don't you even worry about me? Xu Xinruo said quietly. Harm. What am I worried about you guys? Lin Xiaohua used a spoon to scoop up a spoonful of food and put it to Xu Xinruo's mouth. You're like this even when you're eating with Chun-Chi. I really don't believe that Chun-Chi would be good with another girl. Xu Xinruo took a bite of the dish in Lin Xiaohua's spoon and said while chewing. Actually, this time it's not about Chun-Chi's business. Mainly because my parents' side isn't too good to deal with. As she was talking, Xu Xinruo's cell phone began to vibrate. She pulled out her cell phone and looked at it. It was her own mother calling. It's over. It's not like the homeroom teacher texted my mom the grades, is it? Xu Xinruo had a bit of a headache, but she picked up the phone anyway. Mom, she asked cautiously, did you call to find out my grades? Well, that's what I was telling you specifically. When Xinlan said on the other side of the phone, look at your language score this time. Is it a disgrace, or did Chen-Chi tutor you? That. Mom, how many points did I get on the language test? Xu Xinruo timidly asked. Don't you realize what your score is? 93 points. That's a full 30 points lower than the last test. When Xinlan said without a trace of anger. Mom, believe me, I just played out of my mind. Really? Xu Xinruo hurriedly explained. Sure enough, his own real level is only 93 points. But her fear wasn't that she'd get a bad grade and her own mom would punish her. What she was afraid of was that her own mother would think that Chun-Chi was ineffective in tutoring her in her studies and then make her enroll in a cram school for the winter break. Playing out of order? Cut it out. It's obvious that you were sloppy. And you're still trying to find excuses? When Xinlan said without a trace of anger. But, sloppy? What does it mean? Xu Xinzuo was confused. You'd better pay more attention to the next exam. Otherwise you'll be too late to regret if you get sloppy in the college entrance exam. Fortunately, this is just a monthly exam. When Xinlan's fire seemed to die down, but Xu Xinruo didn't know why. Why? Would his own mom say that his poor language test scores would be due to sloppiness? Remember this kind of small mistake, don't make it in the future. But Chen-Chi tutoring you in your studies seems to be working. Muttering, Xinlan hung up, but Xu Xinru looked at her cell phone and froze completely. It's obvious that you're worse than the last time you took the test. Why did her mother even praise Chen-Chi for his good results in tutoring her studies? Xu Xinru classmate. You. Mom, what did she say? Watching Xu Xinru finish answering the phone, Lin Xiaohua couldn't help but ask. She said, Chen-Chi tutored me pretty well? Xu Xinzuo looked up and back. Did you do well on the language test? Lin Xiaohua asked curiously. Xu Xinru shook her head and said breathlessly, judging from the text message sent to her by the class teacher. I did take 93 points. 93 points? Isn't that about the same as my math score? Lin Xiaohua was surprised. Because this score, really, isn't that good. And Lin Xiaohua's grades were different from Xu Xinruo's. Xu was bad at languages. She is good at languages and bad at math. Yeah, but, I don't know why. My mom said that. Xu Xinru frowned slightly and thought, but no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't think of a reason why. That is, until the last class of the afternoon. During language arts, Zhang Shuli carried the already corrected language test papers to the classroom. Chen-Chi, again, scored 149, higher than last time. But the class had long since been numbed. How many points Chen-Chi scored on the language test depended on whether the teacher gave him 1 or 2 points on the essay. As for the other topics, even if a teacher wanted to deduct his marks, he couldn't find a reason. Everyone learned more like Chen-Chi's classmates. On the day the exam ended, he was even still not confident about one of the questions and came to ask me specifically. So, if you want to get good grades, you must study hard and focus on your studies. While praising Chen-Chi, Zhang Shuli didn't forget to take this opportunity to teach the class a lesson. But the next thing she knew, Xu Xinruo's body collapsed and she hit the ground running. Especially classmate Xu Xinru, although your teacher has seen your progress, you're too sloppy. Zhang Shuli said without any good humor. This time you only took 93 points. Much worse than the last monthly exam. But, teacher also understands. Shukinzo froze. Why? The classroom teacher and his own mom say the same thing. Is it all because you're sloppy? And it's obvious that their grades have dropped and none of them seem to be too critical of themselves? Then, Zhang Shuli found her paper and draft paper from the pile of test papers. Did you reverse your test paper and your draft paper? If you had written the answers on the draft paper on your test paper, you could have scored 130 points on this monthly exam. Jiang Shuli's tone was somewhat helpless, but Shu Shinro was dumbfounded. Answers on draft paper? But you didn't even use the draft paper yourself. And she's still kinda what Chen Shi said. The draft paper is written his name. And so on. Thinking of this, Shu Shinro couldn't help but secretly go and glance at Chen Shi. Shouldn't it be? He also wrote the name of the draft paper as his own, right? In this way, the homeroom teacher will think that she didn't fail the test. Rather, they were sloppy and did not write the answers on the draft paper to the test paper. I see. It dawned on Shu Shinro. It turned out that this was the backdoor that Chen Shi had prepared for himself long ago. Even if you didn't do well on the exam, then the homeroom teacher wouldn't blame her too much after thinking it was because she was sloppy. When she texts her own mother to report her grades, she also tells her own mother that she didn't do well on the test not because she was poor, but because she was sloppy. It was all orchestrated by Chen Shi? Throughout the lesson, the content of the papers is assessed. Shu Shinro didn't really bother to listen carefully, because all she could think about was Chen Shi. Turns out, he wanted to stay with himself on winter break, too. Definitely. Otherwise, why would you help yourself to cheating once after? And to help yourself to such a good excuse this time? Heck, you're not straight. You're pretending to be straight. Shu Shinro thought silently in her mind. After all, what kind of straight guy helps a girl like that? And by this time, Shu Shinro was even more certain. Chen Shi must have fallen in love with himself. Otherwise, there was no reason for her to do so. So after the class was over, Shu Xianro turned her body sideways and looked at Chen Shi with a smiling face. Chen Shi-san, I've realized that you're becoming more and more like a qualified boyfriend. What? Chen Shi glanced at him calmly. Because you helped me again. Shu Shinro picked up the draft paper on her table. But don't tell me that this draft paper isn't yours. It's mine. Chen Shi nodded his head in acknowledgement. So, you still like spending time with me, right? I knew it. What kind of person would refuse to stay around a little beauty? Shu Shinro said beautifully. Beauty? Where? Chen Shi asked. Here, in front of you. Shukinzo pointed a finger at himself, as if in a rush. Look at me. Chen Shi said. Sorry, I didn't see anything. Shukinzo. Afterward, Chen Shi flipped through the textbook, then took Shu Shinro's reference book over and folded a corner on a few pages respectively. These are your language assignments for the week? Mr. Chen Shi, you're giving me so much homework again? Shu Shinro spat. The monthly exams can be dealt with, but what about the final and college entrance exams? Chen Shi asked. Then, well blah, seeing as how you're trying so hard to help me out, then I'm going to try hard too. Shu Shinro took a deep breath. I, myself, hadn't worked this hard for my studies in a long time. In the evening, after school, Mr. Chen Shi, you must come tomorrow. I'll look for you at your house. Before Shu Shinro left, she didn't forget to remind Chen Shi. No need. Chen Shi shook his head. Obviously we agreed. Shu Shinro looked at him accusingly. Chen Shi said indifferently. What I mean is, tomorrow I'll go to your house to look for you. After all, it's not very safe at night. Shu Shinro's heart snickered. So, Chen Shi was thinking about himself. So she nodded back and said, aha, that's good. After all, if I meet a bad guy, you won't be able to regret it. Why do I regret it? Chen Shi asked deliberately. Because I'll be your girlfriend from now on. You can't just stand by and watch your friend get hurt by bad people. Can you? Shu Shinro said in a pitiful manner. Gone. Chen Shi got up and took the lead in leaving the classroom. December 31st. Chen Xinhua left for work early, and after looking at the securities website, Chen Shi went to the securities center at the 9 o'clock access time. One of those stocks has risen nearly tenfold from when it was first bought. At that time, Chen Shi was letting his father buy 10,000 principal. That means that by selling now, he'll be able to get the principal plus 90,000 in profit. Although it wasn't the best time to sell, Chen Shi thought about it and still took out all the money, $50,000, put it on Chen Xinhua's card. Of the remaining 50,000, he used 40,000 to buy other futures and kept 10,000 for himself. Son, what's going on here? Why is there an extra $50,000 on my bank card? When he returned home in the evening, Chen Xinhua couldn't wait to ask towards Chen Shi, because the account that credited him with the money was Chen Shi's bank card. Originally, this bank card was for Chen Shi to deposit New Year's money and so on. Dad, have you forgotten the futures I asked you to buy earlier? Chen Shi laughed. So, is earning? Chen Xinhua was surprised. If Chen Shi hadn't mentioned it, Chen Xinhua had almost forgotten about it, because he didn't find it reliable. would listen to Chun Chi only because Chen Chi gave him a guaranteed grade, and it also got the first place in the grade. Well, it made some, and I took the money I made and bought other futures. Chen Chi nodded. However, after he saw his father frowning with some worry in his eyes, Chen Chi laughed a little. Dad, I was just reading and saw books on this subject, so I wanted to give it a try. Don't worry, I'll just take it as a hobby even if I earn more. It won't affect my studies. That's good. Chen Xinhua sighed with relief and said solemnly, Son, knowledge is the money. Test a better university. I can also give your mother an explanation. Now I also promoted team leader. The salary is more than before. Will definitely give you a very good learning environment. Chen Chi nodded. He knew that his father meant not to let him worry too much about money. Come on. I bought some dumpling filling and dumpling skins. Let's make them together. Both of us. Chen Xinhua twisted the plastic bag in his hand onto the coffee table. Tomorrow is New Year's Day, and eating dumplings is the most common way to welcome the new year at home. For dinner, a hot meal of dumplings. Chen Xinhua crossed his heart and said toward Chen Chi, Son, this $50,000, I still decided to take it out for you to study with. Chen Chi looked at his father in surprise. Chen Xinhua said, That, now learning are not all need to use the computer? This New Year's Day you go to the computer city to match a go. Your father I don't know much about computers. You young people nowadays should know more about this than I do. With that, Chen Xinhua took out his bank card and handed it to Chen Chi. Don't bother, I kept some of the money for myself. Chen Chi shook his head. He still has a small portion of what he earned from the futures on his card now. It's only 10K, but it's certainly enough to buy a regular computer. So, is there anything you need to spend money on in your studies? Your father and I have money for you to spend anyway, Chen Xinhua said. So here's the deal. Chen Chi pointed to Chen Xinhua's room. Dad, it's time to change your bed. Every time I look at it it's a bit awkward. I think it will affect my studies. Chen Xinhua was first stunned, then laughed, You kid. Well, let's change our master's beds together. He knew that his son was looking out for him. After all, the furniture in their old house was of a very dated sort. It was obviously long overdue for a change, but Chen Xinhua had been reluctant to do so, because he knows that his son, more than him, needs to use the money. Dad, I'm going out for a little stroll. After eating the dumplings, Chen Chi got up. Well, come back early and don't play too late. Chen Xinhua nodded. Good. Chen Chi left the house, stopped a cab, and took a cab to Xu Xinru's neighborhood, touching out his phone to look at the messages on Penguin. Xu Xinru's chat box was a straight 99 plus. Mr. Chen Chi, have you finished eating yet? I'm done eating. Why are you ignoring your future girlfriends? Did I piss you off? Calling? Chen Chi cried and laughed as he looked at the message sent by Xu Xinru. The barrage of bombardment even made his cell phone get stuck for a moment. He replied, Out the door. In the car. Good. I'm already in front of the neighborhood. Xu Xinru replied in seconds. Take Chen Chi to a place they'd been to before for New Year's Eve. It was something she took very seriously. Along the way, Chen Chi looked out the car window. The streets have been lined with lights. On the elevated area, even neon signs have been hung with a blessing to the citizens of Willow City, wishing the year of the rabbit a prosperous and happy new year. This year's Chinese New Year is closer to New Year's Day, so whether it's the lunar calendar or the new calendar, people are ready for 2011. Get off the bus at the curb in Shushin Zoe's neighborhood. Chen Chi saw a girl with a ponytail from afar waiting with her arms in the cold. On the upper half of her body, she also wore a thick jacket. Underneath the jacket, though, was a long white dress. Still wearing dresses in winter? Chen Chi went over and asked calmly. Of course, this is our first New Year's Eve together so, we have to dress up. Xu Xinru said with a straight face. Not cold? Chen Chi asked. As long as there are plenty of warm babies attached. This girl is the prettiest boy on the street. Shushin hummed softly, but with a cold wind blowing. Achoo! Shukinzo sniffled. This hits you in the face. Isn't it also coming a little too soon? Go back and change your skirt. Chen Chi said calmly. Why, doesn't it look good? Xu Xinru looked down at the hem of her skirt that was hiked down and thought how could. She clearly remembered that Chen Chi had said before that he just liked to see her wearing lighter colored dresses. But Chen Chi gently nodded his head. Xu Xinru thought that it was possible that Chen Chi's aesthetics were different now than later. Oh, then what color skirt do you like me to wear? Xu Xinru asked curiously. It doesn't look good in a skirt. Just switch to pants. Chen Chi said indifferently. Pants? Xu Xinru froze for a moment at first. She then pursed her lips and said, Wow, I see. You're not worried I'll catch a cold, are you? Chen Chi was silent. Okay since you care so much about me, I'll go change now. You can wait for me. After saying that, Xu Xinru turned her head and ran towards her house. Almost 10 minutes later, Shu Xin changed into a pair of light blue skinny jeans. It's not as fairy tale-like as when she's wearing a dress, but it shows off her figure well. It's okay now, isn't it? Shikinzo asked. Aha. Chen Chi nodded. I didn't expect it. The first thing Chen Chi-san worried about was whether I would catch a cold or not. Shu Shinro muttered. Then turned to Chen Chi and looked at him curiously. I really want to reward you with a kiss. Okay? Chen Chi gave her a helpless blank look. At least it's on the street. Can't this girl pay attention to her image? Shouldn't you be punished for showing off and wearing a dress in the middle of winter? Chen Chi found a good excuse. Oh, that's okay. Shushin laughed softly. I'll accept your punishment and be kissed by you? This time, Chen Chi simply just shut up. Alright, knew you'd be shy. We're going to our destination now. Saying that, Shu Shinru pulled Chen Chi to the roadside to take a taxi. Getting into a cab, she said toward the driver. Master, go to Nanshan. Sure enough, it's exactly as I guessed. Chen Chi wasn't surprised about this place. South Mountain. Even if he wasn't reborn into this era. Because Nanshan is in the city center of Willow City. A famous scenic spot. Every time there's some kind of Christmas, New Year's Eve or other holiday, everyone will go to South Hill Plaza to count down. And at the top of Nanshan Mountain, there is even a building with a bird's eye view of the entire city of Lu. After passing a bridge across the river and 2 more elevated levels, the cab driver slowed down. Going up or down the hill? Master asked as he drove. Well, stop right here. Shu Shinro did not let the cab driver go up the hill. Originally, she was ready to take out money, but Chen Chi grabbed the money and handed it over first. Shu Shinro wanted to say something, but eventually swallowed her words. Because if Chen Chi only thought of him as an ordinary classmate, there was no need to pay the fare. After all, she was the one who suggested coming here. But if it's a somewhat closer relationship, that's a whole different story. Sure you want to walk up the hill? Chen Chi pointed to the highway up the mountain. Yeah, anyway, there's still plenty of time. So let's stroll over there while we're at it. And when we get to the top of the hill, wouldn't it be nice to just go to the New Year's Eve countdown? Shu Shinro smiled sweetly. Okay. Chen Chi nodded. Originally, Nanshan is the scenic area of Lu City, both sides of the highway, the least lack of vendors and a variety of stores, and there are plum blossoms in full bloom on both sides of the hill to check out. It's nice to think of it as a stroll with a view. Along the way up the mountain, Shu Shinro bought a lot of knickknacks on both sides. What kind of charm? Cell phone cases, snacks, almost all of them bought once, but the bottom line is, in the winter, make sure you have ice cream. Really not cold? Chen Chi glanced at her. Do you know why you should eat ice cream in winter? Shokinzo said seriously. I don't know. Chen Chi shrugged. Because winter is cold enough. Now that I'm familiar with this cold, eating ice cream is just right. Chen Chi rolled his eyes. That kind of divine theory could only come out of her mouth. However, he actually knew that Shu Shinro had the habit of eating ice cream in winter. But that was a long time ago when both were still in college. At that time, Shu Shinro still had a theory of her own. That's right, Chen Chi-san. Shu Shinro sipped her ice cream and said towards Chen Chi. Actually, it's actually quite normal to eat ice cream in winter. Especially for girls. Just after saying that, Chen Chi knew that she was going to say that theory to herself. Shu Shinro said with her head in her hands. Look at it, all year round. If you only eat in the summer, you'll only have 2 or 3 months. Plus every month, there is still a period. Then it will be almost a week less. When you do the math like this, being a girl is really a loss. So you must make up for it in the winter. Then you can choose not to be a girl in your next life. Chen Chi teased. However, at this time, Shu Shinro looked at him in an unbelievable manner. Chen Chi was puzzled. Shu Shinro's face was full of complexity. Student Chen Chi, so are you a 0 or a 1? I'm oriented as normal as can be. He rolled his eyes at Shu Shinro. Shu Shinro patted her chest and sighed in relief. That's good. I thought you didn't like girls. I don't want to go for a sex change operation then. Otherwise that would be too much trouble. Up the highway where lanterns hang, Shu Shinro quietly leaned her body towards Chen Chi while eating her ice cream. By the time the whole ice cream was finished, she realized it did get a little cold. It even made her stifle a cool breath toward her hand. Get a pair of these. Chen Chi walked to the side of the road and pointed towards the roadside owner to a pair of plush gloves on the stall. Want this one? The boss picked up the glove Chen Chi was pointing at. No. Want this white bunny glove? Shu Shinro hurriedly said. It's the year of the rabbit. It's auspicious. Okay. Chen Chi nodded his head and said towards the boss. Then take this. Okay, this pair of gloves is 50. The boss handed the gloves to Chen Chi. 50? Shu Shinro's eyes widened. Even though it's a scenic stand, it's too expensive to sell. Good. As a result, Chen Shi still gave the money to the owner. Ha! Upon careful recollection, Shu Shinro snapped to the realization that something was wrong. From paying the fare, to her buying things from the little stalls and stores, then ice cream and finally this pair of gloves. It seems like it's all at Chen Shi's expense. All this money adds up to 300 or 400. Anyhow, with Chen Shi's family situation at this time, how did he get so much pocket money? Nope. The more I think about it, the more wrong it gets. So when Chen Shi handed her the gloves, Shu Xin didn't put them on, but turned to face Chen Shi. She said seriously, "Student Chen Shi, I'm seriously asking you a question. You say." Chen Shi nodded submissively. "Where did all the money you spent today come from?" Shu Shinro asked with a frown. Could it be that Chen Shi is stealing money from his family? Despite thinking so, a small touch in his own heart, but doing so is a definite no-no. "I got first in my grade again this time. My dad rewarded me," Chen Shi said calmly. Shu Shinro was in tears. This again can really zap her scum's heart. So it is. Shu Shinro nodded her head gently. She remembers that Chen Shi said he was in his sophomore year of high school when his father had a promotion. If anything, the father was promoted and the son consistently tested first in his grade. Then it's only natural to put out some money as a reward. "But you don't actually have to spend money for me," Shu Shinro said with some heartache. "My pocket money is actually quite a lot." Whatever. Chen Shi didn't care too much on this issue. After all, for him, shopping with Shu Shinro and him paying was already a matter of habit. Even if in his last life Shu Shinro was a president of a Fortune 500 company, he was so. Shu Shinro nuzzled. Originally, the fact that Chen Shi was happy to spend money for her should have been considered something to be happy about. But when she thought about how Chen Shi was still living in the old house with Chen Xinhua, she couldn't be happy in her heart. "That's fine blah, but I'll spend my own money if I want to buy anything later." Shohinro put the gloves on her hands. The two men continued toward the road up the hill. With the warmth of plush mittens, cold hands gradually warmed up. The white bunny gloves looked pretty cute and fit her personality and temperament. Perhaps the only downside is that it's bigger. But that doesn't seem to be a drawback. Shu Shinro had a bright idea and asked toward Chen Shi. "Chen Shi student, are you cold?" "It's not cold," Chen Shi replied. "Cheat, then don't put your hands in your jacket pockets. It's not like I eat ice cream." Chen Shi glanced at her. Set failure. Shu Shinro thought left and right, but she couldn't come up with a better setup. In the end, she still used her own killer tactic. "Chen Shi student, while we're at it, how about I teach you a little trick for falling in love?" "What tricks?" Chen Shi knew that she was definitely going to set up a trap. "First things first, I'm not only the teacher who teaches you to fall in love. I'm also your hypothetical girlfriend, right?" Shu Shinro took a precautionary shot in advance. "Aha." Chen Shi nodded. "That's good. The trick is, when going out to play with your girlfriend in the winter, only one of the two people can wear gloves," Shu Shinro said. "And then?" Chen Shi glanced at the rabbit ears on the back of her hand and seemed to guess something. "And then what?" "There's one glove for two." With that, Shu Shinro directly shoved Chen Shi's hand into her left glove. "But stuffing and stuffing. Why can't it be stuffed?" Shu Shinro was dumbfounded. Chen Shi cried and laughed. "You take your hand out first." "Ha!" Shu Shinzo was stunned, but did as she was told. "That will do." Chen Shi directly pressed against her warm palm. Shu Shinro's body trembled. It turned out to be only so simple. "And you've succeeded in your own ruse?" Feeling the fire on her hand, she even felt like she was dreaming. "Yourself finally got your future hubby to cheat on you? You try the gloves in again." At that moment, Chen Shi interrupted her thoughts. "Oh who?" Shohinro returned to her senses. This time, it didn't take much effort for her to latch on. "It seems like it's really getting easier." Shu Shinro's beauty flooded her with smiles. Success with gloves on may not be worth it, but to be able to hold hands with Chen Shi in the glove, that means a lot. If anything, before, he wasn't sure if Chen Shi liked himself or not. So now that she was holding hands, what was she so uncertain about? However, Shu Shinro didn't say anything that had to be admitted by Chen Shi, because now she was also curious as to how long Chen Shi, at this time, could keep his mouth shut. "Ha, tough talk?" If one knew what was in Shu Shinro's mind, I'm afraid that Chen Shi would simply be unable to hold back his laughter. Before, his mouth was hard. That was because he was still hesitant in his own mind. But now he has made the decision that he wants to try. Exhausted. "Chen Shi student, take out your cell phone and see what time it is." "I'm too lazy to take it." It was hard to get to the summit plaza of South Mountain. Shu Shinro was already tired enough to find a roadside chair and sit down. 11:30. Chen Shi fumbled for his cell phone and looked at it. Okay, there's still half an hour to go, so I'll take a 29-minute break." Shu Shinro sighed in relief. "Student Shu Shinro, student Chen Shi, But at this time, a familiar voice came from behind him. Ha! Shu Shinro turned her head in surprise. Sure enough, Lin Xiaohua and Shin Qin trotted towards them. Shu Shinro quietly sighed. It seemed that it was unlikely that she wanted to have a two-person world with Chen Qi tonight. So you guys came to New Year's Eve here at Nanshan Plaza too? Coming in front of the two, Lin Xiaohua said in surprise. Shin Qin also flirted. I said how come a girl's slacker back is so familiar? Who's a slacker? Chen Qi and I climbed up the mountain with great difficulty. Who do you think waited to ride up with you guys? Shu Shinro retorted. As she spoke, she also winked at her two best sisters. How do you say that Chen Qi is right next to you? Can you save face? Yo, still hiking hand in hand? Shin Qin immediately noticed the glove between the two men. Ha, this is because there's only one pair of gloves. This time, it was instead Shu Shinro who found an excuse to explain, because she knew that if she wanted to be quick, she would probably screw things up if Chen Qi didn't like people saying that. But Chen Qi said honestly, she was the one who told me to put my hand in as well. But, I get it. Shin Qin smiled and nudged towards Lin Xiaohua by her side. Xiaohua told me all about it. And Lin Xiaohua came over and gave her a thumbs up, saying quietly, classmate Shu Shinro, you're really good at this routine. Ahem. So what? Why are you guys here for New Year's Eve too? Shu Shinro changed the subject. What's so strange about that? There's supposed to be a New Year's Eve tradition in Nanshan Square. Here, there's the countdown clock tower. It's a great place to celebrate New Year's Eve. Shin Qin pointed toward a golden brown clock tower in the center of the square. At the top of the clock tower is a clock that spins the present time in real time. As for the square, just as Shin Qin had said, besides them, there were also many young people in their teens and 20s waiting in the square for the 0 hour of the New Year's Eve to come. Soon, it will be time for the New Year's Eve. But how should I sidetrack the two best sisters in front of Chen Qi? It's all with Chen Qi though, but there's still a difference between 2 and 4. You know, alone with Chen Qi, one is perfectly content to mooch off of them with the excuse of some little relationship class, like the gloves the two still put together now. But if Lin Xiaohua and Shin Qin are also there, that would be too embarrassing. You guys sit down first. Suddenly, Chen Qi pulled his hand out of the glove and made room for Lin Xiaohua and Shin Qin to sit on another wooden chair. Shu Shinro crumbled. Not even the chance to hold hands that had arrived. She eyed over toward Chen Qi. They would have been able to sit together holding hands. Now, one can only look at him with bated breath. Though looking at it from afar, it seems pretty cool too. Shu, you're drooling. Suddenly, Shin Qin said. Ha! Shu Shinro subconsciously put her hand to her mouth, but as soon as she touched her chin, which was dry, she knew she had been tricked. Alright, Shen Qin, don't tease classmate Shu Shinro. Lin Xiaohua smiled and made it to Shu Shinro's side. By the way classmate Shu Shinro, what are you going to send to Chen Qi on New Year's Eve? Ha, delivering something? Shu Shinro was stunned for a moment. Yeah, anyway, you're chasing Chen Qi, as a suitor. Don't you have any gifts prepared? Lin Xiaohua was a bit puzzled instead. If Lin Xiaohua hadn't mentioned it, Shu Shinro had really forgotten about it. After all, she and Chen Qi are both. Besides, you're not some old married couple. Even if you're together and just fell in love, you definitely need to send some meaningful small gifts, Lin Xiaohua said. Shu Shinro pursed her lips. She actually wanted to tell her best friend that they were indeed an old married couple. Little Flower is right. Shu, you can't really have prepared nothing, right? Shin Qin came over and asked. Well, was unprepared. Shu Shinro stuck out her tongue in some embarrassment. In this case, it was my own lack of consideration. One was getting into the habit of not giving gifts to each other with Chen Qi. But not Chen Qi at this time. How about this? I'll take you to a store. Just now when Shin Qin and I strolled past, we both thought it would be good to give it to our boyfriends. Lin Xiaohua stood up to lead the way. Yeah. Shu Shinro immediately stood up and muttered towards Shin Qin. Shen Qin, you hold Chen Qi back, or else the gift will be revealed before it's even delivered. I want to surprise him. Okay. Shin Qin nodded in agreement. After saying that, Shu Shinro and Lin Xiaohua ran towards the small store near the square. Chen Qi subconsciously got up, and Shin Qin hurriedly blocked the front. Chen Qi student, you can't go. Why? Chen Qi looked at him calmly. Because of what? Shin Qin didn't find a good reason for a while. Meh. Chen Qi smiled bashfully. You don't want to get on the bus and grab a seat again, do you? That's your bosom friend. Shin Qin was infuriated by Chen Qi getting on the bus and grabbing a seat. This was the response he got when he helped Shu Shinro test Chen Qi's scummy attributes. Although her figure is not as good as Shu Shinro's, but that's not to the point where you can't even fit in your seat. Anyway, you can just sit here. Shu and Hannah have something to do. Shin Qin took a deep breath before trying to calm down the anger in his heart. However, he had helped Shu Shinro so much, he must let her treat him to a meal in the future. Here it is. Lin Xiaohua pulled Shu Xinru to a small store. A variety of clay figures are displayed on a stall in the store. Are you asking me to buy this? Shu Xinru picked up a clay figure and looked at it. Little girl, these things are for display and not for sale. Without waiting for Lin Xiaohua to speak, the boss answered her question. Then what do you sell in your store? Shu Xinzuo was confused. This one. Lin Xiaohua pointed to some plastic boxes in the stall. Shinxin and I came over and asked before. The boss said that their store mainly sells the oil clay to pinch these clay figures. After you buy them back, you can pinch them yourself. That's right. The boss nodded. Shu Xinru slowly nodded her head, sort of understanding Lin Xiaohua's meaning. It would indeed be meaningful if he pinched something for himself to give to Chen Qi. But, where does she have this skill? Little flower. But I don't know how to do this. Shu Xinru muttered in a small voice towards Lin Xiaohua. Lin Xiaohua said, pinch it slowly. The boss said that there is also some powder inside to make the oil clay soft, and the store also sells it separately. So if you are afraid that the pinching won't look good, don't you just buy some more powder? That sounds like it might be okay. Shu Xinru nodded and said towards the boss. Then I'll take 2 boxes of oil sludge, plus 10 bags of powder. Lin Xiaohua spat. Classmate Shu Xinru, you're really quite self-aware. After buying the putty, the 2 girls retraced their steps back over to the square. Shu Xinru looked up at the clock tower. It was already 11:50. 10 minutes to go. Chen Qi-san. Shu Xinru also couldn't manage the 2 girlfriends around her and immediately came to Chen Qi's ear and whispered, actually, I'm going to take you to more than just this place. I'll find a reason to justify it. So let's go together. Okay? Whatever. Chen Qi shrugged. That's good. Shu Xinru stood up and said towards Lin Xiaohua and Shinxin, Chen Qi and I are going to the restroom. You guys wait for us first. With that, Shu Xinru pulled Chen Qi towards the back of the clock tower and ran over. Lin Xiaohua and Shinxin, on the other hand, looked at each other speechlessly. Going to the restroom together? Make up reasons to have some heart. 2. Sure enough, Mr. Xiao Shu forgot his friends when he saw the color. Shinxin lamented. Lin Xiaohua was indifferent. Good thing. It saves the 2 of them from showing off in front of us. Also, Shinxin pulled one of Lin Xiaohua's hands over and stuck it against his glove, otherwise looking at the 2 of them like this. Who can stand it? That's just it. It hurts my teeth just looking at it. Lin Xiaohua deeply agreed. And at this time, Shu Xinru also brought Chen Qi to stop at the path behind the clock tower. Standing on the path and looking down at the spires of the bell tower, both of them were under the eyes of the duo. She smiled at Chen Qi. This is the highest place in the entire South Mountain. If we make a wish here while counting down, it will definitely work. Chen Qi nodded. Here, it is the place where he used to bring Shu Xinru. Mr. Chen Qi, let me tell you. Here, but I'm the only one who knows about it. Everyone else thinks that the bell tower is the highest place on South Mountain. Shu Xinru proudly bragged. But just at this time, there's 2 other young couples here? Looks like he's still a student? It's normal. We've been together since we were students, right? Also, a couple in their 20s walked right down the other side of the path. Shu Xinru was dumbfounded. Chen Qi stifled a laugh. You're the only one who knows. Shakinzo. Anyway, this is the first time you've been here. It was me who brought you here. So it means a lot to you too. In the end, Shu Xianro simply reddened her little face and puffed towards Chen Qi. Okay. Chen Qi shrugged. But in fact, when Shu Xinru first came here, it was Chen Qi who brought her here. Come on. There's less than 20 seconds to go. We have to hurry up and make a wish. New Year's wishes are very effective. Shu Xinru looked towards the always on the clock tower and hurriedly greeted Chen Qi. Okay. Chen Qi nodded. He knew why Shu Xinru said that New Year's wishes were very spiritual. On the senior graduation side, they had likewise come here for New Year's Eve. But because the business of the family cell phone company is getting worse and worse, she then made a wish on New Year's Day to make sure that her home would be made better. As a result, right after graduation that year, she turned her cell phone company into a technology company, and the company has done very well from the start. Ever since then, Shu Xinru has been very attentive to the matter of wishing for the new year. Seeing that the seconds were about to point to 50, Shu Xinru hurriedly clasped her hands together and placed them in front of her chest. Meanwhile, people who came to celebrate the new year in Nanshan Square started counting down for the upcoming new year. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Bear bang. When it fell to 12 o'clock in the morning exactly, the entire square, the crowd of nearly 1,000, were all in an uproar, because the ringing they heard in their ears just at the moment the new year arrived was not the sound of a clock tower clock coming into the wee hours of the morning. Instead, it was a loud noise from the highway just outside the square. Crisp and harsh. What the hell? What happened? Did have some kind of accident? For a moment, everyone was confused, reacting. They too pivoted on their toes to look over toward the highway. Buzz, buzz. No one cares about the bells ringing at this point anymore. What was that noise just now? Chen-Chi quickly reacted and frowned in the direction the voice came from. I'll check it out too. Shu Shinro nervously followed behind Chen-Chi, because whether it's her or Chen-Chi, all of them had a familiar feeling when they heard that voice just now. Help! Help! Before the duo could approach, on the side of the highway where the previous rattling had come from, another middle-aged man's shout rang out. Chen-Chi and Shu Xianro quickened their pace, and everyone in the plaza flew towards that side. How did this happen? When Shu Shinro and Chen-Chi arrived at the scene, both of them were shocked by the scene in front of them, because in front of their eyes, in addition to a middle-aged man whose legs were so frightened that he sat on the ground, was a pool of blood. Ah! At that moment, there was also a gasp from the crowd that had gathered around. Everyone was in awe of the scene before them, although accidents like this have been seen on TV, on the news, many times, but seeing it with their own eyes, and at such a close distance, was definitely a first for them. Chen-Chi, is those two people just now? Shu Shinro turned her head to look at Chen-Chi. Her voice, even in this moment, trembled. The scene of the crash, such a scenario possessed a strong impact, both for her and for Chen-Chi, for the reason that the two of them have come to this age. It's experiencing disasters like the one in front of us. Only, the people who fell in the driver's and passenger seats of the car changed from them, to the couple before. At the same time, Chen-Chi was also breathing heavily, because he's the same as Shu Shinro, in this time, thinking of her and herself. What are you waiting for? Help, call the police. Help, call an ambulance. Chen-Chi fumbled for his cell phone and dialed while shouting with red eyes towards the people around him. Yeah, ambulance. Call the police, call the police. After this reminder from him, everyone would quickly come to their senses. Judging by the blood seeping out of the car window, the blood loss wasn't much. What if, in case, there's help? I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't know anyone would be driving on this road. I really didn't know. But the middle-aged man with weak legs was still sitting on the ground, shaking his head all the time as if he was scared silly. After all, a car accident is a difficult thing to accept for both parties. Soon police cars and ambulances with flashing red and blue lights arrived on the scene. Fortunately, in this New Year's Eve, the police patrol, focusing on the care of the South Mountain so a scenic area, so the ambulance and the police car, both came in time. All move aside and secure the scene. Everybody, back up. The first thing the officers did after getting out of the car was to start clearing the area in a hurry. A police officer in the large crowd even stopped the doctor who had just gotten out of the ambulance. That's the doctor. Let the doctor in first. Save lives first. Chen-Chi eagerly roared towards the center of the scene. At this moment, he was red-eyed. Chen-Chi. Shu Shinro pursed her somewhat dry thin lips, turned her head, and stared at Chen-Chi in a daze. Because the words Chen-Chi was going to say were the same words she was about to shout out. Only if you've been in a car accident. Only then do you realize how scary it is to have an accident like a car accident. Only after experiencing the despair brought on by a car accident. It's only when you see the scene that you don't want such despair to come again. But why was Chen-Chi acting just as nervous as he was? Even more than ever. Yeah, let the doctor in first. The captain of the police force began to greet the officers to cooperate with the doctor. Shu Shinro also gradually turned her head and nervously looked at the scene. Soon the injured couple was carried away in an ambulance by the doctor, and the police pulled up the seals and evacuated the crowd of onlookers. I hope they're okay. Chen-Chi stared tightly at the direction the ambulance had left. Shu Shinro nodded back. How did they not expect it? Obviously on such a festive day as New Year's Eve. It's surprising to come across such an accident, or a car accident that they've experienced firsthand. Soon, the police began to close the road and arranged for people who had come to celebrate the new year to come down the mountain one by one. Chen-Chi and Shu Xianro were likewise among this group. By this time, Shu Xianro and Chen-Chi had actually gotten separated from Lin Xiaohua as well as Xin-Xin. Originally, Shu Shinro wanted to call them, but after thinking about it, she put her cell phone back in her bag, because at this moment, all she wanted to do was stay with the boy beside her. It's the same as if she had stayed with him the moment she experienced death before she was reborn. Walking down the hill, from time to time, Shu Shinro would glance over towards Chen-Chi twice. Finally, when she was halfway up the hill, she couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, Chen-Chi student, are you also worried about a car accident? Chen-Chi nodded slowly, his hands already clenched into fists at the side of his pants. So do I. I really hope they'll be okay. Shikinzo choked back a sob and sniffled. Though they were strangers to the couple, but went through the same harrowing experience as them, Take a break. Noticing that Shu Xinro's mood was not quite right, she herself seemed to have gotten a little emotional just now because of the accident. So Chen Shi looked for a roadside milk tea store and went over with Shu Xinru to calm down. Ordering 2 cups of milk tea, the two of them sat quietly on the seats of the milk tea store. Passers-by passing by were discussing the crash that happened at Hilltop Plaza. The atmosphere was particularly depressing amidst such sounds. Shu Xinru swallowed and looked up at Chen Shi. What's wrong? Chen Shi asked. Chen Shi student. I suddenly want to hug you, okay? This time, Shu Xinru didn't even use any excuses, even if it was her little love lesson that was bound to succeed if she used it. Chen Shi nodded silently. Shu Xinru also walked next to Chen Shi, then hugged him tightly. Feeling the familiar body temperature and flavor, she couldn't hold back any longer. Chen Shi, can I tell you about a dream I had? Chen Shi also put his hands down and gently patted her back, sighing, speak. In that dream, I also experienced a car accident, and it was with you. At that time I was really desperate. I hoped you would come back to life, but you closed your eyes right in front of me and shouted for the doctor to save me first. Actually, you don't know. I was yelling for the doctor to save you first too. Woohoo! It was as if the shocking shock brought about by the scene of the car accident had completely triggered the emotions that had been buried in Shu Xinru's heart since she was reborn. At this moment, in Chen Shi's arms, she completely exploded. She recounted what happened on the day of the crash. But how could Chen Shi not remember that scene? And it's because of the fear of that scene happening to them again. Chen Shi's first reaction on seeing Shu Xinru was to keep them away from that accident by distancing. Shu Xinru recounted her truest inner thoughts at the time, even choking up at one point, perhaps to someone else's ears. Crying so heartbreakingly over a dream seems a bit ridiculous, but Chen Shi knew that what she said was true. Stayed in Chen Shi's arms for a long time. It was only then that Shu Xinru lifted her head to wipe away her tears and said towards Chen Shi, I'm sorry Chen Shi students. Maybe this kind of thing happened to someone else. I'm just saying that a dream I had isn't quite right. Chen Shi shook his head. You can say whatever you want. Then, I see you just now. The first reaction of seeing a car accident is also very nervous. Is not also very worried that this kind of thing really happened to us all? Shu Xinru looked at him tearfully. Chen Shi thought about it and nodded gently. But, it's okay, it was just a dream. You're still with me, and we're still sitting together drinking milk tea. Saying that, Shu Xinru smiled sweetly towards Chen Shi. Chen Shi pursed his lips, and at this time, he had an impulse. The impulse to show down your thoughts with Shu Xinru. Actually, I think it would be a good thing if that dream was real. Shu Xinru muttered judiciously, but suddenly realized that something was wrong. I didn't mean it was good that we had a car accident. Blah blah blah. Unlucky. Put. The one that could make Chen Shi laugh in such an atmosphere. It might as well have been the girl who was now in her arms. No laughing, Shu Xinru said seriously. I mean, in the dream, my work is really busy and hectic. Although, right, you were with me in the dream, but I really don't want to have so much work to do. I just want to stay with you. Hearing Shu Xinru say this, Chen Shi held back his previous impulse. But, only half of it, because the other half's impulses don't count as impulses. He wanted to make the girl's dream perfect. Not only is he his husband, but he can keep her by his side without worry. So Chen Shi smiled faintly. So it's still better to be realistic than a dream? That's not it either. After all, in the dream you became my husband, and in reality I'm not even your girlfriend. Shu Xinru looked frustrated. So it's not? Chen Shi asked. Shu Xinru looked up at Chen Shi. Unsolved. I thought. All the time. Chen Shi smiled easily. Wait again, Mr. Chen Shi. What do you mean? Shu Xinru hurriedly broke away from Chen Shi's hands and took 2 steps back. Chen Shi shrugged his shoulders. I thought. We drank the same cup of milk tea again before and held hands to celebrate the new year. You are already my girlfriend. Shu Xinru's little mouth opened wide, almost becoming an O shape. At this moment, she doesn't even know what to say. Actually, I've been meaning to say that. Chen Shi said helplessly. Instead of you teaching me to fall in love and letting me treat you as a hypothetical girlfriend, why don't we try you as a real girlfriend? It's just that I don't know if you're willing. I'm willing. I'm willing to die. Shu Xinru nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. If what you say is true, I want to tell the world right now. You, Chen Shi, are my boyfriend. It's not right, is it? Chen Shi shook his head. I'm just saying that you're my girlfriend and I'm not your boyfriend. There's still this kind of expression? Shu Xinru's eyes widened. I told you, relationships are only in college. Chen Shi said calmly. Then why did you say that I am your girlfriend? Shu Xinru was stunned. Could it be that one is empty of joy? Because I remember you saying that you were going to wait for me until college. And if it came to that, you'd be my girlfriend. Chen Shi gave her a very positive answer. Waiting until college actually gives him a moment to himself. Time to make a girl's dream perfect. So, that's not a future girlfriend. Shu Shinro sighed in slight disappointment. But it's actually okay to think about it. Since Chen Shi has said so, then he must like himself. And this time it wasn't just her guessing, it was a reasoned analysis. Otherwise, who would casually give such a promise to a girl they don't like? But for the sake of the first day of the new year, you can get a boyfriend experience card. The corner of Chun Chi's mouth curled. Experience card? How to experience? Shu Shinzo was confused. Finished your milk tea? Chen Chi glanced at the cup on the table. Yeah. Shu Shinro nodded her head after a few seconds interval, barely able to react. Tired? Chen Chi asked. Well, a bit. Why don't we take a break and then go back down the mountain? Actually, it's fine to go downhill now. I can still walk. It was as if Shu Shinro was afraid that Chun Chi would take away all her qualifications as a future girlfriend. That's not necessary. I'll just carry you. Chen Chi squatted down directly in front of Shu Shinro. Shu Shinro looked at Chun Chi in disbelief. Don't want to? Forget it then. Chen Chi made a gesture to get up. Ghosts don't want to, but I'm not a ghost. As a result, Shu Shinro directly jumped onto Chun Chi's back, as if she was afraid that Chun Chi would back out. Continue toward the path down the hill. Shu Shinro was silent for a long time before she suddenly spoke. Mr. Chen Chi, why don't you just put me down and slap me? Why? Chen Chi was puzzled. Could it be that this girl has been reborn with a tendency to be a self-mutilator? Shu Shinro finally pinched her arm. But the result. Ouch. But I really feel as if I'm dreaming. It's just too unreal. Plopping most of his body on Chun Chi's back, Shu Shinro hummed. Her heart sweet. As the saying goes, it's hard to start everything. On the first day of the new year, Chen Chi gave her future girlfriend an affirmative answer. Will it be far enough for you to remove the word future from the word future? But think about what Chen Chi said about boyfriend experience cards. Mr. Chen Chi, can I ask you a question? Shu Shinro brought her head to Chen Chi's ear. Chen Chi nodded gently. Shu Xinro deliberately said. Though right, you said that now that I have your boyfriend experience card, is the time limit for that experience a lifetime? If so, it seems like there's no need to wait until college. Only unfortunately, Chen Chi's reply came fast and dry, today only. Well then blah blah. One day at a time. Shu Shinro sighed quietly. Sure enough, thinking about cheating at everything is still not very realistic. After a while. I have one more question though. Shu Shinro's little face became serious. You ask. Mr. Chen Chi, have you sent this experience card to any other girls? This question, it's critical, because no matter how Shu Xinro thought about it, she felt that sending out some kind of boyfriend experience card was like scummy behavior. Only this one. Chen Chi said. That's good. Shu Shinro nodded contentedly. The meaning of this one sheet only. That means that only you are entitled to such an experience. In other words, the weight of herself in Chen Chi's heart was definitely different from other girls. It's true. No matter when you're in a relationship, you must take the initiative in order to reap the rewards. Shu Shinro was convinced of this. All the way towards the path down the mountain, countless pedestrians passed by one after another around them. Because of the road closure on the mountain, everyone had to hike down. The scene of Chen Chi carrying Shu Xinro down the mountain was seen by bystanders, and even caused some arguments. Look at them. Everyone else is carrying their girlfriends down the mountain. Honey, that's different. Others are young. We've been married for 2 years. Older couples aren't so tired of each other. Are they? What? You're actually saying you're tired of it? No. I mean, we're in a different situation than they are. So tell me, how are things different again? Other people's girlfriends have such a good figure and look 100 pounds at most. Look at you. Again, it's almost 106. Isn't it? The internet says that this kind of weight is called a small tank. I can't carry a tank down the mountain. Tank? I think you're tired of living today. Put. Shu Xinro couldn't help but giggle when she heard the argument of the couple next to her. She said prettily, fellow student Chun Chi, do you think it's too easy for us to trigger other people's family conflicts if we're like this? Then I'll put you down? Chen Chi stopped and deliberately flirted. Shu Xinro thought about it and said kindly, fine, you put me down ba. After carrying me for so long, you must be tired. Looking back towards the mountain road behind her, having already traveled such a long way, Shu Shinro herself was a little heartbroken for Chen Chi. After all, a lot of people were walking and panting with exhaustion, so I guess Chen Chi was just holding on hard and not saying anything. Tired is not tired. Chen Chi shook his head. For better or worse, his current physical strength was comparable to that of a national-level athlete. If anything, Such a stretch of mountains made him tired. Wouldn't that rebirth petition be wasted? But Shu Xian Ro oh so insistently said, then I have to come down too. Just 1 day's worth of boyfriend experience cards. I don't want to just waste it on your back. Chen Shi put Shu Xian Ro down. When she was wondering what she wanted to do, without saying a word, Shu Shinro directly took his arm in her arms. Let's walk the rest of the way together. Shu Shinro turned her head towards Chen Shi and smiled sweetly. Just relax and don't hold on so tight. Chen Shi frowned slightly and glanced toward her. In this big night, bumping into Shu Xian Ro's pretty body, that's an easy way to wipe the slate clean. Oh. Shu Shinro hastened to collect herself a bit, but when she noticed Chen Shi's eyes, I know. Shu Shinro seemed to have discovered a new continent. Chen Shi student. You can't be shy because you sense that your future girlfriend has a great body, right? Although such intimacy was already commonplace for Shu Shinro, Chen Shi was different, because at this time, Chen Shi was still untouched. Maybe it's just like the kind of schoolboy who gets so nervous when he touches a girl's body. No. Chen Shi gave her a breathless blank look. Why does this girl's eyes look a bit like a hungry wolf seeing a lamb? The bottom line was that he felt the lamb was himself. So tell me how you feel. What's your future girlfriend's body like? As she spoke, Shu Shinro proudly puffed out her chest. Chen Shi thought for a moment, then said, you can't tell in winter, only in summer. Ha, why? Shu Shinro was curious. Technically it should be known from swimming in the summer. Chen Shi added, I see, are you implying that you want to see me in a swimsuit? Shu Shinro smiled in her heart. I didn't realize that Chen Shi had such a hobby. Chen Shi shook his head and smiled bashfully. No, I'm just making an analogy. What I'm trying to say is, if we walk into the pool in swimsuits, do you know who it looks like? Us together? Like what? Shu Shinro was a little confused. Chen Shi said indifferently, Brother Hale. The Hale brothers? Shu Shinro froze for a moment at first, but after 2 steps, she came right back to her senses. She huffed and puffed. Nonsense. Where is it like the Hale brothers? Wait for next year. No. It should be this year. This summer. I must let you see your future girlfriend's body. Said he looked like the Hale brothers with him in his bathing suit. That doesn't mean she's flat. Obviously he had been in good shape since he was a kid. When had he ever suffered this kind of anger? But thinking that since it was Chen Shi who said it, she couldn't get angry even if she wanted to. Coming to the highway at the foot of South Mountain, there were finally moving vehicles. Many cab drivers know that it is the custom of Ryuichi citizens to cross the New Year's Eve in the square on the hill of Namsan. So they also parked on the side of the road with an empty sign. Getting into a cab, the two went to Shu Shinro's neighborhood first. So I'm leaving? When she got off the bus, Shu Shinro was still a little reluctant to leave. Although bad things have happened on this New Year's Eve. But for her, it would only be more difficult to part with Chen Shi, even if it's just for a day or two. Aha! Chen Shi nodded. Wait, the experience card hasn't expired yet. When Shu Shinro opened the car door, as if she remembered something, she quickly turned her head Mua. Only then did she get out of the car and wave at the cab window with a smile on her face. Chen Shi student. We'll see you next time. It was already 2 in the morning when Chen Shi returned home. Pushing the door open, he saw a plate of uncooked dumplings on the dining room table. It was probably prepared by Chen Xinhua, who was worried that Chen Ji would come home late and was hungry. After all, cooking dumplings is convenient and time-saving, and it's still a good idea to have them as a late-night snack. Chen Shi cooked the dumplings and served them in his room to eat while checking his cell phone. The trend of the securities is exactly the same as the information he got after he was reborn. If you want to have a great harvest, you must wait until the end of this month. Maybe he'd been sort of paid nicely for that futures he'd sold earlier, but Chen Shi knew that 50,000 alone turned into 100,000. It wasn't enough for him, because his problem right now is mainly that his principal is too small. Want to maximize profits by relying on futures information. Picking a few of the biggest gainers from the futures is the fastest way to make money. For example, the futures on the stock he sold earlier had tripled in just a few months. This has been the smallest gain of the few futures he has picked. If all the remaining futures were to be sold off at the end of the month, an almost 7-figure gain is expected. But buying the most promising futures is definitely not in Chen Shi's long-term plan, because it's so obvious and deliberate. If is noticed by someone who was interested in following him and putting in more money, there is a good chance that it would have destroyed the original futures rally. So the real way to make money consistently over the long term also relies on a large amount of principal diversification. That way people will think he's just a casual investor playing around. After looking at the securities sites, I looked through some of the portal news sites. This car accident in South Hill, Willow City, has been published this evening. The police were also interviewed about the cause of the accident. The victim duo drove down the path behind the Nanshan Bell Tower, and the road isn't usually used, so it collided with a van. The driver of the van was the middle-aged man they had seen at the scene sitting on the ground in shock. Insurance, compensation. It's all over the news. The comments section also has a lot of people expressing their opinions and talking about how much they're going to pay. However, when Chen Shi saw these comments, he just shook his head with a bitter smile. Because the only way to know is to experience it yourself. At this point in time, what matters most to you as a party is no longer about money or not. Rather, it's about being able to survive. Suddenly, a call came in. Chen Shi was stunned for a moment as he looked at the note on the top. It was Shu Shinro calling. Fast 3 a.m. time. She hasn't slept since she got home? With doubts, Chen Shi picked up the phone. Chen Shi-san. On the other side of the cell phone, what came from the other side was not Shu Shinro's voice, but Shu Shinro's mother. Shinlan, just now Zoe said she was going to the library with you at night and then got so caught up in reading that she got locked in? When Shinlan's tone was clearly not very convinced, and Chen Shi cried and laughed when he heard it. So it turned out that Shu Shinro went to New Year's Eve with herself, but she was actually looking for such an excuse? But 80% of the excuses students make for wanting to go out and have more fun have to do with studying, because it's the best means of fooling parents. Chen Shi understood this, and Shu Shinro naturally understood it as well. Well, that's right. Chen Shi nodded and said, I can't believe this is still true. Hearing Chen Shi's affirmative answer, Shinlan also believed in Shu Shinru's words, and on the other side of the phone, Chen Shi could still hear Shu Xianro's voice. CC. Chen Shi students have said it, and you still don't believe it. Then you came back too late. Girls, do you know how dangerous it is to be out at night? When Shinlan reprimanded at her, it's not like I'm alone. There's Mr. Chen Shi with me. Besides, what can happen in the library? Faintly, Shu Shinro's voice of defense could still be heard. Ahem. Chen Shi coughed dryly and said towards Shinlan, I'm sorry auntie, I shouldn't have let Shu Shinru's classmates out to read books during the New Year's Day holiday. Ha, nothing. As soon as she heard Chen Shi speak, Xinhuan Lan's tone also became gentle. Where can I blame you for this? After all, you're homeroom teacher and I want you to tutor Shiro's grades well. Turning her head, Xinlan also glared at Shu Shinro. How did you girl become so naughty this semester? Remember next time, even if you're studying, if you're coming home late, you must call me in advance. Then, can I go home late all 3 days of New Year's Day? Shu Shinro asked cautiously. Why? Wenqinlan asked. Chen Shi was also a bit curious. Does Shu Shinro still go out in the past 3 days? Because I'm going to ask Chen Shi to help me with my homework for the next 3 days. Mom, the final exams are coming up soon. It's a tough situation, and I've already made a deal with Chen Shi. Chen Shi heard Shu Shinro's fake serious tone from his cell phone. It seems so. When Shinlan nodded lightly. But at this time, Chen Shi calmly said, Auntie, I don't know about this, and I don't have time on New Year's Day. Xiaro, come here for me. Mr. Chen Shi said he didn't know. You must have asked Little Flower to go shopping again, right? I knew you girl. When Shinlan cursed and tried to reprimand Shu Shinro. However, she quickly realized that the phone hadn't been hung up yet, and immediately added, Chen Shi student, I'm sorry to call you so late. It's fine. Chen Shi said politely. Then I'll hang up first. You also take an early rest. I'll teach this girl a lesson. With that, the phone hung up. Chen Shi shrugged his shoulders and could only mourn for Shu Shinru in his heart. But the reason he didn't go along with Shu Shinro's words was that he did have something going on for the 3 days of New Year's Day. Because Chen Xinhua said he was allowed to install a computer. Then after installing the computer, Chen Shi will also be able to better understand the security's information at home. Until he himself has some strength to fulfill that complete good dream of the girl, Chen Shi is not ready to show his cards to Shu Shinro. After washing the dishes, wash and rest, lying on the bed, Chen Shi's cell phone rang. He Penguin received a message from Shu Shinro. Chen Shi student, I almost didn't get beaten up by my mom. Woohoo! Chen Shi replied in tears and laughter. Who told you to lie? That's not what I call lying. Shu Xianro replied with a straight face. In case my mom knows that we're going to New Year's Eve and you promise me that I'll be your girlfriend in the future. My mom won't kill me. It's not that exaggerated. Chen Shi said. Maybe, at least I'm her daughter. After thinking about it, Shu Shinro asked. Forget about that. You really don't have time for the New Year's Day, do you? Chen Shi said. Well, there are arrangements. Shu Shinro sighed. Then, well, don't worry. I'll definitely miss you in these 3 days. New Year's Day, a 3-day vacation. And Chen Xinhua only chose to take a day off. After all, when you work overtime on a vacation, it's triple overtime. The first day was spent resting and relaxing at home, and then work continued for the next 2 days. Chen Qi, on the other hand, went to the computer city on the morning of the first day to buy the accessories home. When he returned home, Chen Xinhua looked hard at the side. Xiao Qi, you still know how to install this? Well, I've read about it online, so I guess I will. Chunshi nodded and familiarly put the various accessories together with his hands. Originally, Chen Xinhua still wanted to say that a few $1,000s of the guy, if broken, it would not be a pity, but looking at his son's serious and focused appearance, he swallowed his words. His own son is now getting better and better at school. Perhaps it would be good for him to work on his hands-on skills? As long as it could make Chen Shi better. Chen Xinhua felt that spending any amount of money would be worthwhile. Okay. Chen Shi pressed the on button and successfully turned on the computer. The next step is to find the operator who runs the network to pull the cable. Finally, in the evening, Chen Shi got the network and computer done. After he opened the webpage and saved a few commonly used securities websites, he turned his head to look at Chen Xinhua, who was looking at him from the doorway. Dad, come here for a second. Chen Xinhua beckoned. What's wrong, son? Is something wrong? Chen Xinhua came over and asked curiously. No, I came over to let you choose. Chen Shi laughed. Ha, what do I choose? Chen Xinhua scratched his head. In fact, at his age, people don't have much access to the internet. I see that you stayed at home all afternoon and were bored watching TV, so you should be lacking a companion to keep you company, right? Chen Shi laughed. What do you mean? Chen Xinhua hadn't reacted yet. Chen Ji clicked on a website called True Love. Remember the last time I mentioned something to you? You try this and see if you can find a match. Chen Shi pointed to the picture in the screen. There are all ages, and even the relationship status of being single or divorced is clearly written. You brat, even gave your father a date? Chen Xinhua couldn't help but cry and laugh, and didn't even know what to say about Chen Shi. But think about it. In the past 6 months, Chen Shi's change seems to be quite big indeed, and he has also become much more mature. Dad, I'm 17 and I'm 18 this year. Chen Shi, on the other hand, said in a very solemn tone, after 18 years, my mom shouldn't want you to be single like this either. Mentioning Chen Shi's mother, Chen Xinhua's body trembled and fell into silence. Ever since Chen Shi's mother left, Chen Xinhua has considered Chen Shi as the whole of his life. Paying for his life, paying for his education. Chen Shi had been brought up by him since he was a child, though he was tired of taking Chen Shi by himself, and he would feel lonely when Chen Shi went to school. It's not that Chen Xinhua hasn't moved on to a second marriage, but think of all the stories on the news right now that say stepmoms are bad for their kids. Chen Xinhua himself shook his head and gave up, though he could also look for divorced with kids. But where could one recognize such a woman? So it's still not realistic. A moment later, Chen Xinhua smiled bitterly. Forget it, I am this age. Still looking for what object? Who can look up to me as a lifelong assembly line? Chen Shi smiled bashfully. Dad, now that you've been promoted to team leader, your leader should have told you that there's hope for promotion in the future as well, isn't there? It is said. But what the leader said, that cannot be fully believed. Chen Xinhua shook his head. Chen Shi sighed and said sincerely, Dad, give it a try. I'll be a senior soon too. Once my senior year is over, then I might go away to college, and you'll be the only one left at home at that time. In his last life, Chen Shi was alone until the day of the accident. Chen Xinhua. Every time he and Shu Xinro went to visit his father, Chen Shi would feel lonely in the empty room. Now that there's a chance to be reborn, in addition to making himself and Shu Xinro better, he naturally thought of his father. But this? Look other people this written on it are more than 20 years old. Look, there are 18-year-old girls. How can I do it? No way, no way. Chen Xinhua waved his hand in a hurry. If you find a girl similar to Chen Shi as a wife, what did Chen Shi call her then? Put. Chen Shi laughed. Dad, this one is just pushed by the website. Look, you can filter it over here according to the conditions. For example, if you are divorced with a son, you can also find the same conditions. And this feature? Chen Xinhua couldn't help but come up to look. Chen Shi continued to operate. Look there are age options here. You are 42 this year. Choose 30 to 40 here should be appropriate, right? Son, which can be 30 at least. It has to be changed to 35 as well. If it's 30, I'm more than a dozen years older than others. Chen Xinhua hurriedly stopped. Okay, then 35 to 40. Chen Shi laughed. It seemed that his father did not have no such intention. Well, these photos look much more in line. When the interface popped up according to the search criteria, Chen Xinhua slowly nodded his head. At least, it looks a little more practical than those little 20-something girls. Dad, I've registered an account for you, so watch yourself first. If you think any of them are good, just click on them with your mouse. With that, Chen Shi got up. So I'll try? Chen Xinhua also curiously sat in front of the computer. Aha. Chen Shi nodded and left the room, entering the kitchen. An hour or so. Shi, did you do all this? Chen Xinhua came to the living room and found that Chen Qi had already served the meal on the table. This was the first time his son had ever cooked, and he had never even seen it before. Looking at his own father's surprised gaze, Chen Qi smiled. I learned how to make it from the recipes I read online. He, you now really getting better at it. But it's okay to do it once in a while. Usually I do it. After all, high school is stressful. Chen Xinhua smiled in relief, not forgetting to explain that Chen Qi should not leave his studies behind. I know, Dad. How did you look in there just now? Chen Qi asked with a smile. This. Chen Xinhua's old face reddened. Son, I think looking on the internet, isn't it a bit not too reliable? Although there are a few with the right conditions. Then we'll meet when we get a chance. Chen Qi interrupted Chen Xinhua and joked. Dad, it's not like it's the first time you've fallen in love, as to be so shy. Besides, it's just a meeting first. Also, Chen Xinhua drifted off. At most, they just see eye to eye and then meet each other. How can they not think as well as their own son? After dinner, Chen Qi went back to his room ready to see what kind of woman his dad's eyes were on. But the penguin message's beeping sound on his cell phone sounded, and it was a message from Shu Shinru. Chen Qi-san, look at this. Shu Shinru sent him a text followed by a string of URLs. Chen Qi copied the URL into his browser and opened it. It's a news tweet. The news is all about the report of yesterday's car accident. According to the hospital side, the two injured young men are out of life-threatening condition, but one of the man's hands was stuck in the steering wheel and suffered a serious fracture, and both of them are still in a coma and haven't woken up yet. Live and let live. Chen Qi nodded and sent such a message over to Shu Shinru. Yeah, luckily it's all alive. Being alive is the best. Shu Shinru also lamented on the other side, but looking at Chen Qi in the message, she couldn't help but have a smile gently spread at the corner of her mouth. Chen Qi, you said that if we were in a car accident like this, we should be able to live too, right? I don't know. Chen Qi returned quickly. I think it's going to work. Shu Shinru affirmed back. Though they couldn't save the lives of those who were there like that couple did, but they are also still in the world, alive in a different way. Chen Qi took a deep breath and typed, maybe, but I don't want a car accident. Well, I don't want. No, it should be that we definitely can't get into a car accident. You see, I just said what if. Chen Qi flirted. Don't flirt with such assumptions in the future. Also, Shu Xinro replied, but, if you are the man and I am the woman, even if both your hands and feet are broken, I will take care of you for the rest of your life. Although he knew that Shu Shinru was speaking from the heart. But why was Chen Qi looking at this string of text a little creepy? Chen Qi's classmate. Look, you've been chatting with me for so long. You must be free now. Why don't I come to play with you? Or, I'll come find you? Shu Shinru's words leapt out of her mouth. Chen Qi looked outside at the sky, which was already darkening. He flippantly replied back. Did you finish the New Year's Day homework I assigned you? QAQ. See you at school. Putting away his cell phone, Chen Qi looked at Chen Xinhua's browsing history just now. In the course of an hour, he had only opened 2 messages from women. The first, 38, is divorced with a 10-year-old son. The second, 36, is divorced with a 12-year-old daughter. From these 2 pieces of information, Chen Qi could easily see that Chen Xinhua had considered his feelings even in the matter of finding a partner, both with children. Then the other would certainly not mind him. And the other side's kids are all younger than him. And the other side won't say anything about bullying him or anything like that. Chen Qi had wanted to ask Chen Xinhua if he wanted to meet with the other party, but after thinking about it, I decided to give up. If Chen Xinhua really thought it was good, he would definitely tell him. Since he hadn't told him, it meant that Chen Xinhua wasn't very satisfied yet. After all, the second marriage such a big thing, Chen Qi also know that urgent certainly cannot rush. The last 2 days of the New Year's Day holiday, Chen Xinhua went to work in the factory. And Chen Qi also spent time on the securities website. When he went to school on Tuesday, Shu Shinru pushed a carton of milk onto his desk out of habit. However, Chen Qi was a bit strange, because Shu Shinru's hand was holding a box of green-wrapped yogurt, but both as he remembered it and after he was reborn, Shushin Zoe is all like me milk more. So Chen Qi glanced at her and asked, changed to yogurt? Of course. Shu Shinru turned the package around and pointed to the words on the top. Look, papaya flavor. I'm going to grab the tail end of my developmental period and work harder, lest when I ask you to go swimming in the summer, we'll be told we look like the Hale brothers. Chen Qi cried and laughed. Turns out she's still holding a grudge about it. MS. Shu Shinru. Soon, Lin Xiaohua also walked into the classroom. She came directly to the duo's seat and asked, where did you guys go on New Year's Eve? Do you guys know? That something happened on the square. I know. Shucks and Y and Chen Qi both nodded. It really scared Shinxin and me to death. The roads were all closed at the time, and we could only walk down the mountain when we went down. I was so tired that I rested at home for 3 days and still haven't gotten over it. Lin Xiaohua complained quietly. Actually, I'm okay, Xu Xinruo muttered. Going downhill isn't very tiring. No, just you? Lin Xiaohua looked at Xu Xinruo suspiciously. After almost a full semester of contact, she really knew this BFF of hers all too well. While it can't be said that there's no athleticism, but definitely bone lazy. Ask her to walk all the way down from the top of South Mountain. Wouldn't that still be like killing her? Of course she's not tired, Chen Qi said breathlessly. Why? Lin Xiaohua was curious. Because Chen Qi carried me down the mountain, Xu Xinru said beautifully. Lin Xiaohua was directly choked by such a sentence. Little flower. I still have your favorite cake here. Would you like some? Shu Qinzhou shared his breakfast with her. Lin Xiaohua gave her a blank look without a good mood. No, I'm full. Willow City New Year's Eve crash by South Hill Plaza. In the end, it still caught the attention of the general public. Even during the evening self-study, Jiang Shuli did not hesitate to take a little time to warn everyone that they must stay home more often on holidays, and that they must pay attention to safety when going out. Also, January is the end of the semester, so monthly exams are cancelled. Then, Shuli Jiang made another announcement. Xu Xinruo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Some of you, though, don't get sloppy on your finals. 2. Xu Xinruo secretly cried out in her heart, class teacher, if you are referring to me, then just say it. But, can one really get a better score in a month's time? Honestly, Xu Xinruo herself was a bit unsure, although she was completing the homework that Chen Qi had assigned to her every day. But without having verified it through the exam, there is ultimately no bottom line. Chen Qi-san, this time I want to seriously ask you to tutor me in my homework. Thus, Xu Xinruo turned her head and placed the reference books and textbooks in the middle of the two's desks. Okay, Chen Qi nodded. I looked at your paper, and your problems were with the translation of ancient poems and the memorization of texts. Chen Qi said, for the memorization thing, just copy it a few more times. As for the translation, you follow the ideas I said. Chen Qi spoke patiently, and Xu Xinruo listened earnestly on the side. But as she listened, she glanced at the podium with her afterglow, then at Chen Qi's hand under the table. The homeroom teacher is burying his head in the newspaper. So, sneaking in the classroom to hold hands should be fine, right? But the moment Xu Xinruo explored her hand over, Chen Qi raised his head and stared at her. That's right, you're absolutely right. Xu Xinruo hurriedly nodded her head and pretended to be confused. But where would Chen Qi be so easily fooled by her? What are you doing with your hands? Is it okay to sneakily hold your hand? Xu Xinruo whispered, her heart feeling like scratching an itch. It can't be helped. Who made Chen Qi agree to it that night? There are things that are obtained that can just be hard to hold back again. No, Chen Qi outright refused. The teacher can't see it. Xu Xinruo glanced towards Jiang Shuli's side. I mean, the experience card has expired. And besides, didn't you just say you were going to study seriously? Chen Qi was somewhat speechless. It's really nothing to secretly hold hands. But the point is, they are now students. If you don't do well on the final exam, big deal. You can't tutor her yourself over winter break. But if she still gets this grade in college too, Chen Qi was then really somewhat helpless. After all, he had said that in this life, he would make a career and accomplishments on his own. Keep her comfortable and carefree at home. Okay then. Xu Xinruo looked like she was deflated. See the question at. Chen Qi is ready to retell the question. So can you send another experience card? Suddenly, Xu Xinruo asked quietly again. Chen Qi knocked her on the head. Forget what I said? This is the only one. So that's what just this one means? Xu Xinzuo was confused. At the time, she thought that just this one meant that she was the only one who could get the experience card. It turns out that what Chen Qi said about only this one is that apart from after that night, there is no more But, Chen Qi student, you've improved again. Xu Xinruo pursed her smile. What progress? Chen Qi frowned slightly. You've learned to wallop. With Chen Qi's refusal, Xu Xinruo could only patiently learn by resisting the urge to be intimate with him. After finishing all her homework, though, she propped her chin up to look at Chen Qi. She even had a feeling. Re-encountering Chen Qi in this era, it doesn't seem to be any more childish than Chen Qi in his last life. Instead, she's more mature and more likely to care for her in a special way. Don't look at the fact that Chen Qi had verbally disliked her several times, but Schindler herself could feel that. Every time Chen Qi cares about himself, it is the kind of quiet, not easy to be noticed. The evening study session ended and all students went back to their dormitories one by one. But it was already raining heavily outside the school building. Cities in the south rarely see snow in the winter. But if it rains and hits you, it's just as cool as ice melting on your back. Chen Qi, I'm with you. Walking out of the school building, Shu Shinro immediately opened her umbrella and followed Chen Qi. Chen Qi didn't refuse. By the way, Mr. Chen Qi, you said that there is no second experience card, so is there any overtime card? Or a kissing card will do? Shu Shinro kept asking questions from the side. Chen Qi was speechless. I feel that I need to remind you of something. What for? Shu Shinro pouted. You'd better spend your time studying this month, or you won't see me over winter break after the grades from the final exams come out. Chen Qi said politely. Wow, I see. So you're afraid I won't do well on the exams and my mom won't let you tutor me in my studies over winter break. Shu Shinro smiled and said, alright then, I'll study hard. Sure. Chen Qi glanced at her. She said the same thing during the evening study hall. Well, at least for now, sure. Shushina sheepishly moved her gaze elsewhere. It seems that if you want her to really put her mind to her studies, you can't do it without something else. Get in the top 80 on your final exam and I'll give you a present. Chen Qi said calmly. Really? Shu Shinro's eyes lit up. Aha. Chen Qi nodded. What gift? Shu Shinro couldn't wait to follow up. You'll know when the time comes. Chen Qi didn't say it out loud. That's good. Then let's go faster now. I'm going to fight for my life during this month. What do you mean by motivation to learn? That's the motivation to learn. All of a sudden, Shu Shinro couldn't wait to fly to the dormitory right now and sit in front of the desk to study. After being reborn, Chen Qi gave himself his first gift. This is so monumental. Chen Qi-san. Suddenly, they were stopped in front of them by a girl. It looks like it's still a student in the same grade. You know me? Chen Qi was stunned. It doesn't matter if it's pre-rebirth or post-rebirth. He didn't even remember the girl in front of him. Aha, we've seen you play basketball. It's especially handsome. And this is my gift to you. The girl pulled out a wrist guard and handed it over, with a tick mark on it. The girl took the initiative to come over to deliver the gift, and was still looking at Chen Qi with a smile on her face. What it means speaks for itself. No. Shu Shinro immediately tensed up her little face and hurriedly said, Chen Qi doesn't need this. Oh, your classmate Shu Shinro. I've heard about you and Chen Qi. The girl looked at Shu Shinro carefully for a moment and recognized her. Knowing that, then why are you giving gifts? Shu Shinro pouted. Because you've been clinging to Chen Qi-san like craft candy. And Chen Qi-san didn't show any sign of it. So let us know that we mustn't be like you. Ah, Chen Qi-san doesn't like your type. The girl laughed sweetly. It was on fire. Shu Shinro cried out eagerly. Nonsense. He likes me like this. I'll be his girlfriend from now on. Do you know that? Wait. You said you guys? Chen Qi pulled Shu Xianro back and asked towards the girls. Yeah. The girl pointed behind her, and several other girls were beside her with umbrellas coming their way. Shu Shinro immediately had a sense of crisis. I didn't realize that Chen Qi had so many girls chasing after him. That's a bad sign for her. We're betting on whose gift you'd like to meet and get to know. The girl laughed. Classmate Chen Qi. So do you like the gift I gave you? Not like that. Chen Qi shook his head. Why? The girl's smile fell. Why? Because I'm his future girlfriend. Shu Shinro thought smugly from the sidelines. Chen Qi, however, pointed to the logo on the top. Sorry, I support national products. The girl was dumbfounded. By the way, which class are you guys in? Chen Qi asked. What's wrong with the 10th grade arts and crafts class? The girl wondered. Chen Qi glanced towards the girls behind her. Go get them then. Ha, you want to know who among them? The girl thought that it should be who Chen Qi had his eye on. And Shu Shinro was also nervously staring at Chen Qi from the side. That's not true. Chen Qi shrugged and said, I thought that since you guys wanted to get to know me by giving me a gift, someone who knew about it should want to get to know you as well. Who? The girls were curious. And Shu Shinru looked at Chen Qi with bated breath. Chen Qi said with a stern face, Director of Moral Education. Put. Shu Shinro didn't hold back and almost laughed out loud next to her. How fast that girl came over to accost me just now. And how fast she ran away when she heard the name of the head of the D.E.A.'s office. And the girls behind her, after hearing Chen Qi say that, immediately ran away in a puff of smoke as well. It is important to realize that in every school, the person who is the strictest in controlling early love is either the homeroom teacher of the class or the director of the moral education department. First High School, as the key center of Willow City, the director of moral education is definitely stricter about this than the homeroom teacher of their class. They finally realized that. The reason why Shu Shinro took the initiative to stick so close, are still not chasing Chen Qi. Chen Qi is handsome and has good grades, but the director of moral education can be moved out of the way. It's almost like they don't give a shit. Chen Qi, you're so nice. However, after those girls left, Shu Shinro said prettily, you must have done this to ascertain the status of my future girlfriend. Right? I just like it a little quieter. Chen Qi glanced at her and continued walking towards the dormitory. Humph. Tough talk, Shu Shinro muttered and immediately followed her footsteps. However, she deliberately played a careful eye. That is, she put away her own umbrella and came under Chen-Chi's umbrella. The two of them shared an umbrella. Why don't you have an umbrella yourself? Chen-Chi calmly asked. But still, he moved the umbrella towards Shu Shinro's side. I'm lazy, too lazy to hold an umbrella, Shu Shinro said without hesitation. It's just as well. If I don't take an umbrella, I can have you send me to the girls' dormitory. No delivery. Walking to the fork in the road that went to the boys' and girls' dormitories respectively, Chen-Chi directly took the umbrella over. In an instant, Shu Shinro was drenched in pattering rain. She hurriedly opened her umbrella to protect herself from the rain, thinking indignantly that if it rained again tomorrow, she would simply leave it in her dormitory. Back in the dormitory, because of the rain, Shinqin and Lin Xiahua both stayed honestly in the dormitory. Shu Shinro sat at her desk, taking out the oil clay she had bought on New Year's Eve and pondering over it. Shu-san, what are you going to pinch and give to Chen-Chi? Shinqin and Lin Xiahua both came over and asked her curiously. I don't know. Shukinzo mulled over the box of oil clay, because she wanted to give a gift that had a special meaning to Chen-Chi. Although she had long had a foundation of affection for Chen-Chi, Chen-Chi had none for her. Since it's a renewed relationship with Chen-Chi from his high school days, Shu Shinro naturally also thought of leaving something monumental for each other at a time like this. Why don't you make the putty into him? Shinqin put the mirror in front of Shu Shinro. She laughed and said, anyway, you're invisible to anyone but Chen-Chi all day long as if you're invisible to anyone. So just pinch your own likeness and give it to him. Shinqin's intention was to pinch the oil clay into Shu Shinro's own likeness. Like it's really okay? Shu Shinzo nodded slowly. But, can you pinch? Lin Xiahua asked as she came over. I'll try. As if she was instantly energized, Shuxinru opened the box containing the putty and got to work. 10 minutes later, Shinqin and Lin Xiahua laughed before and after. Mr. Shu, no, you're too funny. How did you pinch yourself to look like this? Shinqin laughed so hard that tears came down his face. She pointed at the clay figure in Shu Shinru's hand and said, you pinched a clay figure that doesn't even have a face, but the rest of it stands out. MS. Shu Shinro, although, I know you're pinching seriously. It's really funny. Lin Xiahua couldn't help but laugh along with Shinqin. What do you know? Shu Shinro said to herself. If you're pinching clay figures, you definitely need to emphasize your own characteristics. Although it doesn't have a face, the figure of the clay figure is very good. What's wrong with a curvy body? No problem. Shinqin continued to laugh. But I'm sure of one thing. What is it? Shuxinru was puzzled. Shinqin pointed at the inhuman and ghostly clay figure and said, if you give this to Chen-Chi and then tell him it's yourself, I guarantee he'll be scared to death of you. In the end, Shu Shinro used the powder that softened the oily clay and put it back in the box. As much as she didn't want to admit it, the clay figure she had just pinched in her own likeness was indeed a little too scary. MS. Shu Shinro, I don't think you should have a single thought. At this moment, Lin Xiahua came over and reminded. For example, when do you plan to give it to Chen-Chi? It should be Chen-Chi's birthday, Shu Shinro said. And when is his birthday? Did you look into it? Lin Xiahua asked worriedly. After all, Shu Shinro only transferred to the first middle school this semester. Of course, Shu Shinro almost blurted out. June 12th. I remember it well. If you can't, you can make the oil clay into the numbers 6, 1, 2 foot as well. At this time, Shinqin came over to give his opinion. At least, it's much better than that horrible mudman you just had. That's too easy. Shu Shinro pouted, obviously not too happy with this proposal. How could one give Chen-Chi his first birthday present so casually? So here's the deal. Lin Xiahua thought about it and helped Shu Shinro with an idea. Think about it. Just this semester you've been in contact with Chen-Chi. Do you know what things he likes? Or rather, when you were together, was there anything that had a special commemorative meaning for you and for him? Special significance? Several things came to mind at once as Shu Shinro thought about it. There are many things that are monumental to her and Chen-Chi. The ring from the wedding, the happy wedding photos taken, and the couple's necklace she wore with Chen-Chi from college until work. But all of these things are just what it meant before the rebirth. But after being reborn, what did Chen-Chi mention to her the most? Well, almost instantly, Shu Shinro dropped her gaze on the language textbook with the reference book placed next to it. Himself. It was impossible to pinch a book and give it to Chen-Chi, right? That's too much of a stretch. But seeing the books, Shu Shinro remembered what Chen-Chi had told her today about improving her language scores, especially for this semester's final exams. Forget it, I'll think about it myself. Maybe there's another way to find out. Shu Shinro pondered, put away the oil clay, and took the language book and reference book to do questions and read. The most important thing for her right now is to get her grades up on her final exams. As for what is the best gift for Chun-Chi, just ask him. So when she came to the classroom the next day, after Shu Shinro handed Chun-Chi a carton of milk, she pondered and asked, Chen-Chi classmate, can I ask you, what you're going to send me if I make it into the top 80 in my grade on the final exam? Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Chen-Chi turned his head. I'm just curious, Shu Shinro said rightfully. You're going to give it to me anyway, so it shouldn't be a big deal for me to ask in advance, right? Chen-Chi laughed a little. It's nothing, but it also depends on how well you did on your exams. Ha, that all makes a difference? Shu Shinro was surprised. Sure, I said, when you get into the 80th percentile in your grade. Chen-Chi said calmly, if you don't get this rank on the exam, I will also give you something. It's okay if you don't get in? Shu Shinro's eyes lit up. Heartily, I cheered. I don't want to make the effort. Then what will you give me if I don't get into the top 80 in my grade? Shu Shinro asked with greedy eyes. Chen-Chi pointed to the book and said, 5 years of college entrance exams and 3 years of simulations. Shu Shinro was dumbfounded. If Chen-Chi had given her this, I'm afraid she would have fainted on the spot. Then I'm sure I'll get into the top 80 in my grade. Shu Shinro immediately said, if I really get this rank, what will you send me? What do you want? Chen-Chi didn't give her an answer right away. So, I want a couple necklaces. Is that okay? Shu Shinro gave her answer almost instantly, because the couple's necklace that she and Chen-Chi used to wear was given to her by Chen-Chi, and Chen-Chi was not surprised by this answer, or had already thought of it. But what exactly? You have to let Shu Shinzoi say. Okay, Chen-Chi agreed. Then it's a deal. A deal. Shu Shinro was afraid that Chen-Chi would back out. Aha. Chen-Chi nodded. Not only do you have to give it to me, we both have to wear it, Shu Shinro added. But just at this time, she suddenly felt a sharp look cast from outside the classroom. Turning his head, Chen-Chi had already moved his gaze to the book. As for whose gaze is outside the classroom, it is naturally the homeroom teacher of class 1, Jiang Shuli. Originally, she had felt before that Jiang Shuli seemed to be paying more and more attention to her. If she finds out about the blatant chatting with Chun-Chi during morning reading time, can't tell what will happen. So she reluctantly picked up her book for her morning reading as well, or at least look like she had to act like she did. But then again, one really has to work hard for finals. Shu Shinro thought so. After all, after being reborn, the Chen-Chi she met was practically as if she had turned on the heat in terms of her academic performance. If it was just a matter of not getting good final grades, or not meeting Chun-Chi's requirements, it was actually not a big problem, because she was confident that even if she didn't do well in school, it wasn't really that big of a problem. After all, Shu Shinro could see that Chen-Chi must like her. The price for a poor test is, at most, sacrificing a winter vacation, not being able to stay with Chun-Chi as a matter of course. Sneaking out to go on a date with Chun-Chi should still be possible. Just, if one still doesn't do well in the entrance exams, then there's a good chance you won't be able to go to college in the same city as Chun-Chi, in case the two are separated. That's a big problem. As someone who has been there, she knows how painful a long-distance relationship can be. In the past, even when she traveled out of town for a few days, she couldn't wait to leave her cell phone on 24 hours a day to video screen with Chen-Chi. And going to college, that's 4 years away. Learn. Work hard. In the days that followed, Shu Shinro could be said to have carried out this slogan to the end. For once, she was really getting serious about her studies. Not only do they say so in words, but they do the same in deeds. There are times when you even dream of studying. As roommates in the same dormitory, both Lin Xiaohua and Shinxin couldn't help but sigh that the power of love was, indeed, the best motivation. If it wasn't for Chen-Chi, they couldn't believe to death that Shu Shinro would study so hard these days. You know, during the time when Shu Shinro had just transferred over, she either watched dramas on her cell phone with Lin Xiaohua every day after school, either that or he was chatting with Shinxin about some celebrity gossip. And look at it now. The first thing you do when you get back to your dorm room every day is to turn out your language books and reference books. Finally, the time has come for the last week before finals. Due to the rainy weather, the afternoon gym class turned into a study hall. Originally, Shu Shinro had planned to continue reading during the study session, but as she watched, she fell asleep. Chen-Chi quietly glanced at her from the side and didn't go to wake Shu Xianro up, because he knew that in the past few days, Shu Shinro was really a little tired of studying. People tend to dream when they sleep in a state of fatigue, and Shu Shinro waited until this dream was over before waking up in a daze. Classmate Shu Shinro, you finally woke up? When she opened her eyes, in front of her eyes was Lin Xiaohua, who had her backpack on. Ha, Hannah, why are you still out of your seat during class time? Look again, the classroom is almost gone, and you call it class time. Lin Xiaohua helplessly pointed to the seat next to her. Obviously, among these classmates she was talking about, Chen-Chi was likewise included. Ha, school's over already? Even Chen-chi is gone? Shuhinro had a dejected look on her face. Originally, she had planned to stick to Chen-chi and go home together. It's nice to be able to walk to the station together, even though their homes are located far apart. But Chen-chi asked me to tell you something, Lin Xiaohua said with a smile towards Shu Shinru. What is it? Shu Shinru looked at her curiously. Lin Xiaohua said meaningfully, Chen-chi said that study should be combined with work and rest. Like you are too desperate for the body is not good. He can be heartbroken that your body is exhausted. He really said that. Ha! Shu Shinru was pleasantly surprised. Lin Xiaohua covered her mouth and laughed. Fake. Shu Shinru gave Lin Xiaohua a sly blank look. We're good girlfriends at least. Is it fun to tease yourself like this? However, I made up that latter sentence. Chen-chi did tell me that I want you to combine labor and rest. Lin Xiaohua laughed. So, that's okay. At least Chen-chi cared about himself. But Shu Shinru sighed and said, once this weekend is over, the final exams will start next week. Where can I slack off? Classmate Shu Shinru, I realized that you've really changed a lot from when you first transferred here. Lin Xiaohua lamented. What changes? Shikinzo asked. For example, in the beginning, you didn't care about your academic performance at all. But now, it seems like you're caring more and more because of Chen-chi's classmates? Lin Xiaohua said. Shu Shinru admitted with a big smile. Of course, it's the driving force of love. The weekend was followed by 2 days of final exams. On the first day, 3 subjects of language, mathematics and foreign languages are examined. On the second day, it was a test of physics, chemistry and biology in science. And when it comes to the final exam, Shu Shinru won't have the chance to cheat or be smart anymore. This is because the seating order of students in all grades is disrupted. And the classroom where the test will be taken is not necessarily in this class. There are 12 classes throughout the year, all of which may be exam rooms for students. And based on the test number, there is only a small chance that even students from the same class will be placed in the same test room. For example, Shu Xinwei and Chen-chi were not in the same exam room. Chen-chi took the test in class 1 and Shu Xianro took the test in class 9. Not to mention not being in the same classroom. Even out of the classroom, there is still one more floor to go from class 1 to class 9. This time, however, Shu Shinru had no intention of cheating. A month of hard work. It's also time to validate your harvest. Tuesday afternoon. All the exams are all over. The students of each class also return to their classrooms one after another. You get your grades in 3 days, so after school later, go back to your dorm and pack up your stuff. Then go home and get some rest. Jiang Shuli left the classroom after making such an announcement. In the classroom, led by Jiang Fan, many students burst into cheers. After all, the 3 days between final exams and receiving your grades are the easiest 3 days for everyone. Because when you get your grades, it means winter break starts. And when winter break starts, it means having tons of winter break homework. In case you have to do poorly on the final exam again, maybe you'll have to be read to by your parents for the whole winter vacation. So it's only been 3 days, and it's been stress-free, both mentally and physically. Mr. Chen-chi, the final exams are over. What are your plans? After Jiang Shuli left, Shu Shinru couldn't wait to ask towards Chen-chi as well. Instead, Chen-chi gave Shu Shinru a somewhat puzzled look. Not going to work over at your parents' company? Oh, yeah. Shuxinju nodded. What about the 3 days? Wait for the grades. Chen-chi said. Just waiting. Shu Shinru nudged her mouth and proposed. Why don't we go see a movie tomorrow? It's not easy to finish the exams. We have to relax. Just in case Chen-chi didn't agree. She also turned her head towards Lin Xiaohua and said, Little flower, we're preparing to watch the movie tomorrow, right? Even the tickets are booked. And Shen-chin, she said she wants to go too. As she spoke, she also blinked twice at Lin Xiaohua. Aha! Lin Xiaohua nodded helplessly. Even if Shu Shinru didn't say it, she knew. This girl went to the movies with her? I'm afraid watching a movie with Chen-chi is the real deal. Right. Jiang Fan. Seeing that Chen-chi didn't seem to have taken a stand yet, he waved at Jiang Fan in the back row again. What? Jiang Fan suspiciously came over. We're going to the movies tomorrow. Are you going? Little Flower is going too. Shu Shinru deliberately brought up Lin Xiaohua. Lin Xiaohua gave her a breathless blank look, but it didn't say anything. Okay. As soon as Jiang Fan heard that Lin Xiaohua wanted to go, he immediately nodded his head and agreed. And Shu Shinru also at this time. Keep toward him to Chen-chi make eyes. Got it. Jiang Fan instantly responded, coming over towards Chen-chi and saying, Old Chen, why don't you go too? It's not easy to finish the exam. Let's all go and relax together. All right. Chen-chi thought about it and finally nodded his head in agreement. After all, he could see during this time that Shu Shinru's studies were intense, and it was indeed time to relax and unwind. That's a good deal. Then, we'll see you later. Shu Shimro nodded in satisfaction and pulled Lin Xiaohua back to the dormitory to pack her things. Move fast. You have to be fast, because besides watching movies with Chun-Chi, she has other plans. A few moments later, Chen-Chi also returned to the dormitory to pack up his things and leave the school. But the first moment he stepped out of the school gates, a figure came up beside him. Chen-Chi-san, shall we join together? It just so happens that I've stopped a cab. With so many things, it's not very convenient to take the bus. Shu Shinru quietly pointed toward a waiting cab on the side road. Although this may delay the cab driver a bit. But, what if you gave him a couple extra bucks to wait for himself? As the president of a Fortune 500 company, Shu Shinro was well aware of the power of Kryptonian warriors. We don't seem to be traveling the same way, do we? Chen-Chi glanced toward her. But it's not good to take a taxi when so many students are in a hurry to go home. Shu Shinro answered as a matter of course. Okay. Chen-Chi nodded his head and rode in the cab with Shu Xinro. Mr. Chen-Chi, can I come to your house? I don't mean anything else, it's just that I want to ask you to assign me winter vacation homework. Well, that's it. Shu Hinzo made a good excuse. Is this something you volunteered? Chen-Chi asked suspiciously. As soon as he heard Shu Shinro's words, he knew that it definitely couldn't be that simple. Of course, I'm soaking in my studies every day these days. Okay, don't mention how tired I am. And the day before yesterday, that is, Saturday afternoon, I even fell asleep from exhaustion when I was reviewing and had a dream. Even Shu Shinro still had palpitations when she mentioned this dream. Mr. Chen-Chi, do you know what I dreamed about? Shu Shinro turned her head to ask him. Chen-Chi shook his head. All I dreamed about was language texts and literature. Even when you got to college, after you finally became my boyfriend, you made me copy texts all day long. Shu Shinro glanced slyly at Chen-Chi. Who let Chen-Chi usually let her copy the literary texts when she had nothing else to do? Chen-Chi smiled bashfully. That's also for your own good. But you know I actually dislike copying literary texts. Shu Shinro had a resigned face. Then you can choose not to let me be your boyfriend. Chen-Chi laughed lightly. That won't work. Shu Shinro immediately said. Even if you make me hand in my homework every day, I still want to be with you. Turn in your homework? At this age, are you going to start turning in homework? The cabbie took advantage of the wait for the stoplight to turn his head and glance toward them with a look of disbelief. Students nowadays are really playing with more and more flowers. Myself, I can't keep up with the times anymore. In the middle of the day, the cab stopped at the highway next to Chen-Chi's house. Shu Shinro followed Chen-Chi to his home. Open the door. Chen Xinhua is not at home. Around 5 o'clock. He should still be working overtime at the factory. Chen-Chi, can I go to your room to have a look? Shu Shinro carefully pointed to Chen-Chi's bedroom, because she actually had her own purpose for coming to Chen-Chi's house today. If you want to see something, just see for yourself. Chen-Chi put the clothes he brought back from school into the washing machine and left Shu Shinro alone in his bedroom. So nostalgic. As if she had walked into her own home, Shu Shinro sat directly on the edge of Chen-Chi's bed. The small space contained only a bed, a desk, and a wooden closet. Even the computer was placed almost exactly as she remembered it. But after seeing the computer, Shu Shinro was a bit puzzled, because as far as she remembered, Chen-Chi's family bought the computer when they entered the keyline in the first mock exam of their senior year of high school. At that time, I heard Chen-Chi say that it was used by his father, Chen Xinhua, to make it easier for him to look up information. But why does Chen-Chi's family already have a computer now that he's in his second year of high school? I guess husbands in this day and age aren't the same as they used to be. Thinking about how Chen-Chi is always first in his grade every time he takes an exam, Shu Shinro was instantly relieved as well, since the computer was given as a reward for Chen-Chi's good grades. So this semester Chen-Chi was first in his class every time. Almost perfect scores every time. It was normal that Chen Xinhua would reward him in advance. As for the reasons why Chen-Chi's academic performance changed, at first, when she first met Chen-Chi, Shu Shinro questioned whether he had acquired it through rebirth. But after dismissing that thought, another possibility gradually occurred to her. As ridiculous as that possibility was, she felt the odds were up. Want to get online? Suddenly, Chen-Chi walked in and saw Shu Xinro pondering in front of the computer. Yeah. Shu Shinru quietly came over and said, Chen-Chi, can you show me what's in your computer? What if I say I can't? Chen-Chi deliberately joked. That's not good. Shu Xinro immediately said, let me tell you, your good academic performance now is half of my credit. Then this computer was awarded to you by uncle, so it should be half of me as well. Why does it matter to you? Chen-Chi asked carelessly. Because I prayed for you in a dream. Shu Shinro grunted. Tell you what you dream about in your dreams, the odds are that it will come true. So what kind of dream did you have? Chen-Chi smiled faintly, not caring too much. The dream I had was that a very hollow voice told me that I could make 3 wishes and have them come true. Shu Shinzwa said. 3 wishes? Chen Shi was stunned for a moment. I don't know why. At the mention of wishes, he thought of the petition he had made before he was reborn. Then recalling that Shu Shinro often expresses the events before her rebirth in the form of dreams, Chen Shi can't help but feel some curiosity in his heart. Yeah, Shu Shinro winked at him. And these 3 wishes I made are all about you. Such a sentence caused Chen Shi to tremble inwardly. 3 wishes, all about him? Chen Shi took a deep breath and looked at Shu Shinru with some complexity. What did you wish for? Like let's say you're good at school. Shu Shinro said with a big smile. The first wish I made was to make you the best and most excellent boy in the world. Chen Shi's heart trembled. Originally, he thought that his academic performance was hand in hand because of the relationship between his intelligence points being full, but now it seems as if it might be more than that, because if Shu Shinro really makes this wish, it just overlapped with his desire to have his intelligence points filled. Then do you have any more wishes? Chen Shi asked with some impatience, because he's curious if the other 2 wishes ever overlapped with his petition. You want to know? I wouldn't tell you if I knew. Shu Hinro sold a lie. After a mischievous tongue out, she pressed the computer's on button, and Chen Shi didn't stop her. But after turning it on, Shu Shinro was speechless. Chen Shi actually set a password. If you tell me your other 2 wishes, I'll turn it on for you. Chen Shi laughed. Don't think I can't guess. Shu Shinro began to enter the password with her hands. It includes Chen Shi's penguin password, date of birth, and the tail number on the back of his ID. But without exception, none of them worked. How come? Shu Shinro was a bit dumbfounded. I didn't expect that the Chen Shi of this era would not follow the rules. Name your other 2 wishes and I'll help you with the password. Chen Shi laughed. What do you care what I wish for in my dreams? Shu Shinro muttered. Just curious. Chen Shi didn't make things sound important. Well, then, after thinking about it, Shu Shinro said, but I'll only tell you 1 wish, and I can't tell you the 3rd wish no matter what. Okay. Chen Shi nodded. You enter the password first. Shu Shinro gave up her position. Chen Shi tapped the keyboard quickly, not giving Shu Shinro a chance to see clearly. Because of his password, it's the day he married Shu Shinro. If Shu Shinro denied that he was also reborn back into this era, it is absolutely impossible to guess this password. Not really. What do you call that? I didn't even see it. Shu Shinro complained. You only asked me to enter the password. You didn't say I had to tell you the password. Chen Shi laughed. Shu Shinro took a deep breath and said seriously, classmate Chen Shi, you've learned the hard way. Okay, so tell me, what's your 2nd wish? Chen Shi deliberately made a careless appearance. With such an attitude, Shu Shinro wouldn't suspect anything. I'm backtracking and not telling you. Shu Shinro held the mouse and clicked around while keeping her small mouth closed. You did promise. Chen Shi reminded. It's one thing to promise. It's another to do it or not. I've promised so many things. Who remembers clearly? Shu Xianro didn't even bother to find an excuse. Chen Shi student. I'll tell you for sure. Except for the matter of liking you that I'm serious. Everything, just pretend that I didn't say it. Chen Shi was speechless. Promised things suddenly backtracked. Also really Shu Shinro's characteristics, like the drive before the crash. Originally Shu Shinro was the one who promised to let Chen Shi open the. Didn't you say that you would listen to me? Chen Shi remembered that Shu Shinro had said this. Yeah, but I'm not in a very good mood now that I've been tricked by you. So I'm not going to tell you my wish. Whenever you tell me the password in its original form, I'll tell you my wish. Shu Shinro let out a grunt. Chen Shi was also helpless and didn't pursue the matter any further. However, when the day comes when he will sooner or later have to show his cards to her, he may know the other 2 wishes of Shu Shinro. Can I see what's on the computer? Shu Shinro turned her head to look at Chen Shi. Whatever. Originally, Chen Shi still wanted to hide the matter of buying futures, but after knowing the first wish Shu Shinro had made, he felt it was okay to let her know. Then I'll watch. However, instead of opening the browser, Shu Shinro flipped through the folders in her computer. Today, her purpose for coming to Chen Shi's house was simple. Just want to see what Chen Shi really likes at this time. If you find something that Chen Shi particularly likes, you can then use the putty to pinch that shape yourself. Chen Shi would have loved it, but after looking for several folders, Shu Shinro found nothing. There wasn't even a picture in it. What are you looking for? Chen Shi asked suspiciously. I'm looking for. Shukinzo thought of excuses. How can I tell him in advance when I haven't even pinched the oil clay yet? Quickly, she came up with an infinitely more appropriate reason. She said seriously, as your future girlfriend, I think it's important for me to know what kind of girls you like, then just ask me directly. What's the point of going through these folders? Chen Shi asked. You don't know that, do you? Shu Shinro said smugly. Every boy has their private collection in their computer, and their aesthetics must be similar to the enlightened teachers in those collections. Chen-Chi was speechless. So she was looking for an island movie? There are only 4 discs in the computer. C, D, E, and F. Shu Shinro rummaged around, but couldn't find any useful information. So, go to your browser and check it out? Right, see what sites he frequents. Saying that, Shu Shinru clicked on the browser. Why are you looking here again now? Chen-Chi asked helplessly. He could tell that Shu Shinro definitely wasn't looking for some private collection in a boy's computer. Shu Shinro muttered. In case you're too lazy to download it, what if you just watch it online? Chen-Chi was once again speechless, though knowing that the girl's intentions were not to be. But the reasons she found, surprisingly, all made sense. Shu Shinro moved the mouse to favorites, but didn't click on it. Mr. Chen-Chi, can I take a look? Shu Shinro turned her head and asked. You can look if you want. There are no secrets on my computer. Chen-Chi nodded. Che, I don't believe it. Then I'm going to see it. I'm going to see it. Originally, Shu Shinro still felt that with her and Chen-Chi's current relationship, rummaging through each other's personal space was a bit too good. But Chen-Chi had said so. Where was she to not look? Just, after opening the favorites, Shu Shinro turned her head and looked at the divine pool with a very strange gaze. What? Chen-Chi raised an eyebrow. Chen-Chi student. You usually shop this? Shu Shinro slowly moved the mouse to the True Love Network option, and then clicked on it. The contents of the favorites folder are directly the access record of Chen Xinhua's account. Ha! Shu Shinro was taken aback. Chen-Chi student you're not? Her jaw dropped to the floor in surprise, because she realized that the 2 women in the access log were both around 35. Could it be that you like young women? It's my dad's account number. Chen-Chi gave him a breathless blank look and explained. I wanted to find him a companion. Oh, you scared me. I told you. How come you still go to dating sites? Shu Shinro patted her chest repeatedly. When she saw true love, she was almost scared out of her wits. Maybe I can use it in the future? Chen-Chi deliberately flirted. No way, you'll never use it in your life. Shu Shinro hurriedly stared at him intently and said, you said that I'm your future girlfriend, with me around. Isn't it better than the girls on these websites? Just saying. Chen-Chi laughed. Okay, but you did the right thing. Shu Shinro slowly nodded her head and said, Uncle should really consider finding a companion now as well. Chen-Chi knew that Chen Xinhua would remain single in the future, and she naturally knew that as well. But unlike his last life, Chen-Chi had started to help Chen Xinhua think about this matter when he was in high school. In Shu Shinro's opinion, the wish she made did work. Not only did Chen-Chi's academic performance become better than before, even in the details of honoring elders, it is much better than before. Thinking about this as their own can salvage, Shu Shinro heart feel beautiful. Ah, Mr. Chen-Chi, you even read securities websites? Finally, Shu Shinro found the securities website that Chen-Chi had saved in his favorites. And Chen-Chi directly nodded his head and admitted, actually, I've been interested in this area since junior high school, but I've just never told anyone about it, and I don't intend to tell anyone either. In order to prevent Shu Shinro from having the idea of why she didn't know, Chen-Chi deliberately said the last sentence. Oh, but if you want to buy futures, it's also called an investment, and as long as it's an investment, there's some risk. Shu Shinro nodded slightly and said, to choose the right futures, you must have a thorough investigation and understanding of the market. Otherwise, you can only lose your money. Student Chen-Chi, you must not touch this now. Just looking. Chen-Chi shrugged. In Shu Shinro's opinion, Chen-Chi's words had a high degree of truthfulness. At least for now, he shouldn't have the financial ability to buy futures. But, these futures you're looking at specifically are pretty interesting. Shu Shinro looked at the lines on the top and said, during last year, their prospects didn't even seem to be good. But because the market's demand has become stronger, this year it's already on a substantial rise. If my guess is right, it should peak in a couple weeks' time. Oh, you know this so well? Chen-Chi deliberately asked. Of course, investment is also business. I'm telling you, don't look at your future girlfriend's poor academic performance, but she still has business acumen. Shu Shinro proudly patted Chen-Chi's shoulder and said with bravado, classmate Chen-Chi, count yourself lucky. Maybe you've even found the wife of the president of a top 500 company now. Meh. Chen-Chi smiled faintly. He knew that Shu Shinro was telling the truth. Ha, wait a minute. Chen-Chi-san, I'm noticing that something's wrong. Not only is it not right, but it's so angry. Suddenly, Shu Shinro remembered something with a wrathful look. Chen-Chi was puzzled. Shu Shinro glanced at Chen-Chi. You mean, you've been curious about this since middle school? Aha. Chen-Chi nodded. After thinking about it, Shu Shinro said. Student Chen Chi. For the record, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about a person who most likely saved up his personal money behind his wife's back, and he's just now been caught. The Chen Chi of this era didn't have funds, but the Chen Chi of the future did. Chen Chi. If Shu Shinro said that, who else could she be talking about if not him? Alas, nothing useful. Unfortunately, Shu Shinro casually looked at it again. It seems like there really isn't anything on the computer from Chen Chi about Chen Chi's hobbies. Chen Chi students, what do you say? Is your favorite? Solely. Shu Shinro directly stood up from in front of the computer and curiously looked at Chen Chi. Didn't I tell you? Knowledge of securities. Chen Chi pointed at the monitor. Ha! Shu Shinro suddenly brainstormed an image. On Chen Chi's birthday, he took out a gift box for himself and gave it to Chen Chi. Mr. Chen Chi, this is for you. If you like it, then can I, the future girlfriend, be converted? She handed over the gift box. What is it? Curious, Chen Chi opened the gift box. Your favorite thing. She watched with a smile on her face as Chen Chi opened the gift box. Instead, it turned out that what was in the gift box was a trend chart of futures. Then Chen Chi's face darkened. There are also green lines on the top, implying that I'll be green after you become my girlfriend? Farewell. No way. No way. Absolutely not. How can you give away something like that? Shu Shinro immediately shook her head. What are you asking for? At that moment, Chen Chi asked towards her. I was just asking. Shu Shinro sheepishly flitted her gaze around. Ha! Suddenly, Shu Shinro's eyes landed on Chen Chi's nightstand. Chen Chi, what's this? Curious, she walked over to the top of that, which was a picture frame with a photo, still in black and white. That looked dated. My dad said it was the only picture of my mom. Chen Chi walked over and said calmly, oh. For a while, Shu Shinro fell into silence, because she knew about the death of Chen Chi's mother. Even Chen Chi has no impression of her at all. Think of the gravity with which Chen Chi sweeps the graves every year. Shu Shinro could then empathize with Chen Chi's feelings. From a young age, you lose a blood-thick family relationship. Such a feeling. It must not be good. I'm sorry, Chen Chi students. I didn't mean it. I know full well that. Even just transferred over with you to visit your aunt. I shouldn't have brought up the things that made you sad. After all, a lot of people's happiness starts through the likes of their parents from a young age. Shushin's was said softly, speaking in a whisper and bowing her head as if she had made some kind of mistake. Ha, it is indeed a blessing to have a mother. But my father brought me up, and I can feel the happiness of a family just as warmly. Chen Chi didn't mind. But inside, you've actually been feeling bad, haven't you? Shu Shinro raised her head and looked at Chen Chi with emotion. Get used to it. Chen Chi shook his head. Ugh. Shu Shinro let out a long sigh. Afterward, her gaze became very determined as she looked at Chen Chi again. Mr. Chen Chi, I promise, I'm going to contract all of your happiness in the future, and I will definitely make you the happiest man alive. Saying that, Shu Shinro stared tightly into Chen Chi's eyes. At the same time, she was even a little secretly pleased. Himself, as if he had botched it? Will he be so moved that he'll let himself be converted from futuristic to current on the spot? Two men, staring at each other. Shu Shinro's little heart thumped. Quickly say touched. Quickly say yes. When Chen Chi pursed her lips, her heart tightened. My dad is coming back, Chen Chi said faintly. Ha, Shu Shinro looked at Chen Chi. If my dad saw a girl mouthing off about giving me happiness, what do you think? What would he think? Chen Chi continued. This, Shu Shinro stole a glance towards the door. After all, saying something like a happiness or something like that at this age would definitely fall into the category of early love. So, it's time for you to go home, Chen Chi said gently. Shu Shinro wanted to cry. Where's the promised touch? The result is to drive yourself away. Then, well, tomorrow we go to the movies together, all with the little flowers. They have a date. Before Shu Shinro left, she didn't forget to remind Chen Chi so. Aha. Chen Chi nodded. Alas, Chen Chi students, we'll see you tomorrow then. After saying goodbye, Shu Shinro left Chen Chi's house. Taking the car back to her house, Shu Shinro plopped right down on the couch. Despite a trip to Chen Chi's house, it seems like I still don't know what he really likes. Maybe future securities are indeed considered a hobby for Chen Chi. But this hobby, however, was one that she had vetoed on the spot. Wait. Suddenly, Shu Shinro thought of the photo. The photo is of Chen Chi's dad and Chen Chi's mom. Remember what Chen Chi said? The happiness of his family made him feel warm. I know what to send him. Shu Shinro immediately got up from the sofa and took out the oil clay box directly from her school bag. After just 2 pinches, she used another packet of softening powder to restore the putty. Why is it so strange to pinch your own figurines? The next day, noon, because Chen Xinhua worked overtime yesterday. Chen Qi was already asleep when he got home. Instead, he saw that there was still a hot meal left on the dining room table. It's the one that Chen Qi warmed up once before he went to bed. So at lunchtime, Chen Xinhua looked at this Chen Qi sitting across the table and couldn't help but feel a million emotions. Your own son. He's really getting the hang of it. Xiao Qi did you finish your exam yesterday? Chen Xinhua asked towards him. Aha. Chen Qi nodded. Then, how did you do on the exam? Chen Xinhua was concerned. After all, this was still Chen Qi's first final exam after his progress. There is no parent that is not concerned about their child's grades. As usual, I guess. Chen Qi nodded. That's good. That's good. Chen Xinhua rubbed his hands together in excitement. What's the usual Chen Qi score? That's close to a perfect score for first in the grade. If you can be first in your grade in a major high school, you'll be able to go to a prestigious university. By the way, Koike. Actually, right. You mentioned that thing to me last time. I thought about it well. Maybe we can really try. Suddenly, Chen Xinhua reddened his old face and said towards Chen Qi. Last time? What is it? Chen Qi hadn't reacted for a while. It's that. What's it, true love? Come. Chen Xinhua smiled awkwardly. Oh, this. Once he heard this, Chen Qi also smiled. Okay, Dad. It just so happens that I'm going out in the afternoon, so you can go to the computer and see how it works. I've told you how to operate it. Row. Chen Xinhua nodded his head repeatedly. As he was talking, Chen Qi's cell phone rang. Chen Qi glanced at the note on his cell phone and directly pressed the answer button to his ear. On the other side of the cell phone, Xu Xinrou's happy voice immediately came. Chen Qi, shouldn't we go out now? There's a very good movie today that's especially suitable for us to go see. It was agreed to meet in front of the first school at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Qi spoke to Chen Xinhua and then went out to go over. He arrived earlier, and when he came to the entrance of the school, Jiang Fan was alone. Yo, old Chen, looks like you're almost as active as I am. As soon as Jiang Fan saw Chen Qi, he joked, still say you have no interest in the person Xu Xin? Isn't this dating and watching movies more or less the same as me? I told you honestly, I like little flower. About things like crushes. Once it's been said once, then it's easy to say it a second time. Chen Qi knew this well. I didn't say I have no interest in her. Chen Qi said calmly. Crap, you finally admit it? Jiang Fan's eyes widened. Chen Qi laughed. But I didn't say it was interesting either. Does that mean anything or not? Jiang Fan eagerly inquired. I don't want to fall in love now. Let's talk about it later. Chen Qi said perfunctorily. Alas, that's fine, but, you don't want to talk about it. Does it mean your brother I don't want to I thought of a particularly good idea today. You must help brother me. Jiang Fan came up thievishly and pointed to the intersection of the road out of the school street. Does that side know? Chen Qi was puzzled. There are places to rent bikes. Jiang Fan rubbed his hands and said, look at this big weekend. To go to the Baida Plaza side of the shopping must be quite a lot of people. Later I will say let's ride a bike together, how about it? You want to ride a bike with Lin Xiaohua? Chen Qi instantly gained insight into Jiang Fan's intentions. Of course, I'm a great driver. Jiang Fan patted his chest and said. Chen Qi rolled his eyes. That also depends on whether or not the person is willing. Unwillingness must also be willing. Let me tell you I specifically looked at. The better bikes over there are only 3 left. Think about it. You, Xu Xinru, me, Xiaohua, plus Xinqin from their dormitory. Isn't this just right? Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows and said. So, it's not whether she's willing or not, but if she rides a bicycle over there, it will definitely be me and her together. After all, Xu Xinru must be pulling you on a bike, right? Actually, Chen Qi wanted to tell him that there is another possibility. Chen Qi. From a distance, they heard Xu Xinru waving at them from the intersection. Next to Xu Xinru, Xinqin and Lin Xiaohua were both there. The 3 girls ran over to me and breathed hot air into their palms. Winter in the south is not at all colder than in the north. You guys are so early? How about we go straight over there then? Just in time to watch the movie and have dinner together. Xu Xinru had already had a plan for a long time. Ahem. But then, I have a proposition. And just at this time, Lin Xiaohua coughed dryly twice. What do you propose, Hannah? Xu Xinru smiled and made a wink towards Lin Xiaohua. Just follow the script they said they would when they came over. Lin Xiaohua continued. That, you guys see Baida Plaza is usually so crowded. Taking a car may also encounter traffic jams. It just so happens that when we just came over, we saw that there is a place to rent bicycles over the intersection. Why don't we ride our bicycles? Crap. As soon as he heard this, Jiang Fan immediately patted Chen Qi's shoulder. Old Chen, look at you. Little Flower is thinking the same as me. At that moment, Lin Xiaohua froze. Jiang Fan leaped forward and said, I was just talking to old Chen about this too. Then let's make a deal and ride our bicycles there together? Yeah. Shu Shinro simply agreed before asking towards Chen Qi. Chen Qi student. Everyone has agreed. You should be fine with it, right? Whatever. Chen Qi shrugged his shoulders. The 5 men walked over together. The owner of the bicycle rental warmly greeted. 5 students. You want to rent bicycles? Shu Shinro darted her eyes toward Lin Xiaohua. Lin Xiaohua hurriedly said, yeah boss, but it seems like you only have 3 better bikes here? Here's the thing. These 3 bikes are slightly more expensive. 21 hours, 15 for the others. The owner said honestly. How about we rent these 3 cars? Lin Xiaohua turned her head and asked. Good, just the 5 of us. Wouldn't it be fine to carry 1 person in 2 cars? Shu Shinro pursed her lips and smiled. Everything, it's all in her script. Stealing a glance at Chen Qi. While he didn't make a statement, he immediately gently touched Lin Xiaohua with his arm. Boss, these 3 cars it is then. Lin Xiaohua directly went over to pay. Shu Shinro and the others didn't rob her about the car rental fee. After all, they all know that this girl is a thoroughly rich second generation. Hannah, do you want a ride? Jiang Fan pushed one of the bikes out. No need. Lin Xiaohua shook her head. Well, you always have to be with someone. Look at it. Halfway through his sentence, Jiang Fan came over and muttered towards Lin Xiaohua. Shu Shinro and old Chen must have 1 car. You're not going to split them up, are you? Of course not. Lin Xiaohua said decisively. You know, the car rental thing can be Shu Shinro's arrangement. As for what her purpose was, Lin Xiaohua and Shen Qin both understood. Then it's not just us? Jiang Fan pointed at him and Lin Xiaohua. What are you looking at me for? Shen Qin said she drove me. Right, Sister Qin? Lin Xiaohua turned her head towards Shen Qin and guffawed. Yeah. Shen Qin returned the smile and pushed the car out, and Lin Xiaohua sat directly in the back seat. At that moment, Jiang Fan was dumbfounded. How can there be such a possibility? Chen Qi shook his head helplessly. Just now, he was ready to tell Jiang Fan about this possibility. Chen Qi-san, why don't you give me a ride too? Before Shu Shinro could wait for Chen Qi to roll the car out, she sat directly in the back. Aha! Chen Qi rode up, and Shu Xianro immediately wrapped Chen Qi's waist around her. Why rent a bike? That's the effect to have. Old Chen, you're awesome. Jiang Fan sighed towards Chen Qi. Look at your lonely self and then look at people. No comparison. No harm. Pedal up and all 3 bikes move forward together. Chen Qi, how about we compete to see who's faster? Shen Qin carried Lin Xiaohua to the side of Chen Qi and Shu Shinru and deliberately said in a provocative manner. No comparison. Chen Qi directly shook his head no. Shu-san, it seems that the boy you're looking at isn't very good either. Can't you ride a bike as well as a girl like me? Shen Qin deliberately flirted. It's not safe to carry people. Chen Qi said lightly. Shen Qin said disdainfully. Che, I'm still not carrying little flower. You're simply afraid, aren't you? Chen Qi didn't pay any attention to her, but just said faintly. At least it's on the road. Pay attention to driving safety. Alas, Mr. Shu, is Chen Qi not a very good cyclist? Shen Qin deliberately made a wink towards Shu Shinru. If you ride your bike a little faster, it's a favor to your own BFF. After all, at high speeds, it certainly creates opportunities for 2 people to get close. I think it's fine. Shu Shinru smilingly hugged Chen Qi's waist from the back and said with a satisfied face. It's safe to ride slowly. Chen Qi's classmates are right. You're not, are you? Shen Qin was surprised, and deliberately made a mouth shape of is helping you, but Shu Shinru gently shook her head, because Chen Qi's answer just now had already satisfied her. Pay attention to driving safety. Maybe it doesn't sound like much in other people's ears. It would even feel like a bit of an exaggeration, but to her ears, there was an overwhelming sense of reassurance. Okay, so ride over there slowly. Shen Qin shrugged helplessly, and Shu Shinru gently leaned her head against Chen Qi's back, against the breeze that blew her hair. It was as if I could still smell the winter sunshine on the boy in front of me. Chen Qi-san, tell me, do you like me a little bit? Shu Shinru asked softly from the back. Look, you've promised to be my boyfriend in the future, and now you're carrying me on your bike. That's just what a boyfriend would do. What if I were to say no? Chen Qi said, but he wasn't intentionally disliking Shu Shinru like he did in the beginning. He's not a bit of a fan. Rather, it's a favorite from start to finish. I don't believe it. Shu Shinru grunted and said, you're just talking out of your ass. Little boys are shy. I get it. Come to the Buddha Plaza. The trio pulled over and walked into the building. The movie theater is on the 2nd floor of the mall center at the Patuxent Plaza. Lin Xiaohua glanced at Shu Shinru. Shu Shinru quietly gave her an okay sign. so Lin Xiaohua absently looked at the promotional posters at the entrance of the movie theater. Ahem. Shu Shinro. Which movie shall we watch? I think this Full City Love seems good, eh? It seems to be last year's New Year's Eve movie. Yeah. Shu Shinro immediately agreed. What's a good movie to watch with Chun-Chi? Of course it's going to be a rom-com. And the movie Full City is kind of romantic, too. It would be even more perfect if Chun-Chi directly turned her, his future girlfriend, into his current girlfriend after reading it. But I seem to want to see Avatar more? Shin-Chin walked over to another poster. Ha! Shu Shinro was stunned. What movie to watch was what she had said when she had texted Lin Xiaohua this morning. Shin-Chin didn't know that. I wanted to see it last year, but I was back home then, and there were no movie theaters back home, so why don't we watch this? Shin-Chin said excitedly. After all, Avatar was a famous special effects movie back in the day. Lin Xiaohua turned her head to look at Shu Shinro. Jiang Fan. Shu Shinro immediately greeted Jiang Fan over. How about this? Little Flower and I want to watch All the Love in the City. Shin-Chin wants to watch Avatar. What about you? We'll vote on it. In order to make Shin-Chi feel that she didn't pick the movie on purpose, so she went to ask Jiang Fan what he meant. After all, Jiang Fan liked Lin Xiaohua, so if he was allowed to vote, odds were that he would also pick All City Love. When the time comes, it won't be her who wants to see it. Instead, people vote to vote. Vote? Then I vote Avatar. However, Jiang Fan's reply made Shu Shinro's eyes widen. I saw it last year. It was especially handsome, Little Flower. I'm telling you, the special effects in this movie are awesome. As he said that, Jiang Fan even got a little excited. Really? Lin Xiaohua was also somewhat moved by Jiang Fan's words. Avatar it is then. Chen-Shi said as he walked over. Shu Shinro blankly glanced at Jiang Fan speechlessly. Why doesn't this guy follow the rules? But since Chen-Shi has said so, and Avatar won the vote 3-2 for the whole city, Shu Shinro also had no choice but to say indignantly, I'll go buy a ticket. With that, Shu Shinro went to line up for movie tickets. 5 minutes later, each of the 5 men had their tickets in hand. But one look at the location of the screening room and Jiang Fan was dumbfounded. Why am I alone in the corner? Jiang Fan was confused. Shu Shinro grunted. Anyway, you've seen it. There are only 4 rows of seats, so you can just go sit in the corner. Walk into the screening room. Jiang Fan had a bitter face. It's okay if you didn't get close to Lin Xiaohua on the bike before. I'm surprised I don't get to sit with them at the movies now. He felt a strong need to check the yellow calendar before he left the house next time. Isn't it a bit of an unlucky day? Look at yourself, alone in your corner position. Then look at Chen-Chi and others in front of the center. Simply too sour. Hannah, just now you said you haven't seen it either. Ha? On Chen-Chi's side, Shin-Chin was chatting excitedly with Lin Xiaohua. Lin Xiaohua nodded. I went back to my hometown last year, so I didn't have a chance to watch the New Year's Eve show then. But I was there for a simple reason. Shin-Chin shrugged. What's the reason? Lin Xiaohua was curious. It's embarrassing to come to the movie theater day alone. Shin-Chin spat. Then we're not alone anymore, and we can finally see if the legendary special effects are really great. Lin Xiaohua jumped at the chance. Yeah, I've heard it's fantastic anyway. Shin-Chin also nodded his head excitedly, especially when the theater staff reminded everyone to put on their 3D glasses. These 2 girls were even more excited and almost shouted, ugh, and around them, Shu Shinro, however, did not put on her glasses, but glanced towards Chen-Chi at her side. Chen-Chi-san, you're not interested either? She asked, inclining her head, because Chen-Chi didn't put his glasses on either. Just look at it when you start. Chen-Chi said calmly, actually, we could just as well not watch it. Shu Shinro spat, because I've actually seen it already. It's really meaningless. Aren't they still looking forward to it? Chen-Chi glanced over toward Lin Xiaohua and Shin-Chin. That's just expecting special effects. I prefer to see one with a plot. Shu Shinro said. This movie has a plot too. Chen-Chi laughed. But this plot is pretty pointless. It actually sells itself on special effects. And plot-wise it's really mediocre. Shu Shin's was spat. Although Avatar is considered the top 3D special effects movie of the era, and thanks to strong special effects that helped it make up for a lot of plot flaws, it even got the highest grade of awards in the world. But for Shu Shinro, a future researcher of science and technology, and for the female president who owns a tech company, she'd gone over and over special effects techniques like this many times a long time ago. So it's not that she doesn't think Avatar works. Rather, it's the fact that even the best movies get boring after watching them back and forth dozens or hundreds of times. It's okay. Chen-Chi sighed, because Shu Shinro had seen it many times. He had followed it many times. For both of them, there really isn't anything compelling in terms of plot. Even Chen-Chi could memorize the content of the movie's plot, which was nothing more than the story of humanity and the unfolding of the planet Pandora. As the movie begins, Lin Xiaohua and Shen Xin had been thoroughly immersed in the special effects of the movie. So there's an alien story. Lin Xiaohua couldn't help but mutter in a small voice, "Shen Qi, do you know its plot?" Xu Xinrou asked Chen Qi in a low voice. It was hard to come out with Chen Qi to watch a movie, so he always had to find something to talk about with him. Otherwise the whole point of watching the movie is lost. I've read some online where the protagonist stops humans from trying to immigrate to the shape, and it's actually a pretty good idea. Chen Qi nodded. You call that creativity? It's everywhere in life, Xu Xinrou immediately retorted. In life? Chen Qi turned his head to look at her. Yeah, Xu Xinrou said rightfully. In fact, to put it bluntly, the plot is not the story of the nail households and the demolition office. As the movie progresses, Shukinzo is starting to yawn, but it's not good to keep talking to Chen Qi. After all, this is a movie theater, and if it's too noisy it will affect others. So halfway through seeing it, Chen Qi felt his shoulders sink. Chen Qi, I'm sleepy. Shukinzo nonchalantly placed her head on her shoulder. Chen Qi glanced at her and realized that Xu Xinrou really couldn't raise much interest. Originally, she had planned to watch All the City's Fever with Chen Qi. Now that's a movie for them. Ha, if you don't want to see it then why did you ask us out to watch a movie? Chen Qi laughed softly in a low voice. That's not why I wanted to watch it with you. Besides, Xu Xinrou sighed. How was I supposed to know I'd be watching this movie? Then I won't come next time, Chen Qi said. No. Xu Xinrou immediately turned her head, which was resting on her shoulder, to look at Chen Qi. Disappointed this time. Then make it up next time. Whatever. Chen Qi was indifferent. Well, then you're a yes. Call me when it's over. Xu Xinrou blinked her long eyelashes, then drooped her eyelids down. Good. Chen Qi nodded and continued to go watch the movie. Hannah, I feel like I picked the right movie. That's really good. The moment the movie ends, both Shen Xin and Lin Xiaohua have given the movie favorable reviews. After all, it's still very good for first-time viewers like them. Xiao Shu Tong, are you still thinking about your full city love? Xiao Shu Tong. Lin. Shen Xin turned around and had wanted to ask Xu Xinrou about her afterthoughts. As a result, I turned my head and saw that the girl had fallen asleep. The main thing is, still, half of his body fell on Chen Qi's side. The head was even placed on Chen Qi's shoulder in a big way. I don't think that we should ask her how she feels, Lin Xiaohua said seriously. Indeed, Shen Xin nodded and said, I'm really afraid that after I wake her up and ask her what she thinks after reading it, she'll say that Chen Qi's shoulders are so warm. It does seem like something she could say. Lin Xiaohua spat. Exciting, it's so exciting. The second time was all exciting too. And just at this time, Zhang Fan also finally joined up with the four from the back in excitement. He had observed before watching it that Lin Xiaohua seemed to be quite curious about the movie. Just wait until the movie is over and maybe discuss the plot with her? Xu Xianrou and Chen Ji missed out on the whole city, and yet he himself was able to draw closer to Lin Xiaohua through Avatar? When you think about it, it doesn't seem too bad. Lao Chun, I'll buy you a dinner later to make up for your loss. Just as he said with this in mind, Lin Xiaohua immediately put together a silent gesture towards him. Shu, keep your voice down. Ha, what? Isn't it all over? People are almost gone. Zhang Fan also looked around with self-doubt. A lot of the audience had already left the stage. The movie is over. Look here. Lin Xiaohua nudged towards Chen Qi's position with Xu Xinrou, only to see Chen Qi patting down Xu Xianrou's skinny shoulders and saying faintly, the movie is over. Ha, so soon ah. I haven't slept enough. Shukinzo stretched. You've already slept for 2.5 hours. Chen Qi said helplessly. Wow, I can't believe I slept so long. Xu Xinzhua rubbed her eyes and tried to clear them, but a scene like this caused Zhang Fan to burst into tears. Just now, he had tried to make up for Chen Qi's loss, thinking that he had made a big profit, but now it seems, old Chen, you guys are too godless. Zhang Fan couldn't help but let out a wail. Do you guys know that abusing dogs is against the law? Just look at yourself and then look at others. Zhang Fan's idea was that it would be nice to take advantage of a movie they both liked to discuss the plot. What about Chen Qi's side? Even if Xu Xinrou had little interest in the movie, but she fell asleep hard on Chen Qi's shoulder, and a full 2.5 hours of sleep. Ha, what dog abuse? Looking at Zhang Fan with a pained look on his face, a confused Xu Xinrou asked suspiciously, you and Chen Qi chant. Shen Xin shrugged and said, Xiao Shu student. So you didn't even watch the movie seriously and fell asleep directly on Chen Qi's shoulder? Not interested, Xu Xinrou guffawed. Besides, the movie isn't as good as Chen Qi. Shen Xin and Lin Xiaohua looked at each other. It's no wonder Zhang Fan said they abuse dogs. A girl like Xu Xinrou who is so generous and intimate with the person she likes. It's simply a showstopper. Have dinner and go home, Chen Qi reminded. After the movie, it was about 6:30. In such a hurry? Shu Shinro pouted. She was still thinking about whether she could think of any way to get tired of Chen-Chi at night. You three girls, it's not very safe to go home at night, Chen-Chi said calmly. Shu Shinro nodded her head repeatedly. Oh, so you're worried about my safety? Lin Xiaohua and Shin-Chin? Could it be that Chen-Chi was talking about? Not three girls? But this kind of reaction of Shu Shinro, they have long seen no strange. When they left the movie theater, Lin Xiaohua and Shin-Chin walked in front. In the back was Shu Shinro following beside Chen-Chi. Jiang Fan originally wanted to get close to Lin Xiaohua, but after thinking about it, he still went to the back and asked, Hey, Shu Shinro classmate, you say exactly how to chase people? Can you tell me some secrets or something? There's no secret. Liking is liking, Mr. Chen-Chi. Am I right? Shu Shinro turned her head to look at Chen-Chi and smiled sweetly. You don't seem to be qualified to teach him, do you? Chen-Chi spat out breathlessly. I know what you mean. It doesn't mean I haven't gotten to you yet. Shu Shinro didn't mind. Anyway, the future girlfriend is also called a girlfriend, so this is half the battle. Jiang Fan, don't you think so? Yes, simply yes. Jiang Fan nodded his head repeatedly. If Little Flower says that I'm her future boyfriend, let alone waiting for her to go to college, wait for her until she graduates from college. Do you too? Chen-Chi was speechless. Of course, as far as MS. Shu Shinro, you should understand this kind of mentality of mine, right? Jiang Fan asked. Aha, ow. Shu Shinro grunted and learned to bark at Chen-Chi. What? Chen-Chi looked at her suspiciously. Shu Shinro pursed her lips and laughed. This kind of Jiang Fan and I, it's called the dog-licking mentality. Re-ride your bike back to the entrance of the first school. However, this time, Shu Shinro wasn't as honest as she was when she arrived when she sat in Chen-Chi's back seat. The original plan was to find a kiss or some other opportunity to take advantage of the situation at a movie. But the movie was just too much to watch. It was making her sleepy. Since I missed such a great opportunity once, I certainly have to get it back myself. Chen-Chi students, do you think that if you drive in the future, you should wear a seatbelt? Shu Shinro hugged Chen-Chi's waist and pawed her chin on Chen-Chi's shoulder. Well, not only do people who drive wear seatbelts, but people who ride in cars do too. Chen-Chi replied calmly. Actually, for the two of them, issues like driving and riding in a car can be a bit sensitive. After all, it's clear in each other's minds. They themselves are why they came back to this era. That's right, too. Then how about we simulate it now? Shu Shinro pursed her lips and laughed. Simulation? Chen-Chi glanced at her. More eyes, though, were on the traveling front. You see, riding a bike is actually similar to driving a car, but without the safety measures. So, Chen-Chi raised an eyebrow. Shu Shinro pressed her body against Chen-Chi's back and used her two white arms to encircle Chen-Chi's waist. So I'm your seatbelt. I'll just tie you up tightly and keep you safe. Take this opportunity to mobilize Chen-Chi. Thinking so, Shu Shinro gently drew circles with her fingers on Chen-Chi's belly without stopping. Stop. Chen-Chi braked straight away. Ha, why did you stop? Shu Shinro looked at him with a smiling face. The untouched Chen-Chi certainly couldn't stand up to being teased like this. However, the next thing she saw was Chen-Chi's unprecedentedly serious face. Don't move in the car or I'll have Jiang Fan come over, Chen-Chi said gruffly. Ha, that. Well, to be honest, Shu Shinro was a bit intimidated by her, because this seemed to be the first time since she was reborn that she had seen Chen-Chi make this appearance. Just remember, Chen-Chi resumed riding his bike, and this time, Shu Shinro's hands were much more honest. In fact, Chen-Chi himself is more sensitive to matters of driving safety than she is. Even if it was just the bike, he didn't dare to be negligent now. Trying out the premise of a fresh start with Shushin Zoe, it's for them to avoid all possible accidents and incidents. Back to first grade. After everyone returned their bikes to the old man who had rented them, they began to discuss places to eat. Eventually, after a discussion among the five, the location was set at a hot pot restaurant at the intersection of the school. After all, a hot pot can warm you up in the middle of winter. Why don't we have some wine? After ordering the food and before waiting for the bottom of the pot to boil, Jiang Fan looked at the drinking and bustling people around the hall stupidly. They say that alcohol is strong, so wouldn't it also be a great opportunity to confess your love in case you get drunk? We're students. It's not good to drink, right? Lin Xiaohua shook her head. It's okay to drink a little. Shu Shinro didn't think it mattered. Many people, after all, learn to drink as students, and drinking less of it is not harmful to your body. What's more, Jiang Fan had the mindset that wine strengthens one's courage. She also has a little heart for Chen-Chi. Mr. Chen-Chi, do you want to drink some as well? Shu Shinru quietly asked towards Chen-Chi. It's best not to drink. Chen-Chi glanced at her. Lin Xiaohua and Shen Xin both nodded in agreement. Old Chen, you're spoiling the fun ah. People Xin Ro as a girl have said to you to drink. You a big man cannot wimp ah. Jiang Fan immediately got up and shouted. Waiter, we want a case of beer. Can you finish a case? Chen Qi asked coldly. It's hard to start everything. Since we're going to start, we definitely need to start well ah. But don't worry old Chen. I definitely won't let your family Xin Ro classmate drink too much. I'm all alone. Jiang Fan seemed to be confident in himself, but Xu Xinro was not happy. Hey, Jiang Fan, don't think you can drink better than me. Don't look down on girls. Then how about we make a bet? Jiang Fan had a bright idea. Let's compare who drinks more. And don't say I'm bullying the girls. You and old Chen go together. If you guys win, I'll give old Chen to you. Chen Shi rolled his eyes at him. Xu Xinro immediately said as well. Good. Then you and Little Flower go together. If you drink over us, I'll give Little Flower to you. Lin Xiaohua, don't worry Little Flower. I can beat you all by myself. Xu Xinro was confident. I still don't believe it. Old Chen, you're good at studying. Are you better at drinking than me too? Jiang Fan rolled up his sleeves. But by this time, Chen Shi was already mourning for Jiang Fan. Let's not even talk about the fact that he can drink several blocks away from him. Just the girl beside him alone. That's the female president of a Fortune 500 listed company. Was Xu Xinro's ability to drink business liquor still no better than that of a common high school student like him? The battle cry is down. The two sides seemed to pull away instantly. Chen Qi and Xin Ro were together, and Jiang Fan was on one side with Lin Xiaohua. Chen Qi's attitude was indifferent, because he knew how much weight he and Xu Xinro had, and Jiang Fan also seemed to be full of confidence. After all, he was the physical education member of the class, and his physical fitness was definitely considered to be of the better kind. I've heard people say that being able to drink has a bit to do with one's constitution as well. It was just that Lin Xiaohua, who was among the four, was filled with questions. It's obvious that he has nothing to do with Jiang Fan. Why did you let yourself in on it? After a couple bites of food, the waiter brought up a full case of beer, 12 bottles in all. I'm not drinking. As soon as Lin Xiaohua saw that Jiang Fan took the initiative to get the wine, she immediately pouted and said, my parents don't let me drink. It's okay, Hannah. Just watch me perform. Jiang Fan patted his chest and assured him. At the same time, he took out his bottle opener and opened 2 beers, handed a bottle to Chen Qi and one to himself. Old Chen, let's have one first. Jiang Fan deliberately provoked. Okay. Chen Qi picked up the beer. Mr. Chen Qi, I'm the one who made the bet with him. Don't worry, I can handle it. Xu Xinro hurriedly tried to take Chen Qi's beer. For a girl's family, can you restrain yourself? Chen Qi glanced at her. But I can really drink it, Xu Xinro said hurriedly. She was now worried that Chen Qi couldn't drink, because in her impression, Chen Qi is 18 years old. That is, the senior year of high school before learning to drink. Okay, let's toast then. Jiang Fan poured a glass of wine in his own glass. Come on. Chen Qi clinked his glass with him directly holding the bottle. What? Jiang Fan stared at Chen Qi in a daze. You drink it one glass at a time, and I'll drink it straight through. Chen Qi pointed to the beer bottle. Ha? Jiang Fan was dumbfounded. First drink. Just blow the bottle straight up? We're brothers at least. We don't have to play like this, do we? And at this time, Xu Xinru looked at Chen Qi who was also stunned. Back in the day, when she had to talk about any business, when she had to go and have business drinks with people, Chen Qi would follow her and come up with a bottle of wine and blow it with the other. If you were not a good drinker, you would have been scared off by Chen Qi on the spot, because Chen Qi blowing bottles can be more than just beer, white and red wine, too. Whenever this time comes, many customers who talk business with Xu Xinro for the first time will be scared out of their wits. It may seem a bit unorthodox to say that Shikinzo isn't drinking on her own, though, but it was her husband who helped her drink. It simply makes sense to help with the drinking in such a capacity. And even if it wasn't the first time a customer had a drink with Xu Xinro, after seeing Chen Qi blowing a bottle, he would also weigh himself. Because after Chen Qi blew the bottle and he didn't flinch, Xu Xinro will also continue to drink with him and drink quite well. But one drink for two? I'm afraid only a fool would do that. Thinking of this, Xu Xinro couldn't help but smile sweetly and said towards Chen Qi, wait, Chen Qi student. First things first, it's fine for you to blow the bottle first, but the next drink has to be mine. Okay, Chen Qi shrugged. Mind you, whoever they are, a person drinking could totally win against Jiang Fan. Old Chen, just pretend, since you've spoken big words, I'll be rude. With that, Jiang Fan began to pour the wine in the cup into his mouth, and Chen Qi blew the bottle straight up. Damn, what's that bird smell? After drying a glass, Jiang Fan couldn't help but spit. Who said men can drink to sweeten their drinks? It's simply like horse piss. Are you sure you can drink? Lin Xiaohua asked suspiciously from the side. Of course I can. Once he heard Lin Xiaohua say that, Zhang Fan immediately poured a second glass of wine. But this time, he's clearly not as fast as he was with his first drink. But it couldn't be helped. Who made him choose to pretend in front of Lin Xiaohua by drinking? Lin Xiaohua was watching from the side. If he didn't drink it, he probably wouldn't be able to raise his head in front of her for the rest of his life. Finally, the second drink is sort of broken. With 2 glasses of wine, it's kind of a half bottle. He said triumphantly toward Chen Qi. Old Chen, it's your turn, have you finished drinking? But halfway through his words, Zhang Fan blared at Chen Qi. You drink it slowly. There's no rush. Chen Qi smiled faintly and flipped the beer bottle over. From the top of the bottle, only a few drops of wine dripped down. Chen Qi, you actually finished it? Are you sure it's your first time drinking beer? Shin Qin's eyes widened in exaggeration. So fast? Lin Xiaohua also looked at Chen Qi incredulously. Old Chen, you're a pervert, aren't you? Zhang Fan couldn't help but spit. Originally, he was going to look at Chen Qi's condition before deciding whether or not to continue drinking. But look at how easily Chen Qi drank it, and it was still a whole bottle. Guess he's got half a bottle left and can't afford not to drink it. Eat some food first and drink slowly. I'm in no hurry. Chen Qi poured some vegetables into the pot and said towards Zhang Fan with a smile. Zhang Fan swallowed his saliva. Truth be told, after half a bottle of wine went down, he'd gotten over drinking. Right, let's eat the food first. When you want to drink, it's fine if I drink with you next for Chen Qi, Shukinzo said with a smile. Then, eat the dishes? Zhang Fan conceded. Eat it, you say you Zhang Fan? Nothing to show off with something you haven't done, Shin Qin teased from the side. But these words made Zhang Fan's competitive spirit rise up. When I finish this piece of ma, we'll continue drinking. Yeah, I was afraid I'd get bored drinking alone. Shu Shinro greeted Zhang Fan and opened another bottle of beer over. Lin Xiaohua asked curiously. Shu Shinro, you really don't have a problem? Don't worry, I'll drink, Shukinzo said with a smile. But these words were also heard by Zhang Fan. You would? The cup Zhang Fan was lifting shook twice by his trembling hand. Yeah, so I'll take a little loss. And I'll drink with you the 2 drinks you owe Chen Qi. Saying that, Shu Shinro dryly finished a glass of beer. Yes, Zhang Fan also poured beer into his mouth. The 2 men dined and drank, one glass after another. As Shu Shinro was confident, Zhang Fan was feisty. The hardness went on for a long time without stopping. Mr. Chen Qi, you don't even care about Mr. Shu Xinro? Lin Xiaohua pointed towards Shu Shinro. Ha, I know, she can really drink. Chen Qi shrugged. By the time the meal was almost gone, finally, Zhang Fan waved his hand, knocked his head on the dining table, and said vaguely, No, I can't, Lao Chun. You 2 young people have an appointment. Also, too fierce, I can't. Well, you admit defeat? I don't care if I drink 2 more bottles. Shukinzo walked over and brought over 2 more beers. Zhang Fan was in tears. Auntie, I'm convinced. I'm convinced alright. Wait, I'll go to the restroom. Zhang Fan immediately ran towards the restroom. It's okay to lose a bet, but it would be a real shame to have a seizure on the spot at the dinner table. Almost 10 minutes or so. It was only then that Zhang Fan returned to the dining table from the restroom side with a wobble. Zhang Fan, are you alright? Shin Qin took one look at Zhang Fan's face and it wasn't quite right. It's bleak and white, and it's like I'm weak when I walk. No, can't do it. Wait for me to lie down for a while. Zhang Fan was directly lying on the table in an unconscious state. I think we should drink less. After all, we're all still students, Lin Xiaohua said worriedly. He's the one who had to drink it. Shu Shinro shrugged helplessly. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she turned her head to look at Chen Qi. But there's still wine left to drink. Classmate Chen Qi, how about you drink with me? I discovered that you're very talented at drinking. The first time you drank was blowing a bottle. Ha, how did you know it was my first time drinking? Chen Qi smiled faintly. I guessed. Okay, Shu Shinru smiled as she picked up her wine glass. Have a drink then. Chen Qi didn't mind. The 2 men clinked glasses and drank. After downing a few glasses of wine, an idea occurred to Shu Shinro. She came over and asked in a low voice. Chen Qi student, do you want me to teach you how you should drink your girlfriend's drink? What do you want to do? You just say it. Chen Qi gave her a blank look. One look at Shu Shinro's appearance and she knew that she must be thinking of some ghostly idea again. Well then, I'm not taking advantage of you. This is me teaching you. Well, we're going to drink like this. Saying that, Shu Shinru raised her wine glass and crossed her wrist with Chen Qi. Cheers! Voices were heard faintly coming from across the room. Zhang Fan strained to raise his head to look at it. After a short break, the blurred vision cleared up a little, but when he looked up, he saw a scene that left him speechless. Shit, that's ridiculous. It was my own idea to watch Avatar earlier, but I ended up eating these two's dog food instead even though. But why is it that they're still seen having a cup of wine even now when they've offered to drink? Shouldn't both of these ideas be for the purpose of making themselves presentable in front of Lin Xiaohua? Forget it, I'll swallow this dog food. Jiang Fan himself pretended to be dead to get back down on the table. Mind you, think of it as contributing to your good buddy, Mr. Chen Qi. Let's have another drink. It seems to be a relationship that is addicted to drinking cross-currents. Xu Xinluo and Chen Qi were one cup after another. Hey, Shu San, that's enough. The food isn't even finished yet, and you're letting me and Little Flower watch our fill from the sidelines? Shen Qin expressed his dissatisfaction. That doesn't help. Shu Qinzhou grunted in triumph. She realized, however, that the vision in front of her eyes seemed to have become a little blurred. You're drunk. It's better to stop drinking, right? Lin Xiaohua looked at Xu Xinru worriedly. Me, drunk? How? How is that possible? I'm a good drinker, drink business wine all the time. Xu Xinru spoke vaguely. Look at you. You're talking nonsense. Really don't drink. Lin Xiaohua advised. And at this time, Chen Qi also took away the wineglass on Xu Xianru's side with one hand, because he realized that Xu Xinru's face was becoming a little red because of the alcohol. All of these manifestations are clearly drunken reactions. But why? It was clear that she and herself were both reborn. Why did he or she drink almost as much as she did? You're not drunk yourself, but she is? One must know that in his impression, Xu Xinru's drinking capacity was not at all worse than his, and even much better. After all, there were times when he was not able to accompany Xu Xinru to deal with the drinking game, but today the two had only a few beers each. It was only logical that it wouldn't be enough to drink her down. Old Chen, is your family Xu Xinru drunk? At this time, Jiang Fan once again raised his head dizzily. I guess she's so concerned about showing off with Chen Qi that she doesn't even know how much weight she has. Lin Xiaohua shook her head helplessly. Xin Qin also shrugged her shoulders, then looked at Jiang Fan in surprise. You weren't drunk? How did you wake up so quickly? Because I work out a lot. Jiang Fan said rightfully. People with a better physique evaporate the alcohol in their body very quickly, although it's true that it's hard when you're just drunk. Saying that, Jiang Fan also scratched his head in some embarrassment. Physique? Once he heard this, Chen Qi seemed to have found the reason as well. Himself. Because of the petition of rebirth, all physical conditions are far beyond normal, but Xu Xinru's body is still the same as when she was 17, even though she knows a few tricks of the drinking trade, but her bodily functions were not accustomed to accepting alcohol. So after a few beers, of course you get as drunk as a normal person on their first drink. I'm so tired. I'm going to lie down for a while. At this time, Xu Xinru couldn't help but lie down on the table as well, but she seemed to find the table a little uncomfortable, then got up again and plopped down toward Chen Qi. The meal is almost done. Why don't we leave? It's just as well that Xin Xin and I will send classmate Xu Xinru back. Lin Xiaohua proposed. Well, I'll go ahead and get the check. Chen Qi nodded and subconsciously tried to get up. However, because Xu Xinru was lying on his lap, he had to greet the waiter over to settle the bill. Xu San, let's go. Xin Xin came over and patted Xu Xinru's shoulder, but didn't respond. Xu Xinru, Xin Xin and I are sending you home. It's time to go. Lin Xiaohua shouted in her ear. Xu Xinru's body trembled and slowly raised her head, but it was a confused look. I'm not leaving. I'm too tired. I need to rest some more. Muttering, she plopped back down. She didn't do it on purpose, did she? Xin Xin was deeply skeptical. After all, as far as she remembered, Xu Xinru was just trying to find ways to spend more time with Chen Qi. However, Xu Xinru didn't respond at all, as if she hadn't heard her. It seems like she's really drunk. Lin Xiaohua came over and said, "That, old Chen, I'm sorry." At this time, Jiang Fan scratched his head and came over, embarrassed. After all, I was the one who suggested drinking. I don't blame you. I'm the one who didn't stop her. Chen Qi shook his head and said towards Lin Xiaohua and Xin Xin, "Why don't you guys go home first? I'll accompany her when she wakes up." Shen Qi, are you saying that you sent Xu's classmates home? Shen Qin was surprised. As far as she could remember, Chen Qi had been indifferent to Xu Xinru except for whatever relationship class she was in. And now it's, well, off you go. It's getting late. Chen Qi nodded again with certainty. Xin Xin laughed. But that's fine. I guess Xiao Shu will die of happiness when she wakes up. I'm afraid she can't wait for us to leave. Since Chen Qi has said so. Lin Xiaohua also excused herself by saying that her family was very strict and she had to go home early. Old Chen, why don't I accompany you? I'm almost sober anyway. Jiang Fan volunteered to help Chen Qi. As a result, Qin and Lin Xiaohua directly glared over at him. Only then did Zhang Fan realize that something was wrong. What? What is it? You have something going on tonight, Lin Xiaohua said with certainty. Something's wrong? I'm fine. Zhang Fan hadn't reacted yet. When Little Flower says something's wrong, it means something's wrong. Hurry up and go, Qin chided. So, I'm really not doing anything? Aha! Watching the trio walk out of the fondue restaurant, Chen Qi cried and laughed as he shook his head. He could see that Lin Xiaohua and the girls were cooperating with Xu Xinro to give her a chance to be alone with herself. Call me when you've had enough rest. Chen Qi lowered his head and said in Xu Xinro's ear, then greeted the waiter and asked for a steaming cup of tea. Almost 10 minutes later, Xu Xinru stretched out in a daze. Ha, where's the wine? Not drinking. Ha, she spoke indistinctly, but Chen Qi was close enough to hear her clearly. A sip of tea and then home. Chen Qi brought the tea over. Wow. Xu Xinro tried to take the cup, but her little paws grabbed towards the table, and surprisingly, she grabbed it empty. I'll feed you. Chen Qi cried and laughed as he put the cup to Xu Xianro's mouth. It seems that she is still in a state of intoxication. Xu Xinro took a light sip of tea like a kitten. Afterward, she also raised her head dizzily toward Chen Qi and asked, how come it's not wine? You were drunk, and now that you're sober, I'll take you home. Chen Qi got up. Then, husband, you carry me. Shushin Zoe closed her eyes and opened her arms with a big grin. Okay. Chen Qi crouched down. Well, that's right, I knew it. Having my husband out for a business drink with me would take care of me. Xu Xinro got on Chen Qi's back and spoke beautifully. Chen Qi glanced toward the girl behind him. Drunk enough to think she just had a business drink? Go. Chen Qi got up and carried her lithe body out of the store. Boing! Just out of the doorway. Xu Xinru pouted. What's wrong? Chen Qi stopped in his tracks. Honey, I'm cold. Xu Xinru hugged Chen Qi's neck tightly. Then you come down first. Chen Qi resumed his crouch. Xu Xinru wobbled where she stood, as if she might fall at any moment. Chen Qi dragged his jacket and draped it over Xu Xianro. Squatting down again. Is it still cold? Much better. Xu Xinru wrapped Chen Qi's jacket tightly around him. Then come up. Aha! Xu Xianro flopped onto Chen Qi's back. Her little head kept moving from side to side. The strands of hair that had hitched down slipped and tickled Chen Qi's cheeks. Don't move, Chen Qi reminded. Well, that makes it comfortable. Eventually, she rested her chin on Chen Qi's right shoulder and tilted her head as if she had found a very restful position. Honey, can we walk home? I want you to carry me a little longer. Xu Qinzhou murmured. Walk back? Chen Qi glanced at her suspiciously. Her eyes were still closed, her small mouth harping on the fresh, tantalizing scent of alcohol. It's not far from home anyway, Xu Xinro said dryly. Chen Qi rolled his eyes breathlessly. This girl, she's completely and utterly treating the present as the time before she was reborn. After all, it is at least a Fortune 500 listed company, and the location of the dinner party is usually in her hands. And Xu Xinro, a mouthful of husband, completely did not realize that now they have become high school students. But the problem was that the first middle school was a long way from Xu Xinru's house. Hubby, why don't you leave? Is it because you don't want to carry me and don't want your wife? Seemingly noticing that Chen Qi hadn't moved for half a day, Xu Xianro grunted blearily. Ha, how could I not want you? Chen Qi smiled faintly. But the road is a bit long this time, so just lie down and sleep for a while. Yes. Xu Xianro obediently nodded her head and recentered her head to place it on Chen Qi's shoulder. Walking on the streets in the winter night, even though his jacket was draped over Xu Xinruo, Chen Qi didn't feel half cold, because his body is far beyond normal. This is the effect brought about by the petition after rebirth. However, when he thought of the 3 wishes he had before he was reborn, Chen Qi couldn't help but look at the small face resting on his shoulder with some complexity. He was making 3 wishes for himself and getting them granted. Xu Xinro, on the other hand, made 3 wishes about him. In terms of her academic performance, she's even worse than she used to be when she was in school. In terms of physical health, drinking also seems to be less than it was before the rebirth. All of these things that Chen Qi had improved. Not only did they not become better in Xu Xianro's body, they even became slightly worse. Thinking of so many things, and then seeing Xu Xinro's happy and contented face, Chen Qi felt the tip of his nose was a little sour. Thinking back to when he was first reborn, he thought he was doing it for her own good, wanting to distance himself from her and not get emotionally involved. However, through Xu Xinro's reappearance in front of him and her decision to renew her courtship towards him, it eventually moves Chen Qi to try the relationship again. It is said that boys are always slower than girls regarding relationships. Chen Qi knows it well. He thought he was doing her a favor by keeping his distance, but ultimately realized that 2 people continuing to be together, working together for something they didn't want to happen, was what she really wanted to be happy. Little fool. Chen Qi gave her a kiss on the cheek. However, Shu Shinro tilted her head as she felt a little less comfortable. Honey, I think I had a dream. Shukinzo harumphed. What dream? Chen Qi asked. I dream of so much work, I have no time for you. Shu Shinro's tone was a bit frustrated. And then, Chen Qi continued to ask. Then I didn't want to run the company anymore. I thought, if I get another chance, I'll want you to support me. Honey, I don't want to work hard. Shu Shinro said pitifully. Okay, I'll raise you. Chen Qi nodded. Hubby is so nice, even though I know you must be lying to me. I'm so happy you're willing to say that. Shu Shinro stuck out her tongue. After all, in her current consciousness, this moment is in the world before the rebirth. Continuing to walk toward Shu Shinro's house, gradually, Chen Qi's ears were devoid of the girl's voice behind him. In its place, calm breathing. Almost nearly an hour later, Chen Qi finally carried her to the entrance of the neighborhood. While stopping her footsteps, Shu Shinro raised her head in a daze and rubbed her eyes. Ha, Chen Qi, you're actually carrying me? Wasn't it you who asked me to carry you? Chen Qi cried and laughed. Ooh-hoo, like ooh-hoo. Apparently, Shu Shinro had some trouble remembering her previous drunken state. Still, she was happy to find herself on Chen Qi's back. After all, in the past, after drinking business wine, she herself would be pampered and asked Chen Qi to carry her. And after Shu Shinro, who had regained her senses, happily realized that she had let Chen Qi carry her once more, she quickly became worried again. Chen Qi classmate, after I got drunk, I want to say something nonsense to you, right? Shu Shinro was a little worried. After all, she's afraid she'll get drunk and bring up what happened before she was reborn, and Chen Qi didn't seem to want to hear any of this, given his reaction earlier. Well, you said it. After thinking about it, Chen Qi deliberately teased her. You said that you were going to tell me the other 2 wishes you made in your dream. Did I really say that? Shu Shinro cocked her head in thought, her small eyes drifting to land on Chen Qi. From the tone of her voice, it was clear that there was a bit of a timid look to her. Really? What are you so nervous about? Chen Qi couldn't help but be curious. Could it be that there is something different about those 2 wishes? Because I'm afraid you'll think it's mushy when I say it. Shikinzo stuck her tongue out. So what exactly is that? Chen Qi was getting curious. I thought you said I said that? Shu Shinro realized something was wrong. Chen Qi calmly said, just as I was about to say the contents, you fell asleep again. Oh, that's fine then. As long as I didn't tell you. It was as if Shu Shinro was relieved. However, soon after, she said to Chen Qi in a revitalized manner, since I didn't say it just now, I mustn't say it now, especially to you. Ha, so afraid of me knowing? Chen Qi laughed. It's not like I'm afraid you'll know. Anyway, it's all about you. You don't have to ask. Okay? If the wish comes true, it'll be good for you too. I promise. Shu Shinro held up 4 fingers and made an oath. Well, I'll take you home. Hearing Shu Shinro say so, Chen Qi also shrugged his shoulders and did not continue to pursue the matter. Not sure what the other 2 wishes were, though, but he can be sure that Shu Shinro will not harm him. So thirsty. Shu Shinro pursed her somewhat dry lips. When drunk and sober, the first reaction of the vast majority of people is to find water to drink. I'll buy it for you. Chen Qi went to a convenience store in front of the neighborhood and bought a bottle of green tea. Not mineral water? Shu Shinro looked at the greenish bottle for a moment to ogle it. Afterward, he actually looked at Chen Qi with some caution. Tea-based drinks that help to sober up. Chen Qi said calmly. Oh, that scared me. Shu Shinro patted her chest in relief. I thought you were implying that I was green. After gulping down several mouthfuls of water, Shu Shinro felt that her dry mouth was going to be much better. Remembering that Chen Qi had also drank a lot before, she handed Chen Qi the remaining half bottle of water. Chen Qi, you should drink some as well. Sometimes, you won't get drunk at the time, but you might feel a headache afterward. Aha. Chen Qi nodded and finished the remaining half bottle of water in one gulp. That's great. Shu Shinro said beautifully. Classmate Chen Qi, you're finally willing to kiss me. Look, we're drinking the same bottle of water. So rounding up, it's not just mouth to mouth, Shu Shinro said. Chen Qi simply knocked her on the head. It's not the same. Aha. Of course I know it's different. So are we going to come for real? Shu Shinro pursed her lips and looked at Chen Qi. Chen Qi glanced at her. Go home early. Don't forget what this place is. Oh, that's right too. This is my neighborhood. So it's not good to tell my parents in case my acquaintances find out. After Chen Qi reminded her, Shu Shinro also hurriedly dispelled her previous thoughts. Then, Mr. Chen Qi, I'll see you next time? She looked at Chen Qi reluctantly. Chen Qi nodded gently and turned to leave. Ugh. After letting out a quiet sigh, Shu Xianro walked towards the inside of the neighborhood. What a short time to be happy. If it wasn't for the fear of her parents finding out about her early love, she would have hated to spend every moment with Chen-Chi. But, stealing a glance back at him, even if it's just a back view, should be okay, right? As she walked through the gates of the neighborhood, Shu Shinro looked toward the road. As a result of the two people's eyes, just at this time met together, Shu Xin Ro's heart was delighted. But before she could be happy for long, Chen-Chi turned around and walked away once again. But no matter what, Chen-Chi was definitely looking at himself just now. So after returning home, Shu Shinro sent him a message over at the first opportunity. You are looking at me. Well, was looking at you, Chen-Chi simply admitted. So you seem to like me too, don't deny it. Shu Shinru knocked the words with a broad smile. Chen-Chi's message quickly replied. I'm just afraid that you're still drunk and suddenly fell down while walking. That was worried about me too. Shu Shinro doesn't care. No, after all, I'm the one who gave you a ride home. If you fall out of anything good, or take a fall on purpose, I expect to pay out quite a bit of money. I can't believe he thought he was bumper sticking. That's too angry. Back home, Chen-Chi realized that the computer in his room was still on. When I look at the top of the screen, it is still the website of True Love Network. But there was one more access record in Chen Xinhua's account. The other woman, 35 years old, divorced, has a 7-year-old son in elementary school. That's the only one you saw this afternoon? Chen-Chi curiously clicked on the other party's message. As a result, he couldn't help but freeze for a long time after seeing the other person's picture. Because this woman, she resembles the picture on the nightstand. Like that person next to Chen Xinhua, his mother. For the next 2 days, Chen Xinhua went to work as usual. It seems that for the woman on True Love Online who particularly looks like Chen-Chi's mother, he didn't care too much and didn't even mention it to Chen-Chi. And Chen-Chi didn't take the initiative to ask. After all, if his father had really taken a liking to this woman, surely he would have talked to himself. But the 3-day vacation is almost over. Chen-Chi could pretend that nothing had happened. But some people were nervous as hell. What do I do? What do I do? Mr. Chen-Chi, what if I fail the test? That night, Shu Shinro sent many similar messages to Chen-Chi. Just do well on the test next time. Chen-Chi just replied with such a simple sentence over. But I'm afraid that if I don't do well on the exam, my mom will have to send me to cram school and won't let you tutor me. Shu Shinrue sent over an emoji of painful crying. Then it's also your own fault for not working hard before. Chen-Chi replied. Shu Xinro, QAQ. People are obviously working hard, okay blah. The entire month of January was a dark day for me. Ko-ek. Just as Chen-Chi wanted to continue to reply to her message, Chen Xinhua walked over from the living room to the door of his room. Dad, what's wrong? Chen-Chi put away his cell phone and asked. That is the site you were talking about? And I think there's a girl who seems nice. Chen Xinhua scratched his head a bit shyly. Didn't you say we could meet and talk? It just so happens that I have tomorrow off. Chen-Chi immediately cried and laughed a little. It turns out that his dad never told him that it wasn't that he didn't have his heart set on that woman. Instead, he's waiting for his vacation. Okay, I'll help you get customer service to request a meeting. Chen-Chi nodded and turned on his computer to start operating. Offline meetings on True Love are mediated by the site's customer service. If both parties agree, then the customer service will tell them separately where the date will be. Through the website's customer service to establish communication for both parties, Chen-Ji submitted the meeting application. Shao-Chi what's wrong with this? Chen Xinhua asked somewhat nervously. Meh, customer service will send the other party a text message to contact them, so I guess it'll be a while. Chen-Chi smiled faintly and said toward Chen Xinhua, Dad, it looks like you're still nervous? Nervous, is a little bit. Chen Xinhua is an honest person, nodded his head and admitted, after all, Shao-Chi you also know, that if you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have this idea at all. My only wish is to watch you grow up and become successful. Perhaps Chen Xinhua was a bit blunt, but Chen-Chi knows that what he said is true. Dad, I have an arrangement for myself with, first go to school well, then get into a good college, and then finally enter society to work. Well, that's nice of you to think so, Chen Xinhua said with a million emotions. The truth is that any parent will say anything to make their child understand, but very few children really grasp the meaning. But since I've got my own plans, Dad, it's about time you had your own. Chen-Chi smiled at Chen Xinhua. As your son, I don't want to see my dad stay single. Your kid is still flirting with your dad being single? Chen Xinhua cried and laughed. At the same time that Chen-Chi understands things, he has also become much more mature. Anyway, when the customer service contact is made, it's just a meeting and a chat. If it's suitable, then we'll consider what happens next. If not, let's pretend we haven't been there to see each other. Don't you think? Chen-Chi redirected the conversation back to the True Love Network's matchmaking meetups. The purpose of him saying this was naturally to make Chen Xinhua not overly nervous. Well, that's the truth. But look at your dad, I'm over 40 and still going on blind dates. I'm a little embarrassed just thinking about it. Chen Xinhua said with a red old face. Let's meet once and see. Chen-Chi laughed. And at this time, the sound of customer service replying to the message also came from the computer. Chen-Chi looked at the computer and turned his head toward Chen Xinhua. Dad, the other party has agreed to ask you to go to the quiet cafe at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Oh, that's fine. I'll go see what to wear tomorrow, so that people do not think we do not pay attention to. Chen Xinhua muttered and walked out of Chen-Chi's room. Chen-Chi smiled faintly. Being able to make up for his father's great regret is a way for him to realize what it means to be born again. The next day, return to school to pick up your report card. As soon as he walked into the school building, Chen-Chi saw that the corridors were filled with waiting students. This is because the first school publishes the results of the final exams by handing out individual students' report cards in their respective locations. So before the classroom doors opened, no one knew what kind of score they had gotten on the test. Old Chen, this way. Zhang Fan saw Chen-Chi at a glance and hurriedly waved at him. He glanced around thievishly twice and asked in a low voice, well, are you nervous? Final grades. That's a lifelong decision on whether to spend the entire winter vacation with the game or with the workbook. Me, didn't feel it. Chen-Chi shrugged. Also right, damn. How could I have been stupid enough to ask you if you were nervous? Zhang Fan slapped himself. Chen-Chi's grades this semester, but he was first in his grade every time. Seeking empathy with him is just silly. Chen-Chi-san. Suddenly, someone tapped Chen-Chi's shoulder from behind. Chen-Chi didn't even need to look to know who she was. Well, are you nervous? Shu Shinro bounced around and came to Chen-Chi from the back. MS. Shu Shinro, I think you might be asking the wrong person. Zhang Fan said seriously. Do you think? Lao Chen is the kind of person who is afraid that he won't do well in the exam, or, has he ever failed a test this semester? That's not what I meant when I asked him if he was tight. Shu Shinro nuzzled her mouth and came to Chen-Chi's ear. What I'm asking is whether you're nervous about my grades, in case the test is poor. Then it's a big deal. What's the big deal? Chen-Chi teased. If I didn't do well on the exam, it means that your tutoring wasn't effective, Shu Shinro said. That's because you didn't concentrate on learning yourself. Chen-Chi gave her a blank look. I learned. I really learned. Shu Shinro hurriedly said. Besides, if I don't do well on the exam, it will cause my mom to disagree with you helping me tutor me during the winter break, which is a big loss for you. What have I lost? Chen-Chi asked deliberately. Instead, Shu Shinro asked suspiciously. Have you forgotten? You taught me the language. I taught you to fall in love. Look, you taught me and I didn't have the chance to teach you. Isn't that a loss for you? I'm afraid this girl is the only one who can speak so righteously. 10 minutes past 8. The class teacher, Jiang Shuli, came to the corridor. At once, the corridor, which had just been abuzz, immediately fell silent. Go on in. I've texted your scores to your parents. Saying that, Jiang Shuli opened the classroom door. All the students were excited to head to their seats. The only one who would be the most calm would be Chen-Chi. Chen-Chi, aren't you even curious about how many points you scored on the test? Let me take a look. Shu Shinro went to look at Chen-Chi's grades first. But, after one look, she felt battered. 746 points. Another near-perfect score. Why are you looking at his scores? After all, no matter how much progress one has made, it's impossible to score like that. Fortunately, Chen-Chi's excellence this semester had numbed her. The only thing that can make her happy is perhaps Chen-Chi's excellent grades, perhaps related to the hang she helped Chen-Chi open. How much did you get on the test? At that moment, Chen-Chi glanced towards her. Shu Shinro picked up the report card on her desk. Science scores, not bad. English grades, too, were okay. Math scores that are considered excellent. But the language scores are just a bit. I only got 105 in language. Shu Shinro looked at the score on the report card and immediately looked like a deflated ball. Though it was quite an improvement over her first monthly test score. However, it was more than 20 points lower than the time she cheated through Chen-Chi. This score, isn't it normal for you? Chen-Chi said. Yes, it's normal, but it's not normal compared to the score of cheating on the second monthly exam. Shu Shinro felt a bit of a headache all of a sudden. If it was because he didn't do well on the final exam and his own mom didn't agree with Chen-Chi giving him extra lessons, doesn't that equate to a whole winter vacation where you might not see Chen-Chi? For a full month, if he couldn't even see Chen-Chi's face, it would be better to let her die. But sometimes, it's true that what you fear comes to you. Shu Shinro felt the cell phone in her bag vibrate twice and immediately took it under the table to look at it. One unread text message. From, Mother Superior. Chen-Chi, My mom texted me. Shu Shinro drooped her head and looked at Chun-Chi pitifully. Earlier, Jiang Shuli had said that she had sent the grades to each student's parents. Her own mother would have known that her language arts grade had dropped from 120 to a little over 100. Wouldn't that be confessing to her that instead of progressing, she's regressing? Good to know. She stopped cheating and copying Chun-Chi's answers on that monthly exam. Otherwise, with the rate at which she's progressing, it's impossible for her to catch up with Chun-Chi's perverted score. Not just a text message to you? Chun-Chi said calmly, but I scored so poorly. My mom won't scold me to death, not to mention letting you tutor me. Shu Shinro rested her chin on her desk with a listless look. How did you know Auntie wouldn't let me tutor you? Suddenly, Chun-Chi said this coldly. What do you mean? Shu Shinro slowly raised her head and looked at Chun-Chi. If it really feels like you're not improving, or even regressing, do you think the homeroom teacher won't point to you during roll call? Saying that, Chun-Chi glanced towards Jiang Shuli on the podium. At this time, she was greeting Jiang Fan and a few boys chided. You few boys. We are the first high school in Lu City. We're a key high school. Look at your final exam results this time. Not to mention, and we are the same name of the third and eighth. Even the results of the second high school cannot compare. Next year is going to be the college entrance exam. You guys are still not paying attention. Jiang Fan, a few people silent. The fewer words you have to say when being criticized, the better. Ha, seems so. Shu Shinro nodded thoughtfully. If anything, Jiang Shuli feels that her academic performance has improved. Then she should be standing with Jiang Fan's students now, getting criticized by Jiang Shuli. Ah, look at the other student, Shu Shinro. Just as she was thinking, Jiang Shuli turned her head to look at her. Well, Shu Shinro wanted to cry. There was a slight chance that, so I count myself as one of the students who regressed. Look at people. How many points did they get when they first came here? Over 60 points. But to Shu Shinro's surprise, Jiang Shuli was not criticizing her. But what happened after that? The monthly exam has passed 120 points, not to mention the final exam has also scored more than 100 points, which is considered to stabilize the grades. Can't you guys learn from others? Shu Shinro couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Instead of being criticized, it was treated as a model of rapid progress? You've only taken 120 once, and the rest of the time, your grades have been pretty average, I think? Chen-Chi said calmly. Yahoo! Shu Shinro seemed to understand at once. 120 points only once, and more often than not, her grades were pretty bad. Whether it's a teacher or a parent, it must all feel like that 120 points was a fluke. Scores like 60-something were her true strength, so 100 or so points compared to 60 or so. That's definitely an improvement. Especially my mom. Who knows how bad I was at language arts at the beginning of the semester? She said excitedly. Don't look at my first exam, and transferring to the first middle school is more than 60 points. Ah, to tell you the truth, in my previous school, even if I treated the paper as 100 points in my first monthly exam, I didn't even get to the passing line of 60 in language. Chen-Chi gave her a breathless blank look. It seemed like she was the only one in the entire classroom who was instead still happy about her previous poor grades. Let me see what my mom texted. Thinking so, Shu Shinro also hurriedly opened the text message to read it. Well, Chen-Chi glanced at her, but he couldn't see what was on the text message from his angle. You guess? Shu Shinro pursed her lips and smiled. Agreed? Chen-Chi asked. After all, he was still concerned about being able to be with Shu Xin during the winter vacation. Not only did I agree, but I was told to take you to the store today. If not for the fact that Jiang Shuli is still in the classroom, it was estimated that Shu Shinro would just pounce over in Manhwa at Chun-Chi's face, getting grades and criticizing students who are regressing. Then he praised Shu Shinro and the others for their progress, as well as Chun-Chi who, as always, had tested first in his grade. Finally, it's time to assign winter homework and announce the holidays. But because of the residential system of the first high school, all students have one more task, to clean their respective dormitories after lunch. Chen-Chi, why don't we go over there after we finish cleaning? Shu Shinro beautifully spoke towards Chun-Chi. The place to go is, of course, Cozy Orchid's cell phone company. Good. Chen-Chi nodded. 2:30 p.m. Chen Xinhua left the house half an hour early. It's been a while since I've worn this pie. Take the bus to the promised quiet cafe. At this point, he changed into a gray suit and white tie that had been eating dust in the closet for years. After all, for an assembly line employee like him, there are very few times when he is required to wear formal attire. 10 minutes later, get off at the station. Chen Xinhua walked to the entrance of the cafe and straightened his tie, took a deep breath and walked in. And to think that this date, which resembled a blind date, was still arranged for him by his own son's guidance. Chen Xinhua then couldn't help but laugh helplessly. The old man being set up on a blind date by his son. This could definitely be considered a joke if told. For himself, though, he felt a touch of warmth. Looking for a seat, Chen Xinhua's eyes fell on a woman wearing a red coat. Customer service has said that the other person is dressed up today. It seems like this. Hello, are you Sun Giru? The woman in the red coat slowly turned around. Chen Xinhua? I am. Chen Xinhua rubbed his hands together, clearly at a loss for words. After all, it had been a long time since he had been emotionally entangled with a woman for him, especially after Chen Qi's mom died. Now that we've met, how about we get right to the point? Sun Giru glanced at Chen Xinhua and spoke slowly. I've also read your information, and we both have children. I believe you came here with the intention of reorganizing your family, just like me. That's right. Chen Xinhua nodded. That's good. Without waiting for Chen Xinhua to finish his sentence, Sun Giru crossed her legs and said, how are the conditions on your side? Is there a house? I have an old house that used to be allocated by the factory, and I got a demolition notice some years ago, almost in the past 2 years. Chen Xinhua said truthfully. A house to be torn down? That's kinda nice. Sun Giru seemed to be quite satisfied with this offer from Chen Xinhua. What about your job? Chen Xinhua replied. The development zone electronic factory workers are now factory team leaders, and there should be opportunities for promotion in the future. An assembly line? This time, Sun Giru frowned with some dissatisfaction. An assembly line worker, after all, is not considered a decent job in the eyes of many people. Hard-working overtime for a paycheck that's really just that, and rising through the ranks in an assembly line factory. Isn't that just a tactic for leaders to fool their employees into working overtime? Plus, it was only a while ago that there were mass layoffs in electronics factories. In case Chen Xinhua gets laid off, won't he become jobless? After all, if Chen Xinhua can go to work in the assembly line, he must not have enough academic foundation, and then it will be quite difficult to find a job. I'm a finance consultant for a cell phone company. Sun Giru didn't voice her dissatisfaction. Instead, he declared his occupation and then took a sip of his coffee. So, Chen Xinhua smiled bitterly. The other party's profession, however, was much stronger than his. Maybe you don't know what a financial advisor is? Sun Giru ruffled her hair a bit and said with half flirtation. Actually, it's just to study the cell phone market and then report to the boss about the financial market. I really haven't had much contact with it. Chen Xinhua was already a bit embarrassed. To be honest, Mr. Chen Xinhua, I don't think too highly of your career, but with the pending demolition of the house, I think both of us are barely on equal terms. Sun Giru analyzed. She glanced at Chen Xinhua, who was feeling increasingly embarrassed, and laughed a little. Don't feel that I'm being sarcastic. After all, it's a blind date, so it's best for us to make these conditions clear. Yes. This is all normal. Chen Xinhua nodded and said, after all, there's no emotional basis for dating in the first place, and since both are adults in their 30s and 40s, it's only natural that they don't still get mushy like young people. Getting to know each other in your teens and 20s and then getting married is called being in a relationship. Getting married on a blind date in your 30s or 40s is called life. Well, since you don't think it's anything, I'll get that off my chest too. Sun Giru nodded and said, in fact, the gap between our conditions is clear to yourself. If we get married and you can get the house bought after demolition to be signed for both of us together, I have no problem with that. Signed together? Chen Xinhua frowned. What? Isn't it normal to buy a house with two people's names after getting married? Sun Giru realized that there was something wrong with the other party's tone. No, this will never work. Chen Xinhua shook his head and said, my house is reserved for my son. It must be written in his name. Otherwise he will not be able to marry a daughter-in-law in the future. With these words, Chen Xinhua spoke with incomparable certainty. Mr. Chen Xinhua, have you made a mistake? Sun Giru said with dissatisfaction. Your son will be 18 years old this year and has grown up. Why do you still need to worry about him? Besides, you have this condition to worry about? Besides, now raised children. White-eyed wolf is still less. Excuse me, Ms. Sun Giru. Chen Xinhua took a deep breath and said, my son is all I have. He's very good and knows his way around. Not only does he do well in his studies, he also looks out for me. He's definitely not some kind of white-eyed wolf. Meh. Sun Giru sneered. So, you are not going to use the house for our marriage? That's not what I meant either. Chen Xinhua shook his head and said, the house is just a residence anyway. We can live in it, but the owner of the house must be my son. What about in case of divorce? Won't I not be able to share anything? Sun Giru's tone was already vaguely angry. As long as there are no issues of principle, there should still be no divorce. Chen Xinhua said so after thinking about it. I'm sorry, we've only met for the first time. Why should I trust you? Besides, Sun Giru narrowed her eyes slightly and stared at Chen Xinhua. Mr. Chen Xinhua, you're a big man. You're already 40 years old and you're still working in an assembly line. Don't you know the gap between me and you? I know. You're a business consultant for a big company, and I can't compete with you compared to your job. But, with that, Chen Xinhua stood up. If you insist on the house, I won't agree to it no matter what. Yo, you're still going strong, aren't you? Sun Giru also followed and got up. Tell you, if it is not your house. As far as the career gap between the two of us is concerned, do you think that you are worthy of me? Not worthy. So, Chen Xinhua gulped. If he divides up the house he's planning to give Chen Qi, he might as well put off the idea of a second marriage. So uncle, let's go. And just at that moment, a female voice came from the side. Chen Xinhua turned his head to see that it was Chen Qi and Shu Xinro. He couldn't help but be a little surprised as to why they were here. At the same time, Sun Giru's eyes widened. Ah, ms. Shu Xinro huffed. Counselor's son, let me tell you. You have been fired from the company. You are now out of a job. That is indeed unworthy of uncle. Sun Giru looked at Shu Xinru in surprise. It was important to know that the organization she worked for was Shu Xinro's parents' marvelous cell phone company. Shu Xinro, as the boss's daughter, she has certainly seen. It's just that she didn't expect that Shu Xinro would show up here and threaten to fire her. Shu, you're kidding, right? How could the boss fire me? Sun Giru forced out a smile towards Shu Xinru. Here, watch yourself. Shu Xinro handed her cell phone over. On the top was the text message she had just sent to Cozy Orchid. Shu Xinro told her that Sun Giru was not competent enough and her research on the market was not qualified at all. Coupled with the information she had brought through her rebirth to analyze the cell phone market, as well as her own business acumen, she had hardened Xinlan's words. That's fine, let's change counselors. This is how when Xinlan replied to Shu Xinro. After all, in her eyes, even her own daughter had analyzed the situation more thoroughly than their company's professional consultant. That would suggest that Sun Giru's business skills are indeed in question. Ms. Shu, I did all my research carefully. Sun Giru felt a little aggrieved when she saw the text message. After all, she does put serious effort into her business skills. But in terms of competence, it seems as if Shu Xinro's analysis of the market is indeed better than hers. Gee whiz, you think that's why I told my mom to fire you? Shu Xinro pouted unhappily. Then because of what? Sun Giju was confused. You, yourself, haven't offended this missy, have you? Don't say you're offended. Every time I see you at work, when hasn't she greeted someone with a smile on her face? Because you squeezed Uncle Chen, Shu Xinro said simply and directly. Ha, he is your uncle? Sun Giru immediately turned her head to look at Chen Xinhua, but at this time, Chen Xinhua was also in a state of confusion. In his eyes, although Chen Qi knew the location of the blind date, it was possible that he would come over to take a look, but what he didn't expect was that Xiao Shu, a student who seems to have a good relationship with Chen Qi, has such a big energy at home. Of course, this is my classmate's dad. If Chen Xinhua wasn't present, Shu Xinro was afraid that she would just say that in the future. She would have to call Chen Xinhua a dad as well. Your classmate is his mom? Only then did Sun Giru focus on Chen Qi. Aha. Chen Qi nodded. My mom even texted him today to give me extra lessons over winter break. If you get into a fight with Uncle Chen, then how else is my mom going to hire him? Shu Xinro gave a very reasonable explanation. But Sun Giru was a little tearful. I had known that Chen Xinhua's son was acquainted with the first lady of his boss's family, and it looked as if the relationship was seemingly good. Where else would she talk to Chen Xinhua like that? And, nowadays, the odds are that high school students, boys and girls who get closer, will develop a relationship. That is, if one agrees to marry Chen Xinhua, then one's boss could very well be the future in-law's mother and father-in-law. The more you think about it, the more regret Sun Giru feels. Uncle, let's go. What do you mean you don't deserve her? Is that she doesn't deserve you? Shu Xinro said towards Chen Xinhua. Ha, Shu-san. Thanks. Chen Xinhua politely thanked him. Chen Qi also nodded his head and said, Dad, you and Shu Xinro go wait for me outside first. I have something to do. Okay, then we'll go out first. Shu Xinro leaves with Chen Xinhua. Chen Qi, on the other hand, was looking straight at Sun Giru. In fact, he and Shu Xinro witnessed the matchmaking process with their own eyes. In the afternoon after school, Chen Qi expressed his desire to check on the progress of his father's matchmaking by making a trip to the cafe. Shu Xinro expressed her curiosity, and she had wanted to get bored with Chen Qi as well, so she followed her. That is, from start to finish, what happened on this blind date? Both he and Shu Xinro saw it through. You are Chen Xinhua's son? When only Sun Giru and Chen Qi were left on this side of the cafe, Sun Giru also reluctantly revealed a smile towards Chen Qi. Maybe look for opportunities in him and things could still turn around? Well, I just wanted to tell you something. Chen Qi shrugged. I heard from Shushinro and I on the side earlier that you work in finance at Marvel Cellular, right? Yes. Sun Giju nodded. So the stock market has an understanding? Chen Qi asked again. This, of course, is something very basic? Sun Giro continued to nod her head. If you're measuring my dad's worthiness to you or not in terms of money and career, then you really don't deserve him, Chen Qi said in a sarcastic tone. Sun Giru frowned. It's okay for Shushinro to say that, but someone else's family owns a cell phone company, and they happen to be their own boss. But this Chen Qi, why can he say the same thing? What do you think? You make a lot of that little money? Meh, it's the futures my dad bought. Saying that, Chen Qi took his cell phone out and opened the securities website to her. In just an instant, Sun Giru's expression became incredibly ugly. These stock futures. That's a nearly 7-figure gain if you sell it now. Chen Xinhua's family is so rich, but why is he still an assembly line worker? Don't have too much of a sense of superiority, and you don't deserve it when you show it in front of my dad. Ha, you don't deserve it yet. After dropping such a sentence, Chen Qi turned around and left. Son. After waiting for Chen Qi to come out, Chen Xinhua said with a bitter smile, I think, let us not look for it online in the future. I feel that it is not very reliable. Ha, uncle, you and Counselor Sun from the inside met online. Ha, Shu Shinro asked curiously. Yeah, after all, we don't have any female workers in the electronics factory, especially in our group, and Koike thinks I should find a date. Ugh, Chen Xinhua sighed. Then it's Chen Qi's fault. Shu Shinro turned her head toward Chen Qi and said, how unreliable is the one you met online? In case it's a money scam, if you ask me, it's better to know your enemy and know yourself. Like, me and Chen Qi. Chen Xinhua was puzzled. Ah, don't get me wrong, uncle, I'm just making an analogy. Shu Shinro hastily snorted and said, in fact, about the emotional things. Of course it is best to have an emotional foundation, at least usually have more or less intersection is good. Dad, it is indeed my problem. Chen Qi also helped Shu Shinro change the topic. Ha, it's fine. Your dad, I'm used to being single anyway. Chen Xinhua laughed frankly. Then Uncle Me and Chen Qi classmate will leave first. He can still have to go over to my house to see about the winter vacation job. Shu Hinro is looking for an opening. After all, she had just blurted it out, and now she was unconsciously panicking a little inside. Alright, then I'll leave first. Little Qi, you also seriously follow Shu's classmates to see what to do with that part-time job. After Chen Xinhua patted Chen Qi on the shoulder, he turned around and walked towards the station. Phew, only when Chen Xinhua walked away did Shu Shinro breathe a sigh of relief. Scared me to death. I thought we were discovered by Uncle. Chen Qi smiled blandly. Now that you know to worry, then how did you not overthink when you spoke just now? Because I'm telling the truth. Shu Shinro said. Originally, things like matchmaking are not reliable. I think Uncle should just slowly cultivate his feelings like us. You call that slow cultivation? Chen Qi raised his eyebrows and flirted. I thought I had met a female hooligan at first. If you look at it aside from the premise that he was also reborn back into this era, for Shu Shinro to come up and say she liked him on their first meeting would be abrupt no matter who it was. A female hooligan? Like? Shu Shinro pondered carefully. And at this time, Chen Qi also turned around and walked into the cafe and ordered 2 cappuccinos with multiple milk froth. Here, Chen Qi handed one of the cups to Shu Shinro. Ha, thanks. Subconsciously, Shu Shinro opened the lid of the paper cup and looked inside. Then he raised his head in surprise and looked at Chen Qi. Wow, Chen Qi-san, how did you know that I like to add milk froth? It's just that I happen to like it too. Chen Qi calmly opened the lid of his own paper cup. In fact, he added it to both coffees on purpose. So it is. But you can remember that it's what your future girlfriend likes. Shu Shinro pinched the straw and took a sip of it beautifully. Tastes good. Sort of as a thank you for that thing earlier. Chen Qi said. Shu Shinro immediately moved the straw away from her mouth and said in a hurry. That's all I should do. Wait, Chen Qi student. I have to correct you. That's not what I call a female hooligan. What's that called? Chen Qi asked. I call this taking the initiative. When you're in love, of course one of you has to take the initiative. Shu Shinro said with a straight face. However, Chen Qi was still quite cognizant of this truth, because in his last life when he himself had a crush on Shu Shinro, it was also Shu Shinro who came to break the window, take a cab to Marvel Cellular. Just as he entered the lobby of the sales department, Shinlan came out to greet him. Chen Qi-san, you came over. She greeted her enthusiastically. I was just about to thank you for the final grades today. Chen Qi knew what Shinlan was talking about, so he shook his head and said, Auntie, this is what the homeroom teacher asked me to do. It doesn't matter who asked for it, but you did make this girl, Xiao Rou, improve. When Shinlan said, Chen-chi this winter vacation is on you. Come, this is the salary that Auntie advanced to you in advance. Pay half of it first, and Auntie will give you the other half at the end of your part-time job. With that, she handed Chen-chi a stack of bills that she had already prepared long ago. Thanks, Auntie. Chen-chi nodded politely. He certainly knew exactly why Cozy Orchid had given himself an early paycheck. After all, he is Shu Shinro's classmate. If he takes the salary and doesn't work and doesn't help Shu Shinro tutor her study, he can't run away. And if the salary was given in advance, it was undoubtedly also to allow himself to be more serious about tutoring Shu Shinro in her studies. Auntie has to go over to the head office, so you guys can go in first. I took you there last time. Aha. After Chen-chi nodded, Zin Hoenlin left. Walking into the back room of the sales department, the employees inside greeted them warmly. After all, one is the boss's daughter and the other is the boss's daughter's classmate. Nominally, I'm here to winterize and give them a hand. But who dares to really treat them as their subordinates? The two men's workbenches are next to each other. However, Shu Shinro wasn't satisfied with such a distance and directly pulled the chair to the side of Chen-chi. She asked in a low voice, Chen-chi, what do you think we should do here? Work, Chen-chi said calmly. But no one's coming to paint the system. Shu Shinru said quietly, why don't we find some movies to watch? With that, she opened the page on her computer. However, Chen-chi said coldly, the work that Auntie gave me, besides brushing the system, is also your studies. No way, Chen-chi-san, you're really going to tutor me in my studies? Shu Shinru's hand holding the mouse stopped at once, showing a bitter face towards Chen-chi. If I don't help you with your studies, why am I getting these salaries? Chen-chi shrugged. Nominally, he's here for a winter vacation job, but in reality, Shinlan's main purpose for having him come over was still for him to tutor Shu Shinru. How about, you just pick it up on the ground then? Shu Shinru asked in a small voice. Try picking one up? Chen-chi was speechless. Ugh. Okay, fine. When I'm rich later, I'll only let you stay with me, and there'll be no talking about studies. Shu Shinru let out a quiet sigh. But before we start learning, I'd like to ask you a question. Say it. Chen-chi had already taken out his textbook and was ready to give Shu Shinru her homework for this winter vacation. Would you be happy if I started a company like my mom later on when we're in a relationship? Impossible. Chen-chi directly shook his head. Why, you don't believe in my ability, do you? Shu Shinru deliberately made a puffed-up appearance. It's not that I don't trust your abilities. Chen-chi glanced at him and said, if I want to fall in love, I won't let my girlfriend work her ass off. I think that I have the ability to support her. Ha, this is macho? Shu Shinru asked in a low voice. So if you want to be the company president in the future, don't fall in love with me. The corner of Chen-chi's mouth curved and said deliberately, that's not good. Shu Shinru immediately said, it's not like I said I wanted to be the president of the company. That was just hypothetical just now. Hypothetical. Finally, Shu Shinru also muttered, besides, being the president of the company and whatnot is exhausting. If you raise me, I can't wait to eat and wait to die. Are you sure? Chen-chi was waiting for these words. Aha, sure. Shu Shinru nodded her head as dryly as she could. However, on second thought, she felt that there seemed to be something wrong. Mr. Chen-chi, if you don't let me be the president of the company, are you all ready to support me? In other words, you still want to fall in love with me, right? In fact, if you have anything, just say it, I'll listen to you in everything. Really? Shu Shinru pawed her chin with both hands and smiled prettily at Chen-chi. Chen-chi glanced at her and flipped open his textbook. Then you first copy the first text of next semester 10 times first. Is it too late to take back what you just said? The first day of winter break and the first day of winter labor. Shu Shinru felt that her luck today was really a little bit not so good. It was fine for Chen-chi to let her study, but why wasn't there even one person who came to brush up on the system? Originally, she'd wanted to wait for work to come in and have a little fun. As a result, until the evening time, all the staff off duty did not wait for such an opportunity. I'm going back. Chen-chi stood up and explained towards Shu Shinru, when you go home, first memorize the key passages of the first text for the next semester. Wait, Chen-chi-san. I don't think you're doing it right. Shu Shinru immediately pulled back Chen-chi who wanted to leave. What's wrong? Chen-chi asked. Think about it. Everything has to be about combining work and rest. This has just finished the tense and exciting final exams. And then you want me to study hard. Will this be a bit too hasty? It was. Well, she'd been trying to think of wording all afternoon. So what do you want to do? Chen-chi looked at her meaningfully. Tomorrow, if we're this idle again, we can skip studying and do something else. Like, listen to songs, watch movies or something, and do work if we have work. How about that? Shu Shinru spoke her mind. Okay, Chen-Chi nodded in agreement. Good. I'll take you to the station then. Shuhinzo hurriedly packed his things. No need. Chen-Chi shook his head. Ha, why? Shu Shinro looked at Chen-Chi with bated breath. Chen-Chi said, I'll send you to the entrance of your neighborhood. It's close anyway. Great, that's better. Shu Shinro smiled sweetly. It seems that his own parenting program of teaching him to fall in love was successful after all. All know to send themselves home. When she got home, Shu Shinro began to think about what movie she would watch tomorrow at the office. A romance movie? A comedy movie? Or horror movie? Shu Xinro was a bit torn, and after thinking about it, she decided to send a message to Lin Xiaohua for help. You and Chen-Chi watch? This was the first message Lin Xiaohua sent back to her after seeing the message. That's a good guess, Hannah. If it were you, what do you think would be good to watch? Shu Shinro asked curiously. After all, Chen-Chi is only 17 years old. What's better to look at? Of course you have to ask your equally 17-year-old best friend. What's the point of guessing? Have you ever looked at another boy more than once? Except for your relentless pursuit of Chen-Chi? Lin Xiaohua spat first, then sent a message. Actually, I think we should watch a horror movie a little better. Why? Shukinzo asked. Lin Xiaohua analyzed. Think about it. Chen-Chi is a good student, so he must read a lot and hasn't seen many movies, right? Right, you go on. Shushin Zoe wanted to hear her best friend's train of thought. Then a movie as scary as a horror movie. He must not have seen it before. In case he is scared, won't you have the opportunity to take advantage of it? After the message was sent over, Lin Xiaohua also sent an emoticon of a squinty-eyed smile. Good idea. Shu Shinro immediately clapped her hands. Horror movies definitely couldn't be better. Just think about it. When Chen-Chi saw the ghosts coming out of the movie, not having seen a horror movie, he was sure to be scared. If an impulse to hug yourself, then won't you take the opportunity to get close to Chen-Chi? Maybe one still has a chance to pat Chen-Chi's shoulder in comfort. Chen-Chi students, don't be afraid. You see, the ghost is so ugly. That's why you're afraid. You should be more with beautiful people. E.g. me. Then Chen-Chi said, really? Yeah, it's just true. If you don't believe me, close your eyes and I'll teach you how to kiss. It'll be different from watching a horror movie. Well, then, thinking about it, Shu Shinro couldn't wait. Not only would he be able to be intimate with Chen-Chi, he might even be able to take his first kiss in this life. This is the perfect opportunity. Little flower. I'll go get ready then. The more Shu Shinro thought about it, the more excited she became, and now she couldn't even hold it down. Aha! Remember to share any battle results with me. Lin Xiaohua replied in a hurry. Maybe even some gossip about your own bestie. But watching a horror movie and having to be intimate with Chen-Chi, it's just definitely not appropriate in the studio behind the sales department. After all, it's crowded. It would be a big deal if my own mom found out. So on the same night, Shu Shinro found her mother and said seriously, Mom, I think that when there is no work, Chen-Chi's classmates and I can study somewhere else. Why? Wenshin Lin wondered. Because making noise will affect study efficiency. Shu Shinro gave the reason. Indeed. Cozy Orchid nodded slowly. Actually, I think the back barn is just fine. Mom, do you think we should pack it out? Shu Shinro mentioned it in a pretense of carelessness. Well, yes. When Shinlan felt that this method was good, then I'll have someone pack up the warehouse now. And when there's no work, you and Chen-Chi can just go inside and study. I'll have someone call you when there's work. Okay, thanks Mom. Shu Shinro pursed her lips and smiled. Purpose achieved. Then the next step is to pick what horror movie to watch. But she hadn't seen a horror movie before, so she had to look it up online. From 10 p.m. I found it until a little after 1 a.m. Shukinzo finally picks a movie that online reviews say is scary. 8 o'clock the next morning, Chen-Chi came to the company. Chen-Chi students, come on, let's go inside and study. Shu Shinro, who had arrived at the company early, immediately dragged Chen-Chi to the warehouse. Here, an open space had been cleared and a desk big enough for two had been placed. The warehouse was pitch black, a perfect atmosphere for a horror movie. It's noisier to study outside. Shu Shinro smiled and winked at him. Don't forget, yesterday you promised me to see a movie or something today. Okay. Chen-Chi sat down. Here's your headphones. Shu Shinro handed Chen-Chi a cell phone headset. There is no computer in the warehouse, so you can only use your cell phone to watch. But yesterday she had downloaded the movie to her phone. See what? Chen-Chi asked calmly. Absolutely beautiful. Shukinzo opened the file. Soon, the music that follows the horror atmosphere appears and the phone screen reveals the name of the movie. Amusement Park of Horrors? Chen-Chi laughed at the title of the movie. This girl, she wants to watch a horror movie with herself? Although they hadn't watched a horror movie together before, He could remember a clip clearly. There used to be a scene where a mouse made a noise in the kitchen, which directly scared her so much that she screamed out that there were ghosts and spirits, and then jumped sharply into her arms. Are you sure? Watch this? Chen-Chi pointed at the cell phone screen. At this moment, music rendering a horrifying atmosphere had come through the headphones. Aha! Just watch this. Shu Shinro nodded her head and pursed her lips. Student Chen-Chi, you're not afraid, are you? No fear. Chen-Chi shrugged. Shu Shinro was afraid that he would back out, and immediately said, that's good. Don't take the headphones. Watching a horror movie is only interesting if you wear headphones. Aha! Chen-Chi remained unmoved. Humph. Let's see if you're not so scared you jump into my arms later. Shu Shinro thought so. Soon, the movie officially begins. In order to make the atmosphere a little thicker, Shu Shinro even turned off all the lights in the warehouse. Oh yeah, and here. Seeing the light revealed from outside the door of the room. She closed the door again and unlocked it. What if we get to an exciting episode later and someone suddenly comes along and spoils the horror? Are you going to watch it or not? Coldly, Chen-Chi asked her. Look, I'm sure I'll watch it. It just so happens that I haven't seen it either. Shu Shinro immediately sat down, and in the process, she also pulled the chair towards Chen-Chi's side. This is to make it easier for Chen-Chi to jump into his arms after he's been startled. Everything is ready. Shu Shinro cupped her chin in her hands and went to watch the movie on her phone with Chen-Chi. But watch. Why did she feel a cool swish around her? Especially once the movie switches to an amusement park, a location where horrific events have occurred. Shu Shinro then couldn't help but put her hands down and hugged them tightly to her chest. The moment. The scene shows a man and a woman riding on a Ferris wheel at an amusement park. In the carriage, looking up at the stars together. What was supposed to be a very sweet and romantic scene came with horrible music. And just as the Ferris wheel reached the position of the high point, suddenly a child's face, directly on the glass window of the carriage. Shu Shinro couldn't hold on any longer and directly hugged Chen-Chi next to her. Ghost, Mr. Chen-Chi, there's a ghost. She straightened her hands and peeled off the headphones she was wearing, terrified. So you're the one who's scared? Chen-Chi, on the contrary, was calm from the beginning to the end. After removing the headphones, he looked down and saw Shu Shinro's scared little face. Before that, she told herself not to be afraid? Scared. Of course I'm scared. You didn't see how eerie that kid's face was. Shu Shinro was so frightened that tears came out of her eyes. Having never seen a horror movie before, how can you be calm when you come up and watch a movie that has extremely horrible reviews online? And she's never really been very bold. It's okay, it's all fake in the movie. Chen-Chi soothed. But I'm really scared. Shu Shinro hugged Chen-Chi tightly. In this small space, only Chen-Chi could give her an incomparable sense of security. Then why did you choose a horror movie? Chen-Chi asked helplessly. I'm just curious, can't. Of course Shu Shinro couldn't say that she was trying to scare Chen-Chi. After all, she was the one who was scared now. So is it better now? Chen-Chi put his hands around her back and gathered Shu Xin-ro into his arms. Feeling the body heat of someone close to you is capable of eliminating fear when one is afraid. Well, feeling Chen-Chi's body temperature and breathing, Shu Shinro gradually calmed down. The fear in his heart also gradually disappeared because he heard Chen-Chi's calm heartbeat. She looked up at Chen-Chi. It was only at this time that Shu Shinro realized. He himself had just been so frightened that he had burrowed into Chen-Chi's arms. And even now his hands were still clutching his clothes. What about the promise to scare Chen-Chi? It turns out that the one who was frightened was simply himself. But, seems like the results are pretty good? Though he himself was scared out of his wits. But Chen-Chi is also comforting her in this way. And a little scared, Shu Shinro said, pulling one of Chen-Chi's hands, signaling for him to hold on tighter. Now what? Chen-Chi could already smell the girl's scent. Still scared, Shu Shinro smiled sweetly. Then why are you laughing? Chen-Chi gave her a blank look and made a move to let go. Chen-Chi, you can't hug me more. Shu Shinro whimpered and pleaded. And just then, the warehouse door moved. With a jolt, Shu Shinro fell headfirst into Chen-Chi's arms. Someone else was just passing by. Chen-Chi rolled his eyes. But scared, just saw something so horrible. Shikinzo pointed to the cell phone. Almost okay, this is what you want to see for yourself. Chen-Chi shook his head helplessly. Ugh, so let's find another romance movie? Shu Shinro thought it would be better to watch a sweet romance movie like Full City Love. It's about time. Chen-Chi looked at his cell phone. It's already 11:30 a.m. Shu Shinro sighed. Then we'll watch it after lunch? Okay. Chen-Chi got up. Shu Shinro walked over to pull the door of the warehouse. But no matter how much she pulled on the door, it wouldn't open. Why don't you open the door? Chen-Chi asked. Shu Shinro twisted twice more. It seems like it was locked on the outside? Shu Shinro twisted the handle twice more, but it wouldn't open no matter what. Chen-chi, you try? She thought that maybe she was too weak. It's normal for damage to occur to a warehouse door that hasn't been used in a long time. Chen-chi went over and tried twice. Shrugging, it was indeed locked. Then won't we be stuck in the warehouse for 2 hours? Have to wait until everyone comes back from lunch break? Shu Shinro had a look of despair on her face. She knows the company. Starting at 11:30, it's lunchtime for the staff. There's still time for a lunch break after dinner. It's going to be until about 2 p.m. before everyone comes back to work. Hey, is anyone there? Help, help, help. Shu Shinro shouted towards the door, but there's not even a hint of movement outside. Who would be happy to stay at the office during a lunch break? It's the same reason most students don't stay in the classroom when class is over. Chen-chi students. So how do we? Now, Halfway through her words, Shu Shinro realized that Chen-chi was calmly sitting in front of the desk. You're not going to watch a movie? Go ahead and watch it. There's nothing to do anyway, Chen-chi said, taking his cell phone out. So, what's that look for? Shu Shinro wasn't really in the mood for rom-coms right now, trapped in this dark warehouse and having just watched a horror movie. Where's the mood to go to the movies? You want to see? Chen-chi asked, turning around. So, watch it together? Shu Shinro also honestly sat next to Chen-chi. Although the dark warehouse was creepy, leaning closer to Chen-chi wasn't so scary. And think about it another way. Even though being stuck in a warehouse isn't a good thing, but it's always with Chen-chi. Maybe, in this dimly lit warehouse, they'd have a chance to get close and intimate? Chen-chi took the initiative to invite himself to watch it together. Maybe he's prepared some special romantic movie? Thinking so, Shu Shinro also became interested. Here, Chen-chi handed her an earphone, but after Shu Shinro put on, she heard a black standard Mandarin coming from the headset, just like the professional broadcasting host kind of. This week's financial report? Seeing the image on the cell phone screen, Shu Shinro looked at Chen-chi in surprise. Since you're not watching the movie, I'll watch something else, Chen-chi said gently. Shu Shinro instantly wanted to cry. A romantic movie? Where does anyone watch a financial report and play romance? Chen-chi, you're interested in all this? After looking at it for a while, Shu Shinro turned her head towards Chen-chi and asked. Chen-chi nodded gently. I'll tell you about it then. I actually know something about these things. Shu Shinro didn't bother to think about how to be intimate with Chen-chi. All she could think about now was to mix up her time quickly and get out of the warehouse sooner. You understand? Chen-chi asked deliberately. Of course. For example, this issue is about securities, and I definitely know more than those so-called experts, Shu Shinro said confidently, though she really wasn't doing well academically, but the stuff about business is something she's better at than most. Let's not talk about the fact that she has the advantage of being born again and learning about the future markets information. Is her ability to start a Fortune 500 company? It's already beyond the reach of the vast majority of business tycoons. Okay, tell me about it. Chen-chi nodded. Well, let's say these futures are heading in the right direction lately. Those futures you were following last time you saw them at your house are going to reach a peak soon. Shu Shinro recounted it in an organized manner. These things are literally at her fingertips. And she wasn't afraid that Chen-chi wouldn't like to hear this. After all, Chen-chi had said before that he was interested in securities. So once we talked for almost an hour. And what interrupts the rhythm of Shu Shinro's speech is the sound of her stomach grumbling. Chen-chi-san, I'm hungry. Shu Shinro looked at Chen-chi with bated breath. Chen-chi looked at the time and sighed. There's still more than half an hour left. Will we starve to death in the warehouse then? Shu Shinro instantly despaired as she asked towards Chen-chi. Are you hungry? There's no one back out there yet. And you can't get out even if you're hungry. Chen-chi was looking on the bright side. Shu Shinro also had no choice but to console herself. Alright. I've heard that people seem to be able to go without food for 7 consecutive days. So let's give it a try this time. It's not that exaggerated. Chen-chi gave her a blank look. At the same time, he kept a sharp eye out for loud noises. As soon as someone comes, he calls someone over to open the door. Almost 10 minutes later, Chen-chi, I can't help it. Shu Shinro tugged on Chen-chi's coat. It's not like I brought food over. Chen-chi shrugged helplessly. He couldn't keep Shu Shinro from starving even if he wanted to. After all, both of them were trapped in this warehouse. No, I'm not hungry, Shu Shinro stammered. I drank 2 glasses of milk for breakfast. What does it matter? Chen-chi was stunned. He obviously hadn't reacted to it yet. Shu Xinro said with a small red face. I mean I want to go to the restroom. At that moment, Chen-chi was also speechless. After looking around, he picked up a plastic bottle thrown in the corner. Why don't you try this? Chen-chi asked. I'm not a boy, Shu Shinro cried without tears and covered her stomach and squatted down. Right now. She's in a real hurry. Ha, strange. Who closed the warehouse door? Don't you know you have to use cardboard boxes all the time? Suddenly, a middle-aged woman muttered outside the door and slowly approached the warehouse. And this voice was like heavenly music to Shu Shinro. Sisterly, help open the door. I'm locked in. Shu Shinro immediately called out for help towards the outside. Ha, that voice is Shu. The middle-aged woman seemed to freeze in the doorway. Yeah, that's me. Shu Shinro was on the verge of being moved to tears. Just wait. I'll open the door now. The middle-aged woman answered and hastily pulled the lock from the outside. Offended. The moment the door opened, Shu Shinro breathed a sigh of relief. But, I'm going to the restroom first. Shu Xianro immediately ran out towards the outside. To the restroom? Sister Lee was stunned for a moment, but then, she had the sight of Chun-Chi walking out from the inside. This is not a student who was set up by the company's boss's wife for a winter break job? That's right, or Shu Shinro's classmate. What are they doing in the warehouse? The two of them? And shut the door? Most importantly, Shu Shinro ran to the restroom as soon as she came out. For a while, Sister Lee was in deep thought. Should I tell the boss's wife about this kind of thing? Sister Lee. Thanks. Chen-Chi thanked Sister Lee. No thanks. No thanks. Sister Lee waved her hand, and after thinking about it, she asked Chun-Chi, by the way classmate, what are you and Xiao Shu doing? Inside? Look at the movie. Chen-Chi said truthfully. Watching a movie? Sister Lee froze again. Nowadays, it's very common for youngsters to learn knowledge towards certain movies. Could it be that they are also watching the movie while? Because they don't understand it? You guys watch romance movies? Sister Lee said in a subtle way. She wanted to watch it, but then realized the warehouse was locked. So we didn't. Chen-Chi shrugged. Oh, so? Sister Lee nodded, and then said seriously towards Chen-Chi. However, this student, as a person who has come before, it is still necessary for Sister Lee to remind you. Coming through? Reminder? Chen-Chi froze. Sister Lee continued. As a guy, there are things you should still learn more from rom-coms. Otherwise it's not good for the girls if you're inexperienced. It took half a day of chatting for Chen-Chi to realize. Turns out the rom-com the two were talking about wasn't even the same type of movie. Almost 10 minutes later, Shu Shinro returned. Sister Lee, thank you. She said thanks to Sister Lee before asking Chen-Chi. We're going to eat now? Isn't it almost past lunch break? Chen-Chi looked at his cell phone. Go to the restaurant next door and pack it over. Shu Xianro pouted and said. That won't do. We've been in the warehouse for so long. If we still stay in the company to eat, I'm going to be suffocated. You won't be docked for being late? Chen-Chi teased. Aren't my parents the bosses? Shu Shinro said with a straight face, and at this time, Sister Lee also smiled and said, oh, you guys go ahead. It's fine to play for a while after dinner. It's just a matter of brushing the system. Even if there are guests, it's fine for Sister Lee to help you guys for half a day. Thank you, Sister Lee. Let's go. Let's go. Sister Lee said she can help us work. Shu Shinro pursed her lips and laughed, pulling Chen-Chi and heading out. For lunch, a very ordinary Chinese restaurant was chosen, and after lunch, Shu Shinro didn't go back with Chen-Chi, but instead asked Chen-Chi to accompany her to shop at the nearby mall. It wasn't until 4 in the afternoon that she and Chen-Chi rejoined the company. Just got in the door of the company. Zoe, where have you been? Wenqinlin stood in front of the door and looked at her with a black face. Ha, Mom, what are you doing over here? Shouldn't you be over at the head office? Shu Shinro timidly asked. Ha, I just came over to check it out. And you're still gone. Wenqinlan was infuriated, and after glancing at the large bag she was carrying in her hand, Xin Huanlan became even more furious. During work hours, you still let Chun-Chi go shopping with you? Shu Shinro did not know how to explain, so she could only whisper, if I say, I just bought it on the way after eating, do you believe it? What do you say? When Xinlan gave her a blank look without any good reason, she continued, Shuade, I let you and Chen-Chi students are in the company to play winter vacation work. Is for you this girl's learning for the sake of? Even if you said yesterday that you want to be quiet, I also specifically let people to you will be the warehouse to clean up the results of your good. Wait, Mom, it's not entirely my fault. For a moment, it was as if Shu Shinro had found a good reason. What? I still misunderstood you? When Xinlan frowned. Of course you misunderstood me. Shu Xianro said with a straight face. Chen-Chi students and I were both locked in the warehouse at noon. That's why we were late for dinner. As for shopping, being in a bad mood you always have to find a way to change your mood, right? Otherwise study efficiency will definitely be affected. There is such a thing? When Xinlan was also bluffed. Ask Chen-Chi if you don't believe me. Shu Shinro said. Student Chen-Chi, is that so? When Xinlan turned her head to look at Chen Qi. Sort of. Chen Qi nodded. Trapped in a warehouse is indeed trapped in a warehouse. Just have not studied all morning. Both he and Xu Xinro knew it by heart. Sort of? When Xinlan realized that something was wrong. What do you mean? Sort of? Sort of means. That doesn't mean it isn't? Ha, I see. It was you who conspired with Chen Qi, wasn't it? On second thought, Cozyland figured it out. This daughter of mine is very resourceful. The other Chen Qi student is a good student and is not willing to cheat people. But you're good. And you're bringing others down? When Xinlan's fire came back. Mom, I really didn't lie to you. If you still don't believe, you go ask Sisterly. Yes, it was Sisterly who opened the warehouse door for us at that time. As if she had found a savior. Xu Xinro immediately pointed towards the room inside the company. Okay, I've got to get to the bottom of this today. When Xinlan turned around and headed inside the company. Walk through the lobby where cell phones are sold and go straight into the back room. Sisterly, my mom is looking for you and wants to ask you things about what Chen Qi and I were doing this morning today. Xu Xinro grabbed the lead and took the lead towards Sisterly who was sitting at her post. And as he spoke, he winked a wink at her to make a wink. Asking me things? You and Chen Qi? Oh, I know. Sisterly immediately reacted when she saw Xu Xinro and Chen Qi behind Xinlan. Isn't this just young people having fun and getting caught by their parents? Just shut up for a second. When Xinlan glared at Xu Xinro, she then slowed down her tone towards Sisterly and asked, Sisterly, I heard Xiaoro say that she was locked in the warehouse with Chen Qi in the morning? Heck, it was Li who opened the door. That much she definitely admitted. Xu Xinro thought confidently, but then, she realized that Sisterly shook her head. Boss lady, there is no such thing. What? The moment she heard this, Xu Xinro's eyes widened. Sisterly she, why is she talking with her eyes open? Mr. What? I was in the front all morning today helping to sell cell phones, and I came to the back after the lunch break. Sisterly said calmly. Sisterly, did you remember it wrong? Think about it more carefully? Xu Xinro anxiously asked towards Sisterly. While asking, he also made a wink, signaling for Sisterly to say whatever happened directly. But the fact that she kept blinking her eyes was a very obvious hint in Li's eyes. Himself, being right, should have helped to conceal these two young men. After all, when caught with this kind of thing, Xu Xinro would definitely want to hide it. Xu, I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't seen you in the morning or at noon. By the way, it should only be now that we meet for the first time today, right? Sisterly pretended to be innocent. Xu Xinro was completely speechless. Why didn't Sisterly admit to opening the door for herself? Is it so terrible to put out something as simple as opening a warehouse door? Honestly, Xu Xinro can't figure out. Zoe, what else do you have to say? At that moment, Zin Honlin's tone became icy. Yes, Xu Xinro continued to turn on her brain. You, go and ask the sister who came to do part-time work at that university. I think it must be that she unlocked the warehouse door, because the old employees know that the cardboard boxes in the warehouse are to be used often. That's why they keep the door open for convenience. Okay, I'll ask for you. When Xinlan found a young girl who looked to be in her early 20s, or not long out of college. Well, I did unlock the door, but it was supposed to be closed. The girl said so. Okay, I got it. When Xinlan nodded and turned her head towards Xu Xinru and asked, don't tell me that you and Chen Qi were studying inside with the door closed? Staying in the warehouse. The soundproofing is already very good. You don't even need to close the door if you were studying inside. At that moment, Xu Xinru didn't know what to say. She couldn't tell her own mom that she and Chen Qi were watching a horror movie in a warehouse. Could she? Xiaoro, what else do you have to say? When Xinlan asked coldly, Xu Xinru could not cry. Mom, Chen Qi's classmates and I were really trapped in the warehouse for a full morning. Okay, I'm not going to bother telling you about the morning. When Xinlan waved her hand and said, but seeing as how you like to be lazy so much, I'll come over to the sales department and watch over you, and under my nose, see if you still dare to go around. Mom, you want to transfer over to work? Xu Xinru only felt a blackout before her eyes. If you're being guarded by your own mom, how else can she be intimate with Chen Qi? Isn't this all about your studies for me? Alas. After when Xinlan sighed with hatred, she said towards Chen Qi, don't worry, Auntie knows that it must be Xiaoro who instructed you. I won't blame you. Instead, Auntie feels it's a bit difficult for you. Xu Xinru had a head full of questions. She didn't believe it after explaining herself most of the way. As a result, Chen Qi didn't even say anything and she believed everything? But no matter what, in the future, if there was a warm orchid coming over, then she and Chen Qi would have to be careful even if they sat a little bit closer. I'm going to bring the stuff over here. Sisterly, come over with me and help out. After saying that, Zin Hoenlin turned his head and left. Yes. Sister Lee got up to follow. Before leaving, she even made an okay gesture behind her back towards Shu Shinro. After all, in her eyes, she had done Shu Shinro a great favor, and Chenchi approached the warehouse and sat down at the desk. This time, of course, Shu Shinro didn't dare to close the door behind her. She sighed and said, Chen-chi, if my mom is over here in the future, then we'll be in deep shit. Didn't I come to work part-time originally to help you with language tutoring? Chen-chi was indifferent. Counseling what? That's my mom's idea, not mine. Shu Shinro pouted and said, I just want to be with you, closer to you. Then it's hopeless now, Chen-chi said lightly. Yeah, I can't even sit that close if she's there. Saying that, Shu Shinro moved her chair slightly farther away from Chen-chi's chair. Just now, they both had their chairs almost next to each other. We have a guest to swipe the system. Get ready. Suddenly, there was a yell from outside. What for? Shu Shinro saw Chen-chi suddenly get up. Not coming to our first job? Chen-chi asked rhetorically. Oh, right, I just remembered that we're just here to help our guests paint their systems. Shu Shinro stuck out her tongue and immediately followed Chen-chi out of the warehouse. Entering from outside was a young man in his mid-20s, well-mannered, and looking like he went to college in the neighborhood. Are you the one who wants to swipe the system? Shu Shinro asked curiously. The youth nodded his head in a regular manner and said, Yes, a lot of my software was running exceptionally slow, and after your company's staff took a look at it for me, they said that brushing the system should fix it. Then give me your cell phone. Shu Shinro spread out one hand, and Chen-chi also pulled up the software to brush the system on the computer next to him. However, after Shu Shinro saw the youth's cell phone, she brought it to Chen-chi at the first opportunity. Chen-chi student. Look here. What's in this? Chen-chi looked at Shu Xinro suspiciously. Isn't that the youth's cell phone? Look at his cell phone desktop. Shu Shinro came over and whispered. Desktop? A picture of him and his girlfriend? Chen-chi glanced at his cell phone screen. Above that, is a picture of the youth and a young girl as a desktop. Yeah, what do you say? Why don't we try taking one too? We'll change all our phone screens to our group photos. Shu Shinro is stupid. The Raising Husbands program, of course, has a couples element to it. Oh, Chen-chi raised an eyebrow. What about when your parents see you? I have an idea. I'll tell you after work. Shu Shinro smiled mysteriously. Then do something first. Chen-chi glanced at her and didn't continue to ask, instead helping the youth to brush the system. Okay. 10 minutes later, Chen-chi dryly finished the job. Well, it's finally flowing a lot better. The youth tried the phone and left satisfied. Around 5 in the afternoon, when Shinlan and Sister Lee rejoined the company, Sister Lee helped Shinlan bring quite a few documents to be used in the office. It looks like she's going to be working on the sales side this winter break. Ugh, Shu Shinro sighed depressingly. With my own mom here to watch, then she wouldn't dare to make a move on Chen-chi. It's kind of sad when you think about it. Reborn back to 17, she is asked by her own side, Chen-chi, to recultivate her relationship. It turns out that at school with the homeroom teacher watching, it's hard to make it to winter break and have your own mother watching over you. The chances of getting your hands on it yourself are simply few and far between. Finally made it to the end of the day. Mom, Chen-chi and I are leaving first. Shu Shinro asked as if nothing had happened. In fact, she was testing to see if her own mother would follow them home. Go. When Wineland obviously has work to do. Shu Shinro's heart rejoiced. At least for the commute, it should be safe. Chen-chi-san, I don't think we can go on like this. After walking out of the company, Shu Shinro said towards Chen-chi in a serious manner. Can't what? Chen-chi asked. Look, now that my mom is right next to us, we don't stand a chance, Shu Shinro said, and let out a quiet sigh. What chance do you want? Chen-chi deliberately flirted. Of course it's a chance not to let her see it. Shu Shinro pursed her lips and smiled. Right, Chen-chi, let's take a group photo. Use it as our cell phone screen. You won't disagree, right? She ended with a rather guarded question. As long as you're not afraid of being found out. Whatever. Chen-chi, of course, was indifferent. I must have my own way. Saying that, Shu Shinro fished out the language textbook for the second half of the second semester of her senior year of high school from her own small bag, which she had used to prep in advance. Here, if she asks me what the picture is about, I'll just say it's to give myself motivation to study. She flipped the textbook over and placed it between herself and Chen-chi. Chen-chi gave him a breathless blank look. What kind of couple takes a picture together and puts a textbook in it? Come on, look here. Without waiting for Chen-chi to think more, Shu Shinro had already raised her cell phone to take pictures of herself and Chen-chi. Chen-chi looked up as she quickly pressed the photo button. Perfect. Shu Shinro looked at the photo with satisfaction. It's a deal. We're all switching. With that, she passed the photo to Chun-Chi via Penguin. Okay. They each set their cell phone screens to the photo they had just taken. Finally something that looks like a couple. Shokinzo muttered. Though Chun-Chi said he was waiting for college before getting into a relationship. But before you go to college, these boyfriend/girlfriend preparations can be done. Even though Chun-Chi promised that if she still liked him when she went to college, she would agree to be his girlfriend. But what if it backfires? This is a situation that has to be put to an end. Besides, it's a way to foster a relationship. Chun-Chi, can I go to your house to pay my respects on New Year's Day? After putting away her cell phone with satisfaction, Shu Shinro asked cautiously towards Chun-Chi. What's the point of going to my house? Chun-Chi glanced at her. New Year's Eve is all about crowds. Can't I spend New Year's with you? Shu Shinro looked at him blearily. Whatever. Chun-Chi didn't refuse. Good. It's going to be New Year's soon anyway. I'll definitely be there then. After accompanying Shu Shinro to the entrance of the cell, Chun-Chi also turned toward the station to take the bus home. When he returned home, Chen Xinhua had already prepared a meal. Dad, so early today? Chen-Chi asked. Chen Xinhua said, yesterday's rest was only half a day, so I didn't work in the afternoon. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of his vacation yesterday to go to the matchmaking meeting of the Real Love Network. Dad, it will always be found, Chen-Chi said with a smile. Chen Xinhua said without any good humor. What do you kid, care so much about my emotional problems? Right now the only thing I care about is your studies, Dad. But my academic performance, the room for improvement is already very small. Chen-Chi shrugged. Chen Xinhua was momentarily speechless. Indeed, even Chen-Chi's homeroom teacher praised Chen-Chi by name at the parent-teacher conference, saying that he was definitely a strong contender for the top spot in the college entrance exam. How else is he going to progress? Then, with his grades? By the way, Shao-Chi, this New Year's Eve, your aunt and uncle are coming to our house to spend it with us. Suddenly, Chen Xinhua said so. What's the matter with them coming over? Chen-Chi said coldly. Because as far as he could remember, that aunt of his was a notorious snob in the family. In his last life, after his mother left, there was little interaction between the two sides. But once when he was a child, something happened that Chun-Chi remembers vividly even now. At that time, Chen Xinhua took Chen-Chi to see Chen-Chi's mom for New Year's Eve. As a result, Chen-Chi's aunt met and said something like Chen-Chi's mom died because she ran into Chen Xinhua's bad luck. It also said that when Chen-Chi grows up, he will definitely spend a lot of the family's money. Those words were as snarky as they could be, as mean as they could be. But the interesting thing is that when Chen-Chi graduated from college and was preparing to marry Shu Shinro, his aunt and uncle favored to come to the door to congratulate him again. As for the congratulatory rhetoric, naturally, it's something about being on the side of a rich woman and being able to struggle for decades less. In that case, don't say that it hurt Chen-Chi's pride. It was Shu Shinro who heard it at the time and felt that they were too purposeful. After all, they're relatives. They still have to come and go, Chen Xinhua said in a low voice. In fact, he didn't have any good feelings towards these two people either. Chen-Chi said coldly, Dad, you treat them as relatives, but they, presumably, are coming for your promotion? Alas, little Chi, I know you understand things now and know the ways of the world, but after all, it's a relative on your mother's side. We still have to maintain good relations. Chen Xinhua sighed. He knew that Chen-Chi had matured quite a bit in these 6 months. A lot of things, Chen-Chi can also see clearly. In 2 weeks, it will be the Spring Festival of 2011. During these 2 weeks, Chen-Chi also went to Shu Shinro's parents' company as usual to work as a winter vacationer. At the same time, though, he was figuring out the future's sale. Because of the information in his head, the best opportunity to sell is on New Year's Eve. On Shu Shinro's side, these 2 weeks have been a bit of an ordeal. As expected, Cozy Orchid stayed at the office the whole time. She didn't dare to get closer to Chun-Chi even if she wanted to. Such a feeling is like a kitten constantly scratching its heart. It was finally the day before New Year's Eve. The company also announced the start of a 7-day vacation. After getting off work, Shu Shinro even reminded towards Chun-Chi. Chen-Chi student, but we have a deal. Tomorrow I'm going to your house to pay my respects. I'm not available during the day, and I only have New Year's Eve dinner with my dad at night. Chen-Chi said calmly. Then I'll come over tonight to rub it in. Shu Shinro immediately said. Just in time, I'll eat with my parents at noon, and I'll say thanks for the tutoring in the evening. Chen-Chi rolled his eyes. Can use studying as an excuse. She's probably the only one. Noon the next day, Chen Xinhua bought a fish and also a chicken for the evening's dinner. Though it was said that the New Year's Eve dinner at home was only for him and Chen-Chi, but the New Year's Eve atmosphere is always there. Dad, you can cook more for dinner. Before going out, Chen-Chi thought about it, or toward Chen Xinhua first said clearly, otherwise afraid of causing misunderstanding at that time. What's wrong? Chen Xinhua asked. Shu Shinro said she's coming over to pay her respects in the evening, supposedly to thank me for helping her with her studies or something. Chen Qi shrugged. It was just that Chen Xinhua was a bit puzzled. New Year's Eve? Even if you are tutoring and studying, you should have New Year's Eve dinner with your own family, right? Is Shu-san coming over for dinner? He asked suspiciously. Chen Qi responded. Aha. Oh, so, that works. Chen Xinhua slowly nodded. Still, he was a little guilty in the back of his mind. The girl. It's not possible that he's in love with his own son, is it? As soon as this idea popped up, Chen Xinhua felt that it was really possible, because think back carefully. It seems like Shu Shinro and Chen Qi usually do get very close, and at this age, that is very easy to fall in love early. Thinking about it, Chen Xinhua couldn't help but be a little worried. Although Chen Qi is doing well in school now, but what if it interferes with your studies? Dad, I'm going to go out for a while. I'll come back later and I'll surprise you. Without waiting for Chen Xinhua to react, Chen Qi left the house with a smile. Surprise? What kind of son surprises his father? This kid has really grown up. Chen Xinhua couldn't help but smile, while his freshly furrowed brows gradually stretched out. His own son is getting more and more understanding now. What to do and what not to do. He should know better than even himself. Leave the house. Chen Qi took a taxi directly to the securities center. In fact, the so-called surprise he gave Chen Xinhua was simple: money. The futures that Chen Xinhua had been allowed to invest in at the beginning were now all ready to be sold. On New Year's Eve, there were especially few people at the securities center. Aside from the staff working overtime, there were barely a handful of people walking in. After all, everyone is getting ready for New Year's Eve with their families, and it's pretty cold out there. Ugh, what kind of breaking news can there be in this winter? I should have known better than to go back home for the new year. Lu Yang, a reporter from Lu City's financial TV station, was sitting alone in the securities hall rubbing his hands. If the OP hadn't said that several stock futures have moved higher recently, they would have peaked even more today, and he's not going to wait around foolishly. Granted, most of the people who count on futures to make a fortune lose their homes, but there is also a small chance of a boom. If he were to stumble upon it, it would definitely be heavy news that could make it to the financial channels. For him, it would also mean an unbelievable bonus. Just sitting in the lobby waiting for most of the day. And he didn't wait for the lucky guy who became a boomer. Last 10 minutes. If you don't get a chance, go to the supermarket and buy some dumplings. Lu Yang sighed. And it was at this time that someone finally walked in from the empty securities center. Lu Yang looked up in surprise. But soon, he sighed helplessly, because what walked in was a student. The futures are moving higher, though, with the potential to become a boom or bust. But a student earns even if he buys futures with all his pocket money and year-end money. Probably only tens of thousands of dollars. The student status is attractive though, but the bias is also precisely because it is a student. So it is impossible to earn much. That's the kind of news that doesn't make headlines. But a few minutes later, the transfer was successful. The proceeds of your sale amounted to $876,000. Please pay attention to the bank's SMS for the arrival notification. What? At that instant, Lu Yang raised his head and looked with incomparable surprise at Chen Qi, who was standing next to the futures kiosk. 870,000? This student, he made so much? But, where did he get the principal? Even if you bought those big money futures at the perfect time, it would take tens of thousands of dollars in capital, wouldn't it? He's a student. Where did he get the money? But on the contrary, the sound of the self-help machine had just been so clear. Hello? Look at Chen Qi turning to leave. Lu Yang hurriedly stopped in front of him. Looking for me? Chen Qi frowned. Hello, the student, may I ask, where you are a student? I'm Lu Yang, a reporter from the Finance and Economics channel. Lu Yang immediately took out his documents to explain. One student made almost $1 million through futures. This is definitely the first headline of 2011. Chen Qi glanced at his credentials. What do you want with me? Sure, I'd like to get an interview with you. Is that okay? Lu Yang asked excitedly. After waiting most of the day for this moment, the high school student who made $1 million through futures. This is definitely financial news with topicality. Although the amount is much less than those of the business tycoons. But $1 million is definitely not a small amount for the average person. Not to mention, a seemingly high school student. Sorry, I have to go home for New Year's. Chen Qi went straight ahead. This student, can you give a chance? I'll give you money. Lu Yang refused to give up. If you stop me again, I'm going to call for security at the door. Chen Qi looked toward the door. Lu Yang pursed his lips. He originally wanted to say something, but then he realized that Chen Qi glared at him with an icy cold look. In the end, he still didn't follow Chen Qi out again. But it was enough. Knowing that the other guy is a high school student. Knowing that the other guy made $1 million through futures. With those two pieces of information alone, he could already write a sucker punch of a financial story. $870,000 in revenue. It was considered a solution to Chun-Chi's immediate needs, because he now possesses a very ample principal. With the futures information in his head, he was easily able to make money out of money for a short period of time. After the raise, he then threw another $500,000 into it, keeping only $70,000 for himself. The rest of the $200,000, Chen-Chi transferred to Chen Xinhua's card. Open the door and come home. Chi, what's going on? When Chen Xinhua heard Chen-Chi's voice coming home, he immediately walked over with his cell phone. I found $200,000 on my card? Or did you transfer it? Chen Xinhua looked at Chen-Chi with a shocked expression. Chen-Chi calmly smiled. Dad, this is the surprise I told you about. Son, what the hell did you do? Chen Xinhua frowned. In his opinion, this $200,000 that Chen-Chi transferred to him was not necessarily a good thing. It's a lot of money, but if you get it through means that go against the law. Dad, did you forget about the futures I asked you to buy at the beginning of the semester? I just took the money out. Chen-Chi knew what Chen Xinhua was worried about, so he told him everything. So, you made all this money buying futures? To be honest, Chen Xinhua was still somewhat unable to accept it, though the one who went to the stock center to buy futures in the first place is still himself. Ha, the door is open? Mr. Chen-Chi, uncle, I've come to pay my respects. At this time, Shu Shinro, who had jogged all the way upstairs, greeted the duo in the house after surveying them for a while. You're here now? Chen-Chi turned around and helped her take out a pair of slippers. Yeah, didn't I tell you already? My mom told me to bring this to uncle. Shu Shinro walked in from outside carrying a piece of nutrition. However, she noticed that there was something not quite right about Chen Xinhua's expression. Uncle, what's wrong with you? Shu Shinro asked cautiously. No, nothing. Chen Xinhua came back to his senses and shook his head. I was just chatting with Xiao Qi about things. Fellow student Xiao Shu, feel free to sit down first. I'll go to the kitchen to cook. There's still one dish left to cook. With that, he froze and walked into the kitchen. After all, there's such a thing as pie in the sky. It was a bit difficult for someone as honest as him. Wow. Shu Shinro slowly nodded her head and waited for Chen Xinhua to go to the kitchen before she came up next to Chen-Chi and asked in a low voice. Chen-Chi, is it true that uncle doesn't welcome me? No, a little something else. That's all. Chen-Chi shook his head. That's good, that's good. I was afraid uncle wouldn't like me. Shu Shinro was instantly relieved. After all, in the future, she would have to call Chen Xinhua a dad. Why don't you rest? I'm going to the kitchen to talk to my dad about something. Saying that, Chen-Chi also followed into the kitchen. Aha, yes. Shu Shinro nodded obediently. Chi, is that $200,000 really legitimate money? Seeing Chen-Chi come over, Chen Xinhua asked while frying the vegetables. Well, Dad, you believe me. All these futures, didn't you go and buy them for me? Chen-Chi said in tears and laughter. That's true, but isn't 50,000 into 200,000 too much? Chen Xinhua was still a bit unable to accept it. Dad, let me tell you about this futures thing. To put it bluntly, it's like an investment. Chen-Chi patiently spoke to Chen Xinhua. Through Chen-Chi's explanation, Chen Xinhua also gradually understood what stock market futures really are. So it is. In the end, Chen Xinhua finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he still reminded towards Chen-Chi. Little Chi, but no matter what, this is your luck. You mustn't let this delay your studies. In his opinion, learning is the only way out. Don't worry, Dad. Do you see my academic performance slipping? Chen-Chi laughed. So it's up to you, kid, to keep it up. Well, I will. The two were chatting in the kitchen, and Shu Shinro was sitting in the living room taking out her cell phone and playing with it. Anyway, they were already at Chen-Chi's house, so there was no hurry for such a short while, but it wasn't long before she heard a ringing from beside her. The distinct vibration of a cell phone. A call came in? She got up and looked around, noticing that it was Chen Xinhua's cell phone sitting on the dining table, but when she took a look at the name of the caller on the top, it turned out to be Chen-Chi's aunt. Why did she call her uncle? Chen-Chi didn't have a good feeling towards her, and naturally, Shu Xianro was the same, and in her opinion, the call from Chen-Chi's aunt and uncle was bound to be no good. After all, she was under the impression that this was a very snobby woman. It's New Year's Eve. It's better not to affect uncle and Chen-Chi's mood. After thinking about it, Shu Shinro didn't go to answer the phone or go to the kitchen to tell Chen Xinhua. Humph. Just don't answer it. Hurry up. Shushin's was silently spat. Finally, the phone hung up automatically because it was taking too long. Ha, what's this? but after the call hung up, the cell phone screen automatically became a bank text message that had just recently been opened. With just a glance, Shu Shinro saw a long string of numbers. Go over and take a look. $200,000? Or was it transferred from Chun Chi's card? In an instant, Shu Shinro's eyes widened. She couldn't help but wonder how Chun Chi had so much money. Where did he get all this money? Wait. Suddenly, she noticed the time on the top. It was over half an hour ago, and when she arrived at Chun Chi's house, all of Chun Chi's shoes were still on the doorstep, obviously having just come home. In other words, the money, most likely, has something to do with Chun Chi having been out of the house. Right. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Shu Shinro immediately touched her cell phone to check the securities website. Sure enough, it was found that the futures of those stocks that Chun Chi had paid attention to earlier on the securities website had all reached their peaks. Shu Shinro instantly understood something as well. In all likelihood, Chun Chi's money is tied to these futures. But how could Chun Chi in this era have so much money to invest in futures? Suddenly, she reacted. This text message is a text message from Chun Ji transferring money to Chen Xinhua. Then it's very likely that Chun Chi asked Chen Xinhua to borrow all this principal. But then there's the problem. At this present time, Chen Chi and Chen Xinhua's family conditions really weren't good, and were even a bit poor. Why would Chen Xinhua give Chun Chi so much money to invest in futures? Moreover, why would Chen Chi have the confidence to let Chen Xinhua pay for the futures? It doesn't make sense. If one only treats Chun Chi as a 17-year-old high school student, this makes absolutely no sense. Shu-san, come and eat. I'm sorry, I was just chatting with Xiao-Chi. I didn't even entertain you much. At this time, Chen Xinhua served the dishes on the table and greeted Shu Shinro to eat together. Since you came over to eat the New Year's Eve dinner together, you should also feel free to order, as your own home. Thank you, uncle. Shu Shinro politely said thank you, smiled and looked at Chun Chi. Uncle, and Chen Chi students, since as their own family words, then I am not also counted as your family Just eat whatever you want for yourself. Chen Chi glanced at her and moved the spicy fish towards Shu Xianro and Chen Xianhua. He assumed that Shu Shinro meant that she wanted to eat something, and he knew that Shu Shinro was fond of fish. Right. Shu, you can eat whatever you want. Chen Xinhua also greeted warmly. Fish? Shu Shinru quietly glanced at Chen Chi. How did he know he liked fish when he hadn't said anything about it? Chicken and fish were the main dishes on the table. He favored pushing the fish to himself? That guess in the back of my mind is really becoming more and more likely the more I think about it. However, this time, Shu Shinro only stole a glance at Chen Chi and did not say anything. The three of them were at the dinner table, eating this New Year's Eve meal in silence. But the quieter it got, the stranger Chen Chi felt. Though talking while eating is not a good habit. But for Shu Shinro, it's a bit of an anomaly. Thank you, uncle. Today's food is very delicious. It wasn't until after she finished eating that Shu Shinro finally opened her mouth and said towards Chen Xinhua, "Oh, it's not good. It's all pretty much the same." Chen Xinhua waved his hand modestly and said, "Why don't you and Chun Chi watch some TV in the living room? I still have to go out." "Ha, uncle, you're going out even at this late hour?" Shu Shinro was surprised. Chen Chi also looked at Chun Xinhua suspiciously. "Well, I thought there wasn't much to do at home, so I might as well go work some overtime and get some extra pay," Chen Xinhua said with a smile. Chen Chi was stunned for a moment. If he had to work overtime, why didn't he say so before? However, Chen Chi still nodded and said, "Dad, take care of your rest." "Good, I'll be going then. Chi, you clean up the dishes." With that, Chen Xinhua grabbed a jacket and went out. Overtime, in fact, was just an excuse for him to go out. His real purpose, or to go to the factory to ask acquaintances. This future's in the end reliable or not. After all, the family suddenly had such an extra amount of money. He always feels like a mess inside. In the room, only Shu Xinwei and Chun Chi were left. "Feel free to play for a while I do the dishes." Chen Chi got up and cleared the dishes. "Don't, I'll help you alone." Shu Shinro also immediately cleaned up the dishes on the dining table. Chen Chi glanced at her, but didn't say anything. But upon walking into the kitchen, Chen Chi was still alone washing dishes. Because of the small space in the kitchen, there was only room for one of him to stand at the sink. Still, Shu Shinro stood at the edge looking at him with a godly gaze. "What are you looking at me for?" Chen Chi asked as he washed the dishes. "Can't even look at it. But you promised me that I'm your girlfriend from now on. Besides, the Spring Festival Gala is getting more and more boring nowadays, so I might as well watch you. New Year's Eve is all about being with the people closest to you," Shu Shinro said with a smiling face. "So you're not going home to spend New Year's Eve with your family?" Chen Chi asked. "My parents and they're not at home either," Shu Shinro said rightfully. "They're going to the office again after the New Year's Eve dinner today. After all, the cell phone business is not doing well now." Chen Chi nodded slowly. In fact, Since last year, the cell phone market has been facing a major reshuffle of smartphones. Some older brands of cell phones, too, are facing obsolescence. Chen-Chi, tell me, if my family can't keep my cell phone open in the future, will you make money to support me? Shu Shinro pursed her lips and smiled. Are you so looking forward to not being able to keep your own company open? Chen-Chi flirted, although he knew that according to the development of his last life, Shu Shinro would definitely sell the family's company and create a technology company instead. It's not like it's easy to talk about such things. Shu Shinro shrugged her shoulders and said, besides, just now I didn't also say it. Now the cell phone business is not doing well. Then you can do something else too. Chen-Chi said. Also, but that's all my parents' business. And I'm not going into business anyway. Shu Shinro's seemingly casual words made Chen-Chi unable to resist glancing at her. So, she's not going to start a company this time? Chen-Chi, you still haven't answered me. In the future, if I really become your girlfriend, will you support me? Shu Shinro asked again. Chen-Chi was silent. Tell you what, I'll ask you another way. After thinking about it, Shu Shinro asked again. In the future, if so, do you have any plans to make money to support your wife and let her rest at home without any worries? Aha. This time, Chen-Chi answered her question. Then it's a deal. Just as well I don't want to work on it later. Ha, how do you know you'll be my wife from now on? And how do you know I can make money to support you? Chen-Chi smiled faintly. You bet you can. Shu Shinro said rightfully. Because I said that one of the wishes I made in my dream was that you would be the best boy in the world. And what if I don't make any money? Chen-Chi laughs. Then I can help you with advice. If you really can't, you can start a tech company. And I guarantee you'll be the boss of a Fortune 500 listed company. Shu Shinro spoke with a very definite sentence. For others, it may be a pipe dream. But for her, it was just a matter of doing what had been done again. And you've made money now, haven't you? Suddenly, Shu Shinro's words caused Chen-Chi to freeze for a moment. Those futures you showed me last time are seeing a peak today. Shu Shinro pursed her lips and said, if someone had bought them in the first place and invested tens of thousands of dollars, they would have made hundreds of thousands of dollars by now, wouldn't they? Aha. Chen-Chi nodded his head while looking at Shu Shinro with some doubt. Why did she bring it up all of a sudden? So, Shu Shinro looked at Chen-Chi seriously and said, Mr. Chen-Chi, where did you get the confidence to buy those futures with your uncle's money? You know? Chen-Chi glanced at her. Of course. Shu Shinro directly picks the words out. Don't tell me you didn't buy it. But I happened to see the arrival text message from my uncle's cell phone today. $200,000. Or you transferred to him. Ha, yes. It's the proceeds I got from selling today. At this moment, Chen-Chi smiled helplessly at her. Because Shu Shinro almost wrote the word skepticism on her face. After all, with his family, Chen Shinhua invested tens of thousands of dollars to buy vain futures. Obviously unrealistic. Unless, Chen-Chi had the certainty that he could make a slight profit without losing money. And possessed the self-confidence that did not belong to the identity of a student. The rebirth thing doesn't really stand up to scrutiny at all. It was just a bit of a shame for Chen-Chi. After all, one has not yet achieved financial freedom. More than $800,000 is quite a lot. But compared to Shu Shinro's company in her last life, it's still too much difference. But this kind of thing, in fact, Chen-Chi hadn't intended to keep it hidden from her. So he shrugged his shoulders and said towards Shu Shinro in relief. Since you said so, if you want to ask anything, just ask. Shukinzo pondered, and Chen-Chi waited quietly. Can I stay at your house tonight? You can't disown me as your future girlfriend just because you've made money. Shu Shinro thought about it, but then asked such a question. Staying at my place? Chen-Chi was also a bit confused by Shu Shinro's question. Yeah, Shu Shinro said rightfully. You're my future boyfriend. It should be fine for me to stay at your house, right? Upon hearing such words, Chen-Chi instantly cried and laughed a little. Whatever. He rolled his eyes breathlessly. Oh, right. Chen-Chi student. You haven't been in love yet. You don't know what you should do when your girlfriend lives in your house, right? Actually, I can teach you. Shukinzo jumped at the chance. I know what to do. Chen-Chi replied calmly. You know? Shu Shinro's heart was delighted. Chen-Chi continued. First, you go to my room. Good. I'll go to your room right away and wait for you obediently. Shu Shinro leapt to her feet. Then, Chen-Chi said. Shukinzo was puzzled. And then? Take out a pillow and put it on the couch. Chen-Chi said. Why? Shu Shinzo was puzzled. Chen-Chi said lightly. If you sleep in my room, then I'll sleep on the sofa. Shu Shinro was instantly speechless. What the hell is this? Where else can a boyfriend and girlfriend sleep in separate rooms at home? Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. Shu Shinro stomped her foot and directly turned around and walked out of the kitchen. And Chen-Chi was relieved. I didn't realize that's what she was going to ask. But before Shu Shinro obviously already have some suspicion. Ugh. I don't know if it's what I think it is or not. Arriving at Chun-Chi's bedroom, Shu Shinro directly flopped onto his bed. Doubts about Chun-Chi's rebirth she did have just now, and it was indeed the question she originally wanted to ask out. But after careful thought, Shu Shinro decided not to say it out first. Granted, Chen-Chi's attitude of buying futures and being incredibly confident really doesn't fit this day and age. But other than that, is there anything to prove? The bottom line is this. She never doubted that Chen-Chi was good to her. If it's true that both of them have re-entered the age of the, then why did Chen-Chi act like he didn't recognize him in the first place? Even after he confessed his love, he didn't say yes to himself right away? That's why Shu Shinro felt that it was still necessary to observe more. And for Chen-Chi, he also didn't want to state the truth to Shu Shinro right at this moment, because he had silently set a goal for himself in his mind. In this life, he wants this girl beside him to be carefree and not worry about anything. After washing the dishes, Chen-Chi went to his room. Mr. Chen-Chi, since you made money buying futures, can you treat me to something? Shu Shinro watched Chen-Chi come in and immediately braced herself to come to life. What do you want to eat? Chen-Chi said calmly. Ice cream. Shu Shinro blurted out. Okay. Chen-Chi put on his coat. Where does it take to get the closest one to your house? Suddenly, Shu Shinro asked. Almost 2 blocks. Chen-Chi replied. Forget it then. I'll let you treat me next time. Shu Shinro immediately backtracked. Why? Chen-Chi was puzzled. It's a big year, so it's better to stay home and be comfortable. Shu Kinzo reclined. Watch your posture. Chen-Chi pointed to her slightly lifted dress. Whatever. It's not like there's anyone else. It doesn't matter if it's you. Shu Shinro deliberately winked at Chen-Chi. I'm going to the living room. Chen-Chi took a pillow at the end of the bed and turned around. If he continued to let Shu Shinro tease him like this, he couldn't guarantee what he would do. After all, at home now, they are the only ones alone. Though it is said that each other are rejoined to this age, but they are still 17 years old in their bodies. Plus, Shu Shinro's health has been bad since she was a child. This is an area that you still have to control yourself. 2 people, 1 in the bedroom, 1 in the living room. Chen-Chi swiped the headline. In today's financial news, there are already reports of him making almost $1 million buying futures. It was kind of expected. After all, he was still a high school student. The news, in turn, has caused a lot of curiosity and speculation as to who this person is. It's a shame that the reporter of this press release was also informed of limited information, knowing nothing other than distinguishing Chun-Chi's age from his appearance. Snap, snap. Suddenly, there was the sound of fireworks blooming outside. Chen-Chi looked up. Without realizing it, it was almost 12 o'clock. What's she doing in there? Chen-Chi glanced toward the bedroom. It's been several hours since Shu Shinzo has moved. As a result, just at that moment, the sound of clattering slippers came from the direction of the bedroom. Mr. Chen-Chi, it's going to be Spring Festival soon. Shu Shinro ran out excitedly, headphones still in her hand. I know. Chen-Chi pointed to the bedroom. What were you doing in there for so long? Watching a TV show. Hannah recommended it to me. Shu Shinro showed Chen-Chi the cell phone screen. Chen-Chi glanced at it. It was Hi Pie Sweetheart, an idol drama from 2 years ago. Isn't this a TV show from 2 years ago? Just look at it again. I'd forgotten all about the plot, so I went back and read it. Shu Shinro came over and sat next to Chen-Chi. Chen-Chi student, do you know why I suddenly want to watch this drama? I don't know. Chen-Chi shook his head. Because the plot in it is interesting. Shu Shinro spoke to Chen-Chi with great interest. To tell you the truth, in the beginning, it was the hero and heroine who knew each other, but at that time, the heroine was stronger. Later, after the two were separated for a while, they got reacquainted again, and this time, it became the male lead who was stronger. Moreover, he even pretended that he didn't know the heroine in the beginning. While speaking, Shu Shinro also observed Chen-Chi's expression. Seemingly, not much has changed. Disappointment. Chen-Chi smiled bashfully. Isn't this an old script? Yeah, but what if there really is a leading man like that? Like you? Shu Shinro continued to test the waters. You're saying make me the male lead in this drama? Chen-Chi pointed at the cell phone screen. Yeah, wait. Suddenly, Shu Shinro seemed to realize something. No, you can't become him. She immediately shook her head. Why? Chen-Chi was curious. Shu Shinro said seriously. This actor, he will definitely be a scumbag in the future. The kind of time management guru who has many girlfriends and doesn't get caught. So you must not become him. In the room, it grew quiet. Shu Shinro pondered whether to ask Chen-Chi anything else. Chen-Chi, on the other hand, calmly continued to watch the news. And at this time, the host's voice came from the TV. Here begins our countdown to welcome the year of the rabbit. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, snap. The moderator's voice breaks at this point. At the same time, the entire house turned pitch black. Is this a blackout? Shushinro asked in a small voice. It should be. Chen Qi nodded. In the wee hours of the night, there were no lights and you couldn't see anything at all. I can't believe we're spending Spring Festival like this, but it's not bad, Shokinzo muttered. But Chen Qi listened to her tone. Seems like a little excitement? Why? Chen Qi asked. Just think how exciting it would be for us to be alone, in a room with a black light, Shokinzo said leaning over. Chen Qi could feel her resting her chin on her shoulder. Even his own neck could feel her breath. You'd better stay away. Chen Qi fumbled and knocked her on the head. Why? Shu Shinro asked blearily. Are you disowning me as your future girlfriend just because you've made money? Question mark. Chen Qi was stunned for a moment. Recall the question she asked herself earlier. Is that what she's worried about? After thinking about it, Chen Qi cried and laughed a little. So he gave an affirmative answer. No. Then you'll have to prove it to me. Shu Shinro smiled gently. The setup was successful. It didn't matter if Chen Qi was reborn or not. As long as he continued to nurture Chen Qi's relationship with himself, he was right. Shu Shinro leapt to her feet and said, just in time. I want to verify a claim. The claim that the Spring Festival is more important than the New Year. Isn't it just the lunar calendar versus the solar calendar? Chen Qi wondered. That's different. Shu Shinrue asked quietly. Have you ever heard the expression that if you do something on the first day of a new year, it means that you will do something similar for the entire following year? There is that. Chen Qi nodded. Puzzled, he asked. Isn't that what happens in the spring? Of course not. Shu Shinro said with her head in her hands, although it has pretty much the same meaning. But what makes a traditional festival is that even if it has the same meaning, then there is something special about it. Ha! What's so special? Chen Qi laughed. She could already smell the condom. Want to know? Kiss me if you want to know. Shahinru came straight over. Chen Qi gave her a blank look. Didn't you say you'd let me prove it? Yeah, that's the best proof. Shu Shinro said with her head in her hands. And there's a meaning here. What's the significance? Chen Qi asked curiously. Kiss me and I'll tell you. Shu Xianro looked at him blearily. Chen Qi student. You wouldn't even be able to give me your first kiss. At that moment, Chen Qi had the feeling that he had met a female hooligan. Are you sure? Chen Qi asked. Aha! Shu Shinro nodded her head repeatedly. Hurry up. Hurry up. If we delay, we'll be too late. Saying that, Shu Shinro was also particularly anxious as if she was in a hurry. That. Chen Qi took a deep breath and moved towards her. No way. It was too perfunctory to kiss your face like you did last time. Forget it. I'll teach you. Saying that, Shu Shinro unexpectedly kissed directly. What? Chen Qi looked at her with wide eyes. It's an old married couple, but isn't this a little too sudden? But, soon, Chen Qi realized that after Shu Xianro kissed up, her little mouth was trembling a bit at a loss for words. This is the embodiment of rustiness. Why is it different than expected? Shu Shinro was also puzzled in her mind. Obviously they've kissed so many times. Why does it still feel like a first kiss? But when she thought about it, she was a little teary-eyed. Why is it rusty? That's because it used to be Chen Qi who took the initiative. But the arrow is on the string. You can't just give up all of a sudden, can you? However, just at this time, Chen Qi slightly opened his mouth. Shu Shinro's heart rejoiced, as if there was a chance. Finally, a wet and sweet sensation permeates the tongue. Now that's a familiar feeling. A passionate kiss that lasted almost a minute. Phew! Shu Shinro gasped and said beautifully, Chen Qi student, how does kissing feel? I taught you well, didn't I? Chen Qi rolled his eyes. Who teaches who? Exactly? If she hadn't just guided her herself, she probably doesn't even know what to do. Do you know what this is called? Chen Qi asked calmly. It's called my first kiss with you, right? Shu Shin softly and beautifully laughed. No. Chen Qi shook his head. This is called being a hooligan. Shu Shinro pouted and said, classmate Chen Qi, it's not like I'm forcing you. You're the one who has to say that you want to prove that I'm your future girlfriend. So a kiss is called proof? Chen Qi couldn't help but feel a little amused. In fact, for them, passionate kissing and all that is already normal. It's different. This has some meaning, Shu Shinro vibrantly said. For example, today. Not right. Should be yesterday. For example, yesterday's New Year's Eve represents the removal of bad things in the past. Then the Spring Festival also symbolizes the future. So, Chen Qi asked with considerable interest. So the first thing you do in the springtime means that the future, beyond, will be in the direction of this thing being better. Saying that, Shu Shinro greatly put her arm on Chen Qi's shoulder and smiled cheekily. So, we kissed on the first day of Chinese New Year. And it's still our first kiss. so it means that it's a good start. And I'll definitely be your girlfriend in the future as well. Ha! So what if it's someone else? Chen Qi deliberately teased her. Shu Shinro immediately became agitated and said in a milky, fierce manner, then I'll tell her that I taught you all your first kisses. Okay, go to bed early. Chen Qi got up, fumbled his way to the restroom, and fetched a basin of hot water for Shu Xianro to wash up. Good night, future boyfriend. After washing up, Shu Shinro said sweetly towards Chen Qi and then went to Chen Qi's room, though she didn't want Chen Qi to sleep on the couch, but with herself. But after all, they are now only 17 years old. In case Chen Xinhua came back in the middle of the day, that would be a big deal. And Shu Shinro was actually torn right now. Previously, she had treated Chen Qi as a blank sheet of paper to get along with, slowly cultivating their feelings for each other. But when the futures thing came out today, she was a little suspicious of Chen Qi again. Never mind, it must be right to keep it that way anyway. Thinking about it, Shu Shinro gave herself such an answer. It didn't matter if Chen Qi was reborn back into this era. The only man one likes will always be a man like him. Woke up from sleep the next morning. Shu Shinro was gently patted awake from her side. What for? I'm going to sleep some more. She rolled over languidly. Chen Qi said calmly, if you don't get up, it will be hard to explain on Auntie's side. Auntie? What auntie? Chen Qi student. You were awesome at kissing yesterday. Shu Shinro was obviously still in a daze, but could recognize Chen Qi's voice. Chen Qi said without a trace of humor, it was your mother who called. Ha! Upon hearing that it was her mother, Shu Shinro instantly sat up. Chen Qi handed her cell phone in front of her. Shu Shinro's heart tightened. It was really a call from her own mother. Although my own parents had to go to the office to do something after New Year's Eve dinner last night. But this morning, after all, it was already home. And they come home and realize they're not home. Mom. In the end, Shu Shinro hardened her heart and put the phone through. And you know to call me mom? It's been all night and you're not home where? When Xinlan was furious. Originally, when she followed Chen Qi to study, she felt that her daughter finally understood and knew to improve her academic performance. As a result, on the first day of the new year, Shu Shinro gave her a night out. She's still a student. How dangerous is it for a girl to be out alone at night? Where am I? Shu Shinro covered her cell phone and looked up towards Chen Qi to pass a look of distress. Chen Qi spread his hand toward her, gesturing to give him his cell phone. Shu Shinro immediately handed her cell phone over. I'm telling you, if you don't want to come back, don't come back for me. When he put the phone to his ear, Chen Qi could still hear Xinlan's reprimanding voice. Auntie, it's me, Chen Qi said calmly. You're Chen Qi's classmate? When Xinlan recognized Chen Qi's voice. Well, it's like this, Auntie. Didn't Shu Shinru's classmate come to my house yesterday to pay her New Year's visit? Then by the way, she asked me a few questions. And I was thinking that I need to buy a tutorial book for those questions to better explain them to her. And then I came back and found her asleep. Chen Qi had thought of an excuse a long time ago. Is that so? When Xinlan's fire came down. Mom, I'm not so studious because I'm studying and trying to improve my grades. At this time, Shu Shinro chimed in. Chen Qi gave her a breathless blank look. Learning? Was it waiting until the wee hours of the morning to set herself up for a kiss with her? Auntie, I'm sorry, it was me who forgot to call you. Chen Qi added another sentence towards Xinlan on the opposite side of the phone. This. Chen Qi students. So it's like this. It's okay, Sharo, she's with you, I'm relieved. In an instant, Zin Hoenlin's tone became gentle. But next time this kind of thing, you still have to talk to Auntie. After all, Auntie is not at ease with her. Well, I will. Chen Qi directly agreed. Well, since Xiaoro is at your house then it's fine. Auntie wishes you a happy year of the rabbit too. Happy New Year, Auntie. After exchanging congratulations, the phone hung up. When Xinlan let out a long breath. But on second thought, something seemed wrong to her. His own daughter spent a night at a boy's house. Why do you feel so relieved? I guess it's because Chen Qi is a good student? When Xinlan muttered and nodded. It should be. People have such good academic performance and are good students. What else am I blindly worrying about? Chen Qi-san, you seem to be very experienced. On the other side, Shu Shinro also looked at Chen Qi with a smiling face. I didn't expect Chen Qi to use this method to cope with the past. Then I'll tell Auntie the truth? Chen Qi said. Shu Shinro quickly waved her hand. No, that won't do. If my mom knows that I forcibly kissed you, she'll scold me to death. Chen Qi ahead of Blackline. Strong kiss. Well, it's aptly worded. By the way, is Uncle back? Shu Shinro asked in a small voice. Chen Qi shook his head. No, he just called and told me that he went to pick up my aunt and uncle. They are coming over to pay their respects. Oh, that's good. Shu Shinro nodded and asked in a small voice. Should I leave right now? Right away? Without being discovered by uncle? Whatever. Chen Qi shrugged. As much as I'd like to remember to stay at your house, it seems like you won't be able to explain when uncle comes back. Shu Shinro stuck out her tongue and immediately got up to go and wash herself. But when she was ready to go home, she realized it was too late. Click. He was washing up when the sound of the door opening came from the doorway. Immediately afterward, Chen Xinhua came to the house with two middle-aged men who were a bit younger than him. Come in and sit down, Chen Xinhua greeted. At the same time, Shu Shinro was also in the restroom staring wide-eyed at Chen Qi at the door. I'll hide here first? Shu Kinzo pointed at the foot of the restroom. Chen Qi shrugged. Actually, that lie just repeated to his own father would have worked, but since Shu Shinro wanted to hide, it was fine to let her hide for a while. Brother Chen. Ha, good new year. Yo, if it isn't little Qi. All so big already. Happy New Year, Happy New Year. At that moment, a woman with wavy curls greeted Chen Xinhua and Chen Qi respectively. What's the matter with you guys? Chen Qi asked directly. Ha, what do you kids say? Your uncle and I just came to pay our respects, right? Auntie winked at uncle. Uncle quickly nodded his head. Yes, yes, yes. Isn't it true that big sister has been gone for so many years? This younger brother of mine should naturally come to see big brother Chen and my nephew. Ha, just paying respects. Sure there's nothing else? Chen Qi said meaningfully, as if being seen through the purpose. The aunt said somewhat anxiously. How? Are you this child? Take it easy. Uncle hurriedly pulled his aunt to a halt, then embarrassedly said toward Chen Xinhua. Oh, brother Chen, Shaoqi is getting smarter and smarter ha. We came over today. There is indeed something to trouble you. What is it? Chen Xinhua frowned. At the same time, Shu Shinro also made a beak at Chen Qi in the restroom. Your aunt is here? Chen Qi nodded. Ignore her. Shu Xianro continued to communicate with her mouth and had her little face puffed out. After all, she didn't have a good feeling about Chen Qi's aunt and uncle either. Say, what is it? Chen Xinhua nodded at his uncle and aunt, and incidentally fished out a cigarette and lit it. After all, a relative you haven't seen in a while comes to the house, New Year's Eve or not. It doesn't have to be a good thing. Brother Chen, let me help you. Uncle attentively touched the lighter to help Chen Xinhua light the fire. Actually, it's not a big deal. Uncle embarrassedly said, this is not the old family side of the house demolished. Compensated us a new house? But this decoration has to be a few tens of thousands of dollars. And we now have some tight hands. So you're here for money? Chen Qi said without giving the slightest bit of face. What's wrong with you kids? What do you mean you want it? Auntie got angry. We're just borrowing. It's not like we're not going to return it. TSK, what are you doing? Don't talk to Koike like that. He's still just a kid. My uncle was quick to give my aunt a wink. After all, they were here to borrow money, so they couldn't just tear their faces off in front of each other. Poof. Auntie straightened the wavy curls that draped over her shoulders, clearly putting a scowl on her face. So, you guys are here to borrow money? Chen Xinhua took a deep drag on his cigarette. Primarily, I'm here to pay my respects. Borrowing money is secondary. Uncle corrected. Chen Xinhua shook his head with a bitter smile. Uncle Chen Qi said it was making the New Year's call more important than borrowing money. But why didn't they come over to pay their respects in past years when they didn't ask him to borrow money? How much do I have to borrow? Chen Xinhua took another drag on his cigarette. Something like 50,000? Uncle tentatively held out all the fingers of a palm. $50,000? You guys are that far off? Chen Xinhua frowned. According to Chen Qi's uncle, they are tens of thousands of dollars short of renovation. Turns out they had to borrow 50,000 just for themselves. So how much do they have for themselves? Yes, brother Chen, the two of us haven't kept any money since we got married. Uncle rubbed his hands together and whispered towards Chen Xinhua. And brother Chen, didn't you just get promoted some time ago? Sure enough, Chen Xinhua thought about it before the two of them arrived. These two people, 80% is to see his promotion and salary increase, and just met their renovation needs money, so they will come to specifically find their own. All my money is reserved for Koike. Chen Xinhua shook his head, and with these words, he was undoubtedly rejecting Uncle Chen Qi. And Chen Xinhua is also telling the truth. His own saved manuscripts are reserved for Chen Qi. As for the 200,000 that Chen Qi gave him, he asked his colleagues all night yesterday and didn't get it, so of course he couldn't do anything rash. We'll pay it back. Chen Qi uncle immediately anxious. Chen big brother, you temporarily lent us. Wait Xiao Qi later need we return you not on the line? Exactly. Auntie also followed. We're all relatives. So what if we don't pay back the money? And what if Chen Qi happens to need money after he gets into college? Chen Xinhua's attitude was resolute. At that time, can you really say you'll pay back the money? This, brother Chen, Really can't discuss it? Uncle began to soften his words. 50,000 is too much. Chen Xinhua took a deep breath of smoke and finally uttered this sentence. Too much? That. So how much do you think is acceptable to borrow? Chen Qi's uncle hurriedly said. Brother Chen, you give a number. Xiao Qi's aunt and uncle's side can also help together with the money. Put together should be enough. 20,000. Chen Xinhua said in a deep voice. 20,000. After saying that, Chen Xinhua crushed the cigarette out. If you give more, it might not be enough for Chen Qi to go to college later, but if he didn't give a penny, he would feel sorry for Chen Qi's mother's side. So 20,000 is the limit he can give. What? Just 20,000? Chen Qi's aunt became furious when she heard this. So the other 30,000 will have to come from my family? Wait, hold your horses. Brother Chen is joking. Uncle Chen Qi hurriedly said. Brother Chen, isn't this 20,000 a bit too little? I can only give so much. Chen Xinhua insisted. Come, Brother Chen, let us talk over here. Uncle Chen Qi greeted Chen Xinhua at the door of the restroom, mainly to avoid his aunt. What's the situation? Xu Xianzhua perked up her ears to listen in the side of the restroom. Then, Chen Qi's uncle's voice came. Brother Chen, 20,000 is really not appropriate. You see, Chen Qi's aunt and uncle's side are more than us. This is not a joke. You and I are men. All want to face how to say. We also have to be able to stand alone in front of women. Strong some, you say right? Men want to save face? When Xu Xinro heard this sentence, it was as if a sudden realization had dawned on her. If Chen Qi is back in this era, so is that why he rejects himself? Even alienates himself? After all, in her last life, she was better than Chen Qi both in terms of family and career. Perhaps it was because he had been sitting on the top for so long that Chen Qi also wanted to experience the feeling of riding in reverse. It's like Uncle Chen Qi said, all men want to be on their own in front of women. Reason, indeed, is this, if you think about it differently. At the moment the family is short of money and Chen Qi's mom is still there. There was absolutely no way Chen Xinhua would let her worry about money either. He certainly wants to take care of it himself as much as possible. However, being in a different role makes you see things from a different perspective. He was now not Chen Qi's uncle, but Chen Qi's father. No, only 20,000 at most. Chen Xinhua still insisted. Xu Xinro also thought silently in her heart when she heard it. Right, uncle. You mustn't intervene. They'll still say that Chen Qi eats soft rice in the future. Brother Chen, can't you really help? Uncle was even close to crying on the spot. Okay, you can borrow it. And just at this time, Chen Qi walked over. Chen Xinhua was astonished. Uncle also looked at Chen Qi in disbelief. How could he, a child, intervene when it was obvious that adults were talking about things? Dad, didn't I give you $200,000? If you can, lend 50,000 to uncle and the others. At this time, Chen Qi said, 200,000? Upon hearing this, my aunt immediately stood up and came over. Previously, she had left space for Chen Xinhua and Uncle Chen Qi to communicate alone in order for Uncle Chen Qi to better convince Chen Xinhua. But now when she heard that Chen Qi's family had $200,000, how could she calm down? Xiao Qi, but is your money really okay? Chen Xinhua frowned. After all, up until now, he hadn't dared to move that 200,000 in the slightest. Why can't we have money? Brother Chen, this is your fault. We are all relatives. Your family has 200,000 and you are not willing to lend us 50,000? Auntie came over and said eagerly. You don't understand. Chen Xinhua shook his head. There may be some problems with where this money comes from. Dad, don't worry. There's absolutely no problem. Chen Qi said with a smile. He did verbally agree to lend his aunt and uncle $50,000. But in fact, he also wanted to let Chen Xinhua dispel the doubt that the money came from the wrong way through this matter. Brother Chen, why would you say the money came from the wrong place? Uncle asked. Because of this money. Halfway through his sentence, Chen Xinhua just glanced at Chen Qi and didn't continue on. I gave it to my dad. Chen Qi himself, however, voluntarily admitted it. You can come up with $200,000? At this moment, his aunt and uncle glared at him, their jaws dropping to the floor. Yes, I earned it by buying futures half a year ago. Is there a problem? Chen Qi said. You guys are so lucky, you can make so much money buying futures? Auntie almost blurted out. Wait, Chen Xinhua found something wrong. You guys said that Chen Qi was lucky? No, uncle explained. Wasn't there a news report yesterday? Come on, I'll find it and show you. While saying this, my uncle fished out his cell phone and opened the homepage of the Willow City Finance website. Look. Here it is. Multi-stock futures have been rising continuously since September, peaking in January of this year, and investors who haven't given up on these futures are going to be the biggest winners. Uncle read to them one by one. Brother Chen, you look down again. This reporter said. He met a reporter yesterday. Said he found a high school student looked like a young man earned nearly $1 million. Wait, high school student? When he read this, Uncle once again looked at Chen Shi in dismay. Just now, Chen Shi said that the $200,000 was what he gave to Chen Xinhua. And the report also said that the person who made almost $1 million just appeared to be a high school student in Willow City. That's right, it's me. Chen Shi shrugged. Uncle Chen Shi, however, was completely frozen. Turns out, it's more than $200. 000. Instead, it's nearly $1 million. As he froze, his aunt touched him with her elbow and gave him a wink. The uncle suddenly came back to his senses. That, nephew, you see, the uncle's family is indeed encountering some difficulties. Since you have the conditions, can you help us? By this time, uncle was no longer attentive to Chen Xinhua, and the target of his attentiveness had become Chen Shi. Sure, you're my uncle. Of course I can lend it to you. Chen Shi laughed in a harmless manner. At the same time, he glanced towards Chen Xinhua. Wait, that, Uncle Chen Shi, from what you're saying, Shao Qi got all this money from formal channels? Chen Xinhua asked towards his uncle. Since Uncle Chen Shi had mentioned futures, he should more or less know about it. Of course it's a regular channel. How can it be irregular? Uncle Chen Shi said rightfully. Brother Chen, how am I going to explain to you? Right, you know the lottery, right? Buying futures is just like buying a lottery ticket. If you make a profit, it's equivalent to winning the lottery. And like Chen Shi is at least considered a second prize. So all this money is legit? With the lottery as an example, Chen Xinhua gradually understood some of it. Of course it's legal. Uncle Chen Shi said. Not only is it legal, but it is also a manifestation of business acumen. You always know about investment, right? Chen Shi is considered to be very discerning when it comes to investment. While explaining to Chen Xinhua, Chen Shi's uncle didn't forget to kiss Chen Shi's ass. And just at this time, Aunt Chen Shi touched him again. He immediately reacted. Rubbing his hands toward Chen Shi feverishly said, that, nephew, then when do we go to pick up the money? Uncle, I only said I'd lend it to you, but there are conditions to this. Chen Shi smiled bashfully. What conditions? Uncle Chen Shi was curious. You come here. Chen Shi glanced toward the inside of the restroom, then hooked a finger toward Chen Shi's uncle, signaling him to lean his ear over. Chen Shi whispered a word. As soon as Uncle Chen Shi heard this, his face, which had just been excited, immediately darkened. I'll think about this matter. Uncle Chen Shi pondered. On what terms? And this time, my aunt asked. Here's the deal. Chen Shi's uncle whispered to his aunt. Chen Shi said that he can lend us 150,000 and doesn't have to pay back. And that's a good thing? Auntie's eyes lit up. Uncle Chen Shi added. But only if we transfer the small company my father gave us to him. Company? No way. Aunt Chen Shi vetoed it outright. Originally, they came to Chen Xinhua to borrow money with no intention of repaying it. Where else can you transfer your company to Chen Shi? You know, this is the family property that Grandpa Chen Shi divided among them. It's also their capital for mucking about. It's because this company is there that they haven't been able to save a dime. Dad, why don't you let Uncle and the others stay for dinner? Suddenly, Chen Shi said with a smile. Also, Chen Xinhua nodded. Are you going to have a meal at home? We can't afford this meal at your house. With that, Aunt Chen Shi pulled her uncle and turned to leave. Shi, what did you tell them? Chen Xinhua asked suspiciously towards Chen Shi. It's fine. Just have them pledge something with us in case they don't pay us back. Chen Shi replied easily. That can't really be given to them. Chen Xinhua nodded and said. It's normal to pledge something if they really came to deposit money. Most likely, they didn't make preparations to pay back the money when they came to borrow from us. Chen Shi smiled. It seems one's purpose was achieved. After all, Chen Xinhua values the kinship between relatives, but if one tells him how much his aunt and uncle don't treat them, Chen Xinhua didn't necessarily believe it, but it would be different if Chen Xinhua found out on his own. Right, Shao Qi? So then, all your money is legal? Chen Xinhua asked. Well, Dad, don't worry about using it. Chen Shi nodded his head and said, just now, Uncle also said that I earned much more than $200,000. The rest of the money, I plan to continue investing. Okay, as long as you don't do anything illegal. Dad supports you. Chen Xinhua slowly nodded his head. But since it's an investment, you should also know that there are risks in investing. So don't be too greedy and take what you can get. The most important thing for you now is still learning. I certainly know this. Chen Shi nodded his head. And, Dad, I'm actually trying to get back what was rightfully ours. Chen Shi lowered his voice and said, What does that say? Chen Xinhua was puzzled. Chen Shi took a deep breath and said, what I asked them to mortgage was the company that Grandpa had originally intended to give to you and Mom. Chen Xinhua's body trembled. He then shook his head with a bitter smile and said, forget it. We don't have to rely on your grandfather. Besides, we are living quite well now. Also, Chen Shi laughed. Dad, now that I can make money, take this $200,000 and spend it if you want to. I'll just save it in the bank for you. Chen Xinhua waved his hand back and forth. But just at this time, snap, there was a crisp rattle from the inside of the restroom. What's going on inside? Chen Xinhua wants to go inside. Dad, it's probably rats. Chen Shi blocked his footsteps and said easily, so you're going to go save it for me now? Alright, I'll be right out the door. Chen Xinhua nodded, grabbed a jacket and hurried out the door. He planned to get a card specifically for Chen Shi and then deposit the 200,000 on death row. After all, in his eyes, it's still bank interest that is the surest way to generate money. Well, classmate Chen Shi, how dare you call me a rat? Not many seconds after Chen Xinhua left, Xu Xinro then huffed and puffed her way out of the restroom. What did you just drop on the floor? Chen Shi glanced at her. A bar of soap. Accidentally made. Xu Xinro spat out her tongue. Right, you still haven't explained what you said about my rat. No changing the subject. She stared indignantly at Chen Shi. Chen Shi shrugged. So I'll have my dad come in and look for you? That definitely can't. Otherwise I'll be exposed if I spend the night in your house. Forget it. A mouse is a mouse. Xu Xianro looked self-absorbed. But even if I'm a mouse, then you're still rice? Question mark. Because mice love rice. He was sent by Chen Shi to the road to take a taxi home. At home, Xinlan criticized Xu Xinro severely, and also told her not to go out for the next few days of vacation, and to review at home by herself. Later that night, she sent a message over to Chen Shi to spit it out. She probably wouldn't have a chance to see Chen Shi until the 7-day spring festival vacation was over. It's only 7 days. Don't I still have to give you tuition after the vacation? Chen Shi calmly replied. Xu Xianro sent a devastated emoticon over. 1 day of absence is like 3 autumns. Let me do the math. Even if I start counting from tomorrow, there are still 6 days left. 6 days of time is 18 autumns. Or 18 years. So long. Do you know how torturous it is for me? Chen Shi smiled and replied. At home then. Study hard. Otherwise Auntie will say that I'm ineffective in helping you with your tuition. That'll have to do. But besides studying, there's one more thing I can do. What is it? Well, recall the taste of your first kiss. 6 days is not a long time, but it is not a short time either. Every morning and evening, Xu Xinro almost always had a fixed time to say good morning and good night to Chen Shi. The rest of the time, she would just have to memorize the next semester's text ahead of time. And Chen Shi had gone through the future's information in his brain in the past few days. This time, though, he didn't choose to invest in futures that would skyrocket as much as those previous stocks. Buying is definitely the way to go, but Chen Shi only bought those futures with high short-term returns. While there are long-term high-yield futures to choose from, it's too easy to invite eyeballs. The reporter I met earlier at the securities center is proof of that. Finally, we waited until the end of the Chinese New Year holiday, and Bank Cellular went back to work as usual. Xu Xinro also finally waited for Chen Shi in the sales department. Chen Shi-san, did you miss me? As soon as Chen Shi sat down, Xu Xinro cautiously came over. After all, next to her, there was her own mom watching. No, Chen Shi teased her. But I've missed you. But luckily, there's less than 2 weeks left before winter break is over. Xu Xinro pursed her lips and smiled. Thinking of starting school? Chen Shi was curious. Sure, teachers are so much friendlier than my mom guarding this place every day. Xu Xinro couldn't help but sigh. Ro, what are you talking to Chen Shi about again? As he was talking, Cozy Orchid came over. Xu Xinro instantly revealed a frustrated expression and glanced furtively towards Chen Shi. In his eyes, it was as if he was telling him, see, I knew this would happen. You girl, are so old and you don't know how to study well. Look at how hard others Chen Shi work. It was hard for me to get Chen Shi's classmates to help you tutor you in your studies, but it turned out to be good. And you still don't take it seriously. It really pisses me off. When Xinlan sighed, Auntie, she's actually learning quite well. At that moment, Chen Shi spoke. Aha, Mom, listen to this. Chen Shi's classmates all say I'm learning well. Xu Xinro's eyes lit up. This was the first time that Chen Shi had helped himself in front of his own mother. Okay, Chen Shi students, I know you are helping her to speak, but if she goes on like this, how can she get into a good university in the college entrance exam? Alas, when Xinlan sighed again, Chen Shi shook his head and said, No, what I said is true. When the winter vacation is almost over, I will give her a test paper for her to do, and it will be considered an explanation to you. Oh, doing test papers? When Shinlan came to be curious. But Shu Shinro was dumbfounded. Just now, he thought that Chun-Chi was speaking in his favor. I didn't realize that the real purpose was to make myself take the test. I don't want the other half of my paycheck if I do poorly on the test. After all, that would mean that my tutoring won't do much good. Chen-Chi said sincerely to Shinlan. No, Mr. Chen-Chi, Auntie still has to pay what she should. When Shinlan waved her hand and said, but using a test to see what she's learned is really a way to go. Shu Shinro wanted to cry. Why did Chen-Chi suddenly ask her to take the test? But since he told his mom so, then there's nothing to do but study hard. While learning in the company can be touchy-feely. But once the day Chun-Chi gave himself an exam, not all the original appearance? Why are you talking about exams all of a sudden? At noon, while eating lunch at a restaurant near the company, Shu Shinro complained towards Chun-Chi. Because of studying, Chen-Chi said calmly, but it's winter vacation. I was tired enough in school before, so I have to combine my labor with my vacation. Shu Shinro retorted. I thought you said you were going to wait until I got to college? Suddenly, Chen-Chi said something coldly. Shu Shinro looked at her curiously. With your current grades, we probably won't get into a college. Chen-Chi said gently. I got it. In a flash, Shu Shinro slapped her thighs and stood up. Chen-Chi-san, so you're doing this so that we can successfully get into the same university? Aha. Chen-Chi nodded. It would have been better if you had said so earlier. Don't worry. I'll study hard for you. There are times when the same thing is motivating to do when there is a good reason to do it. The following week, Shu Shinro really began to study seriously. Under Chen-Chi's tutoring, her learning progress was not bad. After all, it was all previously learned knowledge, and the hardest things for her were only those that required rote memorization. Finally, after Chen-Chi gave her the test paper exam, when Shinlan curiously asked towards Chen-Chi, Chen-Chi student, how is Xiaoro learning? Not bad. Chen-Chi nodded, spread out the test paper and said, without doing the essay, for a total of 100 points, she was able to get close to 80. Only 70 points? When Shinlan frowned slightly, obviously not very satisfied, Chen-Chi laughed. Auntie, there's 50 points for composition. According to her usual grades hovering around 40 points, plus the composition should be able to get to around 120 points. 102 in languages too? Not bad. As soon as she heard this, Kozilan nodded in relief. Mom, so can I not come to work and study at the office tomorrow? Shu Shinro took the opportunity to ask for favors from Zinhanlin. Suit yourself. Knowing that you've been wanting to go shopping with your BFF Hannah for a long time, I'll give you tomorrow off. And after Shinlan knew that Shu Shinro's academic performance had improved, she immediately agreed to Shu Shinro's request with a wave of her hand as well. Mr. Chen-Chi, Auntie will settle the rest of your paycheck to you. Saying that, Shinhuanlan also fished out her wallet and counted the bills for Chen-Chi before handing them over. Auntie, 500 more. Chen-Chi realized that there was more money than agreed upon. It's fine. In the future, I'll have to trouble you to take more care of taking care of Xiaoro's study. This 500 is Auntie's New Year's money for you, okay? When Shinlan said with a smile, obviously, she did it on purpose. That's right, Chen-Chi-san. Both you and Xiaoro get off work early today, so you don't have to come over tomorrow. It was probably because she saw that Shu Shinro's grades were good, so she also decided to give Chen-Chi an early day off. Thanks. Chen-Chi nodded at her. Okay, then I'm moving back over to the main office as well. With that, Kozilan left the sales department, finally liberated. As soon as she left, Shu Shinro stood up and stretched comfortably. However, when she saw Chen-Chi beside her, she immediately came over and asked, Chen-Chi student, are you free tomorrow? Something wrong? Chen-Chi asked directly. Aha, Hannah's back from her trip. How about we have dinner together tomorrow? Shu Shinro pursed her lips and smiled. Okay, he simply agreed. Then it's a deal. So be sure to come tomorrow night. Aha. Back home. That night, Shu Shinro sent a text message over to Lin Xiaohua. Little flower. Tomorrow night, I've asked Chen-Chi out. After the message was sent, she also asked curiously, by the way, is that thing working or not? After an interval of almost 10 seconds, Lin Xiaohua replied, don't worry, it definitely works. But, are you sure it works on Chen-Chi? It definitely works. Shu Shinro pursed her lips and smiled. Didn't I tell you last time, on the day of the spring festival, Chen-Chi's first kiss was already taken by me? That's clearly you setting people up. Lin Xiaohua spat. Set up or not, that was a success. Shu Shinro didn't care. So the problem is still your stuff. Don't worry about it. My parents are the ones who took me to France on winter vacation. And I personally picked that bottle of red wine at Chateau Lafite Rothschild. Lin Xiaohua was confident. TSK, a little rich girl indeed. You can find this kind of wine. Shu Kinzo snickered. In fact, the last time she drank beer, she had thought about getting Chen Shi drunk and asking him if he liked her or not. It is very easy for people to say what they really mean when they are drunk. But alas, at that time, Chen Shi wasn't drunk, but she herself was. So this time, Shu Shinro was going to try it with red wine. After all, if you're not drunk on beer, it's likely that your body's metabolism is fast. Chen Shi's physique was better than hers, so naturally he wouldn't get drunk. Because beer doesn't have a high alcohol content, it's mostly stomach support. But red wine can be a different story. Though that said, it didn't feel like a big deal at the time I drank it. But after drinking it, the alcohol effect is much stronger than beer and liquor. The better the wine, the more so. However, although the saying of speaking the truth after drinking is true, it's only possible if Chen Shi-san really likes you. Are you really confident? At that moment, Lin Xiaohua sent this message over. Of course there's confidence, even if I can't ask this one. I can ask something else. Shu Shinro thought to herself. What are you going to ask? Lin Xiaohua was curious. Not telling you, and I'm just saying, I'm not actually going to ask. Whatever he's doing, he must have his own reasons for it. Shu Shinro replied mysteriously. Lin Xiaohua sent over an emoji that rolled her eyes. Doesn't she just make herself more curious by saying that? Last day of winter break. 5 p.m. Shu Shinro, Chen Shi and Lin Xiaohua with Shen Qin. The four of them agreed to meet in front of the school of the first middle school. TSK, Mr. Shu, you called your family? Shen Qi, here too. Then your relationship is? As soon as they met, Shen Qin flirted towards Shu Shinro and Chen Qi. That goes without saying. Shu Shinro pouted and said, Chen Qi and I were already paving the way for the future in the spring festival. Of course I'm his girlfriend. Saying that, Shu Shinro stood towards Chen Qi's side. Chen Qi raised an eyebrow and glanced at her. The future. Shu Shinro spat out her tongue. Chen Qi smiled and didn't say anything. So Chen Qi, you're acquiescing to this statement? Shen Qin asked curiously. By the time you guys go to college, Xiao Shu will really be your girlfriend? But why wait until then? Because. Chen Qi was just about to open his mouth. Shu Shinro then said for him. Because he thinks he has to study hard now. And falling in love is a college thing. TCH, that's a shame. Shen Qin teased. Xiao Shu, you and Chen Qi's grades are a big difference. So thank God you're not repeating a grade like me. Shu Shinro blared at her in exasperation. What kind of girlfriend curses herself like that? Alright, don't make jokes about classmate Shu Shinro. After all, Chen Qi is her scales. She gets angry when she touches them. Let's just hurry up and go eat. Lin Xiaohua snickered. In her hand, she was also clutching an expensive wine box. TSK, little flower. Speaking of which, I'm really envious of you. Even getting this kind of wine. I've only seen it on TV. Shen Qin said enviously. Then it's just as well that we follow suit? Shu Shinro smiled back. It was meant to be shared with you all together. Lin Xiaohua pointed to the square outside the school. I seem to have heard that there are a lot of new stores over there. And there's a hot pot restaurant that has a particularly good reputation. Why don't we just go eat at that one? Okay. None of the three had any objections. So they simply went over with Lin Xiaohua. The plaza outside of the first school was started last semester. It was just repaired over winter break. So a number of new businesses have grabbed frontage in the building next to the plaza. In addition to the restaurant industry, there are a variety of storefronts, digital, clothing, entertainment centers, basically everything. Wow, what a cute doll. Passing by a store, Lin Xiaohua couldn't wait to trot in first. This store is filled with dolls for dolls. There are palm-sized ones, as well as dolls that are about the size of a person's equilibrium. It's really cute. Shu Shinro couldn't help but come in and take a look as well. One Mickey Mouse doll in particular looked so fluffy that it just melted her teenage heart. Boss, how much are these dolls? Lin Xiaohua looked in the direction of the counter. These dolls are not for sale, but the owner shook his head. Not for sale? The crowd was confused. These dolls are imported genuine goods. You buy alone certainly cannot afford, so you have to go over there to catch the qualification. Want to which area of the doll? Just go to which area of the doll machine to catch on the line. The price is in the box. The owner pointed to the crane machines in front of each doll display table. Only instead of the dolls themselves, what lay inside was a small, delicate box. It's even possible? Lin Xiaohua got curious. Boss, so how much can you catch a sub? $5 a time. The owner replied. So expensive. Lin Xiaohua thought for a moment, then fished out $100 bill. I want to catch it 20 times. But you're quite the little rich girl, coming up here and grabbing 20 times? Shen Qin spat. Xiao Shu, You say the girl is not crazy, Xiao Shu? As she was talking, she realized that Shu Shinro was also touching the small bag hanging on her waist. Subsequently, I'll grab 20 times 2. Shu Shinro also handed over a $100 bill. Shen Qin was speechless. It wasn't true that Lin Xiaohua's family was rich, but Shu Shinro's family wasn't bad either. She was surprised to feel a little out of place compared to these two little rich girls. You still play this? Chen Qi glanced at Shu Shinro. He could understand Lin Xiaohua liking dolls, but Shu Shinro, she was more than 17 years old mentally. Just for fun. Besides, this is a way to buy dolls that I haven't seen before. Try my luck. Besides, I really want that Mickey Mouse. Shu Shinro pointed at the Mickey Mouse doll on the exhibition stand. Her eyes were mesmerized. Soon, the boss took out 40 coins for the crane machine and gave them to Shu Shinyo and Lin Xiaohua respectively. Lin Xiaohua couldn't wait to run to a booth with a big brown bear doll. She wants the doll. Shu Shinro, on the other hand, went directly to the Mickey Mouse booth, then turned her head and waved at Chen Qi. What for? Chen Qi asked. Mr. Chen Qi, try that area next to you. Shu Shinro distributed 10 coins to Chen Qi and pointed to the crane machine beside her. Which doll do you like? Just grab it yourself? Chen Qi asked. That won't work. I'll catch Mickey Mouse and give it to you, and you'll catch whichever big-faced cat you want to give it to me. Shu Shinro pointed to the big-faced cat doll in the booth next to her. Why? Chen Qi was curious. Humph. Who told you to call me a rat? Then I'll send you rats. Chen Qi was speechless. I didn't realize she remembered that incident from New Year's Eve. And Chen Qi-san, this has a moral. Shu Shinro added in a mysterious manner. There's an argument for that too? Chen Qi asked with a smile. Of course, when I sent Mickey Mouse to you, I thought it was the equivalent of giving me to you. When you send me the big-faced cat, it's the same as giving you to me. And then, you know why we give each other cats and Mickey Mouse? In the end, Shu Shinro sold out again. Why? Chen Qi asked. Shu Shinro quietly pursed her lips and laughed. Because I want to be like Mickey Mouse and be eaten in one bite by your big-faced cat. Shu Shinro pushed Chen Qi to the next crane machine. Okay. Chen Qi helplessly dropped the coin. Lin Xiaohua liked dolls because at her age she would have been interested in such plush and extra-large dolls. Shu Xianro likes it because she is a girl. No matter how mentally mature she is, she will always be melted by this kind of doll to the girl's heart. But yourself, a big old man who would accompany two little girls to catch dolls. Just thinking about it, Chen Qi felt a bit speechless. But catching dolls like this is a very small probability in itself. Why is this paw so slippery? Shu Shinro was on the verge of breaking down. Several coins in a row went down and surprisingly not even a single box was caught. 10 coins. It's simply not enough. Shu Shinro turned her head to look at Chen Qi. Fellow student Chen Qi, how is it on your side? Chen Qi shrugged. In front of me, there is no longer even a single coin. This kind of crane machine is simply a matter of luck. You still want to play? Chen Qi calmly asked. Shu Shinro was hesitating. I caught it. I got it. At that moment, Lin Xiaohua shouted. Raise your right hand high in the air. The very box inside the crane machine. Boss, I want 20 more. Shu Xianro gritted her teeth. Big deal. Today she will use all the New Year's money she received for the new year. Okay. The owner came over to collect the money with gusto. There is no boss that would turn down business that comes to his doorstep. Chen Qi, I must catch Mickey Mouse for you today. And you must catch the big-faced cat for me. Shu Shinro distributed another 10 coins to Chen Qi. Chen Qi couldn't help but freeze for a moment. This girl, even play on the head? But the top goes to the top. After one coin goes down, the robotic claw in the crane machine comes up empty once again. So expensive? Just at this time, Lin Xiaohua's side said towards the boss in frustration. The crowd turned their heads to look over. The boss smiled. Miss, the price is random. Only 100 for a small amount, and 1,000 for a large amount. So this price is not something I can decide. Why don't you grab 2 more buy to try? Little flower, how much did you catch it for? At this time, Shu Shinro seemed to remember something. She calmed down and went over towards Lin Xiaohua and asked. Here, look, the price here is surprisingly 500. Lin Xiaohua pointed to the big brown bear on the exhibition stand and spat. That's the price in so many theme parks my mom took me to when I was a kid. Oh, we also buy goods from abroad to buy the genuine goods, so the price is close, the owner explained. Then, he also comforted towards Lin Xiaohua. Besides, this blind box and the label are quite pretty. It's not bad to take it back as a decoration, right? In other people's theme parks, the amusement fee is counted. What is this one of yours? Shu Shinro gave a blank look towards the boss. But that's the way the rules are. If you don't want it, you don't have to buy it. The owner simply played dumb. Lin Xiaohua looked at the price sticker in her hand, gritted her teeth and pulled out her wallet. slapping $500 bills in front of the boss. Just buy it. The big deal is to buy one less piece of clothing and forget about it. TSK, TSK, it's really a little rich girl. This handwriting. Atmosphere. Shin came up and gave her a thumbs up. Still playing? Shen-chi didn't continue to play with the crane machine either, and walked over to Shu Xianro's side. No, this is obviously the boss deliberately set up a set for us to drill. Catch it like this. The boss is making crazy money. Shu Shinro shook her head. After all, she had been a businesswoman herself, well aware of the businessman's ruse to keep his customers hooked. Attract customers by not selling dolls, then use a price blind box to tickle the customer's curiosity. Eventually pricey tactics are found to force customers to buy. She was all too familiar with these routines, though a portion of Yi-Tour will choose not to buy it. But judging by the odds of just catching a crane machine, it's so hard to catch a price blind box. If you just give up, then isn't the previous crane machine a waste of time? Since I spent the money, I'm sure I'll take something with me. It was this mentality that the owner utilized to get Lin Xiaohua to willingly shell out money to purchase the dolls at a high price. Ugh, what a shame. Shu Shinro glanced toward the Mickey Mouse and the big-faced cat on the display case. These dolls are cute and cuddly, but after talking through the boss's setups, she wasn't much more interested. Just think about what you just told Chun-Chi about the cat eating the mouse. The only regret, perhaps, is this. Hannah, let me borrow this from you. Chen-Chi waved towards Lin Xiaohua and pointed to the price sticker in her hand. This? What for? Lin Xiaohua handed it to Chen-Chi. Boss. Chen-Chi turned his head toward his boss to greet him. The owner is helping Lin Xiaohua take down the brown bear doll. What? You guys still want to buy coins? The boss looked at Chen-Chi with a smile. He wasn't actually lying. The actual price of the dolls was actually very close to the price in the blind box. However, because it's not sold directly, a form of having to catch the price blind box with a crane machine has been added. That being said, it's not really the dolls that make him more profitable. It's the price blind boxes in the crane machines. You said that you can buy dolls as long as they have a price tag, didn't you? Chen-Chi narrowed his eyes slightly and asked with a smile. Yeah, so you guys want to keep grabbing boxes? The boss rubbed his hands together thievishly. Then you take those two dolls down and I'll buy them. Chen-Chi pointed at Mickey Mouse and the big-faced cat. But, you haven't caught the price sticker yet. The owner wondered. Isn't it here? Chen-Chi said meaningfully. Didn't you just say that the price sticker and the box belonged to her? Then we are her friends. Is it a problem to buy your doll with her price sticker? For a moment, the boss was speechless. He also didn't realize that there was such a big flaw in his elaborate money-making scheme. Chen-Chi whispered a reminder. You don't want us to open the crane machine to see if there's a $100 price sticker in there or not, do you? Yes. The boss gritted his teeth and said. You guys choose, but $500 for a doll. I'll earn you some less today. Hearing Chen-Chi say that, the boss finally agreed, because he knows himself well. There is a definite lack of $100 price stickers in those price blind boxes. After all, he wants to make money, and all prices must be maintained above the cost of entry of the dolls. Otherwise someone really needs to be lucky enough to win the $100 price sticker and then hold the $500 doll. Wouldn't he lose a lot of money? So since Chen-Chi has made his words clear, he didn't have a choice. Which one do you want? Help us take those two dolls down. Chen-Chi pointed at Mickey Mouse and the big-faced cat. At $1,000, it's not cheap, but if you buy it anywhere else, the price isn't really that much different. And it's really nothing for him right now. The bottom line is that the girl next to him seems to want it especially. Mr. Chen-Chi, you're so smart. We were able to buy a doll this way. Shu Shinro came over and said towards Chen-Chi in a beautiful manner. Buying direct like this has already saved them a lot of money on catching dolls. Just seeing through the boss's ruse, Chen-Chi said calmly. And this time, lad, first things first, even if it's a friend's sticker, it's only $500 for one doll, 2 for $1,000. The boss felt that Chen-Chi, a young man, was very shrewd, and hastened to add a sentence to save Chen-Chi from taking advantage of the situation. Okay. Chen-Chi nodded, then fished out $1,000 from his wallet and gave it to the owner. Crap. Shin-Chin looked at Chen-Chi in disbelief. Chen-Chi, you're a rich kid too? What kind of business does your dad do? Having watched from the sidelines for half a day, she suddenly felt out of place with the three people around her. It turns out she's the poorest of them all, right? No, my dad is an assembly line worker. Chen-Chi shook his head. Then you still spend $1,000. Shin-Chin gulped and swallowed back the rest of his words. Shu-san, come here. She pulled Shu Shinrue to the side. I think, you cannot have to fill in with wine to ask him whether he likes you or not. Such a family situation. Are willing to spend $1,000 for you, which can still not like you maybe Little Flower misunderstood. This is the reason why we tried to get him drunk last time. Shu Shinro simply said. And the reason for this time? Shin was confused. I think. Let him kiss me again? I feel so sweet kissing him. A shine flickered out of Shin-Ro's pupils. Shin, what is this? After being flaunted by two little rich girls, you have to feed them a mouthful of dog food at the end, right? It's really too hard on your own. After discovering the owner's pitiful business model of selling dolls, the four of them weren't interested in playing any longer. If you know there's a pit in front of you and you still jump down, what is that if not a fool? Shall we go straight to the store? All a bit hungry. Lin Xiaohua rubbed her small stomach. Both just cooed twice. Okay, can't wait. Shin responded. Ha, where are they? Chen-Chi and Shin-Ro students? Lin Xiaohua looked toward the back. Since leaving the doll store, all she had around her was Shin. But looking back, Lin Xiaohua regretted it. Mr. Chen-Chi, do you think you look like this big-faced cat? Shushin Zoe fiddled with the big-faced cat doll in her arms. Unlike, Chen-Chi said lightly. Shin-Ro immediately retorted. It's clearly like that. Look, you obviously like me but you don't admit it. Your face is even bigger than it is. But well, there are still advantages to having a big face. What's in it for me? Shin-Ro brought the big-faced cat's mouth towards the Mickey Mouse that Chen-Chi was holding. It's just that when you open your mouth to eat me, you can just swallow it in one bite. Lin Xiaohua glared at Shin with a speechless face. Hannah, you found it too? Shin asked in a low voice. Found what? Lin Xiaohua asked. Let's just watch. Say, if the people next to them say they're not a couple, who do you think will believe them? Shin asked. Lin Xiaohua said after thinking about it. Estimated. Blind? Shin shook his head and corrected. No, not only blind, but also deaf. After walking for almost 5 minutes or so, the four of them finally reached the Hot Pot restaurant. Because it's a newly opened store, there are quite a few special offers, so it's especially crowded with customers. Picked a seat by the window and sat down. Each of the four ordered their favorite dish, but in the end, when it came to Chen-Chi, he just glanced toward the menu before handing it directly to the waiter. Mr. Chen-Chi, don't you like hot pot? Shin asked curiously. Not bad, Chen-Chi replied. Then why don't you order? Shin asked. Without waiting for Chen-Chi to answer, Shin-Ro pursed her lips and laughed. Because I helped order everything he loves to eat. Shin was so directly speechless that she rolled her eyes. Say it as if you've gone to eat hot pot alone with Chen-Chi. No is no. Shin-Ro glanced meaningfully at Chen-Chi. But I had a dream that we ate hot pot together, so I know what he likes to eat. Come on, Chen-Chi. Are you sure you love all the dishes she ordered? Shin was clearly unconvinced by this statement, but Chen-Chi nodded. Is it as mysterious as that? Shin questioned. Still, I think Shin-Ro has a point. At this time, Lin Xiaohua said, there's a reason for something like having a dream? Shin-Chi's eyes widened at once. Yeah, my mom told me when I was little that things that happen in dreams are often things that have happened before or will happen in the future. So don't ever underestimate what you dream about in your dreams. Lin Xiaohua said it all. Come on. But also your mom said. I see. You are the same as Xiaoshu students. Just watch too many TV dramas. Shin said breathlessly. She still believed in science more than such arcane things. Chen-Chi, do you know why I know what dishes you like to eat? Shinru quietly came over and asked towards Chen-Chi. Monkeyed it. Chen-Chi perfunctorily. Well, yeah, it's just montage. Shinro's eyes turned. Smilingly said. Look at me mong to what you like to eat. Does it mean that we are really very suitable? I think, instead of waiting until college, we might as well. What do you think? Halfway through her sentence, she purposely sold it. Chen-Chi, on the other hand, said in a serious manner, next semester is the last semester's content, and a whole year of senior high school has to prepare for the college entrance exams. Are you sure you don't want to catch up on your studies? Okay, I'll learn. Shinro let out a quiet sigh. After all, the importance of learning to her is subtle now. All that learned knowledge in books is actually of little use to her anymore. Because for most people, getting into a good college is nothing more than getting a better job. And while she has valuable experience running a Fortune 500 company in her own right, it's not really that important to learn when you talk about it in terms of your career. But, with Chen-Chi's current accomplishments, if she doesn't work hard, it's hard to say whether she can get into the same college as Chen-Chi. Soon, the waiter serves the food. After first cooking a couple of faster cooking dishes, Lin Xiaohua unpacked the red wine and poured it for all four people. Ahem. As she poured the wine, Shinro deliberately coughed lightly. Lin Xiaohua instantly understood. When pouring wine for himself and Shinru and Shin, they all only poured a drop. And after Chen-Chi's turn, it was a full cup. Chen-Chi raised an eyebrow. I'm drinking this much alone? Chen-Chi, you're a boy. And you're a good drinker, aren't you? So I'll let you drink more. If we pour too much and can't drink it, then it's a waste? Shu Xian Ro took the initiative to speak up. Little Flower took out such an expensive wine from her home for us to share. How unfortunate it would be if she couldn't drink all of it. If the wastefulness was known by Little Flower's parents, she would definitely be reprimanded. I heard that the richer the family, the more frugal they seem to be? Aha! My mom was stingy and never allowed me to waste anything. Lin Xiaohua also nodded her head repeatedly, echoing Shu Xinru's words. Ha, okay. Chen Qi smiled bashfully. Of course he could see that the girl beside him was deliberately trying to get herself drunk, but he was curious as to what Shu Xinru's purpose was in trying to get herself drunk. Last time, it was Shu Xinru herself who was drunk, and Chen Qi had no way of knowing. And this time, Chen Qi wanted to use another method to see what exactly Shu Xinru was playing at. Ugh, here's to our soon-to-be-gone winter vacation first. Shin Qin took the lead and raised his glass, proposing a drink. Everyone took a gentle sip of wine. The texture and flavor were very good. Not bad for a little rich girl. It's delicious. Shin Qin gave a thumbs up towards Lin Xiaohua beside him. Shu Xinru also thought it tasted good. Sweet but not cloying. It's like whether it was in a previous life or this one or even the next. She would never feel as tired of being with Chen Qi. That's right, Shu. Shin Qin looked over toward the opposite side. Anyway, you and Chen Qi are like this. How about another cup of wine? Last time I drank beer, it didn't have the same flavor, but red wine has the same feeling. Yeah. Once Shu Xinru heard this, she also felt that it made sense, and hurriedly picked up her wine glass and winked at Chen Qi. Chen Qi, how about we drink again? Why? Chen Qi asked. Because. This is me giving you lessons on how to drink with your girlfriend. Shu Xinru put on a serious face. Shin Qin sneaked toward Lin Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, look at Mr. Xiao Shu. He's really skillful in using this routine. Indeed. Lin Xiaohua deeply agreed. Ha, good. Without pointing it out, Chen Qi lifted his wine glass and crossed his wrists with Shu Xinru. Shu Xinru, Chen Qi, and Lin Xiaohua. And at this time, a voice behind her almost didn't scare Shu Xinru so much that she spilled her wine on the floor. Even Lin Xiaohua timidly shrunk her head, because the owner of this voice is more than familiar to them. That was the old hag recognized by all the students in the second-year senior class teacher Jiang Shuli. What are you guys doing? Jiang Shuli frowned, and her gaze turned directly to Shu Xinlu and Chen Qi. It's normal for students to come out to dinner together, but the posture the two of them were in now was anything but normal. Anyone who isn't blind can tell that these two are having a cup of wine. In looking at the chairs next to them, a cat with a big face and a Mickey Mouse. The two dolls were very close together. Isn't this the kind of thing that boys of that age usually give to girls? Ah, what are we? Chen Qi, what are we doing here? Shu Xinru couldn't find an excuse for a while, so she could only whisper towards Chen Qi for help. Ha, just in case your grades go down. It looks like the first order of business for the new semester will be to have a nice talk with both of your parents. Jiang Shuli said coldly. Originally, she had thought that letting Chen Qi tutor Shu Xianro was a good thing. After all, Chen Qi's academic performance had skyrocketed this semester, and Shu Xinru had also made great progress immediately after the first monthly exam. But let the boys tutor the girls. The biggest fear is that there will be an early love affair. How many students, because of early love, have lost their academic performance? At such a critical time as sophomore and junior year of high school, the classroom teacher's biggest pet peeve is when a student in his or her class has an early love affair. Mr. Jiang, I think you've misunderstood. After Chen Qi put the wine glass down, he flipped his wrist and took out a sticker. I was just looking at the label on this wine glass and asking Shohinro-san what it was. Chen Qi said calmly. Labels? Jiang Shuli went over to take a look. The top sticker is very brief. Only printed with the number 500. Not even the symbol of money. Right, Mr. Chang, that's what we're talking about. Because this was torn from a wine glass. As soon as she heard Chen Qi say that, Shu Xinru also immediately nodded in agreement. You guys are really discussing this? Then why are you eating so close together? Apparently, Sally Chang wasn't completely disarmed, because Shu Xianro and Chen Qi's chairs were really close to each other, even closer than Shin Qin and Lin Xiaohua across the street. This. Shu Xinru looked at Chen Qi again. You know, after finding a seat, she watched Chen Qi sit down and immediately leaned her chair over to sit next to Chen Qi. In fact, such an action was not something she did on purpose, but a habit that she had already developed long ago, in their last life when they were in love. She just hated to be closer to Chen Qi every moment. It's just that she didn't expect such a habit to be discovered by Jiang Shuli. How do you explain it? She really doesn't know. So all hope could only be pinned on Chen Qi. Hopefully he still has an excuse. And at this time, Chen Qi slightly raised his head and looked at Jiang Shuli. Ms. Jiang, isn't this what you asked for? I demand? Jiang Shuli was puzzled. You asked me to tutor her in her studies, and during the winter break, Shu Shinro's classmate's mom also paid me to tutor her. She asked me about my studies before, so it's just closer. Chen Qi said calmly. Across the table, Lin Xiaohua and Shen Qin looked at each other, then both gave a thumbs up from under the table. I didn't realize that Chen Qi, such an honor student, would simply find a set of excuses. So what kind of studies are you discussing? Jiang Shuli continued to ask without stopping. After all, Chen Qi was the top student of Lu Shino, one middle school. After the final exam results came out, the great director also specifically named Jiang Shuli in the classroom teacher meeting. Be sure to focus on Chen Qi during your future schooling, because that will be the hope of the first school to rush to the top of the high school. The school leadership attaches such importance to Chen Qi. Jiang Shuli naturally does not dare to slack on his affairs. I've got her prepped for next semester's text. Chen Qi continued. Next semester's text? Jiang Shuli was deeply skeptical. Shu Shinro's language score is the worst among her subjects. She also serves as a language teacher for the first class. And of course, I know where Shikinzo's language is poor. It's on memorizing texts, as well as translating literary texts. Mr. Jiang, it really is. Shu Shinro quickly nodded her head and said, if you don't believe me, I'll memorize it for you. Saying that, Shu Shinro recited to herself the literary text that she would be studying next semester. But when he was halfway through memorizing, Chen Qi suddenly interrupted. Mr. Jiang, this is it. Shu Shinlo and Jiang Shuli looked at Chen Qi almost simultaneously. Chen Qi said indifferently, she just said that the meaning of this place is unknown, so I answered her question. So it is. At once, Jiang Shuli was relieved. From Chen Qi's explanation, everything he did with Shu Xianro seemed to make sense. Mr. Jiang, are you suspecting us of early love? Suddenly, Chen Qi said coldly. Ha! Across the street, Lin Xiaohua and Shen Qin looked at him in surprise. Jiang Shuli didn't say things frankly. How come Chen Qi didn't confess? Jiang Shuli hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Ha, Mr. Chang, I don't have that plan, or rather, in my plan. That plan should be something to think about in college. Chen Qi laughed and said easily. Jiang Shuli looked at him suspiciously. This is the first time. It's amazing that a student has taken it upon themselves to bring up early love with them. Chen Qi continued. I will strictly follow my plan, so please don't worry. Moreover, my academic performance hasn't dropped, has it? Also, once she heard this, Jiang Shuli was relieved. Even if we take a step back and say that Chen Qi and Shu Xianro were really in early love, let's not talk about the fact that they'll turn 18 this year, which doesn't count in the category of early love. It is the schools most concerned about the academic performance. Chen Qi also did not have the slightest decline. Then what's she worried about? It was the teacher who misunderstood you. Finally, Jiang Shuli gave a smile. She's never been a boarder when she's in class. This smile looks like the scene of a car accident. Still, your teacher would like to remind you that students should drink less alcohol, especially red wine, which is bad for the brain if it's an inferior product. Although it was winter vacation, as a classroom teacher, Jiang Shuli felt the need to remind her. Generally speaking, good red wine is expensive. And for students, the most they can do is buy $100 or so worth of wine. It's been a real long time and they haven't had the spending power. Ahem. This teacher, did you misunderstand something? Shen Qin took the wine box next to Lin Xiaohua and said, you see, this should not be considered an inferior bar? Chang Shuli was stunned at first, but when she got a good look at the Lafite logo on the wine box, the eyes went wide. Rafi? Mr. Jiang, this is what my parents and I brought back from our winter break trip to France, Lin Xiaohua said in a small, timid voice. Jiang Shuli was speechless. How could she forget? And here sat Lin Xiaohua, who was the number one rich kid in his class. Don't say it was brought back from France. It's the one she says she carried by hand from Chateau Lafite Rothschild, and she wouldn't have half a doubt about it. So that's how it is. Then you guys eat and go home early. The teacher will leave first, Jiang Shuli said with a bitter smile, but her gaze flicked to the bottle. After all, it's the world-famous Lafite Rothschild. Teacher, why don't you try a drink too? Lin Xiaohua took the initiative to speak. Really? Jiang Shuli's eyes seemed to glow. Aha, we met at the hot pot restaurant by such a coincidence. It's okay if you want to sit down and eat. Teacher, Lin Xiaohua nodded repeatedly. Then I will. Drink a little? Jiang Shuli said tentatively. Here, teacher, I'll pour you a drink. Shen Qin directly brought over the red wine that still had a small half bottle left. I wish you all excellent grades for the new semester. The 5 clink glasses. Jiang Shuli finished all the red wine in his glass. This flavor, it's simply too sweet. To be able to drink red wine like this, totally one of life's great blessings. Teacher, why don't you sit down and eat with us? Lin Xiaohua took the initiative to invite. Zhang Shuli came back to her senses from the hearty sweetness of the red wine, and quickly waved her hand and said, No, no, no. The teacher has just finished eating. You guys take your time to eat and go home early. With that, she turned and walked away. Teachers rubbing students the wrong way? It's going to get out to the school. That wouldn't be a joke. Shen Qi, you're awesome. Not long after Zhang Shuli left, Xu Xinro turned her head and pursed her lips towards Chen Qi. Ouch. It's still awesome. You tried it? Shen Qin deliberately flirted across the room. I'm talking about just dealing with Mr. Jiang. What are you thinking? Xu Xinro rolled her eyes at her. But when it comes to trying, she really did try. But in the future, we won't have to make so many excuses. Xu Xinro shrugged. Why? Chen Qi asked. Because the red wine. You didn't see the expression on Mr. Jiang's face just now. It's almost high. Blah 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 blah. It's almost like enjoying it to death. Xu Xinro was in the middle of her sentence when she changed her words in a hurry. I blame Shen Qin, that horny girl, for leading myself astray. Next the meal began. Xu Xinro gave Lin Xiaohua a wink. Lin Xiaohua also pushed the red wine bottle to her and Chen Qi's side, so Xu Xinro kept pouring wine for Chen Qi beside her. Whenever he took a sip, Xu Xinro would immediately fill it up. The whole bottle of La Fight. Chen Qi drank at least close to 2/3. So full, Shen Qin said with a satisfied face. At this point, they had finished the food they had ordered. Yikes, Chen Qi-san, you've had a lot to drink. Xu Xinro deliberately asked towards Chen Qi. Shen Qi, are you drunk or not? I see that you seem to have drunk a lot. I heard that red wine has a particularly strong aftertaste. Chen Qi laughed in his heart. Is she testing to see if she's drunk? Last time I had a beer. Chen Qi was calm and collected. This time, though, he still wasn't drunk, but he was a little curious if he were to get drunk. What kind of things would Shikinzo do to himself? Kind of. Chen Qi deliberately rubbed his temples, pretending to speak in a stuttering manner when he was drunk, as if there is some upturned headache. He put on a good face, even pretending to look a little pained. What about that? Why don't I take you home? Xu Xinro hurriedly came over and asked with concern. Right now, she actually had some regrets about pouring Chen Qi's wine. No, go home. I can still make it back. Chen Qi shook his head and stood up, but just as he stood up, he wobbled twice, then resumed his chair. Student Chen Qi, you really seem to be a bit drunk. Why don't you let classmate Xu Xinro give you a ride? At this time, Lin Xiaohua also helped Xu Xinro speak. Although Chen Qi heard what she was saying clearly, he was silent and didn't answer. Because when you're really drunk, it's possible to be a tiny bit farther away and not hear what the other person is saying. Xu, he seems really drunk? Shen Qin whispered across the room towards Xu Xinru. I know. Xu Xinru frowned, gently biting her lip. Will La Fight's aftertaste be a bit too much? Last time, Chen Qi drank so much beer and was fine. But this time, it's okay, it's just what you wanted anyway, Shen Qin said with a smile. Well, no, little flower. You'd better get me a tea drink over here to dissipate the alcohol. After thinking about it, Xu Xinru raised her head towards Lin Xiaohua and said, although he himself has a lot of things he wants to say to Chen Qi, but if Chen Qi really drank anything good, it was too late for her to even regret it. Mr. Chen Qi, do you ever feel bad? Xu Xinru asked as she came to Chen Qi's ear in concern. No, just trying to sleep, Chen Qi deliberately said. Xu Xinru was instantly relieved. Just drunk, it seems. Coming. Lin Xiaohua handed Xu Xinru the drink she brought from the counter and pointed at Chen Qi. Is he alright? Well, he should just be drunk. I'll just send him home to rest. Saying that, Xu Xinru put Chen Qi's arm on her shoulder. Having drank too much business alcohol in the past, she certainly knew what Chen Qi looked like when he was drunk. The current Chen Qi is drunk, but there shouldn't be any problems. After all, she's seen Chen Qi actually drink and throw up. Do you need our help? By the way, I was kinda curious what you wanted to ask Chen Qi while he was drunk. Shen Qin raised an eyebrow towards Xu Xinru, obviously wanting to gossip. Fuck you. You can't hear these words. Xu Xinru immediately refused. It's not supposed to be some kind of sour love story, is it? Shen Qin laughed thievishly. Not at all. I'm not like you. Still a little girl, Xu Xinru grunted. Che, you're even younger than me. Shen Qin was unconvinced. After all, she was repeating her sophomore year of high school after repeating a grade. Well, it's getting late, so you guys should go home early too. Xu Xinru looked at the time. It was already 9:30. I hope to start school tomorrow and give us a report on the results of the battle. Shen Qin simply got up and patted Xu Xinru's shoulder. Battle results? Shu Shinro froze for a moment and gave her a helpless blank look. In fact, she had dunked Chen Shi in wine, not that she had to set Chen Shi up by finally spitting out the truth. Rather, she has been reborn for half a year, and she has held so many words in her heart that she wants to say to Chen Shi. It didn't matter if Chen Shi was also reborn into this era. There are some things that can only be said when you're facing him. If Chen Shi was awake, she was afraid that Chen Shi would hate to mention something as ridiculous as being reborn. So the only way to confide in Chen Shi is to wait for him to get drunk himself. Let Chen Shi lean half of his body against him. Shu Xianro helped him out of the hot pot restaurant. At this moment, the sky had completely dimmed. It was late, but the newly built square was still bustling. Shoppers, late-night snackers, and even some square dancers. But at the beginning of 2011, square dancing hadn't really taken off, so they are only occupying a very small area. I'm afraid no one would have guessed that in a few years. All of the plaza would be square dancing. Shu Shinro couldn't help but spit out a sentence. Turning his head to look at Chen Shi, he had his eyes closed as if he was fast asleep. Even the two legs, as mechanical as walking. A gust of wind. Shu Shinro subconsciously wrapped her clothes. As if she realized something, she immediately turned her head and asked, "Fellow student Chen Shi, are you cold?" Chen Shi didn't say anything, because until now, he is not clear what Shu Shinro wants to do. Let's sit down for a while. Finding a wooden chair in the square, Shu Shinro helped Chen Shi sit down. She then draped the white down jacket she was wearing over Chen Shi. Chen Shi quietly elbowed his eyebrows and deliberately used his arms to move his clothes out of the way. It's cold even when you're drunk. Do as you're told and put your clothes on. Shu Shinro wanted to talk to the child as if she was talking to a child, and once again put her clothes on Chen Shi's back. I'm not cold. Don't I have to drink again? Chen Shi simply made an exaggerated head tilt. Clothes are totally falling off. Fine. You're not cold. Shu Shinro looked at him helplessly, but she had already seen Chen Shi's drunken appearance several times a long time ago. As far as reactions go, it's pretty light. Used to just start accompanying her to business drinks. Chen Shi was even drunk enough to talk with his mouth full. Shu Shinro was heartbroken at the time, and the next day when he woke up from his nap told him not to go next time. As a result, Chen Shi didn't listen and even said in a headstrong manner, "I'm all drunk. What if you get drunk like this? You're a girl." Put. Thinking of this, Shu Shinro glanced at Chen Shi. "Chen Shi, you used to be a warm man. How come now that you're back, you've become a straight man?" Alas. Chen Shi moved his eyebrows slightly, listening to Shu Shinro's somewhat emotional tone. Is it finally going to start? Suddenly, Shu Shinro shook his shoulder. Chen Shi, can you hear me? Could it be that she had just noticed the subtle movements? Thinking of this, Chen Shi didn't dare to make another move. Wow, seems to be really drunk. Then I won't call you Chen Shi. I'll call you my husband instead. Seemingly seeing that Chen Shi hadn't moved for half a day, Shu Shinro also smiled to herself. Chen Shi immediately cried and laughed a little. So it wasn't that she realized she wasn't drunk, but that she wanted to be called something else? Although, the familiar title made his heart flutter as well. Hubby, don't blame me for filling you with wine when you wake up from your nap. I'm really suffocating too much and want to talk to you too much. I think, you love me so much. You will definitely forgive me, right? Chen Shi heard a rustling sound in his ear. Still, he didn't move. Just something he was curious about. What exactly was Schindler trying to tell herself? Ugh. At that moment, he heard a quiet sigh in his ear. School is about to start and it's the second half of the sophomore year. Do you know I'm really stressed out? Shu Shinro smiled bitterly and said, "It feels like I don't have enough energy to try to catch up with you again. And to try to catch up with you and get into the same university as you. Had I known it would be like this, I should have made a wish in the first place so that I could become as good as you." Hearing this, Chen Shi's heart was also a bit unfavorable. Though after being reborn, he relied on his 3 wishes to make everything around him as much better as possible than it was at this time in his last life. But for Shu Shinro, it was giving him all 3 wishes. In other words, his own rebirth back into this era was like an opening. Both the physical advantages and the information about the securities in his head make it easy for him to succeed. But what about Shu Shinru? She had nothing to gain from being born again, and all being born again meant to her was becoming 17 years old. Instead of gaining a lot of things, I lost a lot. To rechase myself, she's busy studying again. You have to find ways to cultivate a relationship with yourself. It's really quite tiring to think differently. This time, Chen Shi was thinking hard, though she was told to wait until she got to college and show her the door herself. Wouldn't that be a little too selfish? Though Chen Shi's idea was to make his career a carefree dependency for her, but from Shu Shinro's point of view, she only wants to fight to stay with herself. Forget it, let's not talk about it. I don't regret wishing all over you. What's the point of talking about it? After waving her hand to herself, Shu Shinro came up to a position very close in front of Chen-Chi. A pair of almond eyes opened wide, just blinking and looking at Chen-Chi, no longer speaking. It was almost 10 minutes later that Shu Shinro sighed. Ugh, hubby, actually I didn't mean to trap you by getting you drunk. It's just that people are eager to take shortcuts once they have them. Don't you think so? A shortcut? What shortcut? Chen-Chi had some doubts in his heart. Originally, at that time, on New Year's Eve, I thought, should I question you if you were reborn back to this era as well? Shu Xianro gently tapped her chin with her finger and said, but after hearing you say that your feelings for me hadn't changed, I gave up on the idea. Especially since you also said that if you fall in love, you must keep your wife. At that time, I wondered, could it be that you didn't tell me after you were reborn because you wanted to wait until your career had risen a bit before you showed your hand to me? After all, I've been stalking you so much, and you haven't rejected me. There are times when I feel annoyed with myself. Chen-Chi couldn't help but narrow his eyes and sneak a glance towards Shu Shinru. She had raised her head now to look up at the dark night sky and didn't look at himself again. However, the conjecture she had just spoken of was almost a direct hit to Chen-Chi's heart, because what she said was what Chen-Chi thought and what he had been doing since he was reborn. So, suddenly, Shu Shinro turned her head and stared at Chen-Chi once again. Chen-Chi immediately closed his eyes. Hubby, what if you really have such an idea? I can also cooperate with you and not ask you. Even if you're really 17, I can still use it as a way to recultivate my relationship with you. Shu Shinro said. It's just that if you're really reborn back to this time, then I can stop being so tired, can't I? Just said the shortcut I want to take is actually this. At least if you're back from rebirth too, I don't have to try to figure out how to chase you every day. Saying that, Shu Shinro gently stroked Chen-Chi's cheek with her hand and sighed quietly. But it doesn't matter if you weren't reborn back to this time. After all, what's that saying? Ooh-hoo. Come to think of it, who wants to be a lickspittle if they don't really like it? That's when another cool breeze blew through. Shu Shinro clutched her arms tightly, her down jacket still sitting next to her. The only thing keeping her warm on her is probably a white knit sweater. Husband? Mr. Chen-Chi, shouldn't we get going? It's cold. Shu Shinro gently shook Chen-Chi's body. Chen-Chi thought for a moment, shakily stood up and stretched. What? Want to change places to drink? Great. Put, you're so drunk you're talking nonsense. Shu Shinro couldn't help but laugh while holding Chen-Chi up. I'm not drunk. Chen-Chi staggered. That's not right. Who are you? Why is there even a girl beside me? Shu Shinru was surprised and looked at Chen-Chi. Husband. No. Chen-Chi student. I'm Shu Shinru. You're so drunk you don't even recognize yourself? Looks like Lafayette is really on the back foot. Chen-Chi slowly nodded and naturally put his hand on her shoulder. You are my wife. Then go. Just a word. Or maybe it's just a term of endearment. Shu Shinro's entire body was pumped up. What did he just call himself? Wife? Hear yourself right, blah. Still walking or not? If not, I will continue to rest for a while. Chen-Chi still said in a drunken tone. Go, honey, let's go now. Shu Xianro hurriedly picked up her clothes and helped Chen-Chi towards the road. And in her heart, at the moment, she was beautifully happy. This was the first time after being reborn that Chen-Chi had called himself his wife. Even though he's only saying that because he's drunk, but as long as it was what he said, Shu Shinro was happy. Ugh, if I had known, I would have dunked you a few more times. Shu Shinro sighed quietly. Chen-Chi was speechless in his heart. Seemed to be heartbroken that I drank too much when I was at the hot pot restaurant earlier. And now you think you've underfed yourself? Mr. Chen-Chi, can you call me your wife a few more times? Stepping onto the footbridge that crosses the street, Shu Shinro pursed her lips and smiled. Since Chen-Chi had called once, there must be a second time. How come there's no response this time? Husband? Shu Shinro continued to shout. Chen-Chi had no choice but to once again pretend to be the same person he was just now and said, old wife, what are you calling me for? To the drinking place? If he didn't respond, he was probably going to hear her calling for her husband all over the street. I didn't agree before. I just thought it was normal to be drunk and not be able to hear. Still thinking about drinking. You've called me wife. And you're still drinking. Shu Shinro pretended to be exasperated. But at the same time, she also interlocked her fingers with Chen-Chi's fingers. As if in this moment, the drunken Chen-Chi became like the warm man she remembered again. Since he's drunk, can we take him to a hotel, not send him home? Shu Shinro muttered judiciously. But Chen-Chi raised his eyebrows when he heard it. Check out the big-faced cat and Mickey Mouse dolls that Shushin Zoe is holding in her arms. Does she really want to eat her in one bite? Done. No ID. Shu Shinro touched her pocket, and eventually gave up on the idea helplessly. And Chen-Chi, too, is relieved. Alas, since I can only send you home then. Chenchi students? No, 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 hubby, what did you just call me? Shuksinruai beautifully began to set on again. Honey, what did you call me for? Chanchi played along with the act. It's okay, I like it when you call me that. Shu Shinro nodded contentedly. From walking up the stairs to the footbridge and then crossing the street on the footbridge, and then again down the stairs from the weather, Shu Shinro had made Chen Shi call her wife no less than 10 times back and forth, and every time, Chen Shi was cooperating with her. Even, Chen Shi is thinking whether to directly showdown with her or not. She's tired, and he didn't want to see her so tired. Many times, Chen Shi felt that he was a bit of an afterthought. The idea of meeting away from her from the beginning to avoid accidents. Then the idea of trying to make money and then explaining the fact of rebirth to her after having a strong enough career of her own. All of this, Chen Shi thought he was being nice to Shu Xinro. But from what Shu Shinro has just sincerely confided, he realized he was making her tired and worn out by doing so. It's like before when Shushinrose said, she felt that if her father regretted it, it wouldn't be the same as when her own mother got married. Why don't we get together when we obviously like each other? Just because you're afraid? Even she thought about how it would change, how everything would get better and better. But why can't you do it yourself? Mr. Chen Chi, we're going to take a taxi home after we get off the overpass. Can you better call me your wife? Suddenly, Shu Shinro slowed her pace and walked down the last flight of stairs of the catwalk. At this moment, Chen Chi slightly opened his eyes. This time, he had made a decision in his mind, and the determination to make that decision. It's from the girl who was obviously tired of being around and wants to be there all the time. Oh, I almost forgot. Honey, can you call me wife again? Shu Shinro remembered that Chen Chi would only call her wife as long as she called him her husband. After all, I was drunk. Chen Chi immediately cried and laughed a little. But he wasn't going to keep pretending to be drunk this time. Spread out. Get out of the way. Tick-tock dash. And just at that moment, a siren suddenly sounded. It was as if a gust of wind had blown through. Chen Chi, who slightly opened his eyes, immediately realized. A motorcycle actually drove onto the sidewalk to avoid a red light. But the middle-aged man on the motorcycle was clearly in a hurry, because he himself realized that he was about to run into Shu Shinro. Get over here. Suddenly, Chen Shi pulled Shu Shinru behind himself. Phew! A gust of wind blew. Shu Shinro's little face turned pale with fear, and the motorcycle went straight ahead. But because the middle-aged man had just been in a hurry, he was forced to stop. Girl, are you alright? Sorry. Really sorry. A middle-aged man wearing a helmet immediately got out of his car and came over to apologize. But Shu Shinro was still in shock until now. What if I hadn't reacted quickly and you had hit her? Chen Shi directly protected Shu Shinru behind him and coldly questioned the middle-aged man. I'm really in a hurry. My sister is still in the hospital to be rescued. I only have her as a relative. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. The middle-aged man apologized and bowed again. But Chen Shi still looked cold. Apologize? If something really happened, would apologizing still be useful? Traffic accidents, both for her and Chen Shi, are very sensitive. For a while, the middle-aged man didn't know what to say. He gritted his teeth and said toward Shu Shinrue, girl, let's do it this way. Compensate money or whatever. I'll admit it, after all, it's me who didn't follow the traffic rules. Finally, Shu Shinro came back to her senses. Right now, though, she wasn't in the shock of having just been almost hit. Rather another thing. She looked at Chen Chi beside her in surprise. He'd reacted so quickly when he'd pulled himself up, and he clearly didn't look drunk right now. Then he just called his wife. There's no need to pay for compensation. Even if you're in a hurry, you still need to pay attention to traffic safety. Chen Chi said seriously towards the middle-aged man. If it wasn't for the fact that one's physical attributes were far beyond normal, the bloodbath that led to their rebirth will likely happen again right before their eyes. Yes. Young man, you're right. The middle-aged man apologized hastily, and Chen Chi knew he didn't mean it. After all, his sister was in the hospital for resuscitation, and he, as a younger brother, might indeed be in too much of a hurry. Since you're in a hurry, get going and remember to drive from the highway. Chen Chi then waved his hand at him. The middle-aged man said 2 more thank yous before propelling his motorcycle off the sidewalk. Taking a deep breath, Chen Chi glanced at Shu Shinru at his side. He bent down to pick up the big-faced cat and Mickey Mouse that had just fallen to the floor, then tucked into Shu Shinru's arms. Go! Chen Chi dropped a sentence and took Shu Xianro's hand and walked along the sidewalk towards the station. Only then did Shu Shinro come back to her senses and hurriedly followed Chen Chi's footsteps. You're not drunk? She lowered her voice and asked tentatively. Chen Chi nodded without any hesitation. After all, You can react so fast when you're drunk. It doesn't make sense. What's more, he didn't intend to hide it from Shu Shinro anymore. So, then you heard everything I said to you before? Shu Shinro thought for a moment and continued to follow Chun-Chi's footsteps, asking questions as she walked. I hear you. Chen-Chi nodded. So, in the end, it's the most crucial question. She whispered. Then why did you answer me when I called you husband and called me wife? Meh. At this time, Chen-Chi stopped and turned around, looking at the girl in front of him with some amusement. What are you laughing at? I really wanna know. Shikinzo blinked at him. Haven't you already guessed it all? Then why ask me? Chen-Chi shrugged. Guess. Shu Shinro muttered, then looked at Chen-Chi in surprise. What do you mean? It's what you think it is. Me and you, back at this time together. Chen-Chi looked at her with a very calm gaze. However, Shu Shinro pursed her lips, and her expression became somewhat complicated. So you were lying to me before? Shu Shinro frowned slightly and looked up to see Chen-Chi. Well, as to why this is being done, for the reasons you've stated before. Chen-Chi directly nodded his head in acknowledgement. You, me. Shu Shinro was already incoherent, though it was true that she had always had the speculation in her mind that Chen-Chi had also been reborn back into this era. But at this moment, when he heard Chen-Chi actually say it, she's surprisingly a little overwhelmed herself. Well, go ahead and get a cab and I'll take you home. Chen-Chi took Shu Xianro's hand and walked towards the station. No go, I'm not going. But just at this time, Shu Shinro violently opened Chen-Chi's hand and said loudly towards him. ? Chen-Chi turned around and looked at her suspiciously. Do you think it's funny to lie to me? Like that? Shu Shinro stared at Chen-Chi with a puff of air, her eyes turning a little red. I'm sorry. Chen-Chi sighed and said frankly. It was me who hesitated and was not decisive. After all, after experiencing that car accident and then coming back to this time, I had a little too much consideration. Consideration? What kind of consideration is that for you? What's there to consider? Shu Shinro huffed and puffed as she walked to Chen-Chi, and her two small fists kept swinging towards Chen-Chi's chest, and Chen-Chi didn't move a muscle, still letting her whack herself. It didn't hurt at all, but he knew. At this time Shu Shinro, surely very much in need of a vent. If you like it, you'll be together again. What's there to think about? Don't say to start all over again. Even if I start all over again 100 times, 10,000 times, I will still haunt you, and I won't let you go even as a ghost. Do you have any idea how tired I was of chasing you after I thought you were really only 17? Shu Shinro hammered Chen-Chi's chest while shouting loudly at him. During the night, a few sporadic passers-by passed by, and after only glancing at them, they continued on their way. After all, in their eyes, Chen-Chi and Shu Xianro are just like those ordinary young couples who have fallen out. Exhausted. Almost 20 minutes later, Shu Shinro finally stopped and caught her breath. Why don't you even fight back and explain? Shu Xianro's little face was still puffed up with anger. What do I have to explain when you know it all? Chen-Chi shrugged. From the very beginning, the principle of Shu Shinro. Then later on, he hid it from Shu Shinro intending to have a showdown with her after his career had developed. All the reasons for all the speculations had been stated when Shu Shinro had just spoken to him, and these speculations were exactly what Chen-Chi was thinking. Good, then I ask you, why do you admit it now? Shu Shinro stood in front of Chen-Chi with her arms crossed. Because I owed it to myself to think before and not realize how you felt. Chen-Chi said bluntly. So, I don't want to see you so tired either. That's more like it. Shu Shinro pursed her lips, a smile spreading at the corners of her mouth. Although Chen-Chi's approach made her unhappy, but as long as it's still looking out for her, she's happy. So, you're not angry now? Chen-Chi saw Shu Xianro's smile and smiled faintly himself. No, I'm angry now, Shu Shinro said with a dark, serious face. Okay. So what else do you want? Chen-Chi asked helplessly. This look of Shu Shinro, he can be really too familiar. This is definitely a prelude to setting yourself up. I'm not going home today, Shu Shinzo said. Don't. I don't have my ID either. Chen-Chi said breathlessly. Just showdown and don't go home. Go stay in a hotel. Even though they're both old married couples. But, don't forget, you were notoriously out of shape your senior year and freshman year, and you couldn't get out of bed for several days after that started our sophomore year. Chen-Chi reminded her once again. What were you thinking? Shu Shinro said quietly. I mean, I don't want to take a taxi home. I want you to take me home. That's no problem. Chen-Chi directly nodded his head in agreement. But just now I was so tired of helping you that my legs were sore from walking. As a result, I didn't expect you to be pretending to be drunk. Thinking about it makes me feel angry, Shu Shinro said indignantly. Chen-Chi knew that she was hinting. Come on up then. After smiling, Chen-Chi squatted down in front of him. That's more like it. Shu Xianro contentedly flopped onto Chun-Chi's back, her two white and thin arms holding onto Chun-Chi's neck. So not angry now? Chen-Chi stood up and inclined his head towards the back. Shu Xianro immediately pouted her little mouth. Who says I'm not angry? Really? Stupid husband. Walking along the sidewalk by the road, he headed towards Shu Shinruo's house. By the way, hubby, what do you really think? Even though you said I guessed right, but I really want to know all your thoughts. Shu Shinruo brought her little face forward and looked at Chen-Chi curiously. Okay, I'll tell you. While walking, Chen-Chi also told Shu Shinruo everything. All the psychological changes he had undergone since his rebirth. From fear, to hesitation, to now determination. Stupid. Honey, you're really stupid. After hearing all of it, Shu Shinruo patted Chun-Chi's shoulder while spitting. We are at least people who have been reborn back into this era. For others, we're enlightened. What other accidents can't we avoid? But that crash could have been avoided. But what about meeting a similar situation again? Chen-Chi asked in a deep voice. Definitely not. Don't worry. Shu Xianro was very confident. Do you remember those 3 wishes I told you about? Let me tell you. That's what happened between our car accident and our rebirth. Although it's very evil, those 3 wishes seem to really work. Oh, and what are your other 2 wishes? Hearing this, Chen-Chi couldn't help but ask curiously as well. I won't tell you. Who let you lie to me before? Shu Shinruo pursed her lips and smiled. Anyway, surely all of them are good for you, so as long as I'm by your side, nothing will definitely happen to me, just like just now. Ha, so you're safe with me instead? Chen-Chi smiled to himself. That's for sure. Shu Shinruo said pitifully. So you mustn't get rid of me. Otherwise, I might die for you right away. Come on, it's better to say less of such unlucky words. Chen-Chi shook his head helplessly. Yeah bah. Shu Xianro nodded her head, and then brought her little head over to ask. Hubby, do you really intend to support me in this life, like you said? What? You don't believe me? Chen-Chi raised an eyebrow. Believe it? Of course I do. It's better this way. I don't want to try as hard as I did in my last life. Shu Shinruo said beautifully. In her heart, she did know the reason why Chen-Chi had this idea. Just like the day he overheard Uncle Chun-Chi at his house. Men are more or less macho. Aren't you afraid I won't make any money? Chen-Chi laughed. He didn't say the 3 wishes he had before he was reborn. Why be afraid? Shu Shinruo asked rhetorically, pursing her lips and laughing. Don't forget that you are now carrying a female president who has the strength of founding a Fortune 500 listed company. Ha, okay. Chen-Chi nodded. He knew that Shikinzo meant that even if you really can't develop your own business, she will also be her strongest support. Arrived. Unconsciously, while chatting, the 2 people also walked to the entrance of Shu Xianro's neighborhood. Ugh. Shu Shinruo slowly shrunk down from Chun-Chi's back with a sigh. What again? Chen-Chi knocked her on the head. Although I feel a lot more relaxed now that you've told me everything. It seems like we're at a very problematic age. Shu Shinruo said breathlessly. Obviously, she and Chen-Chi are old married couples. But even when they stayed together like those little couples, I'm afraid we'll have to be careful not to let each other's parents and school teachers find out. There's no way around it. So when you go to school tomorrow, you tighten up. Chen-Chi took a precautionary shot in advance. Oops. Got it. Shushin Zoe stuck her tongue out and her eyes rolled. But when there's no one, we're still the same as before, right? Shu Shinru looked at Chen-Chi. Sure. Chen-Chi nodded. Okay, then I'll go home if you give me a kiss. Shu Xianro looked at him with a smiling face and took the initiative to pout her small lips. Chen-Chi burst into tears. Still, he lowered his head and kissed it gently. Alright, go home. Chen-Chi said. Hey, that's it? Shu Shinro looked at Chun-Chi in confusion. Even if you forgot how to kiss, I taught you in the spring festival. She was clearly not satisfied with the sloppy kiss. Come on, if I hadn't guided you that day, are you sure it would have worked? Chen-Chi couldn't help but say with some amusement. Great, so you did it on purpose that day too. Shu Shinro pretended to look exasperated. Come on, it's not good for the neighbors to see. Chen-Chi stated his reasons. Also Shu Shinro nodded her head gently. In a small community, it is inevitable that you will run into neighbors who know you. If they tell their parents. Did he go and explain to his parents that both he and Chen-Chi were reborn back to this era? Obviously, that's not very realistic. I'll see you in front of the school tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Aha. After saying goodbye, Chen-Chi watched Shu Shinro trot into the neighborhood before he went back to the road to stop a car to go home. The next morning, Chen-Chi arrived at the school entrance 10 minutes early. Yo, old Chen, you're here too. It wasn't long before Zhang Fan arrived as well. I'm telling you, I've inquired about something. Zhang Fan said mysteriously towards Chun-Chi. Inquiring about what? Chen-Chi asked. It looks like the school is going to start building a new dormitory at the beginning of this semester. So maybe, at some point we'll be like the walk-ins and have one less night study session. Jung Fan said smugly. How is it? Is this news okay? Ha, so, playtime's gotten better? Chen Qi laughed. After all, for a high school student like Jung Fan, who was 17 or 18 years old himself, it's not unusual to think that you want to avoid studying. Hey, that's the point, Jung Fan said thievishly. Look, I told you such a message, then you have to give me some benefits too? Then what favor do you want? Chen Qi asked meaningfully. Like, winter vacation homework, lend me a copy? Jung Fan rubbed his hands together in embarrassment. Take it. Chen Qi directly took out his winter vacation homework and gave it to him. Old Chen, you're so damn brotherly. I happen to be empty of all the multiple choice questions I didn't do. Jung Fan immediately took the workbook with excitement, then flipped open his own book bag to catch up on his homework. Catching up on homework in front of the school when school is in session is definitely a spectacle that exists in front of every school. But copy and copy. Honey, you're here so early. Crap. Jung Fan shivered and almost didn't drop the signing pen in his hand. Looking up, the voice, indeed, was Shu Shinro. Just, why is she suddenly calling for her husband? By the way, who the hell is the person she's yelling at? It wouldn't be Chen Qi, would it? Are we going in now? Shu Shinro walked directly towards them and stopped in front of Chen Qi. Well, go. Chen Qi nodded. Holy shit. Jung Fan almost didn't drop his jaw on the ground. What in the world happens on a winter vacation? Shu Shinro called Chen Qi her husband. And Chen Qi still looks like a natural? Wasn't Shu Shinro chasing after Chen Qi? Right. Lao Jiang, bring my homework up for me later. Suddenly, Chen Qi turned his head and spoke towards Jung Fan. Good. Jung Fan swallowed hard, watching Chen Qi and Shu Shinru walk in side by side. Even in the school building are not yet separated. These two seem to be closer than those students who are in love. And, even if they did fall in love, that other people at least know that they will deliberately keep their distance even in school. After all, you have to avoid the teacher's eyeballs. But look at Chen Qi and Shu Shinru, there is just no point in them trying to avoid suspicion. Honestly, these two are walking so close together. It made him look a little sour behind his back end. And it's still the kind that's so acidic it hurts my teeth. After all, the biggest threat to singles. It's just that there are two boys and girls who appear to be a couple and keep dangling in front of their eyes. Jung Fan, your workbook is Chen Qi's? Suddenly, a familiar voice came. Little flower? Yeah, you want a copy too? Jung Fan immediately and attentively handed Chen Qi's workbook over. Yeah, I'm bad at math. I was going to ask my mom to explain the problems to me yesterday, but she made up a lot of nonsense and ended up saying that the textbooks in their time were different from ours, so I had to figure it out on my own. I suspect that I inherited my poor math from her. Lin Xiaohua spat. Jung Fan nodded. Then you copy it. Here. Right. Jung Fan remembered what just happened with Shu Shinro and Chen Qi, so he tentatively asked, Little flower, why don't you let Shu Shinro borrow your homework for you? After all, her relationship with Chen Qi. One wonders what happened to those two this winter break. But Lin Xiaohua, as Shu Shinro's best friend, sometimes she'll even help Shu Shinro to chase after Chen Qi. Maybe she'll know? Ugh. I regret talking about it. Lin Xiaohua said breathlessly. Originally, I planned to have Shu Shinro help me ask Chen Qi to borrow my homework during dinner yesterday, but it turns out that in order to create opportunities for her and Chen Qi, I forgot all about it. Creating opportunities? Jung Fan felt that this piece of information might be crucial, so Jung Fan continued to ask, did something happen to them yesterday? It shouldn't be much, should it? Lin Xiaohua gave him a puzzled look. Why are you asking this? Why don't you just ask them? Ask them? Forget it. I don't want to be killed as a dog. Jung Fan immediately waved his hand. Killed as a dog? Why? Lin Xiaohua was curious. You don't know? Jung Fan instead looked at Lin Xiaohua with some doubt. Know what? Lin Xiaohua was a bit confused by Jung Fan's question. You, come here. Jung Fan waved at her. What's wrong? Is something wrong with them? Lin Xiaohua came over and asked in a small voice. Well, and something big is going on. Jung Fan nodded seriously. It can't be that. Yesterday, Shu Shinro classmate pushed too hard and made Chen Qi turn against her, right? At this time, Lin Xiaohua couldn't help but start worrying about her best friend. After all, last semester, she chased after Chen Qi with a ferocious attack. It's not like those other girls, like in the case of Ku Qian. When Ku Qian was chasing Chen Qi, she was secretly giving love letters to show her favor. This is a common tactic used by many girls to subtly express their liking for each other. But Shu Shinro is different. This girl was the one who blatantly told Chen Qi that she liked him on the first day she transferred here. Putting herself in her place, if she were Chen Qi, she would probably have to be scared out of her wits by Shu Shinro, and it's teaching Chen Qi to fall in love again, and setting up hand-holding and kissing and all that. These practices are simply not the same as the way the average girl is most boyish. That's why Lin Xiaohua is very skeptical. Maybe Shu Shinro was in too much of a hurry yesterday. It's turning Chen Qi against her. Antipathy? You call that revulsion? But at this time, Zhang Fan was looking at Lin Xiaohua with a surprised expression. Ha, isn't it? Lin Xiaohua asked. Of course not, Zhang Fan said with a speechless face. Old Chen waited in front of the school early this morning until Shu Shinru went in. Ha, it means that Shu Shinro has finally succeeded? No need to wait until college? Thinking about this, Lin Xiaohua was also happy for her best friend. Wait until college? Come on. Zhang Fan spat. This isn't even the most powerful. What else? Lin Xiaohua pursued. I tell you even more powerful is. Shu Shinro called Old Chen husband. And Old Chen does not seem to resent it at all. So exciting? Really? Lin Xiaohua's eyes widened in surprise. Exciting, isn't it? Surprised? Tell you what. I didn't react much worse than you did when I just heard such a sentence. I was going to ask you if something had happened to them. Otherwise how could they have changed so much? Zhang Fan spread his hands and said. Then I'll hurry up and finish copying my homework and go ask them. Lin Xiaohua immediately buried her head in her hands. She probably never thought in her life that. I can't believe I've been so active in making up homework to find out a gossip about my best friend. After coming to the classroom and enrolling here at Suki Zhang's, Chen Qi and Shu Xianro sat in their seats from last semester. Hubby, is the person who just copied your homework at the school gate Zhang Fan. Shu Shinro looked around and realized that Zhang Fan was not in the classroom. Aha. Chen Qi nodded. Ha, so, then did I call you my husband when I met you? Shu Shinro felt as if she had exposed something. It seems like it was called. Chen Qi didn't remember too clearly. After all, Shu Shinro called her husband this name. It was just too familiar for him to hear. It's over. It's over. It won't be known by them, right? Shu Shinro began to get anxious. It doesn't matter if you know, does it? Chen Qi gave her a blank look. No, no, no. If you want to fool the teacher, you can't let anyone know. Shu Shinro shook her head and said seriously. So what's our relationship now? Chen Qi looked at her with considerable interest. In private, you're my husband and I'm your wife. That's for sure, but with everyone else. Shu Qinzhou pondered. Ms. Shu Shinro. And at this time, Lin Xiaohua, who had just finished registering, immediately ran over and stood next to the duo's seats. As she gasped for air, she asked, what the hell is going on with you two? What's going on? Shu Shinro was puzzled. That's what Zhang Fan said. Lin Xiaohua leapt to her feet and asked. I just ran into him in front of the school and heard him say. As she said this, she looked back at her homeroom teacher, Jiang Shuli. Then, lowering his voice, Chen Qi, Shu Shinro called you her husband? Really? Lin Xiaohua turned her head to look at Chen Qi. Chen Qi shrugged his shoulders and placed his gaze on Shu Xianro. Oh, you mean this? Shu Shinro thought for a moment and said towards Lin Xiaohua. I recognized the wrong person. Mistaken identity? Lin Xiaohua was puzzled. Yeah, when I was a freshman in high school, I used to know a girl with short hair, and her last name was Gong. That's why our classmates called her Old Gong. I thought she transferred here too, but when I looked, it turned out to be Chen Qi's classmate. Shahinro said with her head in her hands. That's a reason that should be considered a drop in the bucket, right? So, Lin Xiaohua was still a bit suspicious, though she couldn't find any loopholes. But why does it just feel weird? Well, that's it. At this moment, Chen Qi and Shu Shinru nodded their heads almost simultaneously and said, you guys are too in sync, aren't you? Lin Xiaohua could not help but spit out. Then you guys now, after yesterday, your relationship is still the same as before? This well. Right With a pained look on her face, Shu Shinro said, Chen Qi's classmates still think it's better to fall in love with me again in college, because our main task now is to study. I also think that we should focus on our studies now. Towards the end, Shu Shinro's expression was still very serious. Come on you. Lin Xiaohua rolled her eyes at her. I still believe Chen Qi when he says so. You have to focus on your studies. Have you watched the High Pie Sweetheart that I recommended you to watch last time? Of course I watched it. Even though the hero pretends not to recognize the heroine at first, he still loves her very much later, right Chen Qi-san? Shu Shinro turned her head and pursed her lips towards Chen Qi. Chen Qi nodded his head breathlessly. How he feels. This girl is suggesting herself through a TV show. Look at you. You're still talking about studying, and you're even bringing Chen Qi along to watch dramas. Lin Xiaohua said breathlessly. But come on. Before returning to her seat, Lin Xiaohua winked at Xu Xinru. After all, Xu Xianro was able to get Chen Qi to watch the same drama as her. That means the relationship is still going well. One by one, students in the class finished the enrollment process. In the class, it's the same faces from last semester. After all, in all 3 years of high school, the second half of your sophomore year should be the time when you encounter the least amount of transfers, because the content of the senior year will be learned early. In the second half of the sophomore year, the entire year of senior year is going to be an intense review, so the sophomore semester can be very intense. If you change schools in the middle of the year at this time, your studies will be more or less affected. And the last one to finish enrollment was Zhang Fan, who had finished copying his homework. Passing by the seats of Chen Qi and Xu Xianro, he also gave an uncanny glance towards the duo. After all, there is such a thing as a girl calling a boy's husband in front of the school. It's the first time he's ever met one, and the hero is his best buddy. Okay, everyone's here, so let me tell you about the study plan for the semester. First, there's the seating arrangement, with Jiang Shuli clearing her throat after the podium. All the students in the sophomore class immediately sat upright with their chests out. However, while Xu Xinru was sitting down, she secretly grabbed one of Chen Qi's hands under her desk. Chen Qi handed her a puzzled look. Honey, is it okay to hold hands? Xu Xinru said in a very small airy voice. Chen Qi rolled his eyes breathlessly. Who let you lie to me for most of the year? Shukinzo grunted. Just touching hands. It's not too much at all. Okay, Ms. Xu Xinru. Suddenly, Shuli Jiang from the podium called out her name. Ha, what happened to teacher? Xu Xinru's heart tightened. I think she just said, the whole switching seats thing? You and Qinqi's seats stay put. Hearing this, Xu Xinru was relieved. You made progress in language arts last semester, so keep up the good work this semester. Jiang Shuli glanced toward Chen Qi. She knew that the fact that Xu Xinru had made such great progress definitely had Chen Qi's credit. As a classroom teacher, having a top student like Chen Qi in the class is certainly something to be happy about. But it would be great to drive another student's grades. And yesterday at the fondue restaurant, Jiang Shuli also made sure that Chen Qi and Xu Xianro didn't seem to have a tendency to fall in love early. Then the decision to have Chen Qi help Xu Xianro with her tutoring and studying should be correct as well. Since it's correct, there's no need to change it. But apart from Chen Qi and Xu Xianro, the seats of the rest of the students have, more or less, changed. Lin Xiaohua, for example, was switched to the center of the classroom. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, had switched to the original position next to Lin Xiaohua. This made Zhang Fan somewhat chagrined. If Lin Xiaohua doesn't change positions, doesn't that make you her classmate? Immediately after, Jiang Shuli began to talk about the new semester's study plan. What with the intense curriculum and frequent exams, it's important to keep everyone on their toes. All this talk made Xu Xinru drowsy. She could only be bored and fiddle with Chen Qi's hand, drawing a few circles or something with her own fingertips on his palm. But Chen Qi beside her was a bit speechless. Play it this way. Simply playing with fire. Finally, there is one more very important announcement to make to you this semester. Almost an hour in. Jiang Shuli also seems to speak a little dry mouth. Took a sip of the fat sea brewed in the teacup to reopen the mouth. Our school's original dormitory will be torn down, then new dorms will be built. So everyone may want to be prepared to be a walk-on for a while. Dormitory building new? Hearing this, Xu Xinru's eyes lit up. Well, you guys are free to make your own arrangements. And I'm going to ask when the new textbooks will arrive. After saying that, Jiang Shuli left the classroom. Honey, did you hear that? Xu Xinru immediately turned her head and whispered towards Chen Qi. You mean, the dormitory building new things? Chen Qi asked. Aha, last time, didn't I just happen to be a senior when I transferred here? The new dorms weren't even built yet at that time. You remember that, don't you? Xu Xinru said excitedly. Ha, remember. Chen Qi nodded. I still remember that the teacher even held a special parents' meeting in order to get us in away from the school, urging us to rent the family building next to the school campus to make it easier to study? Xu Xinru said meaningfully. Yes, at that time you were Zhang Fan and I's neighbor. Chen Qi nodded. Xu Xinru pursed her lips and came over and whispered. Then, this time, can I not be your neighbor? We'll talk about the later. Isn't there another semester here? Chen Qi shrugged, though he knew what Xu Xinru meant. But in the second half of the second semester of his sophomore year, they still have to live in the original dormitory. If he remembers correctly, the dormitory groundbreaking began in the summer of the second half of his sophomore year. Even if you're thinking about renting an apartment outside of school, that should also wait until senior year to go. Yeah, too. Xu Xinru nodded. Come to think of it, I may have been in too much of a hurry. Since Chen Qi had told himself about being reborn, then surely that feeling he had for himself wouldn't change. live in a dormitory or not. It doesn't really matter. Resting in the classroom, Shu Shinro was still looking towards Chen-Chi with her chin propped up as usual. What are you looking at me for? Chen-Chi glanced at her. Now you don't have to chase me again. He. There's no need to chase, but I haven't looked at you so seriously in a long time. Shu Shinro blinked her eyes and still didn't move her gaze away. Chen-Chi froze for a moment, then let out a soft laugh. In my last life, Shu Shinro has to take care of the company every day. Chen-Chi, however, knew that there were still many things she wanted to do, because at bedtime one day, he woke up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom and found Shu Shinro's cell phone still on. Above is something she wrote down in a memo that she was going to do, but never got around to doing. For example, a day of shopping, changing out of a dull professional outfit and putting back on the little dresses you loved to wear when you were in school. For example, get 2 kittens and puppies and teach them to sit and shake hands. And then, for example, she initially told Chen-Chi that she wanted to travel around the world. Actually, some of those things on the memo are pretty simple. Simple enough for any ordinary person to have the opportunity to accomplish. It's just that Shu Shinro didn't have that chance. After all, as the company grows more and more, she has more and more to keep her busy. With more things going on, the time she spent with Chen-Chi was less. So yeah, I'm actually kinda glad to be reborn back. At least, now I can do nothing for a while. Shu Shinro stretched her lazy waist and said lazily towards Chen-Chi. Ha, yeah. Chen-Chi smiled and nodded his head. However, not only now, but in the future you can also do nothing. Oh, you're really planning to raise me? Ha? Shu Shinro pursed her lips and smiled. Aha. Chen-Chi nodded affirmatively. Come on. You buy stock futures, maybe it's just your luck or my wish manifested. Shu Shinro sighed quietly. I can't say that I'll have to do what I did before. You really think it's luck? Chen-Chi raised an eyebrow. What else could it be? Shu Shinro said full of concern. See for yourself. Chen-Chi took out his cell phone and opened the securities website and handed it to her. Ha! Almost instantly, Shu Shinro's eyes widened. Now, the few shares of futures held by Chen-Chi were surprisingly already worth more than $1 million. You bought it again? Shu Shinro looked at Chen-Chi in surprise. Well, because I was confident, I proceeded to buy it. Chen-Chi nodded and said, alright then, since you're working so hard, then I have to work hard to eat soft rice too. Nope, eating soft rice doesn't seem to describe girls. So, I'll eat hard rice? Shu Shinro laughed beautifully. All in all, this time I won't make you as tired as before. I promise. Chen-Chi put away his cell phone and looked at her with incomparable determination. Shu Shinro was stunned for a moment and revealed a sweet smile. Good. Soon the bell rang for class. The first day of enrollment. However, there will be no classes. The bell rang just because there would be a commencement ceremony today. Line up at the classroom door and meet at the playground. Zhang Shuli appeared in time to greet the crowd at the classroom door. One by one, everyone rose from their seats as well. Just as he walked down the aisle, Zhang Fan pulled Chen-Chi from behind. What? Chen-Chi asked, turning his head. I don't feel right, and it's very wrong, Zhang Fan said with a serious face. What's wrong? Chen-Chi looked at him suspiciously. Just now I asked Xiaohua. Shu Shinro was saying that at that time in front of the school, she was recognizing the wrong person. Called the old gong? Chen-Chi was suddenly enlightened. So he was still struggling with this matter. What's wrong? Chen-Chi nodded. That's a serious matter, Zhang Fan said seriously and at the same time looked at Shu Shinru who had stopped in front to wait for Chen-Chi. Old Chen, I think, on this matter, it is definitely not as simple as recognizing the wrong person. If my guess is good, there should be only 2 possibilities. Zhang Fan lowered his voice and said, tell me, which 2 possibilities? Chen-Chi asked with considerable interest. Zhang Fan waved his hand and said, don't be anxious, listen to my analysis. Shu Shinro said she recognized you as one of her girl classmates. But come to think of it, not quite, you're a boy. How can you be treated like a girl? Well, then what? Chen-Chi listened patiently. And then you even said yes. As if Zhang Fan had seen through everything. He continued, even if Shu Shinro recognized the wrong person, and you're not called that what's her name old gong, why did you agree? Even if she has a reason to misidentify someone, you don't have a reason to mishear. So you think it might be? Chen-Chi laughed. That's the kind of lie that actually wouldn't have stood up to scrutiny in the first place. The first possibility. Zhang Fan's eyes became a little complicated as he looked at Chen-Chi. Chen-Chi was puzzled. Zhang Fan said cautiously, you, 1T be a girl before and now have a sex change operation, right? My good brother for many years is actually a good sister for many years? Chen-Chi directly rolled his eyes at him. Then what's the second possibility? It's you. You must be interested in Shu Shinro, right? Zhang Fan instantly came to his feet. Although I've never been in love, but night has seen others in love. It's normal to call your husband and wife. When he said these words, Jiang Fan also gave Chun-Chi an I understand look. When did you know she was yelling the wrong way? Didn't Lin Xiaohua switch places? Suddenly, Chen-Chi changed the topic. Hey, don't you say it, but thanks to you and Xu Xinro. Jiang Fan touched his cell phone and said thievishly, didn't I just say I asked about Little Flower? She and I both wanted to eat both of your melons, so we added her penguin friend for that reason. Jiang Fan was still vaguely excited when he said this. It's just a friending. As far as that goes? Chen-Chi gave him a blank look and walked out of the classroom. What do you know? It's called a dog licker's sense of victory and accomplishment. Jiang Fan followed him over and ran into Xu Xinro. Classmate Xu Xinro. You're like me. You're also chasing someone else. Tell me if I should be proud of this? What is it? Xu Xinro asked curiously. Here, it's me who just added Little Flower's penguin friend. If you added Chen-Chi's friend, you should be as happy as I am, right? It was as if Jiang Fan was searching for a soulmate. After all, in his mind, he and Xu Xinro should belong to the same category, both pursuing each other. Well, this one. Xu Xinro didn't know how to answer Jiang Fan for a moment. Say, do you want old Chen's penguin friend? Jiang Fan said towards her. I have him and here, look. Xu Xinro took out her cell phone and opened Chen-Chi's data card. Both parties have been friends for 157 days. Jiang Fan fell silent. 157 days. 5 months ago? In other words, she friend Chun-Chi not long after she transferred here? I thought I was in the same boat as Xu Xinro, but now look at the gap. Time to go to the playground. I heard the posters say that it looks like the principal has something important to say at the commencement ceremony today? Jiang Fan muttered and walked down the aisle to stand in line. Since when does he even care about the principal's speech? With a confused look on her face, Xu Xinro pointed towards Chun-Chi and pointed at Jiang Fan. Ignore him, probably mentally unbalanced. Chen-Chi shrugged. Oh, that's fine. Xu Xin softly and Chen-Chi also walked into the queue respectively. Along with the whole school, they came together in a procession to meet in the playground. A new semester, a new look, with the end of winter break. In this season of spring flowers, Willow City First High School, also ushered in a brand new look. Opening remarks for the commencement ceremony. It's always the same call. Not to mention Xu Xinlo and Chen-Chi. Students standing in the playground. I'm afraid no one is listening carefully, because it's basically the same thing you say at the beginning of every semester. They got tired of hearing about it a long time ago. But this time, the principal, after speaking about the school's guidelines for the new semester and encouraging the seniors for their last few months of hard work, he cleared his throat and said, finally, I have 2 important announcements to make. One of the things that your homeroom teachers should have told you all about is the dormitory being built new and the old dormitory will be demolished. The principal said, the demolition, however, will be scheduled to take place during the summer vacation, so it won't have any impact on everyone's studies this semester. As for when the new dormitory will be built, we still have to wait for the next notice. As for the other thing, I want the freshmen and sophomores, except for the seniors who are about to face the college entrance exam, to take it seriously, said the principal, and his expression became solemn. This time, professors of financial management from a number of renowned colleges and universities such as Peking University, Fudan University, Tsinghua University, and so on, have jointly initiated a speech contest about business investment knowledge in our city of Lu. If you are interested, you can go and write your own speeches by combining the relevant information. And for the homeroom teachers of each class, I would like to screen out the students who have this strength. This statement was made. Xu Xinro immediately gently tapped Chen-Chi's shoulder in front of her. She lowered her voice and said, honey, did you hear that? A speech contest about finance. Chen-Chi nodded, but his brows were slightly furrowed. What happened during my sophomore year of high school? Xu Xinro hasn't transferred to the first grade yet, but Chen-Chi spent his freshman to senior year of high school at First High School, and he doesn't remember this event half as well. But don't you think it's strange? Chen-Chi said softly. For good reason. A speech contest on finance in high school. Yahoo! Xu Xinro also reacted at once. She gently tapped her chin with her finger and said, everyone in high school is still learning textbook knowledge in arts or sciences, and it's not categorized, like college. So why would they hold a financial speech contest in particular? Even if they are running a contest, high school students don't understand it, right? Then what's the point of this speech contest? Then, not only was Xu Xinro puzzled, so was Chen-Chi, because professors from these well-known and prestigious schools would never be idle enough to organize such a meaningless competition. Wait, honey, I think there's such a thing as a possibility. Suddenly, Xu Xinro said excitedly towards Chen-Chi. Ahem, classmate Xu Xinro, Are you recognizing the wrong person again? At this time, Lin Xiaohua glanced slyly towards Shu Shinru. Shu. Shu Shinru hastily made a silent gesture towards her. Okay. Lin Xiaohua shrugged and didn't say anything else. After all, in her opinion, Shu Shinru deliberately shouted out this name. May also be in the set Chen Qi. What's possible? Chen Qi asked her in a direct whisper without turning his head. Do you remember? Did you make the news about selling futures over winter break? Shu Shinru reminded. Is it because of this? Chen Qi was puzzled. Most likely. Shu Shinru said with incomparable certainty. Look, a high school student, made so much money through futures. This already shows the investment ability. Aha. Chen Qi nodded. Then students with such business potential, these prestigious schools will surely try to poach them for their own schools. Shu Shinru analyzed. So I think it's very likely that their reward for holding this competition is to get admission to their various schools. Next, I'll give you the reasons why it's important to actively prepare for this. At the same time, the principal also spoke from the stage and said, the students who win first place in this speech contest will have the power to skip the college entrance exams and get the admission qualification to these famous and prestigious schools in advance. Indeed. Shu Shinru arrogantly raised her eyebrows and pursed her lips towards Chen Qi. Hubby, I guessed right. You can skip the college entrance exam. Ha, isn't it the same if I'm a senior or not? Chen Qi shrugged. Well, Shu Shinru was silent. Indeed, with Chen Qi's current accomplishments, the high school entrance exams were just going through a situation for him. Just as perverted to the point where he scores infinitely close to a perfect score on every test. What kind of school? Aren't they all lying flat for him to pick? The commencement ceremony is over. Jiang Shuli returned to the classroom with a class of students. The speech contest, which will take place at the end of April, just before the May 1st holiday. But that was a final that was personally vetted by professors from prestigious institutions. Before reaching the finals, each school conducts an in-school audition. Willow City First High School, of course, is no exception. Let's all get active and prepare. And if you think you have that strength, you can sign up with me until March. After Jiang Shuli made the announcement, she arranged for the students who stayed in the classroom to do the cleaning today, and then announced the dismissal of school. Go out to dinner. Chen Qi got up. Aha! Shu Shinru grunted and immediately followed. Honey, you never offered to get me for dinner last semester. Shu Shinru followed along with a smile on her face. She muttered to herself. Looks like coming clean is working after all. You don't have to pretend in front of me anymore, do you? I do have something to tell you. Chen Qi glanced at her helplessly. Also, let me remind you once again, don't let the school teachers and parents find out. Righto. So let's just find a restaurant that's a little more secluded. How about just that one? Shikinzo asked. Okay. Chen Qi knew which restaurant she was talking about. It's the Chao's restaurant where Chen Qi first took her to dinner. Leave the school and go through the alley. There were only a few scattered customers in the restaurant, although Chao's is kind of near the school, but because of the alley we have to go through. Yet not many students choose to eat here. After all, we're all in high school now, and we're going to want to save face. Even if you don't go to a fancy restaurant, at least go to a place with decent decor. And now Chao's restaurant. It still looks a little too old. Braised eggplant, shredded potatoes and meat. Let's have tomato and egg soup today. Shu Shinru familiarly ordered the food with the boss's wife. Good. Two students coming to dinner together. Ha! The boss's wife greeted the people cooking while pouring them tea and making small talk. Yeah, big sister. I see that the place is pretty much packed up. Is it time to move the restaurant to the street outside? Shu Shinru glanced around curiously. Around it, a number of cargo crates were placed. Yeah, I guess it's just a matter of the next couple months. The facade has been found. The boss's wife replied with a smile. Well, business will definitely be extra good when we move out. Shu Shinzwa said. Oh, little girl, I'm borrowing your advice. The boss's wife smiled happily. After all, there's no one in business who doesn't love to hear people's wishes for their own business to flourish. Shu Shinru joked. But if we come to eat later, we might have to queue up. I'll save you guys a table if there's really a line for that day. The owner's wife gave a direct promise. After all, lining up for something like this was something she couldn't wait for to happen. Because since there's a line for dinner, it's proof that business will be exceptionally good. Then we thank you in advance, our big sister. Shu Shinru said. No. See you two. Our boyfriend and girlfriend? The boss's wife asked curiously. Yeah. Shu Shinru immediately nodded her head. And Chen Qi didn't deny it. That's nice. I told you how you order so fast. You must know what your boyfriend likes to eat. The boss's wife nodded rather enviously. Shu Shinru laughed sweetly. Of course, that's true. I know him well, and he also understands me. It's just like We have known each other's depths and strengths and weaknesses. The boss's wife looked at her in surprise. Little girls nowadays, are they so fancy? Chen Qi, on the other hand, breathlessly rolled his eyes at her. What's wrong? Shu Shinro blinked her eyes and said, time knows the depths, years know the length. To understand or not, is mainly a matter of getting along long enough. This paragraph was selected as one of the best essays of last semester. So it is. The boss's wife nodded. Looks like I still need to learn more about culture. Soon, the boss's wife served the meal herself. While eating her meal, Shu Shinro also asked curiously, hubby, what are you going to tell me? I seem to remember you saying you had something to tell me before? Chen Qi nodded. Well, it's about the speech contest this semester. As far as I can remember, the last time I was a sophomore, there was no such contest. Oh, this. Shu Shinro nodded and said, actually, I think it's quite normal. You see, you were born again because you bought futures. The market early field impact, only to cause those well-known colleges and universities to pay attention. Then again, I learned that you're a high school student, so that's why I organized this kind of competition to recruit you, a potential student, into the school. I think that should be normal, right? I know, but that's not what I'm talking about. Chen Qi shook his head. I mean, this speech contest, it should be possible to go to it. That way, we can also get into the same university. Yeah, Shu Shinro's eyes lit up. If you go to the competition and then take the college entrance exam for me, then won't we securely enter the same school? Hubby, you're too smart too. I can also not have to study desperately hard. Chen Qi didn't say anything and just looked at her helplessly. No, proctoring is against the law. Shu Shinro also immediately remembered and stuck her tongue out in embarrassment. While I can't take the entrance exam for you, there is another way, Chen Qi said. Ha, what way? Shu Shinro was curious. Chen Qi said, you go to this competition. Me? Shu Shinro was first stunned, then her eyes lit up. Right, with my ability, I should be able to take first place in this speech contest. Shu Shinro was full of confidence. At least she is the female president who founded a Fortune 500 public company. Write a speech about finance out of that. Doesn't that shock the hell out of these finance professors who run the speech contests? Well, that's the idea. Chen Qi nodded. Actually, it's fine if you don't participate in the competition. Chen Qi said. There's a way? Shu Shinro was curious. Chen Qi said calmly, that's what college you get into and what college I get into. But Shu Shinro shook her head. No, this must not work. Shu Shinro said very seriously to Chen Qi. Hubby, you must get into a good university, especially the Peking University and Tsinghua University in the capital. Why? Chen Qi was puzzled. Because the capital city is our capital city after all. No matter in research or under the cooperation with other companies, are better than other schools. Great. Shu Shinro went on to say, if we want to realize wealth freedom earlier in this life, we definitely need to choose a better environment for entrepreneurship. Also, Chen Qi nodded thoughtfully. Just as he had thought before, purchase of futures through securities information. It might be able to get him a decent amount of money in a short period of time. It can definitely not be a job that can be done in the long run, because after Chen Qi has invested a huge amount of money to a certain amount, the securities market will certainly change as a result. At that time, it will be necessary for Chen Qi to have his own business. Can you pass the test? Chen Qi asked rhetorically. After all, his concern was not whether he could get into good studies or not. Instead, it's Shu Shinro, because all three of her wishes after her rebirth were surprisingly not used on herself, but given to him. She really is too stupid. It was so stupid that Chen Qi simply couldn't be cruel enough to leave her behind. No, not this speech contest? Follow your plan and I'll be good. Shu Shinro was very confident. Chen Qi also nodded and said, let's hope. I'll start writing my speech to sign up this afternoon. It was as if Shu Xianro even sped up the speed of eating a lot more. Had lunch. Shu Shinro said goodbye to Chen Qi and returned to the dormitory. Shu, I heard that you lassoed the man Chen Qi on your first day of school today? As it happened, Lin Xiaohua was chatting with Shen Qin in the dormitory. Lin Xiaohua fiddled with her cell phone with her head down. Shen Qin, on the other hand, was quite interested in flirting towards Shu Shinru. What did I set him up for? Shukinzo was confused. Still pretending, old gong husband, is actually a husband or old gong? Shen Qin deliberately joked. Whoa, you said this one, well, is the set up? Shu Shinro thought about it and didn't retort. It can be, you're quite successful with this routine. Shen Qin gave her a thumbs up. Isn't that normal? Who made me smart? Shu Shinro pursed her lips and took out her workbook and put it on the desk. She was now ready to write her speech. Maybe studying she's not good at, but this aspect of financial management, I'm afraid there's nothing better than her in the whole of Willow City. Yes, Yes, you're smart. If you do that, all the other girls probably won't dare to go near Chen-Chi. Shin-Shin covered his mouth and laughed. Why? Shu Shinro wondered, though she was sure that Chen-Chi would never be attracted to another girl. But in case another girl took the initiative to approach Chen-Chi, it would be hard to say. Nonsense. You have a mouthful of a husband. Close to him is not the initiative to be a junior, ah? Shin-Shin gave her a blank look. I didn't realize it had a role to play, Shu Shinro muttered. However, it's even if a few of our friends know that you're so set on Chen-Chi, it's best if you don't let anyone else know, Shin-Shin reminded. Why? Shikinzo asked. Shin-Shin asked rhetorically, do you want the homeroom teacher to know and put you two in different classes? Yeah, he told me that too. Make sure you pay attention. Shu Shinro immediately came back to her senses. In fact, I called Chen-Chi's husband at school today, except for that one voice at the school entrance. The rest of the time, he spoke to Chen-Chi in a very, very low voice. Him? Which him? Chen-Chi? Shin-Shin captured the point no, and brightened up. If Chen-Chi is also worried about this, then he must just like you. No, he doesn't like me. Shu Shinro quickly waved her hand and said, the he I'm talking about is Jiang Fan. Yes, he also heard me lassoing Chen-Chi like this. This time, Shu Shinro did not give Chen-Chi away. Otherwise, if Shin-Shin thought it was Chen-Chi, the odds were that he would think they were in love. Like Chen-Chi said, it's best to hide their relationship for now. Do what you want in private, but out in the open, it's better not to have a tendency to fall in love early. Although, they are both old married couples. Too bad. I thought it was Chen-Chi. Shin-Shin sighed. Shu Shinro said in a serious manner. Shin-Shin, your idea is not right. Chen-Chi and I are planning to graduate from high school and then fall in love. How can we rush it? At this time, even Lin Xiaohua, who had been playing with her cell phone, couldn't help but raise her head and look at Shu Shinro with Shin-Shin in disbelief. What? I got a pimple? Shu Shinro touched her face. Lin Xiaohua and Shin-Shin looked at each other. Are you sure this came out of your mouth? One must know that in the past, Shu Shinro couldn't wait to be able to establish a relationship with Chen-Chi in advance. Of course I said that. We have to focus on our studies now. Shu Shinzo's serious face. Shin-Shin slapped a slap on his forehead. Finished? This girl is bewitched. Chasing Chen-Chi for a long time. It is not possible that she herself has become Chen-Chi, right? By the way, Hannah, why have you been playing with your cell phone? Shu Shinro asked towards Lin Xiaohua, who was looking down at her cell phone again. Lin Xiaohua pursed her lips and smiled. I won't tell you. As she spoke, she also intentionally raised her cell phone a little too high to keep Shu Xinro and Shin-Shin from seeing it. You're not internet dating, are you? Shin-Shin asked curiously. I'm not internet dating. Lin Xiaohua blushed. This is simply a non sequitur. On the other hand, the boys' dormitory. Old Jiang, your mouth is watering. When Chen-Chi returned to the dormitory, he spoke towards Jiang Fan. Ha, where? Jiang Fan subconsciously touched his chin. Good old Chen. You actually tricked me. Why are you looking at your cell phone with that stupid grin on your face? Internet dating? Chen-Chi walked over and asked. Jiang Fan said mysteriously. Hey, let me tell you, I've learned a new skill. It's definitely a girl-teasing stunt. Flirting? Chen-Chi raised his eyebrows and walked over to him. You don't like little flower? Yeah, it's not like there's a conflict. Jiang Fan said rightfully. No way you still have the scumbag attribute? Chen-Chi was somewhat speechless. At this time, he even had some regrets about setting up Jiang Fan and Lin Xiaohua. How to say? Lin Xiaohua is also Shu Shinro's best friend. I slag what slag ah. I am very specialized. You think I am you? Obviously like people Shu Xinro. The result has been mouth hard not to admit? Jiang Fan rolled his eyes. So you cybersex? Chen-Chi pointed to his cell phone. Hey, that's key. My online love interest is Lin Xiaohua. Jiang Fan said smugly. The online love interest is Lin Xiaohua? Chen-Chi looked at Jiang Fan in disbelief. You don't get it, do you? This is a trumpet I built on purpose. He rubbed his hands together thievishly and said. I heard that. When Little Flower was on winter vacation, besides going out on a trip, she was playing a game at home, and it just so happens that I'm playing that game too. What game? Chen-Chi seemed to have some impression. Jerk ahoy, but she's in Black Rose, and I built a new number to take her to, and then just friend her with the new penguin number. How's that? Okay? Jiang Fan said smugly. So you're going to keep seeing her as an online friend? No matter how Chen-Chi thought about it, he felt that this kind of thing was a bit less reliable. It's not always. It's just, get in his good graces first, then show her off. How about it? Exciting or not? Jiang Fan jumped at the chance. Chen-Chi gave him a blank look. Pretend you don't know each other and then showdown? Why is this routine? so familiar to you? I'd advise you not to. Chen Shi said kindly. Wei, it's the same way. Although after he confessed to Shu Shinro, the feelings between the two hadn't changed much from before he was reborn. But that's because he and Shu Shinro have a relationship foundation in their own right. If you replace him with a stranger, I'm afraid Shu Shinro would have gone berserk. I think it's pretty good. Zhang Fan still felt that his plan was perfect. How did you think of this way? Chen Qi was puzzled. Hey. Zhang Fan rubbed his hands together and said, one of my third uncles said. He drank and told us over New Year's Eve. That's how he chased my third aunt. But they were playing Strictly Come Dancing or something. So yeah, I'd like to try it too. The situation is different, and I'd advise you to give it up. Chen Qi reminded. Zhang Fan's uncle almost should be after 85. In those days, people were innocent when it came to the internet. It's normal to bring feelings from the internet into reality. But there are so many internet scammers these days. Zhang Fan, in case he messed up and was treated as a liar by Lin Xiaohua, and then he was also found out, it would not be worth it. You have a lot of ghost ideas, but at least pick a normal one. Chen Qi said breathlessly. Alas, old Chen, you are the one who will never understand the hard work of being a licking dog. A rich woman like Little Flower. That's not too good to chase. Zhang Fan sighed. As the saying goes, people are worse than people. If Lin Xiaohua had fallen back on him the way Shu Shinro fell back on Chen Qi, where else would he think twice about such things? A new semester officially begun. Judging from the state of the first week of classes, Chen Qi then noticed that Shuxinwei had changed a lot compared to last semester. In her studies, she worked even harder, and every day, she even took the initiative to ask Chen Qi to assign her extra homework. In her words, it's all about being prepared. In case the speech contest is cancelled in the middle, she could also get into a nationally recognized university with Chen Qi through her academic performance. And one other change is to study late while the teacher is away. She simply let herself go, like taking Chen Qi's hand under the desk and scratching his palm. Then there's getting on Chen Qi's arm and asking him questions. Zhang Fan, who sat behind them because of the change of position, was in tears whenever he went to the evening study hall. Look at those two in the front. Then he looked at Lin Xiaohua, who was several seats away from him. This seat, it's just not for people. In a few days, it will be March. Because the start of the school year and the end of February would have been no more than a few days away. The school also did not hold monthly exams, but left it up to individual classroom teachers to arrange exams for the units they had studied. Since it's not a monthly exam, the classroom doesn't have to be simulated to look like an exam room. After completing the morning exam, Zhang Fan was finally unable to resist launching a protest towards Chen Qi. Old Chen, come here. Zhang Fan tapped Chen Qi's shoulder from behind. What for? Chen Qi asked calmly. Zhang Fan wrathfully said. I say you two cannot be so excessive. Look at you. Just finished the language test. The old witch has just left. What are you doing? What's doing? It's not normal to be interested in the answer. Shu Shinro said rightfully from the side. Yes, it's normal to pair answers. But is it necessary to pair answers like this? Zhang Fan followed Shu Shinro's example and held the hand of a boy at the same table tightly. All the while, looking at each other with affection. Get out. The boy directly pushed Zhang Fan away. Look, who can stand this? Zhang Fan wailed. Shu Shinro pouted. That can't be helped. We're used to it. Habit? Obviously it's you who sets old Chen right. Zhang Fan spat. Shu Shinro huffed. Zhang Fan, I'm warning you, if you disturb our studies again, I'll tell Little Flower bad things about you. Zhang Fan instantly softened. Shu Beauty, I am wrong. I just wanted to ask old Chen, if the weather is suitable for playing ball after the exam today? Chen Qi glanced out the window. At this point, the spring drizzle, still drizzling outside. End of unit exams. At the same time, Shu Shinro also handed over the written speech to Jiang Shili during the evening study time that day. Ms. Shu Shinro, come to my office. The week following the end of the unit exam, Monday, at morning reading time, Jiang Shili personally went to the classroom door and waved her hand towards Shu Shinro's side. It must be the results of the speeches coming in. Shu Shinro excitedly got up and whispered towards Chen Qi beside her. Hubby, shouldn't you wish me good luck? Let's hope it's not a bad grade on the unit exam. Chen Qi flirted. That's absolutely impossible. Shu Shinro was rather confident. Isn't the content of the unit exam the test paper you assigned me during the winter vacation? The first time I did it I was able to have a potential of 120 points. Can I still do poorly on the second time? Spoken like it's your first time in high school. Chen Qi laughs. Shu Shinro pursed her lips and eventually held back. She said quietly toward Chen Qi. Hubby, do you know what I would do if I were a different person? What do you want? I want to twist his tongue out and cut it off. After angrily dropping a sentence, Shu Xianro threateningly raised her small pink fist towards Chun-Chi before leaving the classroom. Old Chen, you two just this don't pay attention to the image at least it's in the classroom. Jiang Fan sighed in the back. What did you do yesterday? Chen-Chi glanced at him. Jiang Fan looked as if he hadn't slept well. Ugh, don't mention it. I'm exhausted from taking Little Flower to play jerk-off yesterday. Jiang Fan lay flat with his hands on the desk, his head resting on the back of his hands. Isn't that just what you want? Chen-Chi laughed. Yes, I was trying to play with her but we agreed to win one hand and go to bed. And it took us until 2:30 in the morning to finally win. Jiang Fan's face was depressed and tired. So you're going to give up? Chen-Chi laughed. How could I? Am I the kind of person who gives up halfway? Old Chen, accompany me to an internet cafe at noon. I want to practice my skills. Jiang Fan leapt into action. Chen-Chi gave him a blank look. Look at the dark circles on your face before you say. It was almost time for class to start. Shu Shinro finally came back from Jiang Shuli's office, but Chen-Chi realized very clearly that the girl's face was a little less than pretty. Specifically, it's depressing. Depressing as hell. But in the way the physics teacher had already called the class, Chen-Chi didn't ask Shu Shinro directly either. Instead, he tore a piece of paper from his workbook and drew a question mark and handed it to Shu Shinro. Ugh! Shu Shinro sighed and buried her head in the paper. A few seconds later, she handed it to Chun-Chi from under her desk. The top reads, 1 good news, 1 bad news. Husband, which one do you want to hear? Let's hear the good ones first. Chen-Chi wrote on the note and passed it to Shu Xianro. Shikinzo still writes quickly. I got 128 on my unit test in language arts and my grades in the rest of my subjects went up. Chen-Chi glanced at her suspiciously, then wrote on the paper. Then why that look? So there's bad news. This time, Shu Shinro wrote for a long time, taking a pen and burying his head in it and brushing it off as if he was letting off steam. MS. Shu Shinro. And at this time, the physics teacher slapped the podium and said seriously, what are you doing during class time? I'm the one lecturing now. No need for you to take notes. I didn't do anything. Shikinzo froze for a moment. She's just been venting her emotions. I can't believe I was so excited that I forgot that I was in class now. Nothing? What are you writing in class without doing anything? Are you catching up on homework for another subject? The physics teacher kind of knew the student's routine. When you turn in your homework in the morning, you can do so without rushing. Take advantage of. It's easy to just say you forgot to turn it in. So he subconsciously assumed that Shu Shinro was also using this method. No way. I turned in all my homework okay. Shu Shinro spoke with a straight face, because all of her assignments had indeed been turned in the first time she came to class. Ha, okay, so show me what you wrote instead. At that moment, the physics teacher came down. It came directly towards Shu Shinro's side. Shu Shinro instantly panicked. You know, she wrote a lot of husband on this note. If the physics teacher finds out, wouldn't that be the equivalent of catching yourself in a relationship? In case it gets reported back to the classroom teacher. Classroom teachers then report to the school. The consequences are unimaginable. And just at this time, Chen-Chi stood up and took out the paper under Shu Shinro's arm. Everyone's eyes converged on Chun-Chi. Even the physics teacher looked puzzled. Chen-Chi student. What are you? I'm sorry teacher, for interrupting your class time. Chen-Chi spread the paper out and made a gesture of pouring something into his mouth. I have a bit of a cold today, and it just so happens that Shu Shinro's classmate brought cold medicine, so I asked her to give it to me. Chen-Chi spoke calmly towards the physics teacher. At the same time, he crumpled the note into a ball and placed it in his pants bag without a word. Oh, so that's it. The physics teacher stopped and nodded softly, as far as he could remember. Although Shu Shinro's physics scores are not bad, but the girl's attitude toward learning has always been a problem. Always looking the other way in class. Just not at myself. Last semester he was upset about it, but every time the results of the monthly exams came down, he really found something to criticize Shu Shinro in this aspect of physics. So just now, after realizing that Shu Shinro had deserted, immediately he wanted to use it to give her a good lecture. But now look, it's Chun-Chi. Then it must not be preachy. To know, this was a student who had been specifically mentioned in a meeting by the head of year, as well as the head of school, at the start of the new semester. Chen-Chi, definitely a strong contender for next year's high school entrance exam. He didn't even have much of a chance to find a reason to criticize Shu Shinro's physics grade. Not to mention Chen-Chi, who got perfect scores every time. Mr. Chen-Chi, if you're sick, why don't you go take a break? If there's anything you don't understand in this class, just come down and ask me. The physics teacher's stony face instantly became frowning and smiling, as if he was afraid that something had gone wrong with Chun-Chi's body. Thank you teacher, but I don't have any cold medicine with me. Shu Shinro classmate said she still has medicine in her dormitory. Can I ask her to go to the dormitory to get it for me? Chen-Shi pretended to look like he was weak even as he spoke. The physics teacher said seriously. Then you go to the dormitory with classmate Xu Xinru first, and we'll proceed to class. When he walked out of the classroom, Chen-Shi's pace was still slowed down. The light looks, just a sickly look. Instead, once out of the classroom, then around the corner, Chen-Shi then stood his body straight. Honey, you scared me to death. I thought you were really sick. Xu Xinru also patted her small chest and sighed in relief. Chen-Shi blankly glanced at her breathlessly. If I don't want to think of something to do, you'll go and explain to physics who your husband is? It's you, can't you? In the hallway, it was just the two of them. Xu Xinru replied with a big smile on her face. I can't see it. You actually have this method. Xu Xinru blinked at Chen-Shi. Chen-Shi shrugged, took the note out of the bag and tore it up, then threw it into the trash. What did you just write for so long? Chen-Shi and Xu Xinru did not return to the dormitory. Instead, after descending the first floor of the school building, he went to stop by the restrooms, which few people passed by during class time. Ugh, it's that speech. Mentioning this, Xu Xinru said excitedly, Mr. Jiang gave me the word that the grade-level director read my speech and didn't think it would work, so it didn't pass. Your speech doesn't work? To be honest, Chen-Shi felt a little surprised to hear this news. You know, it's a presentation on financial management, a speech written by the president of a Fortune 500 listed company. I can't believe I can't even pass the school side of the audit. Wouldn't it be a joke to say that? That's why I just think that the head of year doesn't know how to invest or do business at all. Xu Xinru said indignantly. So you just wrote up little homework essays on little notes? Chen-Shi couldn't help but chuckle. Yeah, really. According to my speech up to do business, at least can make 100,000 into 500,000 okay. Xu Xinru spoke with incomparable confidence. And Chen-Shi didn't refute it, because he was clear that Xu Xinru did have the strength. It's actually normal. After all, the education industry is still quite far from being in business. Chen-Shi shrugged and said, I guess those professors from the prestigious schools that organized the speech contest do know something, but the teachers from the high school. Halfway through his sentence, Chen-Shi didn't continue. So, then should I just give the speech to those professors? Xu Xinru asked after thinking about it. Chen-Shi gave her a blank look. You know where they are? I don't know. Shikinzo stuck her tongue out. Guess this approach will have to be thought of a little differently. Chen-Shi gently nodded his head, thinking hard. Originally, his and Xu Xinru's idea was to get Xu Xinru admitted to a prestigious university through this speech contest, but as it stood now, she couldn't even pass the study hurdle, let alone make it to the finals that the entire Willow City High School would be attending. Honey, why don't we just forget about it? I actually think it's okay. After thinking about it, Xu Xinru gently pulled Chen-Shi's hand and said, You have a solution? Chen-Shi looked at her. Right, it's not just studying. Your grades have improved so much from when you were in high school. So I should be able to too, Xu Xinru said firmly. Chen-Shi said helplessly. It's not like you don't know why my grades are so good, though Xu Xinru didn't know what he wished for. But Xu Xinru's first wish almost overlapped with his. So yeah, just need you to keep tutoring me in my studies all the time. What? No? Xu Xinru directly fell onto Chen-Shi's shoulder. Alright, Chen-Shi nodded. But, then again, if I don't pass my speech, then wouldn't it be completely pointless for these professors to hold a speech contest? Xu Xinru raised her head and looked at Chen-Shi. They've analyzed it before. There was a high probability that this speech contest jointly organized by those professors was set up to find Chen-Shi. After all, Chen-Shi was able to buy several shares of the then unpopular futures from 50,000 to nearly $1 million. That's a good indication that he has a long-term investment horizon. This kind of student is definitely a once-in-a-century business wizard. I'm afraid the finance department of any university wouldn't let go of a prospect this good. I'll try, Chen-Shi said after thinking about it. Although he didn't need the qualification at all, but was able to meet professors from the university through this speech contest. Right, that's what I was thinking, so we're still double insured. Xu Xinru pursed her lips and smiled. I'll study hard with you and strive to pass the college entrance exam. And what about you taking this speech exam? You can at least get to know them. Maybe you'll be able to buy one and get one free by then. Hopefully. Chen-Shi shrugged his shoulders and fumbled with his cell phone to check the time. It's almost time. Let's go back to the classroom. No back. Let's stay a little longer. It's so hard to get out and get some air. Xu Xinru immediately pulled Chen-Shi's hand back. Chen-Shi gave her a blank look and said, Who was it that just said that we should study hard? We'll start next class. Honey, look how romantic this place is. Will you stay with me more? Xu Xianru hugged his arm and pampered him. Are you sure? It's romantic here? Chen-Shi glanced toward the nearby restroom. That's better than being tied up under a teacher's nose, Xu Xinru said with a straight face. and it was at this time. Ahem! In the restroom, there was the sound of a woman coughing, and from the sound of it, it should be a middle-aged man. Middle-aged people at school. Wouldn't that just be the teacher? Who keeps talking outside? The woman's voice was getting closer. No good. Shu Shinro reacted quickly, pulling Chen Chi and running straight towards the restroom on the other side. Ha! No one? Outside. The woman's voice was still there, but she seems to be directly outside the restroom on the phone. It's okay, that teacher still has to call. And if we hadn't left then we wouldn't have been able to explain it. Shu Shinru sighed in relief. And how do you explain that in case someone comes in? Chen Chi said breathlessly and pointed to the restroom they were in. Well, it was then that Shu Shinro realized. The restroom across the street from that lady teacher. Isn't it just the men's room? What's that? It's just me and you anyway. Shu Xianro's face reddened and she said with a straight face. It seems like, is leaving soon? I heard her say bye-bye. After a dozen seconds or so, Shu Shinro perked up her ears and kept listening to the movement outside. The female teacher, who had just been on the phone, had hung up, but bad luck is often a curse. Mr. Yang, calling parents again? You're really busy with the key class. The voice, a middle-aged man's voice. Yeah, these dolls are all still in their first year of high school, so of course we have to get them into good habits at an early age. The female teacher spoke from outside. The male teacher nodded and said, that's right too. I've just transferred to the first middle school, so I'll have to ask for more teaching experience from you sometime. Oh, I can't say I'm asking for advice. Let's help each other out. I'm going back to the office. See you later. The sound of the female teacher's high heels faded away, and the sound of the male teacher's leather shoes is toward the toilet on the side of Shu Xinyao and Chen Chi. What's the plan? Chen Chi glanced at Shu Xianro. I have an idea. Shu Shinro pushed Chen Chi inside. Wait for me inside for a while first. Okay. Chen Chi nodded. Immediately after that, Shu Shinro walked out towards the outside of the restroom as if nothing had happened. Ran into the male teacher at the entrance place. Soon, Chen Chi heard Shu Shinro say in surprise, teacher, what are you doing in here? Sorry, I'm in the wrong place. Then the sound of leather shoes darted away. Honey, get out of here. Shu Shinro turned around and hooked her finger towards Chen Chi. The two immediately ran out of the restroom and went straight upstairs. Guess what that teacher's reaction is now? Shu Shinru smiled and asked towards Chen Chi. There's nothing to do less teasing teacher. Chen Chi was speechless. That can't be helped. Otherwise I'd be in the same restroom as you. How would that explain it? Shu Shinro had a very good reason. However, after running into two teachers one after another in the restroom, she also didn't drag Chen Chi around outside more, so they rejoined the classroom. The physics teacher also praised Chen Chi. Let everyone learn to learn from his spirit of not going to the front line with minor injuries and still insisting on studying when he is sick. I'm going to the internet cafe at noon to look up the information on that story and determine the purpose of the speech contest. At the end of the last class in the morning, Chen Chi said to Shu Shinro. So, I'm with you? Shu Shinro still wants to stay next to Chen Chi. Jiang Fan found me to go to an internet cafe at noon. It wouldn't be good if we went there together. Chen Chi explained. That's right too. Although Jiang Fan should help you keep our relationship a secret. It's hard to say if there are other students in the internet cafe, especially Kuqian. Saying that, Shu Shinro also glanced towards Kuqian's side with an exasperated look. Last semester, this girl even tried to steal Chen Chi from herself. Vinegar smell so strong? Chen Chi flirted. I'm not jealous. Shu Shinro pouted. I'm much better than her. So confident? Not afraid that I'll suddenly like other people's little girls? Chen Chi laughed. Che, now I am the same as them. Are 17 years old, and what they can I can. I can't they can't. You're not a fool. Surely you won't like someone else Shu Shinro said confidently. Alright, then I'll leave first. Chen Chi nodded his head. Hubby, you're not really into another little girl, are you? In the end, Shu Shinro was still careful to ask such a question. The only one who can make me like you is you, okay? Chen Chi knocked her on the head. Shu Shinro pouted with satisfaction and said meaningfully, Hubby, is that an adjective or a verb when you say like on? Shu Shinro left the classroom with Lin Xiaohua first, and indeed, Jiang Fan took the initiative to come over and find Chen Chi. Old Chen, go to the internet cafe together? The dark circles on Jiang Fan's eyes faded slightly. Okay, but I don't play games. Chen Chi shrugged. That's fine. Just check the time for me before class time comes and I don't react. The two of them went to an internet cafe near the first high school together, even though they're still only 17. But in this day and age, it's not exactly commonplace to use an ID card to access the internet. Still, just get an internet card. And this internet cafe that Jiang Fan had chosen was undoubtedly the same. Old Chen, Why don't you watch me show off my demon G? It's so fierce. After finding 2 neighboring seats to boot up, Jiang Fan greeted Chen-Chi. No, not available. Chen-Chi skillfully clicked on the web page with his mouse. What are you doing? When he logged on, Jiang Fan couldn't help but incline his head to look at Chen-Chi's computer screen. Crap, watching the news? Are you that bored? Jiang Fan looked at Chen-Chi as if he was looking at a monster. Nothing more to see. Instead, Chen-Chi patiently went looking for that news about himself. Neo, old Chen, if it wasn't for the fact that we've always been classmates, I'd have to think that you've been dropped since the beginning of your sophomore year. Basketball is not played, games are not played, and now you actually watch the news. Jiang Fan spat. However, he soon realized that Chen-Chi was watching financial news. You're going to enter that speech contest of some kind? Jiang Fan asked curiously. The speech contest, after all, is also related to finance. There is this idea. Chen-Chi nodded. What are you doing this for? Jiang Fan said breathlessly. As far as this achievement of yours is concerned now, the college entrance examination is all about rushing to the top. Jiang Fan, who knew he was bored, quickly turned back to start a game. He didn't come to the internet cafe to watch Chen-Chi read the news, and on Chen-Chi's side, he soon found the piece of news related to himself. There were very few comments under the story during the Spring Festival. Only a small number of people expressed surprise at Chen-Chi's age, and now the story has over 10,000 comments. Netizens are more than just surprised by this. There are all sorts of speculations and analyses, not only to the identity of Chen-Chi, but to the news itself. Because there have been headlines before about the successful business venture of Wang Xiaosong, the son of one of the richest men in the world. He later became not only the owner, but also an internet celebrity through the internet. So many people think that Chen-Chi could also be the son of some rich family. It's just that these comments don't help Chen-Chi much. Chen-Chi thought about it, respectively, went to Baidu Peking University, Tsinghua University, as well as Fudan University and other well-known finance department of well-known professors. Then go find these professors' tweets. Sure enough, on their private Twitter account, Chen-Chi identified the purpose of the speech contest. Prof. Li Yuanshan of Peking University, half a year ago investment, and is a multi-stock downturn futures. I think this student has a very good investment vision, as well as business talent. Prof. Wang Shu of Fudan University, it is said that this student, after getting nearly $1 million, used only a few minutes to buy several more futures, and these futures are now in a good market. I think his success is not luck, but real talent. Prof. Yuan Qian of Tsinghua, he is a genius. If I can, I would like to represent Tsinghua's Department of Financial Management and give him an offer. The tweets were sent by several professors when they first got the news. There are also those that have been posted in recent times, but judging by the common focus of their tweets, the professors of these prestigious schools have a mutual exchange of ideas. Both followed the story and both knew each other. It would then seem logical to co-organize such a speech contest. The most crucial thing is that underneath their tweets, all of them still have the official microblogging number of the corresponding school personally liking them. This also meant that Chen-Chi had only earned less than $1 million though. But the school, for its part, agrees with the professors and takes him seriously. So it's still true. After Chen-Chi took a look at the tweets of several professors, he eventually affirmed his and Xu Xinruo's guesses as well. Just how do you get through entering a speech contest on your own? Thus, Xu Xinruo was qualified to be admitted to the program. He has some thinking to do on this one. Even though he originally intended to choose a slightly worse school and go to the same university as Xu Xinruo, but Xu Xinruo also told him seriously, if he really wants to develop business on his own, then getting into a good school will definitely help more. It's just that it's not the kind of thing that you can come up with a solution for overnight. Let's see. It was getting to the point where it was almost time to go back to school. Chen-Chi got up and got off the plane, tapping Jiang Fan's shoulder. Old Jiang, back to school. Oh, good. Jiang Fan had just about finished a handful of fights, but seemed a bit reluctant as he was getting off the plane. Don't even want to go to class? As a friend, it was necessary for Chen-Chi to remind Jiang Fan to distinguish what the proper thing to do at his age was. Not really, I'm not that addicted. Jiang Fan shook his head and got off the machine while standing up and said, Old Chen, there was a girl who just added me as a friend in that game. How do you know people are sisters? Chen-Chi gave him a blank look. Regular afternoon classes. Chen-Chi took advantage of the end of class to tell Xu Xinruo about his discovery. Xu Xinruo sighed and said, hearing you say that makes me feel even more sorry. Why? Chen-Chi asked. Because if I hadn't been denied passage on the school side, I would have been sure to go to the same college as you. Xu Xinruo sighed out again. There's always a way. Chen-Chi shrugged. Then, husband, are you going to participate in this speech contest? Xu Xinruo asked. Well, but I'll have to think about the speech, Chen-Chi said. Okay, just ask me if you have any questions. Shu Shinro nodded her head and said. Chen Shi rolled his eyes. Don't forget whose speech was brushed off. Shu Shinro was furious at the thought of this. That's because the grade-level director doesn't have an eye for it. This is a speech worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. However, it was not difficult for Chen Shi to write a speech. After all, his own wife started a Fortune 500 company. Even by ear, he knew some of the ways. And of course, more importantly, his rebirth in this life was full of intelligence. Intelligence, not just learning. And of course business acumen. It's 2 weeks before the deadline on the school side. He had plenty of time to finish his speech. And the final sports meet of the high school year kicked off in mid-March. Because after the senior year, the school is certainly not going to allow students preparing for the entrance exam to participate in activities other than studying. Old Chen, come to sign up for the basketball games? Gym class. Upon receiving a sign-up assignment from the gym teacher, Zhang Fan found Chen Qi almost immediately. As for Zhang Hao and the others, they also surrounded towards Chen Qi's side. After all, Chen Qi's basketball skills had shown at the basketball games last semester. As long as they have him, they'll have no problem at all winning a championship. Old Chen, this semester's basketball games is an elimination tournament. It's not just a game against any class and it's over. You're going to start one too? Zhang Fan kept egging Chen Qi on. No, I've had things to do lately. Chen Qi shook his head no. What could you possibly be up to? Zhang Fan rolled his eyes and preempted. Don't you dare tell me I have to study. You damn well have to study. So what are we? Not really. I'm going to a speech contest and I'm writing a speech. Chen Qi shrugged. Zhang Fan immediately waved his hand. That competition. I did not say it. You do not have the need to participate. Zhang Hao also came over and agreed. Right, Chen Qi. Your level is not a waste if you don't participate in the basketball competition? But Chen Qi still shakes his head. Classmate Shu Shinro, what if you persuade old Chen? Suddenly, Zhang Fan turned his head towards Shu Shinru and made a wink. Since the semester, he's sitting behind Chen Qi and Shu Xin, but the more I look at them, the more I realize that their relationship is not simple. If Shu Shinro went to persuade Chen Qi, maybe it should work, right? That won't work. I'm not Chen Qi's girlfriend. How can I persuade him? Shu Shinro looked like she didn't care. Are you sure you're not Chen Qi's girlfriend? At this time, there wasn't even a need for Zhang Fan to speak. Even Zhang Hao's eyes widened. Why didn't he go near Shu Shinro again this semester? Except for last semester when he was overwhelmed by Chen Qi's basketball. The biggest factor was the fact that the two of them, Chen Qi and Shu Xin, were getting closer and closer. Not to mention, we eat together every day at noon and night. As long as the teacher is not present at the evening study hall, that tutoring and studying action is simply as intimate as it can be. Throughout the first class, it had almost been rumored that the two were related. She actually said she's not Chen Qi's girlfriend yet? Yeah, we only fell in love in college. Shu Shinro said bluntly. Is this spare tire? His own former goddess. How dare you be someone's spare tire? Honestly, Zhang Hao was somewhat unable to accept it. Zhang Fan patted his shoulder and said, resign yourself to your fate, Zhang Hao. I can testify to what Shu Shinro said. If you act like you did last semester, I'll have to draw a line with you for old Chen. Like last semester? Forget it. Zhang Hao waved his hand repeatedly, though he's still the class president of the first class. But in every aspect, Chen Qi is too much better than him. A few of the boys dispersed. Shu Shinro quietly found Chen Qi and took advantage of the teacher's inattention to ask towards Chen Qi. Hubby, are you really not going to participate in the basketball games? Aha. Chen Qi nodded. Oh, that speech is so hard? Shu Shinro asked curiously. Ha, if it's all about business investment knowledge, like you did, won't my speech get brushed off? Chen Qi smiled. In fact, if he had only written this, he wouldn't have had to take so long to write it yet. Then what else do I need to write? Shu Shinro asked curiously. It's simple. Chen Qi shrugged and said. For example, doing business is also inseparable from learning, and knowledge is the principal such words. What's the connection between the two? Shu Shinro was speechless. This kind of talk is fine for teachers to use to fool other students, but does she know what's most important in business and investing? You don't care if it's not relevant. Just know that the person reviewing the speeches is the head of the grade. Chen Qi said calmly. I got it. Shu Shinro dawned. Do you mean to say that you made studying important in your speech just to get past the teacher? It's just that it's not a good combination between the two. That's why I wanted some time. Chen Qi nodded and said. Well, can't I try to? Shikinzo jumped at the chance. Big deal. Just write a new one yourself. Your words probably still won't work. Chen Qi shook his head. Why? Shu Shinro wondered. Chen Qi explained. Because you're at least a student in a key class, and your previous grades weren't particularly good, and now you're in a period of slow progress. Do you think school teachers are more willing to let you gamble, or do they prefer you to maintain the momentum of progress? Also, Shukinzo sighed. Schools are trying to maintain promotion rates. Surely they wouldn't let a student with room for improvement like her participate. So it was able to be passed by the head of year. Either that or students with poor grades who really don't have much hope of taking the high school entrance exam. Either that or students with exceptionally good and consistent grades. And Chen Qi is undoubtedly the latter. He hasn't given up the top spot in his grade since last semester. The last few days of the deadline for submissions were also when the basketball games were held. Chen Qi finally finished his speech and went to the office to give it to Jiang Shuli before school. Chen Qi, you're going to participate in this speech contest too? Jiang Shuli was still a little surprised when she received Chen Qi's manuscript. After all, for Chen Qi, just keep your grades like they are now and you'll have a solid shot at getting into a major university. Teacher, I want a chance to work on myself, Chen Qi said with incomparable firmness. After all, a nerd who only knows how to read won't be able to become a talent in the future. So I want to work on my eloquence by the way through this competition. That will not affect your academic performance? Jiang Shuli mulled it over. That was what worried her the most. Mr. Jiang, do you see a decline in my academic performance on my unit test? Chen Qi said helplessly. Also, Jiang Shuli nodded gently. Get ready for all of them. It's business as usual this week. At that moment, a neutral voice came through. It's the head of grade coming to the office. And he also saw Chen Qi at a glance and couldn't help but curiously walk over and ask, "Oh, Mr. Chen Qi, what are you doing here with Mr. Jiang? Chen Qi wants to participate in this speech contest. Director, take a look." Sally Chang handed the manuscript to the grade-level director. It is equivalent to lifting the ball to Chen Qi that may affect the decline of his academic performance. It's a thing. The head of year thought carefully. Director, I've always wanted a chance to work on my eloquence. And if I don't get to participate in this competition, I might wonder if I really only know how to read from a dead book. Suddenly, Chen Qi sincerely uttered such a sentence. Good, then I'll give you that chance. The grade director placed the speech directly on Jiang Shuli's desk. Chen Qi student, get ready to prepare for the finals prepared by the professors. I'll let you go directly to the big stage to show and exercise yourself. With that, he gave a big wave of his hand. Not only did he agree to Chen Qi's participation, and it was approved straight away for the school side of the audit. After all, Chen Qi had made it sound so important. If he is not allowed to enter the finals, it may affect his studies instead. Thanks director. Chen Qi nodded. Then I'll go home and read. Well, don't fall behind in your studies either, the head of grade reminded. Okay. Chen Qi turned around and walked out of the office. Honey, this is so fake. The results were just shortly after leaving the office. Xu Xinro, who had been at the door looking inside as if nothing had happened, came over. Chen Qi shrugged. Xu Xinro continued to spit. You were clearly selected because of your good academic performance. It has absolutely nothing to do with financial investment. I've seen it, and the head of the grade didn't even read your speech. Chen Qi laughed. Isn't school all about learning? Ugh, they buried a future female president of a Fortune 500 company. Xu Xinro let out a long sigh. Chen Qi couldn't help but laugh a little and change the topic. I'll take you home? Sure, it's Friday now, and I definitely want you to give me a ride, and buy me milk tea. Xu Xinro pouted. Okay. Chen Qi and Xu Xianro left the school and went to the milk tea store to buy a cup of milk tea. Xu Xianro handful of straws. After walking out of this street of the school, her hand is directly used to take Chen Ji's arm. Why don't we walk back? She asked. Looking up. It's okay. Chen Qi nodded. Xu Xinro pursed her lips sweetly. That's what it feels like. They would have been an old married couple. And compared to before the rebirth, they've got a lot of time on their hands now as it is. She took his hand and walked in the golden rays of the setting sun. Jiang Fan and the others are still practicing. Passing by the sports center. Xu Xinru sidled her head to look at the basketball court. Next week they are said to be playing Class 9 and they are expected to struggle a bit. Chen Qi said. Okay, but, honey, can you join us halfway through? I want to watch you play. Xu Xinru looked at Chen Qi with bated breath. Okay. Chen Qi nodded and walked into the basketball court, calling out towards Jiang Fan. Old Jiang, throw a ball over. Holy shit, old Chen, why are you here? Jiang Fan was sitting in the downfield rotation and threw the extra ball directly to Chen Qi's side of the court. As for the past, forget it. After all, Xu Xinro was next to Chen Qi, watching the two of them together. Is it too much to go over there and not have enough for dinner yourself? Come over and play. Saying that, Chen Qi threw in a 3-cent vote in a very ethereal manner. Then he turned toward Shukinzo and said, see me play, okay? I'm asking you to play the school game. Shooting like this. Me on me is fine. Shu Shinro said indignantly. Okay, so you'll have one? Chenshi picked the ball up and handed it to Shu Xinro. He could tell that the girl didn't have much of a basketball bone in her body. As if I wouldn't. Shukinzo tapped the ball twice and threw it. It turns out, is surprisingly not as high as the blue box. Repeated several times and still did. Piss me off. Isn't this frame a little too high? I won't leave if I can't throw it in today, Shu Shinro said indignantly. Chenshi had a bright idea. Do you want to try dunking? Ha, dunk? Shu Shinro's eyes widened. I can? Chenshi nodded his head and smiled faintly. Well, I can help you do that if you want. I can dunk? Is that like the athletes at NBA? Shukinzo made a soft dunking gesture uncertainly. Right. Chenshi nodded affirmatively. Shukinzo looked up at the basket. At this time, she was only about 5 feet 6 inches. It's still in the tail end of development at the moment though, but knowing the future, she knew full well that she would only be 6'5" even when she grew up. But, how can this be done? Honey, you're not making fun of me, are you? Shu Shinro passed a furtive glance towards Chenji. It's easy, you just need to give me the basketball first now. Chenshi spread his hands. And then what? Shu Shinro handed the basketball to Chenshi. Then come up. Chenshi crouched down. Ha, carry me? Shu Shinro's beauty flooded her with smiles. No, right up. Chenshi tapped his shoulder. Oh, I see. Shu Shinro immediately understood and crossed her two small thin legs between Chenshi's shoulders and neck on either side. Chenshi supported her soft waist with his hand, then got up. I think I can actually touch the basket. Shukinzo raised her hand and realized she was very close to the basket. Throw the basketball in, Chenshi said as he let go of one hand and handed the basketball to Shu Xinro. Good, I can dunk. It was still a struggle to straighten her back, but this time, she put the basketball through the top of the basket with both hands. I scored. I really threw it in. See hubby, let's just say I can too. As soon as she saw the basketball go into the frame, Shu Shinro fluttered back and forth with both legs crossed. And at this time, Jiang Fan just happened to finish his round and come down from the court. Originally, he had decided to take this opportunity to go over and ask Chenshi if he wanted to compete midway. After all, next week's opponent is a formidable foe. As a result, when he turned his head, he just happened to see the scene of Shu Shinro dunking on Chenshi's shoulder. It's over. Old Chen has fallen. Jiang Fan slapped his forehead and shook his head. Paying lip service to not being in a relationship doesn't necessarily mean you like it. And that's it? Still voting? Chenshi was going to take Shu Shinro to pick up the ball. Well, or forget it. After thinking about it, Shu Shinro said with some heartache. It must be tiring for you to let me ride on your shoulders like this. Not tired. Chenshi said truthfully. That wouldn't work either. Otherwise, it would go against the philosophy of your life. Shu Shinro lowered her voice and said mysteriously. What philosophy in my life? Chenshi was a bit curious. Didn't you say, you have to make money to support me, so definitely want to be macho? Shu Xinro said with her head in her hands. But what does that have to do with letting you shoot? Chenshi wondered. There's a lot at stake. Shu Shinro pursed her lips and laughed. Look you let me shoot baskets like this, is riding on your shoulders. And you said that you want to make money in this life, want to raise me or something. Then, to put it bluntly, it is not that you want to ride me in this life in turn. Chenshi. For a moment, Chenshi even regretted showing his cards to her. Since the showdown, this girl is capable of driving on any shitty road. It's fine when there's no one around like now. If anyone hears about it, there's no telling what anyone will think. Then go home without playing, Chenshi said after putting Shu Xinro down. Well, good. Coming out for the weekend? Shukinzo asked. No, I want to read the stock news over the weekend. Chenshi shook his head. Also, it's right to know more if you want to make an investment, Shu Shinro said with a nod. In this regard, she had more experience than Chenshi. Then, Chenshi and Shu Shinro went over to return the basketball to Jiang Fan. After Jiang Fan got the ball, he even said as if nothing had happened. Old Chen, when are you going to let your brother experience the feeling of dunking too? Chenshi directly rolled his eyes. Get lost. Alas, seeing color and forgetting your friends. Old Chen, you're not being fair. Jiang Fan deliberately flirted. Actually, Chenshi-san isn't seeing color and forgetting his friends. At this time, Shu Shinrua said. Ahem, don't think I didn't see it. Jiang Fan placed his hands on his shoulders and gestured after the position that Chenshi had just made Shu Xinro right up. I can. That's because I'm light and I have a good figure. If you sit down like that, you'll still crush Mr. Chenshi to death. Shu Shinro spat out without mercy. Yes. Shu Shinro, I can understand if you speak up for old Chen, but there's just one thing I can't figure out. Finally, Zhang Fan couldn't help but throw out the doubts in his heart. He turned his head to Chen Qi. Old Chen, you're all like this, sure you're not still in love? As a result, without waiting for Chen Qi to reply, Xu Xinro said to him seriously, Student Zhang Fan, early love is not right. Chen Qi and I have already agreed that we will only consider the matter of romance when we are in college. Zhang Fan was so speechless that he wanted to die. Last semester, which was a month or two ago, who was the one who tried to chase his best buddy every day and even sought out his advice? How come now? On the contrary, she was the one who first vetoed the idea of having a relationship with Chen Qi. After sending Xu Xinro home, Chen Qi also returned home to prepare dinner and wait for Chen Xinhua to come home. It's almost 8 o'clock. It was the lock on the door to the house that rattled. Chen Xinhua then entered the house. Qi, you got all the food done? Looking at the fragrant meal on the table, Chen Xinhua asked towards Chen Qi, who was sitting in the living room playing with his cell phone. Dad, it's Friday, so it's by the way. Chen Qi came over. You really do know so much more than the other kids. Chen Xinhua was a million times more emotional. There's this every son. Definitely the luckiest thing in his life. Chen Qi laughed. Dad, wash your hands and eat. You boy. Chen Xinhua burst into some tears. When I got home, I asked to wash my hands for dinner. He used to call Chen Qi like this. I didn't expect Chen Qi to call him that in turn now. Growing up, my own son. Indeed. No. Actually I've already eaten, and I was going to bring you back a meal. Chen Xinhua picked up a packing box in his hand. Dad, have you eaten? I seem to remember you're not in the habit of eating out? Chen Qi asked curiously. Didn't I used to install air conditioning for a while? So I went to do a single outside job after work today as well. Chen Xinhua said with embarrassment. And then the other party invited you to dinner? Chen Qi asked with a smile. Well, that's right. Chen Xinhua's old face blushed. Chen Qi immediately caught on that something was wrong and said meaningfully. Dad, this client of yours, then, should be a woman, right? Bastard. All the jokes about your father. Chen Xinhua laughed and cursed at Chen Qi, but the more so, in Chen Qi's eyes, it means one has guessed. Dad, that aunt is not bad, right? Chen Qi asked. Well, is quite nice and enthusiastic. She even chatted with me while I was doing this order and washed my fruits. The first time I've met such a nice customer. Just, ugh, said Chen Xinhua, shaking his head. What's wrong with her? Chen Qi walked over and asked curiously. She's got a tumor here. Right now the doctors are saying that she's not doing very well, that she needs a burst of medication before surgery to remove it, and that it carries certain risks, so it's not even known if it can be removed. Chen Xinhua pointed towards the location of his stomach and sighed. After all, such a nice person had such a disease. Quite a shame, to be honest. So it is. Chen Qi nodded gently. She chatted with me and said that she has no one at home and usually lives alone. Having a tumor here is a big need to watch what she eats, so I offered to help her cook healthier meals in the evening hours. Speaking of which, Chen Xinhua was also a bit embarrassed. Perhaps he had a hint of sympathy in him for this female client, but more likely still. So, Dad, you're seeing eye to eye with this aunt? Chen Qi asked with a smile. Hey, you brat, so it's a setup for me? Chen Xinhua reacted at once. I can't believe I showed my true emotions to my own son during the chat I just had. Not really, just asking. Chen Qi kept his smile. So what's auntie's last name? Surname Nie, Chen Xinhua said. She used to work as a teacher, and it was because of this disease that she quit her job and stayed home. Dad, so you're looking at the human auntie Nie? Chen Qi asked. You kid, forget it, I guess your age also long understood this kind of thing. Chen Xinhua was trying to fool Chen Ji, but for the better part of a year. The maturity and growth shown by Chen Qi, it's beyond one's imagination. There are topics that only adults can talk about amongst themselves. He also felt he could talk to his son about it. Let's be honest. Is SOSO. Chen Xinhua said with a red old face. And what did you learn about Auntie Nie's family? Chen Qi thought about it and asked so. In fact, Chen Xinhua and this Auntie Nie, who had never met, seemed to be looking at the right things. Chen Qi had already guessed it. After all, two people who only know each other because they installed an air conditioner. You can't just come up here and chat like this? So Chen Qi's guesses were two. For one thing, his father and that Auntie Nie did have a lot in common. And then the two of them chatted and had a fling, which was a very normal thing to do. Secondly, it is because in this society nowadays, there is no shortage of crooks. There will be more and more instances of this kind of scamming through emotional fraud in the future too. Well, she said when she was chatting. Chen Xinhua nodded and said, her parents are gone, and only one brother is taking care of her. Dad, is there more? Chen Qi asked. And, I'm not so sure. Chen Xinhua shook his head. After all, It's just going to her home to install an air conditioner. It's not good to know too much. Also, Chen Qi nodded. But I may have spoken a bit harshly. Dad, I don't object at all to you falling in love and getting married for the second time, but you must look at the right person. When he said this, Chen Qi's expression was incomparably serious. Well, I know. Halfway through his words, Chen Xinhua felt something was wrong. You kid, still educate me? He deliberately glared at Chen Qi. Chen Qi laughed. I'm not reminding to remind you. After all, the authorities are lost and the onlookers are clear. Oh, it's good enough for you to say that. Chen Xinhua smiled and patted his son on the shoulder. Actually, he doesn't care if he's in a relationship or a second marriage. The biggest hurdle is here in Chen Qi, because he always felt that finding a stepmother for Chen Qi was a kind of indebtedness to Chen Qi. It's just that what he didn't expect was that his own son could be so understanding and would even give him advice. I spent 2 days at home over the weekend reading securities information. Chen Qi understands the changing market of this era very well, though it was said that he already had the present as well as future securities information in his head. But the business market, it never changes quickly, and because of the behavior he put into the marketplace the first time he was reborn, it might also make a difference to the market. It was just like what Xu Xinro had told him earlier, though before they were reborn, they fell in a pool of blood from that car accident. But this is the kind of thing that they must have the power to change. In the end, it was also because of Xu Xinro's insistence that Chen Qi was similarly convinced of this idea. Then the securities market, perhaps, is the same. Through his entry, there will be a series of butterfly effects. That's why he'll choose short-term interest futures for his second investment. Close out and reinvest. For the sake of conducting a virtuous cycle of money generating money in a short period of time. While this method certainly doesn't have the excitement of turning 50,000 into nearly $1 million as it did in the beginning, it's a great way to make a small profit. But the win is in stability. Not only the income of Chen Qi, but also to the entire securities market. A new week is upon us. Class 1 ended up losing the basketball game to Class 9. Originally, Chen Qi had planned to participate halfway through. After all, the speech is done. He also had plenty of time to play with Jiang Fan for class honor. But right after Jiang Fan explained the situation to the physical education teacher, that gym teacher, however, said that it was not permitted by the rules, so he stopped Chen Qi from competing. For this reason, the principal even personally called the physical education teacher into his office to talk to him when he found out about the incident. There is only one central idea at the heart of the conversation. Rules are dead. People are alive. Chen Qiku is the hope of Lu Shino. One middle school in next year's college entrance examination. A lot of rules that can be relaxed for him. For example, students discuss the relationship between Xu Xianro and Chen Qi. This was a very heated discussion not only in the first class, but in the entire sophomore class, and even the entire Willow City First Middle School, especially after this semester. The two seem to be getting closer together. And this is something that the principal of the first school actually knows about. Don't think the principal doesn't read the school postings. And don't think the principal doesn't know the gossip among the students. The reason why he turned a blind eye was because Chen Qi and Xu Xinru gagged him with the results of the monthly exam in March. Just look at the transcripts for both. Xu Xinru, 70th in her grade, has improved by leaps and bounds from last semester. Chen Qi, even more so as always, is first in his grade. Soon the time came to the end of April. See, I'm still very talented. After all, it's something I've learned before, so with a little effort, I'm sure to do well on the test. I'm telling you, I'm just as confident for the monthly exam in April in a few days. During the evening self-study, Xu Xinro said smugly towards Chen Qi, immediately afterward, though, she was deep in thought, but, still seems a bit far from your grade. Chen Qi smiled and said, it's already good enough. With this score, it's no problem to go to a book. One book alone certainly won't do it. Xu Xinro immediately shook her head and said, hubby, we still need to go to a school like Tsinghua and Peking University as much as possible. All these aspects of their various professional institutes and connections can be beneficial to you in terms of making money. It's not really necessary to start a company. There's enough money in securities and futures for me. Chen Qi smiled and touched his cell phone out to show Xu Xinro. Xu Xinro's eyes widened at once. It's been less than a year since last September. Surprisingly, Chen Qi has already made more than $3 million through the futures market. The more principal you have, the faster you can make money. But I'm not heavily invested in a deadbeat share of futures, or I could easily influence the market. Chen Qi explained. You're doing the right thing. Xu Xinro nodded, then asked curiously, hubby, did you write down the current futures information before? Sort of. Chen Qi nodded. Then it's perfectly fine to do so. What if you put too much into it and the market might just change? Xu Xinro still agreed with Chen Qi's approach. After saying that, she rolled her eyes. Actually, you don't have to be so tired, now that you have the capital. Even if you mess up in the futures market, you'll be fine. And then let you start a tech company? Chen-Chi raised an eyebrow. How do you know? Shu Shinro said with a smile. This time, you won't be able to start a company. Chen-Chi wasn't even discussing with Shu Shinro, but rather making a decision, because he knows that this girl does not want to open a company at all. She was just saying that to make herself feel more confident. Shu Shinro shrugged her shoulders and said with a relaxed face, good blah. In this life, I'll just follow you to eat and wait for death. You're not allowed to have a problem with me. Chen-Chi glanced towards the outside of the classroom. I'm not going to have a problem with you, but someone probably already has a problem with you. Shu Shinro immediately realized that something was wrong and hurriedly looked towards the direction that Chen-Chi had just glanced over. At the door of the classroom, is the class teacher Jiang Shuli, being watched by both Shu Xinro and Chen-Chi. Jiang Shuli also simply walked in and stopped directly in front of their seats. Ms. Shu Shinro, are you and Chen-Chi discussing your studies? Jiang Shuli asked. Yeah, isn't the April monthly exam coming up soon? And Chen-Chi is testing me on my memorization of ancient poems and texts. Now, Shu Shinro had fully grasped Chen-Chi's perfunctory teacher's discussion. As long as it involves something to do with learning, it must be right. So it is. Jiang Shuli nodded her head gently, then looked at Chen-Chi. After all, the main reason she came over from her evening study was that she had something to talk to Chen-Chi about. Chen-Chi, the speech contest is next week. Are you ready? Jiang Shuli asked with concern. Chen-Chi nodded simply. But, you shouldn't be too nervous. After all, the monthly exam is on Tuesday. I think, you still need to focus on your studies. Jiang Shuli's concern, of course, was still Chen-Chi's studies. Oh, Mr. Jiang, didn't I say so? If my studies slip, you can criticize me all you want. But, halfway through his sentence, Chen-Chi deliberately didn't finish. Also, after all, you play pretty consistently on your monthly exam in March. Jiang Shuli nodded. But this speech contest, your pressure must not be too high. Jiang Shuli reminded. I know, it's just a normal speech contest. Chen-Chi said calmly. No. This competition will also have Lu City's TV station to broadcast live. And there will also be a lot of spectators on the scene. So that's why, just put your mind at ease. And don't bother about whether you can get any rankings or not. It's just an exercise in front of the public for you anyway. It was only then that Jiang Shuli revealed the reason for her real concern. In front of a TV audience. In front of a live audience. In her mind, a 17 or 18-year-old student would likely not be able to handle such pressure. There will be nervousness. It's definitely inevitable. Her thoughts were certainly clear to Chen-Chi. But he just said, Teacher, I just need to bring out the strength I was meant to have. Good. It's just fine for you to have this kind of realization. Study hard. After all, you've already surpassed many people by studying hard. Saying that, Jiang Shuli even patted Chen-Chi's shoulder twice. The implication was to tell him that it was okay even if he didn't win the speech contest. After all, he's already outperforming too many people academically. By the way, you need a ticket to go to the game on site, but participants can only bring one person there. So ask your dad if he's available this weekend. After dropping such a sentence, the class bell rang and Jiang Shuli left right after. But wait until Jiang Shuli has just left the classroom shortly. Shu Shinro then looked at Chen-Chi with bated breath. You want to go? Chen-Chi understood what she meant almost instantly. I might as well forget it. After thinking about it, Shu Shinro held back. After all, this kind of high-profile competition, it's better to let uncle see how good his son is. You really think so? Chen-Chi laughed. Ugh, as much as I want to go, there's nothing I can do about it. Shu Shinro glanced at Chen-Chi slyly. After all, your father is also my father. I can't compete with our father. Then you were just looking at me like that? Chen-Chi poked and prodded. Well, actually that's not the main reason I'm looking at you. After thinking about it, Shu Shinro said. What's that? Chen-Chi raised an eyebrow. This is not the May Day is coming. Xiaohua and I want to go out for a trip for the holiday. Even the reason has been thought of. Shu Shinzhua lowered her voice and said. What reason? Chen-Chi asked. Shu Shinro said with both eyes looking at the sky. Little Flower gave her parents said. May Day to go to my home to live 2 days to play. And I also plan to say go to your home to live for 2 days to play. How about it? Chen-Chi blankly glanced at her. You and Lin Xiaohua have decided. Why are you asking me? Shu Shinro thought for a moment and said. May Day is also your birthday. At least it's the bar mitzvah of 18 years old. How about we take advantage of the vacation to celebrate? Something about traveling on May 1st vacation. Chen-Chi didn't promise Shu Shinro directly. If it was just the two of them, he didn't hesitate. After all, Chen Qi knew that, whether it's him or Xu Xinruo, all possess the ability to take care of themselves. But that wasn't necessarily true if Lin Xiaohua went with them. After all, Lin Xiaohua is a real high school student, going on a trip with classmates without my parents' knowledge. This was a responsibility that Chen Qi didn't want to carry, and after returning home, he told Chen Xinhua about the speech contest. Chen Xinhua still comes home at 8 o'clock in the evening. According to him, he should be helping that Auntie Nya cook. Your speech contest? Then I'm definitely going. After hearing Chen Qi tell him about the speech contest, Chen Xinhua came to be interested in the first moment. Even the next day, when I got home on Saturday night, Chen Xinhua even greeted Chen Qi over with a smile and took the initiative to talk about it. Little Qi, does that speech contest of yours have a lot of famous professors as judges? Dad, you know about this competition? Chen Qi was a bit surprised at first, though it had been all over Willow City's online news for a long time. But Chen Xinhua is not a person who has the habit of surfing the internet. Of course I know. It's been in the newspaper. I didn't realize, Koike, that you would be one of the contestants selected from so many high school schools. Chen Xinhua said proudly. Whether Chen Qi is good at school, or is it that Chen Qi has shown a talent in other areas that is superior to his peers, Chen Xinhua would be proud of him. The main thing is that when I mentioned this to your Auntie Nya, she's a high school teacher at the school, so she's also concerned. Saying that, Chen Xinhua rubbed his hands a little embarrassed. Dad, it looks like you and Auntie Nya are quite chatty? Chen Qi said with a smile. After all, I think your Auntie Nya is really not bad. Chen Xinhua's voice actually became a bit small, but seeing Chen Xinhua in this state, Chen Qi was quite happy for Chen Xinhua. After all, it's the way to meet the right person. It was better than his previous search for his father through a matchmaking site. You boy, you almost got sidetracked again. After returning to his senses, Chen Xinhua laughed and cursed. He said towards Chen Qi, don't you also know that what futures investment? That's why I think it's good for you to participate in this competition. Since that day from the mouth of Chen Qi, uncle learned that buying stock futures is a formal investment behavior. Chen Xinhua did not have to worry about Chen Ji's money coming from the wrong source, not to mention the kind of worried mood at that time. In its place, there is pride in pride. That's what I thought. So I signed up. Chen Qi followed Chen Xinhua's words. Well, then we'll go to the convention center together on Monday. The location of the speech contest is on the first floor of the Willow City Convention Center. But, on a Sunday night, Chen Xinhua didn't come home for a long time. Chen Qi couldn't help but call and ask him. Chen Xinhua answered the phone after a long time. Koike, Dad may not be able to go tomorrow. Chen Xinhua seemed a bit anxious on the other side of the phone. What's wrong? Upon hearing Chen Xinhua's tone, Chen Qi immediately frowned. Chen Xinhua said eagerly, your Auntie Nya ate dim sum in the afternoon, and as a result, she was hospitalized with an allergy. You also know that her tumor is on her stomach. Originally, I wanted to call you to tell you about this, but you're going to have to do it again tomorrow. Dad, just don't worry about staying with Auntie Nya. Chen Qi directly interrupted Chen Xinhua. He knew that Chen Xinhua hadn't been calling for a reason. Speech contest? It's fine for me to go by myself. Chen Qi said calmly. Chen Xinhua is still entangled, but this game's so many people watching. I'm a father, not to go is not to that. Dad, don't you know in your heart if I can handle this competition? Don't worry, Chen Qi comforted. Incidentally, he also shifted his excuse and asked, right Dad, what's the situation over at Auntie Nya's side? Did any family members go over? Chen Xinhua sighed and said, the doctor said it's still under observation. Her brother is in the county of Lu City and can't come back today, so I'm the only one who can accompany it. That's fine then. Dad, you accompany Auntie Nya to take an early rest as well. I know what to do about the speech contest myself. Finally, Chen Qi said so. Well, Qi, now that you've said that, I'm relieved. After saying that, Chen Xinhua's heart was also full of emotions. Your own son, who really knows his stuff. After hanging up the phone, Chen Qi told Xu Xinruo the news by way of a penguin message. If your own father can't go, she should be wanting to go. As it turned out, the message went out. Xu Xinruo then sent a long string of ellipses straight over. Didn't you kinda want to go before? Chen Qi asked. A few seconds later, Xu Xinruo sent over a speechless emoji. Only then did she type, honey, but I don't even know if I should be happy or sad about your news. Don't want to go, I find Jiang Fan? Chen Qi said deliberately. Xu Xinruo immediately raced on her cell phone. Don't. I'll go. It has to be me. It can only be me. Your father won't go. Your wife can go. This girl seems to be in a real hurry, but there's a normal class tomorrow. Do you have a solution? Chen Qi asked. After all, the speech contest starts at 12 noon. The whole thing is sure to go on into the afternoon. Don't worry about that. Monday afternoon. Shu Shinro immediately replied. You guessed my dad might not make it? Chen Qi was curious. After all, she didn't even use time to think about it when Shu Shinro spoke out this plan. I don't have this kind of magic power, but I was planning to blend in at the convention center like this. Classes are held on Mondays. Shu Shinro called Zhang Fan to her and Chen Qi to discuss the matter of missing class in the afternoon. After all, it's not unusual for a gym class to call in sick and for the gym member to report it to the teacher. And Zhang Fan, as Chen Qi's friend and for the sake of Lin Xiaohua and Shu Shinro, of course he agreed without hesitation. No problem, I'll take care of it. He patted his chest, then gave Chen Qi a look. Right, old Chen, let me tell you something. What is it? Shu Shinro was even more curious than Chen Qi. This can't be heard. Zhang Fan was immediately alert. Well, talk to Chen Qi himself. Shu Shinro shrugged her shoulders and pretended to be indifferent. In fact, she knew in her heart that as long as she asked Chen Qi about it later on in the day's pampering, Chen Qi would definitely tell her. What's wrong? Walking to the last corner of the classroom, Chen Qi asked towards Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan said with some complexity, Old Chen, that girl asked me to meet offline on May Day. That girl? Chen Qi expressed curiosity. Zhang Fan scratched his head in embarrassment and said, It was when we went to the internet cafe. The girl who said brother is so beautiful. Cybersex Ben now? In an instant, such a word appeared in Chen Qi's mind. At the same time, he also recalled that Zhang Fan did seem to have such an experience in his second year of high school. You don't really like that girl, do you? Chen Qi glanced towards Lin Xiaohua's side as if nothing had happened. Old Chen, I know what you're thinking, but I'm really a little out of my depth with Little Flower. Zhang Fan lowered his voice, and that sister game played better than the Small Flower. Although neither is good. But the Small Flower likes to play ADC. Occupying a C position is not too good to bring A, and this girl is different. She specializes in playing Qin female auxiliary. So, you're just bringing her to the game because it's better to bring her? Chen Qi cried and laughed a little. Neither is. Zhang Fan cried and said, Possibly, it is when the licking dog when tired of. Old Chen, this feeling you understand, that is, has been toward the favorite girl to show good. The other party has not responded. Don't understand. Chen Qi shook his head honestly. Also, what the fuck do you know? Zhang Fan himself agreed with Chen Qi's idea. Just look toward the front of the classroom. Now it's all rumored that Shuxinwei and Chen Qi are in a relationship. Don't look at Shu Shinro, who was recognized by everyone as the prettiest girl in the first middle school as early as the last semester. But in reality, when she and Chen Qi got so close, it was all because she was chasing Chen Qi. Does Chen Qi understand the heartache of licking a dog? Sorry, he really doesn't get it yet. All in all, Old Chen, can you help my brother keep it a secret so that I can meet and try it out? What if this is true love? Zhang Fan said towards Chen Qi with some complexity. Chen Qi sighed. Alright, but you have to be prepared. She might not be as good looking as Little Flower. And her personality isn't as good as Little Flower's. He felt that it would not be a bad idea to let Zhang Fan taste some lessons. The personality is okay. As for the looks, it's true that it's a bit different from Little Flower, but I think it's pretty good. I've seen the pictures. Zhang Fan jumped at the chance. The photos have been seen? Chen Qi raised an eyebrow. Zhang Fan nodded excitedly and said, Aha, it's still a full body shot. Didn't I just say that she likes to play Qin girl? The body is about the same. Okay, I'll keep your secret, but I hope you don't regret it. Chen Qi shrugged. The photo could be photoshopped, which he didn't say, but let Zhang Fan experience it for himself. Thanks, old Chen. If you say so, then I'm relieved. With that, Zhang Fan ran back to his seat. What did Zhang Fan tell you? Chen Qi had just sat down when Shu Shinro couldn't help but curiously come over. Cybersex runs now, Chen Qi said dryly. While it's not nice to say anything about a promise to a friend, that's just for other people. The person who asked him, Nija, was his own wife. No, he's cybersexed with Ben now? Isn't that the exact opposite of Little Flower? Shu Shinro was surprised. Lin Xiaohua, what happened to her? Chen Qi froze. Are these two, like, having an online relationship? It's because Little Flowers had an online love affair too. Over the weekend, she even complained to me online, saying that online love of hers hasn't paid any attention to her for a long time. Even when she called him when playing games, he always said he wasn't available. Shu Shinro pondered and said, Strange. Zhang Fan is obviously very general and Xiaohua is a typical white rich beauty. How to get the treatment like a change of identity? But at this time, Chen Qi remembered. He said breathlessly, Actually, Lin Xiaohua's online love object is Zhang Fan. Shu Shinro had a head full of questions. Chen Qi tells Shu Xanro about Zhang Fan trying to chase Lin Xiaohua through online dating. In that case, the object of his online romance is not Little Flower? Hubby, you can stop me. I want to reason with your brother. With that, Shu Shinro began to roll up her sleeves. Let him go. Kids that age, won't they know when they've suffered? Chen Qi pulled Shu Xinro. He continued. And this thing about Jiang Fan's online dating meeting offline actually happened before when you didn't transfer to the first middle school. So it's from a previous life? Shu Shinro was curious. Well, but after meeting, Chen Qi gave her a look. Oh, I get it then. Shu Shinro nodded her head and snickered. Let him pursue Little Flower and still be flamboyant. It's not impossible to give him a little lesson to taste. 12 noon. Last class of the morning. It was supposed to be a chemistry class to do experiments in the chemistry lab. Chen Qi left school first on the grounds that he was attending a competition. Shu Shinro, on the other hand, covered her stomach before class. And when the chemistry teacher came over after class and asked her if she was uncomfortable, Shu Shinro whispered that she was visiting a relative. As a result, she also got a sick day. However, once everyone had left the classroom, she immediately jogged to the school entrance to meet up with Chen Qi. What excuse did you find this time? Chen Qi asked with a smile. It's not normal for girls to come to relatives. Shu Shinro gently pursed her lips and laughed. Better change your reason next time. Chen Qi said. Why, don't I think it's fine? The teacher didn't suspect me at all. Shu Shinro was puzzled. Chen Qi said helplessly. If the teacher had the presence of mind to memorize the days, she might have asked if you had messed up your relative's time. Shokinzo, leave the school 40 minutes early and arrive at the convention center in Willow City with extra time to spare. Arriving at the entrance of the convention center, Chen Qi saw many students entering one after another. Because this speech contest is for the whole high school in Willow City, both major and regular high schools are eligible to participate. Per school, up to 5. However, a major high school like First High School may only send 2 to 3 students. After all, they have to catch the promotion rate, and it is impossible for all students to spend their minds on such things. But those regular high schools, it's just a straight up 5 spots straight up. So it's kind of expected that the convention center would come with so many students. Enter the venue. Many students greeted each other. Only Shu Xinwei and Chen Qi stood to the side. Chen Qi looked around at his surroundings, including the famous professors sitting on the judges' table. Everyone, in all seriousness. However, the more Chen Qi and Shu Shinro stood in a less crowded place, the more people cast their eyes toward them. No turning your head around. Suddenly, Shu Shinro pulled down Chen Qi's hand. What for? Chen Qi asked. Can't you see? A lot of girls are looking at you. I don't want other girls to hit on you. Shu Shinro was jealous. It's all about coming to the tournament. Not so much. Chen Qi rolled his eyes helplessly. Hello, this student. Are you also here for this speech contest? At that moment, a voice sounded behind them. The owner of the voice, however, was a boy. Shu Xin and Chen Qi turned their heads to look. Only a boy with long bangs smiled at them. Specifically, he just flashed a smile at Shu Shinro. You're calling me? Shokinzo pointed at himself. Did this man know himself? But, one clearly has no memory of it. Yes, let's introduce ourselves first. I'm Zhong Haoyang, a sophomore in the 8th grade, and the top student in the midterm 2 years ago. Saying that, Zhong Haoyang also raised the corners of his mouth with particular confidence. His voice was not deliberately raised. But the students around them, too, could hear it clearly. So he's the top student in the midterm? That's great. But why would he come to this competition when he has such good grades? Guess it's honor students trying to prove they're good at everything? That would be too hard. And I'd like to take my chances on getting such a guaranteed spot. The students around him were talking about him and at the same time casting envious gazes towards Zhong Haoyang. After all, during this period of high school, the most eye-opening thing for everyone is academic performance. The college entrance exam, as everyone knows, is a major turning point in life. It would be nice to get acquainted with such a former top scorer in the midterm. Find out what method he used to study and get such excellent grades. That would be helpful for yourself as well. Thinking about it, many of the students next to him were already eager to try. However, Zhong Haoyang's gaze seemed to only have Shu Xinro in general. How could she not see this kind of condescending talk? Shu Shinro turned her head to look at Chen Qi. Chen Qi laughed lightly and shook his head. And after thinking about it, Shu Xinro then asked towards Zhong Haoyang. What did you just say your name is Zhong? Zhong Haoyang. Shu Shinro nodded her head thoughtfully. Oh, sorry, I forgot again. What Haoyang? Zhong Haoyang was a bit speechless. This girl, is she teasing herself? Forget it, I don't recognize it anyway. With that, Shu Shinro waved her hand and stood next to Chen Qi, because she was telling Zhong Haoyang in action. Himself is not interested in him. As for who is interested, just look at the people standing around you. Ahem, I think that we're all here for a speech contest, and we should interact and communicate, shouldn't we? Zhong Haoyang used 2 dry coughs to diffuse the embarrassment and once again struck up a conversation towards Shu Xianro. However, Shu Xinro frowned slightly. She clearly doesn't want to talk to this guy. Honey. Shu Xinro quietly tugged on the corner of Chen Chi's coat and glanced up at him. Chen Chi shrugged, stepped forward and said, sorry, she's not here for the competition. Not competing? How do you know? Zhong Haoyang wasn't very happy glancing at Chen Chi. You're obviously asking Shinsu. What's he doing up here? Because she followed me here. Chen Chi calmly explained. It was as if Zhong Haoyang hadn't reacted yet. Every contestant has an entitlement to bring a friend or family member along. So I brought her. Chen Chi picked it out directly. By saying that, he was undoubtedly telling Zhong Haoyang that he could get lost. After all, Shu Xinro was able to follow him over for the speech contest. The relationship has been very telling can. However, Zhong Haoyang bowed his head and pondered for a while. Then, he actually looked at Chen Chi with some excitement. Chen Chi couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. So, you're her brother? Hello brother? Hello brother. Zhong Haoyang hastily stretched out a hand and said enthusiastically towards Chen Chi. I mean, I'm here for the speech contest, and she's my classmate, accompanying me. Chen Chi repeated again. Oh, so brother and her are still in the same class. Zhong Haoyang nodded his head, and also said in a thievish manner. Can I ask your sister which school she goes to? And then, can I add a penguin number? Are you bored? At this time, Shu Xinro finally couldn't help herself. He's not my brother. Shu Xinro glanced slyly towards Chen Chi. What's that? Zhong Haoyang couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. Shu Xinro said indignantly, let me put it to you this way. If he were my brother, then we'd probably have to go to Deji Orthopedics. Deji Orthopedic? Zhong Haoyang was filled with doubt as he listened to this unfamiliar term. This era doesn't have that stunt yet. Chen Chi reminded from the side. Oh, what to tell him then? Let's see. Shucks and Su hefted her chin and began to think. Forget it. If you're here to strike up a conversation, then you can leave. Chen Chi shook his head helplessly and said to Zhong Haoyang. Why, if you're just her classmate and not her brother, what business is it of yours if I say hello to her? Zhong Haoyang said with some irritation. Simply because I'm her boyfriend. Chen Chi said easily, smoothly placing a hand on Shu Xianro's shoulder. Zhong Haoyang was stunned. Right, he's my boyfriend. Shu Xinro looked up towards Chen Chi, the corners of her mouth smiling prettily, as if this was the first time in this life that Chen Chi had personally said that he was his boyfriend. Boyfriend? How did you track her down? It was as if Zhong Haoyang still somewhat refused to believe it. That's where you're wrong. Shu Xinro pouted and said, it's not him chasing me, it's me chasing him. This made it even harder for Zhong Haoyang to accept. After being stunned for several seconds, he slowly walked away. Look, who the hell is going to get hitched? Chen Chi shrugged his shoulders towards Shu Xinro. Shu Xinro innocently pursed her thin lips. How would I know? It's not my fault. But with Zhong Haoyang's previous experience, and everyone finally got it. It turns out that the handsome boy standing in the corner, and the cute and pretty girl beside him, are actually a couple. Almost 10 seconds later, at the judges' table, a professor stood up. It's from Tsinghua College, which is known as the #1 college in the country. And this professor is also Professor Yuan Qian, who is well known in the financial management department of Tsinghua students. He stood on the stage, swept around in a circle, and in a calm and unassuming tone, simply announced, all students participating in the competition, please enter now. Many of the students were stunned by his severity. It was only Chen Chi who said easily towards Shu Xianro, I'm going? Shu Xinro nodded. Go go go, hubby, I'll be cheering for you. Chen Chi was then the first student to walk up to the podium, and the rest of the students, one after another, stood around him. First the numbers will be drawn to determine the order of presentations. Prof. Yuan Qian greeted a teacher who approached him holding a closed cardboard box. Inside are number plates prepared in advance. This student, you first. Yuan Qian looked at Chen Chi with a smile. The first student to walk on stage tend to be the kind of people who have the courage to. People who don't get stage fright in big games. Having this kind of character is the only way to move forward in the business market and have a better future. Recalling again the purpose for which this speech contest was held, Yuan Qian felt that it was time to pay more attention to the student. 11. Chen Chi got his number plate, number 11, or the 11th to speak on stage. Just in time. I'm number 10. After everyone had gotten their number plates, Zhong Haoyang came over and showed off towards Chen Chi. What's it to me? Chen Chi gave him a blank look. Because I'm ahead of you. Or to show you what it means to invest in a speech. Zhong Haoyang said confidently. Mind you, he came to the speech as a student of the third form. but it's definitely not the average high school that just has this idea of bang bang luck, because his family is in the venture capital business, and both of his parents have more or less told him about investing since he's been in high school. So when he heard that there was going to be such a speech contest, John Ho Yang's first thought was that this is a match that is simply tailor-made for him. As for why he would seek out Chen Qi to show off, because he came up with a truth. There's no corner that can't be dug through, as long as he shows himself to be better than him. Not only Xu Xinro, but also the students present, would surely fall in love with him. Just such a provocation. It simply made Chen Qi unable to raise his interest. If he and Xu Xinro's wall could be dug through so easily, it is estimated that after the rebirth, Xu Xinro will not take the initiative to find him. Step off the stage. Xu Xinro quickly asked Chen Ji what the number was. Chen Qi tells her it's the 11th. So far back. Xu Xin's was spat. Chen Qi laughed. The ones who just went up to receive their name tags are all over 40, and the 11th on stage is already considered good. But I have to be back at school by 2. Will I be too late? Xu Xinro asked cautiously. 2 hours? That should be just enough time. Chen Qi thought about it. Ugh, I was going to wait until you got first place to celebrate and hang out and have dinner or something. Xu Qinzo sighed. Chen Qi said breathlessly. If this is your arrangement, then an afternoon is probably enough. Also, then we'll just have to begrudgingly wait until after school and we'll celebrate together. Xu Xinro shrugged in relief. In their eyes, the first place in this speech contest had been taken by Chen Qi. After all, they've all guessed what the point of the professors organizing this speech contest is. A speech contest, not a variety show on TV. Soon after the order was decided, the game was announced as well. The one who drew number 1 happened to be another student from the first school who came to compete. But he was so timid that his legs got weak when he went on stage to give his speech. Halfway through the speech, he was so nervous that he couldn't even read from the speech. Next, Prof. Yuan Qian waved his hand. The students around them were also whispering about it. First high school, that's a famous key high school in Liuzhou. The students coming out of here are cowed into what they just were. I don't know how nervous they'd be if they went up there. This was followed by the students who got number plates 2 and 3. At the beginning of the stage, because of the previous experience of student number 1, they were all doing their best to prepare their minds to be less nervous. But when they get on stage, they realize that ideas and reality are often two extremes. Just look at the dozen or so renowned professors at the judges' table. Just looking at their serious faces, the aura was bluffed. For this reason, Prof. Li Yuanshan of Peking University and Prof. Wang Shu of Fudan University even whispered a bit. Wang Shu said, "Old Li, do you think we're going to scare people with this formation, and they won't be able to speak instead?" Li Yuanshan frowned and pondered for a while. Impossible, right? Although the news says that the other party is indeed a high school student, the boldness he embodies in the investor is stronger than many investors. Wang Shu slowly nodded his head and said, "That's also true. Remember what happened when we greeted the staff of the Willow City Securities Center? There was a suspected high school investor who bought several more shares, and I realized that they all made a lot of money. Of course, didn't old Yuan say so? This time, he made several $1 million, although the principal is a lot more than that time before. But to be able to accurately grasp the windfall, he must be very confident in his investment direction," Li Yuanshan said with a sigh of admiration. After all, after they learned about Chen Qi's investment from the news, there can be more to it than sitting in your own college and simply brushing up on the news. Field trips, and practical actions, and they certainly have comebacks. But, then again, we should be worried about something else, Wang Su said as he stroked his chin, then swept around towards the surroundings. You thought of that too? Li Yuanshan seemed to have read his thoughts. Actually, I had considered it before. That student, would he not have participated in this competition we organized? Yes, that's what I care about. Both nodded at the same time. If the tournament for the other side starts well, but the other side didn't show up to compete, so wouldn't they be embarrassed? Although being accepted early to one of these prestigious schools behind them is a very tempting reward. But people are making millions through the futures market. Do we really still need them with their prestigious schools? This is a question to ponder. Next, please welcome student number 10 to the stage. With the host's announcement, Zhong Haoyang confidently walked onto the stage with his speech. Hello everyone, I'm Zhong Haoyang. This time, my topic is technology and investment. As soon as he came up, Zhong Haoyang started his speech in a big way. Technology? Xu Xinro couldn't help but glance towards the stage. After all, she was the one who started the tech company before. Certainly more sensitive to the subject than others. And technology is a huge windfall in the future market. Zhong Haoyang then began to read from the manuscript he had written. The OP has a very clear analysis and judgment of the investment market, and of the future development of technology. Many of the students were listening in awe. Because this kind of knowledge is definitely not something that can be learned from books. And the professors, too, were pleasantly surprised. Even if we don't find that mysterious investor high school student, it would seem a good outcome to admit a student with such potential, because Chung Ho-yang's speech was really business-minded. Honey, I remember. Suddenly, Shu Shinro pulled down Chen Chi's arm. Thinking about it? Chen Chi turned his head to look at her. Shu Xianro nodded her head affirmatively. Aha, this Zhong Haoyang. We knew each other before before that car accident we knew each other. Him? Chen Chi raised his head to look at Zhong Haoyang. Now after a little distance, it took him a moment to realize that the silhouette of this man did seem somewhat familiar. The boss Chung who thought you were my secretary when we first started the business? Chen Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. That's right, Shu Shinro shrugged and said. Was our company just starting out at that time? We definitely had to pull a partnership with another tech company. And it turned out that he actually thought you were the boss and I was your secretary. Ha, it's not just that, Chen Chi said with a cold smile. What followed, though, he didn't say. Because since both he and Shu Xianro recalled that Zhong Haoyang was the one after boss Zhong. What happened after that? They naturally remembered from each other. At that time, Zhong Haoyang had thought that it was just a small company that came to talk to him about cooperation and just wanted to deal with it casually. It turned out that when we were eating, we realized that there was a little beauty on the other side. So Zhong Haoyang had his heart set on that moment. Thinking in general terms, such a beautiful woman is often the boss's secretary. If by virtue of being the owner of a large company, find a way to trick a secretary into going to a hotel, I'm sure the other owner won't be reluctant. But when he made that request, Shu Shinro then splashed a glass of wine directly on his face. It wasn't until this time that he finally realized. It turns out that the real boss of the other side is not Chen Chi. Instead, he's looking at Shu Shinro. Sure is an asshole who thinks things down. Luckily hubby you just disliked him. At this time, Shu Shinro said indignantly. Ha, actually, I would have just done that no matter who was hitting on me. Chen Chi smiled, then narrowed his eyes towards Zhong Haoyang, who was getting smoother with his speech. But, if it's him, there's no way I'm going to let him get first place in this speech contest. Of course, with you, first place is definitely yours. Shu Shinro was of course incredibly confident in Chen Chi, but when she looked at the time, can this Zhong Haoyang hurry up? It's almost 1:30. Shu Shinro said anxiously. If you have to be back in school by 2, then she must allow 15 minutes to catch up. It should be soon. Chen Chi calmly said. Later when it's about time you can just leave. I'm sure I can take it. Of course I know you can take it, but I want to see you beat him. Shu Shinro said quietly. Can't you really do it? Watch it on your cell phone while riding in the car? Chen Chi said. But traffic is so expensive in this day and age. Shukinzo spat. But never mind. Since I'm watching the results of your match, I'll watch it even if it's more expensive. Gritting her teeth, Shu Shinro downloaded the Willow City TV app in advance. My speech is over. Thank you all. Suddenly, Zhong Haoyang uttered this sentence on the lectern. After bowing deeply towards the judges' table where the professors were, he walked calmly off the stage. Not bad, not bad. Some of the professors had stood up and applauded him. Chung Ho-young's speech was visionary and eye-catching. I'm going. Chen Chi dropped a sentence and walked over in the direction of the lectern. Come on hubby. Shu Shinro quietly cheered at him, but by the time Chen Chi walked next to the lectern, he happened to brush shoulders with Zhong Haoyang. Zhong Haoyang stopped in his tracks and said confidently towards Chen Chi. This student, what is the topic of your speech? Technology and investment. Chen Chi said calmly. This speech topic, though, is one he changed on the fly. Technology and investment? Ha ha, did I hear you right? As soon as he heard this, Zhong Haoyang couldn't help but laugh, because Chen Chi's speech topic was simply exactly the same as his own. You know, your own speech had just gotten a roar of approval from the professor. However, after getting this information, Zhong Haoyang's heart was even happier. He got the number earlier when he knew he was one ahead of Chen Chi. Just think of showing Shu Shinro and the other girls how far away Chen Chi is from herself. It turned out that not only did they go back and forth in order, but they even had the exact same speech topic. Then the manifestation of this gap will only become more obvious. Next, I'd like to invite student number 11 to the stage. As the host's voice came, Zhong Haoyang also smiled sinisterly at Chen Chi. Oh, good luck. Chen Chi shrugged and walked onto the stage with ease. But, his first words as he walked on stage turned out to be, "Excuse me, where are the trash cans?" What? All of a sudden, the entire hall of the convention center seemed to be hung with a big question mark. What's the situation? No introductions or direct speeches. Surprisingly, inquired about the trash can? You know, this is a speech contest with Liuzhou City TV broadcasting the whole thing live. Can't this guy, can't he just walk away? Here, The host carefully brings in a plastic trash can. Chen Shi directly threw the speech in his hand toward the trash can, revealing a harmless smile. Take it down for me again. Thanks. Wow. For a while, the entire convention center was abuzz. This guy is too much of a pretender. Other people read their lines from a speech in order to make no mistakes during the speech. As a result, Chen Shi was so good that the first thing he did when he came up was to throw away his speech. Pretend. I'll see how much more you're going to pretend. Zhang Haoyang, who was beside the lectern, had a sneer on his face. In his opinion, Chen Shi's actions like this were just used to gain attention. But Chen Shi really wasn't the one who could come and play this pussy, because the content of his speech was nothing like what he wanted to speak about. After recalling that Zhong Haoyang was the same Zhong boss he used to know, he then decided to purposely choose the same speech topic as he did. To finish this presentation. The host looked toward the judge's table on the professor's side. After the frowning Yuan Kuan thought about it, he also then nodded his head towards him, signaling him to do what Chen Shi said. Hello everyone, my name is Chen Shi, and the topic of my speech to you is investment and technology. Chen Shi calmly looked ahead, and when he spoke, his tone didn't even tremble a little. Regardless of how unnecessary his previous behavior was, this student's composure is much better than anyone else's. Li Yuanshan came over to Yuan Kuan's side and picked a thumbs up. Exactly. Yuan Kuan nodded gently. However, I'd like to break it down into two parts, taking investment and technology and splitting it up. The first thing I'm going to say is about the prospects of technology in the future market, and the trends that are bound to develop. Chen Shi continued. Everyone quieted down and listened patiently. Interesting. Yuan Kuan looked at Chen Shi meaningfully. That student just now only talked about the prospects of the technology industry in the future market. But what kind of trend will be formed? He didn't say. Li Yuanshan analyzed. I think that should be for the sake of being safe. That's why he deliberately didn't say anything? After all, predicting the future this kind of thing is also too bold. Saying the wrong thing won't be good for your reputation in the future, especially in front of us. Old Yuan, as you know, in the business world, it's all about reputation. Yuan Kuan smiled blandly. But isn't this student on stage planning to make predictions about the future market in front of us? It seems to be true. That said, I'm also a little curious. Li Yuanshan slowly nodded his head, and like Yuan Kuan, he set his eyes on Chen Shi, and the content of Chen Shi's speech was not really complicated. In addition to analyzing the developability of the technology industry in the future like Hoyang Chung, another example was given to show that the technology industry will definitely be the main industry in the future. The best example of this is the completion of the new and old iterations of smartphones over traditional smartphone and the cell phone market in recent years. What is old will surely be replaced by what is fresh. And from the point of view of everyone's favorites, products that are feature-rich and have high technology are easily accessible to the public. Therefore, Chen Shi also made such a conclusion in his speech in a dry and decisive manner. The tech industry, I think, is bound to take hold in the marketplace in the future. That's a sure thing. Chen Shi said these words with great certainty. But a lot of people found it unbelievable, even including a number of professors at the judges' table. Zhang Haoyang, who was next to the lectern, muttered disdainfully, with such a big mouth. You're really not afraid of flashing your tongue. Maybe the whole convention center, or among the viewers watching live on TV, there's only one person who will believe Chen Shi, and that person was Shu Shinro, who was watching the time at the convention center, ready to leave at any moment. The importance of the tech industry is only clear to me and him. Shu Shinro was incredibly convinced of Chen Shi's statement. After all, in the eyes of others, Chen Shi is just making a kind of prediction about the future market. But in her eyes, what Chen Shi said is the result of practicing and proving with her. Nice. When Chen Shi finished analyzing the future of the technology market, Prof. Yuan Kuan took advantage of this and rose to applaud himself. Old Yuan, aren't you afraid that he won't predict correctly? Li Yuanshan reminded in a low voice from the side. In case you get slapped in the face later, wouldn't it be late for Yuan Kuan? Afraid of what? And Yuan Kuan said directly in front of everyone. This Chen Shi student spoke with reason and evidence, and even took the cell phone market out for examples and analysis. With such judgment, I believe you. The last sentence, he said directly at Chen Shi. Even Chen Shi didn't expect this professor to be so excited. Thanks professor. After a bashful smile, Chen Shi said immediately afterward. Next, I will also use examples to tell you about my views on investment. Chen Shi's tone was unhurried. After all, in my view of the technology industry, it is a long-term investment, but no matter how far away it is, we should also prepare for it in advance. After all, the earlier you prepare, the greater the returns you get. Just like the securities market for futures, The stock market. Those 4 words came out. The professors on the jury were immediately abuzz. Perhaps to others, these 4 are mediocre, but it definitely means a lot to them, because of the purpose for which they organized this speech contest. It's all about finding the young man who has had success in the stock market, isn't he? Such a question popped up in the minds of all the professors, almost simultaneously, and at this time, Chen Shi also said calmly, "Of course, I will also give you an example analysis just like before." What is the object of the example? Well, let's start with a certain furniture company and a certain cotton company last September. This time, the professors had clenched their fists nervously. These 2 shares could be the futures that allow that high school student to make nearly $1 million from 50,000. Is it finally coming? Why would anyone still buy when it was so low and then make a fortune at the peak earlier this year? Chen Shi went on to speak. The reason is just demand. Whether it's furniture or cotton, it's essential to our lives. Such industries are never in a permanent slump and will rise. It's just a matter of time. Next, Chen Shi gave several examples of futures that were invested in advance and ended up rising. It's actually not hard for him to give these examples. After all, now that he's got the result, he just needs to apply his theory to the process by which that result occurred. It would give plenty of credibility. Investing in futures is like starting to develop the tech industry now. The earlier you develop, the greater the rewards later. This is a truth that many people understand, but they are afraid to make the connection between the two. After all, cotton and furniture are now in everyone's immediate need of supplies. But technology, no one knows what direction the future will take. What a bold idea. Yuan Kuan had already clapped judiciously, and Li Yuanshan cautiously came over and asked, "Old Yuan, do you think the person we are looking for will be him?" "Ha, not him? Could it be anyone else if not him?" Yuan Kuan smiled lightly. In his eyes, Chen Shi must be the high school student who made a fortune through futures, but the examples he gave, although they were all futures that the high school student had bought, were after all things that had already happened. Li Yuanshan was still hesitating. "Old Li, there are times to trust your own judgment." By this time, Yuan Kuan had already taken out his cell phone and flipped out the phone number of the president of Tsinghua. He sent only 2 words over, "Chen Shi, it seems to me that it's about time now?" Suddenly, speaking, Chen Shi coldly asked such a sentence. "What do you mean?" Everyone looked up at him, confused. Above, I have stated my investment direction philosophy through just needs, musts, and expectations, but everyone should have a question as to why they would trust me. As he said this, Chen Shi glanced towards the entrance of the convention center, because just now, he saw Shu Shinro running out in a hurry. According to her character, she must have pressed the point to leave. "Now, I will prove to you with facts the judgment that I have proved out with my philosophy." Chen Shi took a deep breath, then said, "The futures on the Magic City amusement park shelves from the year before was my main research target recently, and compared to the increase at 12 o'clock, it should have risen by almost 10 percentage points by now." The exact number was not given because he did it on purpose. After all, if you really want to give the exact number, I'm afraid people will take him to a researcher to be deconstructed and studied. And after hearing Chen Shi say something like this, all the professors present pulled out their cell phones. All they have to do is to verify the veracity of Chen Shi's prediction. Crap! After a dozen seconds or so, one of the professors was the first to raise his head and look at Chen Shi with an extremely frightened gaze, followed by a second. Third, the gazes of all the professors looking at Chen Shi were filled with astonishment, because that share of futures that Chen Shi talked about did go up by 12 percentage points. Being able to accurately predict the percentage rise in futures that, even if it's not a specific number, but it's already shocking. What does that mean? It shows that he has a long-term business vision, rigorous and close analysis of the market. And, he must be the high school kid who made millions from futures. It must be. It has to be. Other than this kind of monster, I'm afraid that there simply couldn't be a second person in this world who could do this to such an extent. Swish, a flush. The students around them looked over, in the direction directly opposite the lectern. The professors, who had just been seated in the judges' chairs, looked as if they had gotten some kind of signal. Almost simultaneously, "All rise." Perhaps the students in the room couldn't understand what it meant to advance futures gains in advance, yet they are well aware of it. This speech contest, the purpose has been fully accomplished. "Ha, my speech is over. Thank you all." Chen Shi calmly looked at the professors and gently bowed before calmly walking off the stage. That what? A professor had extended a hand in the direction of the lectern, but he was immediately stopped by Yuan Kuan with a look and said in a deep voice, "The speech contest continues as usual. Don't affect the other students." "Oh, also. The professor nodded and calmed down. Just now, he was itching to just announce that the winner of the speech contest was Chen Shi, but on second thought, There are other students who haven't finished their presentations. If it's just going to be an early inside track to the championship, that would seem so unfair to others. With this in mind, the people also sat back in their seats that belonged only to them. The next speech, though, had them all on pins and needles a bit. Old professors like Yuan Ko-won, who had a lot of seniority and knowledge, were lucky to be able to sit calmly in their seats, pretending to listen attentively to all the students' speeches. But some professors with shallow profiles and low stamina directly probed in the direction where Chen Shi was sitting. For a moment, Chen Shi felt as if he was a prisoner being held in a jail, and the professors who cast glances at him like prison guards afraid he'd run away. The entire speech contest, in total, lasted until almost 5 o'clock. Next, a voting session will take place, where the professors at the judges' table will take their favorite students and write their names on slips of paper and give them to me, who will then tally and announce the winner of this speech contest. The moderator followed the flow of the announcement, but he noticed that several of the professors were casting offended glances at him. While waiting for the results, he even wondered to himself if he had mispronounced the lines he had just read. Okay, let's see who the first student to get a vote is. Finally, the tally votes are accounted for in the hands of the moderator. He pretended to be secretive and covered the piece of paper with one hand while he cautiously went to look at it. Announcing the results, of course, leaves a bit of suspense. First vote winner, from Willow City No. 1 Middle School, Chen Chi. After milling around for a while, the moderator announced the first results of the votes. Okay, then let's see who the second lucky and powerful student is. Once again, the host pretends to be mysterious and goes to carefully look at the piece of paper. Just when he saw the word Chen on the piece of paper, he realized something was wrong. Second vote, still for Mr. Chen Chi. Since it's the same person, there's no need to be mysterious. Otherwise, you pretend for half a day and realize it's the same person. Others will just take him for a fool. Third vote. This time, the hosts put on some smarts. Make a look and then take a quick look at the half of the paper first. It was only after seeing this half that he simply removed his covering hand. Still, Chen Chi-san. At this time, Li Yuanshan impatiently stood up and said, "Hurry up and make the announcement. Don't delay everyone's time. Do you think there will be a second person?" The host gulped. Even Prof. Li Yuanshan of Peking University had said so he couldn't afford to make a pretense. Results. 4th, 5th and 6th votes. All the pieces of paper were written with Chen Chi's name on them. I can't believe it's a unanimous vote. The onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air. Although many of them don't understand finance or investing. But in a competition like this, it was recognized by a dozen professors from prestigious schools in the audience. Definitely a non-trivial thing. Now, I announce that the winner of this speech contest is Chen Chi from Lushur No. 1 Middle School, the host said in a loud voice. But in reality, the crowd found the presenter boring. When we read the names on the ballot, aside from Chen Chi, they hadn't heard the second name. Who else could the champion be but Chen Chi? Go! All the professors got up and called Chen Chi to the backstage. People, now, are found. Which school Chen Chi will choose is still an unknown. What happened later? Supposedly there was a live streaming accident in the back? I didn't even see it on the app. During the evening self-study, when Chen Chi returned to the classroom, Shu Shinro hurriedly pulled Chen Chi to ask, "An accident indeed?" Chen Chi nodded. What happened later? Shu Shinro asked like a curious baby. Because they let me go backstage to choose a school. Chen Chi shrugged. So what did you pick? Shu Shinro pressed again. I said to wait 2 days before telling them. Chen Chi said calmly. Put. Shu Shinro couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you doing again? MS. Shu Shinro? Jiang Shuli, who just happened to pass by the classroom door, called out Shu Shinro's name at the classroom door. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. I'm memorizing the text for Chen Chi's classmates, Shu Shinro said in a hurry. Once she heard that it was study-related, Jiang Shuli's expression eased a lot. She nodded and said, "Keep your voice down. Don't affect the students who are being to study." Yes, Shu Shinro promised. And only after Jiang Shuli walked away did she quietly ask towards Chen Chi, "Hubby, you actually let so many professors from prestigious universities wait for your reply." Speaking as if they are begging you to go to those prestigious universities. Not originally? Chen Chi laughed. Okay, but why did you wait 2 days? In fact, all these schools are pretty much the same, right? And there must be preferential treatment for those who are guaranteed entry in this way. Shu Shinro analyzed. How can I give them an answer if I don't come back and ask you? Chen Chi shrugged. Ask me? Shu Shinzuo was stunned. Well, I'll have them give you this spot. Chen Chi nodded his head. For me? Shu Shinro was suddenly dazed. Turns out Chen Chi hung so many professors from prestigious universities out to dry. even going so far as to make a live streaming accident. Surprisingly, it's for yourself? Thinking of this, Shu Shinro beautifully pulled Chen Chi's hand under the desk and said, "Hubby, you're so nice." Speech contests organized by several prestigious professors, again broadcast live on television, in the city of Willow, but it has long had a considerable amount of attention. Although there were some mishaps at the end of the broadcast, but the fact that Chen Chi was the winner of the tournament was still successfully broadcasted. Then Chen Chi succeeded in fire throughout the city of Lu. That also makes sense. So on the day of school, the principal of the first high school then hastily called up a meeting with all the teachers of the school. He directly announced, "Tomorrow's monthly exam is postponed for 2 periods. Principal, sophomore year is intense. They have so much to learn this semester. Would it be a little inappropriate to let the monthly exams take up more time?" Sally Chang raised doubts at the meeting. No. This is something that has to be publicized throughout the school, the principal said mid-sentence. But the teachers were still a little confused. They looked at each other. "What is it, Mr. Jiang? It's Chun Chi from your class," the principal said directly. "Did none of you watch the live broadcast this afternoon? Mr. Chen Chi, he won first place in the much talked about speech contest, and it was a unanimous first place that was recognized by all the professors." First place? Everyone was stunned for a moment when they heard this news. First and foremost, they are excited and elated. After all, the award for this speech contest is very favorable to the school. That's a qualification to be chosen at random by many prestigious universities in China such as Peking University, Tsinghua University and Fudan University. Whichever one is chosen will gild the lily-white Willow City First High School, which is already a major high school. But then, after they thought about the person who took the award, the expressions on their faces became a bit complicated. Why? In favor of Chun Chi? You know, all the teachers in Willow City First High School are well aware of it. Since the last semester, Chen Chi's academic performance has been that of running for the top spot in next year's college entrance exams. All have the strength to take the high school entrance exam. This guaranteed spot at a prestigious university. Wouldn't that be redundant? No matter what, it's something that can serve as an incentive for everyone. Moreover, at the beginning of this year, the relevant department also said that we should require students to develop all round. And Chen Chi is not only good at studying, but also excellent in the rest of the aspects. In other words, he is the best student in Lu City. The principal smiled and said, "So, although it's a bit of a shame to waste a spot, but doesn't the appearance of Mr. Chen Chi represent our first middle school's ability to cultivate outstanding talents? Teachers are strangely aware of this. To put the pattern in perspective, it's the principal who has the bigger picture. Student Shu Shinro, here's a suggestion for you. We'll eat dinner in the school cafeteria today." When leaving the classroom after school, Lin Xiaohua immediately ran over towards Shu Shinro and said seriously, Why? Shu Shinro was confused. Usually, students just eat in the cafeteria at lunchtime. Since there is plenty of time to leave school in the evening, most people choose to eat at the restaurant in front of the school. All in all, it's too dangerous outside the school. And classmate Chen Chi, you should be accompanying classmate Shu Shinro out there as well, right? Lin Xiaohua turned her head to look at Chen Chi. Chen Chi was stunned for a moment, then nodded. That's good. Lin Xiaohua seemed to be relieved. Honey, it's just as well that we're talking to Little Flower about traveling out on May Day. Before returning to their respective dormitories separately, Shu Shinro also whispered this towards Chen Chi. Chen Chi nodded and said, "Okay, see you in the cafeteria later." Aha, bye. After saying goodbye to Chen Chi, Shu Shinro went back to the girls' dormitory with Lin Xiaohua. "Hannah, why do you suddenly want to eat dinner in the cafeteria?" Shu Hinru was puzzled. "Of course I'm looking out for you." Lin Xiaohua made a wink in the direction of the boys' dormitory. "Are you saying that it has something to do with Chun Chi?" Shu Shinro immediately understood what she meant. "Of course, you don't know how hot Chun Chi is right now. Let me show you." While returning to the classroom, Lin Xiaohua used her cell phone to open the posting, then showed it to Shu Shinru. So exaggerated? Shu Shinro's eyes widened at once. A lot of girls from the rest of the schools have been posting in the first school bar, and their purpose, too, is one. Question: does anyone have Chun Chi's contact info? Waiting online. Very urgent. The content of the post is littered with screenshots of Chun Chi when he participated in a speech contest. Whether it's his own handsomeness or his confidence on the lectern, it's enough to stir the hearts of thousands of young girls. As a result, girls from all different high schools were asking for Chen Chi's contact information at the first high school posting. They are willing to get Chen Chi's contact information for a fee if they can. At this time, if she still went out to eat like Chen Chi, you can't tell if you're going to be blocked by admiring girls from outside schools. Now you know why I let you eat at school, right? Walk into your dorm room and place your books and other things on your desk. Lin Xiaohua smiled and teased. Shu Xinro, Chenxi is now the city grass of our Lu city. It might not be safe to bring it out. Indeed. Shu Xinzuo nodded affirmatively. She also didn't expect that through such a speech contest, it would make Chenxi so famous. Although it was said that one's relationship with Chenxi was strong, but with so many girls, what if there's an accident? So after dropping off her stuff, she used her own cell phone to open the Baidu page. Until the two of them met up with Chenxi, Shu Xinro was all still gazing at the cell phone screen without taking her eyes off the screen. In the cafeteria, there were only a few scattered students. Soon, they hit the table and went to a quiet corner. What's she looking at? Sitting at the dining table, Chenxi pointed at Shu Xinru, who was walking very slowly with her lunchbox in one hand and her cell phone in the other. I don't know. Lin Xiaohua shook her head. That is, until Shu Xinro sat down next to Chenxi. Only then did Chenxi couldn't help but curiously ask towards Shu Xinro, what were you just looking at on your cell phone? You want to know? Shu Xinro glanced slyly at Chenxi. Look. Chenxi nodded. Good blah. It's not like it's a secret anyway, lol. Fumbling out her cell phone and handing it to Chenxi. At the same time, she sighed with a very troubled sigh, and Chenxi couldn't help but laugh once he took a look at what was on her cell phone. On the top of the screen, it's still a Baidu page. Shu Xinro on Baidu search content is, boyfriend too popular, how to do. Not really? Chenxi spat as he handed the phone back to her. Just look at the postings yourself and you'll see to the point. There's still a sense of crisis. Shu Xinro said solemnly. Chenxi will believe it and open the posting. So, here's what happened. Chenxi, you're really popular throughout Lu City now. Lin Xiaohua lamented from across the room. And after thinking about it, Chenxi logged into his account and made a post at the bar. After a few seconds, he put away his cell phone. That should be fine. What did you post on the posting board? Shu Xinlo and Lin Xiaohua were curious. Chenxi shrugged. Don't you guys just see for yourselves? The duo immediately fumbled for their cell phones and opened the posting. On the front page of the first middle school posting, there was a thread of Chenxi's, concentrate on your studies, and if you disturb, I'll report it to the teacher. The whole sentence, that's all he posted. But then I guess no one would dare come over to you. Shu Xinro looked at Chenxi with a smiling face. So relieved? Chenxi laughed. I would have been so relieved, good blah blah blah. Shu Xinro immediately said. Wait. At that moment, Lin Xiaohua glanced back and forth towards the two of them. You've established a relationship? Lin Xiaohua wondered. No. Shu Xinro was the first to answer. Lin Xiaohua muttered. Then Chenxi still clarifies. Even though this girlfriend of mine is futuristic, it's always a bit of a privilege, don't you think so, Mr. Chenxi? Shu Xinro blinked at Chenxi. Well, that's true. Chenxi nodded. Come on. You guys aren't boyfriend and girlfriend as far as that goes? Lin Xiaohua couldn't help but spit. Boys are so popular, girls worry. And the boys took it upon themselves to clear the air for the sake of the girls who were too worried about this. Who would refuse to have more suitors if they didn't think of each other as girlfriends? But on the contrary, as a suitor, Shu Xinro with her mouth said that she and Chenxi is not yet boyfriend and girlfriend. For such a moment, she had the feeling that she had been duped by the two men working together. By the way, Hannah, let's talk about the trip we're planning to take on May Day. Shu Xinro changed the subject. Didn't you promise me everything? Lin Xiaohua asked suspiciously. That's true, yes. And Chenxi promised me. But bar. Shu Xinro glanced at Chenxi beside her. Then said seriously, little flower, if we travel somewhere else, will your parents worry about you? Definitely not. Besides, the place we've decided to go is with my parents' friends. Lin Xiaohua said in a serious manner. Then you still lied to your parents about staying at my house? Shu Xinro was suspicious. Well, actually, saying that, Lin Xiaohua secretly felt out her cell phone and handed it to Shu Xinro. As soon as Shu Xinro took a look at the cell phone screen, she immediately turned her head to look at Chenxi. This guy. Chenxi was also somewhat speechless, because Lin Xiaohua's cell phone is the chat box of Penguin Software. The OP was a guy asking her if he could meet her somewhere on May 1st. Shu Xinwei and Chenxi naturally knew that this person was Zhang Fan. I think, when he ignored me a while ago, he might have been arranging this? Lin Xiaohua said excitedly. This. Shu Xinro and Chenxi looked at each other. Oh little flower. Have you ever thought that the person you're having an online relationship with is probably a liar? Shu Xinro didn't give Zhang Fan away. No way. He and I are so chatty when we talk, even knows what I like. And there's you guys, too. Lin Xiaohua affirmed. Obviously in the same class. I'll be damned if I really don't know. So, have you ever thought that this online love of yours might not be something you like very much? Shu Xinro thought about it and said in a different way towards Lin Xiaohua. After all, from Lin Xiaohua's usual contact with Zhang Fan. She doesn't seem to like Zhang Fan much. No way? Lin Xiaohua slightly frowned and said towards Xu Xinru. Classmate Xu Xinru, we haven't even met. Besides, if we really don't feel like it, how about we come back immediately? Xu Xinru didn't say anything, but turned her head to look at Chen Qi, letting him make up his mind. Apparently, Lin Xiaohua had caused a love brain through her online relationship with Zhang Fan. 17 or 18-year-old girls, and in their first relationship, it's easy to get the urge to. So be it. After thinking about it, Chen Qi said, with us around, we really don't need to worry about safety. And didn't you say that there are friends of your parents over there? Don't lie to your parents either. Just say that you want to go over there for a trip, and they should also agree. Chen Qi had told Xu Xinru before, lying about going out. The biggest fear was that something would happen to Little Flower, a little girl who was really only 17 or 18 years old. But what if they find out I'm going to meet an online date? Lin Xiaohua was still a little worried. There we are. Xu Xinru smiled and said, if you guys think it's okay after meeting him, we'll just say that he's a friend of Chen Qi and me. If you don't like him, isn't it just right to have your parents' friends get rid of him? Right, whoops. I'll text my mom now then. As soon as Lin Xiaohua heard this, she immediately brought her cell phone over and kept pressing it. Honey, let's go find Zhang Fan. Xu Xinru whispered towards Chen Qi. Aha. Chen Qi nodded. After all, they all knew that the other party was Zhang Fan. In addition to Lin Xiaohua's side of things, of course, also want to find Zhang Fan to ask a clear. My mom hasn't gotten back to me yet. And at this time of day I guess she's watching a TV show. Lin Xiaohua looked at the time on her cell phone. 8 o'clock in the evening, which was the prime time slot for dramas. Well, Chen Qi and I are done eating. We're leaving first. Xu Xinru took the initiative to stand up and said towards Lin Xiaohua. Lin Xiaohua spat again. After eating and walking together, this boyfriend and girlfriend relationship, sure it's future tense? Leave the cafeteria. Xu Xinwei and Chen Qi went straight to the playground to look for Zhang Fan. According to his usual habits, he should still be playing basketball at the playground at this hour. Honey, that deadbeat of yours is really pissing me off. While walking, Xu Xinru said in an exasperated manner, didn't you say he's going to meet up with another online girl on May Day? Why are you still asking Little Flower out? Xu Xinru was furious, seeing two online lovers on May Day. He really thinks he's a time management guru. If that's the case, I'd also suggest not setting the two of them up. Chen Qi shrugged. After all, what Zhang Fan did this time did seem like scummy behavior. However, when they arrived at the playground, they realized that there was no Zhang Fan. I'll go find him in the dorm. Chen Qi and Xu Xianro turned around again and went in the direction of the dormitory. But when they had just come to the intersection, they saw a figure darting over. Old Chen, finally found you. Important thing. Urgent, urgent, very urgent, about a brother's lifelong affairs. Zhang Fan came up for air and stopped in front of the duo, but when he looked up, Shu Beauty, what kind of eyes are you looking at? Old Chen made you angry. Don't take it out on me. Zhang Fan shrank back. It was because he realized that Xu Xinru had been staring at him closely. Then, Xu Xinru said indignantly, resisting is strict, confessing is lenient. Are you going to say it yourself or are we going to ask you? Ha, what happened to me? Me? Being asked this by Xu Xinru, Zhang Fan was also a bit confused. You still won't admit it, you. Shikinzo began to roll up his sleeves. Wait, Shu Beauty, don't be impulsive. Zhang Fan hurriedly ducked to the other side of Chen Qi, then asked, Old Chen, what exactly happened to you guys? Such a big fire? Your online dating meetup thing. Chen Qi reminded. Oh, you said that. I was just about to tell you. Zhang Fan hurriedly said, Old Chen, I just want you to help me tell Little Flower not to believe anything my little penguin number says to her. Upon hearing this, Xu Xinru and Chen Qi looked at each other. My number was stolen. Zhang Fan said painfully. I would have liked to buy a few skins, so I looked for a very cheap point coupon site online to recharge, and the number was squeezed down at that time. Stolen? If they hadn't heard Zhang Fan mention it, Chen Qi and Xu Xianro really hadn't heard the term theft for a long time. This is because in the future, all accounts will be tied to credentials as well as cell phones. Even if your number is stolen, you'll be able to retrieve it with just a text message on your cell phone. Yet now, in 2011, there are no such features. Buy skins for cheap and then get your number stolen. What a true statement. Is it really true that we misunderstood him? Xu Xinru asked in a low voice towards Chen Qi. After all, they hadn't mentioned the other girl that Zhang Fan had asked out. Zhang Fan shouldn't be able to guess what kind of things they were planning to question him about. It's possible. Chen Qi was also somewhat speechless. After all, something like stealing a number. Anyone else would probably be able to think of it. But for him and Xu Xinru, subconsciously assumed that stealing a number was just something that could be solved with a text message. Wait. Suddenly, Shu Shinro felt that something was wrong. She seriously asked towards Zhang Fan, even if you had your number stolen, then why did you ask Chen Chi's classmate to tell Little Flower? Zhang Fan became a bit squirmy. Say, Shu Shinro shouted. It's important to ask questions when it comes to your BFF. Because the person who stole the number from the note name I gave to Little Flower in a separate grouping will probably have ideas. Zhang Fan spoke vaguely. What did you note? Shukinzo was curious. That isn't too good, is it? Zhang Fan rubbed his hands together in some embarrassment. Say, Shushin's was set again with her eyes. Fine. I'll talk. Zhang Fan said with a crying face, because the name of the note I gave to the grouping was, lick the dog to the end. Have everything, and then Little Flower's note is Lin Xiaohua rich goddess. In an instant, Shu Xinwei and Chen Qi completely understood. The number stealer could totally figure out the relationship between Zhang Fan and Lin Xiaohua through the words lick dog. And the word rich woman can show that Lin Xiaohua is rich. Just take a little look at the chats between the two of them. The number stealer would be able to figure out what Zhang Fan's trumpet status was with Lin Xiaohua. So the number stealer got up to mischief, wanting to ask Xiaohua out to meet, to see if he could cheat something. Good, even if your number was stolen. What about the girl you met playing the game? Shu Shinro questioned again. Old Chen, you're selling me? Zhang Fan looked at Chen Qi. No way. Chen Qi shrugged. Okay, it's actually okay for you to know about this. I swear on my conscience, I've deleted that girl. Zhang Fan said with conviction. Shu Shinro and Chen Qi glanced at each other, then asked toward him. Why? Because of the bar. Didn't I tell old Chen? We're planning to meet on May 1st. Zhang Fan explained. So then I went online and looked up what I needed to pay attention to when I met for online dating. The result was that a lot of people said that it was easy to roll over. So after I thought about it, I decided to delete her and concentrate on chasing Little Flower. In one sentence, Zhang Fan spoke with incomparable certainty. Subsequently, he also carefully said toward Shu Shinro, Shu beautiful girl, this sister thing, can you not tell Little Flower I swear to God, definitely deleted it. Don't believe you wait for Shinshu to retrieve and log on to my number to see. There must be no friend of hers, and the meeting thing, I also let Zhang Hao help me cope. So, Shu Shinro nudged her mouth. Alright, for the sake of you telling me the truth, I won't tell Little Flower. At least she was a woman who had been in the complicated business world of hearts and minds. For whether a student like Zhang Fan had spoken or not, it was estimated that one could see through it with a single glance. And with her and Chen Qi's impression of Zhang Fan, it's true that he's not someone who would lie. That's good. Zhang Fan sighed in relief, and at the same time said towards Shu Shinro, then, Shu Beauty, since you know about this, can you tell Little Flower to be more careful? Or just delete my trumpet? I'm really afraid that the one who stole the number will cheat her. The tension on Zhang Fan's face when he said the last sentence was definitely not feigned. No problem, but you have to promise me one condition. After thinking about it, Shu Shinro said so. Okay, I'll agree to any conditions. Zhang Fan patted his chest and said. Shu Shinro pursed her lips and smiled. Going out on a trip on May Day. Everything is at the mercy of Chen Qi and I. Traveling? Zhang Fan was confused. Originally, he thought that Shu Shinro was asking him to do something very difficult or something related to Chen Qi. Yeah, traveling. Promise us that this matter will be settled. Shu Shinro nodded again. Good, I'll call my dad right now. With that, Zhang Fan ran back to the dormitory. What do you have him traveling for? At the intersection, only Shu Xinwei and Chen Qi remained, not letting plans for a May Day trip go down the drain. Of course, Shu Xianro pouted and said, anyway, that person who stole the number also told Little Flower that he wanted to go out to meet, and Little Flower also wanted to travel in this way. So won't we just let Zhang Fan play the role of this person who stole the number? It's simply that you want to go out and play, isn't it? Chen Qi breathlessly knocked her on the head. You really can't hide anything from me. Shikinzo stuck her tongue out, but Chen Qi would have known that. Shu Shinro is actually a person who likes traveling a lot. If you're not starting a company, you're too busy working. She would have dragged herself to fulfill her dream of traveling around the world. It was almost 9 o'clock when the two men returned to their dormitories separately. Hannah, where did you say your parents' friend was coming from? Shu Shinro asked towards Lin Xiaohua as if nothing had happened. It's in Dali. It's not far from us in Willow. So yeah, I was thinking where would be a better place to go for a May Day engagement. Lin Xiaohua held her cell phone and thought. It looked like she was still fantasizing about meeting her online love interest. What else did he say to you? Shu Shinro asked, pretending not to care. No, he just let me set the location. Lin Xiaohua pondered. Did you say it was Dali? Shikinzo asked. Said, but I don't know where to go yet in terms of specific places. Hey, MS. Shu Shinro, do you have any good suggestions? Lin Xiaohua threw a look of help at her. My cell phone is dead. Shu Shinro turned her cell phone off and placed it next to her to charge. Little flower, can I use your cell phone? Just so I can help you see where we can go on May Day. Yeah, I'm going to take a shower first then. Lin Xiaohua left the dormitory after handing her cell phone to Shu Shinro. And Shu Shinro also flew to look at Lin Xiaohua's chat record with that Jiangfan small number. The other party was still just trying to ask her out for the time being and hadn't revealed anything else. After determining the message, she immediately defriended the person and checked the box to no longer accept messages added by the person. Afterwards, she then opened her cell phone, created a small number, changed to the same avatar and nickname as Jiangfan's small number, and added Lin Xiaohua. Done. As long as Lin Xiaohua wouldn't be idle enough to look at the 10-digit number of her Penguin account, then she won't realize she's already dropped the bag with another number. However, she had one last process to complete. That is, he sent a message over to Lin Xiaohua using his own small number, and then he put his cell phone back to charge. In half an hour or so, Lin Xiaohua changed her pajamas and came out. Little flower, I have good news and bad news here. As she spoke, Shu Shinro had a lifeless look on her face. Ha, what's wrong? Lin Xiaohua curiously approached. You pick one first. Shu Shinro pretended to be mysterious. Then, bad news? Lin Xiaohua asked tentatively. The bad news is that I accidentally deleted all of your chats with your online date. Shu Shinro hastily added. I'm sorry I accidentally ordered the wrong one. This is nothing but how did you delete to his message? It can't be that you're spying on our chats, right? Lin Xiaohua was alert. No. It's because he happened to send a message over. So I clicked the wrong one. Shu Shinro found a good excuse. What did he post? Show me. Lin Xiaohua excitedly came over to get her cell phone. However, Shu Shinro moved her cell phone to the side and pursed her lips. It's about the other good news. What's the good news? Lin Xiaohua asked. He said that there is an option to meet in the ancient city of Lijiang. And I think this place is not bad, so there's no need for us to agonize over where to go. Shu Kinzo said with a smile. Just in time. My parents' friends are in that neighborhood. We don't have to be afraid in case it's a scammer. Lin Xiaohua's eyes lit up. So did your parents agree? Shu Kinzo asked. My dad and my mom both said to just look for that uncle the first time I go over there. Lin Xiaohua nodded. Okay, here's your cell phone. Shu Shinro returned the cell phone to Lin Xiaohua. Lin Xiaohua immediately went through the chat box with his online love interest. Shu Shinro watched from the sidelines as if nothing had happened. After all, the biggest flaw in this plan was the fear that Lin Xiaohua would go back and memorize the other party's Penguin account. Shu Shinro, you really deleted all my chats with him. After a long time, Lin Xiaohua spat. Shu Xianro quietly sighed in relief. That's not because the points were all cleared. No, then you have to make it up to me. Lin Xiaohua turned around and deliberately made an exasperated appearance. Okay, what do you want me to compensate? Shu Shinro simply agreed. Lin Xiaohua raised both of her claws, then grabbed directly towards Shu Shinro. You're so well developed. I want you to share half of me. Shu Shinro blushed. How could she not expect that her best friend would actually claw her way towards here? But think about it. They used to make a lot of jokes like that when they were in school. This kind of action is an intimate joke only between girls. That won't work. Shu Shinro directly moved Lin Xiaohua's hand away. She pouted and said, this place is for Chen Qi. Even if you're my best bestie, classmate Shu Shinro, you're also too heavy-handed. Lin Xiaohua let out a long sigh. But then, she came over and asked curiously, Right. Shu Xianro, how far have you and Chen Qi progressed? It's not like he's been like this too, right? You're so good at latching onto him. You must be very intimate with him, right? Are you asking how close I am to him? Shu Kinzo asked. Lin Xiaohua nodded her head like a curious baby. After all, at this age, and have not been in love with the little girl. Indeed, a lot of postures and knowledge are not very understanding. How can I say it? I've had it with him. Anyway, the things that boys like to do with girls. I've had it with him, Shu Shinro said vaguely. Really? Lin Xiaohua was surprised. Of course it's true, Shu Shinro said beautifully. Classmate Shu Shinro, so you have violent tendencies, Lin Xiaohua said timidly. What does this have to do with violent tendencies? Shu Shinro wondered. Lin Xiaohua's serious face. Because I've read people say it in online forums. A lot of guys say that they want the girl they like to pick up a whip and whip them. And for the girl to say whip it queen. Shu Shinro was choked for a moment, then said quietly, little flower, visit less bad forums. The next morning, originally, everyone was ready for the monthly exam. The teachers, however, greeted the students and gathered them in the playground. and Zhang Shuli even called Chen Qi out alone. Because the principal's arrangement was for him to give a speech in response to yesterday's speech contest to set an example for everyone. As for the tableau of testimonials, the principal had long ago drafted them himself. In this season of Spring Breeze and Flowers, I am honored to represent my school to take the first place in the speech contest. Chen Qi read it aloud in front of the whole school. According to the tableau, all the students, also teachers, applauded him to show their pride. After a night of spreading the word, even the students who still didn't know that Chen Qi had won the championship at the end of the competition yesterday afternoon now knew that it was him who had taken the first place in the speech competition. People such as Zhang Fan were lamenting. Wasteful. Simply too wasteful. Originally, there was no pressure on the college entrance exams, and surprisingly, they are now giving out guaranteed transportation. This is not a waste of places. And after returning to the classroom after giving their testimonials, there was a short break before the monthly exams. Chen Qi also asked Yuan Qian and others by way of text messages. Honey, who did you text? Xu Xinro asked from the side. Those professors from prestigious schools. He shrugged and said, I was asking them if they could give you the guaranteed spot. Oh, this should be no problem? Xu Xinro was also a little less sure. After all, things like buy one get one free are often encountered in business, but use this for student bonding. It's a little weird how you think about it. Ask them first. Chen Qi put his cell phone away. The other guy didn't text back right away, and he wasn't in too much of a hurry. Aha, I'll just study hard anyway. It's still like before. Double insurance, Shukinzo said with a smile. By the way, where do you want to go on May Day? Chen Qi asked. Lijiang Ancient City. I think, Xu Xinro said dryly, but she quickly responded. So she corrected. What do you mean where do I want to go? It's obviously Little Flower and Zhangfan who want to meet online. Ha, okay, but Lijiang is pretty good too. Chen Qi nodded. We've been there before, haven't we? Xu Xinro came over and rested her head on Chen Qi's arm. But unfortunately, after less than 2 days of fun, a phone call sends you back to business. Chen Qi said helplessly. Yeah, that's why. We need to seize the time to have fun while we're students. There are so many other places I wanted to go that I didn't end up going to. And there's so many things I wanted to do with you that didn't get done. I ended up having to write it down in a cell phone memo. Just thinking about this matter made Xu Xinro a little depressed. Other people say being a boss is comfortable and lucrative, but when you actually sit in that position, you realize that a lot of time is not your own. So do you remember what you wrote in your memo? Chen Qi asked. That much is forgotten. After thinking about it, Xu Xinro shook her head. Ha, there's one where we travel around the world together? Chen Qi asked. Yeah, that's what I told you back then in college. That was my biggest dream in my last. No, in this life. Xu Xinro was full of longing. Then, puzzled, she asked, Honey, how did you know? I don't remember showing it to you. Do I? I saw it when I went to the bathroom in the middle of the night. Chen Qi shrugged. Then you say, there is no hope for us to realize it in this life? Xu Xinro said with a leap of faith. It depends. I'll try. Chen Qi nodded his head firmly. Really? Xu Xinro looked at him with a smiling face. Aha. Chen Qi nodded again. Honey, you dropped your pen under the table. Suddenly, Xu Xinro pointed to the floor. Chen Qi looked down to find it, but didn't see any pens. Results. Boo. Xu Xinro flew a kiss on Chen Qi's face, then immediately looked around to see if she had been discovered. This is a classroom. Chen Qi rolled his eyes. No one's going to find out anyway, Xu Xinro said with a red face. Then how about we fulfill this wish together in this lifetime? After all, this is what it means to start over again. For a moment, Chen Qi froze. He then smiled softly as well and said, Okay, since one has been given the opportunity to be reborn, it is the meaning of rebirth to use such an opportunity to make up for the regrets that were not realized before. This monthly exam took 2 full days, from Tuesday until Wednesday. After the exams, a May Day holiday was announced. Although it's nice to suddenly have 7 days of relaxation during your studies, but most students are sputtering. This Thursday vacation goes to next Wednesday, 1 weekend in between and then school the following weekend. It's exactly the same as just putting in 3 days. When you think about it, the more you simply think about it, the more you lose. Honey, see you tomorrow. After school, Xu Xinro said goodbye to Chen Qi and left, and Chen Qi greeted up Zhangfan to go home with him. Walking out of the school, Chen Qi asked towards him, How are the arrangements for tomorrow? Don't worry about it. As soon as my dad heard it was to go out with you, he agreed straight away without saying a word. After all, he didn't hear the old witch praising you during the parent-teacher conferences. Zhangfan first patted his chest, then lowered his voice and asked, Old Chen, in that case, You and Shu Beauty's plan is for me to go over with you guys and then have a showdown with Little Flower? Aha. Chen Chi nodded. Bull. Jiang Fan gave a thumbs up and said, I've thought about what way to showdown with her before, but I never thought of using this way. Lijiang is a good place. It has the environment and atmosphere. Maybe it can really work? You don't want to get into some kind of trouble, liking people Little Flowers and hitting on other girls. Chen Chi reminded. No. I was just curious before, and I really just talked to that girl in a brainstorm. But come to think of it, I also think it's better to be specialized. Jiang Fan said sincerely. Chen Chi slowly nodded his head as well. Do you know what I'm most curious about right now about that sister? Jiang Fan asked. You're still thinking about that sister? Chen Chi frowned. Jiang Fan shook his head. No. What I mean is that I'm curious about how Zhang Hao will react when he meets with that sister. Willow City is not far from Dali, although it is across the province, but it is also almost adjacent to the two locations. It's only 3 or 4 hours away if you take a long bus ride. Plus, Lin Xiaohua's family also has people they know. So, when he returned home, Chen Chi saw Chen Xinhua packing up his things. There was an insulated lunchbox on the table with chicken soup on the top shelf of the lunchbox. Dad, is this for Auntie Nya? Chen Chi asked. Well, she's hospitalized alone over there. Her brother works every day and is a bit far away, so she can only come over late to check on things like this, and I think it's good to help out, Chen Xinhua said as he cleaned up. Dad, how is Auntie Nya's situation now? Chen Chi asked. It's alright. The last time was nothing serious. It just needs to be observed for a while. Chen Xinhua sighed. Chen Chi could tell that his father was quite concerned about that Auntie Nya. If nothing else, Chen Xinhua should have feelings for Auntie Nya. Shao Chi I'm going to send dinner to Auntie Nya first. I'll be back later. There are still dishes at home. Just heat them up. With that, Chen Xinhua picked up the thermos box and prepared to go out. Dad, I'll go with you. Suddenly, Chen Chi spoke up. Anyway, it's May Day vacation, so there's no need to rush through homework. You're going to the hospital too? Chen Xinhua was stunned for a moment. Chen Chi smiled. Going to visit Auntie Nya. Anyway, I think we'll see each other sooner or later, right? You kid. Line. If it's okay, we'll go together. Chen Xinhua smiled, then nodded towards Chen Chi. The hospital where Auntie Nya is the First People's Hospital of Liuzhou. There are 6 stops on the bus from the stop at Chen Chi's house. Not too far, but not too close either. Dad, you're coming over every day? After getting out of the car, Chen Chi coldly asked. Well, come over after work. After all, her brother is too far away. And if I don't come, your Auntie Nya will only have to eat the leftover kanji from the hospital cafeteria. Those are not nutritious. Saying that, Chen Xinhua sighed. Dad, it seems like you care about Auntie Nya? Chen Chi said with a smile. Chen Xinhua's old face blushed and quickly explained. Originally they are friends. It's normal for friends to care about each other and concern each other. Oh, so it's a friend. Chen Chi deliberately bit the word friend a bit heavier. Of course Chen Xinhua could hear what his son meant, but he didn't say anything. There was just something about his face that didn't look too good. After all, your own personal feelings. Will it affect Chen Chi's studies and life? It's not easy to say. Dad, you're at this age. What are you afraid to say? Tell Auntie Nya if you like someone, Chen Chi said with a smile. After all, his own father would take the bus 5 or 6 stops to the hospital every day from work. It's already enough to show how he feels about Auntie Nya. If it's just a regular friend, visiting once is enough. But obviously, Auntie Nya can definitely be more than just an ordinary friend here in Chen Xinhua. Koike. Suddenly, Chen Xinhua stopped in his tracks. As soon as Chen Chi took a look at his father's expression, he knew that he had something to say to him. Dad, what's wrong? Although he guessed that Chen Xinhua wanted to tell him something, Chen Chi still asked. I mean if. Chen Xinhua awkwardly rubbed his hands and said, if your father I really met a favorite woman, what is your attitude? Like? Oh, of course it's a blessing when dad finds his second wind, Chen Chi said with a smile. Second spring? You kid. Well, we're going to visit Auntie Nya here. With Chen Chi's affirmative reply, Chen Xinhua also no longer had any psychological burden. He and Chen Chi took the hospital's elevator directly to the 7th floor of the hospital. Here, it's the hospitalization ward. As soon as the elevator doors opened, the smell of disinfectant hit me. Your Auntie Nya is over here. Chen Xinhua led Chen Ji to the ward whose door number was 709. Pushing the door open and entering, there were 4 hospital beds inside, but there was only one hospital bed with someone lying in it. Chen Chi glanced inward first. The only hospital bed with a patient in it. It was a middle-aged woman who looked 37 or 88, though a little pale because of his illness, but it wasn't hard to tell from her that the woman had a lot of class. It's an aura that can't be described, but it's felt. Just like those teachers at school. You can feel the bookishness from them just by walking outside. And on the nightstand beside her were some high school books. Nip, this is the chicken soup I made. Try it. Chen Xinhua walked into the hospital room first. Placed the thermos box next to Auntie Nia's bed. Brother Chen, really thank you this time. I don't know how to thank you. Auntie Nia's talk was very clear when she spoke. Just by listening to her talk. It gives you a very comfortable feeling. No, we're not friends. Chen Xinhua scratched his head in embarrassment. And it was only at this time that Chen Shi went in and took the initiative to say towards Auntie Nia, "Hello Auntie Nia. You're." It was only then that Auntie Nia realized Chen Shi's appearance. Oh, Chen Xinhua slapped his head. Thinking about it, this is the first time I've brought Chen Shi here today. How come he, as a father, didn't even introduce Auntie Nia? I remember. As a result, before Chen Xinhua could open his mouth, Auntie Nia then smiled at Chen Shi and said, "You're Shao Qi, right? I've often heard Big Brother Chen mention you." "Yes Auntie, I'm Chen Qi." Chen Qi smiled. Brother Chen. Little Qi is so handsome. Even more sunny and handsome than even on TV. Auntie Nia smiled and nodded towards Chen Qi. Chen Xinhua also explained from the side. "Shao Qi, last time, didn't you have a speech contest? Your Auntie Nia and I just watched you finish your speech at the hospital. And your Auntie Nia praised you for being smart and talented." "Thanks Auntie." Chen Qi nodded. From the contact so far, Chen Qi still had a very good impression of this Auntie Nia. In the past, Chen Xinhua had said that Auntie Nia's job was a teacher. And from the way she talks and her temperament, it does fit that status as well. In other words, the speculation that Chen Qi thought that Auntie Nia was a fraud in the first place should not hold water. Since Shao Qi is here, then you and Shao Qi will take these books back with you tonight. Big Brother Chen. Auntie Nia pointed to the books sitting on the side of the bedside table. These books, all of which are reference books for high school studies. There were even 2 books that impressed even Chen Qi. It's what he used to use for review when he used to take the entrance exam. "This is what I let my brother go to the bookstore to buy. Every year the college entrance exam will use these reference books. Shao Qi, you can be sure to study seriously. Brother Chen has high expectations for you." Auntie Nia said seriously to Chen Qi. And Chen Qi didn't resent her for such an attitude. After all, whether or not an adult is genuinely nice to a child, the easiest way to see if he cares about this child's learning. "Qi, even though you got first place in the speech contest and have the qualification for guaranteed admission, don't fall behind in your studies. After all, college isn't the end of the road. There are still higher degrees to strive for." Auntie Nia once again said towards Chen Qi. As a teacher, her pursuit of knowledge is not as simple as getting a college degree. And through this, Chen Qi also became more certain of Auntie Nia's teacher's identity. "By the way Nip, you said your brother brought these things here?" Chen Xinhua pointed to the books. "Yeah." Auntie Nia nodded. "So, you've already eaten?" Chen Xinhua looked at the trash can next to him. And there were indeed disposable lunchboxes that had been thrown away. "In that case, it seems a bit awkward to bring your own food over again." "It's okay Brother Chen. Chicken soup is nutritious. I love it." Auntie Nia easily dissolved his embarrassment with just one sentence. "Sis, I got some fruit back." And just at that moment, the business of a middle-aged man came from outside the ward. Chen Qi raised an eyebrow. That voice, it seems a bit familiar? Look up, only to see that middle-aged man also landed his gaze on Chen Qi's body, then visibly froze, until he saw this middle-aged man's face. It was only then that Chen Qi finally realized why his voice sounded so familiar. The last day of winter vacation, under the overpass. It was the motorcycle he was watching that almost hit Shu Shinro. "Little brother, is that you?" Auntie Nia's brother apparently recognized Chen Qi as well, but with a reaction like his. But it made both Chen Xinhua and Auntie Nia freeze for a moment. "Does he know Chen Qi? Isawa, you know Koike?" Auntie Nia opened her mouth and asked. Nia Yongchuan nodded affirmatively. "Sister, when you came to the hospital for a checkup that day, didn't I say that I was delayed in the middle? It was me who almost hit his female, on a motorcycle, almost hit one of my female classmates." Chen Qi immediately opened his mouth to interrupt. Then he said towards Chen Xinhua, "Dad, that day I had dinner with my classmates and met Auntie Nia's brother." "So it is." Chen Xinhua nodded. Yet he didn't express any opinion about it, because Nia Yongchuan's motorcycle almost hit a classmate next to Chen Qi. Wouldn't that be the same as almost hitting Chen Qi? Though it was true that he did like Auntie Nia no less, but the entirety of his life could have been poured into Chen Qi. Chen Qi, in other words, is his motivation to live today? If anyone almost harmed Chen Qi, even if it's related to Auntie Nip, he won't look good either. "Little brother, I'm really sorry. In fact, you were right the other day. The rules of the road should still be followed seriously. It was my negligence. Seeing Chen Chi again, Nia Yongchuan apologized sincerely again. So the people you almost hit were Koike and his classmates? After learning the reason, Auntie Nia's face became ugly. She reprimanded towards Nia Yongchuan. How many times have I told you? Even if you're in a hurry and have things to do, you must follow traffic rules. Look at the news now. How many traffic accidents are caused by this? Are other people's lives not lives? Yes, sis, you're right. Nia Yongchuan lowered his head in shame and answered yes again and again. Auntie Nia, I'm sure brother Yongchuan is also anxious about your condition. That's why he did that. At this time, Chen Shi said with a smile, but it wasn't really anything that day. Just be careful in the future. Although at the time, Chen Shi was very angry at Nia Yongchuan's behavior, but in front of his own father and Auntie Nia, Chen Shi still smiled and said such a beautiful sentence. After all, Nia Yongchuan had already shown his apologies very sincerely. Shikinzo is safe, and his own father got along quite well with Auntie Nia. What to say? What to do? Chen Shi himself had it in his heart. Little brother is educated. In fact, after that day, I wore a helmet every day, and then strictly followed the rules of the road, and didn't drive on the sidewalk anymore. Nia Yongchuan said sincerely. Auntie Nia nodded next to her as well. Well, yes Koike, I've already talked about Yongchuan. It's okay, the past is the past. Dad, you mean it? Chen Shi laughed and ended up patting his dad on the shoulder. Chen Xinhua froze for a moment and looked at Chen Shi, and Chen Shi made a wink towards Auntie Nia's side. Chen Xinhua nodded knowingly, and the expression on his face finally eased. After all, after he had just heard that Nia Yongchuan had almost hit Chen Shi, his face is really ugly. Auntie, thanks for the book. I have to go out tomorrow so I'll go home first. Having established that Auntie Nia was indeed a nice woman, Chen Shi was also reassured by his father's choice. Xiao Qi, where are you going tomorrow? Chen Xinhua asked suspiciously. Oh, Dad, I forgot to mention that earlier. Chen Shi then remembered that he hadn't told Chen Xinhua that he was going out on a trip. After all, he had long ago gotten used to the adult lifestyle. Tomorrow I'm meeting up with some classmates to go over to Dali to have some fun, so I might have to stay for a few days. Chen Shi truthfully told his father. For how many days? Chen Xinhua froze for a moment. He said with some concern, is that safe? You students, do you have an adult with you? There's a friend of one of my classmates' parents over there. It should be fine. Chen Shi laughed. Brother Chen, just let Xiaoqi go out and have some fun. At this time, Auntie Nia also said beside her. Now that Xiaoqi will soon be in his senior year, if he doesn't relax and unwind, he might not have the time in the future. Moreover, going out more and seeing the outside world will be good for him. In the past, when we were teaching, we would tell our students to never just read to death. Also, Chen Xinhua nodded. Okay, Dad, I'll go first then? Chen Shi turned around. Koike. It's fine. Chen Xinhua originally wanted to say that he would give Xiaoqi some pocket money. But think of all the money Chen Shi made in the futures market during his winter vacation. With this pocket money of my own, probably not as much as Chen Shi's savings. Now, his own son is really growing up. Don't even have to rely on him as a father at all. In the evening, Chen Shi received a text message. Professors from prestigious universities, such as Yuan Qian, have questioned Chen Shi's request. After all, something like giving away guaranteed spots. Never heard of it before. Some professors even rejected Chen Shi outright, letting it be known that either he would come to the school or none of them would. It would have been hard for a prestigious university to give out a guaranteed spot. Chen Shi actually wants 2 more? If you really followed Chen Shi's request, wouldn't that be losing face for their school? Although Chen Shi was considered a genius who was blessed with great talent in business, but to make such an arrogant request, that would be too much to take them for granted. Besides, 50,000 makes a million. It's also not as dramatic as one might think. This speech contest was only organized because Chen Shi was very young. Who knows if he has any other business eyes on him? But of the rest, 2 professors replied to him saying they could think about it. Better yet, meet privately to talk about this. The 2 professors are Prof. Yuan Qian of Tsinghua University and Prof. Li Yuanshan of Peking University. Regarding this result, Chen Shi also told Xu Xinro by way of penguin. Guessed it all along. Xu Xianro replied with a helpless expression. Originally if you go to the speech contest, you can only prove your ability, not my ability well. So it's normal. What about college? Chen Shi asked. After thinking about it, Xu Xinro replied. Whatever, it's not even senior year yet, so I can't say that I'll be able to take the exam straight away as well. All in all, we have to at least meet with those 2 professors before we can draw any conclusions. The matter of bailing out of college has been put aside for the time being. Chen Shi talked to Shu Shinru again about the matter about Auntie Nya and her brother. What a coincidence! Shu Shinru immediately expressed surprise. Chen Shi laughed bitterly. I also did not think. So, what do you think? What he was worried about was still Shu Shinru's displeasure with Nya Yongchuan's heart. After all, she and herself were both people who had been in a car accident and then reborn into this era, much more sensitive to traffic accidents than others. And he didn't snap at Nya Yongchuan when he was in the hospital. One reason is because Auntie Nya's appearance might be able to change the famous woman who has been alone in her father's lonely woodland. Secondly, Nya Yongchuan's attitude is indeed sincere. I think it's great. Shu Shinru sent over a smiley face. Uncle won't have to stay home alone and be bored from now on. Shouldn't we be happy for him? Also, Chen Shi nodded and continued to ask, then what do you think about Nya Yongchuan's last time? This time, Chen Shi asked slightly more bluntly. He could still tell who was more important. Nya Yongchuan, perhaps because of Auntie Nya, would become his family in the future. But Shu Shinru must be his wife. I even want to thank him. Suddenly, Chen Shi received such a reply from Shu Shinru. Thank you? Chen Shi was stunned. Of course, if it wasn't for him, you'd probably still be teasing me right now, and really want me to keep teaching you about relationships. Chen Shi was instantly somewhat speechless. So thanks for this. By the way, hubby, I've bought everything for tomorrow's trip to Dali. Can you come to my house half an hour earlier? Shu Shinru asked. Why did you come to your house? Chen Shi wondered. Well, after all, I told my mom that I was going to study with you. After thinking about it, Shu Shinru replied thus. Okay. The next morning, the original appointment with Lin Xiaohua and the others was to meet at the coach station at 11 o'clock. But Chen Shi arrived at Shu Xianrou's doorstep at 9:30. Ringing the doorbell, the door was opened by Cozy Orchid. Yo, Chen Shi-san. You're here to find Xiaoro, right? When Xinlan warmly greeted Chen Shi as he came in. Well, she and I enrolled in a cram school. Chen Shi said what Shu Shinru had told him to say. Yeah, I heard Zoe talking about it. When Xinlan nodded, then asked in a low voice towards Chen Shi. Chen Shi student, tell auntie honestly, did Xiaoro, did she lie? Lying? Chen Shi froze for a moment. Could it be that Cozy Orchid had already seen it? Right. When Xinlan said seriously, she said that the location of the counseling class is right next to Little Flower's house. So she wants to live in Little Flower's house. Is that true or not? Staying at Hannah's? Hearing this reason given by Shu Shinru to Zin Honlin, Chen Shi could not help but be somewhat speechless. Lin Xiaohua's reasoning at the beginning of it's staying at Shu Shinru's house, and Shu Shinru's reason for staying at Lin Xiaohua's house. But when you think about it, it's actually quite normal for two friends to want to hang out and conspire to stay at each other's houses. He and Jiang Fan, in the past, had done this kind of thing in their first year of high school. This method, however, is actually very easy to dismantle because a phone call to the other parent brings everything to light. But this method used by Shu Shinru was sort of improved a bit. The reason for this is that she dragged herself into it. In this way, Xinlai even suspected that Shu Shinru was not going to the cram school, but was being playful. She wouldn't ask Lin Xiaohua either, but would ask Chen Shi directly. After all, Chen Shi was a good student in her mind and was in the same cram school. Then the embarrassment that asking a classmate's parents would cause. It's obviously better to ask Chen Shi. And Shu Shinru undoubtedly captured the psychology of this. It's quite close to Hannah's house. Finally, Chen Shi nodded. That's good. I thought she just wanted to play with Little Flower. I'm relieved when you say that. Xiaoro is still in her room. Go find. This is the room. When Xinlan said, and was about to show Chen Shi the way. Instead, he found that Chen Shi had already found Shu Xianrou's bedroom. In fact, it was just like Shu Shinru's previous visit to Chen Shi's house. They've long been familiar with what each other's homes are really like. After knocking twice, Shu Shinru quickly opened the door. Hooah! Old. Well, Chen Shi students? This girl is clearly not awake. After reacting to the fact that she was at home, she hastened to change her words. Chen Shi approached the house and closed the door behind him. Still sleeping? He glanced at Shu Shinzoi's pajamas and pulled the suspenders over her shoulders. Chen Shi said helplessly, how many times have I told you? Pay attention to your image at home. What if you have guests? It's you anyway. And it's nothing. Shuxinruai flopped straight down on the comforter. Clearly not having slept enough. Not going today? Chen Shi asked. What time is it? Shu Shinru asked sleepily. Chen Shi took out his cell phone and looked at it. It's almost 10 o'clock. Shu Shinru immediately perked up. Wait for me for a moment. She rushed to the restroom to wash up. After almost 10 minutes or so, it was time to return to the room in good spirits. Then she pulled the big bag out from under the bed. Hubby, can you carry the stuff for me? What are these? Chen Qi crouched down to look. Shu Shinro, two eyes rolled. Traveling well. Sunscreen, masks and other things of course have to be fully prepared. There are also clothes and other everyday things. You're also over-prepared. Chen Qi was somewhat speechless. It can't be helped. It's been a while since we've hung out together. Think about it. The last time we traveled together. Halfway through her sentence, Shu Shinro came to an abrupt end. The last time I traveled. That's when the crash happened. Carrying her things out the door, Shu Shinro and Chen Qi took a taxi directly to the long-distance bus station. And Lin Xiaohua met up with Zhang Fan. What's he doing here? Ms. Shohinru? Lin Xiaohua asked quietly as she pulled Shu Shinru. After all, she didn't feel too friendly towards Zhang Fan. Chen Qi's friend. Don't pull together. How can I lure Chen Qi over too, right? Shu Kinzo said with a smile. Okay, fulfill you and Chen Qi, then sacrifice me as your best friend. Ugh, Lin Xiaohua sighed. Then, she also said mysteriously, by the way, after meeting my online lover, you must help me too. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you. Shu Shinro immediately nodded her head. However, of the four people present, in addition to Lin Xiaohua himself, who was clear that her online love object is actually Zhang Fan. Check your ticket. Enter the station. Get on the train. After getting the tickets for his seat, Zhang Fan was speechless. Chen Qi and Shu Shinro and Lin Xiaohua were the three company platoons at the very back. How is it that you are sitting alone in front of the three of them? Classmate Shu Shinro. I brought a lot of snacks. Here. Lin Xiaohua pulled open her own backpack and poured out a bunch of snacks to share with Shu Shinro. Thanks. Shu Shinro was not polite. Where's Mr. Chen Qi? Lin Xiaohua took a bag of chips and handed it over. No need. I don't like it. Chen Qi shook his head. Oh. Lin Xiaohua nodded. Zhang Fan, who was in the front, immediately turned around from his seat. They've all been asked, so it should be their turn now, right? Well, I'll eat it myself then. Lin Xiaohua unwrapped the package and directly grabbed a handful of chips and stuffed them into her mouth. Zhang Fan was in tears. This little flower just doesn't follow the rules. Soon the car started and set off towards Dali. Lin Xiaohua's position was by the window, eating a snack while looking out the window. Shu Shinro, on the other hand, chatted with Chen Qi in a small voice, like the regret they used to have when they traveled to Dali and then got called back halfway through work. Then again, when Chen Qi's birthday comes around, does he want any gifts? Why don't I give you myself? Shu Shinro deliberately teased Chen Qi. Chen Qi blankly glanced at her. I dare to accept it if you dare to give it to me, but I advise you to think about the consequences first. Then forget it. Shu Shinro spat out her tongue. After all, the May Day holiday is only 7 days. What's the point of having fun if you can't get out of bed for days on end? Gradually, the long drive made everyone in the car a little drowsy. Lin Xiaohua hugged her snack and leaned her head against the car window to fall asleep, and Shu Shinro directly leaned on Chen Qi's shoulder and fell asleep. As for Zhang Fan, he also gradually closed his eyes in front of. Shit, are you trying to take advantage of me? Suddenly, a yell woke Zhang Fan up with a fright. I'm sorry big sis, I didn't mean to do that. I really didn't, I was just too sleepy just now. Zhang Fan immediately came to his senses and hurriedly waved his hand towards an older sister beside him. Humph, they say there are hooligans in the car, and sure enough, yuck. The older sister sitting next to him immediately sidestepped and moved directly to an empty seat on the other side. After an hour or so of driving, the car was no longer full. But, if everyone's asleep, isn't this the best opportunity to discuss his online romance with Lin Xiaohua? Thinking of this, Zhang Fan immediately turned around and beckoned toward Chen Qi. Old Chen, let us come over and discuss. When I didn't he say it? Halfway through his sentence, Zhang Fan swallowed the rest of his words. Just look at the way Shushin Zoe sleeps. The head that was originally just leaning on Chen Qi's shoulder had already laid directly on Chen Qi's thigh, 2 hands, and has been rubbing into Chen Qi's arms. As a result, Chen Qi was calm, with a closed eye, unperturbed look. If he could, Zhang Fan really wanted to pull Chen Qi's collar and ask him nicely. You guys don't even call this a fucking relationship. What does it mean then? Almost 10 minutes later, Shu Shinro also gradually woke up a bit. How much longer? She grunted, looking up toward Chen Qi in question. It's already in Yunnan. I guess there's still an hour to go, Chen Qi said with his eyes closed. Oh, I'll sleep a little longer then. Shu Shinro adjusted her posture and rubbed herself into Chen Qi's arms like a kitten. It seems that this position, more comfortable than just now. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Terminal, Dali has arrived. Passengers getting off the bus, please take your luggage with you. With the radio coming from inside the car, Shu Xianro and Lin Xiaohua and the others also stood up with yawns. Finally, stepping out of the car, the crowd breathed a long sigh of relief. A sunny day in May with blue skies. And on a day like May Day vacation, Dolly is definitely considered a great place to visit. Little flower, didn't you say that uncle of yours was coming to pick us up? Shu Shinro turned her head towards Lin Xiaohua and asked. Yeah, it should be right outside the station. While walking, Jiang Fan also came over while saying, Little flower, do you know someone in Dolly as well? Yeah, my uncle is here. Lin Xiaohua nodded. Jiang Fan said excitedly, Coincidence, my third uncle is also here. Lin Xiaohua glanced at him slyly. Chen Qi also coughed. Old Jiang, it's too deliberate. Although when you fall in love at the age of 17 or 18, you like to find things in common with the other person. But this kind of reasoning by Jiang Fan is also too bullshit and awkward. What I said is true, Jiang Fan affirmed. Okay, it's true. Shu Shinro made a perfunctory remark and asked in a low voice toward Chen Qi, Hubby, do you think it will work out after the two of them showdown or not? Chen Qi shrugged. Anyway, our assists were delivered, so it's up to them to accomplish it. Also, Shu Shinro nodded her head. I think let's play our own. Totally didn't have enough fun that day. Apparently, Shu Shinro is still upset about being interrupted by her work when she came to Dolly with Chen Qi on her last trip. For once, no one will make any noise. Chen Qi smiled bashfully. Given the chance to start over, he naturally wouldn't let Shu Shinro still labor over her work every day. Just leave the money making to him. Yo, Hannah, over here. The moment they stepped out of the station, a middle-aged man with sunglasses waved their way. Uncle Xia. Lin Xiaohua walked over and introduced herself. They are my classmates. Very good friends. This is Uncle Xia, my parents' very good friend. Hello guys. Lin Xiaohua's uncle smiled and nodded towards the crowd. However, when he saw Jiang Fan, he froze for a moment. Shit, Uncle Sam. Jiang Fan's eyes widened. Chen Qi and Shu Shinro looked at each other. Jiang Fan, why did you kid come over too? Uncle Xia also removed his sunglasses and glared both eyes like light bulbs. I'm a student of Little Flower. Jiang Fan pointed at Lin Xiaohua. Uncle Xia, you guys know each other? Lin Xiaohua was surprised. Well, Jiang Fan is my nephew, Uncle Summer said. I'm sure. Jiang Fan wasn't just playing awkwardly. Shu Shinzo spat in a low voice. Indeed. Chen Qi nodded. Shu Shinro also lamented. I didn't realize that he and Little Flower were talking about the same person. Greeted by Uncle Little Flower, the four of them rode together in a commercial vehicle. Lin Xiaohua sat on the co-pilot, while Jiang Fan sat in the back with Chen Qi and Shu Shinru. By the way, I think I've seen you before. Before driving, Uncle Little Flower stared at Chen Qi for a while. Seen me? Chen Qi was puzzled. Come to think of it, on TV, wasn't it you who did the speech? The Willow City High School student who entered the speech contest and then won the championship? Uncle Xia slapped his forehead. Aha. Chen Qi nodded. Uncle Xia gave Chen Qi a thumbs up and said, your business vision. It's great. You guys are going to Lijiang Old Town, right? I'll send you there. And when the time comes, if you'd like to stay at an inn or at my place, it's fine. Lin Xiaohua's uncle said and started the car. Chen Qi couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Lin Xiaohua uncle just greeted himself. What does it mean? Chen Qi. At this moment, Lin Xiaohua crossed over to Shu Shinru in the center and hooked her finger towards Chen Qi. Chen Qi inclined his head to look at her, but Shu Shinro was also quick to look down. Shu Shinro student, you don't have to be so cautious, do you? Lin Xiaohua was a bit speechless. The look in Shu Shinro's eyes was simply as wary as it could be. It doesn't matter to others, but not Chen Qi. Shu Shinro pouted. Okay. Lin Xiaohua rolled her eyes at Shu Shinro, then said, do you guys know why Uncle Xia just greeted Chen Qi? Why? Chen Qi was also thinking about this, because he's seen your speech, and specifically asked me, also in the first grade, if I was in my class. Lin Xiaohua said, just because of this? Chen Qi was stunned. Of course it's not just this reason. Simply put, he opened a venture capital company and thinks that you have a great eye for investment. So when he was before, he also told me that he would find you to talk to when he was free to go back to Willow City. Once he heard this, Chen Qi immediately understood. After all, the talent he showed in his speech was recognized even by professors in the finance department of a prestigious university. And since Lin Xiaohua's uncle happened to be in this line of work, it was only natural that he would be interested in him. Almost half an hour or so, since the coach station was located in Dali against Lijiang, the five quickly arrived at the entrance of the town. After everyone got out of the car, Lin Xiaohua's uncle stayed in the driver's seat. Alright, you guys keep playing, I have to go back home. If anything happens, Little flower. Jung Fan, you guys just call me. Yes. Jung Fan nodded excitedly, after realizing that his uncle was Lin Xiaohua's uncle. Isn't this just another match for their relationship? The main event, then, is your own showdown later. By the way, that Chen Qi student, right? Suddenly, Uncle Xia turned his head towards Chen Qi and hooked his finger. What? Chen Qi asked calmly. It's okay, I'm guessing we're going to have to separate from the two of you, judging by your relationship. So let's change our phone numbers too. Uncle Xia smiled at Chen Qi. Don't think I can't see the relationship between you youngsters nowadays. In his words, he guessed that Chen Qi and Xu Xinro were boyfriend and girlfriend. But, although he was using such a reason, but Chen Qi could also see very clearly that this reason is nothing more than an excuse. What Uncle Xia really needs is actually his contact information. Okay. And Chen Qi didn't refuse, and immediately switched numbers with him. Since he intended to make money on his own in this life, a certain amount of networking was definitely something he needed to accumulate on his own. Then have fun and I'll come back tonight. Uncle Xia greeted the crowd, then rolled down the window and drove off in his car. Let's go shopping. When they came to Lijiang ancient town, Lin Xiaohua and Xu Xinru were immediately excited. The desire to shop is a woman's nature. No matter what age, such a nature will be on display. There are a lot of travelers at the May Day festival, and as far as the eye can see, there are almost all heads of people in the dark. In the sea of people, Lin Xiaohua bought a lot of snacks, while Xu Xinro also bought a lot of knickknacks. One for each of us, hooked to a cell phone. Xu Xinro bought 2 osmantha-scented sachets and handed one to Chen Qi. Chen Qi simply hung up on his cell phone. Zhang Fan was also inspired when he saw it and hurriedly bought the same incense bag accordingly. Little flower. I'll give you one too. He handed one of them to Lin Xiaohua. I don't like this, Lin Xiaohua said bluntly. Ha, then what do you like? Zhang Fan was stunned. Here, my favorite food. Lin Xiaohua pointed to the bowl of hot and sour noodles held away from her hand. Zhang Fan burst into tears. The incense pouch that people Xu Xinro sent to Chen Qi can be used as a couple's decoration. But the hot and sour noodles, can I eat it in my stomach and still use it as a decoration? Little flower. I'm going to play with Chen Qi on the other side. Suddenly, Xu Xinro stopped and said towards Lin Xiaohua. Yes. Lin Xiaohua answered and hurriedly ran to another flower cake store. Xu Xinru pulled Chen Qi through the sea of people. Chen Qi asked, create opportunities for them? After thinking about it, Xu Xinro said, yes, but not exactly. Hubby, do you remember where the first place we went to the last time we were here? Chen Qi looked around and pondered. It seems like a store that writes wish tags? Right, I was saying that store can be pitiful. Just writing a few words. I didn't realize that we would have to be charged $50 a person. I'm so angry. Mentioning this matter, Xu Xinro was still a bit angry even now. Although, by that time she was already a multi-million-dollar female president. So you want to go over and take a look? Chen Qi asked. Aha! Xu Xinro nodded her head repeatedly and pulled Chen Qi to find the location in her memory. Only, when they reached their destination. How did it turn out? Looking at a small stream in front of her, Xu Xinro couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. Look around at the landmarks and it seems right. It was years ago, and it's normal for the store not to be open. Chen Qi shrugged. Also, that's a shame. Xu Qinzo sighed. I was going to ask you if you peeked at the wish I made on the tag afterward. Make a wish? Hearing those 2 words, Chen Qi could not help but raise his eyebrows. Speaking as born-again people, and also as those who came back to this age with 3 wishes. Wishing is a very sensitive word. Didn't you want to know what I wished for in my other 2 wishes before? Xu Xinro said mysteriously. So what is it? Chen Qi was curious. It's just the same thing I was writing at the time. Xu Xinro sighed again. Originally I wanted to write it down and show it to you if this store was still there. It turns out that the store hasn't even started to be built. Then you could have just told me. Chen Qi shrugged. That's different. Xu Xinro pouted and said, telling you directly. That's too unemotional. Chen Qi rolled his eyes breathlessly. And just at that moment, an old woman in her 50s came between them. Shuxinwai and Chen Qi were both stunned for a moment. The old woman looked at each of them, then asked, Girl, are you here with your boyfriend for a fling? Looking for a fling? Chen Qi and Xu Xinro both glanced toward the old woman in confusion. The old woman immediately said enthusiastically, That's right, seeing that you should be students from out of town coming to play, right? Let me tell you, students like you are welcome in our part of the world. And by the way, it better be a young boyfriend and girlfriend. Really? Chen Qi questioned. However, Xu Xinro immediately agreed. Good, then you take us there to take a look? I was supposed to take the opportunity to visit Lijiang on my vacation this time. Xu Xinro then planned to enjoy her time with Chen Qi. It's okay to take you guys there, but you have to pay for the tickets in advance. The old woman smiled awkwardly at Shu Shinzua. We have to pay admission before we even get to see anything? Shu Shinro said with some unhappiness. It's just like business. What kind of person pays for something without even seeing it? Even if you pay a deposit or something? That's good to see a picture at least, isn't it? But I promise, you and your boyfriend will love it. The old lady is a human being. She caught just now in reference to the flirtation of the. Chen Chi's reaction was average, but Shu Xianro's performance was agitated. Generally speaking, couples go out and, when you get the girl, you get both. So, Shuxinruai tapped her chin gently with her finger in thought. Afterward, she turned her head to Chen Chi and asked in a small voice, Hubby, what do you think? The old woman froze. The other side seems to be a little out of line? Aren't girls always in charge of such things? You can go have fun if you want. I don't care. Chen Chi shrugged. Then go take a look? Shu Shinro asked tentatively. Well, how much for 2 tickets? Saying that, Chen Chi asked towards the old woman. Oh, this is cheap. 300 a head. The old woman came back to her senses. Whether they're in charge of the boys or the girls, as long as they are willing to go, they will be able to earn it themselves. After seeing Chen Chi very simply give her $600, the old woman also eagerly led them over. Okay, you guys come with me. Shu Shinlo and Chen Chi were clear. Grannies like this would be among those who come out specifically to hustle for the store. Many tourist attractions do spas as well as casinos, restaurants, and bars that specialize in hiring trusts. But these TOs are either fine, fresh meat, either that or a flamboyant beauty. Older ones like grannies. It was the first time they had met. After passing through the crowd, the old woman eventually led them to an attic called T-Cent Sunshine Inn. Here it is. The old woman led them inside the attic. In old towns, hotels and inns are often called inns. Daughter, quick, there's a guest coming. And they're still running the $300 class. As soon as she entered, the old woman couldn't wait to head over to the counter. At the counter, was a girl in her 20s, who should also be the innkeeper's wife. Daughter? Chen Chi and Shu Shinro looked at each other. So this old lady is helping her daughter as a trustee? Mom, why are you helping me fool people into coming over again? Did you charge people money and not tell them what we do? The boss's wife said somewhat helplessly towards the old woman. Goo, I'm not looking out for your business. Otherwise how could you girl have such a good business? The old woman spoke bitterly. Come on, the last time people were on the verge of complaining about our store, I was so persuasive before I explained it to them. The boss's wife shook her head at the old woman rather helplessly, then pointed to the inner room and said, All right, Mom, you go to the house to eat first. I'll entertain. Really, such expensive rent in a tourist spot, and you don't know how to solicit more customers? Alas! The old woman chanted and walked in. And at this time, the boss's wife also looked up at Chen Chi and Shu Xianro. What do you guys do here? Shu Shinru pulled Chen Chi to the boss's wife and looked around. Behind the counter, there are many cabinets for storing tea, but looking at the attic arrangement, and some small hotels look like. Little girl, it's like this, the boss's wife explained. What about us? Here is mainly a tea business, but nowadays there aren't really many people who like to drink tea, so we've opened some other programs. Tea? Ha? Shu Shinro instantly felt a little disappointed. After all, whether it's her or Chen Chi, but none of them have reached the point of needing to drink tea for health. Oh, actually, people our age don't like tea, let alone you guys. Shu Shinro's disappointment was seen by the boss's wife, but the boss's wife didn't find it strange. Instead, she said with relief, I'll apologize for my mom dragging you guys over here first, and if you guys don't want to play, I'll just give you your money back. I remember just now your mother said $300 grade? What's this? Shu Shinro didn't want a refund right away. It's a 3-day stay plus a package of afternoon tea and sunbathing, the boss's wife said. Shu Shinro pulled Chen Chi over and said quietly, Hubby, why don't we just stay as a hotel? The room rates here seem to be very cheap, and with so many people coming to visit, I don't think there's necessarily any vacant rooms in the hotels outside. Okay, Chen Chi nodded in agreement. They don't actually care if they drink tea or not. The main reason is that in such a tourist attraction as Lijiang's old town, it is surprising to find a place to stay for 3 days for $300. During the undoubted holidays, it is often difficult to find even a vacant room at such popular spots. Let's get 4 rooms then. Suddenly, Shu Shinro said towards the boss's wife. 4 rooms? Sure. The boss's wife was surprised. Originally, she thought Shu Shinro and Chen Chi were leaving. Right, we have 2 other friends. Let's all pick this 300 package, Shu Shinro said with a nod. And Chen Chi even more simply pulled out another 600 out. Okay, then I'll register you. The boss's wife perked up. He even helped carry their bags to their rooms himself. 4 people. 4 rooms. After Shu Shinro watched Chun-Chi choose a room, she immediately carried her luggage to the room next to her. As for the remaining 2 rooms, they were left to the duo of Lin Xiaohua and Jiang Fan, and the reason she chose a room so close to Chen-Chi, certainly thought there might be room to maneuver in the evening. Putting her luggage away, Shu Shinro curiously asked the boss's wife, "What's the bathing sunshine package? I remember saying there was this before? Here, you guys come with me." The boss's wife took Chen-Chi and Shu Xianro with her and turned towards the stairs going up. Attic roof. Lie down on a specially placed beach chair, basking in the sunlight of the approaching dusk. There was also a coffee table in the center with 2 cups of tea. This is what the boss's wife calls the bathing in the sun package. As if the old woman didn't lie to us. 2. Lying on the beach chair. Shu Shinru inclined her head to look at Chen-Chi. Chen-Chi was puzzled. Moody. I feel kinda moody. Shu Shinru took a sip of tea from her teacup, watching the crowds coming and going in the old town from high above. Everyone else is fast-paced trying to navigate the entire old town, and they were lounging around sipping tea. It's a different kind of atmosphere to live in. You like the slow-paced lifestyle? Chen-Chi asked. Of course. Shu Shinro said seriously. Hubby, you know my dream of traveling around the world with you, right? Aha. Chen-Chi nodded. But did you know that this dream actually has another requirement? Shu Shinro said mysteriously. What is the request? Chen-Chi asked. That means no time limits. Shuxinruai nodded her head. It means that whenever we go somewhere, we must leave only when we want to. That took a lot of time. Chen-Chi shrugged. Yeah, so where? Are we going to get so much time? Shukinzo sighed. By the way, what was your second wish? You said? Chen-Chi sipped his tea and asked towards Shu Shinru. You really want to know? Shu Shinro asked rhetorically, pretending to be mysterious. Aha. Chen-Chi nodded. That's. Shu Shinro thought for a moment, then beckoned over towards Chen-Chi. Say it. Chen-Chi came over and said calmly. Immediately after that, Shu Shinro whispered in his ear. I want to fulfill the greatest wish of your life. My greatest wish? Hearing such a sentence, Chen-Chi couldn't help but freeze for a moment. So think about what your greatest wish is. Shu Shinro pursed her lips and smiled. Anyway, my 3 wishes are all about you. When you put it that way, I hadn't really thought about it. Chen-Chi shrugged. Isn't your greatest wish to take me as your wife again? Shu Shinzwa asked with a wink. Isn't that par for the course? Not exactly a wish, is it? Chen-Chi said helplessly. Also so, let's have a little baby. When we've been busy with work, this thing we've been just planning. Shu Shinro said indignantly. Chen-Chi was puzzled. But isn't it logical to have a little baby after you get married? Seems like it too. For a while, Shu Shinruo was also a bit embarrassed. So in that case, what exactly is Chun-Chi's greatest wish? Honey, so what do you want to do most? Shu Shinro curiously asked towards Chun-Chi. I don't know. Chen-Chi shrugged. If you don't have anything in particular you want to do, then this wish of mine won't be in vain. Shukinzo sighed. Actually, don't mind the wish. After hearing the second wish uttered by Shu Shinro, Chen-Chi was instead much relieved. Like right now. For example. It's pretty good. Chen-Chi placed his hands behind his head and lay down on the sofa chair, looking at the slightly yellowed sky above his head. Also, as long as we're together. Shu Shinro nodded. Soon, though, she inclined her head over. Honey, what do you think of the quality of this beach chair? Quality? It's okay. Chen-Chi was stunned, not knowing why Shu Shinro would suddenly ask such a question. Then I'll come over and try. As a result, the next moment, Shu Shinro directly got down from her beach chair and went over to lie on Chen-Chi's body. Watch your image. Chen-Chi gave her a breathless blank look. What are you afraid of? It's not like we're in Willow City. We don't know anyone, and it's just the 2 of us here. Shu Xianro shrunk in Chen-Chi's arms like a kitten, with a face of contentment and satisfaction. Ahem. And just at that moment, a pale cough came from the side. The 2 turned their heads to look. On the roof of the attic, another old man in a white coat is drinking tea. Shu Shinro blushed and grunted. It's not like he knows us anyway. Watching the evening dusk approach, the roof of the attic was sprinkled with a golden color. Almost around 6:30, Chen-Chi's cell phone rang. Who is it? Shu Shinro lazily rubbed herself in his arms. Chen-Chi took out his cell phone. Jiang Fan. They're not coming back, are they? Shu Shinro immediately climbed up from Chun-Chi. After all, in front of your classmates, they still have to keep the relationship a secret. Although, in their eyes, myself and Chen-Chi had already been in a relationship for a long time. Just ask, Chen-Chi said, putting the phone through. Old Chen, where are you guys now? Jiang Fan's tone was anxious. We found an inn. We'll just stay here when you and Lin Xiaohua return, Chen Qi said. Oh, that's no problem. Obviously, Zhang Fan didn't call because of this. That, old Chen, Shu Beauty is with you, right? Zhang Fan asked vaguely. On the side. Chen Qi glanced at Shu Shinro beside him. Looking for me? Shu Shinro was puzzled. Chen Qi turned the speakerphone on. If there's anything, you can just talk to him directly. Well, go ahead, Shu Shinro also said towards Zhang Fan on the other side of the cell phone. Well. Zhang Fan hurriedly said. Shu Beauty, just now Xiaohua said that you haven't been returning her messages. What's the situation? I didn't message her back? Shu Shinro took out her cell phone and looked at it. Whether it was a text message or penguin. Lin Xiaohua didn't give her a message. No way. Little Flower didn't send me a message. Shu Shinro said truthfully. It's not you, it's... Zhang Fan lowered his voice and hurriedly said. It's the penguin number you used to disguise my trumpet. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Shu Shinro hurriedly switched trumpets, climbing up to take a look. There were indeed several messages from Lin Xiaohua. Where did we agree to meet? My classmates and I have already arrived in the ancient town of Lijiang. Have you arrived yet? Why don't you answer my messages? Looking at the barrage of unread messages, Shu Xianro immediately muttered and replied. I forgot about something in the afternoon. How about we make an appointment to meet at an evening time? Something this afternoon? Shu Beauty, what did you do in the afternoon? On the cell phone, Zhang Fan's puzzled voice came. Shu Shinro subconsciously said. Didn't do anything, just lay in Chen Qi's arms and took a full nap. Zhang Fan burst into tears. What happened to the promise that this tour was a showdown through himself and then set him up with Lin Xiaohua? Turns out these two actually ran off and fell in love on their own. But for these intimate behaviors of Shu Xianro and Chen Qi, he's long since seen it all. Originally, they were discussing for themselves to have a showdown with Lin Xiaohua in the afternoon. Now it's suddenly nighttime again. But night is night, and finally we'll be able to know a result. So what did Hannah say? Was she excited? Zhang Fan asked in his cell phone. This, Little Flower returned the message. Shu Shinro complexly looked at the content of the message, but her face was a bit complicated. So what did Hannah say? Zhang Fan jumped at the chance. She said that it would be too dangerous at night and that she wanted to meet you tomorrow during the daytime. Shu Shinro almost read from the message sent by Lin Xiaohua. It's become tomorrow again? Zhang Fan's jaw dropped. What can I do? Girls, it's normal to be a bit cautious. You tell Little Flower to come to the inn soon. Chen Qi and I will be waiting for you at. After telling Zhang Fan the exact location of the Tea Mountain Sunshine Inn, Shu Shinro hung up the phone. It was almost near about 7 o'clock and it was getting a little dark, and Zhang Fan and Lin Xiaohua arrived at the inn. This place seems pretty good. Lin Xiaohua surveyed the inn's surroundings and set her luggage down in the house. Old Chen, Shu Beauty, couldn't we have told Little Flower earlier? The hall on the first floor of the inn, Zhang Fan said towards the duo with a crying face. Zhang Fan, you don't think that a showdown will work, do you? Shu Shinro said breathlessly. Isn't it? Zhang Fan was confused. Let me put it to you this way. Shu Shinro self-substituted. If someone would have known me, but pretended not to know, and approached, even if the time spent together was pleasant, I would certainly. Halfway through her sentence, she seemed to think something was wrong. You don't even have to go into self-substitution for this kind of thing, because over winter break, what's going to happen to you for sure? Chen Qi asked coldly from the side. I'm sure I'll still like him. Shu Shinro's words turned beautifully. That won't do? Zhang Fan clearly didn't understand the underlying meaning of the two men's words. That's just a situation. Shu Xianro explained. If Little Flower liked you in the first place, then she definitely wouldn't resent you doing this. But think carefully, how does Little Flower treat you normally? The usual. Zhang Fan immediately became downcast. Not good. Wouldn't that be nice? Shu Shinro shrugged. I'm not usually nice to you, but I had a nice chat with you online, so it's a bit hard to say what the outcome will be after the real showdown. Oh, I get it. Zhang Fan drifted off. That is to say, what Little Flower likes is only a part of me, and there's a part she doesn't like, so I'm going to bet on whether she likes or dislikes the complete me? You could say that, Shu Shinro said vaguely. Zhang Fan circled around so much that he was about to make her dizzy. Wait at the inn until 7:30. Zhang Fan's uncle, Lin Xiaohua's Uncle Xia, also came over. As a businessman on this side of Dali, he was half a host. Zhang Fan and Lin Xiaohua came over for a trip, so of course he would treat them to a meal or something. Leaving the inn, Uncle Xia had long ago booked a private room in a restaurant in the old town. The entire tavern was dressed up in an antique style, which fit the atmosphere of the town. These are the specialties here in the ancient town, and there are flower cakes for dessert afterward. So don't be polite. My treat. Uncle Xia spoke graciously toward the crowd. A delicious meal. Not bad at all. Just because the tables are all antique-style wooden tables that it doesn't come with the turnstiles found in hotels, so it's a bit of a struggle to get a dish that's farther away from you. So many of the dishes that Shu Shinro wanted to eat, it was Chen-Chi who stood up and helped her clip them. Then I'll give you two back too. Shu Shinro helped Chen-Ji to clip some dishes in the bowl as well. Lin Xiaohua and Zhang Fan looked at each other. If I had to say they have anything in common, that is, every time I go out to eat with these two people, I'm a little speechless at Chen-Chi and Shu Xianro's behavior. What kind of a show is that for dinner? And every time. Third uncle, you may not believe me when I tell you. Finally, Zhang Fan couldn't help but spit. What? Uncle Xia had eaten almost as much as he could and lit a cigarette and smoked it quietly. Zhang Fan said painfully, it's these two classmates of ours. They even said that they are not boyfriend and girlfriend with each other. Tell me, is this thing reliable? That's it. Lin Xiaohua also spat. Shu Shinro student also said she was chasing Chen-Chi. Where does this look like she's chasing Ah? Obviously it's already in hand. In front of Uncle Xia. The two of them directly poked and prodded at Chen-Chi and Shu Shinro's relationship. Little flower. Don't talk nonsense. Chen-Chi and I are just close friends and classmates. Right. Classmate Chen-Chi? Shu Shinro beautifully smiled towards Chen-Chi. Well, that's true. Chen-Chi nodded. Lin Xiaohua and Zhang Fan. Oh, as someone who's been there, that's normal. Uncle Xia gave Chen-Chi a meaningful look. I heard that Chen-Chi's academic performance is good, and he is often taken as a role model by his teachers. It can't be that the role model still takes the lead in romance, can it? Chen-Chi looked up at him. In fact, the couple relationship that he and Schindler denied. It's just as well to fool the students around you, even those like Lin Xiaohua and Zhang Fan, who were on better terms with them. It's all hard enough to fool around with. However, this Uncle Xia in front of him had analyzed Chen-Chi's psychology, but that's not the point of the thing. The point is, this middle-aged man seems to be interested in himself. Mr. Chen-Chi, how about we go outside and have a chat? After finishing a cigarette, Uncle Xia got up and said towards Chen-Chi. Okay. Chen-Chi nodded and stood up. He had already seen the other party's intentions a long time ago. What does he want with Chen-Chi? Shu Shinro was stunned. And after Uncle Xia left with Chen-Chi, Lin Xiaohua also couldn't wait to say, classmate Shu Shinru, I'll tell you something. Ha, what is it? Shu Shinro turned back to Lin Xiaohua. It's the online dating partner I told you about earlier. Lin Xiaohua whispered as if she was afraid that Uncle Xia would hear her. After all, he knew his mom and dad. Ha, what happened to him? Shu Shinro asked, and Zhang Fan fought beside her. Lin Xiaohua said with some concern, it is that he asked me to meet at night, and after I excused myself and said that tomorrow during the day, he did not return my words. Do you think he will be a bad person? Didn't talk back to her. That's because Shu Shinro switched her penguin number to her own again and didn't receive it. Shu Shinro thought, should I secretly use my cell phone now to return to Lin Xiaohua a message? Little flower. I think he must not be a bad person. At this time, Zhang Fan swore towards Lin Xiaohua. How do you know? Lin Xiaohua glanced at him and pouted. Definitely. Zhang Fan said. Look, the other party knows that you're here with your friends. In fact, the difference between daytime and nighttime isn't that big. Seems so. Lin Xiaohua gradually nodded her head. Shu Shinro, do you think it's too late for me to tell him that we can actually meet tonight? Saying that, Lin Xiaohua looked up at Shu Shinro. This. Shu Shinro looked at Zhang Fan. Is it too late? I don't know. Zhang Fan was in tears. What about the promise that this tour was to help you plan a showdown with Lin Xiaohua? How come Shu Shinro, who was the mastermind, asked about herself instead? So I'll send him a message over there now and ask him? Lin Xiaohua fumbled with her cell phone, thinking, right, let him come over to the side of the restaurant now. And there are so many of us. Even if he's a bad guy, we're not afraid of him. Suddenly, Lin Xiaohua's eyes lit up, but Zhang Fan panicked. He hurriedly glared at Shu Shinro. It's a showdown now. That's no preparation at all. Instead of that, it would be better to wait until tomorrow when it's daylight. Ahem. Hana. Shu Shinro hurriedly stopped. It's already nighttime. If you send a message over to someone, they may not be able to see it in time. What do you think? Really? Lin Xiaohua sent a message using penguin. But looking at the other person's avatar is still gray. He really doesn't seem to be A anymore. Lin Xiaohua sighed. Let's eat first. Let's eat first. The matter of meeting. Let's talk about it tomorrow. For a moment, Zhang Fan seemed to think that postponing the showdown a bit would be a good thing. At the very least, it would also give him more lead time. Meanwhile, outside the restaurant, Mr. Chen-Chi, I watched your performance at the speech contest. Uncle Xia took a deep breath of the cigarette and said towards Chen-Chi, in the future, Do you have the intention to specialize in investment? Depends. Chen Qi shrugged. In fact, he approached himself to talk about the investment side of things. Chen Qi himself was not surprised, because from the time he came to Dali, after this Uncle Xia recognized himself. Just take an interest in yourself. In addition to a commercial eye on investment, I'm afraid there's no other reason. If it's possible, you can come to my company to try it out during your winter and summer vacations, or after you go to college. You should have heard from Little Flower as well. I'm in the venture capital business, Uncle Summer said again. And that, too, was his true purpose. As a venture capital firm owner, he is well aware of the value of an investor with a long-term business vision. I'm sorry, Uncle Xia. I should be concentrating on my studies during these times. Chen Qi shrugged and smiled bashfully at him. Study? Uncle Xia froze. My status is that of a student. Shouldn't I study? Chen Qi asked rhetorically, keeping his smile. Yeah. Uncle Xia nodded and said with a smile. I mean, if you want to try to experiment with your talents in investing, you can come to my company. In fact, his purpose was simple. Such a talented person with a business eye. He wanted to strive for it. Well, I'll think about it if I get the chance. Chen Qi nodded. Then you have my number. So come by if you want to try it, said Uncle Xia, handing him a business card. Chen Qi looked down. Chairman of Linxia Ventures, Xia Kong. When he saw the name of the company, Chen Qi was stunned for a moment. If he remembered correctly, Lin Xia Group, but the future of the country among the top 10 enterprises, and their group's venture capital firm is at the forefront of the country. An opportunity for such a great job is in front of us. It's an opportunity that can't be taken for granted for anyone. But the only thing for Chen Qi was that he couldn't see such an opportunity. Because apart from this chairman called Hawken who was well aware of his talents, he himself is more aware of his strengths, his ability to invest in futures. There's no need to work for anyone at all. Re-entering the box, the 5 men swept the table clean of its delicacies. After learning that Chen Qi and the others were staying at a nearby inn, Shakan then drove himself home. However, when Chen Qi and the others returned to the inn, they did not return to their respective rooms. Shall we check out the bars in Lijiang? I heard that the bars here are very famous. If we're lucky we can even bump into quite a few stars. Lin Xiaohua was excited to give her opinion. A bar in the old town of Lijiang? Xu Xinro was stunned for a moment. Yes. I've heard of it too. It's especially famous. Zhang Fan nodded his head repeatedly and said, I heard that the bar here has another name. It's called the capital of sexy encounters. Ahem. Chen Qi coughed. As a friend, it was still necessary for him to remind Zhang Fan, saying names like the capital of sexy encounters in front of his favorite girls. Wouldn't that be a little inappropriate? Humph. Cheesy. Lin Xiaohua pouted and gave Zhang Fan a blank look. Let's forget about the bar. We're both underage. It might not be a good idea to go to a bar. After thinking about it, Xu Xinro said so. But I haven't been to a bar yet. Lin Xiaohua was obviously a little curious about the bars in Lijiang. There's more than just a bar where you can have fun. So come back and check it out later when you have a chance. Chen Qi calmly said. And since we just arrived today, take a good rest and eliminate fatigue before having a good time tomorrow during the day. Also, then I'm going to my room now to rest. Lin Xiaohua left with a sense of disinterest. Honey, I think it's better if we don't take them to the bar. After all, they are really only 17. Xu Xinro came over and whispered towards Chen Qi. Aha. Chen Qi nodded slowly. In fact, he made that consideration. After all, there's something to be said for places that are not suitable for minors. Old Chen, Shu Beauty, I have an opportunity. Suddenly, Zhang Fan came over and said, What? The two asked in confusion. Look since the bar street in Lijiang Old Town is called the capital of sexy encounters, then if Little Flower and I coincidentally bump into each other here, doesn't that mean we are very fated? Zhang Fan said excitedly. You came here with us, and you call this fate? Xu Xinro said with contempt. It's not me, is my other identity. Zhang Fan pointed at the cell phone. Xu Xinro suddenly dawned. You mean, you used your identity as an online love interest and asked her to meet you on Bar Street? Yes, that's what it means. Zhang Fan immediately nodded his head. Showdown. Plus a place like the City of Lustful Encounters, which has a romantic symbolism of its own. Definitely a good opportunity. It does seem to be okay? Xu Xinro turned her head to look at Chen Qi. It's okay to decide to stay here if it suits you. Chen Qi shrugged his shoulders and said towards Zhang Fan. Then it's settled. Beauty Shu. Tomorrow at noon. Be sure to make an appointment for me with Little Flower. Zhang Fan hurriedly requested. After all, the one that added Lin Xiaohua's disguised trumpet. Now it's here at Shushin Zoe's. Okay, I'll message her right away. Shushin Zoe waved her hand. Thanks, then I'll go back to my room to rest first as well. Old Chen, have a good time? Finally. Jiang Fan smiled thievishly at Chen Qi. Get lost. Chen Qi blankly glanced at him and watched Jiang Fan leave. At the moment, in Shu Shinro's room, only she and Chen Qi were left. Chen Qi looked at the girl in front of him, then took a deep breath. I'm going back to my room. Yeah, I'll follow you. After Shu Shinro pressed twice on her cell phone, she immediately followed behind Chen Qi with a da-da-da-da. You're not resting? Returning to his room, Chen Qi sat on the edge of the bed and glanced towards Shu Xinro. No rest in your room. Ha! Shu Shinro also simply sat beside Chen Qi and said with a smiling face. Could be. Chen Qi shrugged and prepared to wash up. Then I'll sleep in your room today. Shu Shinro said beautifully. It's not easy to have a chance to be alone together. Aren't you afraid of stirring up trouble? Chen Qi gave her a look. As for what fire is being referred to, they both knew it by heart. What am I afraid of? This inn is even ready for something. Shu Shinro took a plastic package from the bedside table. Besides, it's not my first time. What am I afraid of? Shu Shinro pursed her lips and smiled. Not the first time? Chen Qi raised an eyebrow. Oh, if you only count this life, then sure. Shu Shinro nodded repeatedly. Then her small eyes turned. Then how about? People act a little shy? That's not necessary. But the inn doesn't seem to have particularly good soundproofing. Chen Qi shrugged. How do you know? Shu Shinro asked. Chen Qi didn't say anything, but pointed to the ceiling of the restroom. Let me see. Shu Shinro immediately ran over. As it turned out, she didn't even have to keep her ear to the ground to hear it. Just heard a bit of a rise and fall upstairs. Sure you still want to share a room with me? Chen Qi asked with a smile. Forget it then. Shu Kinzo sighed. His and Chen Qi's room was in the middle of Lin Xiaohua's and Jiang Fan's rooms. Next to it, besides his own room, on the other side was Lin Xiaohua's room. As far as the soundproofing of this inn is concerned, if there's any commotion in the room, Lin Xiaohua surely hears everything. Alas, how shall we spend that long night? Shu Shinro still refused to waste this opportunity to go out and spend time alone without much difficulty. Go to sleep and keep playing tomorrow. Chen Qi said. Why don't we go shopping on Pub Street? Shu Shinro's words turned. Although Xiaohua and Jiang Fan are still young, the two of us should be fine, right? Besides, the last time we came over, we haven't even had a chance to see the capital of lustful encounters. You want to have a fling? Chen Qi raised an eyebrow. Of course. Shu Shinro purposely pursed her lips and laughed. Chen Qi stared at her. My best fling is you, honey, let's just go have some fun, okay? Shu Shinro pulled Chen Qi's arm and pampered him. With her experience, this trick was 100 times effective against Chen Qi. Okay, but come back early to rest. Chen Qi thought about it and walked out of the restroom. Yes, the two went downstairs together. From the maps searched on the phone, Bar Street isn't too far. In the town there are special vans leading directly to the Bar Street. Are you guys sure you want to go over to Bar Street? But when the van's master took a look at the two young men getting into the van, he then couldn't help but ask curiously. What's wrong, can't you go over there? Shu Shinro asked curiously. No, it's just that by the looks of you two, you should be boyfriend and girlfriend, right? The van's master shook his head. Aha, he's a boyfriend. Shu Shinro held Chen Qi's arm in her arms. Oh, don't get me wrong. What I meant just now is that couples like you guys actually rarely go to Bar Street. The van master smiled and said, because there are more singles going over there. It's okay, we just haven't been over there to play and wanted to check it out. Shu Shinro said with a big smile. Well then, I'll take you there now. The van master nodded and then drove straight there. Almost a 10-minute drive. It didn't take long for the van to get them to their destination. On this night around 10 o'clock, the Bar Street was very busy with red and green lights everywhere. And most of the people who are active on this street are in their 20s. Honey, there seems to be a clothing store over there. I'll go over and take a look first. The moment Shu Shinro got out of the car, it was as if she had caught sight of something, so she couldn't wait to run over as Chen Qi paid the fare. Gee, lad, let me give you a heads up while your girlfriend is away. The van master whispered towards Chen Qi. Chen Qi was puzzled. Bringing a girlfriend here to play is a lot less fun than coming over alone. After that, the van master drove off. Before leaving, he threw Chen Qi a you-know-what look. Chen Qi shrugged his shoulders and followed in the direction that Shu Shinro had just run past. And just at this time, a beautiful woman wearing a hip-wrapped leather skirt bumped into Chen Qi head-on. Ouch, sorry, little handsome, I didn't even see you. The beauty narrowed her eyes towards Chen Qi and smiled. Chen Qi glanced at her. So that's how you got the name Capital of Sexy Encounters? But this beauty intentionally creates a showy encounter. Wouldn't that be a little too deliberate? Little handsome, It seems like we're destined to be together, running into each other in the capital of sexy encounters. Why don't you buy me a couple drinks? Saying that, the beauty even threw a wink over towards Chen-Chi. No thanks. Chen-Chi refused quite politely. Come on little handsome. How about you buy me a drink and I'll teach you some knowledge and positions? The beautiful woman smiled and stuck towards Chen-Chi. But Chen-Chi took 2 steps back. Because in front of him, behind the beautiful woman in front of him, there was a gaze that was on the verge of murder that had glared over. Handsome boy, don't be so resistant. Seeing as you're a good-looking guy, how about I give you half a discount? The beautiful woman seemed to be interested in Chen-Chi. After all, like Chen-Chi's current face, it was definitely a typical student's face. And yet, he had a maturity about him that didn't belong to a student. This kind of man is definitely one of those girl killers. I've taught you a great deal. The beautiful woman deliberately seduced Chen-Chi. But this time, she heard a rush of footsteps behind her. I don't need you to teach me. Shu Shinro immediately walked over to Chen-Chi and exasperatedly said towards the beauty. I can do a lot more than you. Chen-Chi looked at Shu Xinro with a black line on his face. But Shu Shinro obviously couldn't care less. After all, who let anyone find Chen-Chi to hit on? Che, little girl. The beauty said disdainfully. Don't look in the mirror either. A childish girl like you, still want to steal my business? We are all out to get along. We have to talk about first come first served. What robbing your business? He's my boyfriend. No, he's my husband. Shu Shinro was so angry that her little face was all puffed up. Little girl, I'm warning you, it's unethical for you to do that. The beautiful woman said with a frown. What work ethic? He is my husband, Shu Shinro said as she hugged Chen-Chi's arm. Exactly. Chen-Chi shrugged his shoulders and said towards the beautiful woman. The beauty's frown grew tighter. It's so hard to see a kaiju on your own. But you didn't expect to be robbed? Honey, let's go to the store over there. Shall we? Shu Shinro pointed in the direction she had just passed. Okay. Chen-Chi nodded. The beautiful woman glanced towards them with disdain. It's true that they're little boys who actually like such childish girls. But, the words were spoken. But she was still a little reluctant. After all, Chen-Chi is one of the few customers she has seen in the bar street that she is willing to take the initiative to offer a 50% discount. I didn't realize that's what happened here with the raunchy affair. While walking, Shu Shinro also said indignantly, they all come here for the reputation as the capital of raunchy encounters. And of course there are those who want to make money that way. Chen-Chi was perceptive. So yeah, hubby, you've got to stay close to me or you won't be safe. Shu Shinro hugged Chen-Chi's arm a little tighter. How is it not safe? Chen-Chi teased. Shu Shinro said seriously, because you're too criminal looking. You're easy to be hooked up by bad women. Come to the clothing store that Shu Shinro went to before. It turned out to be a small store selling ethnic clothing. Yunnan, definitely one of the places with the largest number of ethnic minorities in the country. And ethnic customs are sort of a local specialty. These ethnic costumes, though, are fine just to look at. It's still not quite right to really wear it back to Willow City. So she also only bought a few trinkets and things like that. We're going to a bar? Shu Shinro pointed to the bar street with its flashing neon signs. Now that we're all here in the capital of lustful encounters, that's definitely something to experience in a bar. Drink less. Don't get yourself drunk again. Chen-Chi reminded. Got it. Shu Shinro spat out her tongue. Sunshine Bar, the most famous place in the bar street. It is said that many celebrities have come over here for a residency. And the bars in Lijiang are different from others. There's music here, not just passionate rock and metal, but also quieter folk and pop. Ordered 2 cocktails and sat in the corner of the bar. Shu Shinro looked around curiously. It seems like the atmosphere here is not too different from other bars, at least, not too chaotic. In the past, when they were doing business, she and Chen-Chi had also come to the bar for drinks at the request of their partners. But the Sunshine Bar seems to be more of a recreational clubhouse than the ones I remember. After all, this is considered a specialty tourist spot, so of course we won't mess around. Chen-Chi nodded. But, the reason why it's the capital of raunchy encounters, it seems like there are still a lot of people looking for someone else to hit on. Shu Shinro watched for a while, noticing that there were quite a few women in the bar who took the initiative to hit on men like the pretty girl with the hip-hugging leather skirt she met outside. Do you think they are in that kind of business? Or do they sell liquor? Shu Shinro curiously asked towards Chen-Chi. Wouldn't you just ask them to come over and ask? Chen-Chi said teasingly. Forget it, I'm not going to voluntarily call another woman to you. Shukinzo took a sip of her wine, but it doesn't seem like there's much point here. Shu Shinro said with some disappointment. Everyone else came here for the raunchy encounters, so of course you won't find it interesting. Chen-Chi said with a smile. Ugh, let's just drink then. The cocktails here seem pretty good. One glass after another. He drank with Chen-Chi. It wasn't until almost 1 in the morning that Chun-Chi reminded Shu Xinro that it was time to go back to the inn. Honey, you carry me, Shu Shinro said in a daze. Although the cocktail tastes like a drink, the amount of alcohol in it doesn't lie. Okay. Chun-Chi directly carried Shu Xinro on his back and went to the intersection of Bar Street to find a van to go back. The van pick-up and drop-off business here is a 24-hour business that doesn't stop. Back at the inn, Chun-Chi originally wanted to carry Shu Xinro to her own room, but after looking at the girl who had fallen asleep on her back, Chun-Chi eventually turned around and walked back to his room with her. Just after putting her under the covers, Chun-Chi pursed his somewhat dry lips. However, he eventually relented. The next day, early in the morning, by the time the two opened their eyes, the sun was already shining very hard outside the window. Chun-Chi, on the other hand, felt his chest sink before he finally opened his eyes. Achoo! A very close sneeze came. Chun-Chi looked helplessly at the girl lying on his chest. Why did you run above me? How would I know? Fell asleep yesterday. Shu Shinro rubbed her eyes in a daze. With that, she sneezed again. I'm going to get some cold medicine. Chun-Chi helped the girl onto the side and then got up. Honey, can I ask you a question? Shu Shinro sniffled and said towards Chun-Chi. What's the problem? Chun-Chi looked at her. I just checked when I woke up and you were actually honest last night. Shukinzo pointed to the plastic package next to him. With your current physique, can you do it without being honest? Chun-Chi shrugged. I'd rather you weren't honest yet. Otherwise, doesn't that mean I'm not attracted to you? Shu Shinro pouted and said, and at the same time, she couldn't help but be a little curious. So, husband, how in the world did you put up with it? How do you put up with this situation? For a man, I'm afraid there's nothing harder than that. You want to know? Chun-Chi glanced at her. Aha! Shu Shinzo nodded her head. Chun-Chi pointed to the bathroom and calmly said, just take a cold shower. Ha, you won't catch a cold in a cold shower? Shukinzo asked. But just as she said it she regretted it. After all, Chun-Chi doesn't look like he's in any serious trouble right now. Instead, it's her own. Already have a bit of a cold. Right. Suddenly, Shu Shinro remembered something. Honey, what time is it? She rushed to find her cell phone. But I was all disoriented when I got back to the inn yesterday. How does she know where she put her cell phone? Here. Chun-Chi returned her cell phone to her. It's almost 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock. Hearing this time, it was as if Shu Shinro suddenly remembered something. What? Chun-Chi looked at her suspiciously. You wait. Shu Shinro immediately opened her cell phone, then changed her number to board the penguin number that replaced Jiang Fan's small number. After all, before she and Chun-Chi went out yesterday, she was the one who helped Jiang Fan and Lin Xiaohua to agree on 10 o'clock in the morning. It's over. With a glance at the screen, Shu Shinro became somewhat speechless. At the same time, there was a knock on their room. Chun-Chi walked over and opened the door. Standing on the opposite side was Jiang Fan. Lao Chun. I messed up. Jiang Fan hung his head and drooped. You and Lin Xiaohua? One look at Jiang Fan's expression. Chun-Chi guessed that it was related to Lin Xiaohua. Yes. Jiang Fan sighed and said. I just had a showdown with Little Flower on Bar Street. And then what? Chun-Chi calmly asked. Although looking at this expression on Jiang Fan's face, he could almost guess the outcome. And then I got rejected by Hannah, not to mention she scolded me. LOL. Jiang Fan let out a long sigh. What did she call you? At this time, Shu Shinro also came over from the side of the room. Ah, Shu Beauty. How? Do you also be in old Chen-S room? Jiang Fan expressed surprise at Shu Shinro's appearance. Shu Shinro was stunned for a moment, though himself and Chen-Chi were quite used to sharing a room. But this kind of scene is something that should never be given to their classmates and friends. Otherwise she won't be able to hide her relationship with Chen-Chi. She came over to talk to me after she woke up from her nap and asked if I had any cold medicine. Chen-Chi calmly gave his reasons. Ooh, so that's what happened. Jiang Fan nodded. Chen-Chi's claim is still somewhat reliable. After all, Shu Shinro is still sniffling even now. Forget about me for a second. What did Hannah say exactly? Shu Shinro asked curiously. She called me a liar and said I was boring. Mentioning this, Jiang Fan sighed again. Then, my condolences. Shu Shinro and Chen-Chi looked at each other. So it's not like any showdown is going to end well. They're there because they've long had an unbelievably solid emotional foundation in place. So whatever Chun-Chi does, Shohinru was able to understand him and go along with his thoughts. But for classmates like Jiang Fan and Lin Xiaohua, who usually don't get along particularly well, Lin Xiaohua thinks Jiang Fan is boring and deceitful. And it's also purely normal. And just at that moment, the sound of clattering slippers came down the hallway. Ha, Hannah? After seeing that it was Lin Xiaohua who came over, Jiang Fan immediately apologized towards her. Little Flower. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to lie to you. You don't have to say it. Lin Xiaohua said indignantly. I've already bought the ticket. I'll go home tomorrow morning. Ha, leaving tomorrow? Zhang Fan's eyes widened. Of course I'm leaving. I don't want to stay here and get ripped off. Lin Xiaohua glared at Zhang Fan. Shu Xinro, Chen Qi, are you leaving tomorrow? With that, Lin Xiaohua directly ignored Zhang Fan and looked at her good girlfriend. Shu Xinro looked at Chen Qi. Want to play again? Good, then I'll buy my ticket alone. Lin Xiaohua nodded. However, Shu Xinro still asked toward her. Little flower, what the hell are you two doing? Obviously, she was asking about Lin Xiaohua and Zhang Fan. Don't mention Jiang Fan, he's so boring. Lin Xiaohua grunted. I'm going to pack my bags. Classmate Shu Xinro, can you accompany me for some shopping today? Well, Shu Xinro nodded her head in agreement. That's good, have fun with Chen Qi in advance. After saying that, Lin Xiaohua turned around and left. Shu Beauty, little flower now resents talking to me. Jiang Fan was in tears. Shu Xinro spread her hands, indicating that there was nothing she could do. Packing up, the four of them ate lunch together in the small restaurant next door. Lin Xiaohua and Shu Xinro said they wanted to continue strolling around the ancient town, so only Chen Qi and Zhang Fan were left in the afternoon. Old Chen, what are you going to do this afternoon? Zhang Fan came over and asked curiously. Me, bask in the sunshine. Chen Qi shrugged. What is bathing in sunlight? Zhang Fan hadn't experienced it yet. It's the inn package. Chen Qi pointed to the inn where they were staying. Oh, well, I'm with you then. Zhang Fan nodded his head repeatedly. After all, the four words bathing in the sun sound as if they might still be a good program. As a result, when he followed Chen Qi upstairs, Zhang Fan said painfully, Old Chen, this project is really, you don't like it? Chen Qi glanced at him. It's not that I don't like it. It's just that, is so damn nourishing. Zhang Fan looked around. Besides the two of them, there were only two oldest men. Lying on a beach chair and drinking tea is not, by any stretch of the imagination, a program for their young people. There's nothing wrong with a good relaxation and unwinding, Chen Qi said calmly, lying down on a beach chair and closing his eyes. Alas, I really envy you and Shu Beauty. Zhang Fan also sighed and followed suit, lying down on a nearby beach chair. Almost evening. Shu Xinro called and asked Chen Qi and Zhang Fan to come to the place where they were eating. Supposedly, they found a tasty snack bar while shopping and settled in for dinner. I'm full, go back to your room and pack your bags. Lin Xiaohua got up to leave after eating. The three nodded. Afterward, Chen Qi asked toward Shu Xinru, have you taken your cold medicine yet? I ate it, but, doesn't seem to be working for a while? Shu Xinru's mental state just doesn't look very good. Chen Qi touched her forehead. There is also no fever. Should rest for a while. I guess it's because of the cold wind yesterday, so you have to keep me warm now. Shu Xinro nonchalantly put Chen Qi's arms around her. Then I'll go back and forget about it too. Zhang Fan felt that he was simply redundant in front of these two people. Right. Zhang Fan, wait. Suddenly, as if she remembered something, Shu Xinro beckoned towards Zhang Fan who had gotten up. What's wrong? Zhang Fan asked towards Shu Xinru in doubt. Actually, I think I should take half the blame for Little Flower's attitude toward you right now. Shu Xinru said contemplatively. Why? Zhang Fan curiously asked towards Shu Xinru. Chen Qi couldn't help but look towards her as well. Because she spilled the beans on you to me this afternoon. Shu Xinru glanced towards Zhang Fan. What did she spit at me? Zhang Fan was stunned. What she probably meant was that she said you found a very moody place, but you don't have a mood. Shu Xinru spread her hands helplessly. A very moody place. Yeah right, I asked her to meet me at Bar Street and then confessed to her just to try to make the atmosphere slightly more romantic and cozy. Zhang Fan nodded and said, actually, you're right about that idea, but bar. Shu Xinru said somewhat breathlessly, since it's a bar street, when should the most lively time be? After 8 or 9 o'clock at night? Zhang Fan said thoughtfully. Exactly. So that's the problem. Shu Xinro shrugged. You and Little Flower were at Bar Street at 10 in the morning, where there is still any atmosphere but the night is indeed very lively. There are also a lot of people being intimate. So it was bad timing? At this time, Zhang Fan was also somewhat dazed. But, Shu Beauty, how do you know what Bar Street looks like at night? Zhang Fan was curious, because Chen Qi and I were there yesterday. When Shu Xinro said this, it was actually considered good news for Zhang Fan. After all, if there were other factors in it, it meant that Lin Xiaohua didn't have no feelings for Zhang Fan at all. Rather, it was because the matter of going to Bar Street in the middle of the day had made Lin Xiaohua a bit nagging. So, Lao Jiang, you can still try harder. Chen Qi smiled and patted Zhang Fan's shoulder. Well, Lao Chun, then what you and Beauty Shu are saying is that Little Flower probably doesn't hate me? Rather, It's because I confessed to her at the wrong time? But, is the impact that great? Jiang Fan was not a fool, and he was still able to figure out this kind of simple reasoning. It may not be a big deal for others, but for Hannah, the impact will be huge. Shu Shinro said seriously. Why? Jiang Fan wondered. Because you want to think about Hannah's favorite. Shu Xianro analyzed and said. Think about it. A girl like Xiaohua who especially likes to watch idol dramas. If you missed the most atmospheric time to confess to her, wouldn't it be the same as the male number 2 in the drama who can only ever be the spare tire? It seems to make sense. Jiang Fan nodded. So, why don't I ask her to go again now? Jiang Fan looked at the sky outside. At nighttime go to the bar street. That should fit the atmosphere? Late. Chen Qi shrugged. Now that Lin Xiaohua is angry, do you think she'll still come out if you ask her out? Also, what am I supposed to do? Jiang Fan asked towards the duo of Chen Qi and Shu Shinru. Follow Little Flower. Shu Shinru nodded solemnly. It's not safe for her to go back to Willow City as a girl, so don't you think it's a chance to say you'll protect her and send her home? Good, then I'll go back and buy the tickets now. With that, Jiang Fan couldn't wait to leave the restaurant. You're trying to detach them both, aren't you? When Jiang Fan left, Chen Qi helplessly rolled his eyes at Shu Shinru. I didn't do it on purpose. Shu Shinru pursed her lips and laughed. First of all, I really didn't mean for Little Flower to want to return to Lu City early. I also didn't expect her to be so attached to the surrounding atmosphere. As for Jiang Fan, I'm helping your good brother. A strongly twisted melon is not sweet. Chen Qi shrugged and said, honey, that's where you're wrong. Shu Shinru smiled and said, when I was shopping with Little Flower this afternoon, Little Flower said that her impression of Jiang Fan was actually quite good. Not bad? Chen Qi was surprised, because this is something that even he doesn't see. Well, I mean when I was chatting with Jiang Fan online, the impression was not bad. Shu Shinro analyzed and said, so well, the two of them actually still have some feelings. It depends on whether or not Jiang Fan tries hard. That's true. Chen Qi nodded slowly, but would it be less safe to let the two of them go back? After all, he and Shu Shinro weren't really high school students. Lin Xiaohua and Jiang Fan, on the other hand, are still students in this era. No way. I've got it all figured out. Shu Shinro said with a smiling face. Have you forgotten Little Flower's uncle and Jiang Fan's uncle? Isn't it safer for him to send Little Flower and Jiang Fan than for us to follow them back? Also, Chen Qi nodded. Alas, but it's just a bit of a shame. Shu Shinro let out a quiet sigh. Unfortunately what? Chen Qi asked. Of course it's a shame there's no reason to sleep in your room tonight. Shu Shinro said regretfully. Soon, though, she perked up, but tomorrow night, I'm checking out of my room. Tomorrow, Lin Xiaohua and Jiang Fan are both leaving, and on this 4-person trip to Lijiang, only she and Chen Qi are left. And so, after this night passed where each of the 4 slept in their own room, early the next morning, Xia Kong, the chairman of Lin Xia Ventures, drove over. You guys home so soon? Xia Kong said towards Lin Xiaohua and Jiang Fan. Not in the mood for fun. Might as well go home and watch a TV show. Lin Xiaohua muttered. Jiang Fan, what about you? Not going to continue playing with these 2 classmates of yours? Xia Kong looked meaningfully at his nephew. Me, I don't really like traveling, so I went back too. Jiang Fan rubbed his hands together sheepishly. Okay, then you guys get in the car and I'll take you to the station. Charkhan nodded and got into the driver's seat. You guys want to keep playing? Rolling down the window, he asked towards Chen Qi and Shu Shinru. Well, we want to play again. Shu Shinru nodded her head. Lin Xiaohua spat. The two of them probably still want to live as a couple. Harm. It's good to be young. Xia Kong said with emotion. This time to fall in love is to think of all the time together, but when later married, TSK may feel a little tired. After all, that's the way it is in many relationships. You get bored after being together for a long time. But, Uncle Xia, you're wrong. I won't get tired of being with Chen Qi's classmates for another 10 years, so we're definitely an exception. Shu Shinro said with certainty. Xia Kong was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Oh, that's true too. There are indeed those who are more in love after marriage. See you later, Chen Qi-san. Start the car. Before leaving, Xia Kong to Chen Qi dropped this sentence.